I had just been taken home by my wealthy parents when I discovered that my place had already been occupied by that fake young master for 18 years. His parents doted on him, and his sister stood up for him, but the family didn't even prepare a room for me with a maid. Everyone thought that a real young master who had returned from the countryside was only fit to stand in the corner and watch his family reunite. But what they don't know is that when I was in Tazai village, I transformed a group of poor villagers into a village that became incredibly wealthy. Just as I was being left standing in the restaurant without even a seat, a notification suddenly popped into my head. The true and false young master system was successfully bound. The task is simple. Tear down the fake young master's persona and let everyone in the Liu family see for themselves what kind of person their good son, who they have doted on for 18 years, really is. I smiled and pulled out a chair. Since they insist on bringing me back, then it's my turn to end this grand drama. My name is Lin Hung. 2 hours later, the car stopped in front of the Liu family villa. I dragged my luggage into the hall, and the first thing I saw was Mr. and Mrs. Liu fussing over a handsome young man. Their concern was almost overflowing from their faces. That boy was none other than the fake young master, Liu Zixuan. The most ironic thing is, I was already inside the restaurant, and not a single person noticed me. My own son. I'd just gotten home and was completely ignored. Even more outrageous, when I asked the housekeeper to take my luggage to my room, he awkwardly told me that the Liu family hadn't prepared a room for me at all. It was like my own son was coming home, and there was no welcome, no feast, not even a bed. I suddenly laughed, finally understanding why the system had appeared. This family was indeed quite interesting. So, looking at the harmonious family, I asked them directly, "If you didn't welcome me, why did you insist on bringing me back?" The restaurant fell silent the moment I uttered a word. Liu Zixuan, his eyes red, feigned grievance, saying he wasn't feeling well, which was why his family hadn't come to pick him up. I gave him a once-over and casually reminded him, "Your face is so pale. You'd better be more restrained in your behavior." Liu Rumo hurriedly defended him, saying he had always been fine. I smiled and asked her if she had tried it, leaving her speechless. Then I exposed the old tricks of the Liu family doctor, saying that he was under too much psychological pressure and needed to rest. The three of them instantly changed their expressions. I leaned back in my chair and continued to add insult to injury. Every time the real young master is about to receive attention, the fake young master just happens to fall ill. This plot is so cliched. Liu Zixuan was furious, but he still had to smile and invite me to sit down. I casually asked, "Then where should I sit?" The atmosphere in the restaurant instantly froze, because no one had saved me a seat. Liu Zixuan, his eyes red, said he could move out. I nodded and said that was perfect. The room was available for me too. Silence fell over the room. He suddenly stammered. I successfully made it to the dinner table for the first meal after returning home. An hour later, the whole family went for a walk, and I was left completely invisible again. Meanwhile, the system girl was dancing and eating potato chips in my mind, and I realized that even though I was going all out, it hadn't even issued any tasks. The system calmly replied that it had been slacking off on the toilet and hadn't noticed anything outside. My lips twitched. This thing was more human than a human. Just then, the aroma of tea wafted from the back garden, and Liu Zixuan walked over, feigning concern. Liu Zixuan reminded me that my family wasn't used to my presence yet. He spoke gently and smiled harmlessly. I snapped out of my daze, pulled away in disgust, and asked him if he hadn't brushed his teeth, since his breath smelled so strongly of green tea. Liu Zixuan tried to play the victim, but I interrupted him directly, saying, "We're all shrewd old foxes. Don't try to play these ghost stories." He finally stopped smiling and told me in a low voice to get out of the Liu family. I calmly replied with 4 words, "You idiot." Liu Zixuan was instantly furious. The next second, he slapped himself and then plunged into the pool. I chuckled. The system had finally issued a mission: expose the fake young master's framing and leave an impression on the Liu family. The rewards were the dislocating tendons in Bone's hand and the eye of observation, which immediately piqued my interest. Liu Rumo and Xia Wanqing rushed over upon hearing the commotion, only to see Liu Zixuan thrashing about in the water while I stood by watching. They immediately assumed I was bullying their younger brother. Xiao Wanqing hugged Lu Zixuan with heartache, but I remained completely calm. I directly questioned their assumptions about why I was the culprit, and then ordered the servants to check the security footage. Lu Zixuan froze, clearly not expecting me to be so unpredictable. I stopped Lu Zixuan, telling him to stay still, and then looked at the mother and daughter, saying we should investigate before drawing conclusions. Although Lu Rumo was suspicious, he nodded, and Xiao Wanqing's attitude softened noticeably. She even hinted that I could call her mom. Lu Zixuan completely panicked. I pulled him out of the pool and casually mocked him for dropping his pearls. The next second, I slapped him across the left cheek, knocking him back into the pool, and then calmly had the servants pull him out first. Everyone was stunned. As soon as Lu Zixuan got ashore, I turned his face to the side and showed everyone the direction of the slap marks. He said his right cheek was where he slapped himself, and my left cheek was where I slapped him. As soon as I finished speaking, the Lu family mother and daughter were stunned. It turned out that this kind and harmless fake young master would actually slap himself to frame others. I added with a smile. This time, the science popularization is only 9,999 special price. Lu Zixuan's face turned ashen with anger. I reminded them again that it was the Lu family who took the initiative to bring me back, not me begging to come back. If they dare to make baseless accusations again, I won't be so lenient. After saying that, I slammed my palm against the mahogany railing beside me, and with a crack, the railing snapped in two. On the surface, I appeared calm and collected, but in reality, my hand was numb with pain. However, I couldn't afford to lose face. I glanced at them. If I really wanted to fight, he would at least break 2 bones. This scene completely stunned the Lu family mother and daughter. Xiao Wanqing, in particular, finally realized just how outrageous things had been. But I didn't give her a chance to apologize. I turned around and said I was going back to my room to rest. Before leaving, I reminded the servants to keep a close eye on Lu Zixuan when they checked the surveillance footage. Xiao Wanqing's expression changed slightly. Clearly she had guessed something. Soon, I was assigned to a guest room on the 3rd floor. The decor was a bit girly, but the conditions were quite good. Compared to the unfortunate characters in those real or fake young master novels who lived in storage rooms, my treatment was already quite luxurious. Back in my room, I immediately called the system, and the rewards were officially credited to my account. The dislocating tendons and bones hand and eye of observation were unlocked simultaneously, but what interested me most was the eye of observation. It could see a person's deviation value. A normal person would have a positive number, while a mentally challenged character or a sycophant would have negative numbers. I was researching my new ability when there was a knock on the door. I immediately turned on my phone to record the conversation. After all, in stories about the real and fake young masters, a knock on the door in the middle of the night usually means something's up. But standing outside was Lu Rumo, and the deviation value displayed above her head was a whopping 10. I chuckled immediately. It seemed my second sister hadn't completely lost her mind. Lu Rumo, carrying a first aid kit, kept her gaze fixed on my injured hand, saying she would treat my wound. I remained silent for a moment, then stepped aside and called her second sister. Hearing second sister, Lu Rumo was visibly stunned, her eyes brightening slightly. She knelt by the bedside and carefully removed the splinter from my palm, her movements incredibly gentle, as if afraid of hurting me. Only when the alcohol touched the wound did she whisper an apology to me. I glanced at her and simply replied, "It's nothing. Just be more mindful next time." Lu Rumo was speechless, unable to utter a single rebuttal. The more she acted this way, the more guilty she felt, while I didn't take it to heart and even casually suggested a more practical way to apologize. I told her that if she really wanted to apologize, she should go downstairs and slap Lu Zixuan twice across the face. That would be more effective than saying sorry 100 times. Lu Rumo couldn't help but laugh. It was at that moment that she felt for the first time that her younger brother, who had just come home, was much more comfortable than Lu Zixuan. Immediately afterwards, I noticed her deviation score skyrocketing from 10 to 60. Within minutes, she was starting to shake off the plot's influence. She couldn't help but ask if I'd known all along that Lu Zixuan had a problem. I countered with, "He's so obvious. Didn't you guys really notice before?" This question silenced Lu Rumo, because she herself found it absurd. Just then, the system girl appeared and told me that the original Lu family members didn't have complete personalities at all, and were more like NPCs controlled by the plot. My appearance is constantly disrupting the plot's control, which is why they are gradually awakening. Only then did I understand why the family members in the true or false young master story were all so dim-witted. But the next second, the bandage tightened abruptly, and when I looked up, Lu Rumo was already blushing with embarrassment. To save my own hand, I quickly changed the subject, asking her if she wanted to learn how to identify a green tea, a manipulative woman. Lu Rumo immediately sat up straight, as serious as if she were in class. For the next hour, I talked about everything from empresses in the palace to the true and false young masters, from the tricks of green tea to the techniques of White Lotus, a manipulative woman, leaving her questioning her existence. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Lu family surveillance room was extremely tense. The maid who was deleting the surveillance footage knelt on the ground, her face pale and trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Wanqing sat in the main seat, silently watching the recording. The footage clearly showed Lu Zixuan slapping himself and jumping into the water. What's even more ruthless is that after I asked to check the surveillance footage, he secretly winked at the maid, trying to delete crucial footage. With all the evidence laid bare before me, there was no room for denial. The maid finally broke down and admitted on the spot that Lu Zixuan had frequently asked her to delete surveillance footage in the past. Xiao Wanqing's eyes turned completely cold, because this meant it wasn't the first time. She sat alone in the monitoring room, whispering that she hoped Zixuan wouldn't truly disappoint his mother. But the next morning, the Lu family's living room was already in chaos, the tension even stronger than the night before. Lu Rushua hugged Lu Zixuan, comforting him, and then questioned Lu Rumo about why she was protecting her. Lu Rumo frowned, and the next second, she slapped Lu Zixuan across the face. The entire hall fell silent instantly. She finally decided to solve the problem at its source, which was Lu Zixuan. Lu Zixuan covered his face, trying to shift all the blame onto me, but his voice was already noticeably weak. Last night's slap had almost knocked him unconscious, and he couldn't contact the maid who deleted the surveillance footage. He was increasingly panicked. Just then, my lazy voice came from the stairs. I leaned against the armrest in my loungewear, looking down at everyone in the hall. I noticed Lu Rumo's deviation value had dropped to 65. The system reminded me that below 100, the fake young master could still influence others, just at a slower pace. Lu Rushua, with a negative 90, was in brain-dead mode at its maximum. The system then issued a new task, to completely expose Lu Zixuan's true colors and make Lu Rushua realize she was a clown. The reward was master-level photography skills. I looked down at Lu Rushua, giving her an expression of utter disbelief. She flew into a rage, and a slipper flew straight at me. But the slipper flew precisely into her own mouth. The hall fell silent instantly. Even Lu Zixuan was stunned. I calmly teased her about whether she hadn't brushed her teeth, then casually took the other slipper, stepped downstairs, and instantly dominated the entire room with my aura. Lu Zixuan hurriedly put on a wronged expression, wanting to continue explaining, but was hit in the nose by a second slipper. I strolled around casually, the rhythm of the entire hall already under my control. Then I spoke calmly, asking them if they knew the truth of yesterday's events. Butler Wang immediately took out the surveillance footage and played it on the spot. In the scene, Lu Zixuan orchestrated the entire affair, deliberately provoking and framing Lu Rushua. Lu Rushua's face paled gradually as she finally realized she had been completely fooled. After a long silence, she coldly stared at Lu Zixuan, demanding an explanation of what had happened. Lu Zixuan was in a complete panic. He knew the most terrifying thing wasn't his third sister, but the surveillance video. The video still existed, meaning the truth was already in the hands of Lu Zhigua and Xiao Wanqing. The entire situation instantly plunged the fake young master into a desperate situation. The commotion downstairs attracted Lu's parents, and the atmosphere in the hall instantly became extremely tense. All eyes were on Lu Zixuan, who was now the center of attention. The entire house seemed to hold its breath, and even the air seemed to freeze. Lu Zixuan's vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground. Feigning unconsciousness had become one of his 3 great skills. As long as he fell, many people's attention would be diverted, and the truth would temporarily disappear. The dramatic situation made him believe that he was still in control. Lu Rushua rushed over to check on the situation, but I sat leisurely on the sofa, as if watching a comedy performance. Wang Dachui brought breakfast to me. Everything seemed relaxed and at ease. The tension in the entire hall contrasted sharply with my composure. The fake young master lay on the ground, but I paid him no heed. Instead, I observed the coincidental patterns of his past discomfort. Each symptom seemed like a meticulously designed routine, the underlying logic so clear it was laughable. Everyone was being played by this performance, yet remained oblivious. Lu Rushua tried to intervene, but a single glance from me stopped her. I then signaled to Lu Rumo to determine if the coma was real or fake, and she began explaining the facts, while Lu Zixuan, lying on the ground, was on the verge of collapse. The situation had completely deviated from the script, and every second was pushing the fake young master to his limit. In the normal procedure, he should have been carried back to his room, with his whole family doting on him. But now, the on-site exposure of his fraudulent activities has put his carefully cultivated public image in jeopardy. Any sign of deception could render all his efforts futile. I squatted down with my breakfast in hand, pulled out my phone, and blasted the Great Compassion mantra at full volume, the sound echoing deafeningly throughout the hall. The entire villa seemed to tremble. My aura instantly and completely overwhelmed the fake young master, who could only stubbornly maintain his composure. Lu Rushua's ears went numb, and Lu Zixuan's face turned pale. He couldn't open his eyes to admit he was faking a faint. Everyone in the hall was drawn to this sudden shock, and the fake young master was completely at a loss. Tension and absurdity coexisted, the scene both grotesque and thrilling. Lu Rumo's appearance directly revealed the problem, leaving the fake young master with no way to hide anymore. The tension in his muscles and his unnatural posture exposed all his tricks. The truth was pinpointed, and he had no room to maneuver. A truly unconscious person's muscles would relax, but his remained tense from beginning to end, especially after Lu Rushua's touch. Undoubtedly, he could hear everything around him every second, his entire performance completely exposed. Lu Rushua fell completely silent, only then realizing that she had been played all along. Her years of accumulated knowledge crumbled in an instant. Everything before her was a trap meticulously designed by the fake young master. Mr. and Mrs. Lu then left, and the hall returned to silence. The fake young master remained lying on the floor, continuing to feign death, the scene utterly comical. In contrast, my calm and leisurely demeanor made the whole situation seem dramatic. Lu Rumo took the initiative to assume responsibility, trying to make up for her mistake of not stopping it in time. But I, drinking my porridge, didn't care at all, casually commenting that a slap in the face would solve everything. She was both amused and exasperated, but had to admire my composure. I put down my spoon and decided to leave to handle other matters. My gaze was calm and mature, as if I had weathered countless storms. My younger brother at this age was no longer the naive 18-year-old boy he once was. Lu Rumo almost blurted out that she would give me a ride. Even she herself was taken aback. Her unconscious approach showed that she was beginning to trust this younger brother who had just returned home. Since taking a taxi wouldn't be convenient, I simply agreed, letting things proceed naturally. Upstairs, Lu Rushua sat next to the fake young master with her head down, radiating a repressed aura. Lu Rumo was secretly worried. Her intuition told her that the situation wouldn't be simple. Lu Rushua slowly walked up to me, bowed deeply, and her deviation score soared to 90. Her sincerity and remorse erupted in an instant, making me chuckle inwardly. At this moment, she was completely freed from the constraints of the plot. A massive, defiant turn of events was about to unfold, but I casually waved it off, indicating I was fine. More than dwelling on the past, I was focused on the person I was about to meet. The future tycoon who would reshape the domestic mobile phone market was waiting ahead. The deeper Lu Rushua's guilt, the faster her deviation score rose, soon surpassing 100. She completely broke free from the plot's influence and began to take initiative. The next second, She used extreme measures to punish the fake young master, decisively resolving the problem. A blood-curdling scream erupted from the Lu residence. I instinctively clenched my legs, my expression turning strange. Lu Rushua laughed maniacally, as if she had the whole situation under her control. I pulled Lu Rumo away, everything proceeding according to plan. Lu Rumo felt nothing but disgust for the fake young master and left without any hindrance. An hour later, we arrived at an office building in the city center, which would be the temporary office location for Xiaomi in the future. The atmosphere instantly changed. In the office, a man in his 30s shouted excitedly, and the team erupted in cheers. When they saw me standing in the center, everyone was stunned. The entire space was instantly filled with excitement by my appearance. I smiled and announced my optimism about Xiaomi's future, inspiring the team to create new era products. The programmers were so excited they almost lost control, while I turned to tease Lei Jun, the CEO of many years, who was still amused by my enthusiasm. Lei Jun responded earnestly, saying that this career has never been just about making money, but about pursuing a dream. His passion and ideals deeply inspired everyone present, giving ordinary people hope of accessing high-quality technology. I smiled and nodded, knowing full well that the man before me would reach heights far beyond anyone's imagination. Just before signing the contract, I suddenly brought up the automotive industry, and Lei Jun visibly froze. But I knew that he would inevitably choose this path in the future. After the equity agreement was signed, both parties shook hands formally. Looking at the names on the contract, I couldn't suppress the smile on my face. From today onwards, this group of future top performers will finally be officially working for me. Back in the car, Lu Romo finally couldn't help but asked me why I could casually throw out 100 million. I simply calmly retorted, "Who says people from villages are necessarily poor?" She froze on the spot, and I seized the opportunity to propose a bet. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Lu family's hall became extremely tense. The temporary doctor, holding the examination report, stood before Lu Zhigua with a complicated expression. Lu Zixuan's body had been severely damaged. He must behave himself for the next 6 months, otherwise some of his functions might fail prematurely. Lu Zhigua's face instantly darkened. This fake young master had completely disgraced the Lu family. The investigation results came back quickly. Lu Zixuan's previous claims of discomfort were most likely all an act. At this moment, he clung tightly to Xiao Wanqing's trouser leg, crying pitifully and pathetically. But he knew better than anyone that as long as Xiao Wanqing softened her heart, he still had a chance to turn things around. Xiao Wanqing indeed began to waver. The feelings she'd shared for over a decade, coupled with the interference of the world's will, almost made her soften again. If she gave in, Lu Zixuan could still stay in the Lu family. Just then, Lu Rumo and I walked into the hall together. Xiao Wanqing's continuously decreasing deviation value stopped abruptly, and she regained some of her composure. I, however, put away my phone as if nothing had happened, my mind still preoccupied with the TV drama plot. Lu Rumo stood obediently to the side. The tense atmosphere felt more like a farce to me. After seeing Lu Rumo and me appear, Xiao Wanqing finally calmed down completely. For the first time, she seriously examined Lu Zixuan, unable to understand why he was targeting me when the Lu family had never mistreated him. At the same time, I was also mentally questioning the system for the real reason. The system quickly provided the answer. Lu Zixuan was the protagonist in the original storyline, while I was the villain who naturally countered him, possessing an anti-intelligence reducing effect. As long as I appeared, I could continuously weaken his influence on the Lu family. Only then did I realize why Lu Rumo's deviation value recovered after approaching me. It turns out it wasn't that Lu Zixuan suddenly lost his touch, but rather that I was naturally his nemesis. Just as I figured all this out, Wang Dachui walked up to me with a tray. The melon seeds and tea were neatly arranged, and his serious expression made it seem as if watching a play without melon seeds was the greatest regret in life. I burst out laughing, took the tray without hesitation, and even made him take 2 more bottles of soda. What was supposed to be a serious family trial turned into a live-streamed ethical dilemma. Xiao Wanqing's lips twitched, and Lu Zixuan was so angry he almost vomited blood on the spot. In his eyes, Lu Rumo and I weren't trying to resolve a conflict. We were more like spectators watching a monkey show. Seeing that playing the victim wasn't working, Lu Zixuan immediately switched to a new tactic. The next second, he forced himself to get up despite the pain, grabbed my leg, and started crying and apologizing. He looked utterly pathetic, yet his calculations were shrewd. He figured if I forgave him, he could stay. Even if I didn't, he could portray me as cold-blooded and ruthless. Unfortunately for him, he picked the wrong person. The instant he grabbed my leg, I pulled out my phone, snapped a picture of his face, and then kicked him away. Lu Zixuan's kick sent him flying several meters, leaving the entire hall stunned. Xiao Wanqing even instinctively wanted to go forward to check on him. A habit of over a decade couldn't be broken overnight. But the next second, I raised my phone, completely shattering her last shred of hesitation. In the photo I took, Lu Zixuan appeared to be crying her heart out, but her eyes were filled with resentment and hatred. It wasn't repentance at all. It was a desire to kill me immediately. Lu Rumo's face instantly turned cold after seeing the photo. At that moment, the last shred of familial affection in Lu Rumo's heart completely shattered. Her deviation value soared to 100, completely breaking free from the control of the plot. I then handed the phone to Xiao Wanqing, who, after looking at the photos, also fell silent. The surveillance footage was right in front of her, the photos were right in front of her, yet she had almost been fooled by a few tears again. Thinking of this, Xiao Wanqing's deviation score also exceeded 100. At this point, the entire Lu family finally returned to normal. Lu Zixuan panicked completely, kneeling on the ground and frantically begging for mercy, crying and pleading with everyone not to kick him out. But Xiao Wanqing simply coldly shook off his hand, because she finally understood that he never knew he was wrong. He just knew he was about to be kicked out. These words shattered Lu Zixuan's last hope. The servants quickly went upstairs to pack his belongings, and two people dragged him up the stairs. His cries echoed throughout the villa, but this time, no one spoke up for him. As soon as Lu Zixuan was dealt with, I immediately looked at Lu Rumo and reminded her not to forget the bet. Actually, I had already guessed that Lu Zixuan would use the tactic of admitting his mistake on the way back. I even anticipated his routine of kneeling and begging for forgiveness. Lu Rumo accepted her defeat wholeheartedly, and even deliberately put on a pitiful act, saying that she would have to support me for a year without a salary. I refused without even thinking. Xiao Wanqing, standing to the side, grew angrier and angrier. She had been agonizing over this, while these two little brats had treated it like a comedy show. The next second, Xiao Wanqing suddenly revealed an extremely gentle smile, which startled Lu Rumo so much that she froze. Because she knew her mother all too well. The gentler Xiao Wanqing's smile, the sooner someone was going to be in trouble. Lu Rumo was taken away by Xiao Wanqing, obediently following behind like a schoolchild who had made a mistake. I stood there, full of sympathy, silently hoping that my second sister would come out alive. Just a moment ago she was exuding confidence, but in the blink of an eye, she was completely controlled by her own mother. I was too lazy to stay in the living room any longer, so I turned around and went to the kitchen. After fussing around all morning, I was really hungry. As soon as I entered the kitchen, the head chef, Aunt Wu, immediately came to greet me. After a brief inquiry, I told her that I wanted to cook something myself. Aunt Wu quickly brought over the menu, and my expression immediately became incredibly interesting as soon as I opened the first page. Away's 18 styles, crow flying in an airplane, Dongguan boy hurdling, black tiger afu, 9 turns of reincarnation, each name more outrageous than the last. Looking at these outrageous dish names, I almost wondered if I had stumbled into a martial arts tournament rather than a kitchen. I decisively closed the menu and simply ordered a tomato and beef tripe noodle soup. Aunt Wu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied. The ingredients arrived quickly, and I picked up the cleaver and skillfully began preparing them. With each swift slice, the knife moved precisely and crisply, the feel of it bringing back a long-lost sense of familiarity. Since my adoptive parents passed away, I haven't cooked for myself in a long time. Standing in front of the stove again, I felt a long-lost sense of familiarity and peace. But just as I was getting into it, a furtive little head suddenly peeked out from the kitchen doorway and I immediately sensed something was wrong. I hate it when someone stands behind me. My childhood experience of being bullied into Zai made me extremely wary. The next second, I whirled around, almost dropping the kitchen knife. Only a small head peeked out from behind the door, completely hidden, like a flying head from a horror movie. After being discovered, Lu Rushua walked out awkwardly, her appearance instantly filling the tense atmosphere. She approached cautiously, and I casually explained that I was just grabbing a bite, casually asking her what she was doing in the kitchen. The memory of the disastrous kick I gave her that morning was still fresh, and this scene made me chuckle. She mustered her courage and said she just wanted to chat and hoped I would call her Xiaohong. I smiled faintly and told her to call me whatever she wanted, and the atmosphere instantly eased. As the tension subsided, she began to actively participate in kitchen tasks, while my eyes flickered, realizing that more surprises might be on the horizon. Lu Rushua cautiously offered to help chop the tomatoes. I wanted to refuse, but I fell silent when I saw how she held the knife. Her movements weren't like cooking. They looked more like she was about to strike at any moment. The knife was raised high, the air seemed to freeze, and the next moment the tomato exploded violently. Half a tomato landed precisely on my face, and the air froze instantly. Lu Rushua stood there, dumbfounded, her face filled with disbelief. I silently brushed the tomato off my face, secretly chuckling to myself. It was truly a miracle that this woman had grown up unharmed. Meanwhile, in his room on the second floor, Lu Zishuan collapsed to the floor, utterly devastated. He couldn't accept the reality of being abandoned by the Lu family, but clinging to a last shred of delusion, he grabbed his phone. Night fell, and the Lu family hall became incredibly lively. The family reunion banquet was about to begin. Lu Zishuan's series of bizarre actions finally made his parents see reality. With their biological son back, they began to truly value me, while I quietly received detailed instructions from my sisters in my room on the third floor. The two sisters, one on each side, gave me clear instructions on the guest list, etiquette in a wealthy family, social interactions, and precautions. I secretly understood that having many sisters didn't necessarily mean happiness. The combined power of their nagging was no less than that of Tang Sanzang chanting scriptures. Every word of advice made me smile inwardly, yet I also felt the warmth of being carefully protected. Lu Rumo suddenly stopped smiling and reminded me to be careful of someone at the family reunion banquet, Lu Zishuan's former fiancé. A surge of secret delight welled up inside me. The classic combination had arrived as expected. Aloof and cold, love-struck, and a fake young master on the offensive. The whole package was there, giving me a headache, but I didn't intend to provoke her. Based on experience, those with a romantic mindset are far more dangerous than villains, so I simply nodded in agreement, indicating that I would keep my distance. Lu Rumo breathed a sigh of relief, and the situation temporarily calmed down. Just as she was about to continue explaining the process, Lu Rushua interrupted in time, and the process was put on hold. They changed clothes decisively, their professional eye giving the existing outfits a new lease on life. Even without a custom-made gown, a simple combination was enough to elevate my entire aura. The two sisters' smiles were meaningful, and I felt myself being slowly dragged into a devil's den. An hour later, the Lu family hall was packed with guests. I reappeared, instantly attracting everyone's attention. My already stunning looks, enhanced by my sister's meticulous styling, were elevated to another level. The guests were stunned at first glance, silently thinking, "This young master is unparalleled in the world." I, however, felt somewhat out of place. The outfit was far too elaborate. I looked almost like a beautiful boy from a manga. Gazing at the crowd in the hall, I silently sighed, realizing that everything was unfolding as expected. Lu Jigua slowly walked onto the stage and formally announced that he was the true young master of the Lu family, and declared that he would be the sole heir in the future. The hall fell silent, then applause erupted. While outwardly offering congratulations, the crowd inwardly began to reassess the future of the Lu family. They'd seen too many dramas of fake rich kids, but what mattered was who controlled the future. The person before them, in terms of both presence and appearance, clearly surpassed Lu Zishuan, who was all show and no substance. The entire room subtly shifted their gaze from the fake rich kid to me. I took the microphone, a strange smile playing on my lips. A classic line from my past life flashed through my mind, instantly lightening my mood. Half an hour later, in the Willow family garden, I sat by the pond, feeling the breeze, my expression utterly resigned to my fate. The brief remarks were just a pretext. The real business flattery session was just beginning. The guests in the hall spoke in roundabout ways, their logic complex, giving me a headache. The whole process was dramatic, every sentence showcasing the power struggles and intricacies of a wealthy family. Holding my drink, I casually glanced at the guests, not at all listening attentively. Each of their attempts to probe felt like a farce, while I could simply sit still and control the situation. I secretly rejoiced, wishing I had known the world of the wealthy was so fascinating. The kitchen became a mini battleground, a cacophony of cleavers, tomatoes, laughter, and the clinking of glass bowls. Lu Rushue and Lu Rumo's meticulous instructions echoed in my mind, leaving me both exasperated and amused. Every movement felt like a carefully choreographed dance. I casually processed the remaining ingredients, my movements practiced and natural, as if I had never left the stove. The atmosphere in the kitchen contrasted sharply with the tension in the living room. Each precise cut gave me a sense of control over my life. The menu that Aunt Wu handed me was as amazing as ever, with one outrageous dish after another. I turned to the first page, raised an eyebrow slightly, and chuckled inwardly. This was like stumbling upon a martial arts tournament. The ingredients, the knife skills, the names of the dishes, everything seemed to be testing my adaptability. I handled each ingredient with ease, my movements crisp and efficient. Even the air seemed to carry a rhythmic quality thanks to my skill. Lu Rushua watched carefully, her heart pounding slightly with each cut. The tension in the kitchen and the liveliness in the garden created a wonderful harmony. Half an hour later, all the dishes were ready. I sat back down by the sink, letting the breeze wash over me, my face etched with exhaustion and a sense of utter despair. Business banquets and family scenes swirled in my mind, making me feel both relaxed and secretly wary. The drama of the wealthy and the battlefield of the kitchen had both unfolded perfectly today. I promptly sneaked out for some fresh air. The crisp, clean air was invigorating. Just then, I heard a rustling sound from the bushes. My instincts kicked in, but it turned out to be nothing like some dramatic soap opera. A closer look revealed something completely unexpected. In the bushes, a group of young girls in formal dresses were surrounding a girl with her head down, clearly bullying her. The girl's downtrodden appearance contrasted sharply with the curves beneath her dress. The scene filled the air with a mixture of tension and curiosity, making it impossible to let one's guard down. I noticed the deviation value above her head 99, the highest number I'd ever seen. The system quickly explained that the girl's name was Shin Yuchu, one of the important female protagonists in the original storyline, a standard example of someone obsessed with romance. The number instantly made her dangerous and her value clear. The system hinted at future plot developments. Shin Yuchu would be forcibly intellectually disabled after meeting Lu Zixuan, eventually becoming a member of his harem. The deviation was so exaggerated that it suddenly dawned on me. Just as I was pondering this, the insults from beside the girl rang out again, a barrage of vicious words. The atmosphere of school bullying was so thick, it was almost palpable. I sighed and walked straight towards her. Several girls behind me turned around simultaneously, their eyes filled with contempt. The atmosphere instantly tensed. My appearance completely disrupted the existing order. They spoke sarcastically, mocking me as a country bumpkin with an illegitimate daughter, considering myself superior. They used to fawn over Lu Zixuan, but now, seeing me, they naturally felt hostility. Every word seemed like an attempt to provoke, yet it only triggered new reactions. I ignored them, my gaze fixed on Shin Yuchu, concerned for her well-being. The girl paused slightly, then gently shook her head. Though her voice was soft, it carried a habitual yielding quality that made my heart tighten. She had clearly been through too many similar experiences. I simply smiled faintly and told her to close her eyes. The people around her were stunned, and the girl in the lead laughed in anger. Those who thought they could humiliate her were now being suppressed by her aura. The girl in the lead stepped forward defiantly, trying to test my next move. The next second, a crisp slap rang out, and without hesitation, I delivered a powerful backhand slap. The force sent her spinning halfway around before she crashed to the ground. The scene was eerily quiet. Everyone was stunned. No one expected me to actually make a move, let alone be so ruthless. But I acted as if nothing had happened, a smile still on my face, and approached the remaining people step by step. My smile sent chills down their spines. They finally realized that this young master of the Liu family was not someone to be trifled with. In just a few words, I had completely ignited the conflict among them. I had subtly taken control of the entire atmosphere. The group started shifting blame and pointing fingers at each other, and within a minute, the scene was in complete chaos. Finally, a few people ran away crying, leaving only the mess on the ground. I clapped my hands, walked back to Shen Youchu's side, and whispered, "You can open your eyes now." The girl slowly raised her head, and only then did I truly see her face. Clear eyes, delicate yet stubborn, like a wounded fawn struggling to live. Her demeanor made it impossible to harbor malice, yet it also evoked pity. I extended my hand and introduced myself. The girl responded nervously, but instinctively tried to dissuade me from entering. Her past experiences had made her wary, and this caution only revealed her strength and wisdom. I smiled and comforted her, telling her that the girl from earlier wouldn't be coming back. Shen Youchu remained silent, her gaze lowered, but she couldn't hide the scrapes on her elbow. Noticing this, I turned to get the first aid kit, those few steps bringing unexpected warmth. She watched my departing figure, a strange feeling rising within her, yet not dislike. A few minutes later, I returned to the swing with the first aid kit, waving to her with a relaxed and natural gesture, yet imbued with a sense of responsibility. I gestured for her to come over and treat the wound, and she approached hesitantly. The next second, I saw her directly unscrew the bottle of alcohol and pour it into the wound, her movements stiff and forceful, which was heartbreaking. I quickly took the alcohol and gently stopped her, saying, "This won't do. It will damage the wound." She looked down at the bottle and eventually obediently cooperated, handing me her hand. Her small act of compliance conveyed a sense of trust. I first helped her wash away the dust, then slowly disinfected it. As the wound was cleaned, my expression gradually darkened. Her fair and slender arms were covered with scars of all sizes, a sight too painful to look at. Old wounds, new wounds, bruises, and abrasions were interspersed, along with faint scars. She instinctively tried to pull her hand back, but I gently held it and continued to treat her. In the silence, the warmth of my palm eased the tension slightly. She whispered that she was an illegitimate child, so she was used to enduring and not resisting. Her soft words carried a sense of resignation, yet reflected the repression and helplessness of her life. Her heavy breathing made one's heart tighten. I recalled my own childhood, when I was also bullied and looked down upon. Giving in won't bring safety, it will only embolden the bullies. Realizing this, I put down the cotton swab and looked intently into her eyes. I told her that if anyone bullied her again, she should come to me. A few tough arguments would make them behave. I then added that she needed to learn to protect herself and not get hurt so easily again. Moonlight bathed my profile, and for the first time, those languid eyes sparkled with seriousness. A sense of tranquility and solemnity filled the air, as if the world had frozen in time because of that momentary promise. Shen Youchu gazed at me quietly for a long time before softly asking why I was so good to her. I paused for 2 seconds, then smiled and replied, "Probably because I've been through these things too." She was taken aback, a subtle warmth and understanding welling up inside her. For the first time, Shen Youchu gently raised the corners of her mouth and sincerely thanked me, saying I was a good person. But suddenly, the night wind blew her long hair aside, completely revealing her face that had been hidden behind it. The next second, I was completely stunned. That face was so exquisitely beautiful, it was almost unreal fair and soft, with ethereal, clear eyes, and an air of fragile purity. Even though I've seen many beautiful women, I was momentarily stunned. It turns out this pushover actually possessed such stunning looks. Shen Youchu noticed me staring at her, and her ears instantly turned bright red. She lowered her head and whispered, asking if there was something on her face. Coming to my senses, I simply admitted honestly that there was nothing on her face. She was just too beautiful. That one sentence was more lethal than any flirting. The girl's cheeks instantly flushed red, like ripe fruit, and even her voice began to tremble. After a long silence, she actually whispered, "If I like, I can actually continue watching." I almost broke down on the spot. This girl was so well-behaved that I almost felt like a creepy old man. The air fell into an awkward silence, so I quickly changed the subject, asking her to extend her other hand. Shin Yuchu immediately complied, completely unsuspecting. The more she did this, the more I felt this girl was too easily bullied. Under the moonlight, I quietly tended to her wounds, and she quietly watched me. A gentle breeze blew through the garden, as if the whole world had shrunk to just the two of us. But the calmer it was, the more it resembled the brief tenderness before a storm. Shin Yuchu finally mustered the courage to call my name, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. I stopped what I was doing and looked at her. Her voice was trembling with nervousness. The next second, she cautiously asked me to teach her how to protect herself. These words seemed to have exhausted all her courage. She immediately lowered her head after speaking. I, however, smiled and readily agreed, saying that as long as she wasn't afraid of hard work, it was fine. Hearing this, most of the tension in her eyes instantly dissipated. Shin Yuchu earnestly stated that she wasn't afraid of hardship, because compared to continuing to be bullied, hardship was nothing. I nodded and decided to teach her from the very first lesson. Protecting oneself doesn't necessarily rely on fighting, but rather on learning self-confidence first. I pointed out that she had kept her head down the whole time she was surrounded, a posture that made her look most vulnerable to being bullied. Shin Yuchu immediately became serious, waiting for me to teach her like a student. So I gave her the simplest answer: straighten your chest and raise your head. The next second, she actually did as she was told. The air suddenly went quiet, and I fell silent too, because the previously concealed figure beneath the loose dress was now completely revealed, the contrast almost absurd. Shin Yuchu quickly noticed my gaze, and her face instantly turned bright red. She hurriedly covered her chest. The awkward atmosphere instantly intensified, and I could only awkwardly try to change the subject. However, my comment, "The moon is really big tonight," only made the situation more strange. The problem was that there was clearly only a crescent moon in the sky, yet Shin Yuchu nodded earnestly, as if she genuinely believed it. I almost lost my composure on the spot. This girl wasn't just obedient. She was so easily fooled it was heartbreaking. I quickly steered the conversation back on track, preparing to teach her some practical skills. Shin Yuchu's eyes lit up instantly, and she even imitated the motion I had made when I slapped her, her face full of anticipation. Clearly, that slap had left a considerable impression on her. I shook my head immediately because that fighting style wasn't suitable for her. If she didn't have enough strength, the other person might be fine, but she would probably cry from the pain first. Then I started explaining knee strikes, foot stomp, elbow strikes, and most importantly, quick escape techniques. Shin Yuchu listened intently, afraid of missing any details. But just as the atmosphere was becoming more relaxed, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. An extremely beautiful young woman walked quickly towards them, followed by Lu Zixuan, whose face was full of grievance. I saw the glaringly low deviation value of 90 above her head and instantly guessed her identity. High injure, good looks, drastically low intelligence, and standing next to Lu Zixuan, this was the perfect fiancé template. So, without waiting for her to speak, I completed the annulment process for her. Lung Qingqiu fell silent on the spot, and Lu Zixuan was dumbfounded. The normal plot should have been questioning, anger, and pleading, but I skipped the whole process with one click. All the lines she had prepared in advance instantly became useless. At the crucial moment, Lu Zixuan immediately jumped in to save the day, trying to reshape my image as cold-blooded and ruthless. His disappointed and aggrieved demeanor was more practiced than anyone else's. Unfortunately, I couldn't be bothered to play along with his script at all. Shin Yuchu was once again ignored by the two, because in their eyes, an illegitimate daughter was not worth their attention. Lung Qingqiu quickly resumed her aloof demeanor. She raised her chin again, looking at me as if judging a criminal. She pinned all the blame on me, convinced that I'd resorted to any means to get rid of Lu Zixuan. The atmosphere instantly turned cold, and I just stared at her for 2 seconds. Then I realized one thing. This woman really didn't bring her brain with her when she left home. My simple statement, "I forgot my brain," froze the air. Lung Qingqiu's face visibly flushed red, and Lu Zixuan instinctively took a half-step back. He knew better than anyone that my expression meant someone was about to be in trouble. Just then, a system task suddenly appeared, requiring me to confront my fiancée and leave a psychological scar on that scheming woman. The reward was a deviation stabilizer, which sounded quite useful. However, the system girl casually complained about her 5-game losing streak, instantly making me suspect she was settling a personal score. A vein throbbed on my forehead. I was increasingly convinced this lousy system was unreliable. The next second, I pulled out my phone and glared coldly at Lung Qingqiu. Since she wanted to side with Lu Zixuan, she wouldn't hesitate to throw the evidence in her face. I bluntly pointed out that she didn't even know the truth, yet she came to stand up for someone else. The moment Lu Zixuan saw the phone, his scalp tingled, because he knew all too well that what was most terrifying about me was never my words, but my ability to produce irrefutable evidence every time. Lu Zixuan sensed something was wrong and immediately tried to pull Lung Qingqiu away, but he had only taken one step when I kicked him. The next second, he flew several meters away, crashing to the ground in excruciating pain that contorted his face. Before Lung Qingqiu could react, I pressed her head down and shoved the phone screen in front of her face. The video completely exposed Lu Zixuan's arrogant and unruly nature. His harsh words telling her to get out of the Lu family and monopolizing it shattered her illusions. The sunny and gentle Lu Zixuan she remembered was gone, replaced by a selfish and vicious stranger. Lung Qingqiu was completely stunned, and for the first time, a flicker of doubt appeared in her eyes. She never imagined that the person she had been protecting would turn out to be such a scoundrel. I pressed my advantage, delivering the final blow and directly pointing out her reason for thinking I couldn't live without her. Lung Qingqiu's face instantly paled, and she instinctively looked at Lu Zixuan. But he had just been kicked and was still breathless, unable to utter a complete explanation. Instead, he seemed to be admitting everything. The more disheveled Lu Zixuan became, the deeper the disappointment in Lung Qingqiu's eyes grew. Finally, she turned and left, never looking at him again. Lu Zixuan panicked completely, struggling to chase after her, but I had no intention of letting him go. He had just gotten up when I stomped on his back, shoving him back to the ground. Lu Zixuan lay there like a dead dog, unable to move. I looked down at Shen Yuchu, deciding to make use of him and officially begin the second lesson. Shen Yuchu nodded immediately, her eyes full of trust. It was at that moment that I realized that although she appeared gentle, she possessed a dangerous aura within. Like a small beast yet to awaken, once it does, no one can stop it. She's still a blank canvas now, but who knows what colors she'll be painted in the future. For the next half hour, Lu Zixuan became my teaching tool. I demonstrated joint dislocation, joint reversal, and control techniques all on him. As I demonstrated, Shen Yuchu learned, and the results were astonishingly good. She could memorize many movements after seeing them only once, and could even perform joint locks independently. The more I watched, the more I suspected that this girl might be some kind of hidden genius. This special lesson didn't end until the banquet was completely over. Beside the swing, Shen Yuchu quietly watched my departing figure, a faint smile slowly spreading across her lips. For the first time, a different kind of light shone in her once timid eyes. When they returned to the Lu family's main hall, the banquet had already ended, and the servants were cleaning up. Lu Zixuan lay sprawled on the floor like a dead dog, trembling all over, and a foul odor still lingered around him. Lu Rushua covered her nose, her expression of disgust almost breaking down. Without batting an eye, I grabbed Lu Zixuan's right hand, expertly twisted and released it. With a sharp, grating sound, his arm dislocated instantly, only to be put back in place. A piercing scream rang out, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. The way the Lu family looked at me changed, as if they were wondering what I had been through all these years. After all, His movements were so practiced, as natural as breathing, that it was hard to believe he was an ordinary 18-year-old. I then briefly recounted what had happened that evening. I recounted everything clearly: Lung Qingxiu, Lu Zixuan, and that video recording. After finishing, I even politely asked if anyone had any objections. The Lu family members' lips twitched violently. I'd practically ruined them, and asking for their opinions now was clearly a bit late. Lu Zhigua, too lazy to waste any more words, directly ordered Lu Zixuan to be dragged out and never to appear before him again. At that moment, Lu Zixuan almost cried with emotion. For him, the end was more like salvation than anything else. In the past half hour, he had felt several times that death would be a relief. Soon, the servants dragged Lu Zixuan out of the Lu family home, completely removing him from the picture. Afterwards, Lu Zhigua threw the issue of the marriage agreement with the Lung family at me. My answer was straightforward. The engagement with the Lung family must be dissolved because the Lung family wasn't worth it. I then briefly explained the findings of my investigation. The Lung family had risen to power through the Lu family in recent years, but now they were secretly making connections with influential figures in the capital and even trying to distance themselves from the Lu family. This is a classic case of ingratitude. They even tried to overturn the table after finishing their meal. Lu Zhigua's expression completely changed after hearing this, because he hadn't even investigated so many details. Lu Rumo, standing beside him, immediately switched into bragging mode. She raved about how I'd invested hundreds of millions and how important figures admired me. Xiao Wanqing listened with a face full of skepticism, clearly thinking she was exaggerating. But I simply added calmly that I owned several office buildings in the city center, one of which happened to be rented to Nadu Tong. The air fell silent instantly, and the entire Lu family remained quiet. Because the more casually he spoke, the more frightening it sounded. Only now did they realize that I wasn't some down-on-his-luck young master who had returned from the countryside. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away, Lu Zixuan was thrown into a secluded alley. His face was full of resentment, and he cursed me, the Lu family, and everyone else. But he didn't notice that someone was slowly approaching from the darkness. The next second, a piercing scream tore through the night sky, plunging the entire alley into chaos. Lu Zixuan thought being kicked out of the Lu family was the end, but little did he know that the real retribution had only just begun. Meanwhile, at the Shun family villa, another change was quietly taking place. Shun Yuchu leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, repeatedly looking at the caring message I had sent, a smile unconsciously creeping onto her lips. But behind her, the wall was covered with cold instruments of torture, the oppressive atmosphere suffocating. Her hand, which had been reaching for the whip, slowly stopped because of my words. I taught her to protect herself and not to get hurt again. After a long while, she put down the whip, turned around, and walked out of the room. The butler waited respectfully outside the door, while the usually gentle Shun Yuchu suddenly had a chillingly cold look in her eyes. She calmly ordered the purge of those who had bullied her. Her voice wasn't loud, but it sent a chill down the butler's spine. He knew all too well just how dangerous this young lady was. After arranging everything, she went to the basement alone, and that night, someone was destined to be sleepless. The next day, Lu Rushua suddenly suggested going shopping. Her reason was perfectly valid. School was starting soon, and she needed to prepare things for me. But I was utterly resistant. The pile of study materials he'd just moved into his room yesterday had already brought back the fear of being dominated by his senior year of high school. Why would someone who's financially independent still need to take the college entrance exam? As a result, Lu Rushua immediately switched to her spoiled mode, hugging his arm and shaking it wildly, refusing to let go until he agreed. In the end, Lin Heng was defeated half an hour later. The two officially set off along the way. Lin Heng finally witnessed what severe road rage looked like. Lu Rushua was practically raging the entire time, wishing she could send every driver who cut in line to their next life. Terrified, Lin Heng gripped the seatbelt tightly, silently vowing never to ride in her car again. Once they arrived at the mall, Lu Rushua instantly switched personalities, transforming back into a gentle older sister. She even took Lin Heng's wrist, as if the irritable racing driver from moments before was not her at all. Lin Heng couldn't help but remind her, Try to avoid road rage in the future. What if you really encounter a madman? Hearing this, Lu Rushue, unusually, didn't argue because she knew that Lin Heng was genuinely worried about her in the end. She obediently agreed, and the smile on her face softened considerably. Afterwards, the two went to the electronics section. Lu Rushue's first action was to buy a tablet. Her reason perfectly valid to download study materials. Lin Heng's face turned green just as he was about to resist. Lu Rushue's hand was already on his waist. A familiar sense of danger washed over him instantly. Lin Heng immediately cowered seeing this. Lu Rushue laughed heartily. She then began planning her next shopping trip. Clothes, watches, sneakers, even figurines were all arranged. But just then, she suddenly froze on the spot, her expression turning extremely strange. Lin Heng followed her gaze and quickly spotted Lu Zixuan not far away. Moreover, he was accompanied by a beautiful woman, and the two were behaving intimately, clearly indicating a special relationship. What truly shocked Lu Rushue wasn't that Lu Zixuan was in a relationship, but rather the woman's identity, because that woman was actually the tutor who had taught Lu Zixuan back then. At this moment, Lu Rushue's expression became increasingly complex. As if she knew some earth-shattering gossip, Lin Heng was practically on tenterhooks. So what exactly happened? Tell me. But Lu Rushue wore an extremely complicated expression. This gossip might be bigger than you imagine. Chapter 25. Catching the adulterer is so exciting. And Ms. Hu, she has a boyfriend. Meeting Lin Heng's curious gaze, Lu Rushue gritted her teeth and told him what she knew. I met her boyfriend once before when he came to the Lu family to pick her up. At that time, I also heard from the other party that they seemed to be engaged and preparing to get married. Good heavens, this actually works? After listening to Lu Rushue's description, Lin Heng said that this part seemed a bit too explosive. If he understood correctly, this Ms. Hu has a fiancé and they are planning to get married. But now she's interacting so intimately with Lu Zixuan. So there's only one truth. That is, Lu Zixuan cheated on teacher who's fiancé. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why the two of them were behaving so intimately. Thinking of this, Lin Heng took out his phone and pointed it at the two people in the cosmetics store, while turning to Lu Rushue and saying, "Third sister, do you have that unlucky kid's contact information? Old Wang next door deserves to die." As a young person of the new era, it's impossible to let someone like Lao Wang be too carefree. Although Lu Zixuan's surname isn't actually Wang. Unlucky kid. Upon hearing this, Lu Rushue was slightly taken aback. Realizing what she was doing, she instinctively asked, "You mean Ms. Hu's boyfriend's contact information?" "Yes, that's his contact information." After using the master's technique to film a wedding scene for Lu Zixuan and teacher Hu, Lin Heng turned to Lu Rushue and smiled. "Don't you want to save an innocent and pitiful child?" He swore that he only wanted to help a brother he had never met escape his misery. Absolutely, absolutely not. I wasn't motivated by a desire to watch the spectacle. Recalling Lu Zixuan's actions and the constant torment of his conscience. After much deliberation, Lu Rushue finally took out her phone. "I'll ask Butler Wang for it. He should have registered when he entered the Lu residence." Although telling the other person the truth is cruel, but concealing this matter seems even more cruel. "All right, then ask Butler Wang for it." As they were talking, Lin Heng noticed that the two were leaving the cosmetics store. "Third sister, let's hurry up and catch up." The moment he finished speaking, he hurriedly pulled Lu Rushue and followed in the direction the two of them were. "If we lose track of them, we won't be able to see the heat. It would be terrible if we couldn't get the exact location of that unfortunate child." "Hey, slow down." Not long after the two left, the shop assistant who had gone to the warehouse to pick up the goods returned to the store. "Hello, sir, here's your order." Staring at the empty shop, the shop assistant froze on the spot. Damn it. What happened to buying things? Half an hour later, not far from a self-service pleasure house for young men and women. "Xiaoheng, where did that person go?" Watching the two people browsing in the store, Lu Rushue blushed and said to Lin Heng beside her, "If it's any later, I feel like it's going to be too late." If she had only suspected it before, she was now 100% certain that Lu Zixuan and Hulina were having an affair. After all, how could people with normal relationships possibly come to this kind of shop? Almost there, Almost there. I see the location is already downstairs. After glancing at the moving marker of the shared location, Lin Heng pressed the other person's head back and asked, "Where are your people over there?" The other person's infatuated look is a bit conspicuous. It wouldn't be good if she were discovered. He was waiting to see a good show. He couldn't let it slip away like this. Otherwise, wouldn't the sunflower seeds I just bought be wasted? Hey, don't press my head down, you brat. Although she was grumbling, Lu Ruxue didn't continue her cosplay of the flying headbutt. They just said they've arrived at the underground parking lot. It should take a few more minutes. Xiaohong, are they leaving? Halfway through their conversation, Lu Ruxue noticed that the two had successfully paid and were walking out of the shop together. It seems that's true, but after glancing down at the location tracking device in his hand, Lin Heng smiled knowingly. Looks like we don't need to intervene. Why? People aren't. Ah. Just as Lu Ruxue was about to ask why, a scream instantly drew all her attention. Because she recognized that scream, she had personally created one just yesterday. Looking in the direction from which the sound came, they saw Lu Zixuan lying on the ground, clutching his friend. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was cosplaying as a member of the Wudong sect. This sudden turn of events caused Teacher Hu to instinctively let go of her hand. In an instant, all the items in the bag fell to the ground. This includes, but is not limited to, items such as Devimon and glass t-shirts. Zixuan, how are you, Zixuan? After realizing what had happened, Hulina immediately turned to the man beside her with an angry expression, shouting, Wang Defa, are you crazy? What right do you have to hit someone? Why? You're asking me why? Seeing Hulina still daring to question him, Wang Defa was furious and laughed. I want to ask you, is this what you call working overtime? Shopping in a store like this with a man, if I hadn't come, would you two have slept together? He never imagined that his once gentle and charming girlfriend would turn out like this. Moreover, as the neighbor, it's incredibly humiliating to have your home raided. Shut up. What I do is none of your business. After shoving Wang Defo away, Hulina immediately squatted down and looked at Lu Zixuan, who was lying on the ground with a worried expression. Zixuan, how are you? Don't scare me. At this moment, Lu Zixuan's heart had already been crushed by countless divine beasts. Yesterday, I had a deep conversation with a drunk man. Fortunately, the other party was like an enoki mushroom and did not cause me too much harm. And I hold the belief that if someone hurts me, then I must vent that hurt. He specifically invited this female teacher who was interested in him to meet up today, hoping to have a deeper conversation with her. But who would have thought it would turn out like this? The second injury to his little brother caused Lu Zixuan to feel extremely devastated. And he didn't know if it was just his imagination, but he felt like his friends weren't reacting much. Simply put, you can't feel its presence anymore. The thought of having to live the life of cultivating the evil repelling sword manual made Lu Zixuan's face instantly turn ugly. Damn it, damn it, damn it, how dare you? With these thoughts in mind, Lu Zixuan glared at Wang Defa with extreme resentment. However, after clearly seeing the other party's size, he decisively gave up the idea of dueling with the samurai. With arms that are thicker than my thigh, I'd have to be crazy to go up and fight them. He's not Loki, who enjoys being used as a giant swing. Although he was no match for his opponent in strength, he had already planned his revenge. After all, compared to physical trauma, mental trauma is undoubtedly the most deadly. Chapter 26. Putting aside the facts, aren't you also right? I'm fine, Nana. You don't need to worry. After subtly shielding Hulina to his side, Lu Zixuan said with a sorrowful expression, This is all my fault. I didn't explain things clearly to Brother Wang. No, it's not your fault. Seeing Lu Zixuan's remorseful look, Hulina immediately grabbed his arm with heartache. It's all my fault. I didn't break up with him properly. Wait for me. I'll finish this in a minute. After saying that, she immediately stood up and glared fiercely at Wang Defa. Wang Defa, it's over between us. Please don't come looking for me again. I don't want Zixuan to be unhappy. Wang Defa was just a small gym owner. How could he possibly compare to Lu Zixuan, the wealthy son-in-law of the Lu family? Even if she's completely out of her mind, she still knows what to choose. The Lu family could easily let a little something slip through their fingers, enough for her to live a carefree life for the rest of her days. If she could conceive a child of the Lu family, it wouldn't be impossible for her to rise in status through her son. That's right, Hulina is the legendary gold digger. The main reason I was with Wang Defa in the past was because I had no other choice. Now that she has Lu Zixuan, the young master of the Lu family, she naturally has the idea of abandoning him. Okay, well, that's a good ending. Looking at the completely unfamiliar woman in front of him, Wang Defa covered his head and laughed loudly. Since it's over, then give me back the 500,000 yuan dowry, the house, and the car. He has already prepared the 3 essentials for a wedding: a car, a house, and a dowry. The car is registered in the other person's name, while the house is registered in both of their names. Are you sick in the head? Does my youth not cost money? Seeing that Wang Defa actually wanted to take all these things back, Hulina immediately rebuked him angrily. Wang Defa, you scoundrel, I've finally seen through you today. Good heavens, version T0 is absolutely terrifying. Upon hearing this explosive statement, Lin Heng, who was not far away, subconsciously glanced at Lu Ruxue, who was eating sunflower seeds beside him, and asked, "Third sister, what do you think about this matter?" "How do I see it?" "Of course I see it standing up." After giving her younger brother a disapproving look, Lu Ruxue complained, "How come I never noticed before that teacher who is so obsequious?" So, only girls' youth is valuable, while boys' youth is worthless. Thanks to Xiao Wanqing's excellent education, her values are remarkably normal. Good love is a two-way street, with mutual understanding and support, just like Xiao Wanqing and Lu Zhigua. As for being henpecked, that's just a way of showing love for one's wife. After all, if the man and woman were to really fight, the man could easily defeat the woman if he got serious. So I advise girls who have learned a few skills not to think they can handle things just because they're in danger. The safest way is to try to find a crowded or safe place to call for help. It's quite downward. After receiving a deathly glare from his older sister, Lin Heng stuffed the sunflower seed shells into his pocket. But I'm curious, will she come up with a super classic line later? What language? Before Lu Ruxue could finish speaking, a furious shout erupted from the direction of Lu Zixuan and the other two. Putting aside the facts, aren't you entirely without fault? Seeing Hulina spout a classic quote, Lin Heng promptly pulled out a fresh handful of sunflower seeds. Good heavens, she finally appeared. This scene is much more enjoyable than watching the Chinese national football team. Over there, the heart is hanging in suspense, and it will eventually die. Over here, at least there's a blood pressure and power graph that keeps fluctuating. Although I'm very angry, I'm not at the point of wanting to die. Putting aside the facts, I'm talking about your mother. Provoked by Hulina's outrageous remarks, the string of reason in Wang Defa's mind snapped completely. Then, he threw a large pin bag at the other person's face. This slap was delivered with almost all its force, and Hulina immediately received a double somersault in the air as a wonder package. You're spinning and jumping. I've gone off topic. As she spun, a white object flew out of her mouth and landed on the floor not far away. Glug. Watching Hulina being slapped and sent flying, Lu Zixuan subconsciously swallowed. Before anyone could react, she decisively moved again, shielding Hulina between herself and Wang Defa, shouting, "Sister Nana, are you all right? Are you okay?" "It's nothing. Do I look like I'm okay?" Although she really wanted to spray him in the face, Hulina held back for the sake of her future wealth and status. Ouch, my face hurts so much. Zixuan Hua. She's playing the victim to gain sympathy. How could she not know something a gold digger learns in the very first lesson? If Lu Zixuan weren't here, she would have fought Wang Defa to the death today. That bastard actually dared to lay a hand on me. Doesn't he know how valuable his face is? Almost all of the 500,000 yuan dowry was spent on this. If it gets damaged, the other party should at least pay 300,000 yuan in compensation. Nana, don't be afraid. I'm here. After glancing at the other person's slightly asymmetrical jawline, Lu Zixuan suppressed his fear and said to Wang Defa beside him, "How could you be so outrageous as to hit a girl?" He had thought Hulina was 100% natural, but it turns out she had undergone cosmetic procedures. However, in order to avenge Wang Defa's kick, Lu Zixuan did not choose to leave directly. After all, this guy hurt his most important friend, so how could he not retaliate? But Lu Zixuan had already decided that he would dump Hulina as soon as this matter was over. After all, he didn't want to be walking down the street one day and suddenly get hit like that again. What the hell are you barking about? Faced with the blatant provocation in Lu Zixuan's eyes, Wang Defa immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach the other party a lesson. But Lu Zixuan's next move left everyone present stunned. Chapter 27. The cast is complete. The show looks pretty good. Just as Wang Defa rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Lu Zixuan, Hulina immediately took a step back and shielded herself in front of him. The smooth movements, coupled with the expression of being used to it. It's hard not to suspect that this guy used to do this kind of thing often. Good heavens, is this the legendary thing? Since you have shown me kindness and loyalty, I will naturally protect you and keep you by my side. Watching Lu Zixuan's incredibly smooth and skillful maneuver, Lin Heng instantly recalled a certain character from a novel in his previous life. In certain situations, this seems to be the most common tactic used by the other party. In contrast to Lin Heng, who was happily watching the drama unfold, Lu Rushua's expression turned rather unpleasant. Once before, when Lu Zixuan was cornered by thugs, she stood up for them and was protected in the same way. If it weren't for the patrolling police officers around that time, I might already be. Thinking of these things, Lu Rushua couldn't help but exude a low-pressure aura. Hiss. Feeling a strange chill in the air, Lin Heng glanced at the girl beside him and silently took a few steps back. For some reason, he had a feeling that the other person was in extreme danger. It's like the feeling of a rabbit pulling a dangerous trigger and about to overload. Ha ha ha. Hulina, is this the man you've set your sights on? Seeing Lu Zixuan's utterly unmanly behavior, Wang Defa scoffed mercilessly. He actually used you as a shield. It seems you're not that important to him. Having lived for over 20 years, this was the first time he had ever seen something so bizarre. This laughter is both a sign of contempt for such behavior and a mockery of one's own past blindness. He's come to terms with it. This kind of woman isn't worth loving wholeheartedly. Why spend a lifetime to experience love when you can experience it for 800? Hearing Wang Defa mock her, Hulina felt as sad as if her mother had died. Lu Zixuan's actions were indeed quite outrageous. But for the sake of future wealth and status, she suppressed her negative emotions and said, "Shut up. Zixuan just happened to help me up from the ground." That's right, I just happened to help Nana up from the ground. Seeing that Hulina was being so accommodating, Lu Zixuan immediately seized the opportunity to back down. Wang Defa, you can't slander me just because Nana chose me. Do you realize that doing this makes you seem very rude? With someone acting as a human shield in front of him, he wasn't afraid of what the other party might do. Therefore, at this moment, he naturally chose to go all out. The meaning of that sentence is easy to understand. It simply means that your fiancé chose me. Then you'd better wear this green hat properly. Damn it. I can't take it anymore. Seeing Lu Zixuan spewing trash talk while continuing to hide behind Hulina, Lu Rushua could no longer suppress the urge to beat him up. There was a time when she was used as a human shield by the other party in the same way. Although Hulina deserved to be hit in this incident. But that doesn't stop me from being annoyed by the other person's behavior. Calm down, my third sister. Seeing Lu Rushua roll up her sleeves and get ready to go on stage, Lin Heng quickly hugged her from behind and turned her to the end of the corridor. Don't rush. The main actors have only just arrived. We've only just gotten halfway through this show. We can't let the other side ruin it like this. Otherwise, even if he's asleep at night, he'll definitely get up and slap the other person across the face. Spoiler dogs and troublemakers are undoubtedly the most hated creatures in the world. Upon seeing who it was, Lu Rushua calmed down. The arrival of the other party also meant that Lu Zixuan could no longer be arrogant. The current situation on the field will certainly change. Put me down, you brat. Due to her short stature, she is currently in a semi-suspended state. In that instant, she deeply felt the intense malice emanating from her height. Lu Rushua's height of 168 meters is not short, but Lin Heng is 183 meters tall. Given this height difference, Lu Rushua could only keep trying to bounce in the air with her short legs. While the two were still bickering, the atmosphere among the other group was not so harmonious. Looking at Lu Zixuan, who was still provoking him, Wang Defa revealed a hint of disdain and mockery on his face. It's just a bus. You can take it if you want. I just hope you'll be careful, so there aren't a lot of unfamiliar passengers around. If it were just now, he would indeed be angry. But now he's come to terms with it. She's just a gold digger. Why should she be worthy of his love? You bastard, what do you mean by that? Upon hearing Wang Defa describe herself in this way, Hulina was the first to break down. He immediately pointed his finger at the other person's nose and started cursing. You can't have me, so you have to frame me like this? How come I never realized you? Wang Defa, we're such a despicable man. All right, Nana isn't someone you should be angry with. I'll do better next time. Just as Lu Zixuan was about to say something more, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in the crowd out of the corner of his eye. When he saw the anger and disappointment on the other person's face, his own face turned deathly pale in an instant. After hurriedly pushing Hulina aside, he immediately addressed the girl in the crowd, saying, Qingqiu isn't what you see. Please let me explain. At the same time, Lu Zixuan couldn't help but curse his bad luck, wondering why Lung Qingqiu would appear here. All I wanted to do on this trip was eat some seafood. Why is God treating me like this? First, they suffered a fatal blow. Then, because of what happened last night, his fiancée, who had been quite critical of him, also showed up. If he had known it would turn out like this, he would never have come out to eat this seafood. Explanation? What else do you need to explain? Seeing Lu Zixuan's extremely nervous appearance, Lung Qingqiu's disappointment was evident. Lu Zixuan, you have really disappointed me. At first, she didn't believe Lu Rushua's message, but now. No, Qingqiu, listen to me, Before Lu Zixuan could finish speaking, a fist came flying from a distance and smashed directly into his nose. The stinging pain from the tip of his nose made him instinctively cover his nose and squat down on the ground. This guy is a scumbag, young lady, don't be fooled. After saying this to Lung Qingqiu, Wang Defa glanced disdainfully at Hulina, who was still stunned on the ground. But flies don't land on eggs without cracks, so the one that gets landed on must be a rotten egg. This statement not only mocked Hulina, but also incidentally mocked Lu Zixuan as well. This can be described as killing two birds with one stone, directly achieving a double kill. Snort. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingqiu took one last look at Lu Zixuan, who was squatting on the ground groaning, before turning and leaving. The whispering gazes around her made her feel incredibly ashamed. She, Lung Qingqiu, is the eldest daughter of the Lung family. In the past, I was always met with flattering and respectful glances when I went out. I had never had such an embarrassing moment before. No, Qingqiu, don't go, Qingqiu. Without you, Before Lu Zixuan could finish speaking, Wang Defa kicked him in the face again, yelling, You green tea bitch, I'll beat you to death today. There are two things Chinese men absolutely cannot tolerate. One is being called a bastard, and the other is being cheated on. Stop. What right do you have to hit me? Seeing Lu Zixuan being brutally beaten on the ground, Hulina immediately shielded him with her body and shouted, Where are the security guards? Where are the security guards? Quickly restrain this guy. Having been caught in this situation by Wang Defa, she had no way out. Therefore, currying favor with Lu Zixuan became the only option. Otherwise, given Hulina's selfish mindset, how could she possibly act as a human shield for Lu Zixuan? They did this simply to make more money. However, Hulina was completely unaware that her actions at that moment were undoubtedly rubbing salt into Wang Defa's wounds. To put it simply, it's like adding another layer of berserk buff to the berserker. Therefore, for a time, the screams of Hulina and Lu Zixuan echoed throughout the three-story corridor of the mall. Chapter 28, A Small Reminder and Returning Home. Half an hour later, inside the electronics mall where we started. After taking the iPad from the shop assistant, Lin Heng turned to Lu Rushua and asked, How is it, third sister? After watching that farce, what are your thoughts? With the intervention of mall security, Lu Zixuan and his companions were taken away by the police shortly afterward. With no show to watch, the two naturally went shopping again. As expected, while passing by the electronics store, I ran into a sales clerk with a resentful look on his face. That's why they're here to buy iPads. After all, The resentment emanating from the shop assistant was almost enough to coalesce into a cursed spirit. Huh. Lu Rushua was clearly taken aback by her younger brother's sudden question. She was just watching the show the whole time. How could she possibly have any thoughts? And it's not like we're writing an essay or reading a book. So what's the point of suddenly asking for our thoughts? Third sister, you traded your beauty for intelligence, didn't you? Isn't it obvious? Looking at Lu Rushua's puzzled gaze, Lin Hung slowly made a 3 with his hand. After all, according to the original plot, this guy later willingly joined the fake young master's harem. Although this is now almost impossible. But who knows if there's only one destiny in this world. Therefore, it's best for him, as the big villain, to be careful in everything he does. Seeing the gesture in the boy's hand, Lu Rushua rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Get lost. Your third sister is beautiful and rich. Why would she become a mistress? Who is Lu Rushua? The third daughter of the Lu family is an internationally renowned designer. If you really count them, the number of people pursuing her could stretch from Shantao to Shanwei. Therefore, for her to become someone else's mistress is something only a complete idiot would do. Ah, yes. Third sister, how could someone as rich and beautiful as you do such a thing? Looking at the girl who resembled a proud peacock, Lin Hung turned to the shop assistant next to him and said, Hey buddy, am I right? Shop assistant, yes. Cut. Let's go. There are still so many shops we haven't visited yet. Faced with her younger brother's praise, Lu Rushua smiled and rolled her eyes at him before pulling his wrist and walking out of the electronics market. Dating is such a hassle. It's much more fun to tease my younger brother. Watching the brother and sister leave laughing and joking, the shop assistant couldn't help but look on with envy. He really wanted one too, such a gentle and lovely older sister. Wang Lufei, you're slacking off again. Get your ass over here and get to work. They're here. After hearing the shouting and cursing coming from inside the store, Wang Lufei responded weakly and then turned around and went back into the store. Dreams can wait until night. It's more useful to accept reality during the day. It was 8:35 p.m. in the screening room on the 4th floor of the Lu family villa. No. Please stop hitting them. No. You'll die if you keep fighting. Looking at the two unidentified creatures sprawled on the sofa in a relaxed, reclining pose, Lu Rumo closed the door to the screening room and said with a smile, You two seem to be enjoying yourselves quite a bit. Compared to Lu Rushua's relatively free profession, Lu Rumo, a cardiac surgeon, is extremely busy. The hospital scheduled several surgeries today, which almost exhausted her. Actually, it could have ended around 7:30. However, because the patient did not survive a surgery, she was stopped by the patient's family for a period of time. But Lu Rumo had long been used to this situation. After all, hospitals are places like, let's not talk about it. Second sister, you're back. After greeting Lu Rumo as she entered the screening room, Lin Hung picked up the walkie-talkie and said, Aunt Wu, could you please have someone bring up another tub of herbal foot bath? The Lu family's life was too mundane, so he naturally wanted to find some fun. Although there was no technician number 88, I also didn't have the chance to hear that widely circulated story. Making something for a foot bath wasn't a big problem for Lin Hung. Second sister, sit here quickly. I have some gossip to share with you. At this moment, Lu Rushua handed him a bag of snacks and then began to recount what had happened that day. Let me tell you, today, when Xiao Hung and I went shopping. As Lu Rushua narrated, Lu Rumo's facial expressions gradually became incredibly interesting. As a medical student, she usually focuses her attention on pharmacology and surgery. If we're really talking about romantic experiences, she's probably only slightly better off than any of you guys here who've been single for over 20 years. Therefore, Lu Zixuan's unconventional actions broadened his horizons considerably. My God, how can there be such a person? After quickly digesting the news about her third sister, Lu Rumo blushed slightly and pouted. But Lu Zixuan is really shameless. How come we didn't notice it before? Although my theoretical knowledge is somewhat lacking, I do have some understanding of certain things as a doctor. In particular, the hospital's cardiac surgery and gynecology departments are relatively close. Meanwhile, they occasionally send in patients who are stuck. During casual conversations with the nurses and doctors, Lu Rumo actually learned more about some things that people shouldn't know than the average person. Yes, I'm starting to wonder if we've been bewitched. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruxuan nodded with a sigh. Otherwise, it doesn't seem to make sense why we haven't discovered anything unusual. By the way, little brother, did you live in Niao territory? That's why you know how to cure curses and such, right? You see, as soon as you came back, my second sister and I sensed something was wrong. If I knew how to raise poisonous insects, you would have been lying on the ground the first time we met, okay? Seeing that the topic was starting to veer towards fantasy, Lin Heng placed the medicinal bathtub that Wu Ma had brought in front of Lu Rumo while changing the subject, saying, "Second sister, try this. An old traditional Chinese medicine doctor in the village taught me this. He said it could relieve fatigue. You brat, are you trying to poison me outright?" After glaring fiercely at Lin Heng, Lu Ruxua immediately looked pitifully at Lu Rumo. "Second sister. Look, he's bullying me," sob. If the bathtub hadn't been so comfortable, she would have stood up and down to show her bratty younger brother what it meant to feel pressured by his older sister. As Lu Ruxua's contact with Lin Heng increased, her behavior became increasingly unrestrained. "What kind of whiny person are you? Hee, mind your own business. All right, you two stop fooling around." Seeing the way the two interacted, Lu Rumo's lips curled into a happy smile. Perhaps this is the true way siblings should interact. What kind of crap was Lu Zishuan's stuff before? Those who don't know the situation might think they are just slaves to the other party. Thinking of this, Lu Rumo's disgust for Lu Zishuan intensified even further. Chapter 29 Gifts and the Start of School. "Oh, right, Xiaohong, I have a gift for you." After calming down the two unruly individuals, Lu Rumo took out a sachet from her jacket pocket. "This is a sachet that I personally formulated after consulting with an old professor of traditional Chinese medicine. The flavor inside has a calming and soothing effect. Hopefully it can help relieve some of the study pressure you're under in your senior year of high school." As someone who was once a senior in high school, she naturally understands how heavy the academic pressure is during this period. Therefore, she thought of doing her best to provide Lin Heng with some extra help. "Thank you, second sister, I will cherish it." After solemnly accepting the sachet, Lin Heng carefully placed it in his shirt pocket. He couldn't think of any reason to refuse such a purely benevolent gift. After all, he wasn't some young master who had received a resurrection card and had never been betrayed by his so-called family. It would be more accurate to say that Lu Zishuan at this moment is more like a true young master. As for the reason, I think everyone here knows it. If the flavor is too weak, just tell me and I'll mix it for you again. Seeing Lin Heng carefully placing it against his chest, Lu Rumo's smile deepened. If we compare our hearts, what if it were Lu Zishuan? He'll most likely just complain about the so-called gift and throw a tantrum, demanding his family buy him something really expensive. "Second sister, aren't you a little too cunning?" Seeing the sibling-like affection between the two, Lu Ruxua pouted with a hint of jealousy. "I haven't even prepared my gift yet. Can't you wait for me a little longer?" As a designer, she naturally wanted to design something unique as a gift. Although it has taken a rough shape now, it is still quite a distance from being completed. And monopolizing his younger brother's affections is just too cunning, isn't it? Haha, it's not my fault. Looking at her third sister, who was clearly a little jealous, Lu Rumo reached out and ruffled Lin Heng's hair. "Who told you to be so slow? I can't let Xiao Heng study under pressure." You have a point." After muttering something under her breath, Lu Ruxua turned her gaze to Lin Heng beside her. "Xiao Heng, you wait and see. My gift will definitely surprise you." That. Meeting Lu Ruxua's confident gaze, Lin Heng couldn't help but show a doubtful expression. "Are you sure you mean a surprise, and not a shock?" "You brat, how dare you doubt your own sister?" Amidst her scolding, Lu Ruxua leaped onto the boy's back and yanked his cheeks back, yelling, "Apologize to me, you bastard." Because his face was being pulled backward, Lin Heng could only mumble, "Chopsticks beast, Liang Yao like I. Let go. My face is going to split open." For specific details, please refer to Gintama or Crayon Shinchan. I won't. Today I'll show you the power of an older sister. Oh dear, this kind of life isn't so bad. Watching the two siblings making a ruckus, Lu Rumo gently leaned back on the soft sofa while placing her jade-like feet into the medicinal bathtub in front of her. At that moment, she inexplicably felt that it wouldn't be bad if things could continue like this forever. The next day, at Shenzhen Middle School, on the podium of Class 1, Grade 12. We have a new student in our class today. Everyone should get along well with him, okay? After saying this, Jia Jingjing, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, Grade 12, waved to the door and said, "All right, Lu, come in." "Okay, teacher." A clear, youthful voice rang out. A handsome young man, about 183 meters tall with striking features, strode into the classroom. This handsome guy, who is only slightly less handsome than the readers, has successfully attracted the attention of all the members of Class 1, Grade 12. In this vibrant period of adolescence, when everyone is freely sweating and striving, who can resist the allure of first love? Of course, this specifically refers to girls. As for the boys, they mostly just size them up. It's him. What could he be here? The moment she saw the person who had arrived, Shin Yuchu, sitting in the back row of the corner of the classroom, instinctively widened her eyes. She never expected to meet him here. Could it be? Is this fate's arrangement? Lung Qingxiu, who was sitting in the front row, reacted just as excitedly as she did. However, unlike Shin Yuchu, she was considering whether the other party's transfer to this school was the Liu family's intention. Does the Liu family intend to have the other party join their team to replace Liu Zixuan? While everyone was lost in their own thoughts, Lin Heng had already arrived at the podium. After smiling and nodding to the students below the stage, he began a brief self-introduction. "Hello everyone. My name is Liu Linheng, but you can just call me Linheng from now on. I hope you will continue to support me in my studies." "Wow, he's so handsome." No. I feel like I won't be able to study properly for the next few months." "Me too. But, buddy, you're a guy, aren't you? What's wrong with being a man? This is sexism, I'm telling you." Hearing the increasingly outrageous whispers from the audience, Jia Zhengjing helplessly tapped the blackboard. "Quiet down, everyone. The college entrance exam is just around the corner, so put away your little thoughts. Now you only have one task, to study hard. If anyone dares to date too early and gets caught by me, you can expect to have your parents called in." That's why he didn't want Lin Heng to transfer to his class. It must be said that, in terms of appearance alone, he is in no way inferior to himself 18 years ago. Upon hearing Jia Jingjing's words, the students all tacitly shut their mouths. For children of this age, having their parents called in is undoubtedly the most serious matter. After all, once your parents are called in, you'll get at least a meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork, and at worst, a mixed double dinner meal for both parents. In the worst-case scenario, they might have their allowance deducted. For children with little pocket money, the deterrent effect of asking parents is not at all suppressing the fact that people in Guangdong dare not say they have depression. In Guangdong, mild depression is equivalent to internal heat, and moderate depression is equivalent to excessive dampness. Severe depression is equivalent to being possessed by an evil spirit. The guaranteed reward during this stage is a bottle of talisman water that has been burned to ashes. If there's a grandmother in the family, you might also receive a loving slap after returning from worshipping the gods, as well as a face wash meal that's kept in your mouth. Therefore, depression simply cannot exist in Guangzhou. "All right, Lu, you can sit in the last row for now." Seeing that the students had quieted down, Jia Jingjing began to arrange a seat for Lin Heng. As for why he was seated in the last row, besides his height of 183 meters, the back row was indeed the only available seat in the entire class. In the back row, there was a student who was also giving him a headache. It's not that the other child's grades were bad or anything, but rather that the child was simply too introverted. Hopefully, Lin Heng's arrival will embolden that child a little. Chapter 30: The Silly Girl and the Popular Lin Heng. "Okay, teacher." Upon hearing Jia Jingjing's arrangement, Lin Heng picked up his school bag and quickly walked towards the back of the classroom. After reaching the corner, he smiled and greeted the girl next to him who had her head down. "What a coincidence, Yuchu. I never expected that we would be classmates." For him, who originally planned to slack off at school, having such a little girl around might bring a lot of fun. Yes, what a coincidence. Looking at the boy's still warm and gentle smile, Shin Yuchu also smiled. Please take care of me in the future, Lin hung. Since it was fate's arrangement, she had no reason to continue running away. Please guide me, Yuchu. After putting his backpack away, he turned to the girl beside him and joked. Also, didn't we agree to make changes? You seem pretty downcast again today. Apart from wearing the Shenzhen middle school uniform, the girl was not much different from when they first met. Half of her face was still covered by thick bangs, and she inexplicably gave off a gloomy feeling. This that. Faced with the boy's question, Shin Yuchu became somewhat hesitant and stammering. Even though her intelligence was comparable to that of a certain rocking rabbit, she didn't know how to answer this question for a moment. After all, her original plan was to stay away from Lin Hong. In addition, not knowing that the other person would suddenly transfer to their class, they naturally wouldn't make any special preparations. If she had known it would turn out like this, she would have changed her look today. Okay, this makes it sound like I'm bullying you. Looking at the girl's tightly pursed lips, Lin Hong smiled helplessly and shook his head, saying, Take it slow, I'll keep an eye on you from now on. At the very least, you shouldn't be bullied. You should be more cheerful. He also wanted to try his best to change this girl who had the same experience as him. Although the surface of society is very beautiful now, but in essence, it's still the same rule of cannibalism. Capitalists and laborers are essentially the same as the landlords and tenant farmers of the past. It's just that today's workers have more freedom compared to before. Not to mention that Shun Yuchu is a daughter of the Shin family. Compared to ordinary people, she will face something even more cruel in the future. In addition to enjoying a lifestyle that others cannot match, the children of the wealthy also bear pressure from their families. If we start changing things little by little now, at least the girls will have more choices in the future. Upon hearing Lin Heng's words, Shin Yuchu instantly understood what he meant. After subtly suppressing the barely perceptible emotions in her eyes, she nodded obediently to the boy and said softly, Okay, I will try my best. What a silly girl. Looking at the soft and sweet little girl in front of him, Lin Heng reached into his pocket and took out a candy. Here you go, I hope you will be happy every day in the future. Thank you. After taking the candy from the boy, Shin Yuchu carefully put it in her shirt pocket. The way they looked at it was as if they were carefully protecting a fragile treasure. She really does look just like me back then. Thinking this, Lin Heng subconsciously reached out and rubbed the other's head. Don't worry, with me here, no one will bully you in the future. Feeling the warm touch on her head, Shin Yuchu quickly lowered her head. At the same time, her originally fair cheeks were turning red at a visible speed. That's a bit much. Seeing the blush on the girl's cheeks, Lin Heng withdrew his right hand and said softly, I'm sorry, it was just a subconscious reaction. No, it's okay. Before the boy could finish speaking, Shin Yuchu said in a slightly cold voice, If it's yours, I have no objection. Looking at the girl who was practically burying her head in Mount Everest, Lin Heng's lips curled into a slight smile. What a silly girl. While the two were enjoying a romantic moment, Lung Qingqiu, sitting in the front row, was lost in thought. She had been watching Lin Heng ever since he entered the classroom. Therefore, none of his interactions with Shun Yuchu escaped Lung Qingqiu's notice. But it was precisely because of this that the girl's doubts deepened. She really couldn't understand what Lin Heng was thinking. If he wanted to be with her, what's the difference between his behavior and cheating on her in front of her? Therefore, the class ended quietly as the girl remained completely baffled. As soon as get out of class ended, Lin Heng's seat was surrounded by several bolder girls. Lu, where did you study before? Lu, why did you suddenly transfer to this school? Lu, do you have a girlfriend? Student Lu. As the saying goes, 3 women make a drama. Although they are still just young girls, their gossip is already as intimidating as that of adult women. Fortunately, Lin Heng was already used to this kind of scene. Therefore, he dismissed all the girls with just a few words. Watching the boy smilingly see off the last girl, Shin Yuchu silently clenched her fists. Lin Heng, he really is someone everyone likes wherever he goes. Just call me Lin Heng, you can try changing yourself. Sensing something amiss in the girl's words, Lin Heng chuckled and reached out to ruffle her hair. And how's the injury on your hand? As a highly skilled green tea sniper, he is quite perceptive to changes in emotions. Therefore, there was a hint of in the girl's words. He can clearly sense when someone is unhappy. They're almost fully recovered. Feeling the warm touch on her head, Shin Yuchu couldn't help but smile. At the same time, he also pulled up the sleeves of his hands. Although Lin Heng was chatting and laughing with those girls, he always kept a certain distance from them. But now the other party has actually touched his head. Does that mean he is fundamentally different from others? Indeed, they're all pretty much perfect now. Looking at the wound on that fair arm that was almost healed, Lin Heng pulled down her sleeve and joked with a smile. Put it down quickly. It's shaking so much I can't open my eyes. To be fair, Shin Yuchu's skin is really fair. If it weren't for the fact that the girl's hair and eyebrows were of normal color, he would have suspected that she had albinism. Then how about I tan myself to a wheat color later? Looking at the boy who was bending down to tidy up her sleeve, Shin Yuchu blushed and said, "That way, it will look much more comfortable, right?" Meeting the girl's expectant gaze hidden behind her bangs, Lin Heng reached out and tapped her head before saying earnestly, "You don't need to change for anyone else, just be yourself." Sensing the gentleness in the boy's words, Shin Yuchu blushed and lowered her head. And just as the two were enjoying a romantic moment, suddenly, someone ran into the classroom of Class 1, Grade 12. Chapter 31 The Green Tea Arrives Saunter, Lin Heng and Shin Yuchu's little interaction. Seeing Lung Qingxiu constantly looking back from the front row, the newcomer's expression immediately turned extremely ugly. "I've only been in jail for one night. Could this woman have already changed her mind?" That's right, the person who came was Lu Zixuan. Because they exchanged several punches with Wang Defa afterward, their actions were judged to be mutual fighting. Because no one could bail him out, he has been stuck in jail ever since. As for Wang Defa, he was bailed out immediately. "Qingxiu, I have something to tell you." After suppressing his anger and fear, Lu Zixuan immediately put on a warm smile and slowly walked to Lung Qingxiu's side. "We can talk about what happened yesterday. In the current situation, getting angry or furious is useless. The most important thing is to keep Lung Qingxiu calm first. Regardless of whether the Lu family truly intends to abandon him, they will always remain allies with the Lung family, as long as Lung Qingxiu follows him wholeheartedly. Therefore, it seems unlikely that the Lu family will make things too ugly. After all, for business people, there are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests." Unfortunately, Lu Zixuan misunderstood one thing from beginning to end. That is, things like shared interests are usually based on an equal relationship between the two parties. Once the relationship becomes unequal, there is a high possibility of misappropriation of benefits. The relationship between the Lu family and the Lung family is clearly unequal. But you can't really blame Lu Zixuan for being short-sighted. After all, the Lu family had spoiled him a lot before. And because of his good relationship with Lung Qingxiu, the Lu family also provided the Lung family with a lot of resources. This is precisely why Lu Zixuan mistakenly believed that the Lu and Lung families were basically equal in status. Once Lung Qingxiu is won over, the Lu family will have to consider this relationship. "I have nothing to talk to you about." Upon seeing Lu Zixuan suddenly appear, Lung Qingxiu immediately frowned in displeasure. "Please leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. What happened yesterday is absolutely unforgivable for her. After all, aside from a few people with special feelings, who would actually enjoy being cuckolded?" The sudden appearance of Lu Zixuan and Lung Qingxiu's emergency response. This also made all the students in Class 1 of Senior 3 tacitly put down what they were doing. After all, over the years of high school, the two had long been recognized as a couple by everyone. The current situation clearly indicates that something major has happened. When faced with the prospect of seeing juicy gossip, most Chinese people will stop and take a look. Not to mention, this kind of melon was delivered right to our doorstep. Therefore, most of the students in Class 1 of Senior 3 immediately took out snacks from their drawers. This includes Lin Heng. After sharing some melon seeds with Shin Yuchu, he happily joined the melon-eating crowd. "No, Qingxiu, let me explain, that's not how it is." Seeing the girl's obvious reluctance to talk, Lu Zixuan immediately brought out the excuse he had prepared in advance. "As you know, I have moved out of the Lu family and need to live outside temporarily. The reason teacher who was with me yesterday was actually to help me buy some daily necessities. Fortunately, The things I bought in the store yesterday were already lost in the chaotic crowd. Otherwise, Lu Zixuan's words would not be very convincing. After all, buying household goods has nothing to do with buying household goods. As for Hulina, he has absolutely no interest in her now. Putting aside their high-tech appearance, anyone with a brain would know who to choose based solely on their net worth. Seeing Lu Zixuan's sincere expression, Lung Qingqiu's impatience gradually subsided. Then what's the situation with that man? Him? He is. TSK, system girl, the quality of your product isn't very good either. In the back row of the classroom, Lin Heng watched the melodramatic love story unfold before him and asked, how come Lung Qingqiu's deviation value is still moving? Besides, I have an anti-intelligence reducing aura, but it doesn't seem to be working against us. As Lu Zixuan continued talking, the deviation value of 10 points on Lung Qingqiu's head was rapidly decreasing. In less than 2.5 minutes, it had already turned negative again. You need to personally influence the deviation value solidifier. After putting down the panga blood in her hand, the system girl explained to Lin Heng, what happened to you yesterday was an indirect influence. In this case, the deviation value will still be corrected back by the will of the world. And the protagonist, when using their full strength, always gets preferential treatment from above. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. This is an age-old truth. After listening to the system girl's explanation, Lin Heng pouted with some regret. I understand. I was even saying there was something wrong with the reward you gave me, and I was planning to offer a tenfold compensation for a fake one. What a pity. System girl, get lost. If she hadn't been busy snapping up panga blood as a collectible, she would have definitely taught this guy a lesson about what it means to have trouble with your words. How could she, the most conscientious system in all realms, possibly give people counterfeit goods? Even the worst of them are genuine products that cost 99 yuan with free shipping. TCH, what a sore loser. After making a sarcastic remark about the system girl, Lin Heng decided to continue watching the show. So what if you're brainless? In the end, it won't be you who suffers the loss of your family. Just as he was about to continue watching the play, he felt his sleeve being gently tugged. Looking back, he saw Shin Yuchu looking at him cautiously. What's wrong? I've peeled it. After handing the peeled sunflower seeds to Lin Heng, Shin Yuchu seemed to remember something and continued softly. I peeled them by hand. They're very clean. That's a bit of a foul. Looking at the girl's pitiful appearance, Lin Heng felt as if his heart had been stabbed hard. Such a pure and considerate girl is rarer than a giant panda. I really don't understand what those people were thinking, that they would bully such a girl. Lin Heng's day's behavior made Shin Yuchu nervous. I am sorry, I did something I shouldn't have done. In the girl's mind, not accepting is tantamount to rejection. No, that's not what I meant. Looking at Shin Yuchu's slightly trembling body, Lin Heng reached out and took the melon seeds from her hand. He then hurriedly explained, I was just thinking that since you gave me all the sunflower seeds, you didn't have any left to eat. It's fine. Seeing Lin Heng take the sunflower seeds, a faint smile returned to Shin Yuchu's lips. As long as you enjoy them, I don't care what happens to me. Looking at the silly, happy girl, Lin Heng finally understood what the system girl had said before. He had only helped her out of convenience, and now she was so eager to please him. If it were someone like Lu Zixuan, this girl would probably be devoured without a trace by the next day. What a naive and silly girl. After muttering to himself for a moment, Lin Heng held some sunflower seeds to the girl's lips. Here, huh? Looking at the sunflower seeds at her lips, Shin Yuchu pursed her lips and then obediently opened her mouth. It doesn't seem like it's a bad idea to accept being fed. While the two were feeding each other, Lu Zixuan had already finished fooling Lung Qingqiu. Chapter 32. Rewards provide motivation. That's how it is, Qingqiu, you've really misunderstood me. Seeing that Lung Qingqiu's expression had softened, Lu Zixuan immediately used his tried and true trump card. Don't you know what kind of person I am? In the past, whenever this trick was used, no matter who it was, they would have to obediently admit their mistakes. Even if he had premeditatedly broken into the Lu sisters' bathroom, this statement would make everyone overlook the truth. Therefore, he believed that he could easily manipulate the young girl again this time. And indeed, things turned out exactly as Lu Zixuan had predicted. Upon hearing these words, Lung Qingqiu's last trace of doubt vanished completely. I'm sorry, Zishuan, I misunderstood you. After bowing her head and apologizing to the boy, Lung Qingqiu reached out and grabbed his arm. Is there anything you want? How about I buy it for you? Consider it a gift to make amends. Lu Zishuan gets angry equals by a gift to appease the other person. After so many years of getting along, she has developed this habit. No need, Qingqiu. It's good that the misunderstanding has been cleared up. After reaching out and grasping the girl's soft, boneless hand, Lu Zishuan asked casually, by the way, did you also go shopping at the mall yesterday? In fact, he had already learned the general situation from Wang Defa when he was at the police station. The reason Wang Defa was there was entirely because Lin Heng had informed him. By the same token, it is highly likely that Lung Qingqiu was also summoned by Lin Heng. As for the other party's purpose in doing this, it is most likely that they want to break them up. After all, only by doing this could Lin Heng arrange a marriage between himself and Lung Qingqiu. It was Sister Rushua who asked me to go, saying she wanted to buy some things. As she spoke, Lung Qingqiu glanced subconsciously at the back of the classroom, but before I left, I think I saw Lin Heng and Sister Rushua together. When she left in a huff yesterday, she caught a glimpse of the two people watching the show out of the corner of her eye. However, she was angry at the time, so she left without saying goodbye. Looking back now, perhaps this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. I heard from Wang Defa that Lin Heng sent him. Noticing a slight change in the girl's expression, Lu Zishuan whispered in her ear. Could it be that all of this was Lin Heng's scheme? The purpose was to create a rift between us, and then. Some things don't need to be said. The remaining part is more likely to spark other people's speculation. At that moment, Lung Qingqiu also thought of countless possibilities. For example, everything that happened yesterday and up until now was just a tactic Lin Heng used to attract her attention. First, she sowed discord between Lu Zishuan and her. Then she used another girl to attract her attention. Thinking this, her face gradually turned ugly. Lin Heng, you despicable scoundrel. After angrily slamming her hand on the table, Lung Qingqiu stood up and glared at Lin Heng in the back row, saying, My fiancé will always be Zishuan. Forget about it. There's no way I'll ever be with you. The girl's sudden outburst drew everyone's attention to the back row. Lu Rinjia. Goodness, is this new student some kind of mistress? Xiang Zhoutian. It must be a love triangle. I don't think Lu is that kind of person. Ma Zori. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. Who knows if that's true or not? Looking at Lung Qingqiu's angry face, Lu Zishuan's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Only by constantly undermining the relationship between the two could he possibly marry Lung Qingqiu. Furthermore, given their strained relationship, even if they were to marry, he would still have room to maneuver. Whether it's asking Lin Heng to raise her child or cheating on him. Can you shut your stinking mouth, Lung Qingqiu? After feeding the last handful of sunflower seeds to Shin Yuchu, Lin Heng turned to look at the brainless duo in the front row and asked, Don't you have a mirror? If not, go to the restroom. You keep saying I'm interested in you. Do you really think you're Chairman Mao? You can be confident, but you must never be narcissistic. A toad looking for a frog? You're ugly, you're dreaming. He was happily teasing Shin Yuchu right now, so it's no wonder he was angry when someone suddenly interrupted him. Just as he was angrily confronting the two of them, the system girl who had been slacking off at work for a long time officially started working. Issue a trigger task. Break the green tea bitch persona and shock all the students. Task reward. Anti-intelligence aura, which reduces the effectiveness of the manipulative, fake young master's deception by 100%. Wow, this task was released at just the right time. Seeing the system task that suddenly appeared, Lin Heng instantly felt full of motivation. Although it comes with a certain degree of anti-intelligence aura. However, the built-in effects are undoubtedly much worse than the system's. While Lin Heng was pondering how to deal with Lu Zishuan, Lung Qingqiu almost fainted from anger. As someone who grew up in a sheltered environment, how could she possibly compare to Lin Heng, who had grown up in the village? It's no exaggeration to say that. The old women from Tazai can go out and curse for half an hour without repeating themselves. Lin Heng, you've gone too far. How can you talk about a girl like that? Seeing that Lung Qingqiu was getting upset by the retort, Lu Zixuan immediately jumped in to act as her protector, saying, "You're a guy? Can't you let Qingqiu say a few words to you? Looks like I haven't taught you a lesson enough, you little green tea." After giving Lu Zixuan, who was jumping up and down with disdain, Lin Heng stood up and cracked his neck. "Also, if you're sick, go see a doctor right away. If you like being a simp, then kneel down and do it yourself. Stop spouting nonsense." "You?" Seeing that Lin Heng looked ready to make a move, Lu Zixuan instinctively hid behind Lung Qingqiu. He really didn't want to go through that night, when it felt like all the bones in his body had been dismantled. Puff! Just as Lu Zixuan was on high alert, a burst of laughter suddenly echoed throughout the classroom of Class 1, Grade 12. This laughter acted as a signal, immediately causing many people to burst into laughter like pigs. As for the only person who didn't laugh, perhaps only Lung Qingqiu was. After noticing the looks in her classmates' eyes, she realized that she seemed to have become a barrier between Lin Heng and Lu Zixuan. In other words, it is commonly known as a meat shield. "Damn it, I was careless." Sensing the mocking gazes around him, Lu Zixuan immediately went to the girl's side and changed the subject. "Lin Heng, why did you slander the relationship between me and Teacher Hu? Now her boyfriend wants to break up with her. Are you satisfied now?" It has to be said that Lu Zixuan is quite outstanding as a green tea bitch. This short sentence not only drew everyone's attention, but also pinned several blames on Lin Heng. Slandering others, causing them to break up, etc. Once this matter is confirmed, Lin Heng will be removed from Lung Qingqiu's heart. At the same time, the other party definitely couldn't stay in Class 1 of Senior 3 any longer. After all, no one wants to associate with someone who likes to slander others. Slander. Looking at the righteous and indignant Lu Zixuan, Lin Heng's lips curled into a playful smile. Then, he casually took out his phone from his pocket. "I have some things that I think you, Lu Zixuan, would like to hear." Without giving the other person any more time to ramble on, he pressed the play button. The next second, a rather suggestive conversation broke out in the classroom. Chapter 33, A Synod Conversation. "Hulina, I've been with him for a long time. How can a small-time boss like you compare to a rich man's son?" Wang Defa. "Hulina, stop dreaming. He said at the police station that he doesn't know you at all." Hulina. He was just embarrassed." Wang Defa. He, what a pathetic, despicable woman." Hulina. Wang Defa. "You're just jealous." "I'll tell you the truth. I've been with him for a long time. I even have evidence." Wang Defa. "Shameless slut. No, this is all fake. You're slandering me." As he listened to the increasingly absurd audio content, Lu Zixuan's face turned deathly pale. Even so, he still tried to change the subject. "Lin Heng, why are you slandering me? What good does it do you?" He never imagined that the other party would have such a recording. This behavior is no different from publicly executing oneself. "Look at you, you're getting anxious again." Looking at Lu Zixuan's anxious and flustered appearance, Lin Heng slowly shook his phone. "How about I pull up the video? Let everyone see if I'm still slandering you." This audio was recorded by Wang Defa last night. In exchange, the Lu family can hire the best lawyers for the other party. After all, he also held a contemptuous attitude towards gold diggers like Hulina. Therefore, he felt that helping the other party recover their rightful property was perfectly reasonable. "Lin Heng, you?" Seeing that the other party was about to resort to violence and release the video at the slightest disagreement, Lu Zixuan completely chickened out. So, after turning to look at Lung Qingqiu, who was standing to the side with her head bowed, he hurriedly began to explain. "Qingqiu, listen to me. Get out of here." Before Lu Zixuan could finish speaking, Lung Qingqiu slapped him across the face, yelling, "Get out of here right now. I don't want to see you again." Because she cared so much about this matter, she was very familiar with the voices of Wang Defa and Hulina. Therefore, the moment Lung Qingqiu heard the audio, the images of the two people appeared in her mind. That's not so bad, but what angered the girl the most was Lu Zixuan's repeated deceptions. The first time was at the Lu family villa, and this is the second time. Does she think she's some kind of puff pastry lady who deflates with just a poke after getting angry? Because Lung Qingqiu slapped him very hard, Lu Zixuan was knocked to the ground. Listening to the whispers of the students around him, and feeling the burning pain on his face, It felt as if something had snapped in Lu Zixuan's mind. As someone who was once the center of attention, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Lin Heng, why did you do this to me? After roaring, he immediately got up from the ground and pounced on Lin Heng. The reason things turned out this way is entirely the fault of this country bumpkin. If he hadn't returned to the Lu family, he wouldn't have been kicked out of the house. If I hadn't been kicked out of my home, none of this would have happened. Lu Zixuan's unusually ferocious appearance instantly made many timid students close their eyes. As well-behaved students aiming for top universities, when had they ever seen such a horrific scene? I've hidden myself from you, Chu. Just as Lin Heng was about to say something, he saw Lu Zixuan rushing towards him when he noticed a figure appear in front of him. The next second, with a sharp crack, Lu Zixuan screamed and rolled on the ground, clutching his obviously dislocated right hand. Glug! After a few seconds of silence, all the students swallowed hard and turned their gaze to the girl standing in front of Lin Heng. How come they never noticed before that the seemingly quiet Shin Yuchu was actually violent? Perhaps sensing the gazes of those around her, Shin Yuchu quickly hid behind Lin Heng and whispered, I just wanted to protect you. His pitiful appearance made it impossible to believe he was the kind of person who would dislocate someone's arm. Silly girl, I'm the one who taught you self-defense, right? Seeing the somewhat nervous girl, Lin Heng chuckled and reached out to pat her head. Wait here for me. I'll take care of things right away. He hadn't expected Shin Yuchu to suddenly make a move. Given the girl's nature of never fighting back or arguing, it's hard to imagine her doing something like this. However, this one move also allowed him to witness the opponent's terrifying talent. In less than a few seconds, he skillfully dislocated the other person's arm and knocked him to the ground. It seems like only 2 days have passed since the last lesson. Moreover, he only taught the other party a few simple things, so it's simply outrageous that he could do something like that. Good. Enjoying the boy's pats on the head, Shin Yuchu nodded obediently. All right, now it's time to deal with this guy. After comforting the girl, Lin Heng slowly walked up to Lu Zixuan. As the other party approached him step by step, Lu Zixuan's face gradually turned terrified. The rationality that had been lost had long since returned under the stimulation of pain. At this moment, he recalled the fear of being dominated by the other party that night. You stay away, Before Lu Zixuan could finish speaking, Lin Heng quickly grabbed his chin and twisted it left and right, giving him a dislocation service. Because of his dislocated jaw, Lu Zixuan could only let out whimpering screams. If you yell again, I'll take your bones off one by one. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixuan immediately swallowed his shout. He would never want to experience having his bones dissected one by one again. That's more like it all that constant noise is really bothering other people. Seeing Lu Zixuan trembling all over, Lin Heng patted the other's left cheek with satisfaction and said gently, I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of here, or I'll break your legs. As he spoke, he also put the other person's bones back in place. After all, Shin Yuchu made a move in front of so many people. If they didn't do something, who knows what trouble might arise. He's not Lu Zixuan. He wouldn't ignore the girl protecting him. However, what no one noticed was that the angle at which the bone was set this time was not quite correct. Upon hearing Lin Heng's words, Lu Zixuan immediately staggered to his feet. But just as he was about to run away, Lin Heng's voice, like a devil's whisper, lingered in his ears. 3 seconds have passed. What a pity. Feeling his right leg being disassembled and reassembled in an instant, Lu Zixuan let out a pig-like scream. However, the scream had barely escaped his lips when Lin Heng's voice made him abandon the idea of continuing to scream. I'll give you 3 more seconds, 3, 2. Listening to the countdown gradually passing, Lu Zixuan didn't even bother to get up from the ground and hurriedly scrambled out of class 1 of Senior 3. He was afraid that if he waited any longer, the other party would dislocate his leg again. TCH, this isn't fun at all. Watching Lu Zixuan flee in a disheveled state, Lin Heng curled his lip in disdain before turning back to his seat. The reason he was making that 3 seconds thing was just to break the other person's bones a few more times. It's important to know that if bones are disassembled and reassembled many times, the gaps between them will gradually widen. But when it reaches a certain point, it really becomes so bad that even a slight touch. Just imagining that scene makes me hee hee hee. Chapter 34. Watching those kinds of things is bad for your health. Lu Zixuan's departure also caused the students of Class 1, Grade 12 to quietly withdraw their attention. Lin Heng's actions frightened some people, but also made others feel he was very cool. The most embarrassed person in the whole class was Lung Qingqiu, who took the lead in the attack. Now that Lu Zixuan has run away, she has naturally become the focus of the whole class's attention. But no matter what these people think, it makes no difference to Lin Heng. After all, he's not here to make friends. He just wants to be happy. If you have to care about what others think of you no matter what you do, then why bother time travel? Just find a 36D block of tofu and smash your head against it. Just as Lin Heng turned to return to his seat, the system girl directly issued a reward. For a moment, he felt a tickling sensation in his brain. System girl, why is my head itching for the reward anti-intelligence halo? Could it be that this thing exists in the form of a tumor? Regarding her host's somewhat eccentric personality, the system girl promptly gave her the middle finger. If the head on your neck doesn't itch, which head do you want to itch? Upon hearing this sudden, suggestive remark, Lin Heng instinctively retorted, "Good heavens, if you split this thing open, there's probably some yellow inside. System girl, get lost." Just 2 seconds after he returned to his seat, Shin Yuchu tugged at his sleeve and asked curiously, "Lin Heng, do you really have those kinds of videos on your phone?" Video? What video? My mind was still immersed in the system girl's description. Therefore, Lin Heng did not immediately understand what the girl meant. It's those kinds of videos that are bad for your health if you watch too much of them. Meeting the boy's slightly puzzled gaze, Shin Yuchu blushed, lowered her head, and whispered, "You're still a student, so you can't do naughty things." At the same time, I couldn't help but think that even if I were to look at someone else's photos, I shouldn't be looking at other people's photos. The girl's words and somewhat awkward behavior instantly made Lin Heng realize what she wanted to express. So he hurriedly waved his hand and said, "How could that be? I'm not a pervert. Why would I keep those kinds of videos on my phone? Who in their right mind would save videos on their phone? Everyone does. No, how could I possibly save such a video? My recycle bin is completely empty. There isn't a single study material in it. Really? What? You want to see the cloud drive? Sorry, my phone is broken." Really? As she spoke, Shin Yuchu slightly raised her eyes to look at the boy, and those big, watery eyes were filled with innocence. "Really? Why would I lie to you?" Seeing that the girl still looked doubtful, Lin Heng had a sudden inspiration and asked, "By the way, Yuchu, did you go back and practice on your own before?" He actually dislocated that guy's arm with just one move. He's so incredibly handsome, it's unbelievable. Yes, I had someone customize a human model. After nodding with a smile, Shin Yuchu said earnestly, "I'm listening to you and trying to change. However, there are still some areas I'm not very familiar with, so I'd appreciate it if you could teach me a bit more." Seeing the serious-looking girl, Lin Heng smiled and patted her head. "Okay, I'll explain the details to you in more detail later. Although something still feels off. But if the other party is willing to change, that would be a good thing." As she felt the warm touch on her head, a subtle emotion flickered in Shun Yochu's eyes. After all, there are times when a cadaver isn't necessarily a human model, it could also be. Time is like a scumbag. It always runs away with your money without you even noticing. Before we knew it, it was time to leave school. Aside from being surrounded by girls from time to time, which made one of the girls a little unhappy. Overall, it was a pretty satisfactory day. "Looks like you had a good day. You're smiling so happily." Seeing Lin Heng happily sitting in the back seat, Lu Rushua teased through the rearview mirror, "How's it going? Have you made any new friends?" Her business trip was temporarily canceled due to unforeseen circumstances on the organizer's side. It was for this reason that Lu Rushua took on the task of picking up and dropping off Lin Heng. After all, in a while, she'll be flying all over the world. Upon hearing this, Lin Heng put his backpack down and took out his phone, saying, yes, I paid a whole bunch of stuff too." The other party clearly had nothing good to say, so he naturally chose a perfunctory answer. TSK, your perfunctory attitude makes me very suspicious." Looking at the boy who was typing away on his phone, A sly glint suddenly flashed in Lu Rushue's eyes. Speaking of which, have you met a girl you like? Come on, tell me quickly and make me laugh. Lin Heng's silly grin while staring at his phone made him look like a young man in love. What are you thinking? Who do you take me for? After giving Lu Rushue a somewhat speechless glare, Lin Heng stuffed his phone into his pocket. Let's go. Let's go. It wouldn't be good to keep others in the way if we stayed any longer. TSK, this guy must be feeling guilty. Thinking this, Lu Rushue started the car and continued. Sister, you didn't leave the passenger seat for anyone, so why did you sit in the back? Could it be that he's afraid of being seen by some girl, which might cause unnecessary trouble? Have you ever seen a taxi driver sitting in the front seat? Seeing his third sister's face suddenly stiffen, Lin Heng immediately put on an innocent expression. Let's go, Master Lu, one person at the Lu family villa. Okay, so you want to play like this? After suppressing the urge to flick Lin Heng on the head, Lu Rushue suddenly raised her right foot high and stomped it down hard, yelling, You brat, try my catapult start. My head. It's not over yet. Watch me overtake with a razor blade. WTF. It seems Lin Heng's family is quite interesting. The entrance of Shenzhen No 1 Middle School. Listening to the boys' screams fading into the distance, Shen Yuchu smiled and walked towards the nanny van parked to the side. After getting on the bus, the girl's expression instantly turned cold and stern. I won't go to the office today. After calmly opening the laptop on its stand, she turned to the woman in business attire beside her and said, Shirley, go find me a Tony. Chapter 35. The Girl's Caution and Lu Rumo's Teenage History. Yes, miss, I'll arrange it right away. Although somewhat surprised by Shun Yochu's decision, Shirley obediently followed the girl's instructions. Do more and talk less, that's what she learned from her previous dozen or so assistants. The pressure of staying by Shun Yochu's side is not small. It's still better than being sexually harassed by those greasy middle-aged men. There's one more thing. After picking up the documents from the side, Shin Yuchu flipped through them and said, Go and investigate the relationship between the Lu family and the Lung family carefully. In addition, we need to focus our investigation on the young master of the Lu family who recently returned. Those who aspire to great things must be careful. Although she had no ill intentions, there were still many people watching her. Therefore, although she had a good impression of Lin Heng, she still needed to do some investigation. If she has connections with those guys, then she. Recalling the brief time they spent together, Shin Yuchu unconsciously looked up at the white clouds drifting freely across the blue sky outside the window. Lin Heng, you won't let me down, right? It was 7:15 p.m. in the living room on the first floor of the Lu family villa. Both Lu Jigua and Lu Rumo were still busy with their own work. Therefore, there are only Lu Rushue, Lin Heng, and Xiao Wanqing at the table now. Looking at the menu handed to him by the maid, Lin Heng looked up at his mother, Lu, who was eating, with a hint of helplessness. Mom, may I offer a suggestion? If you have any opinions, just say them. After swallowing the noodles in her mouth, Lu Rushue simply wiped the corner of her mouth. As long as it's not something strange, Mom and Dad will definitely agree to it. Based on the importance that Lu's parents placed on Lin Heng, as long as it's not a request that violates morality, they will definitely agree. The reason Lu Rushue said that was simply to remind the other person not to be so restrained at home. That's right, Xiaoheng, just say what you think. After picking up where her daughter left off, Xiao Wanqing chuckled and asked, Is there anything you want, or anything you'd like to eat? Ever since the other person started calling her mom, she has been in a good mood. It's not anything strange, it's just that we might want to change the names of our dishes. As he spoke, Lin Heng turned to the third page of the recipe book in his hand. Who would call a proper seafood noodle soup, octopus tentacles twisting and turning, a feast for the senses? This name sounds incredibly frivolous just from hearing it. The short name directly involves 3 points, namely mythical beasts. This name doesn't sound like a dish name at all. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were looking at some kind of study material. Oh, you mean this? Looking at the dish name that Lin Heng had mercilessly criticized, Xiao Wanqing shrugged helplessly. These are the names your second sister came up with before, so let's just leave it at that. As a medical student, Lu Rumo had considerable academic pressure in the past. Therefore, For a period of time, she relied heavily on breaking through the dimensional barrier to relieve stress. The names of the dishes in this cookbook are a testament to Lu Rumo's incredibly Chinibu, delusional, past. Second sister chose it. Upon hearing this news, Lin Heng felt that the gentle and refined image of Lu Rumo in his mind had been completely shattered. Instead, an image appeared, someone wearing an eye patch shouting, "The true eye of the evil king." "Hey, just bear with it, Xiaohong." Seeing her younger brother's expression of existential doubt, Lu Rushue spoke in a tone of someone who had been through it all. "Don't worry about it so much. Anyway, you'll get used to it after using it for a while." It took her more than a month to memorize those names. How could we possibly let that brat have his way now? He can wait until his next life to change the dish's name. No, I feel like I can't use it. Just as Lin Heng was about to argue his point, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor suddenly came from the living room. Not long after, a somewhat tired female voice reached everyone's ears. "I'm back. What are you all talking about that makes you so happy?" "Second sister, you're back. We were talking about Before Lin Heng could finish speaking, Lu Rushue immediately slid into his side and covered his mouth with her hand. "We're talking about Xiaoheng school day, right, Mom?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanqing nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Xiaomo, go wash your hands and come eat." The name on the menu is fine, but that dark history absolutely cannot be mentioned in front of Lu Rumo. Otherwise, the other party might unlock and transform into its second form. To put it simply, it's what's commonly known as the he form. Of course, even if she unlocks this form, Lu Rumo won't do anything bad. At most, you might find some furry little animals in your shoes when you go out. The water you were supposed to drink would inexplicably turn into gasoline, and the vegetables you were supposed to eat would suddenly contain a little bit of inconspicuous protein. These symptoms can last from a month to a week, and so that they would never again recall those terrifying days. At this moment, the level of understanding between the Lu mother and daughter reached an all-time high. Looking at Lin Heng, who was about to faint, Lu Rumo couldn't help but see 3 underlines on his forehead, indicating his speechlessness. No matter how you look at it, it feels like they're hiding something from you. However, she was indeed a little tired today. Therefore, I don't really want to dwell on these things. After waving wearily at the group, she turned and walked towards the sink on the first floor. All Lu Rumo wants to do right now is get some rest, and take this time to think about how to tell the people present a message in a relatively peaceful way. I finally managed to fool them. Watching Lu Rumo's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Lu Rushue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She really didn't want to go through that again. The first thing I did after waking up in the morning was to stare into the eyes of a tiny, furry animal with 8 eyes, about the size of my palm. But just a few seconds after Lu Rushue relaxed, she suddenly sensed something was wrong. After glancing down at Lin Heng, whose mouth she had covered, she immediately released her arms from around his neck and began shaking his body vigorously. "Hey brat, pull yourself together. And hurry up and shut your mouth. What if your soul escapes?" It seems they've already escaped. Feeling his body being violently shaken by the girl like a rag doll, Lin Heng seemed to see his great-grandmother who had passed away many years ago. Chapter 36 Siblings Night Chat, Lu Rian. 2 minutes and 30 seconds later, at the Lu family's dining table. Looking at Lu Rushue, who was sincerely apologizing to him, Lin Heng curled his lips in displeasure. Fine, I'll forgive you this time. If he hadn't known that the other person didn't mean it, he would have suspected that this guy was deliberately trying to mess with him. Despite Lin Heng's seemingly displeased appearance, he remained as calm as a rock inside. Back in the day, he was someone who had practiced diving for a while. Thanks to the lessons learned, they knew exactly when the firefighters would find them and when they would be brought out of the water. Holding your breath for more than 10 years is nothing to you. My bro is the best. Upon hearing Lin Heng's agreement, Lu Rushue's carefree smile returned. "I knew you wouldn't blame your sister." After removing the girl's head from his shoulder, Lin Heng glanced at her and said, "Forgiving you comes at a price. The next 3 months' income is mine." Okay. Upon hearing this, Lu Rushue immediately agreed. Anyway, she's not short of money. It's just a few months' income of a few million. If your younger brother wants it, Just give it to him. Seeing how readily Lu Rushue agreed, Lin Heng suddenly felt like he had lost out. So he tentatively changed his question. What about the next 6 months? Can she, Lu Rushue, still didn't care about her income of only half a year. Then let's do it for the next year. You brat, you want a beating, don't you? After grabbing Lin Heng's ear with her hand, Lu Rushue instantly transformed into a shrew, saying, I'll give you one more chance, say what you just said again. Looking at Lu Rushue's fierce expression, Lin Heng felt something called bloodline suppression for the first time. To put it simply, it's somewhat similar to the situation where men from Sichuan and Chongqing involuntarily shudder when they hear, I'm from the Shu Road Mountains. You two stop fooling around, I have something to tell you. At this moment, Lu Rumo, who had finished washing her hands, returned to the living room and sat down not far from the others. Xiao Wanqing had other things to take care of. So now only Lin Heng and Lu Rushue are left in the living room. Judging solely from bloodline, Lu Rumo is undoubtedly the most imposing one at this moment. After exchanging a perfectly synchronized glare, the two returned to their respective seats. Watching the interaction between the two, Lu Rumo simply smiled and shook her head without saying anything more. Rather, this way of getting along is the most perfect family dynamic in her mind. All those days of revolving around someone were utter garbage. No, saying that is an insult to dog poop. But the thought of her conversation with her older sister made her head start to ache. My older sister will be back in a few days, and she said. After glancing at Lin Heng beside her, Lu Rumo sighed helplessly. She said she doesn't believe Lu Zixuan would do such a thing. Once she returns, she will personally handle the family issues. Although he knew that Lin Heng might feel uncomfortable saying this. But it was something that was bound to happen sooner or later. Therefore, instead of dragging it out, it's better to make things clear in advance. This way, the group can discuss what to do when their eldest sister returns. How could my older sister do this? It's clearly. She stopped talking abruptly halfway through her sentence. Because she remembered her past actions. It seems that I'm no different from my older sister back then. We both blindly side with Lu Zixuan. Thinking of this, she quickly turned to look at Lin Heng beside her and said earnestly, You brat, no matter what, your third sister supports you. Although her mischievous younger brother often bickered with her, it didn't affect their relationship. At least compared to that scheming Lu Zixuan, she genuinely liked this brat from the bottom of her heart. Therefore, even if she disobeys her eldest sister, she will never let the other woman suffer any injustice. Don't worry, if I were really that fragile, you two would have knocked me out long ago. After making a light joke at the two of them, Lin Heng also recalled information about his eldest sister in his mind. Lu Rian is not only a synonym for a scumbag woman in all the heavens and myriad worlds. In this world, she is still the eldest daughter of the Lu family and also serves as the CEO of the Lu Group. Currently, apart from certain important policies being controlled by Lu Zhigua, the rest are basically being handled by the other party. There's a saying circulating outside that goes like this. Marrying her would be like living off a king's money. You brat, you just have to bring up what happened before, don't you? Hearing the other person diss her again, Lu Rushue pouted unhappily. Big sister is not like me. You'd better tone it down then. The eldest brother is like a father, and the eldest sister is like a mother. In the past, when Lu's parents were busy, Lu Rian would take care of her. Even though I'm all grown up now. But recalling how the other person had spanked her, Lu Rushue couldn't help but tremble. Third sister is right, Xiaohong. You can just hide behind us. After nodding in agreement, Lu Rumo picked up a piece of potato with her chopsticks and said half-jokingly, Just think of us as potato guards. As for you, the pea shooter, just stay in the back and deal damage. If possible, she didn't want the two of them to have a conflict. Not to mention, the conflict arose because of Lu Zixuan, that green tea bitch. Like Lu Rushue, she was raised by Lu Rian. Therefore, they naturally hold it in the highest esteem. However, if Lu Rian were to target Lin Heng for no reason, she would definitely side with Lin Heng. My younger brother has been suffering outside for over a decade. Now that I'm finally home, I absolutely cannot continue to suffer unfair treatment. I understand, I'll give in to her then. Meeting the other person's earnest and gentle gaze, Lin Heng smiled and nodded. Then, Pointing to Lu Rushua beside him, he joked, "Second sister, you can hide in the back with me later. I think my third sister has thick skin and a tough body. She'd be more suited to be the potato guard. Nobody knows what will happen next, so there's no problem in agreeing to it first. If Lu Rian takes advantage of his kindness, he will definitely show her what cruelty is. Hey you brat, you looking for a beating?" Seeing that Lin Heng still dared to diss her, Lu Rushua suddenly jumped up and was about to grab his ear. Lin Heng, who had anticipated this, was naturally not going to sit idly by and wait for his doom. After dodging Lu Rushua's attack by turning his head, the king of knowledge grabbed her nose and said, "You little brat, you think you can fight me?" Seeing Lin Heng grab her nose, Lu Rushua felt her authority as the older sister was being challenged. "Damn it, I'm about to explode." "What? You want to transform into a Super Saiyan?" After playfully bickering for a while, the two returned to their respective seats. As for Lu Rumo, she quietly ate her dinner while watching the two of them bickering. For some reason, she always felt that such scenes were very appetizing. Chapter 37: The Girl's Change and Subtle Feelings. It was 8 p.m. in Lin Heng's room on the third floor of the Lu family's house. Lu Rian, the person who chose that name, must be a bit difficult to deal with. Lying on the large 3M x 3M bed, Lin Heng propped his right cheek with one hand and looked up at the moon hanging in the sky. Although I just used sharing TV series as an excuse, this gave both Lu Rushua and Lu Rumo a heads up. However, the cause and effect represented by the name Lu Rian is indeed quite significant. TSK, but it's fine this way. After sitting up in bed, Lin Heng went to his desk and opened a drawer. Looking at the pile of seemingly unrelated metal parts inside, a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. What if the legendary kidnapping incident happens? Should I kill Lu Zishuan while I'm at it? Or should I kill Lu Zishuan while I'm at it? Just as Lin Heng was anticipating the legendary kidnapping incident, inside the Shun family villa on the other side, did they achieve financial freedom by leading the villagers to take out online loans? Looking at the information her subordinates had gathered, Shen Yuchu couldn't help but smile. "Lin Heng, you really are the most special one." This report can fully prove that Lin Heng has no connection with those guys. This also means that the boy was not sent by that group to monitor him. His appearance was indeed accidental, not a carefully planned event. For Shin Yuchu, Lin Heng was like a candy house she stumbled upon while lost in the forest, possessing an indescribable allure. Even if she has never experienced light, she can endure darkness alone. But now, a rift has been opened in the dark world by light, and the girl can't help but yearn for it. Surely, speed up the process of eliminating those old guys. After placing the documents on the table, Shin Yuchu said to the woman in an office lady suit beside her, 2 weeks from now, I want them all dead. Driven by her desire, she decided to quicken her pace a bit. Once we've completely eliminated these old guys, we can then fully control the Shin family. Only by completely taking control of the Shin family could she truly possess the capital to fight against fate. I understand. Miss, I will have the accident investigation team act according to the situation. Okay, go down. After nodding slightly to Shirley, Shin Yuchu picked up the documents on the table again. Even though she had already read it once, she still couldn't help but want to know more about the other person. Seeing Shun Yuchu begin to review the documents again, Shirley nodded slightly and left the room. After leaving the room, she didn't go far. Instead, she went to the storage room next door, took out her phone, and started composing a text message. A dimly lit room, a cell phone screen emitting a faint glow, and an expressionless office lady. The combination of these three elements inexplicably evokes a certain phrase. That is, you guess. The next day, in the classroom of Class 1, Grade 12 at Shenzhen No. 1 Middle School. Unlike the orderly morning reading sessions of the past, at this moment, all the students in Class 1 of Senior 3 couldn't help but look at the seats in the back corner. If they hadn't twisted their deskmate's thigh, many people would have even doubted whether they were still dreaming. Shin Yuchu, who was originally inconspicuous and could even be said to have a very weak presence, was seen. Today, however, things have changed drastically. The bangs that used to cover half of her face have been cut off. While revealing the girl's stunningly beautiful face, she also revealed her eyes, which seemed to hold a dazzling galaxy. Although the school uniform is still the same, the girls' looks have elevated it to an absurd level. To put it simply, Shin Yuchu is like an ugly duckling that has shed its gray-brown feathers and transformed into a gorgeous and beautiful swan. Moreover, his perpetually cold expression inexplicably added a unique charm to the young girl. In fact, many boys wanted to approach and chat with Shin Yuchu. But when he thought of how the other party had taught Lu Zixuan a lesson yesterday, he managed to suppress the urge that came from his lower body. After all, just thinking about that horrific scene is enough to make you faint from the pain. However, this strange and eerie atmosphere was completely shattered by the arrival of one person. Seeing the boy walk into the classroom, a smile appeared on Shin Yuchu's originally calm face. This smile was like the warm sun breaking through the darkness, and the revival of all things after the cold winter, causing many people to lose their composure at this moment. Yo, good morning, Yuchu. After taking his seat, Lin Heng looked at the girl with her new hairstyle and smiled, saying, "The new hairstyle suits you very well." Although it wasn't the first time he'd seen it, he still couldn't help but be somewhat amazed when he saw that face again. If we're talking about the looks of the two Lu sisters, they both score at least 95 out of 100. Shin Yuchu's appearance, on the other hand, is a perfect 100. If beauty could be used as a form of currency, young women would definitely be among the richest people in the world. Thank you for the compliment. Noticing the look of amazement in the boy's eyes, a subtle smile flickered in Shin Yuchu's own eyes. It seems that the new hairstyles Tony came up with after working on them all night and trying on more than 20 different styles are actually pretty good. Surely, what did you even research? In the end, you still chose the first one. After concealing the smile in her eyes, she handed a pink insulated box to the boy. "This is breakfast I made myself. Would you like to try some?" Upon hearing this, Lin Heng subconsciously looked at Shin Yuchu beside him. At this moment, the girl seemed to have returned to the very first time they met. Not only did he lower his head nervously, but he also appeared timid and hesitant. It's like a child whose parents have been called in by the teacher weak, pitiful, and helpless. But it was precisely because of this that Lin Heng noticed the dark circles under Shin Yuchu's eyes. After suppressing the inexplicable surge of emotions in his heart, he reached out and took the lunchbox from the girl, saying softly, "Thank you. Then I won't be polite." After opening the lunchbox, you'll find a steaming bowl of wontons inside, which looks incredibly appetizing. "You're welcome. You've helped me a lot, and I'd like to do something for you in return." Seeing Lin Heng open the lunchbox, Shin Yuchu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But the next second she realized that what she had just said might have been inappropriate. So she quickly added, I didn't mean you have to eat it." "Well, if you like, I'll make you some breakfast when I have time. Anyway, it doesn't take much effort." Of course, the claim that it wouldn't cause much trouble was just a way to fool Lin Heng. Having grown up in that kind of environment, she didn't actually have any special desires for food. Therefore, being able to use boiling water to make instant noodles is already the limit for a young girl. This seemingly simple wonton dish was the result of her getting up at 4 a.m. to find the family chef and practicing more than 20 times before finally succeeding. As for the previous 19 times, they either melted or stuck to the pan. In short, it's definitely not food for humans. Chapter 38: A Delicious Breakfast and Someone's Difficult Behavior. Puff. Seeing the girl's somewhat incoherent speech, Lin Heng couldn't help but reach out and pat her head. "Thank you. Then I won't be polite. But if you can, you should still get some rest, okay? He's not a robot, or some emotionless precious object." This was clearly breakfast that Shin Yuchu made early in the morning, so how could she not have noticed it at all? If this girl hadn't been introverted and shy, he would have wanted to take her home with him. In this materialistic age, meeting a girl like this is definitely a stroke of good luck. But is his current identity a product of the Lu family's ancestral grave or the Lin family's ancestral grave? Feeling the warm touch from above her head, Shin Yuchu felt as if the temperature on her face was a little too high. If the art style here could be changed, I reckon they'd have to give a live demonstration of what a steam princess looks like. She didn't know why, but she always lost her usual calmness and wisdom when facing Lin Heng. Seeing Shin Yuchu's obviously flushed cheeks, Lin Heng decisively stopped and began to eat his breakfast. He was worried that if this continued, the other person might not be able to take it and start crying. Although he seemed to inexplicably want to see the other person cry. Call. Watching the boy wolf down his wontons, Shin Yuchu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Besides shyness, there is also the joy of having one's hard work recognized. Although the chef didn't say much in the morning, she could clearly sense the helplessness in his eyes. Fortunately, it all seems to have been worth it now, as Lin Hung seems to quite like the food he made. In fact, Lin Hung was forcing food into his mouth. Shin Yuchu's cooking wasn't exactly bad, but the flavor was just a little too strong. He wasn't sure if he could finish the rest of the food if he stopped eating. Considering that this was breakfast made by the girl early in the morning, Lin Hung decided to finish it all. At worst, I'll just drink more water later. How does it taste? Watching Lin Hung finish the last bite of his wonton, Shin Yuchu tentatively asked, "Is there anything else that needs improvement?" Because she wasted too much time, she came straight to school after finishing the project. However, the chef at home said it looks very good, so I figured the taste shouldn't be too bad either. It tastes very good. After sorting the spoons, Lin Hung closed the insulated box. "I'm going out for a bit. I'll return this to you after I wash it." After saying this, he got up and walked out of the classroom. Now he should quickly find a place to replenish his body's fluids. Otherwise, he might turn into a wrinkled old man soon. Looks like I'll have to keep trying tomorrow, but what should I do? Looking at the insulated box that the boy had eaten clean, Shin Yuchu's eyes were filled with a look of enthusiasm. However, despite thinking this way, she didn't intend to let Lin Hung clean the insulated box. It's better to do this kind of thing myself. As she reached for the insulated box, Shin Yuchu's fair fingers accidentally touched some soup on the side of the box. Recalling Lin Heng's ravenous eating, she inexplicably put her finger into her mouth. The next second, an extremely salty taste instantly filled the girl's entire taste buds. It felt like swimming in the ocean and accidentally swallowing several mouthfuls of seawater. In short, it was incredibly salty. Feeling the flavors constantly returning to her mouth, Shin Yuchu subconsciously turned her head to look at the empty seat next to her. At this moment, a few unclear emotions inevitably arose in the girl's heart. Just then, a voice interrupted the girl's thoughts. "Shin Yuchu, I have a question I'd like to discuss with you." After placing her notebook on the table, Long Qingxiu said gently, "I don't know if this is convenient for you. If it's inconvenient, then forget it." Although Shin Yuchu had good grades, she was not noticed by many people in the class because she had a weak presence. But now the other party has given it a major makeover, raising its appearance to a terrifying level. Simply put, Long Qingxiu felt pressured by Shin Yuchu. She used to be the absolute #1 in her class, whether it was her grades or her looks and figure. The appearance of Shin Yuchu made her feel that her position was threatened. It was precisely for this reason that Long Qingxiu suddenly came to find the other party with the exercises. "No matter how good-looking you are, I'm still better than you when it comes to studying. As long as I, Long Qingxiu, am in class 1 of Senior 3, you, Shin Yuchu, can forget about ever truly reaching the top." "Sure, which question is it?" Seeing Long Qingxiu's fake smile, Shin Yuchu also put on the same smile. She had already investigated the relationship between Long Qingxiu, Lin Hung, and Lu Zixuan last night. It's nothing more than a cliché story of a fool being deceived by a scheming woman, who then targets the newly returned young master. Moreover, judging from these few encounters, it seems that Lin Hung has always held an absolute advantage. Even so, she had no intention of letting Long Qingxiu off the hook. Since the other party has chosen to target Lin Hung, they will naturally have to pay a certain price. She had long been able to see through Long Qingxiu's little schemes. "You care about so-called empty fame, huh? Then I'll make sure that what you care about vanishes like a bubble." "Okay, then I'll have to trouble you, Shin Yuchu." Seeing that the girl had agreed to her request, Long Qingxiu couldn't help but smile. "This is the dish. Given a sequence, n, with the sum of its first n terms being Sn, and a1 equals 1, na, n plus 1, equals n plus 2, Sn, find the general term formula for the sequence, and a and the sum of its first n terms, Sn, n is an element of n." This question was not difficult for the girl. She knew 4 different approaches to solving it. As long as Shin Yuchu doesn't come up with so many solutions, or simply answers incorrectly. And standing in the most dazzling position in Class 1 of Senior 3 is still Lung Qingqiu. I do know a few solutions to this problem. After glancing at the question, Shen Yuchu picked up a pen and began writing on the draft paper. 1 S N equals N plus 2 A N plus 1 and S N1 equals N1 N plus 1 A N. Subtracting the two equations, we get A N equals N plus 2 A N plus 1 N1 N plus 1 N. After rearranging, we get A N plus 1 and equals 2 N plus 2 N plus 1. Recursively, A N1 equals 2 N plus 1 N A N1 A N2 equals 2 N N1 A3 A2 equals 243 A2 A1 equals 232. Multiplying all the equations together, we get A N A1 equals N plus 1. Therefore, A N equals N plus 1. S N equals N plus 2 A N plus 1 equals N plus 2 N plus 2 equals N. This is just the first approach to solving the problem. There are more to come. As Shen Yuchu gradually developed more solutions, Lung Qingqiu's composure and self-satisfaction gradually faded. It was only at this moment that she realized that perhaps she had underestimated this usually quiet girl. Chapter 39, Pretty Girls, but inside they're all black. A few minutes later. Okay, that's all the solutions I know. After writing down the fifth solution, Shen Yuchu put down her pen and looked up at Lung Qingqiu, whose expression was unusually interesting. Does Lung Qingqiu have any other ideas? If so, please write it down so we can discuss it together. It is undeniable that Lung Qingqiu is a smart person, but isn't Shen Yuchu just as intelligent? It's important to understand that even among people who can all score 100, there are still differences between them. The reason Lung Qingqiu can get 100 points is because that's all she can get. Shen Yuchu was able to score 100 because the highest score on the exam was only 100. Her previous grades could only be considered okay. It's just that they don't want to attract unnecessary attention. But now that the Shen family matter is almost over, she doesn't mind showing her true self a little. Meanwhile, a number of students had gathered around the two of them to watch the drama unfold. Seeing that Shen Yuchu had written down so many solutions in one go, they couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Wang Boden. My goodness, was Shen really this amazing before? Main Iz. That's right, I can only write 2 at most. Songren 2. Could it be that she did some research before? Otherwise, this is too exaggerated. The surrounding chatter and Shen Yuchu's indifferent gaze made Lung Qingqiu momentarily lose her composure. All the different ways she knew how to write were now listed on the paper. If you let her write it now, what good will she possibly produce? But adhering to the principle of not losing face even when losing, Lung Qingqiu could only bite the bullet and say, my thoughts are the same as Shen's, exactly 5 in total. Anyway, no one knows how many solutions I have, so it doesn't matter what I say. TSK, you really don't even bother to think before you brag. Just 2 seconds after Lung Qingqiu finished speaking, Lin Heng walked through the crowd and took his seat. He had clearly seen the unnatural look that flashed in the other person's eyes just now. If he really knew all 5 solutions, how could he have made that expression? Furthermore, no matter how you look at it, this situation seems to be Lung Qingqiu deliberately trying to cause trouble for Shen Yuchu. I just ate their breakfast, although the taste is indeed somewhat difficult to describe. But no matter what, it was something the girl specially got up to make for herself. Therefore, if you want to bully Shen Yuchu, you have to get past Lin Heng first. What do you mean? Seeing Lin Heng suddenly jump out, Lung Qingqiu felt a bad premonition. Don't you know what I mean? You only know how to bully honest people, don't you? After shielding Shen Yuchu behind him with his body, Lin Heng stared intently at the girl in front of him. I advise you to behave yourself. This girl is under my protection. Although the boy didn't say it outright, there were probably a few idiots among the students in Class 1 of the senior year. Therefore, people quickly realized what was happening and turned their attention to Lung Qingqiu, who was standing to the side. You? Looking into Lin Heng's calm and unwavering eyes, Lung Qingqiu swallowed the harsh words she was about to utter. She had seen that look before. Her own father, Lung Boding, looked just like that when he was working. It is beyond question, and it cannot be disobeyed. Those who violate it will be punished. Just as the atmosphere was beginning to freeze, the school bell suddenly rang throughout the classroom. The school bell rang, instantly bringing Lung Qingqiu back to her senses. Noticing that the students around her were staring at her, and not wanting to lose face, she could only hurriedly say, "Nonsense. I don't understand what you're saying." Then, she took her workbook and returned to her seat in the front row. And just as the person in question left, the school bell rang. The surrounding students also returned to their seats. TCH, he's quite the actor. After giving Lung Qingqiu a disdainful look as she fled, Lin Heng turned around and returned to his seat. Looking at Shun Youchu's blank expression, he gently tapped her head with a hint of helplessness. "If that guy causes you trouble in the future, just tell me. With me here, I doubt she'd dare do anything." Given this girl's submissive nature, she'd probably be sold out and still be counting the money for the seller. "I understand. After all, I'm under your protection." After winking mischievously at the boy, Shin Yuchu moved a little closer to him and said softly, "Actually, I also know another solution, but you appeared just as I was about to write it down." While being a pretty face might make it easier to get close to Lin Heng, that wasn't what she wanted. She planned to subtly and gradually change the boy's impression of her. That way, even if everything is revealed one day in the future, the other party will not feel deceived. Upon hearing this, Lin Heng subconsciously turned his head to look at Shun Yuchu beside him. After discovering that the girl still looked harmless, he seriously suspected that all the pretty girls in the world were actually wicked inside. Whether it's the two Lu sisters or Shin Yuchu now. It seems that beneath a beautiful exterior, there are always some unknown aspects hidden. The intimate little gestures between the two were all seen by Lung Qingqiu, who was sitting in the front row. Recalling the situation just now, she became angrier and angrier, and the angrier she got, the more she thought about it. So she decided to use external force to put pressure on those two guys later. Time is like a fisherman. Before you know it, you've gone from fishing during the day to fishing at night. Before we knew it, it was already noon, the time when all the morning classes had ended. As the middle-aged, slightly balding chemistry teacher left the classroom was instantly filled with all sorts of chattering sounds. Because it is the final stage of senior year. Therefore, apart from a few students whose homes are relatively close to the school, most students choose to stay at school during lunchtime. This way, you can save more time to rest. Lin Heng and Shin Yuchu were no exception. Although there are private cars to pick you up and drop you off, it still takes a lot of time to make the trip. Did you forget to bring lunch? Looking at Shin Yuchu, who seemed somewhat bewildered in the seat next to him, Lin Heng thought to himself. Then, he lifted the insulated box he had brought from home and asked, "Would you like some? I brought extra." He remembered that Shin Yuchu had brought lunch yesterday at noon. Judging from today's expression, he probably forgot. As for making the girl eat in the cafeteria, that would be a bit too cruel. He had already experienced the power of the school cafeteria window yesterday. It was mostly dishes like stir-fried tomatoes with tomatoes and stir-fried cherry tomatoes with cucumbers. Even if Emperor Jingzhe were to come, he probably wouldn't be able to utter that famous phrase that has been passed down through countless worlds. Chapter 40. Having lunch together, a certain inexplicable understanding. This works. After hearing Lin Heng's words, Shin Yuchu pursed her lips somewhat shyly. "But if I eat, won't you have enough to eat at noon?" She didn't bring lunch because she planned to eat at the cafeteria with the other person. But unexpectedly, Lin Heng made a mistake today, playing by his own rules. She had resigned herself to going to the cafeteria, but unexpectedly, things took an unexpected turn for the better. However, in order not to make it too obvious, Shin Yuchu felt that she should still be a little reserved about her status. Otherwise, if Lin Heng thinks that I am a casual and ill-mannered person, then you'll have nowhere to cry. No, in fact, it's just right. Seeing the girl's somewhat embarrassed expression, Lin Heng simply reached into her drawer, took the lunchbox, and put some rice into it. During the break between classes, the girl had already taken her lunchbox to wash it. So there's no problem using it directly. After quickly dividing the rice, Lin Heng pushed the insulated container containing the dishes to the center of the table. Eat up, eat up, help me finish all of this. If there are any left, I'm going to get a beating when I get back. Of course, the beating was all a lie. This was simply to prevent Shin Yuchu from overthinking and to get her to eat more vegetables. Thank you, then I won't be polite. Seeing that Lin Heng had already gone this far, Shin Yuchu naturally knew when to stop and readily agreed. If you continue to pretend to be reserved, that would be a bit too much. As a smart person, she knew very well when to do what. Although Shin Yuchu's brilliant mind often froze when facing Lin Heng. This silly girl. Looking at Shin Yuchu, who kept her head down eating white rice and only occasionally picked up a piece or two of vegetables, a hint of helplessness flashed in Lin Heng's eyes. Before I awakened my memories, I had also spent a period of time like that. After bringing his thoughts back to the present, Lin Heng asked the girl with feigned curiosity, "What's wrong? Is the food not to your liking?" "No, that's not it." Faced with the boy's sudden question, Shin Yuchu was at a loss for words. Because she has zero experience in dating, she is not always able to grasp what she should and shouldn't do. The reason they only eat a little bit of vegetables is mainly because they are afraid the boy won't have enough to eat. After all, if you eat more, it means the other person has to eat less. That's fine, I thought it wouldn't suit your taste. Seeing Shin Yuchu's somewhat flustered appearance, Lin Heng placed a large chicken leg into her bowl. Eat this, it tastes pretty good. It must be said that the Liu family chefs are quite skilled. This culinary skill is in no way inferior to that of some hotel chefs. As for the so-called star chef rating, it's just a joke. How can a culinary history of less than 200 years be judged on a culinary tradition that has been passed down for 5,000 years? You should know that truly capable people generally disdain getting involved in this kind of thing. Looking at the chicken leg in the bowl, a strange emotion flashed in Shin Yuchu's eyes. "Thank you. Lin Heng, you're so kind to me. Hey, we're friends, aren't we?" Meeting the girl's bright, clear eyes, Lin Heng smiled warmly. "Friends don't need to say so much, understand?" The midday sun was warm and bright, and the boy facing the light looked like an elf who had wandered into the mortal world, making people's hearts flutter. Seeing Lin Heng's radiant smile in the sunlight, Shin Yuchu couldn't help but smile back. "Okay, hurry up and eat." After gently patting the girl's head, Lin Heng smiled and reminded her, "If the food gets cold later, the taste will be affected." "Good." After giving the boy a sweet smile, Shin Yuchu began to eat the chicken leg from her lunchbox. At that moment, she felt that this chicken leg far surpassed everything she had ever eaten before and was the most delicious food in the world. Seeing Shin Yuchu suddenly fall into binge-eating mode, Lin Heng couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. However, he quickly realized what was happening and simply smiled as he reminded her, "Slow down. What if you choke?" If Shin Yuchu's eating speed was previously like a chick pecking at rice, then this is comparable to a rabbit eating grass. He didn't want the other person to choke on their food because of something he said. Hearing Lin Heng's gentle reminder, Shin Yuchu nodded with a slightly flushed face. At the same time, the movements of my hands unconsciously slowed down a little. "Okay, I didn't mean anything by it." Seeing the girl's pitiful look, as if she had been caught doing something wrong, Lin Heng said with a wry smile, "I was just worried you might choke, don't think too much about it." Really? Upon hearing this, Shin Yuchu raised her head somewhat shyly, staring intently at the other person with her large, watery eyes. "I was so focused on eating that I completely forgot about my image." Thankfully, Lin Heng sounded like he didn't mind. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know who to cry to. Of course it's real, even more real than real gold. After saying that, Lin Heng noticed the oil stains around the girl's mouth, which she must have accidentally gotten on her while eating the chicken leg. Because Shin Yuchu acted like a child, he subconsciously wanted to reach out and wipe the oil stains from the corner of her mouth. But when he reached halfway out, Lin Heng realized that the other person was just acting like a child, but was actually an adult inside. A gentle touch on the head is acceptable, but wiping it with your hand seems a bit excessive. Just as he was about to hand the tissue to Shin Yuchu so that the girl could deal with it herself. But then they discovered that the other person had closed their eyes at some point and slightly raised their chin. Seeing Shin Yuchu's actions, Lin Heng chuckled, and then used a tissue to wipe the grease from the corner of her mouth. Be careful. You've made yourself look like a little cat. Yes, I will be careful. After blushing and nodding to Lin Heng, Shin Yuchu continued to eat. Sometimes, actions speak louder than words. Both Lin Heng and Shin Yuchu are intelligent people. Therefore, sometimes it's not necessary to say things so explicitly. From that moment on, their relationship had progressed beyond that of ordinary friends. While the two were immersed in a sea of food, a voice, speaking in a casual, conversational tone, once again echoed at the classroom door of Class 1, Grade 12. Chapter 41. The scheming green tea bitch reappears, bouncing around again. Qingxiu, I asked someone to buy you your favorite boneless chicken wings from outside the school. As he spoke, Lu Zixuan carried a packed lunchbox into the classroom and walked straight toward Lung Qingxiu. That's right. After persistently staking out the Lung family's residence, he finally managed to catch Lung Qingxiu, who was on her way to class that morning. But blocking Lung Qingxiu was only the first step. The second step was to completely subdue her with his silver tongue. The conquest here refers to another instance of PUA, pick-up artist tactics. Those who have dirty thoughts, please be mindful. The excuse for PUA is not hard to find. It's nothing more than that the audio is synthesized. As for the video Lin Heng mentioned, he said it didn't exist. As the saying goes, the person who knows you best is often not your friend, but your greatest enemy. Based on Lin Heng's previous actions, if he had a video, he would have shown it already. In addition, just to be on the safe side, he even went to Hulina to confirm. Therefore, it can be basically confirmed that the video Lin Heng mentioned absolutely does not exist. Having confirmed this, Lu Zixuan could now freely deceive Lung Qingxiu. The reason he was here was because Lung Qingxiu asked him to come over for lunch. Although he didn't know why, the girl suddenly called him over for dinner. But for him, this was a rare good thing. After all, the closer he gets to Lung Qingxiu, the more secure he will be as the Lung family's son-in-law. Lu Zixuan's appearance instantly attracted the attention of many people. The joke the other party made yesterday was one of the few sources of joy they've had lately. However, after hearing the tone of Lu Zixuan and Lung Qingxiu's voices, the students of Class 1, Grade 12 couldn't help but show a hint of doubt on their faces. Could it be that the two of them have already made up in just one day? If that's the case, then they'd be willing to call Lung Qingxiu the strongest in Class 1 of Senior 3. After all, with such a large hat on his head, the other party could still remain unmoved. This behavior is comparable to that of King Gojin of Yu in ancient times. It can be said that it is even better than that. Please don't misunderstand. That audio is not real. After noticing that the students in Class 1 of Senior 3 were looking at her strangely, Lung Qingxiu immediately explained to everyone. Those audio recordings are synthesized. Zixuan didn't do that, everyone believe me. She's not stupid. At a time like this, why would she stay silent and not explain? If these rumors are allowed to spread. So, does Lung Qingxiu still want to stay at Shenzhen No. 1 Middle School? Wearing a green hat isn't just something boys can't handle. Girls can't bear it either. Lung Qingxiu's words successfully shifted everyone's attention to Lin Heng. If the audio is synthesized, then the other party's behavior is somewhat. Seeing this, a cold smile appeared on Lung Qingxiu's lips. This guy dared to embarrass me just now. It's time he was punished. Ignore that idiot. Let's just eat. Seeing Shun Yuchu about to say something, Lin Heng shook his head indifferently. Let's eat first. We'll talk after we finish eating. Food is the most important thing for people, and he didn't want to waste a meal because of one or two idiots. And having a show to watch while eating makes it even more interesting, doesn't it? In addition, he has a bad habit. That is, they like to wait for someone to climb to the highest point, and then kick them down. Looking at Lin Heng's still warm smile, Shin Yuchu opened her mouth, and then obediently nodded. Although I was very unhappy with Lung Qingxiu's behavior, but since the boy has already said that, he must have his own reasons. Therefore, all she needs to do now is follow what the other person says. You? Because Lin Heng didn't deliberately lower his voice, Lung Qingxiu heard every word he said. Seeing that the other party still dared to insult her, she immediately wanted to go up and argue with him. But recalling Lin Heng's calm and collected gaze from before, she forcefully suppressed the urge. Sensing the intense tension between Lung Qingqiu and Lin Heng, Lu Zixuan suppressed the barely suppressed urge to smile. Then, he hurriedly stepped forward and pulled the girl back. All right, Qingqiu, let's eat first. The more serious the conflict between the two, the better, as this would increase his chances of becoming the Lung family's son-in-law. Even if she doesn't end up becoming the son-in-law of the Lung family, she can still use this relationship to cuckold Lin Heng. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but cast a provocative glance in the direction of Lin Heng. And it was precisely because of that one glance that he was stunned and stood there, unable to control himself. As for the specific reasons, that was naturally because of Shun Yuchu, who was quietly eating. Even just sitting there, the girl seemed to create a different atmosphere around her. Even Lung Qingqiu was far inferior to him. Damn it, why does that bastard Lin Heng have such a cute girl by his side? But she's a new transfer student, I've never seen her before. Looking at Shun Yuchu's stunning profile, Lu Zixuan couldn't help but curse inwardly. In his view, if Lin Heng hadn't taken over the identity of the young master of the Lu family, so the person next to Shun Yuchu right now should be myself. If they were to use superpowers, they might even be able to subdue the girl directly. Zixuan, what are you spacing out for? Just as Lu Zixuan was still indulging in his fantasies, Lung Qingqiu's displeased voice immediately brought him back to reality. Because of the angle, she didn't notice that the other person was looking at Shun Yuchu. Otherwise, I reckon he'd get so angry he'd get sick. No, it's nothing. After hiding his filthy thoughts, Lu Zixuan put on his usual smile again. It's just that seeing Lin Heng's lunchbox made me miss the taste of home-cooked meals. I remember that back then, your favorite food was the fried pork chop made by the chef at home. But now, why? These words not only resolve the awkwardness of secretly watching Shun Yuchu, but also inadvertently increase the conflict between Lung Qingqiu and Lin Heng. The girl's favorite food is fried pork chops made by the family chef, but she can't eat them now because of Lin Heng. He wanted to do something, but he was powerless to do so. In conclusion, this not only demonstrates his deep affection, but also intensifies Lung Qingqiu's disgust for Lin Heng. And just as Lu Zixuan had predicted, Lung Qingqiu was moved once again after hearing these words. It's okay, I like anything you bring. After comforting Lu Zixuan, she turned her attention to Lin Heng, who was standing not far away, saying, as for some guys who dare to do things but not to admit them, they can only do some underhanded things. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the entire class became inexplicably tense. Please support me, the next chapter is going to be very exciting. Chapter 42. Who in their right mind would store videos on their phone? He ignored Lung Qingqiu's whimpering barks from the side. After watching Shun Yuchu finish the last bite of vegetables, Lin Heng slowly asked, are you finished eating? Yes, I've finished eating. After putting down the chopsticks, Shun Yuchu closed the lid and asked softly, is there anything I can help you with? In any case, this can be considered an opportunity to showcase oneself. Therefore, the girl didn't really want to miss it. And she really wanted to slap Lung Qingqiu's mouth, which was constantly spewing nonsense. Anyway, the cleanup plan is almost complete, so it's not a bad thing to take off the old disguise a little. No need, you can just sit and rest for a while. After smiling and shaking his head at Shun Yuchu, Lin Heng stood up from his chair. One afterwards. No, I've switched to the wrong channel. Doing some appropriate exercises after meals to aid digestion can help you live longer. At the same time, the system girl's notification sound appeared in Lin Heng's mind. System task triggered. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt cannot. Give those two a good beating. Task reward. Mastery of medical skills. System girl, are you perhaps being manipulated by the readers? Since you've given me such a perfect task, is it for real? Get lost, this is my own idea, okay? After giving her host a disapproving look, the system girl stared at the football match on the computer screen and muttered to herself, damn, I'm so stupid I actually bet on the sea cucumber team to draw with the others. Gamblers deserve a terrible death. Get out of here. As Lin Heng moved, the attention of the students in Class 1 of Senior 3 was also drawn to him. After noticing the commotion, many students took out sunflower seeds and drinks from their drawers. However, there was also a small number of students who were afraid of something happening. After quietly getting up, He quickly walked towards the faculty and staff office. After all, in this era where you can be scammed even by watching others dance in the square, it's always better to be cautious. What do you want to do? As Lung Qingxiu watched Lin Heng walk towards her step by step, her heart began to race. Even at this point, she didn't forget to save face. I'm warning you, don't mess around. My dad is the school's private board member. If you dare touch me, I'll get you expelled from school. Do you think you're Malfoy, calling yourself my private school board dad? Hearing Lung Qingxiu's incredibly cowardly threat, Lin Heng scoffed. Then, he turned to look at Lu Zixuan, who had remained silent, and asked, "What's wrong? You little green tea? Are you just going to let this girl bear it all by herself?" If the background were changed, Lin Heng would definitely look like a big boss in a TV series right now. Hearing Lin Heng's slightly sarcastic words, Lung Qingxiu immediately glared angrily at Lu Zixuan beside her. If the other party hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have remembered that there was such a person as Lu Zixuan by her side. So now I've become a meat shield warrior again. While being responsible for providing firepower, they also have to withstand all the damage. Damn it, Lin Heng, you're a piece of trash. I've already stopped talking, and you're still targeting me. After receiving a death stare from Lung Qingxiu, Lu Zixuan immediately started ranting and raving in his mind. It's impossible for him to confront Lin Heng head-on. He still vividly remembers the pain of having his bones broken several times before. So from the moment the other person stood up, Lu Zixuan silently reduced his own presence. But it's no use saying anything now. Lin Heng clearly has no intention of letting him go. With Lung Qingxiu still casting a death stare from the side, it was even more impossible for him to continue slacking off. Suppressing the urge to turn and run away immediately, Lu Zixuan could only stand up from the stool and force himself to say, "Lin Heng, you've gone too far. How could you Before he could finish speaking, a fist the size of a sandbag landed on his face. Immediately afterwards, 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. The fists, like a storm, rained down on his body and face. Until 2 minutes and 30 seconds later. Phew, I finally feel at peace. Looking at Lu Zixuan wriggling on the ground like a maggot, Lin Heng exhaled a satisfied breath. As expected, the old Taoist priest on the mountain was right. Only by keeping one's mind clear can one live a long and healthy life. You've gone too far. Seeing Lin Heng stop punching, Lung Qingxiu finally spoke, her voice trembling. You've openly assaulted someone. I'll make sure the school expels you. The other person's appearance was too frightening. Even if she wanted to help Lu Zixuan, she didn't have the courage. What if I go up to help and get beaten up myself? Now that Lu Zixuan has already been beaten, who knows if he will be next? Therefore, she decided to strike first and catch Lin Heng off guard by overwhelming him with her momentum. I almost forgot about you. Seeing Lung Qingxiu trembling, Lin Heng quickly dislocated her jaw. Then, with the speed of someone who's been single for over a decade, he quickly clicked to play a file on his cloud drive and shoved it in front of the girl. After all, what decent person would save videos on their phone? Lung Qingxiu's mouth is really foul. To avoid hearing any more vulgarities, it's best to remove it first. Unless there are special circumstances, Lin Heng generally would not hit a girl. Just like Lin Huairu in the past, even when he almost knocked himself over, he didn't do anything. Well, there are reasons why it's impossible to break through the defenses. The sharp pain in her chin caused Lung Qingxiu to scream in pain instinctively. But the scream didn't last long, as her attention was gradually drawn to the images in the video. As the video continued to play, the girl's face quickly turned red. Those tear-filled eyes widened, their pupils filled with disbelief. Snap! With a crisp snap, Lin Heng put Lung Qingxiu's chin back in place. Looking at the girl who had even forgotten to scream, he launched into a taunt without any restraint. Lung Qingxiu, you really don't have a brain. Compared to simply beating each other up, isn't a dog-eat-dog scenario more entertaining? Aren't you, Lu Zixuan, very skilled at psychological attacks? Then I, Lin Heng, a professional mage, will give him a taste of his own medicine today. Wow, just thinking about that scene is incredibly exciting. Damn it, what did you do to Qingxiu? At this moment, Lu Zixuan, who was somewhat dazed from being beaten, gradually came to his senses. Seeing Lung Qingqiu's obvious dazed expression, he didn't have time to think about what had happened. After staggering to his feet, he hurriedly began to pledge his loyalty. Although he appeared to be acting in the best interests of the girl, he secretly harbored deep hatred for her. Chapter 43. Lu Zixuan, a student in Class 1 of Senior 3. I'm at 8 a.m. When I was getting beaten up, you, Lung Qingqiu, didn't say a word. For Lu Zixuan, this was nothing short of a blatant betrayal. Therefore, he has already decided that he will definitely find an opportunity to get revenge in the future. He had no intention of letting either Lin Heng or Lung Qingqiu go. But before Lu Zixuan could fully stand up from the ground, Lung Qingqiu slapped him across the right cheek. Ah! This sudden blow knocked Lu Zixuan, who had finally managed to get back to his feet, back to the ground. You shameless bastard, how dare you deceive me? After smashing all the food on the table onto the other person, Lung Qingqiu angrily turned and left the classroom. I've really lost face today, so leaving for now is definitely the best option. What about Lu Zixuan, who is lying on the ground? Who cares? This guy dared to deceive me again. Even if she really is Aunt Puff, she couldn't take it after so many times. A fiancé is truly a wondrous creature. Looking at the -10 deviation value still above Lung Qingqiu's head, Lin Heng couldn't help but marvel at the power of his fiancé. You should know that Lu Rushua had an epiphany in one day, while this guy has had it 3 times already. After this, the other party's deviation value was still negative. This is even harder to handle than a rock in a latrine. My fiancé, that's normal procedure. After giving a nonchalant reply in his mind, the system girl began announcing the rewards for this event. For a moment, that urge to develop a brain resurfaced. In no time, Lin Heng's mind was filled with a great deal of medical knowledge. This includes both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine, and the most attention-grabbing formulas are those for tonifying. Of course, this doesn't mean Lin Heng has kidney deficiency or anything like that. This thing just has a natural attraction for guys. I've put the prescription here. Feel free to use it. A 2.5-year-old hen is simmered with red dates, goji berries, and angelica root over low heat for 6 hours. If you have the means, you can add some ginseng and deer antler, but you have to control the dosage. Eating so much food might be too much for someone with a weak constitution. Watching Lung Qingqiu leave in anger, Lu Zixuan felt utterly numb. So in the end, he was the only clown in the whole place, huh? Although it is unclear exactly what happened. But he believed that this matter was definitely related to Lin Heng. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at the other person with resentment. A direct confrontation is impossible, so this is the only way to achieve a psychological victory. If looks could kill. At this point, Lin Heng could probably just hire 4 Kunlun slaves to carry his coffin. But the moment Lu Zixuan looked up, he felt numb again. Therefore, Lin Heng was standing with his arms crossed, looking down at him with a playful gaze. Little green tea, your eyes clearly show you're not convinced. She met Lu Zixuan's gaze, which held a mixture of resentment, shock, fear, and bewilderment. Lin Heng half squatted down and pressed his face against Lin Heng's, saying, I've always been a very democratic person. Come on, I'll give you a chance to practice some more. I wasn't planning on ignoring this guy, but now it seems I was too kind-hearted. You stay away. Looking at Lin Heng, who was less than half a meter away from him, Lu Zixuan was instantly overwhelmed by a sense of fear. It is well known that people are prone to losing control of their bodies when they are nervous. He had just received a severe beating, and his mental defenses had collapsed. This led Lu Zixuan to do something that humans would do when faced with fear. Wow, you can't be serious. Seeing the water constantly overflowing from Lu Zixuan's pocket, Lin Heng disgustedly distanced himself from the other person. Get lost. Get lost. You're such a grown man. Don't you find it disgusting? I work from 8 a.m., so don't you dare pee on my desk. You're so disgusting. It stinks. I wonder if this guy has kidney problems. Feeling the warm liquid coming from his crotch and hearing the whispers around him, Lu Zixuan's face instantly turned red. That's right, he peed. Just like that night at the Lu family mansion, he was so scared by Lin Heng's behavior that he wet himself. Even so, Lu Zixuan did not have the courage to confront the other party head-on. The two previous ordeals of dismemberment had left an indelible mark on his mind. Therefore, even if it means losing face, he doesn't want to experience that pain again. After shakily getting to his feet, Lu Zixuan decided to leave as soon as possible. As for the flooring and such, of course, the students in Class 1 of Senior 3 were responsible for taking care of it themselves. However, just because that's what he thinks doesn't mean others are willing to let it go that way. Seeing that Lu Zixuan actually wanted to leave like this, the student sitting next to the excrement was immediately unhappy. Lu Zixuan, you'd better mop the floor before you leave. While they were talking, Xiang Zhoutian reached out and pushed the other person. I would never want to clean up someone else's excrement. Although Xiang Zhoutian didn't use much force in this wave. But for Lu Zixuan, who had just received a severe beating, it was no less than crashing head-on into a tricycle. Therefore, even when his legs gave way, he fell forward uncontrollably. The direction in which it fell was precisely the direction from which the pool of unidentified liquid extended. Wow, your hobby is quite unique. Looking at Lu Zixuan, whose face was pressed tightly against the water stains on the ground, Lin Heng didn't know how to comment for a moment. Self-production and self-sales, that's impressive. This is even more aggressive than Ed Stafford's. After all, they had no other choice but to do that. As for Lu Zixuan, it's really hard to evaluate. Vomit. Realizing what was happening, Lu Zixuan quickly lifted his head off the ground. But the extremely strong taste in his mouth still made him gag. Now he could finally understand firsthand the basis for the old Chinese medicine doctor's assessment that he had excessive internal heat. Fine, you can go now. Lu Zixuan's appearance caused Xiang Zhoutian, who was standing to the side, to take a few steps back in disgust. If we let this guy stay and clean the floor, who knows what will happen later? Vomit. However, at this moment, Lu Zixuan had no interest in listening to Xiang Zhoutian's words. The pungent smell in his mouth and nose made his stomach churn uncontrollably. Therefore, after a nauseating sound of vomiting was heard. On the classroom floor, and on many of the table legs, there was another pile of things that needed to be blurred out to be displayed. This sudden turn of events caused many students to cry out in despair. If the previous unidentified water stains were flowing slowly, so this wave of vomiting can be considered as being ejected. Not only does it have a wider attack range, but it also adds splash damage. As a result, many students' shoes, pants, and even desks were damaged to varying degrees. But the unluckiest person was none other than Xiang Zhoutian. He was standing right in front of Lu Zixuan when she vomited. Ah, Lu Zixuan, you idiot who works from 8 a.m. After wiping the filth off his face, Xiang Zhoutian cried out and punched Lu Zixuan in the face. How is he ever going to find a girlfriend now? He's still a virgin. The once quiet Class 1 of Senior 3 was thrown into chaos again. Chapter 44, A Sensitive Girl and a Small Promise. After lasting about 2.5 minutes, the farce was completely quelled under Jia Jingjing's direction. The method of handling it was also very simple and crude. Lu Zixuan was kicked out, while Xiang Zhoutian was given a half-day off. TSK. Luckily I was smart enough to walk away. Looking at the students cleaning with worried expressions, Lin Heng rested his chin on his hand and secretly made a note of something. Next time I beat up Lu Zixuan, I'll make sure he's far away from me. Otherwise, if the other side launches a self-destruct attack, he'll have nowhere to turn for help. After all, as a normal person, he has very weak resistance to certain things. To put it simply, a normal person's first reaction to encountering dog poop on the street would definitely be to avoid it. Lin Heng was just like that. He really had no intention of getting close to these things. Except in certain cases. Lin Heng, you can't look at those things. Just as Lin Heng was about to sort things out, medical techniques suddenly came to mind. Shin Youchu's slightly cold voice rang out beside him. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw the girl staring at him pitifully. He looked as if Lin Heng were some kind of scumbag who abandoned his wife and children. Meeting the girl's misty eyes, Lin Heng chuckled and reached out to rub her head. No, I really didn't see those things. Although it would be interesting to make Shin Youchu cry, Lin Heng didn't want to make her cry here. Really? Seeing that Lin Heng didn't seem to be lying, Shin Youchu tapped her fingers and whispered, Then why did Lung react that way? Although it was a very small matter, it was not like that for her. Having grown up in a deceitful environment, the girl is exceptionally sensitive to lies. Really, why would I lie to you? As he spoke, Lin Heng placed his phone on the table. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. Why would I lie to you? Upon hearing this, Shin Yuchu also looked down at the screen. The entire video is not long, only about 30 seconds in total. As the progress bar came to an end, a hint of guilt flashed across Shin Yuchu's face. I'm sorry, Lin Heng. I shouldn't have doubted you. This video is indeed not a video of playing poker, but another video that can serve as evidence. Apologize now. It's too late. After putting his phone back in his pocket, Lin Heng crossed his arms and looked very unhappy. If a simple apology was enough, what would we need the police for? Upon hearing this, Shin Yuchu sadly lowered her head. Yes, if apologies were enough, what would be the point of having police? Even though the boy treated her so well, she still questioned him over such a small matter. Just as Shin Yuchu was about to become abnormally emotional, Lin Heng's voice instantly pulled her back to reality. Unless you buy me a month's worth of snacks. Otherwise, don't expect me to forgive you so easily. Why? Upon hearing this, Shin Yuchu was slightly taken aback. But she quickly realized what was happening and hurriedly reached out to grab the boy's arm, saying earnestly, I'll buy it for as long as you want. She really is a silly girl. Seeing Shin Yuchu's serious expression, Lin Heng ruffled her hair helplessly. I was just kidding, I'm not that petty. This girl has clearly been bullied terribly, which is why she's so paranoid. Before he awakened his memories, he always felt that someone wanted to harm him. There's nothing I can do. It's all because I've been bullied. Therefore, if we want Shin Yuchu to change, we can only do it little by little. It's good that you're not angry. After nuzzling Lin Heng's palm with her little head, Shin Yuchu looked up and cautiously asked, Lin Heng, please don't ignore me from now on, okay? As a smart girl, she understood the boy's intention at this moment. But if Lin Heng really ignores her, she'll probably break down. Therefore, all Shin Yuchu wanted at this moment was a small promise. A promise to stay with the other person forever. Okay, I promise you. Looking into the girl's hopeful eyes, Lin Heng smiled and nodded, then said softly, I swear, Lin Heng will never ignore Shin Yuchu. This girl is so cute, I really want to lock her up at home. But if you actually do that, the other person might be so scared that they'll burst into tears. Thank you, Lin Heng, you really are a good person. As she spoke, Shin Yuchu timidly extended her snow-white right hand. Shall we pinky swear? I already told you not to give me the friend zone card. After giving Shin Yuchu a somewhat helpless tap on the head, Lin Heng hooked his little finger around hers, saying, Pinky promise, 100 years from now. You're lying, you're lying. Although this behavior may seem childish, it can sometimes make a person feel at ease. For example, Lin Heng could clearly sense the change in Shin Yuchu's eyes at this moment. To put it simply, it's like finding a pillar of support. You no longer feel lost or anxious. Lin Heng, it's so good to know you. After the simple pinky promise ceremony, Shin Yuchu reached out and took the lunchbox from the boy's table and said softly, I'll go wash the lunchbox, you should rest for a while. Is there any snack you'd like to eat? I'll buy it for you on my way to the supermarket later. My mother taught me that if you make a pinky promise, you have to keep it. Failure to keep a promise will result in the cruelest punishment in the world. Therefore, the girl was in a very beautiful mood. After all, she hadn't felt this kind of warmth for a long time since her mother left. Everything Lin Heng did captivated her. If she weren't afraid of scaring him, she would have loved to lock him up. I already said I was just joking with you. Although he really wanted to say that, after seeing Shin Yuchu's hopeful eyes, Lin Heng changed his mind and said, It's fine, just buy whatever you think is best. Okay, then wait for me to come back. After saying that, Shin Yuchu picked up the lunchbox and quickly walked out of the classroom. This was a rare opportunity to improve her relationship with him, so how could she possibly miss it? As Lin Heng watched Shin Yuchu's receding figure, a bad premonition inexplicably rose in his heart. For some reason, he had a feeling that this silly girl was up to something big. Guess what big thing it is? Chapter 45, Deep Sibling Affection? Perhaps. It was 6:15 p.m. in the living room on the first floor of the Liu family mansion. Holy crap. Bro, where did you go to get your supplies? Seeing Lin Heng walk in carrying large bags and small packages, Lu Rushue, with her hair in a mess, said she was quite surprised. The last time we went shopping together, there were a few minor hiccups along the way. But in conclusion, she also realized that Lin Heng was not a person who liked shopping. But what's going on with all these bags and packages? And it seems like they're all filled with snacks. Stop talking, just help me carry it. After stuffing some of the bags into Lu Rushue's arms, Lin Heng finally had a chance to shake his slightly sore and numb arms. That's right, all these snacks were bought by Shin Yuchu, since it is unclear what Lin Heng specifically likes to eat. So she decisively used Batman's money to buy out the entire convenience store. Aside from drinks and inedible items, all the snacks sold in the school store are here. Lin Heng originally wanted to refuse, but he couldn't resist Shin Yuchu's adorable baby rays. So even though he was exhausted, he still took them all home. As for why it wasn't left at school, it's naturally because there was nowhere else to put it. What the hell? Are you trying to crush me? This sudden weight almost broke Lu Rushue's back. After staggeringly placing the things on the sofa, she rubbed her back and complained, "What? Are you planning to open a supermarket at home? What? You're here to buy?" After giving a lukewarm retort, Lin Heng pointed to Lu Rushue's aching back and said, "Do you need my help? The old Chinese medicine doctor in the village taught me a trick." Although Lu Rushue appears to have no problems on the surface. However, many problems were exposed when Lin Heng, who had mastered medical skills, appeared. One of the more serious cases is probably the inverted disc that has already shifted slightly. Seeing Lin Heng's serious expression, Lu Rushue subconsciously protected her lower back. "You little brat, you're not trying to take this opportunity to get revenge on me, are you?" The way the two get along has evolved into a sibling-like relationship. However, compared to his relationship with Lu Rumo, Lin Heng and Lu Rushue were clearly siblings who were mortal enemies. Although they may not seem like much on the surface, they actually care about each other. Fine, don't believe me then. I'm going back to my room now. After giving the other person a speechless glare, Lin Heng decided to take the food back to his room first. At worst, I can prescribe some medicine later. I think that should be enough with Lu Rumo's medical skills. Moreover, after mastering medical skills, he still had some things to do. Many of the special medicines I remember from my past life don't actually exist in this world. Now that the skills are readily available, how could I not give it a try? It's important to understand that medicine is an essential commodity in any era. Hey, don't go. Seeing that Lin Heng was really about to turn and leave, Lu Rushue hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed his arm. "You brat, are you really going to abandon me? I'm your sister. Didn't you tell me not to interfere? I'll give in now, okay?" After taking the snacks from Lin Heng's hand, Lu Rushue quickly ran towards the room on the third floor, saying, "Wait here for me. I'm going to change my clothes." She's wearing lace pajamas right now, though it doesn't usually make a difference. But if it's close contact, it's still a bit awkward. TSK, what a hypocrite. Watching Lu Rushue's hurried departure, Lin Heng turned to Wang Dachui beside him and said, "Old Wang, get me a pair of massage gloves," and as Lin Heng recounted the items one by one, Wang Dachui's expression grew increasingly strange. This sounds more and more like something that technician number 88 in a club would prepare for a customer. Therefore, after hearing what needed to be prepared, he subconsciously added, "Young master, would you also like some aromatherapy?" "Oh yes, that would be fine too if we had that." Upon hearing this, Lin Heng immediately said to Wang Dachui, "Old Wang is not bad. He can even fill in the gaps. It's what I should do, so I'll go down and prepare." "Okay, go ahead. Thank you for your hard work. Young master, you're too kind." After saying that, Wang Dachui intended to turn around and leave. After thinking for a couple of seconds, he couldn't help but remind him, "Young master, please take care of your health. It would be best to avoid going to those places as much as possible." After saying that, he quickly slipped away without looking back. Our young master is still so young. We should be more restrained. Watching Wang Dachui's rapidly disappearing figure, Lin Heng subconsciously twitched his lips. "You old bastard. I didn't go to any of those shady places, okay?" Wang Dachui, right. At this moment, Lin Heng deeply understood Xiao Wanqing's speechless feelings back then. A dozen minutes later, on the fourth floor of the Lu family's house, inside the sauna. Gently, gently, I feel like I'm going to die. Yes, that's it. Harder, harder, it feels so good. Can't you be normal for once? Looking at Lu Rushue, who was flying at a speed comparable to piloting a Gundam, Lin Heng couldn't help but have a big thumbs up on his head. If it weren't for Aunt Wu helping to pass things, with the commotion this brat caused, he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Hee, isn't it because you massaged it so comfortably? Sensing her younger brother's displeasure, Lu Rushue playfully stuck out her tongue. Keep going, keep going. I feel like I've come back to life. Teasing my younger brother should stop here. Let's call it a day. The main reason was that Lin Heng's massage technique was so good that she was worried that if she angered him, he would simply quit. In just a short while, Lu Rushue felt her back pain and leg soreness disappear, and she was able to climb 6 floors in one breath. No, this looks like an advertisement for calcium supplements. But no matter what, her younger brother's methods had completely captivated Lu Rushue. Therefore, between continuing to tease her younger brother and enjoying a massage, she decisively chose the latter. If you call me again, I'm not going to care about you anymore. Seeing Wu Ma trying not to laugh, Lin Heng irritably placed a towel under Lu Rushue's waist. Although they are siblings in name only, there are some things they still need to be careful about. After all, neither of them are children anymore, so things that should be avoided should still be avoided. But Lin Heng wasn't a beast, and he didn't have any special feelings for Lu Rushue. No, but it's not that there isn't any. He's really annoyed with this guy right now. He's acting like he's slaughtering a pig. Thinking of this, Lin Heng unconsciously increased the pressure on his spine. The next second, a painful groan echoed from the sauna. You brat, you're trying to murder your own sister. Chapter 46, Crystal Violet. Half an hour later, they were still in the sauna. Okay, just be more careful not to sit for too long in the future. After shaking his arms a little tiredly, Lin Heng plopped down on a stool next to him. This whole process almost killed him from exhaustion. It's not that massage is complicated, but rather that he has to find alternative ways to handle many intimate contact steps. Therefore, the mental and physical effort required far exceeds that of a normal massage. In contrast, Lu Rushue was radiant at this moment. My overall energy and spirit have improved significantly. Brother, your technique is great, I feel much better now. As she murmured, Lu Rushue stretched lazily, then got up and slowly walked to Lin Heng's side. Come on, let your older sister help you relax now. As she spoke, she pressed down on the other person's shoulders with both hands. However, the comfort level definitely needs improvement. But Lin Heng, who was indeed exhausted at the moment, was not in the mood to care about these things. After resting for a few minutes, he suddenly thought of something. Third sister, what's wrong with you today? Have you encountered some difficulties? Although the two did not spend a very long time together. But he also understood that Lu Rushue was actually a rather sophisticated person. Even when she's at home, she always makes sure to dress neatly and appropriately. This was the first time Lin Heng had ever seen someone with such messy hair. Of course, it's also possible that this is the other party's true appearance, and the previous ones were just disguises. Ugh, just thinking about this gives me a headache. Upon hearing this, Lu Rushue sighed helplessly. There's an international-level designer competition in a few days. Due to time constraints, I've been busy with this all day. Each person had a different question in the competition, so there were almost no references to follow. The design period is 1 week, and 2 days have already passed. Although the competition is still 5 days away from officially starting, Lu Rushue still doesn't have a good idea yet. That's why her image just now was so wild. After all, in some ways, there is not much difference between geniuses and madmen. It's a design competition. After hearing Lu Rushue's self-pity, Lin Heng thought for a moment and then asked directly, Third sister, are you going to participate in the Andom Awards? The Andom Awards are fashion awards established by Andom, the French National Association for the Development of Fashion and Art. This is also one of the most important awards in the international fashion industry. Initially, participation was limited to French citizens, but it was open to international participants in 2005. Those who win in such competitions almost always become leaders in their respective fields. It is indeed the Andom Awards, and the theme is time. Halfway through her sentence, Lu Rushua suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait a minute. Xiaoheng, how did you know about this? So, you're interested in these things too? Although the Andom Awards are very famous, laymen don't really know much about them. Just like an ordinary latrine cleaner, who would never think about the flight principles of a rocket. Well, meeting Lu Rushua's slightly puzzled gaze, Lin Heng thought for a moment, then got up and walked out of the room. Wait for me. I'll be right there. Sometimes, words are too cumbersome, and actions are often faster. A few minutes later. Here, take this. It's some design drafts I made when I was bored. After handing a slightly yellowed picture book to Lu Rushua, Lin Heng sat back down in the chair next to her. Since the steam function wasn't turned on, he wasn't worried about any problems with the album. Actually, before its memories were awakened, this body was quite talented in design. After awakening his memories, he did not waste this talent. Instead, he used his knowledge from his previous life to further develop it. Although I have never participated in large-scale design competitions, but his other name has been widely known in the industry. I didn't know you knew design, Xiaoheng. Lu Rushua didn't pay much attention to the sketchbook Lin Hengdi had given her at first. It's like a high school student not caring about a middle school student's study notes. Even so, Lu Rushua still opened the picture book. After all, this was my younger brother's kind gesture, and I couldn't just let it go. However, after turning to the first page of the picture book, Lu Rushua's gaze became serious. Although the artwork looks a bit old, the content inside is very, how should I put it? If Lu Rushua is likened to a college student, then this picture album is like a college teacher's lesson preparation book. The picture book contained many things that completely exceeded the vision of Lu Rushua, a college student. Crystal. Looking at the signature on the title page, Lu Rushua subconsciously turned to Lin Heng beside her. Brother, what's your relationship with Crystal Violet? Crystal Violet, a genius who appeared out of nowhere in the design world. Although she has never appeared in public, she is the in-house designer for LVMH, Louis Vuitton Mode Hennessy, the largest jewelry company in the country. Every year, the products designed by them are invariably sought after and loved by many wealthy people. Anything designed by Crystal Violet will sell well. Would you believe me if I said I am Crystal Violet? After swallowing the spicy snack in his mouth, Lin Heng chuckled and shrugged. But if you don't believe me, then I believe you. You're my brother. Who else would I believe? Before Lin Heng could finish speaking, Lu Rushua grabbed his neck and said, Since you're Crystal Violet, how about getting me a new Crystal Violet this year? As the largest jewelry company in the country, LVMH has truly mastered the art of marketing. In addition to some more everyday designs, there are also many limited edition glamorous jewelry accessories. The Crystal Love series mentioned by Lu Rushua is a limited edition designed by Crystal Violet. One new design per year, and only one piece of each design. Those who can possess it are basically either rich or noble. Ordinary people with modest wealth have absolutely no chance. Let go. Let go. I'm about to suffocate. After prying Lu Rushua's arms off her neck, Lin Heng distanced himself from her in an annoyed manner, saying, Do you want one of the original designs? While not as detailed as the one officially sold, they are essentially the same. Every year when designing the Crystal Love series, he would first design a sample. Only after confirming that every detail is perfect will I personally craft a finished product for sale. As for why they put in so much effort, it's naturally because LVMH provides a lot. Why not do something if you can achieve a small goal by simply using your hands and brain? Moreover, with the help of LVMH, he can obtain many valuable things that ordinary people cannot. This can be considered a win-win situation. Everyone benefited. No, are you serious? Seeing the serious look on Lin Heng's face, Lu Rushua froze on the spot. Actually, when she said she believed the other person was Crystal Violet, she was just joking. But judging from the boy's demeanor, it seemed he wasn't joking at all. This isn't just about showing off. It'll be used later, Chapter 47 The Excited Lu Family, The Nervous Lung Family. Half an hour later, in the living room on the first floor of the Lu family's house. No problem, Crystal Violet, this is your right. After pointing to the prototype necklaces shimmering with dazzling light in the display case not far away. Dracula Porter Draco continued with a smile. These prototype necklaces should arrive at your location in about 2 days. Thank you very much, Mr. Draco. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with the other party, Lin Hung hung up the phone first. The moment the phone call ended, a burst of excited cheers suddenly erupted in the Liu family's living room. At that moment, Liu Ruxue and Liu Rumo were embracing each other with great excitement. Xiao Wanqing was even more direct, stepping forward and hugging Lin Hung tightly, saying, "Xiao Hung, you're amazing. Mommy loves you to death." Liu Zhigua. Resentful. Looking at Liu Zhigua, who was billowing black smoke not far away, Lin Hung felt a headache coming on. This guy won't just show up and kick me when I'm sleeping at night, will he? But it cannot be denied that women of all ages are always powerless against things that sparkle. Like the dragons in Western mythology, they have an unusual fascination with glittering treasures. Fortunately, Crystal Love has released 5 series to date. Therefore, there are a total of 5 original necklaces. Otherwise, how to allocate the funds later would be a real problem. Just as the Liu family was enjoying a happy time. On the other hand, the Lung family had a completely different atmosphere. Damn it! How dare the Liu family do such a thing? Looking at the termination notice of cooperation returned by his subordinates, Lung Boding, the head of the Lung family, angrily smashed his teacup against the wall. Although he has already made connections with quite a few people in the capital. However, the Lung family's main business still relies on cooperation with the Liu family. Moreover, by cutting corners on the materials they supplied to the Liu family, they were able to earn a considerable fortune each year. The Liu family's sudden move has disgusted Lung Boding. It can be said that with the departure of the Liu family, he earns at least a dozen small goals less each year. Moreover, this is just the guaranteed and visible profit. The other invisible profits will only add up to more. What exactly is going on between you and that newly returned young master of the Liu family? After venting his anger, Lung Boding turned his gaze to Lung Qingqiu, who was trembling beside him, and said, "That guy Liu Zixuan is useless now. You need to cut ties with him immediately." As a shrewd and unscrupulous businessman, Lung Boding had little regard for family ties. In his eyes, Lung Qingqiu's existence was nothing more than a tool to gain benefits from Liu. Now that the prop has lost its intended purpose, how could he not feel angry? Those were all hard-earned banknotes, and now they've just slipped away from me. That damn old bastard. Hearing Lung Boding's hysterical roar, Lung Qingqiu secretly grumbled in her heart. But outwardly, she dared not show any dissatisfaction, saying, "I don't know. It's just that guy seems to dislike me." She dared not let her dear old father know that she was willing to fight for love. Otherwise, what if my leg gets broken? Furthermore, Liu Zixuan's repeated deceptions truly broke Lung Qingqiu's heart. Therefore, the best solution at present is naturally to shift the problem onto Lin Hung. She'd already tried her best, but there was nothing she could do if the other person didn't like her. Idiot. He doesn't like you. Can't you think of a way to deal with that? Seeing Lung Qingqiu's nonchalant attitude, Lung Boding slapped her across the face. "I don't care what methods you use. You must keep these collaborations of the Liu family. Otherwise, I'll make you marry President Li. Anyway, he's still young and strong, so we can just have another child. At worst, he could adopt a son from a member of the same clan." As a very traditional man, Lung Boding believed that only males could inherit the family business. As for the women of the Lung family, they were merely bargaining chips used to consolidate the Lung family's business. The so-called General Manager Li was originally named Li Zhongping. This name sounds like it belongs to someone who will live a long life. But for some reason, the wives he married usually didn't live past 7 years old. In the past 20 years, he has lost 3 wives. Although it sounds scary, many women still flock to it. For no other reason than that Li Zhongping is rich. Although they are not quite as good as the Liu family, they are still one of the top families in the entire SC city. If things can't be salvaged by the Liu family, then the Li family will become the Lung family's next choice. As for Lung Qingqiu, who cares about her thoughts? Damn it. How dare this old bastard? Upon hearing that Lung Boding wanted to marry her off to that old man Li Zhongping, Lung Qingqiu really wanted to kill him right then and there. Who is Li Zhongping? He is a notorious wife killer in high society. Moreover, he was so fat and strong that Lung Qingxiu even suspected that his previous wives had all been crushed to death by him. But she also understood that she was completely incapable of fighting against Lung Boding in her current state. Therefore, she could only curse the other party in her heart while covering her right cheek where she had been hit and saying with her head down, "I understand. I will try my best to make the young master of the Liu family fall in love with me. All right, go down now." Seeing how sensible Lung Qingxiu was, Lung Boding waved his hand impatiently and then turned and walked towards the study. He stopped and turned to look at the other person just as he was about to reach the door. "Go see a doctor. If your face isn't better by tomorrow, don't go out. You only have one task now, to seduce the newly returned young master of the Liu family." After saying this, Lung Boding continued walking towards the study. The Liu family's sudden withdrawal of investment has left him with many troublesome matters to deal with. That damned old man, ugh. The respectful expression on Lung Qingxiu's face vanished instantly after Lung Boding had completely left. All that remained was a deep sense of resentment and malice. She vowed that one day she would make Lung Boding pay a terrible price. At the same time, Lung Qingxiu also harbored resentment towards Lin Heng and Lu Zixuan. If it weren't for Lin Heng's sudden appearance, I wouldn't have ended up in this situation. If Lu Zixuan were still the young master of the Liu family, even that old geezer Lung Boding wouldn't dare to speak to him like that. Damn it, damn it, damn it. All these filthy men deserve to die. Recalling Lu Zixuan's deception, Lin Heng's disdain, and Lung Boding's view of him as a tool, Lung Qingxiu's heart was instantly filled with anger and resentment. She vowed to defy fate and change her destiny, even at the cost of everything. P.S. Everyone in this book is a villain. Some are love-struck, but there are far more villains. Chapter 48 is a sweet little chapter. The next chapter is going to be very exciting. Friends, the next chapter is going to be very exciting. The next day, at the stadium of Shenzhen No. 1 Middle School. Although the college entrance examination is approaching, schools dare not keep squeezing students' activity time. Therefore, after about 2 or 3 months, physical education teachers who are naturally prone to injuries can have a chance to regain their health. Today is clearly that day, so the students of Class 1, Grade 12, have finally had their long-awaited physical education class. However, this physical education class was clearly not the kind of class the students in Class 1 of Senior 3 were looking forward to. As for the reason, it's naturally because a physical fitness test is being conducted. The boys run the 1,000-meter race, while the girls run the 800-meter race. At this moment, under a large tree near the playground, something seems off about this girl. Seeing Shun Youchu's pale face, Lin Heng frowned slightly and quickly ran to the girl's side. "Youchu, what's wrong?" Even if someone is in poor physical condition, they shouldn't be in this state after running 800 meters. At this moment, Shun Youchu's face was extremely pale, as if she had been soaking in cold water for a long time and had just been pulled out. Moreover, the body temperature was significantly lower than normal. Running around in this weather shouldn't have resulted in a low-grade fever, right? After grasping Lin Heng's arm with her other hand, Shun Youchu blushed and whispered, "I have a bit of an upset stomach." She hadn't expected that this thing would arrive halfway through. Looking at the girl's somewhat embarrassed expression and the symptoms her body was exhibiting, Lin Heng also thought of a possibility in an instant. The biggest difference between girls and boys is that girls have a hospitable relative who comes to visit every month. "Let's go to the infirmary. We can't stay here any longer." After taking off his coat to cover the girl's bottom, Lin Heng turned to the student next to him and said, "Xiang Tian, could you please tell Teacher Marijibi? Shun Youchu isn't feeling well, so I'll take her to the infirmary." Okay, go ahead." "Okay, thank you." After saying that, Lin Heng looked at Shun Youchu beside him and asked softly, "Can you still walk?" Upon hearing this, a hint of hesitation flashed in Shun Youchu's eyes, but she quickly nodded slightly and said firmly, "Yes, I can still walk, but that doesn't mean it won't hurt while I'm walking. Lying is not a good habit." Seeing Shun Youchu's unconsciously furrowed brows, Lin Heng rubbed her head and then picked her up in his arms. Looking at the somewhat bewildered expression on the girl's face in his arms, he jokingly teased, "Let me make it clear beforehand. I'm not taking advantage of you here." Hmm? Looking at Lin Heng's warm smile so close to her, Shin Yuchu blushed and pursed her lips. I know. If there were a mirror that could see into a girl's heart right now, it would reveal that a little deer is beating wildly inside her. If it weren't for its strong heart, it might have burst out of the body. Close your eyes and rest for a while. We'll be there soon. As he spoke, Lin Heng quickly walked towards the school clinic. In order to avoid making Shun Yuchu feel bumpy, he could only walk quickly. Warm sunlight streamed onto the campus paths, and dappled orange rays filtered through the leaves, falling on the ground and also onto the boy. Fool. Gazing at Lin Heng's profile, which shone brightly in the sunlight, Shin Yuchu muttered something to herself before resting her head against his strong chest. Although she was in great pain at that moment, she wished that time could stop completely. Summer insects chirp, cicadas sing, and birds sing joyfully. The two walked along the school path where light and shadow intertwined, painting a unique answer sheet for their youth. A few minutes later, in the school clinic. "It's nothing serious, just due to my period and excessive exercise." After examining Shin Yuchu's body, the school doctor, Lu Meikai, said softly, "Rest here for an hour, and you can go back to class after an hour." The school clinic is not as good as a regular hospital outside. Therefore, the help she can offer is limited. A sanitary napkin and some brown sugar water to relieve menstrual cramps are the best she can do. After handing the brown sugar water to Shin Yuchu, Lu Mei smiled and joked to Lin Heng, who was standing to the side. "If you're worried, you can take your little girlfriend to the hospital outside later." The campus during adolescence often harbors the most beautiful love stories. She wasn't a teacher at the school, so she didn't have any particular feelings about this kind of thing. Of course, if any blonde guy were to try and seduce her daughter, she would definitely show him what it means to be a doctor. "Huh, girlfriend." Faced with Lu Mei's sudden teasing, Shin Yuchu instantly transformed into a steampunk princess. Even her previously pale cheeks instantly turned exceptionally rosy. Looking at the school doctor with a big, doting smile, and Shin Yuchu who was practically being cooked alive, Lin Heng had no choice but to explain helplessly, "Please don't joke around. We're just friends." He was genuinely worried that if things continued like this, the girl might end up damaging her brain, even though her period was fine. TCH, another boring guy. Upon hearing this, Lu Mei pouted unhappily. She then handed the brown sugar water to Lin Heng, muttering unhappily, "I have other things to do. You can feed the rest to this girl." These days, young people are all so reserved. They need someone like her, who's been there, to help them out. Watching Lu Mei disappear in a flash, Lin Heng really wanted to complain. Are there really so few normal people around me? What school doctor would do something so obviously encouraging early romantic relationships? Is he too normal, or is this world too crazy? Furthermore, given Shin Yuchu's current steam-generating state, wouldn't it cause an explosion if I try to handle it myself? "Lin Heng, how about I do it myself?" Seeing Lin Heng standing there, holding the brown sugar water, Shin Yuchu thought he was just embarrassed. So she tried to get up and do it herself. "Hey, didn't I tell you to lean on it properly?" Realizing Shin Yuchu's intentions, Lin Heng quickly stepped forward to help her up and stuffed another pillow behind her back. "You're only just starting to feel better. Do you want to go through the pain again?" Seeing the boy's sudden fierce expression, Shin Yuchu pursed her lips and said in a pitiful voice, "I just didn't want to make things difficult for you." Chapter 49. Who exactly is behind this? Don't overthink it. After giving Shin Yuchu a helpless tap on the head, Lin Heng pulled over a chair and sat down in front of the girl. "I was afraid you'd be embarrassed, so I didn't act immediately." "I see." Hearing this, Shin Yuchu lowered her head and muttered softly, "I thought I had put you in a difficult position, so." She thought the other person was just being shy, but it turned out they were actually being considerate of her feelings. Faced with this kind of gentle, subtle affection, it's really hard for a girl who lacks love not to fall for it. "I told you not to overthink it. We're friends, aren't we?" After blowing on the brown sugar water in the spoon to cool it down slightly, Lin Heng held it to the girl's lips. "Come on, open your mouth. I don't want to bother others. I want to handle everything myself." This is a lingering effect that will more or less remain after being bullied for a long time. At least that's what Lin Heng thinks, so he also wants to help Shin Yuchu gradually get through this. There's nothing wrong with being self-reliant and strong, but sometimes it's not shameful to ask others for help. Looking at the brown sugar water in front of her, a strange emotion flashed in Shin Yuchu's eyes. Thank you, Lin Heng, it's so good to have you by my side. As she spoke, the girl smiled and drank the brown sugar water in front of her. At this moment, the food, which was originally the most ordinary of all, was filled with a strange flavor. Looking at the smiling girl in front of him, Lin Heng chuckled and gently ruffled her hair. You really are a silly girl. I'm obviously very smart, okay? Yes, our Yuchu is the smartest. I have a feeling you're trying to fool me. A gentle breeze blew in from outside, carrying the fragrance of flowers that mingled with the warmth inside, creating a tranquil and beautiful scene. Watching the two interacting by the hospital bedside, Lu Mei, hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Oh dear, this damned youth. If the results were tallied right now, she would definitely be the MVP. A few minutes later, on the path leading to the school store. Candy stores should have them, but hand warmers might not. If not, I'll have to buy a hot water bottle for now. On his way to the convenience store, Lin Heng pondered what he should buy later. Although Shin Yuchu is fine now, she still has a full day of classes to attend. Therefore, both oral candies for pain relief and external heat packs are necessities. The school clinic should have hand warmers. Unfortunately, the previous batch has just been used up, and the new batch won't arrive until tomorrow. With no other option, he could only try his luck at the convenience store. However, Lin Heng wasn't really sure if he could buy anything at the convenience store. After all, Shin Yuchu had just bought everything in there yesterday. Just as Lin Heng was about to cross a small path to take a shortcut to the convenience store. At the corner of the road, a burly-looking guy suddenly appeared. Meanwhile, on the way here, another guy who looked similar to him appeared. Lin Heng knew without even thinking that these guys were after him. Kid, you'd better give us a good beating. Looking at Lin Heng, who was now surrounded by them, Park Guk-chang laughed arrogantly. Don't worry, my brother and I know what we're doing. At most, it will just keep you bedridden for a few months. As boxing athletes, they are least afraid of fighting with others. As for whether Lin Heng will tell the teacher later. If they dare to do this, then there must be corresponding solutions. Moreover, there are no surveillance cameras here, so even if they were to speak out, there would be no evidence that they did it. The moment Park Guk-chang finished speaking, Park Yi-seng chimed in. Brother, stop wasting time talking to him. Let's just get started. Compared to his older brother Park Guk-chang, Park Yi-seng, the younger brother, is more impatient. As the two slowly surrounded him, Lin Heng adjusted his body angle and asked the group, Did Lu Zixuan send you? There were only a few people in the entire school with whom he had a conflict, Lu Zixuan and Lung Qingqiu. Although I'm not sure which one it is, it's always good to just pick one. Upon hearing the name Lu Zixuan, a strange light flashed in Park Guk-chang's eyes. But he didn't say much, instead echoing Lin Heng's words. Being too smart isn't good. Hey bro, let's go? Just don't kill them. Anyway, they didn't pass the special recruitment exam this year, so they can just go for it with confidence and boldness for that generous reward. Once you get the money, you'll be free to do whatever you want. Seeing the two people rushing towards him from the front and back, Lin Heng did not dodge immediately. Instead, he waited until they were about 20 centimeters away from him before slightly turning his body to dodge their combined attack. While dodging the attack, he also grabbed one of the men's arms and used a dislocated hand technique. With a crisp snapping sound, Park Yi-seng's right hand went limp and powerless. Ah! Looking at his limp right arm, Park Yi-seng instinctively let out a scream. Before the scream could last even a few seconds, Lin Heng delivered a swift and powerful whip kick to the other man's neck. The force of that kick was so great that it caused Park Yi-seng's brain to shut down. Then his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to his knees, limp and lifeless. Younger brother? Seeing his younger brother subdued in an instant, Park Guk-chang's face turned extremely ugly. Although I knew Lin Heng knew how to disassemble bones, but I never expected that my opponent could use it so quickly in actual combat. According to the information that person gave, This can only be used when there is no resistance. Don't shout. Don't shout. He just fainted. After casually removing all the bones from Park Yi-sang's limbs, Lin Hung glanced at his watch and said, I'm easy to talk to. You have 10 minutes to do something. If I'm satisfied when I get back, I wouldn't mind setting your brother's bones. By the way, just a heads up, the later you connect to this service, the greater the impact on his future. After saying this, Lin Hung turned around and continued walking towards the convenience store. Shin Yu-chu is still waiting in the infirmary. He doesn't have time to waste with Park Guchong here. Besides, isn't it more entertaining to see someone beat up a green tea BTCH than to do it yourself? Damn it. Watching Lin Hang's receding figure, Park Guchong glanced at his younger brother and then decisively ran off in one direction. Chapter 50. Park Guchong truly understands me. A dozen minutes later, Lin Hung was carrying a large bag of supplies and was slowly walking towards the infirmary. It can only be said that people who become bosses all have their merits. In less than a night, the school store shelves were once again full of goods. Ugh. When Lin Hung returned to the path he had just come from, he saw Park Guchong pounding Lu Zixuan on the ground. TSK, it seems you don't want your brother's limbs to be reattached. Seeing that Lu Zixuan's screams were still so powerful, Lin Hung couldn't help but suspect that Park Guchong was rigging the fight. After all, there is a significant difference in their body sizes. Compared to Park Guchong, Lu Zixuan was no different from a little chick. Upon hearing this, Park Guchong paused for a moment. Then he gritted his teeth and kicked Lu Zixuan in the crotch. Ah! The next second, a shrill scream instantly echoed throughout the grove. If this happened at night, people would probably believe it was a ghost story. Wow, this guy he actually understands me pretty well. Seeing Park Guchong's actions, Lin Hung had to summarize it in one sentence. The one who truly understands me is Park Guchong. Good, continue. After saying something in a light tone, Lin Hung quickly reattached Park Yi-sang's limbs. Don't stop. You need to keep fighting for at least another 10 minutes. Otherwise, I'll break your bones every time I see you. Don't doubt what I'm saying. You should know something about the Lu family, right? Looking at Lin Hang's amiable face, Park Guchong felt like his lungs were about to explode with anger. Who's the villain here, you or me? Why are you trying to steal the villain's job? Thinking this, he silently increased the output power to Lu Zixuan slightly. TSK, how scary. Watching Park Guchong gradually enter a berserk state, Lin Hung made a light, mocking remark, mimicking Huang's, before picking up his bag and leaving. If Lu Zixuan were accidentally knocked out or crippled, it wouldn't be such a bad outcome for him. Since he had already found a more fun toy, Lu Zixuan's existence naturally became dispensable. If the police come looking for trouble, all he can say is, Arthur, I was terrified. And I clearly didn't do anything. You can't wrong an innocent person. It was Park Guchong who beat him up. What does that have to do with me, Lin Hung? Since this guy dares to cause trouble for me, I have to be prepared to be swindled out of my whole family. A few minutes later, in the school clinic. Oh, didn't you say you were just friends? Seeing Lin Hung come in carrying a large bag of things, Lu Mei rested her chin on her hand and reminded him, that girl is asleep, so keep your voice down. Teacher, are you sure you're doing the right thing? Noticing the gossip gleam in the other person's eyes, Lin Hung twitched his lips helplessly. If it weren't for the employee badge on his uniform, he would have doubted whether this guy was really a teacher. In fact, school doctors can be considered a type of teacher, right? TCH, pretentious guys usually end up alone. After giving the boy a disdainful look, Lu Mei started scrolling through short videos on her own. Lin Hung, Jia Jingjing. Ignoring the unscrupulous school doctor, Lin Hung quietly carried the bag into the small cubicle with the curtain drawn. At this moment, Shin Yu-chu was quietly curled up on the clean white hospital bed. Her soft, long hair was scattered on the pillow like a dark cloud. Sunlight streamed in through the half-drawn curtains, casting dappled shadows on her face, making her appear exceptionally serene. She really fell asleep. Looking at Shin Yu-chu, who resembled a kitten, Lin Hung gently placed a heat pack on the girl's stomach and then covered her with the blanket again. What he didn't notice was that at the very moment he turned around, the girl, who should have been asleep, had a slight smile playing on her lips. Meanwhile, in Lung Qingqiu's room at the Lung family villa. Because Lung Boating's slap yesterday was quite forceful, Lung Qingqiu's face has not yet fully recovered from the swelling. That's why she didn't go to school today. Useless. All of you are useless. 2 sports students couldn't beat a student from a general studies department. Upon seeing the message from Park Guk-chong, Lung Qingqiu swept everything off the table and onto the floor. That's right. The person who actually hired the Park brothers today wasn't Lu Zixuan, but Lung Qingqiu. As for Lu Zixuan, he was just there to take the blame and get beaten up. After all, Lung Qingqiu is not only not at school, but she is also the eldest daughter of the Lung family. Lu Zixuan was merely a discarded son of the Lu family. Choosing someone else was obvious. Of course, the most important point is that Lin Hung mentioned Lu Zixuan. Otherwise, even if Park Guk-chong needed to find a scapegoat, he might not necessarily go to him. After venting her anger, Lung Qingqiu calmed down for the time being. Since things have come to this, I can only think of another way. The reason she sent Park Guk-chong to intercept Lin Hung was actually quite simple. That means they intend to cripple Lin Hung. A crippled man is useless, even if he is his own son. When the time comes, the Lu family will definitely take Lu Zixuan back for the sake of their reputation. In this way, he could continue to exploit the Lu family for personal gain. In a family as heartless as the Lung family, it's only natural that Lung Qingqiu would think this way. After all, under Lung Boating's tutelage, her inner world was actually more twisted than most people's. My previous special feelings for Lu Zixuan were merely a result of being guided by the will of the world. The girl's deviation value has now reached 10. It's impossible for her to be the one whose heart and eyes are filled with Lu Zixuan anymore. It can only be said that Lung Qingqiu still has some feelings for Lu Zixuan, but not many. Compared to before, the focus now is more on utilization. I've already put the money in the 212-138 parcel locker near the school. Once you've taken it, please leave for a while. After sending the message, Lung Qingqiu immediately took out the SIM card and broke it in half. This is an anonymous phone card, so even if someone comes looking for it later, it has nothing to do with me. With so many people at the Lung family villa, who can prove that this card was definitely used by Lung Qingqiu? It's possible that someone impersonated her to frame her. It seems we need to change our strategy. Looking at the SIM card in the trash can, a hint of hesitation flashed across Lung Qingqiu's face. If she could, she wouldn't want to do that. Chapter 51. The Life of Separating Wet and Dry Areas, Plans in Progress. Meanwhile, at a hospital near Shenzhen Middle School. Doctor. Upon seeing the doctor in a white coat enter the ward, Lu Zixuan immediately grabbed the doctor's arm, her expression becoming agitated. What's wrong with me? Why can't I feel my little brother anymore? At this moment, Lu Zixuan's face was contorted with rage, as if he were a demon crawling out of hell. The reason for this is that he can no longer sense the presence of his friends. Of course, this doesn't mean that you can't feel pain, but rather that you no longer have the same control over things as before. He vowed that one day he would personally tear Lin Hung to pieces. You son of a bitch, you were walking along the road perfectly fine by yourself. Suddenly, a muscular man appeared out of nowhere and started punching him mercilessly without saying a word. Therefore, Lin Hung, who appeared later, naturally became Lu Zixuan's primary suspect. In his mind, Park Guk-chong was just a thug hired by Lin Hung. Otherwise, why would the other party attack him? And why would Lin Hung be there? All of this must have been done by that bastard Lin Hung to get revenge on him. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. After forcefully pulling Lu Zixuan's hand away, Lu Haizhu, the chief physician of the Department of Urology, pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, "Because you were brought in time, your 2 Dragon Balls were barely saved." As for the corpus cavernosum. At this point, Lu Haizhu paused slightly before continuing to ask, "Have you been injured recently?" And it was a very serious one. Injured. Upon hearing Lu Haizhu's question, Lu Zixuan immediately recalled the groin kick Lu Rushua had given him when he was at the Lu family home. Whenever he recalls that scene, he feels an urge to rape the other person on the spot. So he really was injured. Seeing Lu Zixuan's unusually ugly expression, Lu Haizhu could naturally guess what was going on, although they barely managed to keep the Dragon Balls this time. However, The corpus cavernosum suffered further damage, leading it to reach the age of early retirement. To put it simply, with his 18-year-old body, Lu Zixuan was already capable of living the dry and wet separation lifestyle of an 80-year-old man. However, adhering to the principle of caring for the patient's feelings, Lu Haizhu still comforted him, saying, "We must not let the corpus cavernosum get injured again in the future. Otherwise, you'd better prepare to practice the evil repelling sword manual." Although he used to be a professional mage, he has kept the wrench sealed away for many years. If this guy in front of me starts causing trouble at the hospital, it will be quite a problem. Sigh. I suddenly missed the silly old man at the village entrance. What should I do? Upon hearing that he still had a chance to recover, Lu Zixuan's face immediately lit up with excitement. "Doctor, you mean I can still be cured?" Just as fishermen don't accept Air Force, the West cannot live without Jerusalem. For a man, losing his beloved brother is no different from being dead. Even at his peak, he only lasted 10 breaths. But at least you get 10 breaths worth of usage time, right? It's important to understand that there's a fundamental difference between having something and not having it. Oh right, you can still be cured. Seeing Lu Zixuan's excited expression, Lu Haizhu nodded perfunctorily. But be careful not to get injured again, otherwise. Yes, I will definitely remember what you said, doctor. As he spoke, Lu Zixuan seemed to already see the moment when he would regain his former glory. Oh, poor child. Seeing the other person's excited expression, Lu Haizhu shook his head imperceptibly and then quietly turned and left the ward. People need to have some hope. However, this was the first time he had ever seen something about the size of a bean sprout. If you just sleep like that, will any girls really like you? It was 8:20 p.m. The entrance to the basement of the Shun family villa. "Shirley, how's it going over there?" With an apple-flavored lollipop in her mouth, Shin Yuchu walked towards the basement and asked the office lady beside her. "As far as I know, those old guys seem to have noticed something's wrong. Even a pig, when faced with the successive deaths of those around it, will more or less notice something amiss. Not to mention the old folks in the Shin family. They're all incredibly shrewd and calculating. Don't worry, miss. Everything is proceeding according to plan." After skillfully turning on all the lights in the basement for Shin Yuchu, as Shirley followed in the other person's footsteps, she reported, "The design team said it was intentional. The purpose was to get those old guys together. The moment they all converge will be the time to completely close the net. Because Shin Yuchu requested that the deadline be met ahead of schedule. Therefore, the design team had no choice but to try to change the plan. The previous method of dealing with each item one by one has been changed to a one-size-fits-all approach. As for the deliberate flaws revealed, they were merely meant to lure these people together. Otherwise, given their methods, which they learned from Brother Jiaqian of the Number Gang, how could they possibly have slipped up before the mission was over? That would be best. You know I don't like surprises that aren't part of the plan." As they approached a large door to the basement, Shin Yuchu turned to look at Shirley beside her, saying, "And I'm in a good mood today. Therefore, your salary will double this month." After saying that, she pushed open the door and went into the room. Shin Yuchu is never stingy with her own people. To paraphrase an internet saying, a monthly salary of 1 million renminbi means, "The company's direction is the meaning of my life." Monthly salary of 800,000 renminbi. "The company is like my parents." A monthly salary of 500,000 renminbi. "I'll live and die with the company." A monthly salary of 8K. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Monthly salary of 5K. "My boss is out of his mind, and I'm talking badly about him behind his back." Monthly salary 2K. "Boss is WQNMLGB." Which category do you belong to? Raise your hand if you're curious. To make someone completely devoted to you, besides the bond of a relationship, appropriate monetary rewards are also essential. To put it simply, it's not much different from training a dog. While delivering a heavy blow, also offer a sweet treat. Under such repeated cycles of operation, even the most unruly creature will become a loyal and reliable dog. After all, not everyone can gain a large number of loyal supporters like Liu Bei by simply throwing a child. "Thank you, miss." Watching Shin Yuchu's departing figure, a complex emotion flashed in Shirley's eyes. You should know that her salary is 400,000 yuan a month. At this moment, certain thoughts began to surge uncontrollably within her. Chapter 52: The Secret Beneath the Shun Family Villa and an Angry Lin Hung? At the same time, Shin Yuchu had already reached the deepest part of the room. Eating sweets, that's not like you at all. Looking at the lollipop that Shin Yuchu had in her mouth, a middle-aged man whose limbs were chained and whose body was covered in tomato juice spoke in a hoarse voice. What? Do you think someone like you deserves to be liked? Although the middle-aged man looks very disheveled, you can still vaguely see his former handsomeness from his bone structure. If he dressed up simply, he would definitely be the kind of handsome older man who could charm young girls. Provocation is just a pointless trick. Ignoring the middle-aged man's sarcasm, Shin Yuchu calmly sat down on a chair not far from him. Those old guys don't have many days left to live. And after them, it will be your turn. Hee, it seems you really have fallen for someone. Looking at the girl's calm, expressionless face, the middle-aged man burst into unrestrained laughter. If that lucky one knew your true face, it would be quite amusing, wouldn't it? What does it matter to me whether those old guys live or die? Anyway, his current situation is no different from being worse off than dead. Perhaps, but it's a pity you probably won't live to see that day. After getting up and approaching the middle-aged man, Shin Yuchu skillfully dislocated his limbs. Seeing the pained look on the other person's face, she grabbed the messy hair and said, "And my dear father, your provocation is really too awful. Don't worry. How could I possibly bear to let you die before I've squeezed out every last bit of value from you? Ah, you beast." Even though it wasn't the first time he'd endured it, the pain of having his bones forcibly torn apart still made Shun Ritian let out a shrill scream. What a beast. Seeing Shun Ritian groaning incessantly, Shin Yuchu put his right hand back in place. Then, as she began to dismantle the other person's fingers, she said in a calm voice, "I am in this state all thanks to you, my dear father. Don't worry, I'll let you experience firsthand everything your mother went through before she died." Even though the image of my mother in my memory has begun to gradually fade, but the girl still remembers the scene where the other person risked their life to protect her. If it weren't for the other person's existence, I might have died 10 years ago. Ah, as the saying goes, the 10 fingers are connected to the heart. The feeling of having his fingers broken one by one caused Shin Ritian to uncontrollably shed tears and snot. Bastard, if you have the guts, just kill me. Don't rush, that day will come. After disassembling the last little finger, Shin Yuchu poured a bottle of medicine from the table into the other person's mouth, saying, "Now, please enjoy yourself." The moment the medicine entered my mouth, a fishy, foul smell burst forth. But that wasn't the most devastating thing for Shin Ritian. What truly broke him was the sight of several boars imprisoned in a fenced enclosure. "Shin Yuchu, you'll die a horrible death." Watching the girl's retreating figure, he used his last bit of strength to shout loudly, "Ha ha! What's the difference between you and me? Someone like you will never find true happiness. It really is noisy." After glancing back at the deranged Shin Ritian, Shin Yuchu pressed the switch on the wall without expression. Click, click. With a mechanical sound, the cage that had been holding the boar was slowly opened. These pigs were raised on specialized feed, which affected their physique to some extent. But if placed in a normal breeding farm, it would definitely be the king of breeding pigs. After taking one last look at Shin Ritian, whose expression was gradually turning terrified, a barely perceptible glint of pleasure flashed in Shun Yuchu's eyes. Then, "Father, please enjoy this wonderful night." Ah! The next day, in the classroom of Class 1, Grade 12 at Shenzhen No. 1 Middle School. Looking at the lunchbox that Shun Yuchu handed him, a barely perceptible hint of inner conflict flashed in Lin Heng's eyes. But in less than a second, he reached out and took the lunchbox from the girl's hand. There's no way around it. Those pitiful little dog eyes are just too lethal. If it weren't for his stable Dao heart, he probably would have been completely overwhelmed by Shin Yuchu's gaze. Puff. Noticing the subtle change in the boy's expression, Shin Yuchu suppressed the inexplicable flutter in her heart and said softly, "I tried it today, and the taste was just right." Having learned from yesterday's lesson, she naturally wouldn't make the same mistake again. "I got up at 4:30 in the morning and then spent another hour and a half making sure the food was okay." This is what the girl did this morning. Aside from washing up, she spent all her time learning to cook. However, this changed in Shin Yuchu. This made many members of the Shun family feel that the world was about to end. After all, given the other party's previous behavior, the idea of them cooking again and again is more absurd than a collision between Mars and Earth. Seeing the faint smile on Shun Yuchu's lips, Lin Heng turned his head slightly away, feeling a little embarrassed. This girl is definitely a sly fox in disguise. Otherwise, how could she have guessed my thoughts so accurately? Give it a try and see if today's food suits your taste. After opening the lid of the lunchbox, Shin Yuchu placed the spoon in the boy's hand, saying, "It might be a little hot, so be careful." "Okay, thanks." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Heng noticed that the girl's skin on the back of her hand had turned slightly red. With his exceptional medical skills, he immediately recognized that the reddened areas were burns. "It's all right. I've already taken care of it." Noticing Lin Heng looking at the wound on the back of her hand, Shin Yuchu waved her hand with a smile. "Let's eat something first. The shumai won't taste good if it gets cold." Because she was unfamiliar with the steamer, she accidentally burned the back of her hand while operating it. She didn't pay much attention to this minor injury, so she didn't bother to remember it. It wasn't until she noticed Lin Heng's strange gaze that Shin Yuchu belatedly realized what was going on. But in order not to worry the other party, she could only say that it had already been dealt with. Rinsing with cold water is a way to treat burns. "Wait here for me." After saying that, Lin Heng closed the lunchbox and got up to walk out of the classroom. "Why?" Watching the boy's retreating figure, a hint of panic flashed across Shin Yuchu's face. Had she done something wrong? This was the first time she had ever seen an expression of anger on Lin Heng's face. "Stop raising them, friends. I'm working hard to update 3 times a day." Chapter 53, A Silly Girl, A Delicious Lunch. A few minutes later, after returning to the classroom carrying a small bag, Lin Heng said to Shin Yuchu expressionlessly, "Hold out your hand." Looking at the icy-faced boy, Shin Yuchu lowered her head and offered her hand, just like a child who had done something wrong. Epsilon's sad face Omicron, alas. Looking at Shin Yuchu, who looked like a kindergarten child, Lin Heng helplessly took out a tube of burn ointment from the bag. If one possesses a high level of medical skill, it is relatively easy to tell whether a wound has been properly treated. Shin Yuchu's skin was red and also peeling. In this situation, the most that was done was to rinse it with water. No medication was used for treatment. If this drags on, things might get a bit complicated later on. After all, burns aren't that serious. But you might say it's not serious, but sometimes it is quite serious. Watching Lin Heng carefully apply ointment to her wound, Shin Yuchu pursed her lips and said in a slightly trembling voice, I'm sorry. Don't say sorry to me, or anything like that. You should apologize to yourself." Meeting the girl's clear eyes, which were filled with grievance, Lin Heng applied the ointment and said in a serious tone, "Do you remember what you promised me before?" Upon hearing this, Shin Yuchu's thoughts immediately returned to that night. At the same time, she also recalled the words Lin Heng had said to her while holding her hand on that swing. So you need to learn to protect yourself, at least not to get hurt so easily anymore, you know? I'm sorry, I won't do it again next time. After recalling these things, a vague emotion flashed in Shin Yuchu's eyes. It turns out the other person was angry simply because she hadn't protected herself. You want it next time, huh? Seeing Shin Yuchu's silly look, Lin Heng put the ointment back into the small bag. He then placed the bag and all into the girl's drawer, saying, "Remember to apply it on time. Otherwise, if the wound gets infected, don't blame me for hitting you on the head." With a girl this silly, how could he possibly expect her to be smart? Let's try to change their minds little by little. Otherwise, one day he might end up somewhere and nobody would even know. It won't happen again. It won't happen again. As she spoke, Shin Yuchu hurriedly raised her right hand. I swear, you believe me. Protecting yourself isn't that easy. It seems that, just in case, we should arrange for more bodyguards at home. All right. This is like some kind of initiation ceremony. Looking at Shin Yuchu's serious expression, which gave off a vibe of someone wanting to join the party, Lin Heng ruffled her hair helplessly. I just want to tell you that you must always remember to protect yourself, no matter what. We're friends, right? I'd be sad if you got hurt. To prevent this silly girl from forgetting about it later, Lin Hung felt he needed to take extra precautions. Given how much importance he places on himself, these words will have an even greater effect. Although I can't guarantee 100% success. But at least this silly girl will consider her own safety more when doing certain things in the future. However, it was obvious that Lin Hung underestimated the power of his words. Lin Hung will also be sad. He really cares about me, so I'll definitely be with him in the future. Should we have a boy or a girl? Or maybe twins, a boy and a girl, would be nice too. As her fantasies became increasingly outrageous, Shin Yochu's cheeks gradually turned crimson. If the art style were changed slightly at this moment, the girl's ears would probably emit a burst of hot steam. Lin Hung was completely baffled as he watched the girl inexplicably enter steam girl mode. I don't think I said anything, did I? Why did the plot suddenly start taking such a strange turn? However, what the two did not notice was, at this moment, someone in the front row of the classroom is secretly watching them through a mirror. Time is like a bouncy little kid who can easily fall into a ditch. Before we knew it, the morning classes were coming to an end. Lin Hung, would you like to have dinner together today? Seeing that Lin Hung had already taken out his lunch, Shin Yuchu also took out her lunch and placed it on the table. Since she knew the boy would bring lunch to school, she naturally chose to do the same. Although, given her standards for food, eating at the school cafeteria's food stalls wouldn't be a bad idea. Of course, we're friends, aren't we? Looking at Shin Yochu's somewhat nervous expression, Lin Hung smiled and nodded. Then he placed the lunch dishes in the middle, saying, "Come on, let me see what delicious food you've prepared." The fact that the girl took the initiative to ask to have dinner with him shows that she has taken the most crucial step. That is to step out of your closed-off mind. Lin Hung was naturally more than happy to accept this behavior. Eating lunch alone is so boring, wouldn't it be better to have a cute, soft-spoken girl you can tease? If he weren't worried that Shin Yuchu would burn his brain, he would actually like to test the limits of the steam girl mode. It's just some ordinary food. Seeing Lin Hang's somewhat excited appearance, Shin Yuchu became even more nervous. Because she wasn't sure if her food fell into the category of what normal people would like. But the thought that Shirley had helped plan this lunch made the girl feel relieved. Thinking this, Shin Yuchu slowly opened her lunchbox. Immediately afterwards, a rich aroma began to spread uncontrollably. Cheese spare ribs, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, stir-fried chayote, and about 6 or 7 other dishes were being served in separate small compartments. This compact food container design retains heat to the maximum extent, while also ensuring that the flavors of each dish do not easily mix. Looking at the lunchbox in Shin Yochu's hand, Lin Hung said half-jokingly, "Wow, it seems I'm the one who got the better deal today." Although his own lunch also consisted of 6 dishes, it didn't stop him from livening up the atmosphere. Didn't you see how nervous the girl was? If he didn't find a topic to liven up the atmosphere, he was genuinely worried that the other person might just slap him in the face later. "I'm glad you don't mind." Upon hearing this, Shin Yuchu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems the other person didn't dislike the food. Next time, we can have the kitchen make similar dishes. What's there to complain about? It looks delicious. As he spoke, Lin Hung unceremoniously picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork tenderloin. Just as he was about to put it in his mouth, a less than pleasant voice instantly shattered the harmonious atmosphere between the two. Chapter 54 Unsolicited kindness is either a swindle or a crime. Excuse me for bothering you. Ignoring the whispers and stares of those around them, Lung Qingqiu placed an exquisitely presented lunch on the table in front of them. "I misunderstood you the last few times, I'm so sorry. If you don't mind, please accept this bento box. Although it's not something valuable, I made it myself." She saw everything clearly when Lin Hung and Shin Yuchu interacted during the day. That's why she thought of using the same method to get closer to Lin Hung. In order to escape Lung Boding's control, what does it matter if I have to submit to someone I hate? At least compared to Li Zhongping, that old man in his 40s who is also a widower. Lin Hung is not only young, but also quite good-looking. As long as she has control over him, Lung Qingqiu can do whatever she wants. As for the food that you supposedly made yourself, I think everyone who knows already knows. Making a phone call to have someone at home send over a portion is essentially the same as making it yourself by calling someone else to do it. This guy, something just doesn't look right to me. Looking at the unchanging 10 deviation value on Lung Qingqiu's head, Lin Heng thought to himself as he coldly said, "Put the things there. You can leave." This guy clearly wasn't up to anything, and I'm not stupid enough to fall for his trap so easily. But in order to have lunch on time, it's more important to get rid of them quickly. Anyway, the food was just sitting there, and I didn't say I would definitely eat it. Okay, then enjoy your meal. Seeing that Lin Heng did not directly refuse, Lung Qingqiu couldn't help but smile faintly. Little brat, I can easily take it down with my own hands. After saying this, Lung Qingqiu turned around and returned to her seat. She understood the principle of gradually boiling a frog in warm water. Asking to stay now would only make me feel awkward. It's better to wait and gradually integrate later. Now that we've made a start, I figure I just need to copy what we've already done. As for Xin Yuqiu, she is indeed very beautiful. In terms of appearance, Lung Qingqiu was not bad either. Not to mention that she was the eldest daughter of the Lung family, while the other party was just an illegitimate daughter of the Xin family. She believed that as long as she started to seriously seduce Lin Heng, Xin Yuqiu would definitely be no match for her. A weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken is up to no good. Watching Lung Qingqiu turn and leave, Lin Heng muttered something before preparing to continue eating. But the moment he turned his head, he noticed someone's not very happy look in their eyes. What's wrong? Upon encountering Xin Yuqiu, who had inexplicably become somewhat emo, Lin Heng subconsciously reached out and placed his hand on her forehead. Your temperature is normal. Is your stomach upset again? No, that's not it. Upon hearing this, Xin Yuqiu tapped her fingers in disappointment. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes couldn't help but drift towards the unopened lunch on the table. Puff. After noticing Xin Yuqiu's little actions, Lin Heng helplessly rubbed her head and said, I just don't want her to disturb our lunch. And that guy might even poison it. I'm not stupid, I wouldn't eat it. This little girl is probably afraid of being taken away from me. After all, it wasn't easy to make a friend, so naturally, I value it very much. Really? After hearing Lin Heng's explanation, Xin Yuqiu's beautiful peach blossom eyes once again shone with joy. But she soon realized that her current behavior seemed a little too obvious. I'm just a little worried that you won't talk to me anymore. Although Xin Yuqiu seemed indifferent to her conversation with Shun Ritian last night, she was actually filled with inner turmoil and panic. She feared that one day Lin Heng would discover her true self and leave without looking back. The fact that Lung Qingqiu, a girl with good looks and a good family background, showed affection to Lin Heng naturally aroused Lin Heng's inner fear. It has to be said, experience is the best teacher. Even though Shen Ritian was determined to die, he still triggered the girl's deepest fear. This can also be interpreted as the most terrifying thing in a female-oriented online novel. He doesn't love me anymore. There was no other way for Shen Yuqiu, who had been deprived of love for more than a decade. Lin Heng is like a Pandora's box that has been opened and is full of temptation. Once the door to desire is opened, it is very difficult to close it again. After all, human desires are like rolling stones from a mountain. Once they start rolling, they never stop. Silly girl, have you forgotten that we pinky swore? After gently flicking the girl's smooth forehead, Lin Heng said with a smile, Lin Heng will never ignore Shin Yuqiu. How could anyone bear to ignore such a cute little girl? If Lin Heng weren't worried about scaring her, he would have tied her up and taken her back to Dazai to be his wife. After all, three-legged toads are easy to find these days, but cute and innocent girls are a rare sight. While it may not be rarer than a national treasure, it's actually about the same level of rarity. Hee, I remember. Clutching the head that had been flicked, Shin Yuqiu nodded vigorously with a beaming smile. Those were some of her few cherished memories. How could she possibly forget them? Most importantly, Lin Heng's attitude at this moment gave the girl a feeling of reassurance. All right, let's eat first. Seeing Shun Yuqiu's silly look, Lin Heng opened the rice container and handed it to the girl, saying, if the food gets cold in a little while, we'll just have plain rice to eat. As for Lung Qingqiu's lunchbox, he naturally didn't even bother to glance at it. Who knows if there's anything weird inside? I'd better just throw it away later. You can heat it up a bit. After taking the lunchbox from the boy, Shin Yuqiu subconsciously said, there's a microwave in the cafeteria, specifically for students to heat up their lunchboxes. Seeing Shun Yuchu suddenly become serious, Lin Heng really wanted to say, "Girl, can we not be so serious about eating?" Meanwhile, in the front row, a barely perceptible glint of anger flashed in Lung Qingqiu's eyes. After all, Lin Heng's voice wasn't quiet, so she naturally heard every single word. I originally thought that Lin Heng accepted the lunchbox because he was obsessed with his own good looks. Unexpectedly, the reason was that she didn't want to be disturbed while having lunch. Is this reasonable? Is this polite? She, Lung Qingqiu, the heiress of the Lung family, made this bento box herself the school beauty of Shenzhen No. 1 High School. Your reason for accepting it, Lin Heng, is that you don't want others to disturb your lunch? Apart from that, Lin Heng had no intention of touching the lunchbox he had prepared. At this moment, Lung Qingqiu's resentment towards Lin Heng intensified once again. She vowed that once she won him over, she would make him suffer the cruelest punishments in the world inflicted on a man. Just as Lung Qingqiu's resentment reached a point where it was about to give birth to a cursed spirit, a somewhat listless voice instantly drew everyone's attention. Chapter 55. Lung Qingqiu is numb, Lu Zixuan is crippled, and Shun Yuchu laughs. "Qingqiu, that's wonderful. I've finally found you, Qingqiu." Looking at Lung Qingqiu, who was quietly reading a book in the front row, Lu Zixuan forcibly corrected his crab-walking gait. Using a smooth slide, he instantly appeared in front of her. "Qingqiu, you have to believe me. That video is definitely fake." Due to the powerful influence of the green tea aura, Lu Zixuan possesses extraordinary recovery abilities. In just one night, he was already able to get out of bed and walk with difficulty. Although the way they walk is a very unsightly crab walk. The reason for choosing to enter the venue via a sliding rail is, besides wanting to express their sincerity, the main reason was to avoid being discovered by their crab-like walking. Just like a drowning person, they will always think about grabbing onto something. Lu Zixuan now wants to firmly grasp Lung Qingqiu's hand, so that he will have the right to sit at the table. Although there are still people in the Lu family who support him, who would dislike having more bargaining chips. Not to mention, Lung Qingqiu is a very good bargaining chip. He was rich, good-looking, and always listened to me in the past. Lu Zixuan would have to be a fool to let go of such a stunning girl. As long as she uses her silver tongue, Lung Qingqiu will surely submit to her superb ventriloquism once again. Seeing Lu Zixuan slide all the way to her, Lung Qingqiu's already irritable mood because of Lin Heng became even more irritable at this moment. The girl, when she was awake, didn't have a good impression of this guy. With Lung Boding urging her from behind, she didn't want to risk her health for this guy. "Please stay away from me." After suppressing the urge to kick Lu Zixuan, Lung Qingqiu calmly said while pulling off the trouser leg that the other party was holding, "Third time's the charm, Lu Zixuan. You have disappointed me too much." If it weren't to avoid further deepening the bad impression in Lin Heng's mind, she's definitely going to teach this guy a lesson for deceiving her time and time again. No, Qingqiu isn't like that. Sensing the distance in the girl's words, Lu Zixuan felt a vague sense of unease, because he noticed that the other person seemed somewhat different from before. In the past, no matter how angry Lung Qingqiu was, she would only refer to herself as Zixuan, not as Lu Zixuan with her full name. What else could it be? As she spoke, Lung Qingqiu subtly steered the conversation toward Lin Heng, saying, "It's all because of your misleading remarks that I've misunderstood Lin Heng several times. Don't you feel any remorse for repeatedly slandering others?" Due to the reduction in deviation value, coupled with the influence of Lin Heng's own anti-intelligence halo, at least for this moment, Lung Qingqiu was perfectly clear-headed. She knew what she wanted. Since Lu Zixuan is already useless, we should make use of him. This round of conversation can actually be seen as a way of showing loyalty to Lin Heng. "Look, I reprimanded Lu Zixuan in front of everyone because of you, Lin Heng. Now that you have this relationship, Lin Heng, you can't just casually fool yourself anymore." It can only be said that after getting rid of Lu Zixuan's influence, Lung Qingqiu took her egoism to the extreme. Every word and every action was imbued with deep calculation. No, that's not how it is. Looking at the completely unfamiliar Lung Qingqiu in front of him, Lu Zixuan panicked completely. After grabbing the girl's leg, he said anxiously, "Qingxiu, let me explain, it's not like that. This isn't what we agreed on in the script. Shouldn't the other person immediately forgive you the moment you use your ventriloquism? How did it suddenly turn into a trial, and one that's all to curry favor with Lin Heng? Is it that I'm still asleep, or has the world gone mad? Ah, let go. Let go of me." When Lu Zixuan suddenly grabbed her sensitive area, Lung Qingxiu instinctively threw something from the table at his forehead. Although she is a sophisticated egoist, deep down she still has the mentality of a young girl. Even though she was prepared to submit to Lin Heng, it was only in her heart. Moreover, if Lu Zixuan continues to cause trouble like this, it's hard to say how Lin Heng will view him in the future. Therefore, whether for her own physical needs or for the rest of her life, she had to stop Lu Zixuan's perverted behavior. Ah! With a piercing scream, Lu Zixuan clutched his head in agony. Between his fingers, one could vaguely see billowing steam rising continuously. The weather isn't that cold right now. Therefore, there is only one option to see the rising steam: boiling water. That's right. In a moment of panic, Lung Qingxiu threw the thermos away. Because the thermos cup wasn't screwed on properly, it poured directly over Lu Zixuan's head. Looking at Lu Zixuan rolling around on the ground and the shocked looks of the students around her, Lung Qingxiu felt numb. Now she can't even stay away from Lu Zixuan. After all, she still has some pride. If we ignore whether the other person lives or dies, who knows what kind of rumors these people will spread about us. 1 minute later, watching Lu Zixuan stagger out of the classroom, supported by Lung Qingxiu. While picking at the rice in her bowl, Shun Yuchu muttered to Lin Heng, "It feels like I'm watching a circus performance every day." Haha, your summary is quite insightful. Upon hearing this, Lin Heng also withdrew his gaze. These two are acting out a love-hate relationship between a crazy couple. Let's just treat this as a joke. There's no need to take it seriously. Neither Lu Zixuan nor Lung Qingxiu had any goodwill or trust with him. As long as they don't bother me, I don't care if the two of them end up together. In the end, it's just a difference between 1 gasoline can or 2 gasoline cans. It's not a big deal. You're right. Recalling Lung Qingxiu and Lu Zixuan's performance over the past few days, Shin Yuchu nodded seriously. Should we give them some reward money? After all, when you go to the circus, you're expected to give a tip. At least he's a clown who tries his best to perform every day. What if they go on strike if they don't get paid? Although she had no intention of watching the show, Lin Heng seemed to enjoy watching the excitement. If the other party suddenly goes on strike, the boy might get very bored. Puff. Seeing Shun Yochu's serious expression, Lin Heng couldn't help but burst out laughing. No need, no need. Those two don't deserve any reward money. Okay, then forget it. Looking at the girl's adorable, bewildered expression, Lin Heng suddenly thought of something amusing. By the way, Yuchu, how about we make a bet? Chapter 56 Lu Zixuan Mediterranean Limited Edition. Doctor, what's his condition now? Looking at Lu Zixuan lying on the hospital bed, groaning softly, Lung Qingxiu asked the school doctor beside her, "Is it a superficial injury, or what?" They arrived in time, and the burns aren't too serious. After putting the iodine and other medicines back in their proper places, Lu Mei paused for 2 seconds, and then lowered her voice to say, "It's because we didn't rinse them with cold water in time. So, how much hair will your classmate have in the future? It may be affected to some extent. Immediately after being burned, the affected area should be rinsed with running water. This can lower the local temperature and prevent sustained high temperatures." It is clear that Lu Zixuan did not do this, and therefore his hair follicles were affected to some extent. Although some simple treatments have been done, the damaged hair follicles cannot be restored. You might not see any problems in the short term, but the long-term effects will eventually appear. First, the hair will gradually become dry and lose its vitality, and then the troubles of most middle-aged men begin: hair loss. Lu Zixuan's injury was on the top of his head, and his appearance after going bald would probably be. The thought of this young boy having such a mature hairstyle left Lu Mei speechless. After hearing Lu Mei's description, Lung Qingxiu immediately pictured Lu Zixuan's bald head in her mind. Well, to put it simply, it was rather cringe-worthy. Go and give him these anti-inflammatory medicines. After handing the girl an anti-inflammatory medication, Lu Mei went to the side to write a medical report. Although I am just a school doctor, I still need to keep records. After all, there was a case not long ago where a school doctor didn't record medication use, and a student got sick from taking the medication and was extorted for 300,000 yuan. She didn't want to gamble her family's life on the kindness of a stranger. Looking at the medicine being stuffed into her hand, Lung Qingxiu really didn't want to have any contact with Lu Zixuan, but she had no other choice. A person's face is like a tree's bark. There are some things she has to do for the sake of her reputation. Qingxiu, let me explain. As soon as Lung Qingxiu arrived at the bedside, Lu Zixuan excitedly grabbed her arm. Things are really not what you think. Please let me explain. Although he hated the other person to the core, Lu Zixuan showed no unusual behavior on the surface. Even if he really wanted to take revenge on the girl, he would at least need to obtain the Lung family's assets. If we were to break ties with Lung Qingxiu now, not only will they lose the Lung family's considerable wealth, but they will also lose a shortcut back to the Lu family. He believed that as long as he could return to the Lu family, he would be able to use his silver tongue to brainwash them again. At that time, whether it is Lu Ruxue or Lu Rumo, they will only be his bed warmers. As for Xiao Wanqing, that wouldn't be out of the question either. As for Lin Hong, the culprit, we must break his legs and lock him in the basement. That wasn't all. He also had to brag to Lin Heng in person. Thinking of Shun Youchu's stunning beauty, a barely perceptible glint of greed flashed in Lu Zixuan's eyes. That's right, he has already found out Shun Youchu's identity. After all, the school is only so big, and it's hard for people not to know about Shun Youchu's drastic changes. Call. Seeing Lu Zixuan's face flushed red from the heat, Lung Qingxiu suppressed her impatience and said coldly, "There's nothing to explain. There's no possibility between us anymore. If the other party is still the young master of the Lu family, then she doesn't need to go to great lengths to seduce Lin Hong. But now that it's happened, it's too late to say anything. I have no other choice right now. She either marries Lin Hong or that old geezer Li Zhongping." The thought of those dead girls sent a chill down Lung Qingxiu's spine. Who knows if I'd suddenly die one day if I married Li Zhongping. No, Qingxiu, don't talk like that. Seeing Lung Qingxiu's impatient expression, Lu Zixuan hurriedly said, "We've been childhood sweethearts, don't you know me?" All of this was Lin Heng's scheme, designed to alienate the two of us. After all these years together, don't you know whether I would do such a thing? And my older sister will be back soon. She will definitely seek justice for me then and expose Lin Heng's ugly face to the world. If he loses Lung Qingxiu, this great traitor, how can he then seize the Lung family's property? Moreover, without the other party's help, it would be much more difficult for him to return to the Lu family. Therefore, no matter what, he would not give up on the other party so easily. Are you really not lying to me? Seeing Lu Zixuan's sincere and earnest expression, Lung Qingxiu's heart wavered slightly. At the same time, the aloof expression on his face softened slightly without him even realizing it. This change is due to factors beyond the influence of the negative 10-point deviation. The main reason is actually the effect of Lu Zixuan's last sentence. Yes, Lu Ruyan will be back soon. As the most favored young master of the Lu family, she knew very well how much Lu Ruyan doted on Lu Zixuan. By then, the other party should be able to return to the Lu family smoothly. After all, it seems that Lu Ruyan has been in charge of many things in the Lu family in recent years. She is capable and is also the eldest daughter. If the other party insists on taking Lu Zixuan home, the Lu family will probably agree. At that time, Lu Zixuan will once again become the young master of the Lu family. Really, I swear I'm not lying to you. Seeing that Lung Qingxiu's attitude was beginning to change, Lu Zixuan immediately seized the opportunity and grabbed the girl's hands. This is all Lin Heng's conspiracy, just to break us up. He's made up his mind. If I can fool Lung Qingxiu again, I must find a chance to make it a fait accompli. By then, when the other party's belly is big, even if the Lung family doesn't want to admit it, it won't matter. Of course, if Lung Boating knew what Lu Zixuan was thinking. It's estimated that he'll only be given a hefty fine and have someone take Lung Qingxiu to a private place to clean up. Trying to threaten the Lung family with a woman? You must be out of your mind. But in that video, it's clearly. They're all composites. Many videos online are processed that way now. Before Lung Qingxiu could finish speaking, Lu Zixuan interrupted. That Lin Heng is absolutely despicable. He must have had a fake video created, specifically to drive a wedge between us, since it had already been finalized with Hulina in advance. Therefore, he was certain that the video in Lin Heng's possession was definitely fake. In order to confirm this matter with Hulina, he had spent almost all the money he brought from the Lu family. Fortunately, Lu Rian later provided another 100,000 W in funding. Otherwise, he would probably be eating dirt on the streets by now. Lu Zixuan's assertive words, coupled with the influence of the world's will, further solidified his position. In addition to Lin Heng's actions this morning, this also led Lung Qingxiu, whose mind was not particularly bright to begin with, to make the final choice. Chapter 57 Little Chu, it's a promise you made about using your lap as a pillow. Damn it, that Lin Heng is absolutely despicable. After fiercely swinging her fist, Lung Qingxiu immediately grasped Lu Zixuan's hands in return, saying, Zixuan, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Apart from the influence of a small part of the world's will, the girl did this primarily because she was thinking of Lu Rian. Even if Lu Zixuan doesn't return to the Lu family in the end, he can still live a very comfortable life with Lu Rian as his backer. All he needed to do was control Lu Zixuan so he could continuously extract benefits from Lu Rian. That way, that old guy Lung Boding probably won't let her marry Li Zhongping. Furthermore, Lin Heng's attitude in the morning made Lung Qingxiu realize that winning him over was not an easy task, unless some special means are used. Otherwise, it might take several months or even a year to truly win over the other party. What she lacks most right now is precisely time. After all, that old man Lung Boding won't give him much time. If she doesn't win over Lin Heng in a short time, he will definitely give her to that old man, Li Zhongping. Given these factors, Lu Zixuan naturally becomes the safest choice at present. It's all right, Qingxiu, it's not your fault. Seeing that the girl had been fooled by him again, Lu Zixuan immediately said with a heartfelt expression, it's all Lin Heng's fault, he's just too despicable. Although he really wanted to punish Lung Qingxiu properly, he knew that now was not the time. Only after the deed is done and you have complete control over the other party can you take action. Although the two had barely exchanged a few words, they were each harboring their own schemes. From this perspective alone, they are surprisingly well matched. A man with a green tea personality paired with a scheming woman seems like a pretty good match. Yes, it's all that Lin Heng's fault. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingxiu seized the opportunity to back down and angrily retorted, no way. I absolutely have to go find him and demand an explanation. She wouldn't give up this opportunity to mend her relationship with Lu Zixuan so easily. Since they had already decided to give up on Lin Heng anyway, what difference would it make if they offended a little more people? In addition, the other party had insulted him like that morning. This move will be a perfect opportunity to get revenge. Upon hearing that Lung Qingxiu was going to cause trouble for Lin Heng, Lu Zixuan felt completely numb. It seems like whenever you go looking for trouble with that guy, he's the one who always ends up getting hurt. Thinking of this, Lu Zixuan immediately said, but we can't beat him, what if he attacks us? Saying I'm not going directly would make me seem guilty, so I can only express my opinion indirectly like this. Although such an expression was somewhat embarrassing, he really didn't want to cause any more trouble for Lin Heng. At least, I don't want to until my older sister comes back. Faced with such a blatant implication, Lung Qingxiu acted as if she didn't understand. Or rather, she was selectively misunderstanding. Don't worry, this time we're on the side of righteousness. After taking Lu Zixuan's hands in her own, Lung Qingxiu said righteously, Zixuan, you rest here, I'm going to find that guy. If Lin Heng dares to lay a hand on me, I'll have my father expel him. Without giving the other person time to react, he quickly turned and walked towards the door of the infirmary. Watching Lung Qingxiu turn and leave quickly, Lu Zixuan really wanted to curse her as a lunatic. You think you're the protagonist of a shonen anime? Although I was cursing in my heart. Despite the discomfort in his head, he quickly followed the girl in the direction she had left. He was all set to take the girl out later and then force her into marriage. If anything goes wrong, I'll literally cry myself to sleep in the bathroom. Wow, that's really exciting. Watching the two leave one after the other, Lu Mei silently threw the sunflower seed shells into the trash. Students these days are developing so fast. They're even putting on this drama of a spoiled rich couple. If we wait another 2 years, will we be able to stage an Alistan performance? 1 woman and 5 men. That sounds pretty exciting. While Lu Mei was still feeling emotional. Meanwhile, in the classroom of Class 1, Grade 12, Lin Heng did not deliberately lower his voice when he spoke to Shin Yuchu. Therefore, the students in Class 1 of Senior 3 are now basically aware of the bet between the two. So at this moment, they all couldn't help but look towards the classroom entrance. The people waiting to come in there will affect the happiness of many people afterward. Since Lin Heng and Shin Yuchu had already made a bet, many students naturally chose to make bets with their desk mates as well. And just as everyone was watching, a figure appeared at the classroom door. Seeing everyone staring at her, Long Qingxiu paused in her steps. I don't know why. She had a feeling that these guys' eyes seemed to have a certain expectation in them what was going on. But thinking about what Lin Heng had done that morning, she dismissed her doubts. Lin Heng, you despicable bastard, why did you slander Zixuan? But the next second, before Long Qingxiu could receive Lin Heng's explanation, she was met with a reply from the students of Class 1, Grade 12, who were experiencing a stark polarization in their academic performance. Some people excitedly waved their fists, while others banged on the table in an emo manner. Some even cried out in anguish, "My money! My pen! My cucumber!" In short, the atmosphere at the scene was incredibly lively. Those who don't know the situation might think they're at a market. After all, the bet between Lin Heng and Shin Yuchu was about whether Long Qingxiu would accuse him of slandering Lu Zixuan after she returned. Clearly, some people made the wrong choice. Yuchu, it seems I've won. Ignoring the bewildered Long Qingxiu, Lin Heng turned to the girl beside him and said, "Don't forget our bet." "No, I won't forget." Meeting the boy's smiling eyes, Shin Yuchu blushed slightly and whispered, "I'll bring you lunch for a month, and 1 more month of lap pillows." Although her face was slightly flushed, only the girl herself knew how excited she truly was. For her, this was not a punishment for losing the bet. It was clearly another form of reward. She was just worried about not having a suitable opportunity to deepen her relationship with Lin Heng, and now she has won. So don't prepare blindly before you have the opportunity, because even if you do, you might not need it. Looking at Shin Yuchu's slightly flushed face, Lin Heng's lips curled into a lewd, meaningful smile. Call it lust at first sight, or pity. He does indeed have the idea of developing a long-term relationship with her. After all, 3-legged toads are easy to find these days, but such a pure and lovely little girl is a rare sight. He just doesn't know why, but he always has this feeling that he's raising a daughter. If that's the case, then wouldn't they become ghosts and Ellie? Wait, what's going on? Unlike the students in Class 1 of Senior 3, Long Qingxiu was completely bewildered at this moment. No matter how hard she racked her brains, she still couldn't figure out what the current situation was. Just as the girl was feeling puzzled, a voice instantly attracted the attention of most people. Chapter 58. You say I've wronged you. Those words sound so familiar. Qingxiu, wait for me, Qingxiu. Seeing Long Qingxiu still standing in front of the classroom door of Class 1, Grade 12, Lu Zixuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If the girl hadn't entered the classroom yet, she might not have gone to cause trouble for Lin Heng yet. Therefore, what needs to be done now is to take it away quickly, and then find a place to cook it into a finished product. He understood that delays could lead to unforeseen problems. Lu Zixuan's call brought Long Qingxiu's slightly scattered thoughts back together. No matter what happens in the class, it's definitely related to Lin Heng. Therefore, she decided that today, she would settle all her old and new grudges with the other party. Just as Lu Zixuan was about to say something more, Long Qingxiu spoke first. "Zixuan, you're here." After nodding and smiling at Lu Zixuan, she turned her attention to Lin Heng in the back row. "Lin Heng, don't you feel any guilt when you slander others? You must apologize to Zixuan today. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it." However, after saying this, Long Qingxiu subconsciously glanced at Lu Zixuan beside her. Only after realizing that the other party was not using him as a human shield did they refocus their attention on Lin Heng. Today she was determined to make this despicable guy pay the price for his arrogant behavior. She, Lung Qingqiu, is not a kind person. Don't worry, these two can't cause any big trouble. After reaching out and patting Shin Yochu's head to reassure her, Lin Heng turned to look at the two people in front of the classroom door. However, he did not respond to Lung Qingqiu's question, but instead looked at Lu Zixuan beside him. Oh, little green tea, was this your doing again this time? Now that they had used these two to achieve their goal of abducting Shin Yuchu, then it's about time to scrap it and get it out of the market. Otherwise, if you let them keep nagging, it can really affect your mood. Damn it, why are you targeting me again? Seeing that Lin Heng had turned his attention to him again, Lu Zixuan felt completely numb, utterly numb. I haven't even uttered a sound since I got here, and you've already put a cleaver to my neck? Is there no law anymore? Is there no justice left? Even though he kept thinking about Sesame, he still had to make a gesture. After all, his previous act of using Lung Qingqiu as a human shield had already caused her to feel intense dissatisfaction with him. If we let them take the lead again this time, who knows what bad things might happen. So he forcibly suppressed the violent emotions in his heart. Lu Zixuan immediately adopted a weak, pitiful, and helpless expression. Lin Heng, what are you saying? I'm listening. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Heng interrupted. Student Lung said I slandered you. What do you have to say about that? As the spell was forcibly stopped, Lu Zixuan's expression stiffened for a moment. You've prepared a whole set of sob stories, but it all died before you could even use them. How ridiculous. Are you trying to make us play? You're breaking the rules. Don't you know that? Enough. Why are you targeting Zixuan like this? At this moment, Lung Qingqiu, who was standing to the side, either discovered something or simply couldn't bear to watch any longer. He immediately stood between the two and said to Lin Heng, it's a fact that you slandered Zixuan. Do you think you can just cover it up like this? Although I really don't want to say it, Lin Heng, you shouldn't have slandered me. Seeing this, Lu Zixuan immediately offered his help, saying, I know you like Qingqiu too, but liking someone is a two-way street. You can't try to break us up just because of your own selfish desires. Although the selling misery combo wasn't used, the damage from this combination of punches was still considerable. Not only did he completely bind Lung Qingqiu to himself, but he also portrayed Lin Heng as a villain who couldn't have the love he desired. Because she couldn't get Lung Qingqiu's attention and affection, she slandered herself as a villain who caused the two of them to drift apart. Oh, so you're saying I'm slandering you? This phrase sounds strangely familiar. After taking his phone out of the drawer, Lin Heng calmly asked Lu Zixuan, then tell me, how exactly did I frame you? Damn it. Why are you always targeting me, you bastard? It's clearly Lung Qingqiu who started this trouble for you. After muttering to himself for a while, Lu Zixuan's face immediately put on an embarrassed expression. It's just that you photoshopped my head onto the body of a man you were having sex with. Upon hearing this, almost everyone present instinctively turned their gaze to Lin Heng's phone. Eating melons is just part of Chinese nature. However, quite a few timid girls blushed and covered their eyes with their hands. If the gap between the fingers were a little smaller, the credibility would be slightly higher. If we were to name the only person whose expression seemed off, it would probably be Lung Qingqiu. Are you sure it's that kind of video? Seeing Lu Zixuan's feigned coyness, Lin Heng waved his phone and said with a playful expression, I advise you to think it over before you speak. Sometimes traps don't have to be hidden in the dark. Displaying them openly can actually make the enemy hesitant and fearful. This is what is known as a calculated, open strategy. Upon noticing the malicious smile on Lin Heng's lips, Lu Zixuan felt numb all over again. This situation is different from what I expected. Could it be that the other party has some other kind of video? But he immediately changed his mind and thought that no matter what the video was, as long as he insisted that it was photoshopped, that would be fine. So Lu Zixuan changed into the weak, pitiful, and helpless outfit again, saying, Lin Heng, what did I do to deserve this? I clearly didn't do anything. Although I don't know what video it is. But I know the video you edited is definitely not legitimate. Otherwise, how could Qingqiu have misunderstood? Didn't do anything? So what about the things you did after you slapped yourself and jumped into the pool, and then you slandered me? Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Lin Heng played the video stored on his phone. because it was connected to the classroom projector in advance. Therefore, the video on the phone was directly projected onto the blackboard screen. My friends, the data is terrible, so please use your lucky hands to encourage me to update, or give me a free gift. Thank you. Chapter 59 is not quite right. At this moment, the content displayed on the screen is two completely different images. One is footage from the Liu family villa, and the other is live video from the front desk of a hotel. As for the events at the Liu family villa, they were naturally orchestrated by Liu Zixuan himself that day. As for the live video from the other hotel's front desk, it shows the entire process of Wang Defa going to the hotel front desk to retrieve the surveillance footage, as well as the images captured on the monitor. The surveillance footage shows Liu Zixuan embracing a sexy woman as they enter a hotel room together. Those present are mostly mentally mature individuals. Therefore, everyone naturally knows what will happen next. After all, a man and a woman going to a hotel, are they going there to study? Therefore, at this moment, the students of Class 1, Grade 12 couldn't help but cast various glances at Liu Zixuan, including those of envy, disdain, and disgust. As for those who looked at Lung Qingqiu, most of them were filled with sympathy. You know, how come such a beautiful school beauty has such bad taste? Not only was she cheated on by a scumbag, but she was also deceived by others time and time again. No, these are all fake. Seeing that the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable, Liu Zixuan hurriedly unplugged the projector. Then, looking agitated, he shouted at Lin Heng. Lin Heng, you've gone too far. You actually used this fabricated video to frame me. A composite video. Seeing Liu Zixuan still stubbornly refusing to admit it, Lin Heng scoffed disdainfully. Should I find some eyewitnesses or technical experts to examine it? You? Upon hearing this, Liu Zixuan was instantly speechless. Because he really did go to that hotel, and that surveillance video is probably real too. If a technical expert were to inspect this, he would be completely finished. But Liu Zixuan was also very clear that he absolutely could not admit to this. Otherwise, putting aside the issue of her reputation, Lung Qingqiu, who had finally managed to manipulate people, would probably be ruined again. After figuring this out, he quickly changed his tune, saying, "Who knows if you're colluding with those people? I don't believe you at all. Enough." Before Lin Heng could answer, Lung Qingqiu, with a gloomy expression, slapped Liu Zixuan across the face. Having lived with the boy for over a decade, she naturally knew that he had clearly panicked for a moment. What does this prove? It proves that Liu Zixuan did indeed do those things. Therefore, at this moment, the anger of being deceived instantly overwhelmed reason, causing Lung Qingqiu to subconsciously slap him. However, she soon realized that she would have to rely on Liu Zixuan for her livelihood. After taking a deep breath, she grabbed the other person and turned to leave. This is a huge embarrassment. I should find somewhere to calm down first. TSK. Something feels a bit off. Seeing the deviation value of plus 20 clearly appear on Lung Qingqiu's head, Lin Heng frowned in surprise. Logically speaking, shouldn't the girl be in a beating-up mode for Liu Zixuan right now? What's with that sudden turn and departure? Are they trying to find a secluded spot to beat me up? Just as he was about to ask the system girl if there was a bug, Shin Youchu's clear voice pulled him back to reality. Lin Heng, are you going to use your lap as a pillow here? Upon hearing this, Lin Heng instantly cleared his mind of all questions. Damn it. Who cares about Lung Qingqiu's reaction at a time like this? 10 minutes later, on a bench on the school rooftop. Is this okay? Looking at Lin Heng resting his head on her lap, Shin Youchu nervously pinched the hem of her shirt. Should we put on another jacket? It wouldn't be good if we caught a cold later. As we all know, schools strictly prohibit students from engaging in early romantic relationships. Although the two were not in a romantic relationship, it was best not to let the teacher see them using lap pillows. That's why the two of them came to this rooftop. Not only can you overlook the entire campus from here, but it's also a place that's rarely visited on weekdays. After all, apart from a small number of students, most students are still quite obedient at this stage. Therefore, they naturally chose to avoid the rooftop, which was designated as a restricted area by the school. That's good. Looking up to meet Shun Youchu's slightly shy eyes, Lin Heng reached out and pinched her soft cheek before speaking softly. If your legs are sore, just tell me, and I'll lie down for a little while. Feeling the warm touch on her cheek, Shin Yuchu pursed her lips shyly. You should rest well, I'll keep track of the time. If this continues, she seems to be losing control of herself. Having finally made good progress with the young man, Shin Yuchu didn't want him to think she was a promiscuous woman. But I really want to taste Lin Heng's flavor. Someone as warm-hearted as him must feel warm and cozy when you bite into him. Hey, Yuchu. Seeing Shun Yochu's cheeks gradually turning red, Lin Heng stopped teasing her and gently asked, what do you want to do in the future? Now that the current goals have been set, it's time for the girl to take a longer-term view. Otherwise, if we keep focusing on the present moment, there will be some unpleasant consequences. The future. Upon hearing this, Shin Yuchu inevitably fell into deep thought. It seems she has never thought about this question before. Her goal has always been to punish those scumbags and, on that basis, break free from her predetermined fate. But what happens after you've tried to break free from your predetermined fate? What should I do next? This was something Shin Yuchu had never imagined. She was completely lost about her future. If you don't know what you want to do, you might as well set a goal for yourself for the next stage. Noticing Shun Yochu's confusion, Lin Heng gently stroked the girl's nose and said, for example, first try to get into a university you like. We'll decide what to do next after we get to university. While the possibility of deliberate inducement cannot be ruled out, Lin Heng genuinely wanted Shin Yuchu to take a longer-term view. High school is the last ivory tower of childhood, and university is actually a small society. It's better to prepare in advance than to be caught off guard when the time comes. Choosing a university she liked was also a way for Shun Yuchu to find what she longed for in her heart. Once you learn to pursue what you desire, the other person will definitely grow as well. To truly care about someone is not to provide them with imprisonment like protection, but to enable them to continuously strengthen themselves. Lin Heng felt this way at that moment. He wanted Shin Yuchu to truly grow up. That way, even if he's gone one day, the other person can still protect themselves well. My dream university. As she murmured, Shin Yuchu lowered her eyes to look at the boy in front of her. The warm sunlight shone on the other person's face, just like the afternoon sun that day, warm and gentle. At this moment, Shin Yuchu realized that she seemed to have found the future she had never imagined. While the two were enjoying their peaceful time together, an eerie atmosphere was spreading through a pavilion in the school. Chapter 60. Lu Zixuan and Lung Qingqiu scheme against each other. Inside the pavilion, Lung Qingqiu and Lu Zixuan were looking at each other in silence. Although neither of them spoke out, their inner thoughts were incredibly complex. While comforting herself, Lung Qingqiu was also thinking about how to get more benefits from Lu Ruyan in the future. Lu Zixuan, on the other hand, was thinking about how to manipulate Lung Qingqiu again in order to continue using her. Although their thoughts are not aligned, neither of them actually has anything good in mind. Qingqiu, I can explain this actually. After thinking for a while about how to solve the problem, Lu Zixuan decided to use the excuse he had come up with to continue to tease Lung Qingqiu. After all, the other party did not choose to leave directly. That means there's still room for maneuver in this matter. Moreover, the girl's family background and social status are what they are, so it's impossible for her to give up so easily. Before Lu Zixuan could finish speaking, Lung Qingqiu interrupted him. Don't say anything more. I can forgive you this time. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixuan was slightly taken aback. Immediately, a look of wild joy appeared on his face. Although things have developed in a somewhat delicate way, they are generally moving in a positive direction. As long as we can continue to hold on to Lung Qingqiu, the process itself doesn't matter. Don't be so happy yet. I haven't finished speaking. Upon noticing the change in Lu Zixuan's expression, Lung Qingqiu felt a surge of disgust. But on the surface, nothing seemed to change. I need you to promise me something. Can you do it? Meeting the girl's calm eyes, Lu Zixuan said earnestly, Qingqiu, you say it, and I will definitely agree to anything I can do. If the girl makes any very difficult requests, then we'll just come up with an excuse to fool her. Since verbally agreeing won't cost you anything, it's best to just agree readily. Don't lie to me anymore, and... Looking at Lu Zixuan's serious face, Lung Qingqiu thought for a moment and then swallowed back what she wanted to say, instead saying, Also, you are not allowed to contact that woman again. Otherwise, I will never speak to you again. The main goal at this stage is still to lure Lu Zixuan. As for future cooperation, let's wait until Lu Rian returns. It seems that as long as this idiot is kept in check, Lu Rian shouldn't refuse her proposal. Okay, I promise you. From now on, I will only love you. After nodding readily, Lu Zixuan tightly grasped Lung Qingqiu's hands. Qingqiu, shall we go out for a walk now? He didn't hesitate at all when Lung Qingqiu asked him for this. After all, Hulina and the other person are simply incomparable, whether in terms of figure or appearance. Not only was her appearance altered, but her entire fortune couldn't compare to the number of gifts Lung Qingqiu received on her birthday. Therefore, choosing the right option is not a simple matter. Moreover, compared to this matter, Lu Zixuan now prefers to make things irreversible with Lung Qingqiu. Although the girl has now chosen to forgive herself, things may change if this is delayed. But just in case, he felt he should eat the other party first. Next time, after subtly freeing herself from Lu Zixuan's grasp, Lung Qingqiu chuckled and shook her head. I'm not feeling well today and want to go home and rest. Once a girl regains her composure, how could she not see through the other person's ulterior motives? In the past, she might have agreed, but now she wouldn't even consider it. After all, only those who have been in a relationship truly understand the magnitude of the difference between loving someone and not loving someone. As for those of you who have been single for many years, you can only wait for someone destined to answer your questions. Okay, alright. Seeing that Lung Qingqiu was determined to leave, Lu Zixuan, despite his displeasure, still maintained a caring demeanor on the surface, saying, Qingqiu, you should rest while we'll go out together next time. I remember there's a nice new amusement park that just opened. We can go check it out together sometime. If it doesn't work this time, then we'll try to take it down next time. There's a street full of hotels right next to the entertainment center. He doesn't believe he won't be able to win them over by then. If all else fails, we can always resort to some special methods. Anyway, Lu Zixuan has Lung Qingqiu completely under his control. Even Jesus couldn't save her. Okay, let's do it together next time. After saying this to Lu Zixuan with a smile, Lung Qingqiu turned around and left. The reason he gave up on Lu Zixuan earlier was not only because he was deceiving himself, but also because he didn't know that Lu Rian hadn't given up on him yet. Now that she knows about this, she naturally has to go home and make some careful plans. I should at least tell Lung Boding, otherwise who knows if that old guy will just send me to Li Zhongping's side. Once she and Lu Rian have gradually infiltrated the Lung family, she will definitely sell that bastard Lung Boding to Africa to be a male slave. You shameless woman, one day you'll regret this. As soon as Lung Qingqiu's figure completely disappeared around the corner, Lu Zixuan's smile vanished instantly. She had been insulted repeatedly and had long since lost the right to be his woman. When he achieves his goal, he will repay the humiliation he has suffered 1,000-fold. Just thinking about that scene made Lu Zixuan's lips curl into a cruel smile. Just then, a gust of wind blew by, and a few strands of black hair on his forehead were blown away by the wind. It was 7:15 p.m. in the living room on the first floor of the Lu family mansion. Unlike in the past, there were several members of the Lu family today. No, to be more precise, the 3 members of the Lu family, mother and daughters, were all sitting in the living room. Even Lu Rumo, who is usually very busy, returned home early. Without exception, all of them wore expressions of tension and anticipation. It can't be that bad. Looking at the tense yet excited expressions on the 3 faces, Lin Heng said he couldn't understand it at all. It's just a necklace. How did she end up looking like some kind of stunning beauty? Xiao Heng, you don't understand, this is a hobby that belongs only to women. As she spoke, Xiao Wanqing reached out and slowly opened the combination lockbox in front of her. She had been looking forward to this moment for 2 whole days. Now my wish has finally come true. That's right. This combination lockbox contains the 5 original crystal love necklaces. And at the moment the combination lock was officially opened, 5 necklaces, neatly arranged, also appeared before them. The 5 necklaces are all different in design, but perhaps the only thing they have in common is their sense of luxury. This one is mine, you can take the rest. After taking the second necklace, Xiao Wanqing excitedly ran to Lu Zhigua's side. Wearing a necklace is something that naturally requires the help of a loved one. Watching Lu Jigua and Xia Wanqing showering each other with affection, Lin Heng could only think that he must have eaten too much tonight. And you two wearing necklaces are fine, but what's the deal with kissing like that? Aren't we human beings? Is what you're doing really polite? So, only parents are considered true love, and children are all just accidents. However, before Lin Heng could complain for long, two necklaces appeared in front of him. Along with this, two voices spoke in unison. Little brother, hurry up and help your sister put it on X2. Lin Heng. Chapter 61 Brother, spring has come to you? Ugh, women are terrifying. Xia Wanqing was frantically making phone calls to the wealthy women, preparing for a tea party the next day. And seeing Lu Ruxue and Lu Rumo constantly showing off to their friends, Lin Heng suddenly felt that Shen Yuchu was still the best. Given the other person's personality, they'd probably just secretly hide the gift if they received it. Thinking of Shen Yuchu's silly appearance, Lin Heng also reached into the safe and took out the first prototype necklace of Crystal Love, suspended. This marked the beginning of the Crystal Love series and the start of his firm foothold at LVMH. The subsequent necklaces were all designed based on market demand. So this necklace is something he designed by pouring all his emotions into. Although it is not as glamorous as the later ones, it has a pure and beautiful aesthetic. The main body of the necklace is made of a delicate silver chain, the silver threads shimmering softly in the light, like a slender galaxy. The silver chain is inlaid with rows of crystals of varying sizes, creating a naturally flowing aesthetic. Each crystal is carefully selected and polished, making it crystal clear and as if it has condensed the essence of nature. At the center of the necklace is a crystal carved into the shape of a rose, which is also the soul of the entire necklace. The main crystal is pale blue, and there seems to be a faint light flowing inside, like the mysterious light from the depths of the ocean. When light shines on it, it emits a rainbow of colors, as beautiful as a rainbow. Around the crystal, there are some small silver ornaments. These silver ornaments are meticulously carved into various shapes. Some are blooming flowers, some are flying birds, and some are intertwined vines. Every detail is full of life, as if telling touching stories. That girl will be very happy to see this gift. Just imagining Shen Yuchu wearing this necklace, Lin Heng couldn't help but smile. But the next second, his smile froze completely on his face. Because at this moment, there were three heads right in front of him. All three of them had scrutinizing expressions on their faces. And most importantly, these three heads were only about 10 centimeters away from him. Who understands? Family members. I looked up and saw three flying heads. If this were an ordinary person, their heart would have been terrified. If Lin Heng hadn't forcibly suppressed his body's instinctive reaction, the Lu family would probably have 3 more pairs of panda eyes by now. Brother, something's not right with your reaction. Looking at the stiff smile on Lin Heng's face, Lu Ruxue touched her chin. Then, adopting a reasoning posture like a washing machine, he said, no matter how you look at it, you seem to have the face of someone in the throes of first love. Third sister's analysis is correct. After nodding in agreement, Lu Rumo chimed in. From the perspective of the doctor, my brother's heartbeat and breathing rate just now clearly indicate that he's in the throes of puberty. If that's the case, then I'll be a grandmother very soon. After listening to her 2 adorable daughters' analysis, Xia Wanqing chimed in. Oh dear, I'm not mentally prepared to be a grandma so early. By the way, Xiaoheng, whose daughter is she? Who is she from? And what's his birth date and time? Oh my god. Looking at the 3 unreliable guys in front of him, Lin Heng twitched his lips helplessly. Mom, I think you can consider your second and third sister's situation first. They're both 25 this year. If they don't hurry, they'll be old maids soon. It's just about hurting each other. Anyone would do the same. Moreover, if Xia Wanqing wasn't interrupted soon, she would probably start asking where Shen Yuchu's ancestors were buried. After all, once you've calculated your birth date and time, you have to start calculating the auspicious dates. As for why he knew so much, it was all thanks to Lin Huairu in the village. Her mother, Wang Boden, would go to the village entrance every few days to calculate auspicious dates, and she even used her own birth date and time. That seems right. After hearing Lin Heng's words, Xia Wanqing tilted her head and pondered for a while. Then, she turned her gaze to the two sisters beside her, Xiao Mo, Xiao Shui. We haven't chatted in a long time. Let's go to the room and have a good talk. Lu Rumo, QAQ. Lu Rushua. Lin Hung, you brat. I'm your own sister. Don't make that face, it'll make mommy sad. Ignoring their resentful expressions, Xiao Wanqing pulled them to her room, one on each side. These two are indeed not young anymore. It's about time they started to pick out a suitable pig to mate with. Although it's a bit early to become a grandmother now, becoming a maternal grandmother is definitely within my reach. Serves you right, you scared me. After making a face at Lu Rushua, Lin Hung locked the safe again. It's fine to give gifts, but you also need to come up with a suitable reason for giving them. Otherwise, even if Xin Yuchu accepted it, she would probably think about a lot of random things. While the Lu family was arguing amongst themselves, in the main hall of the Lung family on the other side of the city. You think you're all grown up now. After angrily smashing the cup at Lung Qingqiu's feet, Lung Boding said with a cold look in his eyes, "It seems you can't wait to be with President Li. Okay, I'll send you there tomorrow." In order to keep an eye on Lung Qingqiu's every move, he planted a lot of spies at the school. Therefore, Lung Boding was naturally well aware of what had happened today. If it weren't for the fact that the Lu family was the better partner than the Li family, Lung Qingqiu had already been given to Li Zhongping. But the girl's behavior at school today gave Lung Boding this idea. Rather than letting him continue to entangle with Lu Zixuan, it would be more practical to exchange him for equivalent benefits. "Father, please let me explain." Noticing the change in Lung Boding's expression, Lung Qingqiu hurriedly explained, "Lu Rian hasn't given up on Lu Zixuan yet. We can use Lu Rian's methods to restore the cooperation between the Lung and Lu families. Furthermore, compared to Lin Hong, Lu Zixuan is undoubtedly the easiest person to control at present. As the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father." The same logic applies to the reverse. Lung Qingqiu naturally understood the meaning behind Lung Boding's look. Therefore, even though she hated the other party intensely, she could only force a smile and reveal her entire plan. Otherwise, she would probably be in Li Zhongping's bed tomorrow. Chapter 62. You've fallen into a trap of preconceived notions. Why didn't you read my explanation? In that case, I'll give you another half-month. After pondering the girl's words for a while, Lung Boding also felt that what she said made sense. After all, Lung Qingqiu and Lu Zixuan had spent more than 10 years together. It would definitely be much easier to control the other party than to control Lin Hong. Given Lu Rian's previous attitude towards Lu Zixuan, it's not impossible to make some attempts. Of course, the most important factor is that the benefits of cooperating with the Lu family are far greater than those of cooperating with the Li family. Therefore, before all hope is completely lost, Lung Boding still prefers to continue cooperating with the Lu family. Damn old man. One day I'll make you regret ever being born. Seeing that Lung Boding had agreed, Lung Qingqiu was cursing inwardly. On the surface, however, he still maintained a well-behaved demeanor, saying, "I understand, father. I will reach an agreement with Lu Rian as soon as possible, please rest assured." "Okay, remember you only have half a month." Looking at the extremely respectful young woman before him, Lung Boding nodded in satisfaction. But his mouth still uttered ruthless words. "If there's no good news in half a month, you'd better be prepared to contact President Li. This past 2 weeks has already reached his maximum tolerance limit. After all, if it hasn't been resolved in half a month, it means that Lu Rian has no intention of cooperating at all. Rather than dragging it out any longer, it would be better to go to Li Zhongping and cut your losses in time." "I understand, father." Upon hearing this, Lung Qingqiu lowered her head even further, and in those lowered eyes was endless anger and hatred. She vowed to use this opportunity to cooperate with Lu Rian to find a way to gain a voice within the Lung family. Only in this way could she send that disgusting old man to Africa to be a male slave. The next day, in the classroom of Class 1, Grade 12 at Shenzhen No. 1 Middle School. "System girl, does this deviation value thing not affect a creature like a fiancé?" Looking at Lung Qingqiu, who had a deviation value of +20 on her head, but was still inseparable from Lu Zixuan, Lin Hung said he didn't quite understand. Based on previous experience, people with positive deviation values should have recovered their mental state. Just like Lu Rumo back then, she sensed something was wrong with Lu Zixuan after the deviation value turned positive. But Lung Qingqiu's current behavior. It's not that he's completely unaffected. He's practically unaffected. This led Lin Heng to suspect that fiancés might be born with some kind of debuff. Otherwise, the deviation value would already be positive, and the reaction shouldn't be like this. It has an impact. She has already awakened her own personality. In response to Lin Heng's question, the system girl leisurely lounged on the sofa playing her PS5 while calmly replying. Everyone's personality is not fixed. You can ponder the rest yourself. Some things lose their meaning once they're said. It's more interesting to let Lin Heng think about them slowly. Although, according to the original story's trajectory, Lung Qingqiu would only become the way she is now in the later part of the story. What was it again? I think it was about competing for favor with Xin Yuqiu. It's already awakened. Looking at Lung Qingqiu, who seemed no different from before, a possibility suddenly flashed into Lin Heng's mind. Just as he was about to check with the system girl, Xin Yuqiu suddenly stood up and said softly, "I need to go to the restroom." Upon hearing this, Lin Heng was slightly taken aback. Realizing what was happening, he quickly stood up and gave up his seat. Their seats were in the corner by the window, and if they didn't get up to make way, Xin Yuqiu would have to climb out of the window. Watching the girl turn and leave without a word, Lin Heng scratched his head in confusion. Why does it feel like this girl is angry? System. Tisk, slow when you shouldn't be, internal sarcasm. Qingqiu, it's about time I went back to class too. At this moment, Lu Zixuan, who was in the front row, suddenly spoke to Lung Qingqiu. I'll come find you again in the next class, goodbye. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingqiu smiled and nodded at Lu Zixuan before softly replying, Yes, I'll wait for you to come. Although the girl disliked communicating with the other person, she showed no sign of it on the surface. Currently, she needs to use everything at her disposal to wrest power from that old codger Lung Boding as much as possible. After seizing power, one naturally seeks to take revenge on those who have wronged them. Thinking of this, a fierce glint flashed in Lung Qingqiu's eyes. However, she concealed this hint of ferocity very well, and almost no one noticed anything amiss. Of course, this excludes the person who has been watching this side the whole time. Oh, I think I understand what you mean now. Seeing the change in Lung Qingqiu's eyes in an instant, Lin Heng's guess was confirmed. Previously, he was deeply influenced by traditional novels about real and fake young masters, and he always thought that most of his fiancés were naive and innocent. Only a small minority are those who can't control their lower bodies and actively engage in infidelity. Regardless of which one it is, they will ultimately choose to betray the original master after his rebirth. But Lung Qingqiu clearly doesn't fall into this category. Her behavior undoubtedly hides something. Therefore, if we really have to categorize her, she inexplicably resembles a true heiress who is secretly plotting revenge. Upon hearing Lin Heng's words, the system gave a helpless smirk. No. Is this the time to be concerned about these things? A self-deprecating version. Meanwhile, in the women's restroom on the 3rd floor of the senior high school building. After quickly rinsing her face with water, Xin Yuqiu looked up at herself in the mirror. Bright white teeth, fair skin, and beautiful appearance. Droplets of water slid down her chin, giving her an inexplicable feeling of a beautiful woman emerging from a bath. The only slight flaw might be the jealousy and resentment in her eyes. Recalling the way Lin Heng kept staring at Lung Qingqiu, Xin Yuqiu felt an urge to slap Lung Qingqiu twice across the face. She was right next to him, so why wouldn't he look at her? The reason she came to the restroom was to prevent Lin Heng from noticing anything amiss. She was afraid that if she stayed in the classroom any longer, she would lose control and want to take action. She didn't know why, since she had been able to endure being bullied like that before. But when she realized that Lin Heng's gaze was fixed on Lung Qingqiu, she really couldn't control her violent thoughts. While Xin Yuqiu was still washing her face with cold water to force herself to calm down, the door to the women's restroom, which was originally closed, was suddenly opened from the outside. Chapter 63 Fat Head and Big Ears. I'll beat you until you're fat head and big ears. You must be Xin Yuqiu. After entering the restroom, A girl who deliberately wore her school uniform in a messy manner said to the young girl with a playful look, "You're not bad looking. No wonder so many boys are talking about you." As she spoke, 4 or 5 more girls entered the restroom. After the last girl entered the restroom, the group locked the door from the inside. Hearing the commotion behind her, Shin Yuchu calmly turned around and looked at the group, asking, "What do you want?" Although she was in a bad mood, the girl did not intend to make a move at school. Because if they were to take action at school, Lin Hung would inevitably overhear something. Therefore, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Shin Yuchu forcibly suppressed the anger in her heart. "What are you thinking about?" Completely unaware that she had just narrowly escaped death, the young delinquent, Fatty, still maintained her arrogant demeanor, asking, "What do you think I want to do?" "It's all because of you. You vixen. That Jack broke up with me to go play esports. Today I'm going to show you how powerful our version of T.O., the Fathead Big Ears gang, really is." That's right. Eldest sister is right. At this moment, the young delinquent girl with big ears chimed in. "After we deal with this vixen, we'll figure out a way to take Lin Hung down. The other guy is even more handsome than the school heartthrob. If only." Before Big Ear could finish speaking, a slender, fair, long leg slammed heavily onto her neck. With a wave of dizziness, her body went limp and she collapsed to the ground. This sudden turn of events caused everyone present to forget what they were thinking for a moment. "You all deserve to die." After slowly retracting her right leg, Shin Yuchu looked at the people in front of her expressionlessly. The dragon's reverse scale to touch, it is certain death. She could not tolerate this group daring to make a move against Lin Hung. Seeing Shin Yuchu, who was completely different from before, the girls from the Fathead and Big Ears gang subconsciously swallowed. But all of this was clearly too late. Meanwhile, at a corner not far from the women's restroom, it seems about time. Hearing the sounds of flesh colliding constantly coming from inside the women's restroom, Lu Zixuan couldn't help but reveal a hint of excitement on his face. "Shin Yuchu, you can't escape my grasp." He believed that as long as this plan succeeded, he would definitely leave a significant mark on Shin Yuchu's heart. That's right, just as you readers have thought. The fat, big-eared gang in the toilet was instigated by him to target Shin Yuchu. As for Fatty's boyfriend, he broke up with her simply because he couldn't stand her anymore. After all, one needs to drink water at least 6 times a day. He was truly fed up with this kind of life, where he couldn't rest from morning till night. After the Fathead Big Ears gang bullied Shin Yuchu, things became much simpler. If a hero were to suddenly appear and save the damsel in distress, Shin Yuchu would likely fall in love with him. As for the promise he made yesterday with Lung Qingqiu that he would only love her, that was erected by Lu Zixuan yesterday. What does it have to do with me, Lu Zixuan, today? It is impossible to keep a promise. With so many beautiful women out there, how could she possibly give them up for Lung Qingqiu? Even if he gets together with Shin Yuchu, Lu Zixuan doesn't plan to go public with the relationship now, but intends to maintain a secret relationship. Once Lung Qingqiu is no longer of any use to them, they will expose this relationship. If the other party is willing to accept, you can stay. If not, then get out. Just as Lu Zixuan was daydreaming about his wonderful future life, he suddenly felt a tightness in his throat. Immediately afterwards, I felt my collar being pulled up hard. Before he could say anything, his body had already flown towards the door of the girls' restroom. Everyone knows what kind of quality school toilet doors are made of. Therefore, Lu Zixuan's ramming also broke the lock on the inner door. This commotion successfully attracted the attention of everyone in the restroom. When Shin Yuchu clearly saw Lu Zixuan and the figure that appeared at the gate, a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. At this moment, apart from her, all the other members of the Fathead Big Ear gang were lying on the ground in the toilet. Apart from the guy who was initially unconscious, the rest of them all had their mouths removed. This is why, despite the fighting inside, not a single sound was made. It's important to know that when someone's mouth is dislocated, they usually experience severe pain and discomfort. This makes it difficult for them to speak or shout normally. Dislocation can affect the normal function of the mandible, leading to problems such as difficulty opening the mouth, unclear speech, and difficulty swallowing. Therefore, it is almost impossible to shout in this situation. When Lu Zixuan finally realized what was happening, He couldn't help but cover his face, curl up on the ground, and scream in agony. The direct impact of his face on the door panel made him feel that the bridge of his nose must have collapsed. It's so noisy. After dislocating Lu Zixuan's jaw, Lin Heng calmly closed the bathroom door and asked, "Yuchu, are you all right?" Fathead and Big Ears gang. If their mouths hadn't been removed, they would definitely have asked them if they were being polite. She was the only one still standing in the entire restroom, so what's the point of asking her that question? "I'm fine." Seeing the concerned look on the boy's face, Shen Youchu's tense nerves relaxed a little. But the thought of those guys lying on the ground made her mood fluctuate again. What if Lin Heng thinks he's already capable of protecting himself and then reduces his contact with her? "Are you really all right?" Seeing the nervous-looking girl, Lin Heng quickly stepped forward to check on her. In no time, a thin, long scratch was found on the back of her hand. Although the skin wasn't broken, a long, narrow red mark was still left. Which bastard did this? Looking at the wound on Shun Youchu's hand, Lin Heng coldly swept his gaze over the people lying on the ground. "I'll give you 3 seconds to answer me. Otherwise, I'll make you regret ever being born." Glug XN. At that moment, all the members of the Fathead Big Ears gang felt as if 100,000 mythical beasts were galloping through their hearts. I thought a more normal guy had come, but it turns out he's even more insane than Shin Yuchu, that woman. If they could speak now, they would definitely challenge Lin Heng to a duel. "You, Shin Yuchu, only scratched the back of my hand. But how do we account for that? All the bones in our joints are dislocated. And most importantly, we fucking want to speak too." Chapter 64. Confessing your feelings in the toilet, how strange. Unlike the Fathead Big Ear gang's impending collapse, Shin Youchu's tense heart couldn't help but relax. Seeing Lin Heng's angry expression, she subconsciously wrapped her arms around his waist and said softly, "Don't be angry, I scratched myself by accident." It wasn't until several seconds later that she realized her behavior seemed somewhat inappropriate. Before Shin Yuchu could say anything, she felt a pair of warm hands covering her waist. Immediately afterwards, she was pulled into a warm embrace. "Silly girl, you were the one who initiated this." Huh. Upon hearing this statement, which sounded somewhat like an official announcement, Shun Youchu's eyes widened instinctively, and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. Is this a confession to myself? Should I agree, or should I agree? But isn't it a little strange to confess your feelings in the restroom? Ahem, why don't you rest for a bit over there? Seeing the girl's somewhat dazed expression, Lin Heng coughed, and then looked at Lu Zixuan beside him. Putting aside the fact that this place is not really suitable for confessing one's feelings, there's also a guy right here waiting for me to cook him. Okay. Upon hearing this, Shin Yuchu blushed and obediently stood aside. Lin Heng's words just now contained a lot of information, and she needs to digest them properly. What a good child. Looking at Shun Youchu's obedient appearance, Lin Heng rubbed her head. Then, he turned his gaze back to Lu Zixuan, who was standing to the side. I was wondering why Shin Yuchu hadn't returned even though classes were starting. To prevent the other party from being bullied by some little karami, he decided to come and check on the toilet area. As luck would have it, just as they arrived at the restroom, they overheard Lu Zixuan whispering that Shun Yuchu couldn't escape. The toilet door was tightly closed, Lu Zixuan was acting suspiciously, and the words he was saying were, "When these things are put together, a complete chain of evidence has been formed. It's obvious that Shun Youchu's being targeted by these people is definitely related to Lu Zixuan." Wah! Seeing Lin Heng turn his gaze to him, Lu Zixuan's expression instantly turned to terror. Unfortunately, due to his dislocated jaw, he could only make baby-like babbling sounds. Lu Zixuan, why do you always like to act like a fool?" Ignoring the other person's terrified look, Lin Heng slowly walked towards Lu Zixuan step by step. In the next 3 minutes, 2 members of the Fathead Big Ears gang were so scared that they wet their pants, and one was so frightened that he fainted. As for Lu Zixuan, who served as the cadaver teacher, he once again provided Shin Yuchu with a good model for her learning journey. Details couldn't be approved, so 20,000 words have been omitted. QAQ. A dozen minutes later, it was still in the girls' restroom, the only difference being that Shin Yuchu and Lin Heng were no longer there. Damn it, it's all your fault. After stomping Lu Zixuan's head into the hole, Fatty spun his heel angrily. If this guy hadn't encouraged her to cause trouble for Shin Yuchu, she wouldn't have had to suffer like this for nothing. Big sister, let's hurry up and leave while no one's around. After kicking Xiao Lu Zixuan twice, the Heir, who had just woken up, hurriedly said, "Otherwise, we'll lose face big time after class." She had actually woken up once while Lin Heng was teaching. However, after seeing the content of the lesson, she also gloriously joined the army of people who wet their pants. As for why I was so scared I peed my pants, I can only say that the scene was just too brutal. A person was being dissected, bone by bone, right in front of them. Even the most ruthless characters in horror movies don't use such terrifying methods. And the most crucial and most frightening point is that even if such a thing happens, Lu Zixuan could only make incoherent sounds. He couldn't even let out a complete scream. If I hadn't eaten nothing in the morning, it probably wouldn't have been just a matter of wetting my pants. That's right, let's let this guy go for now. After stomping hard on Lu Zixuan's head twice more, Fatty turned around and hurriedly left with his men. As someone who cares about her reputation, she didn't want anyone to know that she had wet her pants. Vomit. With the suppression of that elephant leg gone, Lu Zixuan just raised his head to take a breath of fresh air. But in less than a breath, he fell back down because his whole body was sore and weak. If the previous attempts were merely tentative, then this one is a perfect strike. The pungent smell that suddenly filled his mouth made him vomit up everything he had eaten that morning. However, due to his still weak limbs, Lu Zixuan was unable to lift himself up from the toilet, and his head remained buried in the toilet. So, how should I put it? This scene is more like him desperately looking for food in the toilet. Damn it, damn it, damn it, I must. While Lu Zixuan was cursing in his heart, he was trying his best to prop himself up. A piercing scream froze his body instantly. Let's shift our focus and take a first-person perspective to uncover what's happening now. Hello everyone, my name is Jean Quan and today, I saw something really outrageous. I just had an upset stomach and needed to use the restroom. But this experience led me to witness a scene I will never forget. Just as I was passing by the women's restroom, I suddenly noticed a guy wearing a boys' school uniform burying his head in the toilet and stirring it frantically. Perhaps feeling the flavor wasn't strong enough, he even added another type of mosaic to enhance the taste. If you ask me why I think that way, it's naturally because after adding flavor, the other person continued to wiggle there, but wildly. The movements were not merely similar to those of a pig eating, they were exactly the same. To capture this moment, I promptly took out my newly purchased Xiaomi phone and took a series of 26 consecutive shots. Only after I had done all this did I, Jean Quandan, decide to expose this disgusting guy. After all, while single people may be pitiful these days, they shouldn't be allowed to eat chocolates from pretty girls just because they're single. So, after using up my virgin inner strength for 2.5 days, I decisively focused my energy in my dantian and shouted loudly, "Help! Someone come quick! There's a pervert eating poop in the women's restroom." If you like it, please give it a thumbs up to encourage more updates. Thank you all for your hard work. The data is so sad. 3 updates daily, guaranteed minimum price. No need to wait for readers to finish reading. Chapter 65. Are you free this weekend? The perspective switches back to normal. Damn it, ugh. Hearing Zhang Quandan shouting, Lu Zixuan was about to speak up to stop him. Unfortunately, he was too weak to straighten up and fell back down. The repeated experience caused him to gag again. Seeing this, Zhang Quandan shouted even more excitedly, "Everyone come quick. This guy's working even harder." As Zhang Quandan shouted, many students gradually poked their heads out of the windows. Even though they are in class now, the gossip gene hidden in their DNA is still stimulating them. Unlike the students who were just watching the show. Meanwhile, a completely different scene unfolds on the rooftop of Shenzhen No. 1 Middle School. Okay, the swelling will go down quickly after applying the ointment. After carefully applying ointment to reduce swelling to Shun Youchu's hand, Lin Hing got up and sat down next to the girl. Since the class is already halfway through, going back now won't be of any use. In addition, both of them are students with exceptionally high academic achievements. Therefore, if you occasionally skip a class or two, the teacher won't say much. After all, Teachers always give preferential treatment to students with good grades compared to average students, right? Hmm? Looking at the boy sitting beside her, Shin Yuchu pursed her lips and whispered, Lin Hung, thank you for protecting me again. Although she really wanted to ask what the boy meant by his actions just now. But a strange feeling of shyness welled up inside her, which made her change her words at the last minute. Of course, besides the feeling of shyness, there was also a lot of fear of the unknown. What if I'm just overthinking things? Will asking this question affect our current relationship? At this moment, Shin Yuchu completely lacked the capable demeanor she displayed in private. She looks exactly like a young girl experiencing her first love, inside and out. Didn't we make a promise? I'll protect you. After gently patting the girl's head, Lin Hung immediately changed the subject and asked, By the way, Yuchu, did something upset you? Although the girl didn't say anything when she left, he could still sense her unhappiness. If I don't ask her directly, she'll probably keep it to herself. Hearing Lin Hang's sudden question, Shin Yuchu didn't know what to say. After all, he couldn't very well say that he ran away in a hurry because he wanted to beat up Lung Qingxiu. Therefore, the atmosphere became somewhat somber for a moment. If you can't say it, then don't make things difficult for yourself. Seeing the girl stammering and looking extremely embarrassed, Lin Hung gently patted her head and said, I didn't mean anything. I just saw that you didn't seem very happy. Everyone has their own secrets, so he wouldn't force Shin Yuchu to tell him the truth. Although if he forced her to, the girl would definitely tell him everything. Actually, it's not a big deal. Feeling the warm touch on her head, Shin Yuchu pursed her lips and decided to tell the truth. It's just that you kept looking at Long, so I felt a little uncomfortable. More than feeling embarrassed, she didn't want to see Lin Hang's disappointed expression. Moreover, sometimes speaking openly can actually be more beneficial to the development of certain things. Upon hearing this, Lin Hung was slightly taken aback. Realizing what was happening, he gently cupped Shin Yuchu's cheeks in his hands. So, are you jealous? Young Chu. The girl's answer was unexpected by Lin Hung. He had thought she had encountered something bad. I never expected that it was because I was looking at Lung Qingxiu that this happened. Doesn't this indirectly show that he has truly won the girl's heart? He's just a little slow on the uptake, not a complete emotional idiot. After all, if they're just ordinary friends, there seems to be absolutely no need to get angry about something like this. Jealous. Looking at the boy's handsome face, so close to hers, Shin Yuchu's pupils unconsciously dilated slightly. Even her fair cheeks turned unusually rosy in that instant. At the same time, she couldn't help but wonder if this was really the time for her to confess her feelings. Just thinking about that scene sent Shin Yuchu's body temperature soaring to a new level. What a silly girl. Looking at the girl who was already on the verge of exploding, Lin Hung helplessly released her cheek. Relax. I have no interest in Lung Qingxiu. It's less about watching her in the morning and more about watching her and Lu Zixuan. After what happened yesterday, the two of them were still able to get together as if nothing had happened. If it were a normal person, they would have long since cut off all contact with each other. In real life, besides the cuckolded guy, who else would continue to date someone who cheated on them? Didn't you see our Magotan guy, after realizing something was wrong, immediately kicked the gas pedal to the left and sped away? Is that so? The girl felt slightly disappointed that the expected confession did not occur. Lin Hang's explanation put Shin Yuchu at ease. Sure enough, Lin Hung hasn't changed at all. Thinking about this, an idea suddenly popped into her mind. After tugging at the boy's sleeve somewhat awkwardly, Shin Yuchu cautiously asked, Lin Hung, are you free this weekend? This weekend. Upon hearing this, Lin Hung considered his plans. After confirming that nothing much had happened that day besides fishing with Yichong, he smiled and nodded at the girl. I have time. Is there anything I can help you with? It's nothing big, it's my birthday this weekend. As she spoke, Shin Yuchu lowered her head somewhat shyly. If you have time, you can accompany me shopping. The girl hadn't celebrated her birthday in a long time since her mother passed away. Moreover, she always spent her birthdays with her mother in the past. Therefore, strictly speaking, Lin Hung was the first person she invited to her birthday party. I have time, of course I have time. Looking at Shin Yuchu's pretty face, which was practically buried in Mount Everest, Lin Hung forcibly suppressed his smile which was even harder to suppress than an AK, and asked with a smile, "Besides shopping, is there anywhere else you'd like to go? It's a birthday after all. It would be too boring to just go shopping." Moreover, this is a rare opportunity for him. Chapter 66: The Deceased Pilot. A few things happened in the class. Upon hearing this, Shin Yuchu instinctively wanted to say no. But after meeting the boy's warm and sincere gaze, she pursed her lips and cautiously asked, "Then is the amusement park okay?" When she was little, she also had a dream: to go to the amusement park that other people talked about with her mother. She can go to the amusement park anytime now, but her mother is no longer here. But Lin Heng's appearance reminded Shin Yuchu of her childhood birthday wish. If she could, she really wanted to go to an amusement park with the boy. It's not just for myself, who's almost 18 now, but also for that little girl looking out at the blue sky through her tiny window. Send me your ID card later, and I'll buy the ticket for you first. Seeing Shun Yochu's cautious appearance, Lin Heng helplessly rubbed her head and said, "How many times have I told you? We don't need to worry about so many things between us." "I understand." Feeling the warmth of the boy's hand, Shun Yochu's rosy cheeks once again revealed a touching smile. "Lin Heng, it's so good to have you by my side." A gentle breeze blew, and the girl's smile was so warm and radiant. It was as if a ray of sunlight pierced through the dark clouds, illuminating the whole world. At that moment, the fighter jet named Lin Heng crashed completely. "Lurinjia, have you heard?" "Mazori, what did I hear?" "Stop being a riddle teller. Extras A, B, C, and D." That's right. Riddle tellers will never have a good death." "Chu Rinmei, I think you want to die." "Lu Rinjia. Tisk, it's that incident about eating poop in the women's restroom. I know that it said that it was Lu Zixuan who did it." As he spoke, Mazori took out his phone and said, "I have photos taken by Zhang Quandan from class 7. I'll send them to the group chat for you guys to see. How could you be the only one to get hurt by something this horribly offensive? Come, my dear sons, come and bear with your father this filth from the world." A few seconds later, as students picked up their phones one by one, sounds of retching echoed throughout the classroom. As for why, it's because the camera pixels on Xiaomi phones are just too amazing. If magnified more than 10 times, undigested wood ear mushrooms could be found on Lu Zixuan's teeth. As for who had the biggest reaction in Class 1 of Senior 3, it would undoubtedly be Lung Qingxiu, who sat in the front row. The thought of having to spend time with Lu Zixuan again caused her, who has severe mysophobia, to lose control and vomit on Xiang Zotian's face. Elephant walking in the field. Immediately afterwards, chaos erupted in the classroom once again. However, since Lung Qingxiu was a girl and usually behaved very properly, she was constrained by the fact that Lung Qingxiu was a girl. Therefore, Xiang Zotian ultimately failed to deliver many electric cannons to the opponent and could only lick his wounds in humiliation. He returned to his dormitory to change clothes. As for Lung Qingxiu, she also chose to take leave not long after Xiang Zotian left. She was worried that if she stayed in the classroom, Lu Zixuan would come looking for her, which would be troublesome. We still need to rely on this guy, so we definitely can't afford to offend him. But in order to preserve her innocence for the time being, she had no choice but to take leave and go home to hide for a while. After Lu Zixuan has thoroughly cleaned himself, let's try to overcome his psychological barrier. After all, the pictures in those groups are just too high resolution. The resolution was so high that even without zooming in to transcribe it, she could see the black fungus in the chocolate on Lu Zixuan's face. Therefore, when Lin Heng and Shun Yuchu returned to the classroom, the once lively classroom was now only about 3/4 full. Besides Xiang Zotian, a direct victim, some other indirect victims also chose to leave. Meanwhile, in the faculty and staff office of Shenzhen No. 1 Middle School, looking at Lu Zixuan, who had already been washed clean, the homeroom teacher of Class 8, Grade 12, roared angrily, "Lu Zixuan, what were you thinking?" He could already imagine how his colleagues would tease him afterward. "Old Wu, how did you manage to raise a student who loves eating poop?" "Old Wu, I'm not trying to be mean." The thought of the impending ridicule made Wu Naizi want to rush up and give Lu Zixuan 2 big slaps. But when she thought of what she had just witnessed, she forced herself to suppress the thought. After all, She really didn't want to touch poop. Teacher, someone forced me to do that. Noticing Wu Naizi's unfriendly expression, Lu Zixuan hurriedly explained, please believe me, I was really forced. If he weren't afraid of being implicated, he would have sold out the Fat Head Big Ears gang directly. Now that he's famous for eating poop, if another student tries to incite him, he can forget about staying at Shenzhen No. 1 Middle School. He still has to pursue Lung Qingqiu. If he gets expelled, it will be a huge problem. Who knows if Lin Heng will take advantage of the situation to do something underhanded while he's gone. Therefore, no matter what, he absolutely cannot betray the Fat Head Big Ears gang now. Forced? Then tell me, who forced you? Seeing that Lu Zixuan was still stubbornly refusing to admit it, Wu Naizi slammed her hand on the table in anger. If you can't come up with a coherent explanation today, you're going to go home and reflect on your actions. I'm already irritable during menopause, and now I'm dealing with this kind of upsetting thing. The fact that she didn't slap his hand on the spot was already a testament to Wu Naizi's remarkable restraint. Of course, it's also possible that they're afraid of making dogma seem dirty. Seeing the other person's angry expression, Lu Zixuan, despite feeling frustrated, could only mumble, I don't know who it is. I was clearly going to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. But who knew it would turn out like this? It's all Lin Heng's fault. If it weren't for this guy's appearance, Xin Yuchu would probably have already thrown herself into his arms by now. Just thinking about that scene brought a smile to Lu Zixuan's face. Looking at the smile on Lu Zixuan's face, Wu Naizi covered her chest with her hand and shouted excitedly, Get out! Get out of here now, immediately! She's really furious. Does that expression mean she hasn't had enough to eat yet? I understand. Teacher Wu, I'll be going now. Wu Naizi's angry roar instantly pulled Lu Zixuan back to reality from his lewd thoughts, and he turned and walked out of the faculty office without any sense of common sense. However, after leaving the faculty office, Lu Zixuan did not return to Class 8 of Senior 3, but instead headed straight for Class 1 of Senior 3. Other people's opinions don't matter for now. The most important thing right now is Lung Qingqiu. Therefore, the main purpose of going to Class 1 of Senior 3 this time was to test Lung Qingqiu's attitude. If the other party doesn't know about this, that's fine, but if they do. Chapter 67 My eldest sister is coming back. However, on the way to Class 1 of Senior 3, Lu Zixuan's expression gradually became more and more gloomy. He noticed that students around him were pointing and whispering about him. Even though they spoke very softly, you could still vaguely hear the words, eat poop. Even a fool could guess that most of the students at Shenzhen No. 1 Middle School probably already knew he had eaten. Shaw, I was forced into the toilet. Strange, where did she go? Upon arriving at the door of Class 1, Grade 12, Lu Zixuan did not rush into the classroom, but instead quietly observed from the doorway. Looking at Lung Qingqiu's empty seat, his brows furrowed involuntarily. Class has already started. The other person should be in their seat. But soon, Lu Zixuan thought of a certain possibility. That means Lung Qingqiu must have known that he ate poop, which is why she deliberately hid from him. Thinking of this, Lu Zixuan's face darkened instantly. Damn it, it's all that bastard Lin Heng's fault. The thought of Lung Qingqiu creating another rift between them made Lu Zixuan immediately look towards the back row of Class 1, Grade 12. Seeing Lin Heng and Shun Yuchu chatting and laughing, the taut nerve in his mind tightened again. Why should I be the one to be pointed at and criticized by everyone? Lin Heng, you did nothing, yet you can chat and laugh with a beauty like Shin Yuchu. Just as that nerve called reason was about to snap, Lu Zixuan's cell phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. This brought him back to his senses. After taking out his phone and glancing at it, Lu Zixuan's eyes immediately filled with excitement. Looking at the message on his phone, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, Lin Heng, oh Lin Heng, I'll let you be smug for a little while longer. I'll see when it's evening. Will you still be laughing then? Time is like fast food in love. Before you know it, it's over. Before we knew it, school was over. Since Lin Heng and Shin Yuchu are both day students, they do not need to attend evening self-study sessions. Meanwhile, in an empty classroom at Shenzhen No. 1 Middle School, the afterglow of the setting sun shone through the window onto the tables and chairs, giving them a golden glow. The classroom was quiet, with only the ticking of the clock echoing in the air. The teacher's last few lines of writing remained on the blackboard, seemingly recounting the day's knowledge and memories. Watching a certain boy gradually disappear into the distance outside the window, Shin Yuchu couldn't help but reveal a sweet smile on her face. Just then, a woman dressed in an office lady uniform walked into the classroom. Only after reaching Shun Yuchu's side did she stop and respectfully say, "Miss, everything has been taken care of." "Yes, surely, I'm going out this weekend." Hearing the voice beside her, Shin Yuchu did not turn around, but continued to stare intently at the receding figure. The Fathead Big Ears gang actually dared to make a move on Lin Hong. This matter won't be left like this. Sherry was there to deal with this matter. With the Shun family's capabilities, getting a few people expelled from the school would be quite easy. As for what happened to those families afterward, we won't go into too much detail here. "Yes, miss. Where are you planning to go?" "I'll have security arranged in advance." Upon hearing Shin Yuchu say she was going out over the weekend, Shirley immediately planned to arrange for the corresponding security personnel. Although the girl had no intention of taking over the family business, there was no guarantee that people in the capital wouldn't do anything underhanded. After all, having one less obvious competitor increases the chances of becoming the head of the family. Amusement park. Only after Lin Hang's figure disappeared around the corner did Shin Yuchu turn back to Shirley and say, "I don't know which one it is exactly, but I'll tell you once I've confirmed it." Looking at Shin Yuchu's serene smiling face, Shirley froze on the spot. This was the first time she had ever seen the girl smile since she had been following her for so long. And what's with the amusement park? No matter how you look at it, Shin Yuchu isn't the type to go to a place like that. Okay, let's go back first. Seeing Shirley standing there in a daze, Shin Yuchu glanced back at a car, driving away outside the window before turning and leaving the classroom. In order to free up time for the weekend, she still had some things to take care of in advance. "Miss, you really do seem to have changed a lot." Watching Shin Yuchu's receding figure, a complex expression appeared in Shirley's eyes. But that complex expression came and went quickly. She hid it in less than a second. Shirley quickly caught up with Shin Yuchu and quietly fell half a step behind her. Meanwhile, inside a Lincoln minivan, seeing Wang Dachui's hesitant expression, Lin Hung put down his phone and asked, "Old Wang, we're old acquaintances, just say what's on your mind." Since getting on the bus, the old man has glanced at me secretly at least 10 times. If he hadn't known that this guy was straight, he would have suspected that the other person had some bad intentions. "Young master, your observation skills are truly excellent." Seeing that Lin Hung had caught him red-handed, Wang Dachui laughed it off. Then he revealed what was on his mind. "The young lady has returned. And she just picked up Lu Zixuan. Please support me, comrades. What's coming next is really exciting." Chapter 68. Lu Ruyan is indeed the most steadfast one. Although he hadn't spent much time with Lin Hung, as a professional butler, he could clearly sense the change in the overall atmosphere of the Lu family. If Lu Zixuan was the pillar of the Lu family before, then Lin Hung is the pillar of the Lu family now. Moreover, compared to the former, the latter clearly treated their servants better. Putting aside the fact that Aunt Wu was constantly whispering in his ear, the way she treated him alone was enough to make him do it. Big sister, Lu Ruyan. Upon hearing this, Lin Hung quickly recalled the other party's information in his mind. Lu Ruyan is a finance graduate from Harvard Business School. He is now the main decision-maker of the Lu family company and frequently represents the Lu family at various business events. There were even rumors that marrying her was equivalent to possessing Lady Lu. Most importantly, like the two Lu sisters, she remains a single woman to this day. If we follow the typical formula of stories about young masters, she'd probably be the first one to be won over by the fake young master. Later, with Lu Ruyan's help, the fake young master will also win over 2 other girls from the Lu family. Of course, this is assuming the original storyline unfolds as it does. Now, if Lu Zixuan has any bad intentions, even with Lu Ruyan's help, I reckon she'll still be beaten so badly by the Lu sisters, Lu Rumo and Lu Ruxue, that even her own mother won't recognize her. However, just thinking about Lu Ruyan's previous attitude made Lin Heng's head spin. The only hope now is that this guy hasn't crossed the line yet. Otherwise, no matter how difficult the situation, He would have no choice but to sacrifice his own family for the greater good. Wait a minute, I'm not even that familiar with her yet. So the idea of sacrificing family for the greater good simply doesn't exist. At most, it can only be considered a simple removal of pests from the house. Hiss. For some reason, at that moment, Wang Dachui suddenly felt as if the temperature in the carriage had dropped by more than 10 degrees. A dozen minutes later, inside the Liu family villa. Mom, please let Zixuan stay here. I can agree to anything else, but this is the only thing I can do. Liu Ruyan, I'm telling you, absolutely impossible. At this moment, in the hall on the first floor of the Liu family's house, the members of the Liu family were facing off against each other. On the left is the Liu family army led by Xiao Wanqing and Liu Zhigua, and on the right is the Green Tea army, with a beautiful woman with slightly wavy hair and gold-rimmed glasses as their meat shield. That's right, this beautiful woman is the eldest daughter of the Liu family. At the same time, she is also the most powerful being in all realms, the great Emperor Ruyan, Liu Ruyan. Although it is said that the left side of the ball is always the weakest, the situation today is clearly different. Second sister, third sister, you should also try to persuade mother. Seeing Xia Wanqing's completely uncompromising attitude, Liu Ruyan then turned her attention to her two younger sisters. Zixuan is also your younger brother. Do you really want him to end up on the streets? She believed that as long as her two younger sisters stood by her side, her mother would definitely change her mind. Liu Zixuan did indeed do some very outrageous things, but Liu Ruyan always firmly believed that he had his own reasons. I'm sorry, elder sister, but this time I'm on mother's side. Meeting Liu Ruyan's hopeful expression, Liu Rumo shook his head firmly. Haven't I made myself clear enough to you? I will not agree to let Liu Zixuan come back. Previously, due to the swimming pool incident, Xiao Wanqing had carefully investigated the surveillance data. This investigation was quite significant. They actually discovered something major. That bastard Liu Zixuan actually sneaked into their room while they were away. If that were all, it wouldn't be so bad, but when the other party left, they were carrying several people's underwear in their hands. We're all adults, and we all know what this behavior means. If it weren't for legal restrictions, the group would have already thrown Liu Zixuan into a pig cage and sunk him. However, they didn't make a big fuss about it, and didn't even tell Lin Hong. After all, it concerns one's reputation, so the fewer people who know, the better. And coincidentally, Liu Ruyan was the one who knew the truth. Therefore, Liu Rumo really couldn't understand why the other party was still protecting Liu Zixuan even after all this. Second sister. Seeing Liu Rumo's resolute attitude, Liu Ruyan could only turn her gaze to Liu Ruxue beside her. Third sister, please say something. Now, the only person she can turn to for help is her third sister. Stop talking, sister. I will never agree. As she spoke, Liu Ruxue coldly looked at Liu Zixuan, who was hiding behind Liu Ruyan with a timid expression, and said, "This lewd, despicable, filthy, and vulgar fellow is not worthy of entering the gates of our Liu family." The thought of Liu Zixuan using her personal clothing for certain things made her really want to chop him up with a knife. Besides this matter, what should Lin Hong do if Liu Zixuan comes back? For Liu Ruxue now, the two are simply incomparable. Liu Zixuan is not even as good as a single hair on Lin Heng's head. Third sister. Seeing that even her most obedient friend Liu Ruxue wouldn't help her, Liu Ruyan didn't know what to do for a moment. She did want to keep Liu Zixuan here, but the firm refusal from the others put her in a very difficult position. Big sister, maybe I should leave. Seeing that the situation was not developing as expected, and that Liu Ruyan was already having some doubts. Liu Zixuan knew he couldn't stay silent any longer, so he immediately used a move from the green tea strategy, retreating to advance. Only in this way can Liu Ruyan be motivated to continue working hard to stay in the Liu family. No, Zixuan, you don't need to leave. Seeing Liu Zixuan's aggrieved look, Liu Ruyan's resolve only grew stronger. Clearly, she's very susceptible to this green tea tactic. Just as she was about to say something more, her attention was drawn to a voice that belonged only to a young man. Wow, it's quite lively here. Looking in the direction of the sound, one could see a handsome boy wearing a Shenzhen No. 1 middle school uniform, and carrying a backpack, looking at them with curiosity. I suppose you must be Xiaoheng's younger brother. Because Lu Rumo and Lu Ruxue had posted photos in the group, Lu Ruyan recognized Lin Heng at a glance. Yes, big sister. After smiling and nodding at Lu Ruyan, Lin Heng looked at Lu Zixuan with amusement and asked, Lu Zixuan, did you brush your teeth properly? Chapter 69. You eat poop. It seems my eldest sister isn't beyond saving. Her deviation value is only -33. It seems that the two Lu sisters must have done something, otherwise, based on the plot. Ideally, the other party's deviation value should be around -90-something. Lin Heng's words successfully left everyone except Lu Zixuan looking bewildered. That's right. This guy definitely didn't brush his teeth, otherwise why would he smell so strongly of tea? Although she didn't understand why Lin Heng asked that question, Lu Ruxue, who had been with him the longest, also gave him a proper assist. Third sister. Seeing Lu Ruxue's harsh words, Lu Ruyan immediately covered Lu Zixuan's ears with heartache. How can you talk like that? Zixuan clearly didn't do anything. Yes, no, nothing was done. Seeing that the two were about to start arguing, Lin Heng quickly stepped forward and grabbed Lu Ruxue's arm, saying, It's just eating poop in the girls' restroom at school. At this point, Lin Heng turned to look at Lu Ruyan and kindly reminded her. By the way, let me remind you, this guy ate too fast, so his whole face was covered in it. Because she covered Lu Zixuan's ears with her hands, Lu Ruyan's hands inevitably touched his face as well. Goodness, this is disgusting. Compared to the other members of the Lu family who were still in shock, Lu Ruxue subconsciously distanced herself from Lu Ruyan, saying, I never expected this. Lu Zixuan, your hobby is quite unique. In terms of sheer disgust, Lu Ruxue would call the other party the strongest. After all, even the two greatest humans, David and Bear Grylls, have never actually eaten human poop. You can't just say things like that. At this moment, Lu Ruyan, realizing what was happening, also spoke up to defend Lu Zixuan. Brother Zixuan would never do such a thing. Although she was verbally arguing, she still readily released Lu Zixuan's ear. Even if the mind tries to treat it as fake, the body will inevitably produce some instinctive reactions. That's right, brother, why are you slandering me? Upon sensing Lu Ruyan's actions, Lu Zixuan immediately changed his strategy. She put on a pitiful look and immediately said sadly, I know you don't like me. But you shouldn't frame me like this. Because Zhang Quandan's photos only circulated in a small circle, and many people deliberately avoided Lu Zixuan. Therefore, until this moment, he still thought that Lin Heng was just talking nonsense. This gives me a chance to deliver a crushing blow to my opponent. TSK, the mixture of tea and excrement smells even worse. As he spoke, Lin Heng held his phone up to everyone's eyes. Here, this is the evidence. Ugh XN. Looking at the pixelated image on the phone, the Lu family members couldn't help but cover their mouths and gag. This scene is just so damn exciting. In contrast, Lu Zixuan stood frozen in place. He never expected that Lin Heng would have such a photo in his possession. Of course, the most important point is that since Lin Heng has such photos in his possession, that means there must be something similar in the school. The thought of this photo circulating widely in the school sent a chill down Lu Zixuan's spine. He finally understood why Lung Qingqiu had chosen to go home directly instead of staying in the classroom to listen to his explanation. Vomit. While Lu Zixuan was still stunned, Lu Ruyan couldn't take it anymore and squatted down to retch. The thought of indirectly touching a stranger's poop made her want to chop her hand off. Although Lu Ruyan doesn't have a cleanliness obsession, any normal person would be disgusted by such a thing. No, this isn't real. Lu Ruyan's retching sound brought Lu Zixuan back to his senses instantly. He suppressed the urge to rush up and fight Lin Heng, and tearfully accused him. I know you hate me, brother. But you can't use this photoshopped image to slander me. The most important thing at this stage is to first reject the idea of eating poop. Whether it was voluntary or forced, once you've eaten it, it's an indelible stain. If Lu Ruyan were to switch sides because of this, he would have nowhere to turn and would have no one to blame but himself. Xiaoheng, Zixian is right. Amidst Lu Zixuan's tearful grief, Lu Ruyan forced herself to stand up saying, "This is really too much, don't make jokes like this again." I must say, Lu Zixuan knows how to handle Lu Ruyan. These few words were enough to make him temporarily restrain his physical instincts and stand back beside him. Of course, the most important factor here is Lu Ruyan's subjective consciousness. She didn't believe Lu Zixuan would do something like eating poop, which is why she was able to overcome it so easily. TSK. Maybe we should just euthanize them humanely. Looking at the large negative 20 deviation value above Lu Ruyan's head, Lin Heng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The other party is clearly too deeply poisoned by the tea. Otherwise, how could they be so unwavering in their choice to believe in Lu Zixuan? Just as Lin Heng was thinking about how to perfectly carry out humane extermination, the system girl's notification suddenly appeared in his mind. Task issued. Make Lu Ruyan see Lu Zixuan's true colors clearly. Quest reward. Lucky aura, one-time use item. In situations where a decision is difficult, you can have 100% luck. This reward. Looking at the system's description of the lucky halo, Lin Heng was at a loss for whether to complain or not. This thing is useless, but it actually has some uses. But if you're talking about something useful, it's the kind of thing that makes you unable to win the lottery. After all, when it comes to lotteries, who else besides the staff can go on stage? Forget it. Let's think about how to carry out humane annihilation later. Ignoring the system girl's eye roll, Lin Heng turned his gaze back to Lu Ruyan not far away. My dear older sister, how can you be sure I'm lying? Since the normal approach is not working, we have no choice but to take a roundabout approach. Anyway, this isn't the first time he's experienced with this. Because, upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan was about to reply, but the next second she froze on the spot. Because she realized that she had no proof whatsoever, only her trust in Lu Zixuan. See? You don't have any evidence either. Seeing Lu Ruyan's lack of words, Lin Heng crossed his arms and said earnestly, word by word, Big sister, I have a question for you. This is purely a personal question, but do you have feelings for Lu Zixuan? That's right. Since normal methods can't turn the tide, we'll have to resort to some special methods. Based on the current situation, Lu Ruyan should have some feelings for Lu Zixuan. Bringing this matter to the forefront would allow them to use Lu's parents to correct the other party's behavior. If you can't straighten it, then it can't be straightened. Lu Rushu, why does this feel so familiar? Chapter 70, you make the final choice. What? Before Lu Ruyan could even reply, Xiao Wanqing rushed over to her, demanding, Xiaoyan, tell mom the truth. Yes, what are you really thinking? After kicking Lu Zixuan away, Lu Zhigua came to his eldest daughter's side with a serious expression. Regardless of Lu Zixuan's character, the other party has lived in the Lu family for more than 10 years. For more than a decade, the two have always addressed each other as brother and sister. If those two really get involved, he'd probably be kicked out of his coffin by the old man, even if he died. Goodness, I didn't realize this old man was so capable. Looking at Lu Zixuan, who had been kicked more than 10 meters away, Lin Heng subconsciously compared his own standards with those of Lu Zhigua. Well, it's about 50-50. In terms of brute force alone, I estimate I would be evenly matched with him. Aye. Looking at her parents standing in front of her, Lu Ruyan didn't know what to say for a moment. Lin Heng's words were like a pair of scissors, cutting open the side she least wanted to face. Even she herself didn't know when it started, but she developed some different feelings for Lu Zixuan. Damn it. Seeing this, Lu Zhigua knew exactly what his daughter was thinking. So he immediately performed a scene where his clothes ripped off. Then, he rushed straight towards Lu Zixuan's direction. No. Along with the screams of agony, Lu Zhigua shouted repeatedly, You beast, behold my Foshan shadowless kick. TSK, this old dang seems pretty good. Watching Xiao Wanqing earnestly trying to persuade Lu Ruyan, and Lu Zhigua kicking Lu Zixuan wildly. After taking the sunflower seeds from Wang Dachui, Lin Heng squatted down at the top of the stairs. It would be a waste not to enjoy this kind of lively entertainment without having to lift a finger and snacking on some melon seeds. Of course, Dad used to be in the army. After taking a handful of sunflower seeds from Lin Heng's hand, Lu Rushu squatted down to his right, shouting, Yes, Lao Deng, kick him in the kidneys. Speaking of which, Shouldn't we go and try to persuade my older sister? After sitting down to Lin Heng's left, Lu Rumo also reached out and grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds. I always feel like her stubbornness might make things worse. No, no, I can't afford to mess with either of those two. Seeing the two of them starting to argue, Lu Rushua decisively shook her head. Let's just wait and see. We'll talk about what happens later. Whether it was Lu Ruyan or Xiao Wanqing, they both exerted a kind of blood pressure on her. Instead of dwelling on the past and causing further distress, it's better to think about what to do next. Based on her understanding of Lu Ruyan, she estimated that the other party was unlikely to listen to advice so readily. Don't look at me. I'm not familiar with the older sister. Seeing Lu Rumo turn her gaze to him, Lin Heng shrugged helplessly. Besides, she protects Lu Zixuan in every way. If I go over there now, she'll probably think I'm deliberately causing trouble. I've done everything I could, so what the other party does next is none of my business. He's here on vacation, not to act as a bodyguard. People like Lu Ruyan will probably have to wait a long time to become normal again. He had no interest in doing any of that. Wasn't it more satisfying to tease that silly girl, Xinyuchu? Tisk, they're not easy to fool either of them. Seeing the siblings squatting aside silently eating melon seeds, Lu Rumo could only sit down and eat melon seeds as well. She knew that Lu Ruyan was stubborn and inflexible. If she wasn't allowed to see through things herself, nothing anyone else said would make a difference. So instead of going up there and making yourself miserable, it's better to just sit back, watch the drama unfold, and think about what to do next. Therefore, the Lu family's living room was divided into 3 parts for a time. The gossip group consists of Lin Heng, Lu Rumo, and Lu Rushua. The verbal sparring team consists of Xiao Wanqing and Lu Ruyan. The boxing and kicking team consists of Lu Zhigua and Lu Zixuan. Yes, the last group was a complete one-sided crushing defeat. 10 minutes later. Lu Ruyan, you'd better think this through. After kicking Lu Zixuan to Lu Ruyan's feet, Lu Zhigua said with a gloomy expression, if you want to leave with this guy, from this day forward, you will have absolutely no connection with the Lu family. He didn't believe that after he had said all that, the other party would dare to do anything excessive. But as Murphy's Law once said, what you fear most is often what happens. Dad, I'm sorry. Meeting her father's angry gaze, Lu Ruyan pursed her lips and helped Lu Zixuan up from the ground. Zixuan only has me left. I can't abandon him again. Although thanks to Lin Heng's clever maneuvering, her deviation score had reached a positive 10 points. Even so, she still had no intention of abandoning Lu Zixuan. It can only be said that she truly deserves the title of Emperor Ruyan. Even her love-struck mind is the most powerful among all the heavens and myriad realms. Fine, fine, get out. All of you, get out. Seeing that Lu Ruyan still dared to disobey him at this point, Lu Zhigua almost choked on his own breath. After forcing himself to throw a large pen bag at the other party, he directly said to Wang Dachui beside him, issue an announcement. I'll say that Lu Ruyan has nothing to do with my Lu family from now on. Also, suspend her card too. Upon hearing this, Lu Rumo hurriedly pleaded, Dad, no. Dad, my eldest sister was just confused for a moment. She never imagined that her eldest sister could be so stubborn. Yes, Dad, my eldest sister. At this moment, Lu Rushua, who was standing to the side, also wanted to say something. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Zhigua waved his hand to interrupt her and looked at Lu Ruyan with a cold gaze. I'm giving you one last chance. Think it over before you answer. Looking at Lu Zhigua's angry face, his 2 younger sisters pleading for him, and Lin Heng comforting his mother who was quietly sobbing, he was overwhelmed with emotion. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was moved. She then realized that she had unknowingly hurt everyone in her family. Just as Lu Ruyan hesitated, Lu Zixuan, whom she had helped up, started causing trouble again. Chapter 71. The clown is actually myself? Despite the pain in his body, Lu Zixuan managed to say haltingly, Big sister, don't abandon my big sister. If Lu Ruyan also abandons him, then he will truly lose the right to sit at the table. Moreover, if you get beaten up for no reason and don't get anything in return, you'll be so angry you'll die. You think you're so capable, Lu Zhigua? Well then, I'll kidnap your daughter. When the time comes, I'll make her have a whole litter. Hearing Lu Zixuan's aggrieved and weak voice, Lu Ruyan felt a deep pain in her heart. Dad, I'm sorry. After saying this, she helped the other person walk slowly towards the Lu family's gate. Between her family and Lu Zixuan, she ultimately chose the latter. Fine, Lu Ruyan, you've got guts. Watching the two figures gradually disappear into the distance, Lu Zhigua roared angrily. Lu Zixuan, you'll remember this. My daughter is not someone you dog can touch. If I find anything amiss, I'll slice you out piece by piece while you're still alive. Although he could forcibly stop Lu Ruyan from leaving, he couldn't be sure if she would do anything drastic. After all, every father is the same. He may say the most hurtful things, but he is still soft-hearted. Lu Ruyan is Lu Zhigua's daughter. This is an indisputable fact. Therefore, the only thing that can be done at the moment, besides having someone secretly follow them, is to first give Lu Zixuan a verbal warning. If this guy dares to make any underhanded moves, he will definitely do what he says he will do. You should know that when Lu Zhigua was in the army, his department was in the area of torture. Upon hearing the threat behind her, Lu Ruyan paused slightly in her departing steps. At the same time, a tear slid down her cheek. Dad, I'm sorry. Even after Lu Ruyan and her companion left the Lu residence, Lu Zhigua kept his eyes fixed on the direction of the gate. The way she looked at him was as if she was hoping her daughter would change her mind at any moment. Epsilon sad face Omicron, sigh. Seeing the pitiful state of the old man, Lin Heng was about to say a few words of comfort to prevent him from getting sick from anger. The next second, something happened that shattered his worldview. Wife, my darlings, how was Daddy's acting? After putting on the new clothes handed to him by Butler Wang, Lu Zhigua looked at the group with a smug expression. I'm not bragging, Dad. I used to be in a performing arts troupe, and I was known as the most handsome man in the troupe. Great job, wonderful darling. At this moment, Xiao Wanqing, who had been crying, immediately stopped crying and praised. If you were to act, all the Best Actor and Best Actress awards would have to step aside. Yes, it really scared me just now. Looking at her smug old man, Lu Rumo nodded in agreement. It's so natural. It doesn't look like acting at all. All right, we were just acting. At this moment, Lu Ruxue, belatedly realizing what was happening, also put away her worries, thinking, oh no, I got too into the role. I thought my older sister had really broken ties with the family. Looking at the Lu family member's sudden change of expression, 3 questions slowly surfaced in Lin Heng's mind. What happened? Why do I suddenly feel like I've become the clown? Bro, are you having an existential crisis? Seeing Lin Heng's bewildered expression, Lu Ruxue wrapped her arms around his neck and explained, actually, the thing is. A few minutes later, with Lu Ruxue's explanation, Lin Heng finally understood the cause and effect of the matter. After they learned about Lu Ruyan's attitude towards Lu Zixuan, they wanted her to see for herself what kind of person he really was. After all, they knew their daughter and sister's character better than anyone else. With Lu Ruyan's stubbornness, if we don't let her see through things herself, even if you talk yourself hoarse, it won't do any good. Although Lin Heng's horse-forked insect operation caused some twists and turns in the process. Overall, however, the plan is progressing in the direction it was expected to go. Once Lu Ruyan's financial support and status as the daughter of the Lu family are cut off, Lu Zixuan should soon reveal his true colors. As for Lu Ruyan's safety, the group had naturally considered it long ago. Not only did they buy the apartment Lu Zixuan was currently renting, but they also bought more than a dozen houses nearby. Moreover, even Lu Zixuan's home is now equipped with a surveillance system. If this guy has any bad intentions, a dozen or so burly men will rush into the apartment and beat him up. In addition, Lu Zhigua took a precaution, knowing that his Foshan Shadowless kick was a skill passed down through his master's lineage. When he was kicking Lu Zixuan hard just now, he was almost always aiming for his kidneys. Although no problems were apparent in the short term, no effective treatment was received within 3 days. So no matter what happens from now on, I'll only ever be a limp earthworm. The reason why Lin Heng wasn't told beforehand was because they didn't want him to feel any psychological burden. After all, both he and Lu Ruyan are members of the Lu family. They naturally didn't want to see the two of them have a falling out over Lu Zixuan. Therefore, After discussion, Lu Jiguo was chosen to play the villain. This will effectively prevent any potential conflict between Lin Heng and Lu Ruyan. Hee, are you surprised? Did you expect that, bro? Seeing that Lin Heng was still a little dazed, Lu Rushua ruffled his hair vigorously and asked, "Were you moved? It's okay to cry if you want to. Your older sister won't laugh at you." This was the first time she had ever seen such a blank expression on her younger brother's face. "I never imagined that my usually invincible little brother could be so shocked. What are you crying about? I just didn't realize it for a moment, okay?" After impatiently prying Lu Rushua's hand away, Lin Heng picked up his school bag and headed towards the room, saying, "Call me when it's time for dinner. I need to take care of something, so I'm going upstairs now." Although he wore a dismissive expression, the smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed his true thoughts. Before this, the only people Lin Heng truly recognized were the villagers of Tazai. Although some emotional entanglements arose during my interactions with the Lu family. But in Lin Heng's mind, this process was more like playing house together. Everyone plays a fixed role on the stage, doing what they are supposed to do. Only at this moment did Lin Heng truly accept the Lu family members. That child, Xiao Hong. Watching the boy quickly walk upstairs, Lu Rumo stroked her chin and said seriously, "It seems like he's maxed out his tsundere attributes." Upon hearing this, the three members of the Lu family exchanged a glance and then silently turned their heads away. However, it's not hard to tell from their slightly pursed lips that they're having a hard time suppressing their laughter. Besides the arrogant attitude of a certain boy, there's also the familiar actions and tone of a certain Chinibu girl. Chapter 72, a little bit of good stuff. It was 8 p.m. in the living room on the first floor of the Lu family's house. "Xiaohong, what's the matter that's so serious?" Looking at the servants who were being dismissed, Xiao Wanxin blinked in confusion. She really couldn't understand what this brat was trying to do. "Yeah, bro, is your girlfriend coming over?" After picking up the small cake from the table, Lu Rushua said while eating, "I'm still busy drawing design drafts, sis. Aside from this, I have no interest in anything else." For her, nothing was more appealing than her own bratty younger brother's marriage. Upon hearing this, Lin Heng, while connecting the computer to the projector, glanced at Lu Rushua and said, "Oh, by the way, third sister, this isn't something for you if you're busy. You can go work on the design drafts first." "You brat, are you asking for a beating? Watch me." Okay, stop fooling around." After covering Lu Rushua's mouth, Lu Rumo smiled helplessly. "So, Xiaohong, what's the matter that you called us over here?" Stare. Although Lu Jiguo didn't say anything, his fixed gaze revealed that he shared the same thoughts as Lu Rumo. "Don't worry, this is a big deal for our family." As he spoke, Lin Heng projected the contents of his computer onto the big screen. Old dang. Lu Jiguo, huh? After considering the fighting prowess the other party had just displayed, Lin Heng decisively changed his tune, saying, "Dad, from what I understand, the Lu family's businesses are still primarily focused on physical manufacturing, right?" "That's right." Faced with Lin Heng's question, Lu Jiguo didn't hold back and directly told him about the Lu family's affairs. Besides some large orders, the Lu family also has a certain percentage of its products that are distributed to lower-level customers. Times are changing, and we must start changing too. After getting the answer he wanted, Lin Heng moved the PowerPoint presentation to the next page. This is the transformation of a second-tier company before and after it moved from offline to online. Although the demand per order decreased, both order volume and profit increased by 30%. At this point, Lin Heng looked at Lu Jiguo and said, "Taobao, this online shopping platform, was launched in March of this year. Although many people do not pay attention to it, its emergence heralds the arrival of a new era. In other words, the era of datafication. The future development trend will definitely shift from the real economy to the digital industry. Therefore, I think it's time for our Lu family to make a move. A step ahead leads to continuous progress. For these older generation businesses, physical offline operations often account for more than 50% of their lifeline. This might not have been a big deal in the past, because everyone did it this way. However, with the continuous development and progress of the times, such enterprises are destined to face only turbulent times in the future. This is another development pattern for companies on Earth. and it still applies to the world today. It was precisely because he had completely accepted the Liu family that Lin Heng brought out this set of things. Looking at the before and after data comparison on the screen, Liu Zhigua narrowed his eyes slightly. At the same time, that long dormant brain began to work at high speed once again. As a veteran businessman, he has no shortage of the courage to gamble everything. Moreover, judging solely from the publicly available data, a transformation might just elevate the Liu family to a higher level than before. Any plans? After pondering for about 2.5 minutes, Liu Zhigua looked at Lin Heng again. He is currently completely clueless about this new thing. Therefore, asking one's own child naturally becomes the best solution. After all, they've already put forward their opinions. If there's no implementation plan, just wait and see if I don't beat your ass to a pulp. Yes, please look at the big screen. As he spoke, Lin Heng moved the computer to the next PowerPoint presentation, saying, "We can start by?" Over the next few minutes, Lin Heng explained in detail the steps and details of the changes. "Okay, I'll have a meeting with the shareholders tomorrow to discuss this matter." After listening to Lin Heng's description, Liu Zhigua's face showed an expression of agreement. Although some aspects of the plan are still open to discussion, overall it seems to be highly feasible. Since some goods are meant to be distributed to lower levels anyway, why limit our focus to such a small place as Shenzhen? Besides the online aspect, there's another thing we can do. As he spoke, Lin Heng pulled up a large world map. I remember my family has a dedicated cargo ship, right? I have logistics warehouses in these countries, which can form a perfect transportation chain. I trust the old man to tell me what to do next. Dad, you should have your own plans. These logistics warehouses are like express delivery outlets. Their existence is essential for smooth flight routes. Previously, although the Liu family owned its own cargo ships, they did not have independent logistics warehouses. As for why there isn't one, it can only be said that the rules are different in each country. Lin Heng's logistics warehouses were set up using Uncle Dong's name. Of course, they weren't selling rock candy, but rather some toy parts that could be assembled. TCH, you're quick to change your tune. After retracting his raised right leg, Liu Zhigua continued, I'll give you the remaining profits. Don't say I'm a father who's screwing over my son. TCH, damn old man. Wait a few decades, and we'll see if I pull the plug on your oxygen tube. After silently grumbling to himself for a while, Lin Heng handed a slip of paper to Liu Rumo, who was standing next to him. Second sister, the rest of this is for you. What's this? Looking at the note Lin Heng handed her, Liu Rumo blinked slightly in confusion. She knows absolutely nothing about company affairs. Even if she were to give it to someone, shouldn't it be given to her own husband, Lao Deng? Despite thinking this, she still reached out and opened the note. The moment Liu Rumo opened the note, her eyes widened instantly. The paper was covered with piles of data on the ingredients of the medicinal herbs. Although she had never conducted any experiments, she always felt that this prescription was something extraordinary. After all, what has ever been a bad product that my own younger brother has brought out? This prescription was given to me by an old man I rescued a while ago. He said it was an antiviral drug that could be used to treat chronic hepatitis C. Seeing Liu Rumo's shocked expression, Lin Heng quickly explained, as for the specific details inside, we can only rely on you, second sister, to experiment. As for the old man, he was obviously a fake. It was a drug he had seen in his previous life. The drug, named Sovaldi, Sofosbuvir, is an antiviral drug used to treat chronic hepatitis C. Because of his proficiency in medical skills, he was able to replicate it using his remaining memories. The specific details of the experiments and operations could only be completed by Liu Rumo. After all, he's not that handsome guy who wears his underwear on the outside. He simply doesn't have that much time and energy to do too many things. Chapter 73, you have half a month left. Don't worry, Xiaohong. I won't let you down. After carefully placing the note into her shirt pocket, Liu Rumo nodded earnestly. Although drug research is rarely conducted now, she used to tinker with it a lot with her professors when she was in college. With some effort, it seems possible to reconstruct this medicine. Haha, just do your best. Seeing Liu Rumo's, I can't do it, so I'll give up, expression, Lin Heng said half-jokingly. I don't want someone to have messy hair and be spouting some cringy nonsense. Glug X3. The moment Lin Heng finished speaking, all three members of the Lu family, except for Lu Rumo, subconsciously swallowed. At this moment, they recalled the fear they had once felt when they were dominated by Lu Rumo 20. Don't worry, I'll be careful. After covering her mouth and waving to her younger brother with a smile, Lu Rumo turned to the other members of the Lu family with a beaming smile. Dad, Mom, Xiaoshu, I think we should have a serious talk. Glug X3. While the Lu family was enjoying themselves, the atmosphere inside the Lung residence on the other side of the city was completely different. This is the plan you were talking about. After angrily throwing his phone at Lung Qingxiu, Lung Boding said in a cold voice, Lu Rian has now been expelled from the Lu family. So my dear daughter, you should prepare yourself to marry Li Zhongping. Just half an hour ago, the Lu family issued a statement declaring that they were severing ties with Lu Rian. In addition, she even declared that anyone who dared to take in the other party would be going against the Lu family. Furthermore, the Lu family is not completely secretive. There are always some underlings around. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, Lung Boding knew that Lu Rian had brought Lu Zishuan home today. It's now quite clear that not only Lu Zishuan, but also Lu Rian have likely been abandoned by the Lu family. In other words, the plan to continue exploiting Lu Rian has failed. How could this be? How could the Lu family just give up on Lu Rian like that? Looking at the announcement posted on the Lu family's official website on her phone, Lung Qingxiu's face was filled with disbelief. The other party was not only the eldest daughter of the Lu family, but also had put in a lot of hard work for the Lu family. Just because Lin Heng is a boy, does that mean Lu Rian can be so easily abandoned? At this moment, Lung Qingxiu couldn't help but feel hatred for this patriarchal system. Why is it that after giving everything, these girls are only met with abandonment? Why should boys get everything in the family, even if they do nothing? You'd better prepare in advance. Ignoring the girl whose worldview was gradually collapsing, Lung Boding glanced at his watch. Then, he prepared to turn around and leave the living room, saying, I will arrange for Mr. Li to meet with you as soon as possible. I hope you won't disappoint me then. During this time, he had a lot of headaches because of Lu's refusal to accept orders. Currently, apart from the Lu family, who were once taken advantage of, no one in Guangdong would accept a batch of problematic products. Moreover, for some unknown reason, many people in the capital have severed ties with him. This has indirectly led to the Lung family accumulating more and more unsold inventory. Costs of material stockpiling, labor costs, and equipment costs. Although it wouldn't be enough to bankrupt the Lung family, it would still be a considerable expense. Therefore, the most important thing for the Lung family right now is to find a sucker like the Lu family as soon as possible. After eliminating all unsuitable candidates, Li Zhongping was the only one left. No, Dad, please give me another chance. Upon hearing that Lung Boding was going to give her to Li Zhongping, Lung Qingxiu couldn't care less about feeling sorry for others at this moment. After grabbing the other person's leg, he pleaded pitifully, give me another half-month, and I'll definitely win Lin Heng over. Now that Lu Rian has been kicked out of the Lu family, the Lu Zishuan storyline is completely ruined. Therefore, if they want to maintain their relationship with the Lu family, they can only try to get through Lin Heng. Although her actions in the previous 2 days had offended the other party terribly, Lung Qingxiu had no other choice at this moment. Although Lin Heng's behavior displeased her, it was still better than Li Zhongping's. Give me. Lung Boding wanted to ask Lung Qingxiu to let go of his hand, but then he thought that contacting Li Zhongping would also take time. Rather than waiting idly, it's better to let the other party give it another try. Okay, I'll give you half a month. But if it's still not successful after 2 weeks, don't blame me for not showing any fatherly affection. Thank you, Dad. Seeing that Lung Boding had actually agreed, Lung Qingxiu immediately assured him, I will definitely not let you down. At that time, that Lin Heng will definitely become a puppet of our Lung family. In order to avoid marrying Li Zhongping, she was prepared to go all out, even if it meant sacrificing her most precious possession. Besides the age difference, there are other factors that led Lung Qingxiu to make this move. Even if we get married, I don't necessarily think I'll get any benefits from that old fox Li Zhongping. Not to mention using the power at their disposal to help them annex the Lung family. Even if the takeover is successful, the Lung family will probably not belong to her. As for outliving Li Zhongping, Lung Qingxiu had considered that idea. But don't forget this guy's glorious history. He directly caused the deaths of 3 wives. With such an incredible record, who knows if he'll get ahead of the opponent first. If he chooses Lin Heng and wins him over, he can make the most of his position. After all, a young person's mind is definitely easier to control than an old fox's, just like when I controlled Lu Zixuan. At that time, let alone the Lung family, the Lu family might also become his possession. Therefore, in conclusion, choosing Lin Heng has become Lung Qingxiu's last hope. There are still 2 weeks left, remember what you said. Looking at Lung Qingxiu lying prostrate on the ground, Lung Boding coldly uttered these words before turning and leaving. He still has a lot of things to deal with, and he doesn't have time to keep arguing with the other party here. Only after Lung Boding's figure completely disappeared from the living room did Lung Qingxiu slowly stand up from the ground. Damn, old man. Watching the other person get into the car and drive away outside the villa, she secretly vowed in her heart, "One day, I will make you regret being born." Meanwhile, inside an apartment building in a corner of the city. Thank you all for your support. I'm working hard on writing. Chapter 74. Tossing and turning, the filter begins to shatter. Meanwhile, inside an apartment building in a corner of the city. Because she had been given a good beating by Lu Zhigua, Lu Ruyin did not go directly back to the apartment with Lu Zixuan. Instead, she went to the hospital first to get some medicine before heading back to the apartment. Although the doctor seemed to have something he couldn't say, Lu Ruyin really wanted to get to the bottom of it. "It's okay, Zixuan, your sister will always be with you." Seeing Lu Zixuan's dejected expression, Lu Ruyin assumed that he was upset about being kicked out of his home. So she gently comforted you, saying, "Even if you leave the Lu family, I can still find a way to earn money to support you." Upon hearing this, Lu Zixuan really wanted to slap him across the face. "What do you mean? Even if I left the Lu family, I still want to rely on you to get back to the Lu family." Moreover, Lu Zhigua's final warning made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It's like having $1 million right in front of you, but no matter what you do, you can't get it. That feeling was like ants crawling all over my body. Although she felt very uncomfortable inside, Lu Zixuan's expression didn't betray her feelings much. "It's so good to have you here. Big sister, I'll try my best to help." The plan to return to the Lu family failed, but having another person to provide for him is not bad. The fact that he couldn't eat, it was what made him extremely distressed. "Just focus on your studies, and leave the money making to your older sister." As they were talking, Lu Ruyin used her key to open the apartment door. However, upon seeing the scene in the room, she instinctively covered her mouth. It wasn't for any other reason than I was simply disgusted by the terrible hygiene inside. At this moment, the interior of this not-so-small apartment is filled with an indescribable, mixed atmosphere. To put it simply, it's a mixture of the musty smells from leftover food, unwashed clothes, and a lack of ventilation over a long period of time. As far as the eye could see, clothes were scattered haphazardly on the sofa and floor, like withered branches and leaves swept by a storm, some even drooping on the corners of the table. The shoes were scattered haphazardly, as if carelessly discarded by their owner in a hurry, lying crookedly across the middle of the aisle. The coffee table in the middle was piled with all sorts of odds and ends. There were half-eaten potato chips in the bag, and several empty beverage bottles. Water droplets still clung to the bottle, and the dried water stains left unsightly rings on the table. In addition, there was a pile of takeout boxes left lying around, some of which had already leaked soup inside. Sticky patches of grime clung to the coffee table, and a few flies buzzed around them, seemingly finding their paradise in the chaos. Lu Ruyin never imagined that Lu Zixuan, who appeared so glamorous on the outside, was actually like this in private. At that moment, something within her began to crumble. Damn it! How could I forget about this? He was frustrated by his failed attempt to return to the Lu family and the fact that he could only look at Lu Ruyin but not eat her. This led to Lu Zixuan completely forgetting about his family situation. Having been waited on hand and foot since childhood, he naturally knew nothing about housework. Back when I lived at the Lu family's house, I would occasionally pretend to tidy up. With the help of servants on a daily basis, she managed to maintain a semblance of being very hygienic. After leaving the Lu family, Lu Zixuan completely let loose and lived life to the fullest. With no maid to help tidy up, the apartment's interior naturally ended up like this. "I'm sorry, big sister, I'll clean up right away." Seeing that Lu Rian's expression was not quite right, Lu Zixuan quickly went to the room. While tidying up the table, he said in a somewhat emo tone, "I'm a senior in high school now, and I'm quite busy studying on weekdays. And since I have to live alone, the house is." These words not only provided an excuse for the poor hygiene at home, but also perfectly demonstrated his resilience. "After all, I've been working hard to make a living on my own. What more do you want from me? Zixuan, why don't you take a rest?" Seeing Lu Zixuan tidying up the house despite his injuries, Lu Rian breathed a sigh of relief and reluctantly accepted his reason. After all, the senior year of high school is indeed very busy, and you also have to live alone. So it's okay if the apartment is a little messy, just bear with it. "Big sister, let me clean up." Seeing that Lu Rian's attitude had softened, Lu Zixuan immediately put on an even more enthusiastic performance, saying, "You've been on a plane all day, you should get some rest." "If I agree to this now, wouldn't I seem lazy? The best approach would be to learn from Liu Bei and feign arrogance by offering Shujo 3 times. Furthermore, based on his understanding of Lu Rian, this combination of moves would definitely dispel any bad thoughts she might have had earlier. And just as Lu Zixuan had predicted, Lu Rian was indeed defeated by this combination of attacks. In the following period, she took the initiative to take on the task of cleaning the entire house. When Lu Rian left the Lu family, she was wearing a custom-made office lady suit. Therefore, the way she cleans the house gives it a unique charm. "That damned Lu Zhigua, he actually threatened me." Gazing at the girl's alluring body, Lu Zixuan felt a strong urge to devour her. But when he recalled Lu Zhigua's hysterical warning, he could only reluctantly give up the idea. It's not worth risking your life's happiness for a moment's pleasure. 2.5 hours later, Lu Rian finally finished cleaning up the apartment. However, the long hours of cleaning left her feeling more exhausted than ever before. After all, squatting and standing up repeatedly is a very challenging task for anyone. They're already asleep. Looking at Lu Zixuan, who was already asleep on the bed, Lu Rian pursed her lips and did not choose to rest on the bed. Instead, she slowly walked to the sofa and picked up her coat to use as a blanket. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, a ferocious expression immediately appeared on Lu Zixuan's face, who was facing away from Lu Rian. "I've already made it so obvious, but the other party is still so disrespectful. If Lu Rian doesn't go to bed with you, how can you find a way to get her to take the initiative?" After all, Lu Zhigua only said not to let him touch Lu Rian, but he didn't say not to let Lu Rian touch him. Putting aside Lu Zixuan's inner scheming, Lu Rian was already lying on the wooden sofa. If it were someone like Lu Zixuan, who had half the bed empty, it would be a different story. Perhaps she wouldn't even consider it and would just lie down in bed with him. But after experiencing what happened today, she has a different mindset. Although he didn't say anything, there was always a nod in his heart. Sometimes she would even subconsciously wonder if her younger brother was really as innocent as he seemed on the surface. Recalling the scene of Lu Zixuan constantly pouring out his grievances to her, as well as the disappointed expressions on the faces of her parents and sisters, Lu Rian was overwhelmed with mixed feelings. The frustration in her heart, coupled with the hardness of the wooden sofa, made her restless and unable to sleep. After a long while, Lu Rian gradually found a balance with the floor amidst her exhaustion. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep, a deafening snoring sound broke through her already fragile defenses against sleep without warning. The loud snoring sound was like an old bellows, producing a very regular yet incredibly annoying noise with each pull and tug. Especially in the quiet of the night, this sound is amplified infinitely. As Lu Rian listened to the deafening snoring, she felt a headache coming on, and the filter she had built up in her heart was quietly shattering. Chapter 75. Wait, this development is jumping around so suddenly. The next day, in the classroom of Class 1, Grade 12 at Shenzhen No. 1 Middle School. "Good morning, Lin Heng." Watching the boy stroll into the classroom, Shen Yuchu pinched her pants a little embarrassedly. Although I have zero dating experience, it's the modern age of advanced internet technology. I've heard that boys tend to like all kinds of stockings, though I don't know if that's true. But to make Lin Hung happy, she still wore a white layer under her pants. The reason for doing this was, of course, to prepare for the lap pillow at noon. Good morning, you two. After pulling out a chair and sitting down, Lin Hung looked at the girl beside him with some suspicion. He didn't know why, but he felt that the other person seemed strange today. But I couldn't quite put my finger on what was strange about it. What's wrong? Meeting Lin Hang's scrutinizing gaze, Shin Yuchu nervously tightened her grip on her clothes. Is there something on my face? It's better not to let people know about surprises in advance. But if the boy insisted on getting to the bottom of things, then she would have no choice but to roll up her trouser legs. Wearing stockings with a school uniform shouldn't be too strange, right? Nothing much. It's as clean and beautiful as ever. After making a half-joking remark, Lin Hung quickly changed the subject. By the way, where's my breakfast? You didn't forget to bring it for me, did you? Praising a young girl is a routine practice, but changing the topic is an extra layer of security. As you can see, Shin Yuchu has already switched back to steam girl mode. Aside from the fact that it doesn't smoke, the pinkness of its cheeks is almost indistinguishable from that of a certain anime girl. Breakfast is here. After blushing as she handed the lunchbox to Lin Hung, Shin Yuchu lowered her head and whispered, I won't forget anything about you. Sometimes, straightforward words are sweeter than any sweet talk. For example, Lin Hung at this moment said that he was charmed by this little girl. If the circumstances allowed, he really wanted to take a few bites of the girl's cheeks. It's the 21st century. How can there still be such a cute and innocent girl? After suppressing the inexplicable emotions in his heart, he reached out and gently rubbed the girl's head. Silly girl, I was just teasing you. Feeling the warm touch on her head, Shin Yuchu raised her eyes slightly and said with a smile, Lin Hung, you seem to really like touching my head. Ah, you are not. Before Lin Hung could finish speaking, Shin Yuchu reached out and grasped his right hand, which he was trying to pull away from, and said softly with her eyes crinkling, I like it when you touch my head. You can only touch my head, no one else can. With its adorable, innocent face and clear, college student-like eyes, it inexplicably resembles a cute husky. The most crucial point is that this husky is reflecting a kind of light wave called cuteness. Yuchu, do you know how much damage you can do? Meeting the girl's clear, puppy dog eyes, Lin Hung reached out and gently pinched her cheek. If I can't find a girlfriend in the future, you'll have to take responsibility, you know? You shouldn't meet someone too amazing when you're young, otherwise you won't be able to spend the rest of your life in peace. This girl has already seduced me. If she dares to shirk responsibility, I'll kidnap her and take her home to be my wife. Girlfriend. Upon hearing Lin Hang's sudden words, even the usually composed Shin Yuchu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This exclamation drew the attention of many students in the class. After all, this is the age when adolescence is at its most exciting and budding. Therefore, the topic of boyfriends and girlfriends is naturally the one that attracts the most attention. Looks like you can't deny it now, can you? Noticing the gazes directed at him, Lin Hung rested his chin on his hand and said half-jokingly, So, Miss Shin Yuchu, are you prepared to take responsibility for me? Although I was thinking of waiting a little longer, this girl was just too alluring today. To prevent the fruits of his hard work from being stolen, he decided to leave a mark first. I'm ready. Looking into Lin Hang's smiling eyes, Shin Yuchu grasped his hands in return and said earnestly, I will take responsibility for you. I promise. Puff. Looking at the girl's serious expression, Lin Hung inexplicably thought of the scene between Uncle Nine and Partridge in the movie. What are you laughing at? It's nothing. I just think you're so cute. After gently stroking the girl's nose, Lin Hung said tenderly, I will take responsibility for you too, my silly girl. Plans can't keep up with changes, and the atmosphere has already reached this point. If we don't do something soon, what if we hurt the girl's feelings? In contrast, Shin Yuchu felt a sudden dizziness. What just happened? How did I become boyfriend and girlfriend with Lin Hung? And Lin Hung even called me his silly girl. So should I call him husband? No, that seems a bit too explicit. Or maybe I should call him darling. But that doesn't seem to work either. She's such a cute, silly girl. Seeing Shun Yochu's flushed face and her head bowed as if lost in thought, Lin Heng quietly took her left hand after opening the lunchbox. He just noticed the girl's hands were a little cold. He had absolutely no other intentions. At this moment, layers of pink bubbles quietly filled the area around the two of them. If the venue were different, the atmosphere would be so intimate that it would be perfect for a wedding night. Unlike the students in Class 1 of Senior 3 who were happily watching the drama unfold, Lung Qingqiu, sitting in the front row, clenched her fists instantly. She never imagined that things between Lin Heng and Xin Yuchu had progressed to this point. It seems that if we only use the same methods we used against Lu Zixuan, it will be difficult to subdue him in a short time. At this point, even if she was unwilling, Lung Qingqiu had no choice but to make the worst-case scenario plan. That is, using your most valuable possession as a bargaining chip. Only in this way can she have a chance to win over Lin Heng in a short period of time. Even at this point, Lung Qingqiu remained rational and did not step forward. The two of them are currently in a very sweet and intimate mood. If she were to go up there, she would only be asking for trouble. Moreover, some things can only be done when there are fewer people around. Chapter 76. It's still the same situation as before. At noon, at 12:35, in the designated area for washing dishes and chopsticks at GD No 1 Middle School. That girl should be out soon. After placing the last washed dish upside down on the table, Lin Heng slightly raised his eyes and looked towards the other side of the playground. After having lunch on the rooftop and enjoying a super comfortable lap pillow set, the two came here to wash the dishes. As for Xin Yuchu, she went to the restroom. After all, ultra-thin stockings are really easy to tear. Just as Lin Heng was leaning against the edge of the washing pool waiting for the girl, a pair of hands suddenly reached out from around the corner and grabbed his arm. Because he was preoccupied with what happened at noon, Lin Heng didn't react for a moment. It wasn't until he lost his balance that he realized he had used his left foot as a pivot point and quickly turned his body around. At the same time, he grabbed the other person's arm and used a joint lock to pin the person against the wall. Ah! The intense pain caused the person to instinctively let out a piercing scream as their wrist was forcibly twisted behind their back. It's important to know that joint locks are a technique typically used by police officers to deal with criminals. Even without describing the pain in detail, you can probably imagine how powerful it is. What bad luck! After realizing who had launched the sneak attack, Lin Heng immediately distanced himself from the attacker with a look of disgust. It wouldn't be good if Xin Yuchu misunderstood something, since they were alone together. Damn it, that damn guy. P.S. Please add to any subsequent personal reflections. Hearing Lin Heng's extremely disdainful tone, Lung Qingqiu almost fainted from anger. Her original plan was to let the boy experience the size of his penis first. Then, based on subsequent behavior, choose a way to control the other party. But I never expected Lin Heng to be so freakish, able to instantly use a joint lock in that situation. If Lung Qingqiu weren't still able to move her hand, she would have doubted whether it was broken. After cursing in her mind for a while, she turned around with a pained expression, clutching her arm. Lin Heng, I have something I want to talk to you about. Since Plan A is not working, we naturally have to resort to Plan B. I have nothing to talk to you about. If you want to talk, go talk to your brother Zixuan. After giving the girl a disdainful sneer, Lin Heng turned and left. They're all ancient foxes. Why are they trying to play these ghost stories across the gap? Even a fool could tell that this guy was up to no good. Wait a minute. All I want to say about this is, seeing that Lin Heng was about to turn and leave, Lung Qingqiu disregarded the discomfort in her hand and tried to stop him. After all, no matter how meticulous a plan is, it still needs implementers and those being implemented. If Lin Heng refuses to stay, then find someone else to carry out the plan. However, before her hand could even touch Lin Heng, he dodged it by turning to the side. If you touch me again, I won't hesitate to chop your hand off. Looking at Lung Qingqiu's bewildered expression, Lin Heng's face also showed undisguised disgust. Although he doesn't have physical obsessions about cleanliness, his mental obsessions are quite severe. People like Lu Zixuan and Lung Qingqiu are oddballs whose inner souls are filled with rejection from top to bottom. Especially after learning that the girl had awakened her own personality, This sense of disgust was amplified to the extreme. After all, isn't it obvious which is more annoying, a fool or a scheming woman? You? Meeting Lin Heng's eyes, which were filled with disgust, Lung Qingqiu clenched her fists in anger. She has never been treated like this since birth. Just as Lung Qingqiu was about to lose control of her anger, a somewhat subdued but extremely angry voice instantly attracted their attention. Lin Heng, you bastard, what terrible things are you planning to do to Qingqiu? The moment those words left his mouth, Lu Zixuan stepped between the two, declaring with righteous indignation, with me here, you won't be able to bully Qingqiu. Having been hit by Lu Zhigua's Foshan shadowless kick, his body was forced to activate an emergency warning mode. I slept straight through last night until noon, and only just arrived at school. To avoid making Lung Qingqiu overthink things after yesterday's events, Lu Zixuan went straight for the girl. As for how they knew Lung Qingqiu was here, a simple mobile app could easily solve that. Back when he was still the young master of the Lu family, Lung Qingqiu often came to visit the Lu family. There's absolutely no problem implanting a small virus into the phone during that time period. Well, just like I expected, this is how it's going to happen again. Seeing Lu Zixuan suddenly appear, Lin Heng mentally complained while silently distancing himself from the other party. He had no desire to have any close contact with this guy. Yes, this time it's a physiological rejection. After all, who knows if Lu Zixuan actually took a proper shower? What if he didn't get clean? The thought of that scene intensified Lin Heng's expression of disgust. Damn it, that damn guy. Seeing the obvious disgust on Lin Heng's face, Lu Zixuan's already fragile mental defenses completely crumbled. The pointing and whispering along the way, coupled with Lin Heng's expression at this moment, instantly reminded him of the scene yesterday when Fatty trampled him underfoot. Even though he was already furious inside, Lu Zixuan didn't dare show any dissatisfaction on his face. These experiences of having his bones disassembled have led him to consider Lin Heng as the person he hates the most and the one he can least afford to fight head-on. We'll have to resort to underhanded tactics to deal with this guy. TSK, that resentful look in his eyes. This really makes me happy. Seeing the resentment and anger flashing in Lu Zixuan's eyes, a wicked idea instantly popped into Lin Heng's mind. Or rather, I just thought of something funny. What kind of fun are you guessing? Please support me. Thank you all for clicking your lucky fingers to encourage me to update. Or perhaps some free electricity. I'd be eternally grateful. Chapter 77, Cleaning Up the Mess. Hey Lung Qingqiu. After shifting his gaze to Lung Qingqiu, Lin Heng pointed at Lu Zixuan in front of him and said, before you want to talk to me about anything, please clean up your mess first. I'm a bit of a germaphobe, and I don't like having green tea bitches hanging around me. After overcoming his misconceptions, he realized that Lung Qingqiu was a self-serving person who knew how to be patient and pretend. The reason she contacted me today was most likely because of the announcement released by the Lu family. The fact that the Lu family had severed ties with Lu Ruyan meant that Lu Zixuan had no chance of returning to the Lu family. In other words, Lu Zixuan is nothing now. It was precisely for this reason that Lung Qingqiu came to find him. After all, on the surface, Lin Heng is the only male heir of the Lu family in this generation. Although it's unclear why Lung Qingqiu is so insistent on maintaining a good relationship with the heir of the Lu family. But what does this have to do with me? When soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. Instead of worrying about so many complicated things, it's more important to enjoy a real, exciting show. Lin Heng, what do you mean? Qingqiu would never. Upon hearing Lin Heng's clearly provocative words, Lu Zixuan immediately disregarded his fear and began to accuse him. The Lung family is one of the wealthiest families he can currently access, and Lung Qingqiu is the key to entering the Lung family. One cannot lose the other, just as the West cannot lose Jerusalem. Before Lu Zixuan could finish speaking, Lung Qingqiu spoke first. Lu Zixuan, it's over between us. As a highly intelligent person, how could she not understand Lin Heng's meaning? However, even if the other party had not made this request, she still had the idea of drawing a line between herself and Lu Zixuan. Aside from the fact that the other party no longer has the opportunity to set foot in the Lu family, Yesterday's picture also played a significant role in the reason. Just thinking about what was in the picture made her want to stay at least 10 meters away from Lu Zixuan. For Lung Qingqiu, who had lived in a privileged environment since childhood, such a scene was extremely damaging. What? After turning around somewhat stiffly, Lu Zixuan also showed an incredulous look on his face. Qingqiu, that joke wasn't funny at all, so please don't make it again. I'm not kidding, there really is no chance for either of us. After subtly creating distance between herself and Lu Zixuan, Lung Qingqiu spoke coldly. Lu Zixuan, don't treat everyone like fools. Do I need to tell you what you did yesterday? Remember, you broke your promise first. Yesterday's events were already questionable after Shun Yuchu left. Lu Zixuan followed her, and soon after, Lin Heng also left. After class, news spread that Lu Zixuan was eating poop in the toilet. With just a little simple logic, you can connect the whole thing together. It must be that Lu Zixuan wanted to do something to Shin Yuchu, but Lin Heng discovered it and gave him a severe lesson. As for the subsequent eating of chocolate, perhaps it was simply due to the other person's interest. After all, besides Lu Zixuan himself, there was no one else in the photo. Damn it, did Fatty and Big Ears leak the information to those guys? Looking at Lung Qingqiu's cold expression, Lu Zixuan had his doubts. But on the surface, she still maintained an innocent expression. Qingqiu, is there some misunderstanding? I didn't do anything. Just like a drowning person desperately clings to something, Lu Zixuan now wants to hold on to Lung Qingqiu tightly. At least this way, I can still live a luxurious life as a person of high status in the future. Don't come any closer. Seeing that Lu Zixuan actually tried to reach out to pull her, Lung Qingqiu instantly created distance between them in a flash, shouting, "Stay away from me." If the other person touches her, she feels like she won't be able to sleep well tonight. However, in Lu Zixuan's eyes, the girl's action presented a completely different scene. If there were background music playing right now, it would be, "Qingqiu, please don't do this." After calming himself down a bit, Lu Zixuan forced a smile. "Let's sit down and have a good talk to see if there's any misunderstanding." At this moment, he truly panicked. The body's instinctive actions often reveal a person's true inner thoughts. Lung Qingqiu's half-step back was for real. I'm getting off topic. That half-step back clearly conveyed a strong sense of disgust and aversion. He also guessed that this was probably the effect of yesterday's chocolate incident. As long as I can find a way to get past this, continuing to manipulate girls shouldn't be too difficult. We have nothing to talk about. After raising her hand to signal Lu Zixuan to stop, Lung Qingqiu's face also showed a hint of disgust. "Lu Zixuan, you are really ugly like this. So let's not contact each other anymore. I'm afraid Lin Heng will misunderstand if he finds out. Since we've already decided to give up on Lu Zixuan, we might as well use him to improve Lin Heng's favorability. In this way, it can be considered a way to make use of waste." However, just as Lung Qingqiu was about to look up at Lin Heng, but they found that the spot where the other person had just been was completely empty, not even a hair's breadth away. If the art style were changed at this moment, there should be a gentle breeze blowing by, stirring up a few fallen leaves. Seeing the empty building, Lung Qingqiu felt terrible. So all that performance I put on here for nothing? 2.5 minutes have passed. Silly girl, you're out. Seeing Shun Yuchu walking towards them from the restroom, Lin Heng also abandoned his desire to watch the spectacle. After all, while watching scheming women tear each other apart is entertaining, nothing beats the sweetness of a gentle, sweet girlfriend. However, in order to show everyone the exciting plot that followed, he didn't make a fuss and quietly turned around and walked out of the alley. After picking up the lunchbox, he quickly walked towards Shin Yuchu. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Looking at the boy who came out of the alley, Shin Yuchu tilted her head in confusion. "But Lin Heng, how did you get out of there?" She remembered that there was no place to rest inside, and the sun was still very strong there. Seeing Shun Yuchu's puzzled look, Lin Heng smiled and pointed to the alley not far away. "There's an impromptu performance by the class in there. Do you want to go and take a look?" He knew that although this girl seemed silly on the surface, she was actually very sensitive. Therefore, it's better to put some sensitive things out in the open. Otherwise, if the other party overthinks things, then you'll be in big trouble. Chapter 78. Pressing and step by step, the Chizuru saga unfolds. Improvisation. Upon hearing this, Shin Yuchu immediately thought of Lu Zixuan and Lung Qingqiu. After all, these two were the only ones in Class 1 of Senior 3 who regularly contributed performances to relieve everyone's stress. Personally, she's not really into this kind of performance. Let's not go. After removing the two annoying guys from her mind, Shin Yuchu reached out and took Lin Heng's arm. Let's go back to class, we still have enough time for a lunch break. Although her tone didn't reveal much, her slightly flushed cheeks betrayed the girl's inner thoughts. For Shin Yuchu, today was indeed a very magical day. It was just an ordinary breakfast, but it inexplicably brought the boy much closer to her. If she hadn't checked in the bathroom just now, she would still think it was just a beautiful dream. She's such a cute, silly girl. Seeing the girl's blushing cheeks, Lin Heng smiled and reached out to rub her head. Okay, let's go back to class then. Let's go back to the present. Before Lung Qingqiu could continue to question her existence, Lu Zixuan's actions instantly pulled her back to reality. Qingqiu, please don't be like this, let's have a proper talk. As he spoke, Lu Zixuan strode towards Lung Qingqiu. He's prepared for the worst. If negotiations fail, he'll just take action. Since you don't like elegance, I'll just use the methods that little notebooks often employ. For example, Chizuru. Don't come any closer. Same as Peter Ho's catchphrase. Seeing Lu Zixuan approaching her, Lung Qingqiu quickly retreated while shouting a warning. If you come any closer, don't blame me for being impolite. The thought of the other person eating chocolate yesterday made her feel nauseous and ready to vomit. If someone gets close, I'm afraid my whole body will be ruined. However, every road eventually comes to an end. Before long, Lung Qingqiu was cornered by Lu Zixuan. Qingqiu, let's have a good talk. Seeing that the girl had nowhere to retreat, Lu Zixuan forced a smile. Let's sort things out and clear up the misunderstanding, okay? If possible, he still wants to avoid using special methods. After all, there is a big difference between an obedient dog and a dog that is forced to obey. The former would offer anything, even their own life. Once the latter loses its means of coercion, it can easily turn on its master. Unless the amplitude adjustment is completed during the forced period, it will always be an unstable time bomb. You give me. Lung Qingqiu originally wanted Lu Zixuan to get out of her way, but after seeing the ferocity that flashed in his eyes, she immediately changed her tune. Fine, then come here. Although she wasn't valued in the Lung family, she still grew up by Lung Boding's side. Her understanding of certain people and things far surpasses that of ordinary people. If we continue to provoke Lu Zixuan, he might lose control of his emotions and do something dangerous. Furthermore, they currently do not possess any self-defense weapons such as stun guns or pepper spray. So after considering everything, Lung Qingqiu could only force herself to agree, even though she felt nauseous. After all, the physical differences between men and women cannot be bridged by training for just a couple of days. Unless the man is particularly weak or the woman is particularly strong. It's like a 200-pound fat head that could easily crush Lu Zixuan. Of course, it could also be due to the other person being physically weak. Okay, let's have a proper talk. Seeing that Lung Qingqiu had relented, Lu Zixuan's gaze gradually calmed down. It's best if there's something to talk about. If there's nothing to talk about, then he can only. But just as he reached the girl's side, things took an instant turn. Die! After letting out a loud shout, Lung Qingqiu swiftly and ruthlessly kicked Xiao Lu Zixuan. Although she might not be able to beat her opponent in a head-on fight, she is confident that she can win if she takes them by surprise. We would like to remind all female friends not to confront male criminals head-on. They are not your husbands, brothers, or other family members, and they will not react to the Shu Road Mountains in any way. When Lung Qingqiu made her move, the distance between the two was only about 30 centimeters. Therefore, Lu Zixuan had no chance to react at all and took the kick squarely. After letting out a shrill scream, he collapsed to the ground and began cosplaying as a member of the Wudong sect. You dare threaten me? Seeing that Lu Zixuan was still trying to get up, Lung Qingqiu hurriedly went up and kicked him a few more times. Only after confirming that the other party was unlikely to continue pursuing her did she quickly turn around and flee. The most important thing now is to find Lin Heng. I don't have much time left. Damn it, that damn bitch. Watching Lung Qingqiu's departing figure, Lu Zixuan, still cosplaying as a Wudong sect member, shakily stood up from the ground. Perhaps because he had been kicked a lot recently, he didn't feel much other than pain at the moment. For example, at the very beginning, there was that feeling that the Dragon Ball was about to crack. But remembering Lu Haiju's instructions, Lu Zixuan still began to move slowly towards the infirmary, using crab-like steps. Just as Lu Zixuan began to slowly walk towards the infirmary, Lung Qingqiu had already returned to the classroom. There's no way around it. Shenzhen No. 1 Middle School is quite large. If you wander around aimlessly like a headless fly, the chances of finding someone are extremely slim. Instead of running around aimlessly, it's better to go back to the classroom and wait for them to come to us. Anyway, you can run away, but you can't hide Lin Heng. You'll eventually have to go back to the classroom. However, as soon as she arrived in the classroom, she saw a scene that made her blood pressure soar. At that moment, Lin Heng was looking at Shen Yuqiu, who was sleeping beside him, with a doting expression. The latter was covered with the boy's clothes. Damn, how did they progress so fast? Seeing the pink bubble surrounding the two of them, Lung Qingqiu subconsciously clenched her fist. But she didn't rush forward to talk to him. Instead, she returned to her seat expressionlessly. She acted as if Lin Heng's interaction with Shen Yuqiu had absolutely nothing to do with her. As a smart person, Lung Qingqiu knew that going up to talk to him would only make her uncomfortable. After all, no guy would flirt with another girl in front of his girlfriend. Moreover, Lin Heng himself already had a problem with him. Therefore, going up there will only deepen the aversion and serve no other purpose whatsoever. So what we need to do now is wait. Wait for the moment when Lin Heng is alone. When that time comes, she doesn't believe that even if she gives up everything, the other person will still be moved. Unless the other party is a paragon of virtue, absolutely no one could resist in that situation. The mysterious person who appeared in Chapter 79 is TSK. Looks like the show's over. After gently tugging at the clothes covering Shen Yuqiu, Lin Heng turned his gaze to the window. To be honest, he was quite curious about Lu Zixuan's current situation. Did you cry your heart out after being rejected, or did you run away in disbelief, hypnotizing yourself into thinking you were right? Before a toy is completely destroyed, its only purpose is to bring joy to its owner. For Lin Heng, Lu Zixuan was simply a toy that he found quite fun to play with. At the same time, no way, so all that talked to you before was for nothing. Watching Lu Zixuan, who was cosplaying as a Wudong sect member, walk into the school clinic using a crab-like gait. Lu Haiju, who had kept his mouth shut for many years, finally couldn't help but complain. I finally got a day off to visit my wife, but I never expected to run into a patient. It would be one thing to encounter such a situation, but this patient also refused to follow medical advice. Thankfully, he's toned down his temper a lot in recent years, otherwise he'd probably yell, "I'm working from 8 a.m. Dr. Lu." The moment Lu Zixuan saw Lu Haiju, he excitedly quickened his pace. "What a coincidence, Dr. Lu, to meet you here. By the way, could you please take a look? I accidentally tripped and fell while walking." Why Lu Haiju is here is not important. What's important is to get the other party to take a look first. Compared to Lu Mei, the school doctor, the other party, a doctor from a municipal hospital, is undoubtedly more authoritative. And most importantly, this way we don't have to pay anything. He only has a little over 300,000 yuan left in his savings, and he can't afford to waste it on a place like a hospital. Otherwise, if we go to the old place to hang out, we'll really only be able to watch and not participate. Lu Haiju really wanted to refuse Lu Zixuan's request. "I finally got a day off today, and you're forcing me to look at tiny toothpicks. Even though it's mostly men watching it, it still adds up to quite a bit over 365 days a year. But then I thought that if I didn't do it myself, my wife would have to do it." Just thinking about that scene made Lu Haiju almost pull out a wrench that had been gathering dust in his pocket for over a decade. "Go wait in the cubicle, I'll come over with some things." After forcibly suppressing the urge to crack open Lu Zixuan's skull, Lu Haiju turned around and started rummaging for medical gloves, instructing, "You know the procedure, so prepare it yourself first." "I understand, Dr. Lu." As he spoke, Lu Zixuan walked towards the hospital bed with crab-like steps. A few minutes later, looking at the location of Lu Zixuan's injury, Lu Haizhu forcibly suppressed the smile that was harder to suppress than an AK. It's nothing serious. He just needs to rest for a few days. Since there were no professional instruments available, he could only make a simple judgment based on his medical knowledge. Although there is a cyst in the injured area, overall it should not be a major problem. It's like a balloon with a hole in it. No matter how many times you prick it with a needle, it won't leak air in the end. Lu Zixuan's current situation is similar to that of the balloon described above. It was already broken, so how much worse could it possibly be? Thank you, Dr. Lu. I feel relieved to hear that. Seeing that the authoritative figures had said so, Lu Zixuan naturally felt relieved. By the way, Dr. Lu, is there any medicine here that you can prescribe? You see, I have to teach classes, so I can't just lie in bed all the time, right? Since I've decided to take the path of getting things for free, I'm going to see it through to the end. As for whether it's shameful, Lu Zixuan didn't even consider it. After all, the first lesson to becoming a qualified green tea, a manipulative woman, is learning how to be shameless. As the saying goes, clear water has no fish, and shameless people are invincible. Therefore, in private, face is practically worthless. Seeing Lu Zixuan's grinning face, Lu Haizhu immediately stopped laughing and said, I'm not a doctor here. I don't have the authority to prescribe medicine for you. Trying to morally blackmail him? Seriously. There's a street running between the south and north of the city. Ask around and find out who's the father. Back when he was pulling this stunt, you, Lu Zixuan, were still inside your parents' bodies. Seeing Lu Haizhu's sudden change in expression, Lu Zixuan subconsciously swallowed. For some reason, he had a feeling that the guy in front of him was about to put on a straw hat and pull out a wrench at any moment. But in order to have money to live a carefree life, he still gritted his teeth and said, Dr. Lu, that. But before Lu Zixuan could finish speaking, a voice suddenly came from the door of the school clinic. Excuse me, is Lu Zixuan here? 6 o'clock in the afternoon, at the school gate. See you tomorrow, Yu Chu. See you tomorrow, Lin Heng. After a brief hug with Lin Heng, Shin Yuchu walked toward the car parked not far away, glancing back every few steps. If it weren't for the circumstances, she really would have liked to take the boy home directly. Only in this way could the girl firmly believe that this was not a dream. Seeing Shun Yuchu looking back every few steps, Lin Heng didn't say anything, just stood quietly watching. At that moment, he didn't know why, but he had a strange feeling that he was sending his daughter to kindergarten. It took Shin Yuchu 2 minutes and 30 seconds to walk the 50-meter distance. After rolling down the car window, she smiled and waved to the boy not far away. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. As the vehicle drove away, a faint smile appeared on Lin Heng's lips. Hey, Xiaoheng, what are you grinning about? Hearing the voice coming from not far behind him, Lin Heng stiffly turned his head. Nothing, by the way, second sister. What brings you here? Wasn't Butler Wang supposed to pick me up? That's right, the person who came was Lu Rumo. However, compared to her usual refined appearance, she now had 2 light dark circles under her eyes. It's all because of your third sister, that careless scatterbrain. After letting out a light yawn, Lu Rumo rubbed her temples as she continued. She forgot to tell Butler Wang when she left this morning. With the Andom Awards competition about to begin, Lu Rushua also took a plane abroad today. However, due to negligence, Wang Dachui was forgotten to be notified, and as a result, Wang Dachui is currently on a business trip with Lu Zhigua. There was no other way. Now that Lu Ruyan, the hard-working and devoted servant, was gone from the household, Lu Zhigua had to do many things himself. With no other option, they had to ask Lu Rumo to come and pick up Lin Heng. The next chapter is going to be amazing. Please support me, everyone. Chapter 80. The person who came was actually him. How about we take a taxi back? Seeing that Lu Rumo looked like she was about to fall asleep, Lin Heng quietly fastened his seatbelt and whispered a reminder. I have a feeling that if you drive like this, we might both end up flying. Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. After putting his glasses back on, Lu Rumo instantly noticed the blind spot, just like Watson did. By the way, bro, what were you grinning about just now? Could it really be that spring has arrived? The last time I gossiped about the other person, I ended up being lectured by Xiao Wanqing for an entire night. So this time, she decided. They finished gossiping in the car first, so that Xiao Wanqing wouldn't be able to lecture them. Lu Rumo, am indeed a genius. Seeing Lu Rumo inexplicably giggling, Lin Heng subtly distanced himself from her. There used to be a popular saying, "My mom won't let me play with idiots." This indirectly proves that stupidity is contagious. He didn't want his clever little brain to be corrupted by that silly girl, Lu Rumo. What's with that expression? Noticing the boy's little actions, Lu Rumo pouted unhappily. You brat. How dare you look down on your sister? Believe me, I'll throw you right here. Faced with his second sister's sudden regression to kindergarten-level intelligence, Lin Heng had no choice but to temporarily cosplay as a preschool teacher, saying, believe me, my wise and mighty second sister. We should probably head back now, or we'll miss dinner at home. Kids are just kids, you can coax them and they'll be fine. Of course, if the other party uses tactics such as throwing a tantrum or rolling on the ground. Then he wanted to let the other party know what it meant to be a rebellious son who had lived for more than 10 years. You're smart to know what's good for you. Seeing her younger brother's fawning expression, Lu Rumo instantly pouted with pride. His smug look was exactly like that of the soldiers Li Yunlong sent to guard the supplies. As expected of my second sister, who has a dark past of Chinibu middle school syndrome. After suppressing a smile that was harder to hide than an AK, Lin Heng said with a serious expression, Miss, please start the journey. Please sit tight, we're coming right now. Before Lu Rumo could finish speaking, someone knocked on the car window. This sudden commotion naturally attracted the attention of the two people inside the car. However, it was only when I saw clearly the people standing outside the car that I realized what was happening. Neither Lin Heng nor Lu Rumo had a carefree expression on their faces. What a coincidence, Miss Lu. I never expected to see you here. Looking at the two people in the car, Hulina said with a fake smile, Zishuan is also going home. Let's hitch a ride together. Let's move the timeline back a little. Excuse me, is Lu Zishuan here? Looking at the empty infirmary, Hulina kept craning her neck and looking around. Before coming to the infirmary, she even went to the classroom to look for her. Although the students' expressions were somewhat strange, they still pointed out that Lu Zishuan seemed to be in the school clinic. Because of what happened last time, all possibilities between her and Wang Defa have been lost. Having lost one backup option, Hulina's only remaining choice is Lu Zishuan. That's why she's here. Her goal is to rekindle her romance with him. After all, aside from confirming the video, Lu Zishuan hadn't come to see him for a long time. Damn it, how did this guy find us? Upon hearing that familiar voice of a girl who had just turned 18, Lu Zishuan's face instantly turned terrified. If he had to pick the person he least wanted to see, besides Lin Heng, Hulina would be number one. Not to mention the terrifying Wang Defa. Even the relationship between Lung Qingxiu and himself is still a mess. If the other party were to see Hulina, there might truly be no possibility for them anymore. Hey, here it is. Just as Lu Zishuan was about to feign death, Lu Haizhu pulled back the curtain and said, Miss, do you think this is the guy we're looking for? As a doctor, the ability to read between the lines is an essential skill. After all, there will always be some extremists in the doctor-patient relationship, and it's always right to be more considerate in order to save your own life. He had seen every single trace of the panic that flashed across Lu Zishuan's face. I was thinking of giving them a good whack, but look what happened. I don't have to do it myself anymore, saving me the trouble of mopping the floor for my wife later. Wait, I work 8 a.m. Lu Zishuan was dumbfounded when he saw the curtain being pulled open by Lu Haizhu. They just pulled the curtains shut right away. What's the point of me hiding? Zishuan, you really are here. Upon seeing Lu Zishuan on the hospital bed, Hulina's eyes lit up and she quickly walked into the school clinic, saying, I thought you were gone. You're the one who's not here anymore. Although I really wanted to say that, I decided not to let the other party make a big deal out of it while I was still at school. So Lu Zishuan forced a smile and asked in a seemingly calm tone, Nana, what brings you to school? I've come to see you, it's been so long since we last met. As they were talking, Hulina came to the bedside. After seeing the scene on the bed clearly, she opened her mouth in astonishment. What's going on? Because the wound needed to be checked, Lu Zishuan's clothes were placed aside. The school clinic, The little world behind the curtain, something just doesn't seem right. Especially, there were two men behind the curtain. How could this happen? It's getting a little addictive. After noticing that Hulina had inexplicably become somewhat corrupt, Lu Haiju twitched his lips helplessly. Miss, the thing is actually like this. Although exposing patients' privacy is somewhat unethical, it was the only way to clear my name. Moreover, the other party seems to have a good relationship with him, so it's necessary to inform him about this. After all, only when normal men and normal women are together can they achieve a certain level of happiness. If an abnormal man and woman are together, it is actually very difficult for the woman to find true happiness. So, for his own reputation, and for the happiness of a young woman for the rest of her life, he, Lu Haiju, decided to make the matter public. Lu Zixuan, who was standing to the side, originally wanted to stop it, but he held back because he thought that he could persuade Hulina to give up. He doesn't have much time or energy to deal with the other party right now, so getting rid of them as soon as possible is undoubtedly the best thing to do. Chapter 81, Training Course for Gold Diggers. My God! After hearing Lu Haiju's description, Hulina covered her mouth in surprise. Lu Zixuan only had about 20 breaths to begin with, and now he's been injured so many times. Doesn't that mean? The thought of the legendary scene of being instantly killed the moment someone shows their face made Hulina's expression turn ugly. But after thinking about the Lu family's wealth, she quickly put away her sour face. So what if you show your face? As long as you have money, nothing is a problem. Moreover, once she has money, she can find whoever she wants. After figuring this out, she immediately grasped Lu Zixuan's right hand and said with a pained expression, Zixuan, don't be afraid. I will always be by your side. I work from 8 a.m. Looking at Hulina's deeply affectionate face, Lu Zixuan truly broke down. This thing is like a leech. I can't shake it off no matter what I do. How about this? I'll come to your house and take care of you. Seeing that Lu Zixuan remained silent, Hulina quickly pressed her advantage. If she can take this opportunity to move into the Lu family, she might just be able to seize the chance to become the future mistress of the Lu family. Moreover, if Lu Zixuan is really not suitable, Lu Zhigua is actually a good alternative. Although he is almost 50 years old this year, he looks about the same as a man in his early 30s. Recalling the 8-pack abs she saw when she passed by the gym, Hulina couldn't help but swallow hard. Rich and handsome, who wouldn't love a man like that? I'm fine, Nana, you don't need to worry. Upon hearing Hulina's request, Lu Zixuan immediately and decisively refused, saying, Mom is in a bad mood lately, so you'd better not go. Even if he could go back to the Lu family, he certainly wouldn't bring her to their door. Besides, if I go there, wouldn't I just expose my current situation? Who knows what kind of trouble this woman will cause by then? Therefore, the safest approach at present is to try to stabilize the situation and find an opportunity to shake it off. Alternatively, once Leng Qingqiu is dealt with, one could use power to force her out. Well, okay then. Upon hearing that Xiao Wanqing was in a bad mood, Hulina didn't say anything more and immediately changed the subject. Lu Zixuan countered each move with a witty remark, managing to fool them one by one. Thinking of buying a bag recently? My mom said I should study hard as a senior in high school, so she didn't give me any pocket money. Thinking of going to a beauty salon? You're naturally beautiful. You don't need to go, you're the most beautiful as you are. See a car you like? I don't have a driver's license yet, but I'll buy you one when I do. Several hours later, those two early morning geezers are finally gone. Watching Lu Zixuan slowly walk away with Hulina's help, Lu Haiju picked at his ear with a disgruntled expression. After all that babbling all afternoon, my ears are almost ruined. Although he had cultivated his character for many years, he still couldn't help but break his composure this time. As for the reason, it's because their chat content was just too outrageous. It's basically a live, high-level training course for gold diggers. Okay, stop grumbling all the time. Seeing Lu Haiju's displeased expression, Lu Mei stuffed a grape into his mouth. Everyone has their own way of living. You're not envious of that young man, are you? Envy my ass. That guy's been kicked to pieces. His pockets are covered in footprints. After swallowing the grapes in his mouth, Lu Haiju said with a serious expression, Wife, stay away from that guy from now on. He's too annoying. Haha. I'm too old for that, right? No, 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 my wife. You are the most beautiful in my heart. Isn't that disgusting? After giving Lu Haizhu a disapproving look, Lu Mei happily popped a grape into his mouth, saying, I'll reward you tonight. At that moment, Lu Haizhu found the grapes in his mouth tasteless. At the same time, Lu Zixuan and Hulina, having left the infirmary, had arrived at the school gate. Zixuan, where's the car that's supposed to pick you up? Looking at the rows of vehicles parked along the roadside, Hulina couldn't help but look around. The Lu family's daily chauffeur-driven vehicle is a custom-made Lincoln, easily recognizable in a group of cars. But after looking around for a long time, she couldn't see a single car. This is a perfect opportunity to boost my favorability. How could I possibly let it slip by? I might be a little late. As they spoke, Lu Zixuan subtly distanced himself from the other person, saying, You go back first, I'll wait here. He had been dawdling for a long time to avoid being seen walking with Hulina by others. Although there are fewer people outside the school now, there are still a lot of students. If Lung Qingxiu were to hear any of this, I would truly have no chance left. No rush, Zixuan, I'll wait with you for a while. While speaking, Hulina continued to look around at the vehicles parked on the roadside. Even if you're not a direct member of the Lu family, building up your favorability with Wang Dachui is a good option. With such a connection, it will be much easier to enter and leave the Lu family's residence. Nana, you really don't need to, I can manage on my own. Zixuan, where are you looking? Before Lu Zixuan could finish speaking, Hulina excitedly pointed to a car not far away. I remember that's your second sister's car. Come on, let's go together. Without giving the other person time to react, she grabbed their arm and walked towards the car parked on the side of the road. By the time Lu Zixuan came to his senses, Hulina had already knocked on the car window. This is what just happened. Let's switch back to the present. Zixuan is also going home. Let's hitch a ride together. Looking out the window at Hulina, who was all smiles, and Lu Zixuan, whose face was grim, he could see her. After exchanging a glance with Lu Rumo, Lin Heng saw a look of amusement in each other's eyes. I'm sorry, Miss Hu, Lu Zixuan is no longer a member of the Lu family. After giving Hulina a polite but distant smile, Lu Rumo looked coldly at Lu Zixuan standing to the side. Lu Zixuan, if you dare to use the Lu family name to swindle and deceive people again, I'll make sure you don't see the sun rise tomorrow. Although nothing was outwardly apparent, Lu Rumo's heart was in turmoil. That line is so cool. I finally got to be a ruthless female boss. What? Upon hearing Lu Rumo's words, Hulina looked at Lu Zixuan with disbelief. Zixuan, what exactly is going on? Chapter 82, The Gold Digger versus the Green Tea Girl. If this is true, then wouldn't Hulina become a laughingstock? Although Wang Defa was not as wealthy as the Lu family, he was still richer than the average person. If Lu Zixuan had nothing now, then why would she give up Wang Defa for him? This behavior is like picking up a sesame seed and losing a watermelon. No doubt about it, it's true. Before Lu Zixuan could explain, Lin Heng leaned against the window and added, he was kicked out of the Lu family a month ago. So, miss, you'd better be careful not to fall for their tricks. It's rare to see a major drama with a different female lead, and he doesn't want to miss it for any reason. After all, Lin Heng's personality is actually quite bad in essence. No, this can't be real. Lin Heng's words were like the last straw, causing Hulina, who was already mired in self-doubt, to completely collapse. Lu Zixuan, tell me, this isn't true. She couldn't accept the fact that she would give up Wang Defa for a good-for-nothing. Shall we leave here first? As more and more people noticed this, Lu Zixuan couldn't help but feel flustered. If Lung Qingxiu were to hear any rumors about this, would he continue to manipulate her like this? Moreover, he really doesn't want to use unconventional methods unless absolutely necessary. Lin Heng, don't listen to him. He's just trying to fool you. Lin Heng, shut up. Smack. Before Lu Zixuan could finish speaking, Lu Rumo slapped him hard across the face. If you dare to talk back to Xiao Heng again, it won't be as simple as just a slap. Looking at Lu Rumo's indifferent face, Lu Zixuan could only clench his fists in frustration. Circumstances dictate his actions. He must endure it for now. Trash. After giving the other person a disdainful glare, Lu Romo got back into the car and said to Hulina, "All right, Miss Hu, you can continue." Despite her calm demeanor, she was actually crying her eyes out inside. Oh shit. How can this guy be so shameless? My hand hurts so much QAQ. At that moment, she deeply understood how Mr. Lin felt on the day he returned home. That's just me putting on a show. No matter how painful it is, I have to keep pretending. Are you even polite? Although she really wanted to ask Lu Romo that question, the thought of the current situation made Hulina's emotions surge again. Lu Zixuan, you'd better explain to me clearly what's going on right now. At this moment, whether one is ladylike or not is no longer important. What matters is figuring out what exactly happened. If Lu Zixuan has really been abandoned by the Lu family, she needs to quickly find a way to go back and deal with Wang Defa. No need to ask anymore. He was just abandoned by the Lu family. Seeing Hulina's dawdling, Lin Heng took the melon seeds Lu Rumo handed him and added, "The Lu family has already issued an announcement. You can go and check it out." Lin Heng, you. Smack. Unlike before, this time Hulina slapped him across the face. The slap was so powerful that it sent Lu Zixuan staggering back several steps. Without giving the other person time to react, Hulina grabbed the other person's hair. At the same time, he quickly slapped her several times, shouting, "Why did you lie to me? You liar." 5-second man, I must have been blind. Let go. The stinging pain on his scalp made Lu Zixuan scream instinctively, and at the same time, he reached out and grabbed Hulina's hair. With two screams, Hulina and Lu Zixuan fell to the ground one after the other. And in their hands, each of them held a tuft of hair. "You bastard, you actually dared to fight back." Touching the gash on her head, Hulina suddenly pounced on Lu Zixuan like a mad woman, yelling, "I'll beat you to death, you piece of trash, liar, scum, 5-second man. Let go of me, you crazy woman." Seeing this, Lu Zixuan covered his hair with one hand and desperately pushed the other person away with the other. At the same time, he couldn't help but roar inwardly, "Lin Heng, Lu Romo, you two bastards, I'll remember you." The reason I didn't mention being abandoned by the Lu family before was to avoid that kind of thing happening. But to my utter surprise, what I feared most came to pass. During the scuffle, a can of medicine fell out of Lu Zixuan's pocket and rolled straight to Lu Romo's car. Looking at the name written on the medicine bottle, Lu Romo subconsciously opened her mouth wide. Good heavens, Lu Zixuan actually has kidney deficiency. Damn, my kidneys are really failing. Lu Romo's words were like a bombshell, immediately sparking a discussion among the surrounding students. Especially after seeing the name on the medicine bottle, many people couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. As for why they reacted this way, it's because they had seen their fathers take this medicine at home. Old Deng is really getting old. At that moment, many people had the same thought. Old Deng, you don't want people to know that you're taking this kind of medicine, do you? However, because the scene was too lively, the people on the outside did not hear what Lu Rumo said. After the misinformation spread, it evolved from Lu Zixuan having kidney deficiency to Lu Zixuan not having kidneys at all. By the end, rumors were circulating that Lu Zixuan didn't get a perfect score. However, this farce did not last long and was quelled by the school security guards. It is certainly wrong for outsiders to beat students without cause, but it is equally wrong to learn how to deceive girls. Therefore, the security guard solution was to use a fork to push the two aside and calm them down. Watching Lu Zixuan and Hulina being speared away like pigs, Lin Heng threw the sunflower seed shells into the roadside trash can and said, "All right, let's go back too. Now that we've seen the excitement, it's time to go back and have dinner." For a true Chinese person, only gossip and delicious food are things that cannot be missed. As for which thing is more important, that depends on the individual. Just like some people like sweet tofu pudding while others prefer savory tofu pudding. Well, it's about time to head back. After turning her gaze away from the bustling crowd, Lu Romo started the car and said, "By the way, Mom just messaged me saying she had to go out. Let's go back and not wait for her. We can just have dinner first." Xiao Wanqing is doing something big. Chapter 83, Xiao Wanqing in action. Did you go out on something? Recalling Xiao Wanqing's life these days, Lin Heng jokingly said, "Do you think she might have gone to pick out a partner for you?" Ever since learning about Lu Ruyan's attitude towards Lu Zixuan, the other party has been thinking about arranging for Lu Ruxue and Lu Rumo to get rid of them as soon as possible. In Xiao Wanqing's words, it's about finding a suitable replacement as soon as possible, so she can save herself from having to worry about these two anymore. Upon hearing this, Lu Rumo rolled her eyes at Lin Heng and then pouted unhappily. "You little brat, do you want a beating?" Neither boys nor girls like being pressured to do things. Not to mention marriage, which is about happiness in one's lower body. If I can't find a suitable partner, I might as well choose to live alone. Don't rush me. It's not like I'm going to find you a blind date. You brat, you dare bring that up again. While the two were arguing, in front of the gate of an apartment building on the outskirts of the city. Because it is located on the outskirts of the city, the roads in the vicinity are full of potholes. In some areas, there is severe waterlogging, mixed with garbage and mud, forming murky puddles. The exterior walls of the building are covered with stains and graffiti. Perhaps due to years of disrepair, the exterior walls have also developed mottled and peeling surfaces, giving them a dilapidated appearance. The hallway on the first floor was dimly lit, and some of the light bulbs had been broken for a long time and had not been replaced. The walls inside the stairwell were also covered with various small advertisements. Layer upon layer of torn paper and remnants made the already dilapidated wall look even more cluttered. Looking at the terrible living conditions, a pang of heartache flashed in Xiao Wanqing's eyes. But then she thought that it was all for the sake of the child, so she hid her feelings. "Mom," just as she was about to go upstairs, a tentative question suddenly came from behind her. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Xiao Wanqing quickly turned around and stared directly into the girl's astonished eyes. "Mom, it really is you." Upon seeing that the person who arrived was indeed Xiao Wanqing, Lu Ruyan hurriedly straightened her somewhat disheveled clothes and stammered, "But you, why are you here? Did Dad send you? I've been out all day, and I just went to the market to buy some vegetables." Therefore, her current image is indeed not very good, and she even looks a bit disheveled. "I came here secretly." After taking the vegetables from the girl's hand, Xiao Wanqing affectionately patted the girl's head and said, "I brought you some clean clothes, let's go upstairs first." "Okay, please come with me." As she spoke, Lu Ruyan forcibly wiped away the tears in her eyes and reached out to take the things back from Xiao Wanqing's hands. No matter how old a person is, as long as their parents are around, they will always be a child. No matter how strong you are on the outside, it's sometimes really easy to lose control of your emotions in front of your parents. Led by Lu Ruyan, the two soon arrived at the apartment rented by Lu Zixuan. Thanks to the cleaning last night, the room is now quite tidy and doesn't look like a pigsty. The only things that stood out from the overall environment were the messy bed and the leftover dishes on the table. And all of these are Lu Zixuan's masterpieces. "Ruyan, where did you sleep last night?" After scanning the room, Xiao Wanqing said with a serious expression, "I'm not telling you that you slept in the same bed with Lu Zixuan last night. Even though we already know everything through surveillance, we still need to ask the questions that need to be asked. Otherwise, if he reveals any flaws, it could easily arouse suspicion from his eldest daughter." "No, I slept on the bench yesterday." After placing a glass of water in front of Xiao Wanqing, Lu Ruyan explained in a flustered manner, "Mom, believe me, I really didn't lie anymore." "Why?" Looking at the water on the table, Xiao Wanqing sighed helplessly. "Why did you do this? Who is Lu Zixuan? Haven't I explained it to you clearly enough?" "Mother." Meeting the disappointed look in the other person's eyes, Lu Ruyan pursed her lips and lowered her head. Even though she knew Lu Zixuan had many problems, she still wanted to try her best to make him better. Just as the Lu family had predicted, Lu Ruyan was the kind of person who would never turn back until she truly hit a wall. "Fine, you never listened to me anyway." As she spoke, Xiao Wanqing took out a stack of cash from her bag. "Take this money first. Your dad said he's going to cut off all your sources of income. To avoid him finding out, I have no choice but to find a way to give you some cash. Besides your second and third sisters, some of these were also contributed by Xiaohong. When the child heard it was for you, they even took out the money they had saved for school supplies from their suitcase." Of course, sometimes it's necessary to mix a little white lie with the truth. It's true that all three of them contributed money, but Xiao Wanqing deducted it directly from their allowances. As for why Lu Ruxue and Lu Rumo, despite their advanced age, still have pocket money, it can only be said that in the Lu family's mindset, as long as one is not married, one is always a child. Even if you are 40 years old, the same principle still applies. However, if you don't get married at this age, you'll probably get a loving doubles beating every day. Xiao Heng isn't blaming me at all. Looking at the stack of bills in Xiao Wanqing's hand, a complex emotion flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes. Logically speaking, given what she did yesterday, it's no wonder Lin Heng hates her. But now the other party not only didn't say anything, but also took all the money out of the box. This series of actions indeed left Lu Ruyan with mixed feelings. Especially after recalling what happened last night, these complex emotions were amplified. Let's turn back time a bit. Zishuan, lend your sister some money first. After cleaning up the trash on the table, Lu Ruyan slowly walked over to Lu Zishuan, who was studying on the sofa. I need to prepare some interview materials. Lu Zhigua acted quickly. Not long after leaving the Lu family, all of her assets were frozen. It can be said that apart from her communication tools and this outfit, Lu Ruyan is now truly penniless. What? He's asking me for money. After concealing the slight unease in his eyes, Lu Zishuan stingily pulled out a few crumpled banknotes from his pocket. Big sister, this is all I have left. You can take it and use it. These scattered banknotes, when added together, probably amount to about 60 yuan. Chapter 84, Rat Tail Juice. Is that all left? Looking at the crumpled coins in Lu Zishuan's hand, a strange look flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes. Didn't I just give you 500,000 the day before yesterday? How come there's so little left? I'm sorry, big sister. I have used them all up. Faced with Lu Ruyan's questioning, Lu Zishuan lowered his head and stammered. It's all my fault. I should have been more frugal. Wah. He's definitely not broke. He still has over 300,000 yuan in his account. But this money is for my own enjoyment, so I definitely can't give it to the other party. And who knows what kind of job Lu Ruyan will find later. What if it's one that only pays a few thousand yuan a month? So instead of handing over the money, why not keep it and enjoy life to the fullest? Besides, I've handed over all the money I had on me, so you can't say anything now, right? It's all right. It's all my fault for not being able to take you home. After sighing, Lu Ruyan forced a smile. You continue reading, I'll go tidy up the kitchen. As someone who regularly transferred money to Lu Zishuan, how could she not know how much money was in his account? Although it was all small change, it was to show how much they valued Lu Zishuan. Lu Ruyan herself handled most of the money, and when Mingming checked yesterday, there was still about 400,000 yuan in the bank card. Since the two of them were almost always together today, Lu Zishuan had virtually no chance of spending money. Therefore, based on the above, there is only one possibility. The other party does not want to lend you the money. However, humans are inherently selfish, and it's understandable that they would consider the future. At least, that's how Lu Ruyan comforted herself. However, the impact of today's events made the difference between Lin Heng's and Lu Zishuan's actions immediately apparent. Of course, she had no idea that these were all part of Xiao Wanqing's scheme. After all, from Lin Heng's perspective, Lu Ruyan was someone he could completely destroy in a humane way. If necessary, we need to be careful when performing euthanasia, otherwise the Lu family will probably be heartbroken for a long time. This is not something Lin Heng, who has truly accepted them, wants to see. Go back and apologize to your dad. Seeing Lu Ruyan fall silent, Xiao Wanqing reached out and gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. You know your dad. He's all talk and no action. If you're willing to soften your stance, he'll definitely change his mind. Feeling the heartache and helplessness in her mother's words, Lu Ruyan's already cracked heart developed another tiny crack. Xiao Heng has been separated from us for so many years, don't you, as his older sister, want to reunite with him? After noticing Lu Ruyan's hesitation, Xiao Wanqing understood the importance of striking while the iron was hot. So he continued, and what Lu Zishuan did before, didn't I make it clear enough? Frame someone, gain sympathy, even. Although the last sentence was not spoken, both of them understood what it meant. After the surveillance video was re-examined, They all experienced significant emotional turmoil. Mom. Looking up at Xiao Wanqing's complicated eyes, Lu Ruyan pursed her lips and then lowered her head in shame. Zixuan was just confused for a moment. I will make him change for the better. Even now, she still doesn't want to give up on Lu Zixuan. No matter what, the two have lived together for more than 10 years, and some things are not so easy to change for stubborn people. Unless this stubborn person bumps into a wall harder than iron. Otherwise, this play will continue indefinitely. Although she had expected this outcome, Xiao Wanqing still couldn't help feeling somewhat disappointed. It seems the only option is to devise a plan to let my eldest daughter see for herself what kind of person Lu Zixuan is. You don't have to go back, I respect your choice. Thinking this through, Xiao Wanqing posed a very practical question. But have you ever thought about how you're going to make a living in the future? And don't tell me you really want to be with Lu Zixuan for the rest of your life? If that's the case, I'd rather break your legs and lock you up. To make the performance more convincing, Lu Zhigua had already consulted with people in the industry. It's safe to say that, at least in the entire GD region, Lu Ruyan has no chance of finding a decent job. No, I really only ever saw him as a younger brother. Faced with her mother's harsh words, Lu Ruyan immediately began to explain, I will find a job to tide me over in the short term. To be continued. I'll slowly look for a better job later. Although, after a day, she realized that she had been blacklisted by the industry. But Lu Ruyan believed that gold will eventually shine. Given the right opportunity, she may well have a chance to take off again. As for the current situation, she has found a job that is not very respectable. Although it's tiring, it's at least a decent income. However, in order not to worry Xiao Wanqing, she did not reveal the specifics of her job duties. Sai, you've always been like this since you were little. Seeing Lu Ruyan's determined expression, Xiao Wanqing didn't say anything more. He took a bracelet directly from his bag and put it on the other person's wrist, saying, This is a new product developed by the company. My contact information is stored inside. Feel free to call me anytime if you need anything. In addition, there is a GPS automatic positioning device that can be activated directly in case of danger. In addition to providing active rescue, this product will trigger an alarm if the heart rate exceeds 100 beats per minute and will send a warning to the linked mobile phone after a full minute. After all, the people the Lu family hired weren't robots, so they were bound to make some mistakes. Therefore, this bracelet can also be considered part of the insurance. However, Lu Ruyan's answer just now gave Xiao Wanqing hope. At least compared to what he said that night, you can barely see any brain in him now. Perhaps it won't be long before my silly girl can come home. Mother. Looking at the bracelet on her wrist, tears welled up in Lu Ruyan's eyes. I'm sorry, I've let you down. The thing adults fear most is suddenly finding a sliver of comfort in the midst of despair. This slight comfort will break through the fragile outer shell of strength, exposing the most vulnerable self inside. You'd better watch yourself. After saying this, Xiao Wanqing got up and walked towards the door. Only when they reached the gate did she turn around and say, If you've thought it through, go back and apologize to your father. Although he said he wanted to send you away, he actually always cared about you. After making that game-winning shot, Xiao Wanqing slowly walked out of the apartment. I really miss her, and I miss her very much. After all, without Lu Ruyan as his ox or horse, Lu Zhigua was already exhausted to the point of being a beast of burden. Sorry. Looking at the bracelet on her wrist, tears silently streamed down Lu Ruyan's face. At this moment, her heart, already riddled with countless cracks, seemed to show a faint sign of collapse. Meanwhile, in the alley not far from the apartment building, looking at the luxury car parked not far from the apartment, Lu Zixuan cautiously poked his head out. Chapter 85, A Scheme Within a Scheme, and a Scheme Within a Scheme. Besides the fact that I used to ride in that car frequently, the license plate number with the string of 8s also tells a story. This car is the Lu family's official vehicle. Could it be that the Lu family has come to back down? Although he thought this to himself, Lu Zixuan did not intend to rush forward. Besides the uncertainty about whether Lu Zhigua is even there, his image is also a very serious problem right now. During the struggle with Hulina, both his clothes and his face sustained varying degrees of damage. The most serious problem is the bald patch on the back of his head. Although her hair covered it, it was still easy to see that a piece was missing. As for how he got rid of Hulina, it can only be said that he just happened to run into a group of debt collectors. What happened next is hard to describe, but I think everyone understands. However, the thought of the Lu family actually backing down made Lu Zixuan's eyes reveal a hint of anticipation. Because in this way, he would definitely be able to return to the Lu family. As long as he can return to the Lu family, he will make those heartless bastards pay the price. Lu Zhigua and Lin Heng had their legs broken and were locked up, while the rest were all turned into their own toys. Just as Lu Zixuan was daydreaming, a familiar figure walked out of the dimly lit stairwell. Okay, I understand. As Xiao Wanqing dialed the phone, she slowly walked towards the car not far away. Because the apartment corridor was quite narrow, Lu Zixuan, who was not far away, heard her entire conversation. I gave them 150,000 yuan. This is the last time. Okay, I won't bother with Rian anymore. Let her live here if she wants. I've given up on her. Let's train Xiao Heng as soon as possible, so that he can develop further in the future. Damn it, how could this happen? Hearing Xiao Wanqing's phone call with someone else, Lu Zixuan's face was filled with a ferocious and resentful expression. I thought the other party was coming to back down, but I never expected them to come to sever ties. So, does that mean Lu Rian is just like me? Thinking of this, Lu Zixuan couldn't help but feel a stomachache. If Lu Rian could earn money or eat well, that would be fine, but unfortunately, she can't do either of those things. Based on his understanding of Lu Zhigua, as long as Lu Zhigua was alive, Lu Rian could forget about finding a good job in GD. As for food, he hadn't forgotten the scene at the Lu family's house that night. To sacrifice half a lifetime for a moment of sexual pleasure is simply not a worthwhile trade. However, when he thought of the 150,000 that Xiao Wanqing had just mentioned, a glint of light flashed in Lu Zixuan's eyes. Just as he shook off Hulina, he also spent all of his dozens of WS. Although Lu Rian doesn't have a lot of money right now, it's enough for her to live a carefree life for a couple of rounds. Besides, the other party's money will eventually be mine anyway, so there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with taking it a little earlier. With that in mind, Lu Zixuan began to plan how to make money. Of course, it refers to getting the money from Lu Rian. Meanwhile, inside a vehicle slowly driving out of the residential area on the other side. Madam, Lu Zixuan has already heard what was just said. Okay, continue monitoring. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Wanqing looked out the window at the receding scenery. Looking at her reflection in the car window, she murmured softly, "Silly daughter, it's time for you to grow up a bit." How could a woman who could become Lu Zhigua's wife be a simple person? Before getting married, Xiao Wanqing was a well-known female entrepreneur. The number of men pursuing her might not be enough to stretch from Shantao to Shanwei, but it's at least as far as the distance between Beijing and Shanghai. Just as Lu Zixuan stepped into the area within a kilometer of the apartment, Xiao Wanqing already knew about it from her subordinates. That's why she deliberately staged such a conversation when she came out. The purpose was to make Lu Zixuan anxious, so that he would show his little chicken claws more quickly. After all, Lu Rian, who was abandoned by the Lu family and had no means of making a living, and who could only look but not eat, was destined to become a hot potato. Given Lu Zixuan's petty mentality, it probably won't be long before he explodes. While Xiao Wanqing was pondering how to proceed with the next steps of the plan. At this moment, inside the rented room of the apartment, seeing Lu Zixuan's rather disheveled appearance, Lu Rian immediately covered her mouth in surprise. "Zixuan, what happened to you?" Panda eyes, scratches on his face, and tattered clothes. No matter how you look at it, something just doesn't feel right. Big sister, I'm sorry." Seeing Lu Rian's anxious expression, Lu Zixuan immediately began to put on an acting show. "It's all my fault for being useless. I was hoping to find some temporary work to supplement my family's income, but I never expected to accidentally break the boss's antique snuff bottle." As he spoke, Lu Zixuan, with tears streaming down his face, pulled out a guarantee from his pocket. "That snuff bottle costs a total of 150,000. If I don't send the money over tomorrow, the boss said he'll sue me. Big sister, I don't want to go to jail. Please help me." That's right. This is Lu Zixuan's elaborate money-making plan. Using Lu Rian's sympathy, they made her willingly hand over the money she was talking about. After all, the other party has not been away from the Lu family for long, and it is hard to guarantee that Lu Zhigua and others will not change their minds later. Therefore, he still needs to maintain his good girl persona until he is certain that Lu Ruyan can never go back. Then, if the other party can make money, keep them. If not, find a reason to kick them out. Lu Zixuan is no saint. He wouldn't use money to help someone who is destined to receive nothing in return. Where's that shop? After listening to Lu Zixuan's description, a hint of disappointment flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes. Take my sister there right now, I have to get an explanation from them. Upon hearing that the other party was going to the shop, Lu Zixuan's expression stiffened slightly. But he quickly concealed this stiffness and said sadly, Big sister, I'm about to take the college entrance exam. If things get out of hand, maybe I. This was all a lie. Where was he supposed to find a shop for the other party? Therefore, he could only try to use his own advantages again to divert Lu Ruyan's attention. This is the last time. Seeing Lu Zixuan's heartbroken state, Lu Ruyan silently took out the 150,000 yuan that Xiao Wanqing had just given her from under the coffee table beside her, and said, Be more careful next time. Here, take these, Mom just brought them over. I'm so sorry, big sister, it's all my fault. After forcing out 2 fake tears, Lu Zixuan reached out and took the banknotes from the other person's hand. I'll go return the money to them. Big sister, you don't need to wait for me to eat. Sob, sob, sob. Amidst sobs, he grabbed the money and dashed out of the apartment. Now that I have some money, I have to go and have some fun. Who knows, by then it might turn 150,000 into 15 million, and 15 million into 15 million. Why? Watching Lu Zixuan turn and leave without hesitation, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Please support me, friends. Thank you all for your hard work QAQ. Chapter 86 Instinctive Reactions. At this moment, Lu Ruyan truly began to feel disappointed in her younger brother. After all, how many people who can come up with the name Lu Ruyan would actually be a complete idiot? Not to mention that she is no longer the person who was brainwashed by Lu Zixuan. Therefore, when considering a problem, one can naturally take it into account from multiple perspectives. Xiao Wanqing had just left when Lu Zixuan came back demanding money. Moreover, the amount requested was exactly 150,000. Adding to that, when I suggested going to the store, there was a fleeting hint of unease on the other person's face. If she still can't sense anything unusual after all this, then she might as well not call herself Lu Ruyan anymore, and just change her name to Lu Ursha, Lu the Fool. This is the last time. After holding back the tears in her eyes, Lu Ruyan silently went back into the kitchen. She needs to find something to do to distract herself. Otherwise, she was really afraid that she would lose control and give up on the other person. Just as Lu Ruyan was trying to find a way to distract herself, in the living room on the first floor of the Lu family home. Goodness, how can they even hold back? Seeing Lu Ruyan return to the kitchen, Lu Rumo patted her forehead helplessly. Big sister, this is too outrageous. If you didn't know better, you'd think she had some kind of unusual hobby. Pa, what nonsense are you talking about? After giving Lu Rumo a light tap on the head, Xiao Wanqing said with a helpless expression, Your older sister may be a little slow-witted, but she's not that kind of perverted hobby. TCH, I was just saying. Rubbing the back of her head where she'd been slapped, Lu Rumo turned to Lin Hung beside her and complained, Hung, you give me your opinion. But before she could finish speaking, she stopped herself from saying what she hadn't finished. Then she quietly got up and tiptoed to the boy's side. Seeing this, Xiao Wanqing followed suit. Therefore, 2 small heads appeared behind Lin Hung, looking at each other. Gift. 12 o'clock. Surprise. Although the screen prevented them from clearly seeing the contents of the phone, the two were unable to see the actual content. However, one can still vaguely guess what Lin Hung wants to do from the fragmented text. Thinking of this, Lu Rumo couldn't help but say, TSK, bro, are you trying to pick up girls? Holy crap. The sudden sound in his ear made Lin Hung instinctively throw a punch. The next second, with a sharp scream of pain, Lu Rumo collapsed to the ground. Looking at Lu Rumo lying on the ground and Xiao Wanqing, who was still a little confused, Lin Heng twitched his lips helplessly. It seems, perhaps, maybe, things are getting a little complicated. 2 minutes and 30 seconds later. Puff. Seeing Lu Rumo's panda eyes, Xiao Wanqing couldn't help but burst out laughing. At that moment, she inexplicably remembered that the other person had once worn similar panda eyes when cosplaying as a pirate. And most importantly, Lu Rumo even uttered lines like, "Accept the holy light," in a very shameful manner. Looking at her heartless mother, Lu Rumo pouted and looked resentfully at Lin Heng, who was rolling eggs for her. "Brother, you're too ruthless. From a professional medical perspective, this panda, I won't be going away before tomorrow." The thought of going to the hospital looking like this made her feel a sense of social death. Although she is a social terrorist, commonly known as a socially anxious person. But if you go out with this hairstyle, you'll really become socially awkward. Those who fear social interaction can also be called socially anxious. Moreover, if she went out like this, Lu Rumo guaranteed that within 3 days, rumors about fighting for love would definitely spread in the hospital. Cough cough, instinctive reaction, instinctive reaction. Meeting his older sister's resentful gaze, Lin Heng could only give an awkward smile. There was no way around it. After being trained by Uncle Dong, his instinctive reactions were actually quite lethal. If I hadn't changed my fingertips to a fist at the last minute, I'm afraid it would be more than just dark circles under my eyes now. After all, there is a very clear gap between real combat and performance-style combat. Like the founder of Mad Dog Boxing, although the boxing style is not very aesthetically pleasing. However, it is the only doorplate that has been killed and escaped unscathed since the founding of the People's Republic of China. TCH, I don't care, you're responsible for this. After pouting in dissatisfaction, Lu Rumo suddenly reached out and grabbed Lin Heng's arm, saying with a gossipy look, "I'll forgive you unless you tell me what you were plotting on your phone just now." When it comes to gossip, the Chinese have an unusual and unwavering obsession with it. And since I've already been beaten, I should at least continue the gossip. If the beating isn't continued, then all that beating I took would have been for nothing. Yes, Xiao Mo is right. Seeing how helpful her daughter was, Xiao Wanqing pressed her advantage, saying, "Xiao Heng, you don't want mom and your sister to be unable to sleep tonight, do you?" Looking at his mother, whose words seemed inexplicably dangerous, Lin Heng twitched his lips helplessly. "After going through all that, I feel like I'm the most normal person in the Lu family. Hey bro, tell me already." Seeing that the boy didn't react for a long time, Lu Rumo couldn't help but start shaking his arm. "Just to comfort your wounded heart, tell me quickly." Xiao Wanqing. Yes, hurry up and tell me. Anyway, you don't only get to hear gossip when you get beaten up, so it doesn't matter if you get a little bit of it yourself. Besides, when these old women get together, isn't it just to gossip? Given the opportunity to witness the drama unfolding before her, how could she possibly give it up so easily? No. Looking at Xiao Wanqing, whose eyes seemed to be sparkling, Lin Heng's face was full of helplessness. In this situation, shouldn't a normal old mother go to Lao Deng? Then, after a few whispers, how about another mixed doubles match? Oh, mom isn't that kind of old-fashioned person. After shoving Lu Rumo to the ground, Xiao Wanqing reached out and grabbed the boy's arm. "Besides, all 3 of my large ones have been ruined, so now I can only put my hopes on you. Xiao Heng, you won't let your mother down, right?" Hiss. Meeting his mother's eyes, which shone brighter than a flashlight, Lin Heng felt an inexplicable urge to say something. Chapter 87, Why should a single person teach others how to date? A few minutes later. Well, that's about it. After explaining his plan, Lin Heng looked at the 2 people with beaming smiles on their faces and asked, "So, may I go back to my room now?" Gossip can be fun, but it's not fun when the subject of your gossip is yourself. In particular, Lu Rumo and Xiao Wanqing both had those eerie smiles on their faces, as if they were about to become a grandmother and an aunt. If you turned off the lights and put this in a haunted house, you wouldn't even need makeup to start working, right? No rush, I think we can still optimize the details. After pressing Lin Heng down onto the sofa, Xiao Wanqing's eyes lit up as she said, "Xiao Heng, I think this step of the plan can be done like this, and then like this." As the saying goes, emotional bonds must be nurtured from childhood. It seems that before becoming a maternal grandmother, I still have a chance to become a paternal grandmother. No, 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 Mom. That's a bit old-fashioned. After listening to her mother's speech, Lu Rumo offered an appropriate suggestion. I think. Shut up, you single dog. Before the other person could finish speaking, Xiao Wanqing ruthlessly interrupted him. Wait until you've been in a relationship before you start spouting nonsense. You haven't been in a relationship, yet you dare to teach others? If you scare my daughter-in-law away, believe me, I'll break your legs. Seeing Xiao Wanqing exuding an inexplicable aura of danger, the Lu Rumo sank immediately. The kind that sinks both mentally and physically. Xiaohong, don't listen to your second sister. That single dog, just listen to your mom. At this moment, Lin Heng deeply understood the experience of Lu Rumo and Lu Ruxue when they were pressured to get married. Time flies like an arrow, and the weekend has arrived in the blink of an eye. At this moment, in front of the gate of GD Happy Valley, Shen Yuchu stood there quietly, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the entrance, her eyes filled with anticipation. Today she was wearing a light blue dress, the hem of which swayed gently in the breeze, as if greeting the lively atmosphere around her. Her shoulder-length hair fell smoothly down her cheeks, and she would occasionally tuck it behind her ears, revealing an expression that was both shy and full of anticipation. Her outstanding looks and fresh, youthful charm instantly attracted the attention of many men. At that moment, everyone inexplicably reached a consensus. So, which lucky pig managed to snag such a beautiful cabbage? However, at the same moment they reached a consensus, their waists were also greeted with affection by their female companions. Therefore, gasps of astonishment could be heard continuously at the bustling entrance of the amusement park. Shen Yuchu paid no attention to the little actions of those around her, because at this moment, her heart was already filled with tension and anticipation. She had even started imagining the scene of playing with Lin Heng later in her mind. Lin Heng, I'm here. Upon seeing a figure quickly weaving through the crowd, Shen Yuchu immediately waved. Because she was afraid the other person wouldn't see her, she even stood on her tiptoes. Their appearance can only be described as incredibly cute. Sorry to keep you waiting. After weaving through the crowded throng, Lin Heng finally arrived in front of Shen Yuchu. I thought arriving half an hour early would be enough, but the other person actually arrived even earlier than me. However, it's not entirely Lin Heng's fault for miscalculating. It just goes to show that Shen Yuchu truly deserves to be called the perfect girlfriend. After all, in most real-life situations, it's the guy who waits for the girl to go out. It's really rare to see a girl leave home early to wait for a boy. For example, a friend of mine, every time his girlfriend said yes. As a result, I always have to wait downstairs in the dormitory for an hour. No, I've only been here a short time. Seeing the beads of sweat on the boy's forehead, Shen Yuchu blushed and wiped them with a tissue, then changed the subject. Lin Heng, you look very handsome today. Today, the young man was dressed in a white sportswear outfit, paired with a pair of casual white sneakers, and he looked exceptionally fresh and clean. Looking at the girl wiping his forehead, Lin Heng's previously calm expression turned slightly tense. You're very beautiful too. Shen Yuchu's destructive power is simply too great. It's likely that no normal male could withstand it. If we could get a sweet fruit, this whole area would be practically cleared out. After an awkward moment of business exaggeration, the two instinctively looked at each other. Puff. The next second, they both burst out laughing. For her, him, the emotions the other person wanted to express at that moment were crystal clear. Let's go, Yuchu. After taking Shen Yuchu's soft, boneless hand in his, Lin Heng said with tender eyes, please allow me to guide this beautiful lady for the next day. Feeling the warmth emanating from her palm, Shen Yuchu nodded with a smile. The girl was filled with a strange sense of anticipation for the unknown journey that would take place the following day. A few minutes later, in front of a mobile ice cream truck inside GD Amusement Park. If you want to eat both, then choose both. Seeing Shen Yuchu's hesitation and confusion, Lin Heng smiled and patted her head. Give me what you can't finish, I promise I won't waste it. Upon hearing this, a subtle, ambiguous emotion flashed in Shen Yuchu's eyes. If you take a bite of each one, Does that mean you indirectly kissed them? Thinking of this, the girl subconsciously licked the corner of her lips lightly with her tongue. Silly girl, if you want to eat it, don't hold back. Since Lin Hung didn't know Shin Yochu's mindset, he assumed she was just embarrassed. So he decisively said to the ice cream lady next to him, "Auntie, could you please give me a matcha sundae and a strawberry sundae?" "All right, young man, just wait a moment." As they spoke, the ice cream lady quickly started working on the machine and joked with the two of them. "Is this your girlfriend? She's really pretty." "Hmm?" Hearing this, Shin Yuchu blushed and nodded shyly. "Yes, Auntie, I am his girlfriend." In some situations, it is necessary to proactively declare sovereignty. Don't you see those little vixens around you, constantly eyeing this big piece of fat meat next to you? That's right, Auntie, I'm her boyfriend. Although Lin Hung felt that the aunt's voice sounded strange, he couldn't care less at the moment. After grasping the girl's soft, boneless hand, he grinned and said to the ice cream lady, "Since we're buying as a couple, shouldn't you give us a 50% discount?" Hearing this sudden change of topic, the ice cream lady stiffly twitched her lips and said, "No problem. I'll give you the second cup at half price, okay?" "Haha. Thank you so much, Andy." At this moment, Shin Yuchu, blushing, said, Thank you, Annie. Whether it's half price or not isn't important. What matters is that they're a couple." If the timing weren't so bad, she really wanted to taste what Lin Hung was like. Such a treasure of a boy must have a very rich flavor. Chapter 88, My Hard-Working and Exemplary Mother. A few minutes later, watching Lin Hung and Shin Yuchu leave hand in hand, the ice cream vendor quickly changed her clothes. Even their faces were completely changed. It's been too long since I've disguised myself." Looking at the disguise mask in her hand, Xiao Wanqing rubbed her cheeks helplessly. "But that brat Xiao Hung, I didn't expect him to be so good at picking up girls." As the only promising young man in the family, she naturally couldn't let Lin Hung grow up unchecked. So, having nothing else to do, she naturally used her old skills to spy on the enemy. You should know that decades ago, she used this skill of disguise to do a lot of good and evil deeds. Besides Lin Hung, there was another reason why Xiao Wanqing came to the amusement park. As for who it is, I think everyone can guess. While Xiao Wanqing was busy changing her clothes, Lin Hung and Shin Yuchu had already arrived at the first amusement park ride. "Are you sure you don't need to change to another one?" Seeing the girl clinging nervously to his arm, Lin Hung made a suggestion at the right moment. "I think that carousel over there looks nice. Why don't we give it a try?" "No need. I heard that couples play this game." After shaking her head somewhat nervously, Shin Yuchu said with a firm expression, "So, I want to play this with you. Having to ride a carousel separately is just so lame." Although it looked quite fun, she still wanted to get closer to Lin Hung. To achieve this goal, a haunted house, which offers the highest degree of freedom, is undoubtedly the best choice. Furthermore, if Lin Hung gets scared later, then he can always try something else. Just thinking about that scene is exciting, right? All right then, let's play this. Seeing the determination in Shun Yochu's eyes, Lin Hung didn't say anything more. He simply held the girl's soft, boneless hand firmly and whispered, "You'll stay by my side from now on. I'll protect you, okay?" "Yes, I know." After firmly grasping the boy's warm hand, Shin Yuchu nodded obediently. "I will definitely follow you obediently and not run around." People who have spent the night in mass graves, how could they possibly be afraid of something man-made? At most, it would be an instinctive reaction, and I would just kick him right in the face. However, with Lin Hung around, this instinctive reaction is not uncontrollable. I guess so. 10 minutes later. "I'm so sorry." Seeing the staff member holding his lower back with a complicated expression, Lin Hung apologized awkwardly. "Let me take you to the hospital first. I will take full responsibility for the medical expenses." "Never mind. You guys go have fun." Looking at Lin Hung and Shun Yochu's apologetic faces, Xiao Wanqing waved her hand helplessly. "Be more careful next time. Not everyone is as easy to talk to as me." Who knows? I was originally planning to deliver the ultimate surprise. And guess what? He immediately threw himself over his shoulder. If she hadn't trained in her younger years, her back would probably be completely ruined. Let's rewind 5 minutes. Lin Hung held Shin Yuchu in his arms and walked with an air of arrogance, defying everyone else. just like a fool taking to the streets. Just as the two were nearing the exit, Shin Yuchu had just stepped out of Lin Heng's arms and was about to say something. But the next second, a hanged ghost, its head and face covered in blood and with a long tongue, suddenly patted the two of them on the shoulder from midair. The inexplicable chill made Shin Yuchu instinctively turn her head away. The moment I faced the NPC, a not-so-pleasant memory instantly flooded my mind. That's why she instinctively used an over-the-shoulder throw. This is why the two of them are apologizing to Xiao Wanqing, hidden identity, at the exit. Please be sure to accept these. Seeing the NPC slowly leaving while supporting his aching back, Lin Heng hurriedly stuffed a wad of cash into the other person's hand. Because he used to travel abroad frequently with Uncle Dong, he always carried some cash with him. Although it's not used very often, it can be really useful at times. For example, this stack of stuff being given to the NPC right now should be worth at least 20,000. Go to the hospital to get your back checked or something, and I reckon you'll still have a lot left over. And this can be considered his way of compensating the other party. After stuffing the cash into the NPC's hand, Lin Heng didn't wait for the other party to say anything before pulling Shin Yuchu away from there. Hiss. Watching the two figures gradually disappear into the distance, Xiao Wanqing casually put the banknotes in her hand into the dimensional container. Then, while supporting her aching back, she murmured softly, "It seems that my future daughter-in-law isn't so simple after all." She clearly saw the murderous intent that flashed in Shin Yuchu's eyes just now. However, Xiao Wanqing didn't have any particular thoughts on this. After all, she and Lu Jiguo were basically the same kind of people back then. A hunter outside of FL, a law enforcer outside of FL. Otherwise, the two of them would never have gotten together. While Xiao Wanqing was pondering, Lin Heng had already led Shin Yuchu to a deserted pavilion. "Lin Heng, I'm sorry." Looking at the boy beside her, Shin Yuchu clutched her clothes somewhat embarrassedly. I've caused you trouble again." The moment those memories flooded back, her body reacted before her mind could. That was the last time she saw her mother, and she witnessed a scene that would keep countless people awake at night. Chapter 89 The Teddy Bear. "What are you saying, silly girl? Everything has already been resolved." After giving Shin Yuchu a helpless pat on the head, Lin Heng selectively changed the subject. "But Yuchu, you've improved a lot lately. That over-the-shoulder throw you just did was really beautiful." To prevent any potential dangers, he had previously explained the technique of an over-the-shoulder throw to the girl. It hasn't even been a week yet, and I didn't expect the other party to be able to use it perfectly already. Sometimes he couldn't help but wonder if this girl had some kind of innate cultivation physique. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person master a fighting technique so quickly? Because the mannequin at home is easy to use, I learned faster. Seeing that Lin Heng had changed the subject, Shin Yuchu didn't dwell on what had just happened, but most importantly, "It's because you taught me so well, Lin Heng." Over-the-shoulder throws are a gentle fighting technique that's not difficult to learn. If it weren't for Lin Heng teaching her, she wouldn't have bothered learning these fighting techniques. "Your mannequin is really useful. Can I borrow it sometime?" When the girl mentioned the cadaver again, a hint of curiosity flashed in Lin Heng's eyes. You should know that when he was training his skills, he actually got beaten up by Uncle Dong. He had naturally experienced things like wooden dummy training. However, in summary, the training results were not as fast as those of Shin Yuchu's cadaver teacher. Therefore, if possible, he would like to meet this unique cadaver. There's no need for us to talk about lending or borrowing between us. Upon hearing that Lin Heng was interested in her cadaver, a subtle, ambiguous emotion flashed in Shin Yuchu's eyes. "If you're interested, I'll have someone send one over when I get home." A true cadaver cannot be sent to the hospital, but there's no problem with using a cadaver as a decoration. Moreover, this is also an opportunity to decorate the cadaver with small items. No rush, no rush. Let's talk about this later." As he spoke, Lin Heng reached out and grasped Shin Yuchu's soft, boneless hand. "Let's continue now, my little princess Yuchu. There's no rush for cadavers or anything like that. What's important is the girl's mindset. Now that what just happened is over, it's time to continue sightseeing." Meeting the boy's clear and innocent eyes, Shin Yuchu blushed and smiled as she said, "Then, I'll leave the rest tonight, Lin Heng." Although it sounds a bit cheesy, It's the best way to appreciate the little joys in a relationship. The girl thoroughly enjoyed this wonderful feeling. If she could, she really wanted time to stand still at this moment. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before we knew it, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The earth was already draped in darkness, and everything seemed shrouded in a hazy mist. At this moment, on a bench in GD Happy Valley, Shin Yuchu was holding a large plush toy and sitting quietly in a chair, waiting for someone to return. Although she had only been separated from Lin Hung for a short while, the girl still couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It's like reuniting with your girlfriend after a long separation, but having to part ways again soon. Of course, if you don't have a boyfriend or girlfriend, then just pretend I didn't say that. While Shin Yuchu was still in a daze, a balloon suddenly appeared in front of her. I looked up. A staff member dressed as a teddy bear was handing me a balloon. Looking at the balloon that appeared in front of her, Shin Yuchu asked uncertainly, "Is it for me?" Upon hearing this, the teddy bear nodded and then said in a muffled voice, "Although I don't know what happened, I still hope you can be a little happier." Although the mascot costume somewhat hindered the propagation of sound. However, judging from the voice alone, it is not difficult to tell that the person in the mascot costume is a very charming woman. Cheer up. Hearing the teddy bear's words, Shin Yuchu roughly understood the current situation. It's highly likely that your absent-minded appearance led the other person to mistakenly believe that something had happened. After figuring this out, she reached out and took the balloon, nodding and smiling. "Thank you for your concern, but I was just spacing out." However, although she accepted the balloon, she inadvertently placed it in the farthest position. We've encountered this before. Balloons containing toxic gases or something similar. If the teddy bear in front of you really has any evil intentions, a dozen muscular men will immediately appear around you. To ensure her and Lin Heng's safety, she mobilized 3 squads before leaving home. A squad consists of 10 people, each of whom is a retired veteran. In addition, everyone had some small toys in their hands. "Oh, is that so?" After scratching his head a little embarrassedly, the teddy bear said somewhat awkwardly, "I thought something had happened to you. Since you're all right, I'll be going now." The girl in front of her was so adorable that she felt an irresistible urge to hug her. Even the troubles that had been bothering me for days quietly dissipated at this moment. However, she had her own work to do, and the two of them didn't know each other, so she had to leave first. Perhaps it was because he was too tired, or perhaps it was because he was careless. Shortly after leaving, the teddy bear tripped over its own feet and fell straight forward. "Oh no, it's happening again." Feeling the weightlessness in their bodies, the person inside the teddy bear closed their eyes in fear. This is the 3rd or 4th time today. The bulky teddy bear's suit, coupled with the fact that it was my first time doing this kind of work, meant that it was bound to get bumped and knocked around. Just as the teddy bear was bracing itself for pain, a pair of strong arms lifted it up. That was close. I thought I was going to fall again. After sensing the abnormality, the teddy bear breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to thank the person who came, she suddenly didn't know what to say. Chapter 90, The Suspended Drowning Incident. "Are you all right?" Seeing the teddy bear still in a daze, Lin Hung straightened it up and asked, "Do you need help calling an ambulance? It doesn't seem right for someone to suddenly fall down while walking." "No." After quickly suppressing his voice, the teddy bear shook his head again before turning and leaving. "That's weird." Looking at the teddy bear that seemed a bit off, Lin Hung frowned but then stopped thinking about it. After straightening his clothes, he quickly walked up to Shin Yuchu and said, "I'm sorry, Yuchu. I kept you waiting." "No, there isn't." After standing up from the stool, Shin Yuchu slowly walked to the boy's side and put her arm around his. "Are we going back now?" At this time, the amusement park is almost closing. If she could, the girl wouldn't want to go back. But there are certain thoughts she can't voice, because that would make her seem too casual. If this leaves a bad impression on Lin Hong, then she will have nowhere to turn to cry. "No rush. I'll take you somewhere." After gently patting the girl's head, Lin Hung led her toward a small hill not far away. After several days of preparation, it's time to show off the results. Shortly after the two left, the teddy bear also peeked out from behind a large tree, acting suspiciously. How could it be Xiaohong? Recalling the sincere expression on the boy's face just now, A complex emotion flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes. That's right, the teddy bear is actually Lu Ruyan. Because of Lu Jigua's interference, she really couldn't find any decent jobs. However, due to the pressure of making a living, he had no choice but to do some manual labor. As for why I have such complicated emotions, besides not wanting my family to know about my current job, it was mostly because of the way Lin Heng had helped him up. She was absolutely certain that the other person had not recognized her. This means that the two were complete strangers. Yet, towards such a stranger, the other party showed great kindness. This point, however, is completely inconsistent with Lu Zixuan's description. According to Lu Zixuan, Lin Heng was a complete bastard who enjoyed bullying others. A person may be able to pretend very well, but subconscious behavior cannot be hidden. Lin Heng's performance completely contradicted Lu Zixuan's description. As a smart person, she quickly realized that she might have been deceived. It is precisely because of this that Lu Ruyan experienced such complex emotional fluctuations. While Lu Ruyan was still struggling with her decision, Lin Heng had already led Shen Yuchu to a deserted lawn. What are we doing here? Looking around at the empty surroundings, Shen Yuchu blushed and blinked in confusion. This scene strangely matches a scene from a storybook, if that's really the case. Should I agree to it later, or should I agree while blushing? But regardless of which one it is, Sherry absolutely must clear the area. Hey Yuchu, it might be a little late. Looking at the slightly blushing girl, Lin Heng took out a beautifully wrapped gift box from his pocket and asked with unusual seriousness, "Would you like to be my girlfriend?" As he spoke, he also opened the box in his hand. The box contained the original version of Crystal Love, Suspended. If the previous joking confession was just a light mark left on the heart, so this time, a proper and real confession is a genuine desire to leave a deep imprint on the other person. A personal mark that belongs only to him, Lin Heng. Looking at the gift box handed to her, Shen Yuchu pursed her lips tightly. At the same time, her beautiful peach blossom eyes stared intently at the other person. Just as Lin Heng was about to say something, the girl suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck. I do. Shen Yuchu's slightly tearful voice kept reaching the boy's ears, along with the slender arms wrapped around his neck, tightening their grip. The way it looked was as if it wanted to completely integrate the other person into its own body. Silly girl. Feeling the girl's slightly trembling body in his arms, Lin Heng simply reached out and gently stroked her head, without disturbing her. At times like these, saying nothing is the best seasoning. In stark contrast to the romantic atmosphere between the two, the three groups of people in the woods were completely in an uproar. Xiao Wanqing. Well done, son. You took it down in one go. Lu Ruyan. Oh my god, those two, happy face. Sherry and her bodyguards. Oh no. I hope the young lady will poke my eyes when we get home tonight. And these two next to him look like the man's family. Should we make a move or not? A few minutes later, only after Shen Yuchu stopped sobbing did Lin Heng jokingly tease her. Okay, stop crying, or you'll look like a little kitten. No, nothing has changed. Sobbing, Shen Yuchu lifted her head from Lin Heng's embrace, her eyes slightly red as she stared intently at him. Lin Heng, am I dreaming? At this moment, the girl was like a lungfish that had just awakened, finally finding her own spring of clear water. This unreal feeling also gave him a sense of inexplicable panic. It's like when someone finds out they've won 50 million, they instinctively pinch themselves first. Then I woke up from the dream. Joke. How could an ordinary person possibly buy a lottery ticket when even reborn individuals can't manage it? Silly girl. Of course it's not a dream. After gently stroking the girl's delicate little nose, Lin Heng took out the pendant from the gift box. Here. Shall I help you put it on? While nodding with a blush, Shen Yuchu obediently turned around. Looking at the girl with her back to him, Lin Heng reached out and gently brushed aside the strands of hair on her neck. In an instant, her fair and slender neck was completely exposed to him. After reaching around Shen Yuchu's neck, Lin Heng also hung the dangling object around her neck. Is it good looking? Feeling the cool touch on her neck, Shen Yuchu blushed and turned to look at the boy behind her. A gentle breeze ruffled the girl's hair, and her beautiful eyes were as clear as a starry lake. Her skin was as white as snow, and a simple light blue dress gently draped her graceful figure in the wind, making her pure and dazzlingly beautiful, captivating all who looked at her. And at that very moment, in the center of GD Happy Valley, Chapter 91, something evil got into the house. At that moment, countless fireworks suddenly burst forth from the center of GD Amusement Park. Thump, whoosh, bang. As fireworks burst forth, the night was instantly illuminated as if it were daytime. Beautiful, she looks like she stepped out of a painting. Looking at Shin Yuchu amidst the dazzling fireworks, Lin Hung smiled faintly, and happy 18th birthday, Yuchu. As the boy spoke, the fireworks in the sky formed a line of text. Happy 18th birthday, Shin Yuchu. This was the limit of what he could do in a short period of time. The procedures for setting off fireworks, the customization, and all other arrangements. The deployment was not truly completed until 3 a.m. today. To avoid sudden rain, they even had 2 rain-repellent bullets fired before leaving the house. Looking at the fireworks still blooming in the sky, and the smiling boy standing in front of him, tears welled up in Shun Yochu's eyes, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. So she ultimately decided to show her feelings through actions. After quickly surging into Lin Hang's arms, Shin Yuchu reached out and hugged his neck and slightly stood on her tiptoes. In an instant, their 2 warm lips pressed together. The dazzling fireworks continued behind them, and the 2 figures gradually merged together under the glow of the fireworks. Watching the 2 embracing on the lawn, Lu Rian's expression was extremely complicated. Looking back on Lu Zixuan's actions these past few days, and his increasingly indifferent attitude, can I really change him? The moment this thought arose, countless negative behaviors of the other party flashed wildly through my mind. Call. After taking a deep breath, Lu Rian took her phone out of the teddy bear's inner pocket. After seeing that there was still no reply to the message I sent in the morning, I finally made up my mind. After finding the contact name Mother in her address book, she decisively clicked the call button. Beep beep. Miss, your daughter is calling. Hearing the ringing of the bell coming from about 10 meters away from her house, Lu Rian turned her head stiffly. Upon seeing her eldest daughter, Xiao Wanqing covered her mouth and chuckled. Oh dear, Rian, what a coincidence. You're here to watch the fireworks too. Lu Rian. While things were bustling about on one side, at the Lung family villa on the other side, watching the fireworks bursting in the sky, Lung Qingqiu lost control and smashed everything on the table to the ground. How could Shin Yuchu, an illegitimate daughter of the Shin family, possibly have such a grand birthday celebration? Besides that, she hadn't heard of any rich young men taking a liking to him. Therefore, after eliminating all the impossibilities, there is only one person left who started this fireworks display. That was Lin Hung, who had a good relationship with Shun Yuchu and whose family was wealthy. However, this would increase the difficulty for her to win over the other party exponentially. Although she had been looking for an opportunity these past few days, the other party had been ignoring her. I can't just. Let's block the door while Lin Hung is using the toilet. Have you gone crazy enough? Just as Lung Qingqiu smashed a vase on the ground, Lung Boding also entered her room. Daddy. Upon seeing Lung Boding suddenly appear, Lung Qingqiu's expression turned flustered for a moment. Why are you back? Don't blame me for not warning you. Ignoring the panicked expression on the girl's face, Lung Boding said coldly, You have less than a week left if you haven't sorted it out by then. After saying that, he turned around and left the room. Li Zhongping has already made an appointment, but he hasn't mentioned sending Lung Qingqiu over yet. After all, there's still a week to go, so he can wait. As soon as Lung Boding left, Lung Qingqiu's face darkened instantly. Although the other person hadn't finished speaking, she understood the meaning in an instant. I'm afraid that the moment the time runs out, my so-called father will be so eager to give me away. As for who it's for, that was already mentioned in the previous episodes. Damn it. After angrily smashing the fish tank on the ground, Lung Qingqiu stomped on the goldfish that was jumping around on the ground and killed it. It seems that now I have to make 2 preparations. Meanwhile, in a place not far from the amusement park. Damn it, it's finally over. As the last firework faded into the sky, a man wearing a fisherman's hat grumbled and sat back down on the riverbank. They scared away our nest. What a disaster. Just as the man was preparing to go fishing, the phone that was placed to the side rang. The moment the call connected, a powerful voice boomed out. "He Chong, you get back here, He Chong." "Impossible. I'm absolutely not going back today." As he spoke, He Chong threw his phone directly into the river. Even if the King of Heaven himself came today, nothing could stop his determination to fish. Holy crap, I fished out a suitcase. The next day, at 7 a.m., in the living room on the first floor of the Liu family villa. Seeing the figures appear in the hall, Lin Hung subconsciously rubbed his eyes. Could it be that I'm still not fully awake? Otherwise, how could I have seen something dirty in my house first thing in the morning? Xiaohong, you're awake. Seeing the boy appear at the bottom of the stairs, Lu Ruyan smiled and greeted him. After an awkward meeting with Xia Wanqing last night, the two quietly left GD amusement park together. They chatted outside for most of the night, and only just now did they return to the Lu residence together. Due to her age, Xia Wanqing went straight to rest after returning home. As for Lu Ruyan, she went to the living room to have some breakfast. Although her family doesn't plan to immediately restore her public identity, some basic protections and personal freedoms are not restricted. Damn it, something really got in. Seeing the bright positive deviation value of 90 on Lu Ruyan's head, Lin Hung also greeted her politely. This person's name is just too awesome. It's the kind that hits right in the throat. Therefore, it's best not to get too close until you reach a safe level of 100. After all, Emperor Liu, who is famous throughout the myriad realms, is perhaps only someone like Emperor He Tian who can barely contend with him. Sensing the slight aloofness emanating from Lin Hung, a trace of sadness flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes. However, she quickly concealed this emotion and invited him with a smile. "Come and have breakfast first," I asked Butler Wang to make an extra portion. Upon hearing this, Lin Hung subconsciously looked at the bowl of plain noodles on the table. For some reason, the more I look at it, the more it reminds me of Boss Biao's coffee. Please support me, brothers. More exciting content is coming soon. Chapter 92: The Sudden Arrival of the Third Sister. In the end, Lin Hung still didn't sit down at the table to have breakfast with Lu Ruyan. Besides being concerned for his own safety, the main reason was that there was a fool at school who brought him breakfast. Epsilon's sad face Omicron, alas. Watching Lin Hung and Butler Wang leave together, Lu Ruyan rested one hand on the table. At the same time, her face was full of helplessness. It seems that his previous actions have indeed caused considerable harm to his little brother. No, I can't give up. Recalling the harmonious interactions between Lin Hung, Lu Rumo, and Lu Rushua, Lu Ruyan patted her cheeks and murmured to herself, "I must be a good older sister. I must make Xiao Hung accept me too." Of course, if Lin Hung knew what she was thinking, he would most likely say something. "Excuse me, ma'am, please act like a normal person first." Meanwhile, in the Liu family's nanny van, "Old Wang, why are you staring at me like that?" Seeing that Wang Dachui had checked the rearview mirror more than 10 times in just a few minutes, Lin Hung helplessly put down the book, 100 Clever Ways to Make Girls Happy, in his hand. Surely the other party can't also want to learn this stuff. Judging from Wang Dachui's age, if he were to learn anything, he should be learning how to make a rich woman fall in love with me devotedly. But if the other person learns it, should I secretly tell Aunt Wu? That scene must be very exciting. Young master. Actually, the bowl of noodles that morning was made by the eldest miss. After awkwardly touching his nose, Wang Dachui gave a brief account of what had happened that morning. The process took place around 6 a.m., when Lu Ruyan and Xia Wanqing returned to the Liu family together. Upon returning, Lu Ruyan went straight to the vegetable garden to prepare ingredients for breakfast. She even had someone wait at Lin Heng's door, and only notified her to prepare the noodles after hearing any movement inside. After recounting the whole story, Wang Dachui continued driving while asking, "So, young master, don't you have anything to say?" As an elderly person who has been watching the show for over 10 days, he felt that the next episode should be about the siblings reconciling. As the middleman, I will surely achieve great things. When I get the bonus, I can take Xiaomei on a trip. Thinking of this, a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. I, Wang Dachui, am indeed a genius. Yes, of course we have them. Meeting Wang Dachui's hopeful gaze, Lin Hung nodded earnestly. Then he put on an expression that said, "That guy really did want to poison me, and he even timed it perfectly. Thank goodness I didn't eat this morning, or I might have kicked the bucket." The moment the words were spoken, the vehicle instantly lost control and drifted 360 degrees. If you ask why, well, Wang Dachui simply slid off the driver's seat. What kind of absurd analysis is this? Shouldn't they reconcile after being moved? Wang Dachui never imagined that the relationships between modern wealthy families had become so chaotic. Wow, Butler Wang, drive carefully. Seeing Wang Dachui's Yemo-like expression, Lin Heng shook his head with a smile and joked, Okay, I was just kidding. Thank you for reminding me. I'll put in a good word for you with Aunt Wu later. As the saying goes, if you want to win a man's heart, you have to win his stomach. Besides this method, another way is to control the woman the man deeply loves. Lin Heng is now the most sought-after person in the Liu family, and even Wu Ma and her group share the same thought. After all, who wouldn't like a young master who doesn't make things difficult for his servants and even gives them benefits from time to time? Serious benefits, huh? Ahem. Thank you, young master. Upon hearing Lin Heng mention his beloved Xiao Mei, Wang Dachui coughed once and then forced himself to remain calm as he continued driving. They've been sleeping in separate beds for 5 days now, and he finally has a chance to come back. He vowed that he would cosplay as the fearless Zhao Zilong today. What a shameless old man. Looking at Wang Dachui's grin that almost reached the back of his head, Lin Heng chuckled and shook his head before turning his gaze to the window. No matter how you look at it, Lu Rian's actions seem rather strange. Apart from the time Lu Zhigua kicked Lu Zishuan, the two had never even met. The other party's sudden and unusual behavior makes it hard not to suspect that they might have some kind of conspiracy. After all, how many people in the myriad realms who can bear the name Lu Rian are truly normal? Drugging people, tearing off kidneys, these are all commonplace occurrences, okay? However, it's always best to maintain distance until it's safe to do so. Gazing at the scenery rushing past the car window, Lin Heng murmured to himself, Lu Rian, I hope you won't do anything foolish. If we really can't handle it, we'll have to ask Uncle Dong for help. The other party has many connections in Southeast Asia, so sending a human pig there shouldn't be any problem. At noon, 12:15, in the cafeteria of GD Middle School, watching Lu Rushua wolfing down a bowl of tomato stir-fried noodles, Lin Heng propped his chin on one hand and asked listlessly, Third sister, why did you suddenly come to school? At the same time, it couldn't help but think of it. That silly girl should have seen my message. She should be eating well by herself. After class, Shin Yuchu was called to the teacher's office, who said that someone needed to participate in a provincial-level mathematics competition. Lin Heng was waiting in the classroom when Lu Rushua suddenly rushed in through the door. Considering that the other person looked like they were about to starve to death, he could only take them to the school cafeteria for a quick meal. After all, food won't taste good if it's left out for too long. Sorry, my girlfriend is just not as important as my older sister. Pa. The school food is still as awful as I remember. After spitting a piece of tomato skin into the plate, Lu Rushua wiped her mouth with a tissue and said smugly, Aren't you curious about how my sister did in the competition this time? Please, the results are on the official website, okay? After giving the smug Lu Rushua a disapproving look, Lin Heng directly stated the answer, Best Design Award, the highest honor at this year's Andom Awards. With Lin Heng's design drawings as a reference, Lu Rushua's work this time can be described as a dark horse. In other words, there's not a single one who can fight. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Seeing the other person's disdainful look, Lu Rushua pouted angrily. You brat. I came straight here to find you as soon as I got off the plane. As she spoke, she took a box out of her bag. Here, this is the gift I promised you. Chapter 93, The Permanent Leader of the Crotch-Covering Faction. As the saying goes, design comes from life. During this trip, Lu Rushua encountered many people and events. It was because of these people and events that the gift that had been delayed for so long to be prepared for Lin Heng was finally completed. This is why, after getting off the plane, Lu Rushua didn't go home immediately, but came straight to the school. Yes, big sister is awesome, I was wrong. Seeing his older sister looking unhappy, Lin Heng promptly started coaxing her, saying, I apologize to my beautiful, gentle, lovely, and well-mannered older sister. Please forgive my foolish younger brother, my dear, kind, gentle, and wise third sister. Dude, you're disgusting. Amidst a barrage of exaggerated praise, Lu Rushua rubbed her arm in disgust. Goodness, you've given me goosebumps. Although that's what she said, the slight upturn of her lips betrayed her true feelings. Clearly, this guy, who was all talk and no action, thoroughly enjoyed the praise from his younger brother. Well, I'm just telling the truth, okay? After saying this against his conscience, Lin Hung chuckled and held up the small gift box in his hand. Then, my dear third sister, may I open this gift? He was naturally filled with curiosity about this unknown gift. Of course, besides curiosity, the most important thing is the affection from family members. Open it. Open it, it was prepared for you anyway. After forcibly suppressing the smirk that was harder to hide than an AK, Lu Rushua started to gloat again. I'm not bragging, but this gift will absolutely blow your mind. Although her younger brother is the renowned crystal violet designer, she firmly believes that her gift is of equally high quality. It could even be said that this is the design she is most satisfied with in her career. Even the piece that won the Andom Awards paled in comparison. Yes, 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 my beautiful second sister. Shut up and open it now. Before Lin Hung could finish his flattery, Lu Rushua interrupted him. Compared to the surprised expression on the other person's face after opening the package, the flattery at this moment seemed so bland and tasteless. To put it simply, it's like the excitement before it's over. Yes, sir. Seeing that the other party looked impatient, Lin Hung obediently opened the lid of the gift box. The next second, a bracelet made entirely of natural amber beads appeared in front of the two of them. In the middle of the bracelet, there is a mithril guardian star pendant. The pendant's surface is meticulously engraved with simple patterns symbolizing family, with lines as warm as rays of sunlight. Although the overall design isn't particularly glamorous, it inexplicably gives people a sense of security. Hee, do you like it, you little bro? Seeing Lin Hung examining the bracelet so closely, Lu Rushua raised her eyebrows smugly. She then reached out and took it out, putting it on the boy's left hand. You'd better wear it properly. This is something I made after losing countless brain cells. If you throw it away, I'll beat you up. If you look closely, you will find that there are many patterns on the inside of the agate beads. And those patterns all record warm family moments. Lu Rushua wanted to use this method to keep her family by Lin Hang's side. Although they missed living together for more than a decade, they are still a part of this family. The unique guardian star pendant in the center symbolizes the protection and love given by family. No matter where the other person goes, this power silently protects them and guides them in the right direction. Thank you, third sister, I will definitely take good care of it. Although he was still a little unaccustomed to wearing a bracelet on his wrist, Lin Hung had no intention of taking it off. Just like Lu Rumo's sachet, this is also Lu Rushua's way of showing care for herself. Haha, you little rascal. Just as Lu Rushua was about to say something, a voice that disgusted the two of them suddenly appeared not far behind them. Lin Hung, you scumbag. He already has Shen Yuchu, yet he's still acting all lovey-dovey with other girls. Looking at the woman's back as she was with Lin Hung, Lu Zixuan was almost overwhelmed by intense jealousy. On what grounds? Why is it that Lin Hung gets so many girls' affections? Is it just because you're more handsome and taller than me? If the other party hadn't shown up, all these girls should have been mine. Therefore, he wanted to completely destroy Lin Hung. The quickest way to ruin someone is to tarnish their reputation. It was precisely for this reason that Lu Zixuan deliberately made a loud noise here to attract everyone's attention. After all, no matter where or what age group, scumbags are disliked by most people. She is even more so than a green tea bitch. Once it's confirmed that Lin Hung is a scumbag, his reputation will definitely be ruined. Perhaps by then, he will have a chance to take Shen Yuchu into his possession. After all, a woman who has suffered emotional hurt is undoubtedly at her most vulnerable and most easily exploited. Smack! Before Lu Zixuan could even sway for a few seconds, a heavy tray was slammed directly into his face. Accompanying this was a cold, icy female voice. Lu Zixuan, you shameless piece of trash, Open your dog eyes and see clearly who I am. Third sister. Smack. After slamming the plate down on Lu Zixuan's face again, Lu Rushua said coldly with a look of disgust, "Shut up, my brother only has Xiaohong. You filthy, scheming, green tea bitch, you're not a member of the Lu family at all." If everyone has a trigger point, then Lu Zixuan is undoubtedly Lu Rushua's trigger point. Whenever this guy shows up, even if she's in a good mood, it will turn into a storm. Not to mention that she provoked Lin Heng right from the start, which was tantamount to turning Lu Rushua's mood into sleet. It was incredibly cold, incredibly violent. I'm so sorry. Seeing that Lu Rushua had already raised her right foot, Lu Zixuan hurriedly cosplayed as a member of the Wudong school and curled his body into a ball. No way. His previous firefighting experience was also an unforgettable memory. But Lu Rushua, enraged, didn't care about any of that and delivered a perfect side kick that hit the bullseye. Little brat, she's way better than the national football team. Finding a flaw is a piece of cake. Chapter 90. For there's no railing on the rooftop, so falling off is quite normal. A few minutes later, watching Lu Zixuan being dragged away by security guards, Lin Heng handed a bag of wet wipes to Lu Rushua. Since the other party initiated the trouble, and the Lu family had spent a lot of money on the school. Most importantly, Lu Rushua was once a prominent figure in the school. Therefore, taking everything into consideration, the security guards decisively dragged away Lu Zixuan, who had started the trouble. As for Lu Rushua, she was naturally completely unharmed. Seeing Lu Rushua wiping her shoes with a look of disgust, Lin Heng's lips curled into a strange smile. If things had gone according to the normal plot, I should be the one lying on the ground now. But when he recalled the system that had run away to participate in the beauty pageant, he couldn't help but curl his lips in a helpless smile. Are male-oriented systems all this unique now? Going on strike at the drop of a hat is really something. If there were an end-of-year service attitude survey, I would definitely give them a 6-star review. But for some reason, he always felt that Lu Zixuan seemed to be balding. It's so annoying. This guy always has to pop up when I'm happy. After throwing the tissue into the nearby trash can, Lu Rushua's face showed a hint of gossip. Hey bro, who was that green tea girl that was talking about? Anyway, the fight has already happened, and the anger that needed to be vented has been released. The most important thing right now is to find out about my younger brother's private life. Having been abroad for so many days, she had almost completely depleted her stored bagua energy. If it can't be replenished in time, it could be fatal. Looking at Lu Rushua, whose expression changed from disgust to gossip in a second, Lin Heng really didn't know how to respond. But when he thought of those two guys at home who were always grinning like doting ants, he decided to try and divert the trouble elsewhere first. Go ask your mom and second sister, they both know the answer. As he spoke, he quickly stood up and walked out of the cafeteria, saying, I'm going back to the classroom now. See you later, third sister. If I stay here any longer, all my questions will be trivial. And so much time has passed since lunchtime. I wonder if that silly girl Shin Yuchu has eaten properly. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of GD Middle School, Shin Yuchu was eating her food in small bites, but compared to her usual joy, her movements were noticeably more mechanical today. They eat simply for the sake of eating, without making any unnecessary movements. Just then, the rooftop door was suddenly opened from the outside. Upon hearing the noise coming from the gate, Shin Yuchu subconsciously slowed down her eating pace and turned her head to look in the direction of the gate. Currently, only she and Lin Heng come to this place, so the person who comes is most likely the one she has been longing for. However, things often develop in ways that exceed people's expectations. Instead of Lin Heng, a figure emerged from behind the gate, a figure that Shin Yuchu found repulsive. Shin Yuchu, you really are here. Seeing Shin Yuchu eating lunch, Lung Qingqiu walked gracefully towards her. Why are you alone at lunchtime today? Has Lin Heng already started to get tired of you? Conquering cities is inferior to conquering hearts and minds. Since we can't deal with Lin Heng in a short time, we should try to deal with Shin Yuchu instead. In Lung Qingqiu's eyes, the girl was nothing more than a mere illegitimate daughter of the Shin family. For a dignified young lady of the Lung family like herself, winning him over would be an easy task. Looking at Lung Qingqiu, who was barking incessantly in front of her, Shin Yuchu only glanced at her before continuing to eat her lunch. Anger can make people lose their minds, and talking to idiots can lower one's IQ. She wasn't stupid enough to fall for such a simple provocation. What are you pretending for? However, Shin Yuchu's calm reaction was the first thing that made Lung Qingqiu break down. This reminded her of Lin Heng, who also had this dismissive attitude. But the other party is at least a young master of the Liu family. But what are you, Shin Yuchu? She's just a mere illegitimate daughter of the Shin family. How dare she look at me like that? Boring. Seeing the furious girl, Shin Yuchu calmly put down her cutlery and prepared to get up and leave. Based on the timing, Lin Heng should be on his way now. That's why I don't have time to chat nonsense with the other person. I need to take advantage of this time to prepare the tools I'll need for the lap pillow later. Shin Yuchu, spoils her boyfriend rotten. Stop right there. Seeing Shin Yuchu about to get up and leave, Lung Qingqiu immediately spread her arms to block her way, saying, "Get out of Lin Heng's sight. I'm his fiancé." Since the methods of attack seem to be ineffective, the only option left is to resort to drastic measures. Since the Lung and Liu families already have a marriage certificate, there's nothing wrong with her saying that. Idiot. After making a sarcastic remark, Shin Yuchu simply bypassed Lung Qingqiu. Has this guy forgotten what happened at the Liu family's banquet? Back then, she said her fiancé was Liu Zixuan. So your fiancé can be like a male model, changing partners according to his mood? Shin Yuchu. After roaring angrily at the girl's departing back, Lung Qingqiu clenched her fists and cursed viciously. You really are a child born of a mistress, with a base bloodline in your bones. You just want to seduce Lin Heng to solidify your position in the Shin family. Let me tell you, don't even think about it. Tomorrow I will have my father take the marriage certificate to the Liu family, and then I will snatch Lin Heng away in front of you. But don't worry, I'm not an unreasonable person. When I get tired of playing with him someday, maybe I'll let you play with him too. You? Shin Yuchu glanced back at Lung Qingqiu, whose face was contorted with rage, and slowly put down the lunchbox in her hand. As he slowly walked towards the other person, he coldly asked, "Are you ready to go?" Mother and Lin Heng represent the most vulnerable parts of a young girl's heart. They represent one of the few remaining good things in this world, and are what she depends on to survive. Now that Lung Qingqiu has stepped on both landmines, Shin Yuchu has no intention of holding back any longer. After all, there are no surveillance cameras or safety nets on the rooftop. Given the immense academic pressure of senior year, it's quite normal for someone to occasionally slip and fall. Please lend a hand with your lucky fingers, like urging me to update more chapters and leaving a review. Thank you. Chapter 95. I have a friend whose name is Cucumber. A few minutes later, looking at Lung Qingqiu curled up on the ground like a shrimp, Shin Yuchu expressionlessly reached out and grabbed her throat. The game is over. It's time to end it. In those few minutes, aside from using her tendon dislocating and bone-setting techniques, she did nothing else. More often, they utilized specific techniques to strike internal organs. Although these two methods differ, they share a common characteristic. That is, from the appearance alone, it is almost impossible to find anything wrong. Plus, going down from such a height, Lung Qingqiu would probably be a lump by then. Even if someone with good intentions wanted to investigate, they wouldn't find anything. As for the surveillance footage, she has already notified Shirley via her phone. If Lung Qingqiu and the others show up on the playground, all the school's surveillance cameras will be reset today. No, don't. As she got closer and closer to the fence, Lung Qingqiu began to struggle desperately. At the same time, due to fear, snot, tears, and physiological reactions, all went out of control. To put it simply, the girl at this moment is comparable to Liu Zixuan, who ate in the toilet that day. The only difference between the two is that one has a mouth on top, and the other has a mouth on the bottom. Just as Shin Yuchu was about 2 meters away from the railing, the sound of the rooftop door opening suddenly came from not far away. The instant she heard the voice, Shin Yuchu swiftly struck Lung Qingqiu unconscious with a chop to the neck. Then, as if throwing away trash, he tossed it into a corner. Unless you walk near the fence, that blind spot will generally go unnoticed. I'm sorry, Yuchu, I made you eat lunch alone. Just after the girl finished doing all this, Lin Heng's voice came from behind her. It's okay, have you eaten? After quickly leaving the crime scene, Shin Yuchu ran up to the boy and jumped into his arms, saying, Ahang, I missed you. If 10 years is the age when separating wet and dry is too early, and sleeping together feels too annoying. When they first got together, they were absolutely inseparable. Even if they haven't seen each other for an hour, they will miss each other very much. I miss you too. After gently patting the girl's head, Lin Heng prepared to take her to a bench to rest for a while. Anyway, I'll be resting whether I go back to the classroom or here. It would be better to rest here until we've had enough, and then go back to the classroom together. Wait a minute. Ahang, let's go back to the classroom today? After realizing the boy's intention, Shin Yuchu hurriedly said, I just saw several bees. It would be troublesome if I got stung. The bench wasn't far from Lung Qingqiu, and going over there might expose the matter. And coincidentally, at this time of year, many flowers on the rooftop have already bloomed. Therefore, using bees as a shield is a good choice. That's right, then let's go back to class. Although it's a bit of a shame that today's daily activities are cancelled, I'll just go back to the classroom for safety reasons. Anyway, there's plenty of time ahead, so 1 or 2 more won't make a difference. Fool. Seeing the fleeting hint of disappointment on Lin Heng's face, Shin Yuchu blushed, tiptoed slightly, and gently kissed the boy's left cheek. I remember there's an empty multimedia classroom. We can go there and rest for a while. Sometimes, a little boldness can actually enhance the relationship between two people. As time went on, the girl gradually began to show the boy her true self. From timid to strong, from shy to proactive. Cough, cough. Feeling the fleeting warmth on his cheek, Lin Heng's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Yuchu, I'm a very stingy person, you know. Why? That means I usually repay others tenfold for how they treat me. Before Shin Yuchu could finish speaking, a handsome face appeared in front of her. Then came the warmest touch in the world. For a moment, the atmosphere on the rooftop was filled with an inexplicable sense of beauty. It might have been better if Lung Qingqiu hadn't collapsed to the side with her head stuck in the mud. It was 7:15 p.m. in the screening room on the 4th floor of the Liu family's house. With me, Zhong Fabai, around, all the ghosts within dozens of miles have already migrated away. Is he really that arrogant? Brother, why don't you tell me about it? Watching Lin Heng eat potato chips and drink cola, Lu Ruxue rested her chin on her hand with a gossipy look on her face. When exactly did you and that girl from the Shin family start dating? And another thing, when did you start taking a liking to her? Although after returning home, I learned quite a bit about the gossip from my mother and second sister, including grand declarations of love. My bro, I've been thinking about that girl so much my hair has turned white. However, some specific details. For example, whether or not someone stuck out their tongue, or whether or not they went bowling, these are things that no one else knows. This made Lu Ruxue, who was born with the Bagua Saint body, feel extremely uncomfortable, as if tens of millions of ants were crawling on her body. After shoving Lu Ruxue's head away from his face, Lin Heng twitched his lips helplessly. Second sister, if you really have nothing to do, why don't you go find a boyfriend? If that doesn't work, I can introduce you to someone else. The other person's surname is Huang, and their surname is Gua. I think you two should have a lot in common. Why don't you try chatting with it? Gossiping can be a pleasant thing, but it would be strange if the person at the center of the gossip thought that way. Having finally managed to appease Lu Rumo and Xiao Wanqing, now an even more difficult one has appeared. At this moment, Lin Heng inexplicably felt that he might be the only normal one in the entire Lu family. Wang Dachui, whose facial expressions are at their peak, Lu Zhigua, whose clothes are always ripped off, and Xiao Wanqing, a terrifying presence with squinty eyes. Lu Rian, the great emperor of all ages, Lu Rumo, a Chinibyu, delusional, historical figure, and Lu Ruxue, who can turn into a tigress at any moment. After this analysis, he was just an ordinary Lin Heng. Aside from being able to assemble small toys with string and steel pipes and possessing assets worth hundreds of millions, he seems to be the most normal one. Huang Gua, this is so strange. Halfway through her speech, Lu Ruxue suddenly realized something. After grabbing Lin Heng's cheek, she blushed and said, You brat, when did you become such a scoundrel? No, the problem lies with your own thinking. After slapping the other person's right hand away, Lin Heng quickly pulled out his phone from his pocket and pulled up a photo. Look closely, you bastard. This guy is Huang Gua. Okay. The photo was of a yellowish-brown frog. Is it wrong to call a yellow frog yellow frog? No problem, right bro? Looking at the photos on her phone, Lu Rushue's face fell. The last time I felt this speechless was the last time. Just as she was about to say something more, the door to the screening room was opened from the outside. Immediately afterwards, a figure that made both of them instinctively sit up straight walked in slowly. Chapter 96. What makes you think I should get along with him? Is it because you're so arrogant? What are you two talking about? It's so lively. After carrying a bowl of white fungus and lotus seed soup into the audiovisual room, Lu Rian slowly walked to the two people's side. Nothing much, just chatting about everyday things. As she spoke, Lu Rushua glanced at the plate in the other person's hand. I have something to do, so I'll go take care of it now. There was only a bowl of white fungus and lotus seed soup on the plate, and I don't even like to eat this stuff. Then the rest of the results are obvious, aren't they? This was specially prepared for Lin Heng. I'd better not stay here and join in the fun. Let's reserve these heartwarming moments of repairing our relationship for just the two of us. No way you just left like that. Watching Lu Rushua leave without looking back, Lin Heng really wanted to grab her by the collar and give her a triple whammy. What happened to the deep sibling bond we promised? The promise to share joys and sorrows. If there were a narration at this moment, it would probably be. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Rushua's act of running away undoubtedly dealt a devastating blow to Lin Heng's young mind. Unless there's a small windfall, things can't possibly get any better. Of course, this is just wishful thinking. Even if the other party actually gives it to him, he will only pretend to refuse for a moment before accepting it. To put it simply, it's roughly like when you visit relatives during Chinese New Year and receive red envelopes. Xiaoxua has a good eye for talent. I'll reward her with a supercar next time. Unlike Lin Heng's reaction, Lu Rian was quite satisfied with Lu Rushua's behavior. After all, this kind of apology is more suitable for a private conversation between two people. Xiaohong, this is something your older sister specially made for you. As she spoke, Lu Rian placed the white fungus and lotus seed soup on the tray onto the table. Take a look and see if it suits your taste. If not, I'll improve it later. Looking at the white fungus and lotus seed soup on the table, which, like Boss Biao's coffee, kept emitting a strange smell, Lin Heng knew it was time to have an open and honest talk with the other party. Otherwise things couldn't continue like this. So he turned his gaze to Lu Rian in front of him and asked, "Why did you do this? Our relationship doesn't seem to be that good yet." Not to mention that the two of them had only met a few times, and every time they met, it ended in a rather unpleasant situation. Just the fact that the other party had a deviation value of 90 on his head, and the three big characters, Lu Rian, on his head made Lin Heng have to be wary. After all, there have been instances where a real heiress drugged a fake young master for his own sake. I didn't mean anything by it. Seeing the wary look in the boy's eyes, Lu Rian pursed her lips and cautiously said, "I just want to apologize to you. I did do some excessive things before." Since Lin Heng has chosen to put things out in the open, she naturally wants to resolve the matter once and for all. Okay, then I forgive you. Meeting Lu Rian's unusually serious gaze, Lin Heng smiled slightly, and then turned his attention back to the screen. If there's nothing else, you can go out now. Remember to close the door behind you. The story has now moved to the policewoman's home, so it would be a big mistake not to enjoy it properly. Looking at the white fungus and lotus seed soup that had been put back on the tray, Lu Rian reached out and pressed the pause button, then got up and came to Lin Heng. "Xiaohong, do you want your sister to do this? I really didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to apologize to you." Every time she recalls the words Xia Wanqing said, she really wants to slap herself. "Look at what you've done. Hey, this old woman." Looking at Lu Rian, who was blocking his way, Lin Heng twitched his lips helplessly. Then, he simply leaned back and crossed his legs. "Let me be blunt, Lu Rian. I'm afraid you still have Lu Zixuan in your heart. You even want me to coexist peacefully with him, right? I originally thought I could just brush it off, but I didn't expect them to take it so seriously. It seems that unless we come up with something really ruthless, the other side won't know how many eyes Master Ma has. As for why I'm so certain the other person has this idea, It's because of the deviation value on their forehead. People like Lu Rumo and Lu Ruxue, who are perfect in every way, basically all dislike Lu Zixuan. As for Lu Ruyan, who has a 90% chance of success, it's clear that she still has some hope for him. When Lin Heng asked her this question, Lu Ruyan was momentarily at a loss for words. Although she was already disappointed in Lu Zixuan, she did consider trying to make the two of them get along harmoniously. At the very least, let's avoid a conflict breaking out the moment we meet. It seems I was right. Seeing Lu Ruyan's troubled expression, Lin Heng rested his chin on his hand and said with amusement, "Do you know what your current behavior is like?" "Like what?" "Those people in ancient times who erected chastity arches but did despicable things." Ignoring the other person's face turning pale in an instant, Lin Heng continued to speak to himself. "Why should I get along well with that guy? Or rather, what gives you the right to expect me to get along with him?" Xiaoheng. Wait, I haven't finished speaking yet. After interrupting Lu Ruyan, Lin Heng continued unhurriedly. "Let me give you an example. After you got married, your husband let you be with his mistress, and all the assets under your name, Lu Ruyan, went to that mistress. In addition, you have to endure all sorts of framing and slander from the other party every day. In this situation, what would you do?" "I'll kill her." The thought of the scene Lin Heng described ignited a nameless rage within Lu Ruyan. But soon, the angry look on her face froze instantly. Isn't this situation a replica of what Lin Heng is currently experiencing? She plays the role of the husband, Lin Heng is the wife, and Lu Zixuan is the mistress. After experiencing it firsthand, Lu Ruyan finally realized how foolish her thoughts had been. The idea that the real young master and the scheming fake young master should coexist peacefully is the biggest injustice to the real young master. If the fake young master didn't fight or compete, that would be fine, but Lu Zixuan clearly couldn't do that. Even before he returned, he was already plotting against Lin Heng. Even after he returned, he continued to badmouth the other person in his ear. Therefore, from any perspective, Lu Zixuan harbored the idea of driving Lin Heng out of the Lu family. "I think you understand now." Seeing Lu Ruyan's face gradually turn from red to white, Lin Heng clicked to continue playing while saying in a playful tone, "Don't advise others to be kind if you haven't experienced their suffering. Come talk to me when you've thought things through. May I ask you to leave now?" It would be best if Lu Ruyan could understand this, but it's okay if she can't. At worst, Southeast Asia will just have one more beauty bottle used for special performances. Watching Lin Heng's retreating figure, Lu Ruyan felt a mix of emotions. Chapter 97 Talking behind someone's back is bad behavior, Lung. Lu Ruyan eventually left. However, before leaving, she finished the bowl of white fungus and lotus seed soup in one gulp. This was to show that she really had no other intentions and simply wanted to apologize to Lin Heng. But all of this had nothing to do with Lin Heng, or rather, he didn't care at all. After all, Lu Ruyan's actions cannot be trusted until the safety threshold is reached. Someone as ruthless as Emperor Ruyan might actually get involved himself. Therefore, just to be on the safe side, it's best to avoid having too much contact with the other party before the safety threshold stabilizes. This kind of behavior is commonly known as being conservative. Meanwhile, in SC City, inside the Lung family villa. Compared to the atmosphere at the Lu family's residence, the Lung family's residence was unusually quiet today. Apart from the occasional sounds of the servants moving around, the house was deathly silent. The cries and sounds of things being smashed seemed to have vanished in an instant. Damn it, that damn woman. At this moment, in the room on the second floor, Lung Qingqiu was sitting at her desk, repeatedly stabbing Shun Youchu's photo with a small knife. Thinking back to how she almost lost her life to the other party today, Lung Qingqiu wished she could immediately drive a truck and run the other party over to death. But she also understood that doing this in the short term was definitely not feasible. What I lack most right now is time. Therefore, in order to get revenge on Shun Youchu, Lung Qingqiu came up with another plan. That is to use the wolf to devour the tiger, and to put pressure on the Shun family by using the cold cauldron. It's unlikely that the Shun family would risk making an enemy of the powerful Lung family over a mere illegitimate daughter. As for the reason she gave, It was naturally that Shun Yochu's existence was preventing her from seducing Lin Heng. Shin Yuchu, I will never let you get away with this. After plunging the knife into the eye of the girl's photograph, Lung Qingxiu muttered with a ferocious expression, I will make you experience all the despair in the world before you struggle and die in agony. The following day, at SC Middle School, in the open-air stadium, the physical education teacher, who was born with a congenital injury physique, managed to defeat the chemistry teacher, who had a Mediterranean constitution. Today, the students of Class 1, Grade 12, finally got a physical education class. This physical education class is the one everyone looks forward to the most. There were no complicated physical fitness tests, and everyone was free to move around. At this moment, near the terrace stadium, there is a small indoor sports equipment room. Is this the place? Right, okay, it seems like this is the right spot. Then I'll go in. Let's go in. Okay, then let's leave it here for now. After putting the basketballs back in their designated places, Lin Heng turned to the girl who was still busy beside him and said, Yuchu, go wash your face first, I'll put these things away, and then we'll go back. To improve the little girl's physical fitness, he played around with her for quite a while during PE class. Of course, it's the serious kind of noisy commotion. Okay, then I'll wait for you at the door. After putting the volleyball down, Shin Yuchu gently wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. Ahang, what would you like to drink? I'll go buy it for you. The convenience store isn't far from here, so it's a good opportunity to grab some drinks. Just a bottle of mineral water will do. I'll wait for you here at the gate after I'm done cleaning up. Good. This silly girl, she really has changed. Watching Shin Yuchu leave happily, a smile unconsciously crept onto Lin Heng's lips. When we first met, she was a timid and silly girl who didn't dare to say anything even when she was bullied. However, he was still very happy about this positive change. After all, if you truly like someone, you definitely want them to get better and better. Just as Lin Heng was about to continue packing, footsteps suddenly came from the warehouse entrance. You're back so soon? Hearing the noise behind him, Lin Heng subconsciously turned his head slightly to look back. However, the moment he saw who it was, his expression changed from sunny to cloudy. That damn jerk. Noticing the change in the boy's expression, countless mythical beasts flashed through Lung Qingqiu's mind. Even so, she still maintained a warm smile on her face. Lin Heng, let's fulfill our marriage agreement. If you agree, I can even give you what you want most right away. Lung Boding did indeed go to the Shun family yesterday, but he didn't see the head of the Shin family, Shin Ritian, at all. Therefore, the plan to marry Shin Yuchu to a 60-year-old man had to be abandoned. Going to find Shin Yuchu alone would be life-threatening, so the only remaining option was to go directly to Lin Heng. At the very least, if he were to choose the latter, he would have the biggest advantage of having a girl. Given her looks and figure, few men could resist her at such a vigorous age. Lin Heng, okay. Upon hearing the boy's answer, Lung Qingqiu's lips just began to curl into a smile. But in the next second, it completely collapsed. Then you should just go die first, and stop bothering me here. Seeing Lung Qingqiu's face turn incredibly ugly, Lin Heng put the basketball back in its place and said with disgust, I don't like drinking dishwater. So, please get as far away from me as possible. Putting aside the fact that Lung Qingqiu is a scheming woman, he simply couldn't muster any interest in her. Moreover, since the other party and Lu Zixuan have been together for so long, no one knows whether anything happened during that time. Men can be magnanimous about everything, but they can't be magnanimous about this kind of thing at all. Of course, this excludes certain people with unusual hobbies. You? Meeting the boy's disgusted expression, Lung Qingqiu clenched her fists tightly. Lin Heng, what do you think Shin Yuchu is? Student Lung is here too. Before she could finish speaking, a clear, ethereal voice rang out from the warehouse door. Upon hearing that sound, Lung Qingqiu almost collapsed to the ground with her legs buckling. Here you go. Ahang, this is the mineral water you wanted. After handing the open bottle of mineral water to Lin Heng, Shin Yuchu turned to the trembling girl and asked, By the way, Lung, what were you saying just now? Gulp. The next episode looks amazing. I'm working hard on it. Thank you everyone for your support. Chapter 98. Considerations and Cooperation. Although it was just an ordinary question, Shin Yuchu's gaze, as if looking at a dead person, made Lung Qingqiu feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She is indeed a scheming person, but overall she is just an ordinary person. Therefore, when faced with such a lifeless gaze, the body will inevitably produce an overreaction subconsciously. Adding to the fact that Shen Yuqiu almost killed herself yesterday, it would be a miracle if Lung Qingqiu could remain calm. 2.5 minutes later, Lin Heng and Shen Yuqiu left the warehouse together. Inside the warehouse, only Lung Qingqiu remained, clutching her arm, squatting alone on the ground with a ferocious expression on her face. Aheng, you need to stay away from that woman from now on. After taking the boy's arm, Shen Yuqiu earnestly warned, she doesn't look like a good person at all. It would be terrible if you fell for her tricks. If Lin Heng hadn't been there just now, she really wanted to solve this problem once and for all. However, the result was acceptable with the boy's tacit consent. She performed a minor bone-removing surgery on him. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Looking at Shen Yuqiu, who was guarding her territory like a kitten, Lin Heng affectionately patted her head. Some people might find this unbearable, but he thoroughly enjoyed it. After all, a girl's strong possessiveness precisely demonstrates her importance in the other person's heart, doesn't it? If your girlfriend doesn't care who you're with, then you really need to be careful. Either she's disappointed in you, or she's already found someone better. This is the experience of a friend of mine who has been through it, and it's also a fact verified by countless warriors of pure love. Hee, that's good. After nuzzling the boy's palm with her head, Shen Yuqiu tentatively asked, by the way, Aheng, do your Lu family and Lung family cooperate a lot? As far as she knew, the cooperation between the Lung and Lu families had been severed considerably. But there are some more troublesome tasks that seem to still have a slight connection. If possible, she would like the Shun and Lu families to cooperate. Only in this way can she bring down the Lung family with peace of mind. Since they dare to covet her boy, then the Lung family and Lung Qingqiu have no reason to continue existing. Looking back now, I'm glad I didn't kill him outright. Otherwise, how could I have made him fully experience the pain that was about to follow? Cooperation, I think there are only a few left. Upon hearing this, Lin Heng recalled the words old Deng had said. It seems that there are still projects cooperating with the Lung family, while the Lu family is basically just nominally involved. After all, Lung Boding wasn't an idiot. He knew how to bribe some people in the Lu family with certain benefits. Now, without exception, all of these people have been kicked out of the Lu family, while the spots for making a quick buck are still reserved for the Lung family's projects. Aheng, have you considered cooperating with the Shen family? After hearing the answer she wanted, Shen Yuqiu offered a suggestion. The Shen family's business also involves raw materials, and they can offer more favorable prices than the Lung family. Anyway, she's the one who calls the shots in the Shen family now, so she can order materials however she wants, no matter how much it costs. That's right, the old guys in the Shen family have all been wiped out. Since the mythical beasts don't allow passage, we'll just give a brief description here. Fearing for their lives, the elderly members of the Shun family decided to hold a meeting together on a yacht at sea. And yachts, well, it's normal for them to run aground, right? After a period of friendly exchanges with these old men, Shen Yuqiu used swift and decisive methods to clean up the Shun family's internal affairs. It can be said that, apart from the shares held by retail investors, the Shun family is now basically under her complete control. As for those 10 old men, it's quite normal for them to accidentally fall into the water on their way back. And soaking for 10 days or more is perfectly normal, right? Anyway, by the time the water ghost found this group of people, they were all basically swollen from being submerged in water, cooperating with the Shun family. Seeing the girl's cautious demeanor, Lin Heng thought for a few seconds and then readily agreed. Sure, I'll talk to Lao Deng tonight. If he thinks there are no problems, then let's cooperate with the Shin family. Anyway, we haven't found a suitable supplier for the materials yet, so if we can negotiate a lower price, there won't be any problem. Moreover, this would also elevate Shun Youchu's status at home. He naturally had no intention of refusing such a win-win situation. Okay, then I'll go back and tell them to make preparations. After resting her head against the boy's chest, a cryptic look flashed in Shun Youchu's eyes. There are many aspects to preparation, aren't there? Her original plan was to expand outwards, and now she could take advantage of the Lung family. However, the safest thing to do is to find a way to get rid of the head of the Lung family first. With the group leaderless, taking down the Lung family would undoubtedly be much easier. Just as the two were leaving, chatting and laughing, inside the sports storage room on the other side. Qingxiu, why did you do such a thing? Seeing Lung Qingxiu stagger to her feet, Lu Zixuan roared with a ferocious expression. What's so good about Lin Heng that you would do something like that? He had followed the girl here, so he naturally heard the speech that needed to be censored. If he hadn't been wary of Lin Heng's bone-dislocating technique, he would have rushed in and roared long ago. But it's not too late now, as Lung Qingxiu is the only one left here. If the other party cannot give a satisfactory answer, then he might have to start imitating a certain lifestyle. Since you're already prepared to give it to Lin Heng, you might as well let me have it. Get out of here. After disliking and distancing herself from the other party, Lung Qingxiu covered her arm and tried to leave. Time is running out, and it seems there's only one option left. Although this choice was a bit reckless, she had no other choice but to do it for the sake of her future. You're not allowed to leave? After slamming the warehouse door shut, Lu Zixuan roared with a ferocious expression. Today I'm going to show you that I'm the one who can truly bring you happiness. The moment he finished speaking, he rushed towards Lung Qingxiu. At this point, there's no time to worry about anything else. What do you want to do? Seeing Lu Zixuan running towards her, Lung Qingxiu instinctively delivered a groin kick. However, this time it didn't hit the boy's most vulnerable spot like last time. Instead, it was blocked by a hand. I can't use the same move again, ah. Before Lu Zixuan could finish showing off, a handful of white powder was thrown directly onto his face. Suddenly, my eyes felt a sharp, intense pain. Waste. Taking advantage of the moment she regained her freedom, Lung Qingxiu once again unleashed a groin kick. The attack went very smoothly, hitting the target squarely. With a crisp click, Lu Zixuan immediately began cosplaying as Michael Jackson. Chapter 99. A major car accident, the really dangerous kind. A few minutes later, because Lu Zixuan's screams were so terrifying, many people gradually rushed over. After understanding the whole story, the physical education teacher, Marijibi, had Lu Zixuan temporarily sent to the hospital. There was nothing she could do even if she didn't want to send it. Lung Qingxiu had grabbed a handful of quicklime, which was meant for drawing lines. With Lu Zixuan rubbing it continuously, if it had been delivered any later, the eyeballs would probably have been ruined. Furthermore, and most importantly, there was the pool of unidentified liquid between Lu Zixuan's legs. As a highly educated adult male, Malagbai immediately made a connection to something. This is one of the main reasons why he insisted on sending Lu Zixuan to the hospital. As for how to handle the situation afterward, let Lung Qingxiu decide for herself. Regardless, Lu Zixuan's reputation was completely ruined after this incident. The school is even holding meetings to discuss how to make the other party leave SC No 1 Middle School in a smooth way. At 6:15 p.m., in front of the gate of SC School. After saying goodbye to Shen Yuchu, Lin Heng turned around and got into the Lu family's private car. Old Wang, what brings you here today? Looking at Wang Dachui in the driver's seat, Lin Heng put his backpack down and asked, didn't you say third sister was coming? Because Lu Rushua's job is relatively flexible, she usually picks up Lin Heng whenever she has free time. As for Wang Dachui, he was basically in charge of Lu Zhigua's travel arrangements. Although Lu Ruyan has returned, the Lu family has not yet restored her to real power. Therefore, as things stand, Lu Zhigua is definitely the busiest person in the Lu family right now. Of course, if gossiping with noble ladies counts as being busy, then Xiao Wanqing must be quite busy too. Young master. Upon hearing this, Wang Dachui's expression turned sorrowful. The third miss was in a serious car accident on her way here. Lin Heng what? Half an hour later, in the VIP ward of the First Municipal People's Hospital. Looking at Lu Rushue with a band-aid on her head, Lin Heng gritted his teeth and turned to Wang Dachui beside him. Old Wang, is this the major car accident you were talking about? That's right, young master. Faced with the boy's teasing expression, Wang Dachui pushed up his glasses and said seriously, a girl's appearance is a gift from heaven, and now the third miss has been scratched on the forehead. Isn't this serious? It's very serious, okay? The truth is, he was just being dramatic at that moment. After all, when talking about a car accident, isn't it always a feeling of grief? So as he talked, he unconsciously put himself into the conversation. Lin Heng's gloomy face continued, causing him to forget to offer an appropriate explanation. That's right, it's definitely not because it's fun. It's true, I just completely forgot. Looking at Wang Dachui's righteous indignation, Lin Heng gave a forced smile and said, I remember Wu Ma hasn't had a break in a long time. I'll arrange a tour group for her next month. How about we go on a 3-month trip around the world, La Wang? What do you think? Young master, I was wrong, young master. I can't live without Xiao Mei, young master. After sliding down to his knees and hugging Lin Heng's leg, Wang Dachui said with a sorrowful expression, How can I live without Xiao Mei? Uft. Seeing the two of them looking so funny, Lu Rushua couldn't help but burst out laughing. Although her injuries weren't serious, she was still inevitably frightened. Their hilarious performance art managed to calm my racing heart. This silly girl, she's finally recovered. Seeing Lu Rushua laughing heartily on the hospital bed, Lin Heng decisively gave Wang Dachui a look. The latter understood immediately, stood up from the ground, and ran out in a flash. My scenes are over. It wouldn't be good to stay here any longer. As a qualified employee, you must always understand your boss's thoughts. I, Wang Dachui, am the chosen working class. Haha, you two are killing me. After briefly wiping away her tears with the back of her hand, Lu Rushua patted the hospital bed again, saying, I'm sorry, little brother. I made you worry. Playing around is fine, but when it's time to be serious, you still have to be serious. She had clearly seen Lin Heng's hurried manner just now. She had never seen the other person so breathless before, as they were usually quite unhurried. Even at that moment, Lu Rushua wondered what it would be like if this guy wasn't related to her by blood. She would definitely be the best marriage partner. It would be even better if one could be more mindful of their words in daily life. Tell me, what exactly happened? After sitting down on the edge of the hospital bed, Lin Heng took another careful look at the other person. Yes, very good. She remained the same as always, completely behaving like a foolish daughter of a landlord. We really have to thank you, Xiao Hong, for this. The thought of those scenes on the street that needed to be blurred made Lu Rushua unconsciously shrink into a ball again. If I hadn't come to my senses at the last minute, I probably would have been the one in that mosaic. Let's rewind to 2 hours earlier, on the ring road of Shenzhen. Damn you, Rem. IXXXXXX. Seeing the Civic that deliberately cut her off, Lu Rushua honked her horn twice in anger and immediately wanted to teach the other party a lesson. Just as she was about to increase the force of her right foot, she suddenly recalled her conversation with Lin Heng. Fine, I promised Xiao Hong I'd be patient. Thinking this way, she stopped worrying about the other person crossing the road because it was her home. But there will always be some scumbags in this society who think that if you don't argue with them, it means you're afraid of them. As a result, the Civic's behavior became increasingly excessive. They either force a lane change or deliberately slam on the brakes. It makes your blood pressure spike, and you just want to drag him out and beat him up right now. As the other party's behavior became increasingly outrageous, Lu Rushua's patience gradually dropped from 100 to 0. She already suffers from road rage, and she's really about to reach her breaking point. But when she thought of Lin Heng's lecturing manner, she kept reassuring herself that she shouldn't stoop to the level of an idiot. Therefore, when we reached a traffic light intersection, I decided to speed up and bypass the other party. And it was precisely because of this that the subsequent events occurred. Chapter 100: The Hero with One Testicle. Perhaps sensing Lu Rushua's thoughts, the Civic started moving even when there were still 3 seconds left at the red light. He probably wanted to continue what he was doing earlier, to deliberately annoy Lu Rushua. But it was precisely because of this decision that he was spared decades of hard work. A dump truck speeding through the intersection smashed the black Civic that had run a red light into pieces. After all, for a car meant for everyday life, lightweight design is the key consideration. The bumpers, pillars, B-pillars, etc., are basically all made of paper. The wound on Lu Rushua's head was caused by scattered vehicle debris piercing through the glass. If I hadn't instinctively turned my head at the last moment, I probably would have received a headshot. As for the guy who treated the street like his own living room, he naturally became a mosaic of machinery and flesh. It's all right, it's all right. After hearing the whole story, Lin Hung breathed a sigh of relief. If nothing unexpected happens, this is what the system girl mentioned before, that the other person would be paralyzed on one side. Now that it's all in the past, I imagine there won't be any more problems. Yes, thanks to you this time. As she spoke, Lu Rushua grabbed Lin Hung by the neck. You brat, what do you want? I'll buy it for you. Although his younger brother is very rich, he still dotes on him. It doesn't have much to do with whether the other person has money or not. It's mainly a matter of attitude. Hey, let go of me, you bastard. Feeling the pressure coming from the back of his head, Lin Hung really wanted to complain. If you don't have the vision to embrace the world, then don't try to imitate this action. However, considering Lu Rushua's fighting prowess, he swallowed his words. Besides, the other party is my own third sister, so I might as well suffer a little loss. Hey, you little rascal, are you thinking about something bad again? Noticing the change in Lin Hung's expression, Lu Rushua became even more excited. My little brother is great in every way, except his mouth is just too sharp. Judging from the other person's hesitant expression, she was certain that they were up to no good. I didn't. Let me go right now. No, you do have it. I don't. Have. Just as the two were arguing, the door to the ward was opened. Immediately afterwards, Lu Rumo walked in with a sour face. As he walked, he kept muttering something to himself. Although it was hard to hear clearly, I was certain it was beautiful Chinese. Seeing this, Lu Rushua and Lin Hung exchanged a glance and then asked in unison, Second sister, what happened? It's fine for siblings to bicker and fight, but it's unacceptable for outsiders to bully them. Only family members can bully their own siblings. Hey, Xiaohong, when did you get here? Upon seeing Lin Hung appear in the ward, Lu Rumo was slightly taken aback. Then, he immediately swallowed back the beautiful words he was about to say. I came to see my third sister. Butler Wang said she was in a major car accident. As he spoke, Lin Hung silently added in his mind. Sure enough, we still need to give Aunt Wu a break. Wang Dachui, damn it, you beast. At this moment, Lu Rushua, who was standing to the side, also asked, Second sister, what exactly happened? Aside from a few rare occasions, she had never seen the other person lose their temper like that. This time, something really big must have happened. That is, seeing the two curious faces, Lu Rumo hesitated for a few seconds before finally deciding to tell them what had happened. After all, this place isn't far from the regular wards, and the two groups might run into each other. Rather than waiting until things get unpleasant, it's better to take preventative measures in advance. After roughly conceiving the words in her mind, she slowly said, It's not because of the eldest sister that she still cares about that guy Lu Zishuan at a time like this. I'm so angry. If it weren't for, as she described it, the two finally understood why the other had such a cursing expression. It turns out that Lu Zishuan was also sent to the First Municipal People's Hospital for treatment. Although the male reproductive medicine department and Lu Rumo's department are not in the same place, this does not affect the speed at which the gossip spreads. During the nurse's casual conversation, she learned that a certain brave soul named Lu Zishuan had broken his testicles. Upon hearing the name, Lu Rumo immediately sought out the patient's information to further confirm her thoughts. Once she realized that this Lu Zishuan was indeed the green tea Lu Zishuan, she went to the urology department with the intention of watching the show. When I finally saw it, I was so angry I almost died. Lu Rian, who had already returned home, unexpectedly appeared in Lu Zishuan's hospital room. I can't believe I thought they'd seen through me. They're just like a leopard that can't change its spots. Despite his displeasure, Lu Rumo remained rational and refrained from engaging in a full-blown battle with Lu Rian. After all, making a scene here would not only disturb the surrounding patients, but also expose the Lu family's shameful deeds. Why is my sister like this? After listening to Lu Rumo's description, Lu Rushua's face was filled with incomprehension. Hasn't she seen through Lu Zishuan yet? Why? Why did I bring that guy to the hospital? Lu Rushua also expressed that she completely did not understand Lu Rian's behavior. You've already chosen to leave each other, So what's going on now? Surely someone couldn't have held a knife to Lu Ruyan's neck and forced her to come over. Reader, playing with stand users from a distance. Wait, calm down first. After covering Lu Rushue's screaming cherry mouth, Lin Heng looked intently at Lu Rumo beside him. Second sister, you just said that Lu Zixuan has become a lone testicle hero? Compared to the disbelief of the two Lu sisters, he was not surprised that Lu Ruyan could do such a thing. After all, there are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. Who is Lu Ruyan? The #1 scumbag woman in all realms, plus a love-obsessed brain, okay? It would be a miracle if he didn't care about Lu Zixuan's life or death before he had a complete awakening. What Lin Heng is most concerned about right now is Lu Zixuan becoming a one-testicle hero. Although he knew that he had been beaten into the hospital by Lung Qingqiu, he really did not expect the reality to be so shocking. The next chapter is even more exciting. Thank you everyone for your support. Chapter 1012 and a half breaths, no more. After Lin Heng said that, Lu Rushue, who was standing to the side, also realized what was going on. After pulling her younger brother's right hand away, she exclaimed with equal astonishment, "Holy crap, did that guy really become a eunuch?" My attention was completely focused on Lu Ruyan, and I subconsciously overlooked this explosive news. If Lu Zixuan really becomes a eunuch, then tonight I must feed 100 pigs to thank Mazu. Not only did she escape a car accident, but the green tea also received her just desserts. Looking at the two guys in front of him with their eyes shining, Lu Rumo gave a helpless twitch of his lips. So all that worrying was for nothing? You two weren't even paying attention to your eldest sister's attitude, were you? Despite her unusually complex inner thoughts, Lu Rumo still answered their questions. It's not to the point of becoming a eunuch, I've heard. My eggs. How can I live without you? Eggs. Just as Lu Rumo began to describe the gossip to the two of them, in the urology ward not far away. Looking at the Dragon Ball in the sealed bag in his hand, Lu Zixuan cried out in anguish, his face contorted with rage. You should know that there are only two things that men cannot tolerate. First, I was called a little life by that bastard, and second, I felt like I was no longer capable. Lu Zixuan is indeed a male scheming woman, but he can still be considered a man, albeit somewhat. Now that the person who has been with me since childhood is gone, how could I not feel sad? Outside the ward, hearing the mournful sounds from inside the room, Lu Ruyan, her face pale, asked the doctor in front of her, "Dr. Lu, how is the patient?" After her conversation with Lin Heng last night, she actually intended to distance herself from Lu Zixuan. After all, Lu Zixuan's performance these past few days has been extremely disappointing. But when she received a call from the hospital today, Lu Ruyan couldn't control herself and ran over. The patient's condition has basically stabilized. Lu Ruyan's question brought Lu Haizhu back to his senses from the early morning mini-drama. That's right, Lu Zixuan has fallen into Lu Haizhu's hands again. He even personally removed the Dragon Ball from the other party's hand. Despite having worked in the industry for so many years, this was the first time he had encountered a Dragon Ball that was barely bigger than a grain of rice. Besides that, he really wanted to ask Lu Zixuan a question in person. That is, does he have any plans to go to Thailand? Otherwise, how could a normal adult male repeatedly cause his baby to get hurt? This behavior is so bizarre that Lu Haizhu said he doesn't understand it at all. Okay, Dr. Lu, thank you for your hard work. After bowing slightly to Lu Haizhu to express her gratitude, Lu Ruyan continued. Please keep the matter concerning Lu Zixuan a secret. He's still in school. If people find out I had my left testicle removed, there's a real chance I'll be. Although the words were not finished, everyone was smart enough to understand what they meant. It's nothing more than being bullied or even ridiculed. Don't worry, I'm a doctor and I keep my mouth shut. Seeing Lu Ruyan's serious expression, Lu Haizhu thought for a moment and then said, Ms. Lu, you and the patient inside are siblings, right? There are some things that need to be said. After all, they are relatives, and the other party has a certain degree of right to know. He felt that such an important matter concerning the continuation of the family line should be discussed with the patient's family. Otherwise, if they come looking for trouble later, he'll have some difficulty dealing with it. Yes. Seeing that the other party looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated, Lu Rian thought that Lu Zixuan had some health problem. So, she asked nervously, "Dr. Lu, is there something wrong with Zixuan's health?" Calm down, calm down." After waving for the other person to quiet down, Lu Haizhu continued, "Ms. Lu, are you aware that Lu Zixuan has visited the hospital before? Have you been here before?" Upon hearing this, Lu Rian's face immediately showed a blank expression. How could Lu Zixuan possibly publicize such a shameful thing everywhere? Therefore, not only Lu Rian, but even Hulina from before did not know that the other party had been to the hospital. If it weren't for Wang Dachui's self-destruction that time, the other party would probably still be kept in the dark. So you really didn't know either. Seeing the blank look on Lu Rian's face, Lu Haizhu immediately thought of Hulina from last time. The other person had the same expression at the time, completely unaware that Lu Zixuan had been to the hospital. Lu Zixuan has been to the hospital several times, each time because of severe damage to his genitals. As he spoke, he handed over a medical report, saying, "If possible, I suggest you take him to see a psychiatrist. Because a normal man shouldn't repeatedly injure this area. Perhaps subconsciously, he always wished he were a girl. That's why he keeps deliberately hurting himself, in order to indirectly achieve his desire to become a girl." What? After listening to Lu Haizhu's analysis, Lu Rian quickly flipped through the case report in her hand. When she saw that there were only about 2.5 breaths left, her pupils involuntarily dilated a little. In this situation, wouldn't it be like the legendary instantaneous appearance of a head? Luckily, I stopped in time otherwise. The thought of this possibility made Lu Rian's expression incredibly interesting. "All right, I'll be going now if there's nothing else." Seeing Lu Rian's expression change rapidly, just like a disco light, Lu Haizhu said something and then turned and left. This is basically the reaction of every patient's family member when they learn about this. Therefore, he has developed a habit of letting the other party calm down. After all, at times, whatever you say is wrong. Besides this reason, there was another matter he needed to confirm when he returned to his office. This matter is extremely important, even more important than going to buy melon seeds for Bai Guazi. Why? Watching Lu Haizhu's departing figure, Lu Rian silently put the medical record into her bag before turning around and walking back into the ward. "My eggs." Upon seeing Lu Rian enter, Lu Zixuan cried even harder, "Big sister, Aiwa?" Judging from their attire, it's easy to conclude that they have definitely returned to the Lu family. He wondered why he hadn't seen her for 2 days, and it turned out she had secretly gone back to live a comfortable life. Despite his deep displeasure, Lu Zixuan showed no sign of anything amiss. Now he still needs to use Lu Rian's abilities, whether it's to pay for the hospital bills or to get revenge on Lung Qingqiu. Although his chances of returning to the Lu family were slim, he was content as long as he could continue to leech off the other party. The thought of those burly debt collectors almost made Lu Zixuan demonstrate what it means to lose control on the spot. Epsilon sad face Omicron. Sigh, let's just consider this the last time. Seeing Lu Zixuan's sorrowful expression, Lu Rian sighed softly and slowly walked to his bedside. Chapter 102 Secretly Doing Trouble. "You should get some rest, I'll handle the rest." Although she had already decided to ignore Lu Zixuan, Lu Rian still couldn't bring herself to say such heartless words when the time came. "At the very least, I will cover the subsequent treatment costs for the other party." However, she did not intend to do anything about going to find Lung Qingqiu. After hearing the gist of what happened from Malagbai, she understood that the whole thing was Lu Zixuan's fault. If it were in the past, perhaps she would have fought Lung Qingqiu to the death. But now, paying Lu Zixuan's medical expenses is already the biggest concession they can make at the moment. As for what happens next, that's not Lu Rian's business. "Big sister, I was Wa." Noticing the fleeting unusual emotion on Lu Rian's face, Lu Zixuan cried even harder. He had clearly seen the fleeting hint of aloofness on the other person's face. If you don't brainwash the other person at this time, you may not have such a good opportunity again. Epsilon sad face Omicron, alas. Looking at Lu Zixuan, who was sobbing like a girl, Lu Rian could only sigh helplessly in her heart. "I never realized before that this guy was a bit effeminate." While Lu Zixuan was still trying to brainwash Lu Ruyan, at this moment, in the office of the male medical department. I work 8 a.m. Honey, you've really screwed me over this time. Looking at the medical records in his hand, Lu Haizhu couldn't stop the cold sweat from pouring down his forehead. The medical record clearly stated that the patient had suffered severe damage to his right testicle, and that removal of the left testicle was recommended to prevent infection. The contents of this medical record are indeed fine. The problem lies in the carelessness during the operating room procedure. I'm already feeling down in middle age, and then my wife forced me to eat a seafood meal. In addition to factors such as staying up late, Lu Haizhu misremembered the location to be removed. They cut off Lu Zixuan's left testicle, which was actually the complete one. At this point, this is the only way. Looking at the medical records in his hand, Lu Haizhu finally gritted his teeth and came to the computer. Fortunately, I learned some hacking skills when I was taken abroad by those bastards years ago. With the identity ID and this technology, modifying medical records is not a big problem. As for Lu Zixuan, the removal was only to prevent another infection. This unexpected turn of events isn't necessarily a bad thing. Just tell me whether you avoided getting infected. If we simply increase the dosage by a few 100 million, there shouldn't be any major problems. At worst, we can just go from 2.5 breaths to 1 breath. The difference between the two is not significant, so sacrificing a little bit is not a problem. Meanwhile, Lu Zixuan, who was still playing the victim in the hospital room, was completely unaware that his blissful time was about to be reduced from 2.5 breaths to 1 breath. Half an hour later, in the lobby on the 3rd floor of the hospital. Wanting to mend his relationship with Lu Ruyan, Lu Zixuan suggested that the two of them go for a walk together. Of course, he was in a wheelchair. After all, the Dragon Balls have just been taken away, so they can't be moved around much yet. Since Lu Ruyan went to answer the phone, Lu Zixuan went alone to the deserted corridor. Damn it! Are we going to have to resort to a self-inflicted injury ruse? Looking at Lu Ruyan, who was making a phone call not far away, Lu Zixuan was also filled with conflicting emotions. I've been so pitiful in the past. The other party should have softened their heart long ago. But no matter how hard he tries to play the victim today, it's nowhere near as effective as it used to be. The 3rd floor isn't particularly tall, but it's not particularly short either. You definitely won't die if you jump, but you'll suffer to some extent. But unfortunately, Lu Zixuan was a coward. He wouldn't even dare to jump from the 2nd floor, let alone the 3rd. But when he thought about Lu Ruyan's current attitude, he gritted his teeth and decided to commit suicide to prove his point. That way, even if the other party doesn't take her back to the Lu family, at least they can support her in the future. Just as Lu Zixuan was gathering his emotions, a middle-aged man with a sorrowful tone instantly caught his attention. Dad, Xiaoling is gone. Struggling to keep his emotions in check, the middle-aged man forced back his grief and continued. Dr. Lu said she's already been through it, but 2 days have passed, and it's time for me to face reality. No way my daughter will be all right. Dad, Xiaoling's heart. You're talking nonsense. Listening to the middle-aged man's conversation on the phone, another idea instantly popped into Lu Zixuan's mind. Having once been the young master of the Lu family, he naturally knew the situation of the Lu family members very well. And Lu Rumo happens to be the director of cardiac surgery at this hospital. All I need to do is use this patient to cause trouble for Lu Rumo, and then I can step in to mediate and resolve the matter. This way, not only can Lu Ruyan be utilized, but Lu Rumo might also be able to return to his side. Of course, the most important point is that if you handle things well, you won't have to prove your innocence by dying. What if jumping from such a height breaks the other Dragon Ball too? So, just to be safe, let's find an idiot to use. With that in mind, he deliberately maneuvered his electric wheelchair closer to the middle-aged man while taking out his phone from his pocket. Then, he pretended to make a phone call. Let me tell you, Dr. Lu in the cardiac surgery department of this hospital is really no good. That's right, I heard he got this position because of connections. Sigh, it's just a pity for those patients who come to her. 9 out of 10 won't survive, and the one who does won't live long either. What did you say? After grabbing Lu Zixuan's wheelchair, Wang Jingzi said angrily, Say what you just said again. Very good. The fool has taken the bait. Seeing Wang Jing's agitated state, Lu Zixuan secretly rejoiced while feigning fear. You weren't also harmed by that unscrupulous doctor, were you? I heard it from others, but people who come to Dr. Lu for surgery usually don't end up well. If the hospital hadn't been suppressing the news, that guy would probably have been fired long ago. Many locals know about this. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. It's easy to tell from his accent that this guy is from northeast China. Therefore, Lu Zixuan didn't see anything wrong with exaggerating the adjectives a little. Damn it. After hearing Lu Zixuan's answer, Wang Jingze ran angrily toward the cardiac surgery department. He needed to find Dr. Lu and get to the bottom of things, if things were really as she described. The first phase of the plan has been a success. Watching the other person's hurried departure, a sinister smile crept onto Lu Zixuan's lips. Since we've already lied anyway, we might as well make things even bigger. Ideally, Lu Rumo would get injured or something, so that he would have more opportunities to shine. All I need to do is call the police and then take the opportunity to show off. However, what Lu Zixuan didn't notice was that a pair of eyes were staring intently at him from not far away. Chapter 103 Office Thriller. Inside the cardiac surgery office. Second sister, I'll head back now if there's nothing else. After confirming that Lu Rushue was all right, Lin Heng planned to say goodbye to Lu Rumo and then make his escape. The former still needs some 4 drips, while the latter hasn't officially left work yet. He's just a miserable high school student, and he still has to do homework at night, okay? God knows why someone who graduated from university years ago and is now a corporate slave has to go through this kind of pain again. Hopefully, Wang Dachui's handwriting will be more accurate this time. Otherwise, he won't be able to explain it to class tomorrow. No, did I say something I shouldn't have said? Wang Dachui, you beast. I never imagined that being a housekeeper would mean helping with homework. Okay, you can go back now. After handing a snack to the boy, Lu Rumo habitually pushed up her glasses and said, I'll go back with your third sister later. But it might be a little late today. You and Mom can eat first. The pharmacological experiments have reached a critical stage, and she needs to go and try them out later after get off work. She's been stuck here for days, and if she can't get it sorted out soon, she won't be able to sleep tonight. As for Lu Rushue, going hungry for a meal won't kill her. Lu Rushue, can you hear what people are saying? All right, don't overwork yourself. Seeing the increasingly severe dark circles under Lu Rumo's eyes, Lin Heng couldn't help but remind her, you're looking like a national treasure. People with fair skin tend to look darker, let alone someone like Lu Rumo with her cool, fair complexion. Even from a great distance, those 2 dark circles were clearly visible on her face. Okay, when did you become such a mother hen? After patting the boy's head with a smile, Lu Rumo said with a smile, all right, don't worry, I'll be careful. Although she said that, she was actually holding a grudge inside. My younger brother entrusted me with something so important, so I must figure it out no matter what. For example, if a girlfriend in the throes of new love says she wants to eat something, most guys will buy it for her without hesitation. Of course, if you've never been in a relationship, then just pretend I never said that. Okay, then you do it yourself. Just as Lin Heng was about to say something, a loud commotion suddenly came from outside the door. Sir, please calm down. Can we talk things over calmly? Summon Dr. Lu to come out and see me. My wife died on the operating table, and I demand an explanation. Gentlemen. As the sounds of arguing grew closer, the office door was suddenly kicked open. Immediately afterwards, a nurse collapsed to the ground, and a man who was about 19 meters tall walked in. Mr. Wang, is there anything I can help you with? After gesturing for the nurse to leave first, Lu Rumo turned her gaze to Wang Jingze in front of the gate. She recognized the man. He was accompanying her wife to the hospital for surgery. However, the patient had a congenital heart problem, and she couldn't bring him back to health despite using all her knowledge. Dr. Lu, I demand an explanation from you. As they spoke, Wang Jingze strode to the desk and exclaimed excitedly, My wife, did she die because of your incompetent medical skills? At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, making him look like a demon crawling out of hell. Mr. Wang, I understand how you feel. Shut up. I'm only asking if you are or aren't. When people are emotionally vulnerable, They will subconsciously want to find an outlet for their emotions. That's how Wang Jingzhou is now. No matter how Lu Rumo answers, it doesn't really matter. Faced with the passing of his beloved wife, he needed to shift his focus away from her. As the chief surgeon, Lu Rumo was naturally the best choice. To give a simple example, imagine you're out traveling with your girlfriend, and she says, "You can eat whatever you want." No matter how you answer after that, the other party will find all sorts of reasons. This is because they already have the answer they want in their hearts. Noticing the hint of madness in Wang Jing's eyes, Lin Heng shielded Lu Rumo behind him and said, "Mr. Wang, please calm down." He had seen that look in his eyes many times with Uncle Dong. Most prey would look like that when they went completely mad. And often in these situations, reasoning can never work. Because at this moment, the other person's brain is already filled with neurotransmitters such as dopamine and norepinephrine. In other words, the other party was no different from a crazed beast at this moment. There was no way to communicate or think. Destroying everything in front of him has become his sole obsession. "I demand an answer from you." Seeing that the other party still did not answer his question, Wang Jingze became agitated, overturned the table, and prepared to attack the two of them. "Get out of there." Seeing this, Lin Heng, who was prepared, quickly reminded Lu Rumo. Then, taking advantage of the moment when Wang Jingze raised his hand, he delivered a high roundhouse kick to his neck. Although he is 183 centimeters tall, which is not short, he is still a bit short compared to Wang Jingze, who is 19 meters tall and has a lot of muscles. To put it simply, martial arts are techniques for winning using various methods. No matter how dirty or despicable, the one who laughs last is the winner. As for the turn-based like performance, just watch it, and that's it. Who fights with you in a turn-based system? You're playing a mobile game here. But it must be said that Wang Jing's muscles really didn't come from working out in vain. An ordinary person would have collapsed after being hit like that, but he only staggered slightly. "You bastard, Iya." Wang Jingze was about to say something harsh, but the next second. Chapter 104 has another suspect, and that is. Wang Jingze originally wanted to say something harsh, but the next second, he ended up eating a mouthful of dry powder. The source of the dry powder was a dry powder fire extinguisher in Lu Rumo's hand. Don't underestimate this bottle of dry powder fire extinguisher. It contains nitrogen, sodium bicarbonate, ammonium phosphate, and other substances. If a normal person were to be hit head-on by this, it would be extremely uncomfortable. Wow, this feels like something out of a magical girl movie. Seeing his second sister cross her legs and turn her head, Lin Heng mentally complained, and then seized the opportunity to kick Wang Jingze in the back of the neck again. This guy is clearly not able to speak properly right now, so let's try to subdue him first. Perhaps it's because dry powder fire extinguishers deal magical damage, and men have particularly weak magic resistance. After that kick, Wang Jingze fell to the ground without hesitation. "All right, second sister, stop. If you keep spraying him, he'll turn into a snowman." After confirming that the other party had indeed fainted, Lin Heng turned around and patted Lu Rumo on the shoulder. This guy has kept his eyes closed the whole time. Thankfully, the surgeon's hand was steady. Otherwise, he might have been accidentally injured. After being patted by Lin Heng, Lu Rumo cautiously opened her eyes. Upon seeing Wang Jingze, who was now almost like a snowman, she quickly dropped the fire extinguisher in her hand and hugged the boy beside her tightly, saying, "I was so scared. Xiao Hong, are you all right?" Having always been a well-behaved child, she had never seen such a thrilling scene before. "I used up all my strength just to be able to use the fire extinguisher to help." She was fine just now, but now she's about to pass away. After struggling to push the other person away, Lin Heng helplessly supported the other person's head with his hand. "Second sister, I think the most important thing now is to call the police. They're twins, so why is there such a big difference between them? It's impossible that Lu Rumo stole all of Lu Rushua's nutrients during her development." "Oh, right. Upon hearing this, Lu Rumo also realized what was happening. Just as she was about to grab her phone, the office door was opened from the outside again. "Don't move. The thugs inside have already been dealt with by us." Immediately afterwards, several security guards carrying riot forks and riot shields rushed in. Then, as soon as the group of guys came in, they were tripped up by Wang Jingze, who was lying at the door. and they even put on a human pyramid on the spot. Lu Rumo. Lin Hung. It's over, we can't even clean up the mess. A few minutes later. This guy, the more I look at him, the more suspicious he seems. Watching Wang Jingze being dragged away, Lin Hung rested his chin on his hand in confusion. The things the other person said when they came in were somewhat inexplicable. It's as if someone deliberately threw mud at Lu Rumo. Epsilon sad face Omicron, alas. Looking at Wang Jingze being dragged away by security guards, Lu Rumo's face also showed a hint of helplessness. The saying, "Every pitiful person has something hateful about them," probably describes the current situation perfectly. I had clearly given it my all, but the result was still the same. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but recall the troublemakers who had caused trouble over the years. At this moment, Lu Rumo felt an inexplicable urge to stop being a doctor. Second sister, I think this guy has been bewitched. Noticing that something was wrong with Lu Rumo's expression, Lin Hung immediately patted her on the shoulder. I will find the person behind this as soon as possible. Don't let the actions of a few individuals affect your beliefs. Since he moved into the Lu family's house, the two often chatted and watched movies together. Therefore, Lin Hung was fully aware of Lu Rumo's beliefs. To be a doctor who heals the sick and saves lives is the ultimate dream in someone's heart. And in order to fulfill her dream, Lu Rumo has truly made a lot of sacrifices. There's a saying on the internet, if you have a grudge against someone, persuade their child to study medicine. While there's a half-joking element to it, it's enough to illustrate the difficulty of medicine as a discipline. Call. After letting out a deep breath, Lu Rumo turned to Lin Hung, half-jokingly and teased. You brat. I'm not that fragile, okay? Yes, my second sister is invincible. Loquacious. After gently tapping the boy's head, Lu Rumo asked with a curious look, by the way, Xiaohong, you just said that Mr. Wang was bewitched? This seems to be their first meeting, so why would they come to this conclusion? Do you remember the first thing he said when he came in? Seeing his second sister's somewhat dazed expression, Lin Hung began to patiently analyze the situation for her. Although there was a hint of doubt in his tone, there was still a lot of confusion. Dr. Lu, I demand an explanation from you. This could be interpreted as him initially believing in your medical skills, or perhaps still harboring some doubts. The statement, "It wasn't because of your poor medical skills that you passed away," can also be interpreted as him confirming this answer in his heart. In summary, he initially believed in your medical skills, but later he must have heard some rumors. In an attempt to escape the truth about his wife's death, he chose to believe that the cause of death was caused by his second sister. From a psychological perspective, this behavior is called avoidance psychology. When faced with unacceptable situations, humans instinctively seek various reasons to excuse themselves. It seems that it really is. After listening to Lin Heng's analysis, Lu Rumo thought about Wang Jingze's previous actions. Although he had previously appeared very sorrowful, he still showed great respect for himself. Even when we met in the morning, she was very grateful for everything she had done. Yet this very person underwent such a dramatic change in less than a day. If you said there wasn't something fishy going on, nobody would believe it. But who could be deliberately targeting her? She doesn't seem to have offended anyone. Xiaohong, do you think it could be one of those patients from before? After searching her mind through the list of victims, Lu Rumo could only say uncertainly, you know, the success rate of surgery is. Although the full meaning wasn't stated, everyone understands the underlying principle. Just like going shopping with your girlfriend, you can't possibly end up in the happy house every time, right? It's a matter of probability. No one can say for sure. I'm not sure there's actually another suspect besides them. As they spoke, Lin Hung and Lu Rumo exchanged a glance. Chapter 105, A Complete Enlightenment. The smoke-like emperor who cuts off all emotions. Almost simultaneously, the two uttered the same name, Lu Zixuan, X2. This guy was in the hospital today, and Wang Jingze just happened to come and cause trouble at this time. Given that Lu Rumo and the other party did indeed have a very unpleasant falling out, his suspicion was immediately brought to the top. Damn it, it must be this guy. Recalling what Lu Zixuan had done, Lu Rumo immediately clenched her fist fiercely. I'm going to go and give that guy a good beating, so he'll know that I'm not someone to be trifled with. I haven't even gone to cause him any trouble yet. Now, things have turned out differently. He's the one who's causing trouble for himself first. This is simply intolerable. If I don't go over and show off my muscles, I'll wake up and slap myself twice even when I'm asleep at night. Let's go together, the two of us then. Just as Lin Heng was about to say something, the office door was opened from the outside again. Ah! With a scream, a twisted humanoid object appeared in front of the two of them in an instant. Lin Heng, you bastard! Lu Rumo, Lu Zixuan. Looking at Lu Zixuan lying on the ground, cosplaying as a Wudong sect member while constantly groaning in pain. Lin Heng and Lu Rumo exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. We hadn't even made a move yet. How did this guy suddenly appear? While the two were still wondering what was going on, Lu Ruyan slowly walked in from the doorway and casually tossed the electric wheelchair aside. Seeing this, Lu Rumo ignored Lu Zixuan, who was curled up on the ground. Instead, he took 3 steps at a time and quickly arrived in front of Lu Ruyan. No. Big sister, what's going on? No matter how you look at it, this doesn't seem like something the other party would do. Could this be some kind of self-inflicted injury ploy? If it was a ruse, doesn't that also indirectly suggest otherwise? The reason Wang Jingze lost control today was all Lu Zixuan's doing. Unlike Lu Rumo, who looked surprised, Lin Heng stared thoughtfully at the numbers above Lu Ruyan's head. Well, this guy? It seems, maybe, probably, that I've become a normal person. The deviation value on Lu Ruyan's forehead had clearly reached the threshold of 100. Second sister, it was this guy who slandered you. After patting Lu Rumo on the shoulder, Lu Ruyan turned her gaze to Lu Zixuan with a grim expression. It was this guy who deliberately told that person that your medical skills were flawed, which led to many patients not being able to be saved. Wang Jingze's roar just now naturally caught her attention. She had initially thought the two had gotten into a conflict and was about to step in to defuse the situation. Before he could even open his mouth, Lu Zixuan had already started a series of performances. That's right. Lu Ruyan heard every word of their conversation. It was at this moment that she truly realized the meaning of the story of the farmer and the snake. Although the Lu family drove you away, Lu Zixuan, they still raised you for more than 10 years. But what you're doing now is utterly despicable. With the complete shattering of her idealized image, Lu Ruyan also came to a complete awakening. They could have gotten here much faster, but Lu Zixuan kept causing trouble along the way. That's why the security guards had already finished mopping the floor before she finally managed to pull the other person here. What? It really is him. After hearing what Lu Ruyan said, Lu Rumo immediately glared angrily at Lu Zixuan on the ground. Even with her good temper, she couldn't help but want to give the other person a good beating this time. As a person of action, Lu Rumo immediately put her ideas into practice. After covering the shoes with a disposable medical film, she kicked the other person repeatedly. Bastard, scum, trash, you've slandered me. You've slandered me. Ah! As Lu Zixuan screamed in agony, a strange black aura seemed to inexplicably surround Lu Rumo's body. If it's from a third-person perspective, that should be correct. Xiaohong. Ignoring her second sister's venting, Lu Ruyan slowly walked up to Lin Heng and asked, Are you satisfied with my answer, sister? During their previous meeting, the boy had said that he hated having to choose between 2 options. And now, I have already made my choice. Why should she even think about Lu Zixuan, that ungrateful scumbag? Isn't your own gentle and kind younger brother better? Why would she care about a piece of trash? If she had a time machine, Lu Ruyan would definitely go back and slap her past self across the face. And it's accompanied by the classic line, Look what you've done, protecting what have you accomplished. Looking at Lu Rumo, who kept emitting strange, cackling laughs, and Lu Ruyan, who had a strange smile on her face. At that moment, Lin Heng felt that the world was very dangerous. Maybe I should just go back to Dazai. At least the guys there are a bit slow on the uptake, they're pretty simple-minded. Half an hour later, in the underground parking lot of the First Municipal People's Hospital. Speaking of which, second sister, are you sure there's no problem? After fastening his seatbelt, Lin Heng turned to look at Lu Rumo, who was standing calmly to the side. With some uncertainty, should I find someone to handle this? Lu Rumo did vent her anger just now, which made Lu Zixuan experience the pain of losing his loved one again. That's right. Out of 100 points, there's now only 1 point left. It was definitely enjoyable, but don't forget this is a hospital. If this happens, Lu Rumo will definitely be affected to some extent. Don't worry, bro, it's all set. After hearing her younger brother's concern, Lu Rushua, sitting in the back row, immediately interrupted before Lu Rumo could speak, saying, "The director of this hospital is surnamed Xia, you should know what I mean." Because her car was being towed for repairs, she simply hitched a ride with them. Since Lu Rushua has come, Lu Ruyan must be here as well. There are many people from my mother's family here, and this whole thing was started by Lu Zixuan. After putting down her phone, Lu Ruyan reached out and gently patted Lin Heng's head, saying softly, "So don't worry, Xiaohong. I've already had someone take care of this." Since her sudden enlightenment, she has had absolutely no good feelings towards Lu Zixuan. Therefore, when they do certain things, they naturally have no intention of showing any mercy. If nothing unexpected happens, by the time they got home, the matter would be almost resolved. "Yes, Xiaohong, don't worry about those things." After starting the car, Lu Rumo shifted gears and said softly, "Now sit tight, we're going home." "Yes, X2. Seeing Lu Rushue and Lu Ruyan staring at him, Lin Heng's lips twitched. Then, following the crowd, he answered, "Yes." For some reason, he felt that the current art style seemed to have become strangely eerie. No matter how you look at it, it seems like I've become that little lamb who's wandered into a wolf's den. The three Lu sisters, however, are the wolf in sheep's clothing. But regardless of what Lin Heng thought, the three Lu sisters were of one mind at this moment. That means you must spoil your good younger brother and never do anything to hurt him again. And if anyone dares to target him, well, Lu Ruyan, are you prepared to beg on the streets? Lu Rumo, are you prepared to reopen the business if you accidentally eat something? Lu Rushua, are you ready to experience being a trapeze artist? While the group was happily humming songs on their way home, at that moment, inside the inpatient department on the 3rd floor. Chapter 106. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang San. On the hospital bed in the room, Lu Zixuan stared blankly at the snow-white ceiling. He couldn't believe that in just one day, his score of 100 had dwindled to a single one. This is something that is unacceptable to any male. For example, the infamous yellow dog that curses in the street. If even a dog is like this, let alone Lu Zixuan, who has evolved to be even more comprehensive. At that moment, he had only one thought in his mind, to take revenge on the person who had hurt him. Lung Qingxiu, Lu Rumo, Lu Ruyan, Lin Heng, and many others who had mocked him. Given the chance, he would make these people understand what despair truly means. Lung Qingxiu is temporarily unable to retaliate because he was indeed the one who plotted against him first. However, on Lu Rumo's side, Lu Zixuan had already decided to call the police once the anesthesia wore off. This guy actually dared to treat me like this. He'd rather die than not get arrested. Of course, the happiest moment of the whole thing was, naturally, that would be our professional mage, Dr. Lu Haizhu. I was still considering the dosage of the medication when a pleasant surprise came my way. Although an extra surgery was added at the last minute, it was a perfect overtime job. He swore that after working for so many years, this was the first time he had ever longed to work overtime so much. Snap! While Lu Zixuan was still thinking about how to take revenge on Lu Rumo, the door to the ward was also opened from the outside. Immediately afterwards, a man wearing square-framed glasses walked into the ward. "Who are you?" Upon seeing the man who had suddenly appeared, Lu Zixuan immediately became highly tense. He didn't recall knowing such a person. Moreover, the other person's outfit, a suit and briefcase, doesn't look like that of an ordinary person at all. After all, most employees who sell insurance or real estate only wear suits, and briefcases are not usually part of their uniforms. "Let me introduce myself." Seeing Lu Zixuan's wary expression, the middle-aged man calmly took out a business card and handed it over. "Let me introduce myself. I am Zhang San, the chief lawyer of Lu's group." Get out. Get out of here." After hearing the other party's self-introduction, Lu Zixuan broke down and shouted, "I will not let Lu Rumo go, don't bother trying. Now that we've completely broken ties with the Lu family, There's no need to keep pretending to be a good child. Lu Rumo caused him to lose another zero, and this debt cannot be so easily forgotten. I know you're in a hurry, but please don't rush. After calmly adjusting his glasses, Zhang San took out his phone from his pocket and started playing a video, saying calmly, according to Article 290 of the Ninth Amendment to the criminal law of our country, inciting violence against medical staff is considered an act of gathering a crowd to disrupt social order. In serious cases, the ringleaders will be sentenced to imprisonment for not less than 3 years, but not more than 7 years. Mr. Lu Zixuan, you instigated Mr. Wang Jingze to cause trouble, which seriously endangered the safety of Dr. Lu Rumo of the municipal hospital. If we really have to investigate this, how many years do you think you'd need to go to jail? If Zhang San had really used his brain a few months ago, after all, the ridiculous laws for 18-year-olds are quite annoying. However, Lu Zixuan has now reached the legal age, so many laws can be directly applied to him. The video playing on the phone was naturally a scene of Lu Zixuan and Wang Jingze talking. Just in case, Lu Rumo and the others copied it down immediately. You? Hearing Zhang San's blatant threat, Lu Zixuan's face turned red with anger. If the anesthesia hadn't worn off yet, he would have gotten up and fought the other person for 300 rounds. But it was precisely because of the anesthesia that his mind was able to quickly calm down. Given the Lu family's methods, if they really did it, I'd probably end up in jail. And I reckon in the end, the punishment will be at most 7 years. But when I think about my current situation, I feel very unwilling to give up like this. After thinking for a moment, he looked up at Zhang San and said, we can let this matter drop. However, your Lu family must provide me with appropriate compensation. Since the matter is already settled, since he has no power to change the situation, he will naturally try to gain some benefits. Anyway, the Lu family is so wealthy and powerful, they certainly wouldn't care about such a small amount of money. Okay. Looking at Lu Zixuan, whose eyes were filled with greed, Zhang San's lips curled into a barely perceptible sneer. How much? Upon hearing that the other party had agreed, Lu Zixuan's expression immediately became excited. Once he receives compensation, he can do a lot of things afterward. How much is it? After a moment's hesitation, Zhang San took out a coin from the inside of his briefcase. Let's set it at 1 yuan, then consider it a personal donation from me. As he finished speaking, he casually tossed the coin on the ground. The way he looked was as if he were giving alms to a beggar. You tricked me. Looking at the coins rolling on the ground, Lu Zixuan let out a sharp roar. Since that's the case, let's fight to the death together. Even if I go in, Lu Rumo won't get away with it. The fact that the other party has caused me harm is already established. As for Zhang San's words, can a person believe what a dog says? That's right. In Lu Zixuan's eyes, Zhang San was just a dog of the Lu family. As long as I put on a fierce look, the other party will definitely inform the Lu family. He believed that in order to avoid leaving a stain on Lu Rumo's life, the Lu family would definitely choose to compromise. Sure, then go ahead and fight to the death. Looking at Lu Zixuan's ferocious expression, Zhang San slowly buttoned up the briefcase. Oh, by the way, let me remind you. Do you think the judge will rule that Ms. Lu Rumo acted in self-defense? Although it is somewhat troublesome to operate, it is not completely impossible to operate. You should know that Zhang San, the outlaw, is not just a figure of speech. You bastard, IXXXXXXXX. After hearing Zhang San's words, Lu Zixuan completely broke down. He hadn't thought about it at all, but after being reminded by the other person, he realized it. Given the Lu family's influence, handling such a well-documented case would be relatively easy. Not to mention that Wang Jingze would definitely identify himself, and with the surveillance footage in the corridor, a complete chain of evidence would be formed. The more Lu Zixuan thought about it, the uglier his expression became. Is this time, I really just going to have to accept defeat? Please support me. The hunt is about to begin. Chapter 107. We girls would never joke about our innocence. Then, Mr. Lu Zixuan, whatever you want to do next is entirely up to you. Seeing that he had almost achieved his goal, Zhang San greeted Lu Zixuan, and then turned and left the ward. There's an old Chinese saying, those who understand the times are wise. We've gone off topic. The best strategy is to win hearts and minds. while conquering cities is the least desirable. Zhang Sen has come up with this move to try and resolve this trouble at its root. After all, who would want to do something troublesome if they could save themselves the trouble? Son of a bitch. Watching Zhang San's departing figure, Lu Zixuan, who had regained some strength, angrily smashed the thermos bottle next to him on the ground. The Lu family has gone too far. One day, he will take revenge. Before Lu Zixuan could even begin to fantasize about his revenge plan, a nurse walked in from outside. Lu Zixuan, in bed 2B, please have your family go to the front desk to settle the bill when you have time. As she spoke, the nurse glanced at the broken thermos on the ground again. There's also a hospital thermos that costs 250 yuan, remember to pay for it together later. Lu Zixuan. The next day, at the corner on the third floor of SC No 1 Middle School. Watching Lin Heng walk into the restroom, Lung Qingqiu took a deep breath and then stealthily crept up to him. Since conventional methods are not working, I have no choice but to resort to some unconventional methods. With only 3 days left until the final day, she had no other options left. Although blocking the toilet is a behavior that is somewhat unpleasant to look at no matter how you look at it. But this was the best solution she could think of at the moment. Lin Heng and Xin Yuchu are like conjoined twins, and this is the only time they can be separated for a short while. Sneaking furtively to the toilet door, Lung Qingqiu turned her head to check again. After making sure no one was around, she quietly opened the door and went inside. The moment she entered the restroom, she made eye contact with Lin Heng, who was washing his hands. This is the men's restroom. The women's restroom is next door. After subtly creating some distance between himself and the other person, Lin Heng gently adjusted his glasses on his nose. The fact that this thing is here means it's not a good thing. Lin Heng, let's fulfill our marriage agreement. Lung Qingqiu decisively ignored the boy's actions and revealed her prepared 3-piece set for victory. She refused to believe that, given her condition, the other party could still resist. Although she was not as beautiful as Xin Yuchu, she had absolute confidence in her figure. With fair skin, a beautiful face, a slender waist, and a shapely bottom, every feature of her is enough to make any man obsessed. As long as Lin Heng is still a man, Lung Qingqiu believes that this wave will definitely be able to defeat him. If the other party still doesn't play by the rules, she also has a plan B. Although plan B is a bit shameful, it's still better than being married off to Li Zhongping, right? Get out of my way. I'm not that kind of person. After dodging Lung Qingqiu's flying pounce, Lin Heng frowned in disgust. He hadn't expected the other party to pull such a stunt. It was absolutely explosive no matter how you looked at it. If it were someone with a weak will, they would probably be kneeling on the ground in no time. As for whether it's one person kneeling or 2 people, I know, when I get carefree, I'm not human, right? As she spoke, Lung Qingqiu completely opened her coat, revealing her slender waist. Lin Heng, don't hold back, I know you want it too, right? Paired with the Win 3-piece set, it looks exactly like someone who's eaten too much Daikos, a fast food chain. Get the hell out of my way. After kicking Lung Qingqiu, who was trying to get closer, away, Lin Heng disgustedly rubbed his shoe against the tiles. Lung Qingqiu, you're really disgusting. I originally thought that although this guy was a scheming woman, he at least had some basic human decency. But now it seems she's even worse than Lu Zixuan was before. No, that's not right either. That guy isn't a complete person anymore. Damn it, you forced my hand. Clutching her stomach where she had been kicked, a ferocious look flashed across Lung Qingqiu's face. After hastily throwing on her coat, she let out a piercing scream, comparable to a mage's chant, help. That's right, this is Lung Qingqiu's plan B. As long as Lin Heng doesn't play by the rules, she'll act like she's been taken advantage of by him. At that time, the pressure of fallacies can still bind them to our grasp. To put it in a somewhat humorous yet serious way, no girl would casually gamble with her chastity. I used to believe that too, until a truly amazing cosplayer appeared. Because of Lung Qingqiu's scream, many students and teachers rushed to the restroom. A boy with a cold expression, a girl with disheveled clothes, and a girl sobbing with her face covered. After seeing the scene clearly, one of the teachers couldn't help but question Lin Heng. This male student. How dare you do such a despicable thing in broad daylight? I think he's Lin Hung from class 1 of senior 3. I never expected him to be like this. That's Lung Qingxiu, isn't it? This is terrifying. Ugh, why isn't Lin Hung looking for me? But buddy, you seem to be a guy. What are you doing? Can't boys pursue true love? How can you all be so vulgar? Stop howling like that. After waving to interrupt the passionate speeches of several teachers, Lin Hung took out his phone from his pocket and said calmly, "Are you so sure that I was wrong, and that this guy did it on purpose? You're talking nonsense." Upon hearing this, a female teacher immediately stood up and said, "We women would never risk our reputation." Before the other person could continue rambling, Lin Hung clicked the play button on his phone. "Lin Hung, let's fulfill our marriage agreement. Get out of my way. I'm not that kind of person. I know, when I get carefree, I'm not human, right? Lin Hung, don't hold back, I know you want it too, right?" Along with the sound came Lung Qingxiu's previous actions involving horse-headed insects. Now that he knew this guy had designs on him, how could he not take some precautions? Tazai's latest technological product, pinhole recording glasses. Simply touch the designated spot for 2 seconds to connect your phone and start screen recording. When Lung Qingxiu first came in, Lin Hung raised his hand to touch his glasses in order to start recording. Otherwise, why would he wear glasses if his eyesight is fine? Chapter 108 Lung Bu Ding's Decision. As the video played, everyone's expressions turned strange. The most interesting expressions were undoubtedly those of the female teacher and Lung Qingxiu. The former was because he had just said that girls wouldn't joke about their reputation, but he was immediately proven wrong. The latter never expected that Lin Hung would have such a trick up his sleeve. After noticing the strange expressions on the faces of the students around her, Lung Qingxiu hurriedly pulled up her clothes, covered her face, and rushed out of the restroom. She couldn't stay there any longer and had to leave before anyone could react. As for what happens next, we'll have to consider that later. I definitely can't stay at this school anymore. Then, teachers and students, please help me call the police. Without stopping Lung Qingxiu from running away, Lin Hung sadly put his phone back in his pocket. Then, with tears streaming down his face, he said, "My reputation has been severely damaged, and I will pursue legal action against Lung Qingxiu in accordance with the law." When it comes to acting, what he says and what he says are not the same. The masses always stand on the side of the weak, so there's absolutely no need to drag Lung Qingxiu into this mess. With so many mouths relaying the news, it won't be long before the news of the other party trying to force him spreads widely. If Lung Qingxiu were forced to stay now, it might cause her sense of shame to reach a new level, thus making her ignore these rumors. Wouldn't that make the other person too happy in the days to come? It should be understood that the greatest punishment for a person is not temporary pain, but continuous torment. Lin Hung didn't consider himself a good person, so he naturally had to retaliate against anyone who dared to provoke him. Looking at Lin Heng's sorrowful appearance, many male students expressed their envy. "We're both students, so why can't I have such good luck?" This feeling is like what was described in a news story. A senior student was so excited that she dragged a junior student into the bushes. As for what happened next, I think everyone knows what's going on. The crowd came quickly and dispersed just as fast, especially the female teachers, who ran away immediately. There's nothing we can do. They were the ones who said the most offensive things just now. Staying here would only create more awkwardness. Just as Lin Hung was pondering whether to have someone investigate these teachers, and whether to tolerate them if they had no problems with their professional ethics, or to fire them all if they did. "Hung, are you alright?" An anxious girl's voice came from the corridor not far away. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw Shen Yuchu running towards them anxiously. Slow down. After catching the girl who was rushing towards him, Lin Hung reached out and ruffled her hair. "What could possibly be wrong with me?" After confirming that the boy was all right, Shen Yuchu breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she described what had just happened in the class, saying, "I just heard in class." The gist of it is that Lin Heng got into a fight with someone in the restroom. Of course, these are all versions based on hearsay. With so many people gathered at the entrance, there were bound to be a few who couldn't hear, so they had to rely entirely on their imagination. Now that I've arrived, I can't go back empty-handed. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if everyone else had something to share and you didn't know anything about it. After all, apart from the magical India, there is no other place that can make Chinese people give up the excuse that we've already come all this way. It's okay, that's just something people are spreading. Seeing Shun Yochu's worried expression, Lin Heng thought for a moment and decided to use a tactful tone to roughly describe what happened in the restroom. After all, what if such an innocent little girl gets scared by blunt words? So, after ruffling the other's head, he said softly, "It was Lung Qingxiu who came looking for trouble with me, and I beat him up. In any case, analyzing the cause, process, and result, his account is indeed not wrong. Didn't Lung Qingxiu cause trouble? Didn't he beat the other party up? Yes, they all. It's just that some details have been omitted. Although everyone will find out about this sooner or later, at least we have a mental expectation of it. I see, but I'm glad you're all right." Although she said this on the surface, Shin Yochu's heart was not at peace. As a smart person, she keenly sensed that something was amiss. Lung Qingxiu actually dared to make a move on her own man. It seems he's forgotten what happened on the rooftop that day. If the same thing can happen once, it can definitely happen a second time. All right, let's go back to class now. Seeing that more and more people were looking this way, Lin Heng knew that the story from earlier must have started to spread. I'm really looking forward to seeing how Lung Qingxiu will turn out in the end. Okay, let's go back. After noticing the gazes of those around her, Shin Yuchu became even more certain of her suspicions. At this moment, the killing intent within the girl's heart began to surge wildly. Neither Lung Qingxiu nor the Lung family needed to continue existing. Half an hour later, in the living room on the first floor of the Lung family villa in SC City. "You idiot." After angrily shoving a large pen bag at Lung Qingxiu, Lung Boding, panting heavily, roared, "This is your plan? If it weren't for me paying to block the news, you'd be nothing but a worthless piece of trash right now. I mentioned it before." In order to monitor Lung Qingxiu and Lin Heng, Lung Boding planted many spies in the school. He received the news immediately after the toilet incident. At the same time, he also understood that there was no possibility of cooperation between the Lung family and the Lu family anymore. The only way out for the Lung family right now is through Li Zhongping, and Lung Qingxiu is the key to getting into the Lung family. After figuring this out, Lung Boding spent a large sum of money to suppress the matter. Regardless of whether Lung Qingxiu and Lin Heng had anything going on, at least before meeting Li Zhongping, the other party must be clean. If something really happens, I can just go to the hospital for treatment. In any case, reputation is more important than whether it's the first time or not. Father, shut up, or you're not going to school anymore. After interrupting Lung Qingxiu, Lung Boding gave the final order. Prepare yourself, while these next few days I will arrange for President Li to meet with you. Since things have come to this point, this is the only way. For a qualified businessman, cutting losses in time is the best course of action. No, Father, I don't want to marry that man. Smack. Chapter 109. Who is the prey, and who is the hunter? After slapping Lung Qingxiu to stop her spellcasting, Lung Boding turned to the servant beside him and said, "Lock her in her room from today onwards. She is not allowed to step out of the room." "Yes, Sir X2. "No, Father. Please, please don't." Seeing the maid tuck her arm under her arm, Lung Qingxiu burst into tears and pleaded, "Please give me another chance. I promise I won't let you down again." No matter how much she cried and screamed, she was still dragged back to her room by two servants. Waste. A look of disgust flashed across Lung Boding's face as he watched Lung Qingxiu being dragged away like a maggot. Indeed, having expectations of a little girl is the most foolish thing to do. If it weren't for this, the Lung family wouldn't have suffered a loss of tens of millions. Thinking of this, Lung Boding decisively walked out of the Lung family villa. Next, he was going to meet Li Zhongping, who should be very interested in marrying a new wife. "Let me out. Let me out now." After being thrown into the room by two servants, Lung Qingxiu ignored the pain in her body and staggered to her feet. But no matter how much she knocked, no one gave her even the slightest response. Damn it. Damn Lin Heng. Damn old man. Once she realized there was no hope of escaping, Lung Qingxiu's expression instantly turned ferocious. "You all forced me to do this." A while ago, on her way back from school, she accidentally obtained a contact number. The items for sale inside are various tools for breaking rocks and quarrying mountains. Even if Lung Qingxiu had gotten the money, she wouldn't have dared to contact him. After all, regardless of whether it's real or fake, even if it were real, she wouldn't dare use it. But as the saying goes, even a rabbit will bite when cornered. This is the state of Lung Qingxiu now. She has been driven to the brink of despair by Lung Boding. Therefore, she wanted to take revenge on everything, to take revenge on these bastards who had manipulated her life at will. So after finding the contact information under the bed, Lung Qingxiu dialed the number directly. About 2 seconds later, the call was finally answered. However, after the call connected, neither of them spoke. As a result, the air gradually quieted down. After a few more seconds, Lung Qingxiu suppressed the slight tension in her heart. I need a boom package that can blow up cars. 100 million. I'll give you the card number later. You need to pay half the deposit first. Once we receive your deposit, we will deliver the item to you. The moment Lung Qingxiu finished speaking, a hoarse, deep voice came from the other end of the phone. It's obvious that the other party is in disguise. How do I know if you're lying to me? Faced with the other party's request, Lung Qingxiu did not immediately agree, but continued, 500,000 is not a small amount. What if you run away? This amount of money is nothing. It's just the price of a random piece of jewelry. But if the other party doesn't have what she wants, she'll have to think of other ways. Cash on delivery. Can we use gold of equal value? Upon hearing the other party make this request, a strange and cruel smile appeared on Lung Qingxiu's lips. At least this way, you don't have to worry about the other party being a simple online scammer. This time, after pausing for several seconds, the other party continued in a hoarse voice. Where should I deliver the goods? The address is the Lung family villa at XXXX. Can you get it done within 2 days? No problem. The money is ready. The moment the words were spoken, the other party hung up the phone. Ha 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 ha. Looking at her phone, which was now stuck in a busy signal, Lung Qingxiu tried her best to suppress her increasingly manic laughter. Don't worry, you old geezer. I'll send you on your way soon. If she can get rid of Lung Boding this time, she can inherit the Lung family's assets through succession. And at that time, both Lin Heng and Xin Yuchu will face Lung Qingxiu's revenge. At the same time, Xin Yuchu, who was being thought of by Lung Qingxiu, suddenly received a message on her phone. The fish had taken the bait. So, who will be the hunter and who will be the prey next? It was 8 p.m. in the sauna on the 4th floor of the Liu family villa. A harder don't stop. Yes, this is it. Looking at Liu Rumo, who was a max version of Liu Ruxua, Lin Heng helplessly let go of the other's head. Honestly, I was just helping with some bone setting and such. But all this commotion makes it seem like they're doing something illegal. If it weren't for Aunt Wu always helping out, he would never be able to clear his name, no matter how hard he tried. Call. Feeling the comfort emanating from his body, Liu Rumo let out a comfortable groan like a lump of mud. Brother, your technique is simply amazing. The old traditional Chinese medicine doctors at our medical school back then were a bit inferior to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Heng removed his gloves while complaining. When that old Chinese medicine doctor was setting your bones, were you this indecent? You're the one who's not serious. Your whole family is not serious. After giving his younger brother a disapproving look, Liu Rumo said righteously, I've worked so hard for so many days. Can't I relax a little? Thankfully, I'm used to working overtime. Otherwise, after studying pharmacological fusion for so many days, I would have had a mental breakdown sooner or later. Okay, you're my second sister, whatever you say goes. Seeing that the other person's IQ had regressed to kindergarten level, Lin Heng decided not to argue with him any further. I'll head back now. You can lie down and rest for a while. Spending too much time with mentally challenged children can more or less affect one's intelligence. So, to ensure his brain doesn't get dull, he needs to get as far away from Liu Rumo as possible. TCH, you're just being a half-hearted idiot. After supporting her upper body with her hands, Liu Rumo changed the subject and said, By the way, Liu Zixuan got kicked out of the hospital today. I heard from the nurses at the outpatient department that it seems to be because they couldn't afford the hospital fees. Chapter 110. That guy bye-bye, he's inhuman. Actually, she wanted to share this happy news as soon as she got back. But unfortunately, my younger brother's massage skills are just too amazing. Therefore, when faced with the choice between sharing gossip and enjoying a massage, she decisively chose the latter. As for why you don't share and enjoy at the same time, well, normal people would grumble while enjoying themselves, right? Of course, this is for serious enjoyment. Just like eating a rujiamo, Chinese hamburger, it's simply about enjoying the food. You were kicked out because you had no money? Meeting Lu Rumo's gloating expression, Lin Heng blinked in confusion. I remember my older sister saying that guy had been hiding a lot of money before, didn't he? Now that she had decided to give up on Lu Zixuan, Na Lu Ruyan naturally began to criticize him without restraint. Those few days of oppressive living were really tough on her. Through her complaints, everyone learned that Lu Zixuan actually had a secret stash of money. Upon learning of this, he immediately instructed Wang Dachui to freeze Lu Zixuan's bank card. There was nothing we could do. After all, that card belonged to the Lu family. And sooner or later, everything belonging to the Lu family will be his. In other words, the Lu family is now using their own money. And the money Lu Ruyan gave to Lu Zixuan was also his money. Although it's just a small amount of money, Lu Zixuan doesn't deserve to take it. But before they could even touch his secret stash of money, it seemed the other party had already squandered it all. Who knows? Maybe they used it for something shady. Recalling the scene of the other person being thrown out of the hospital today, a hint of pleasure appeared on Lu Rumo's lips. Having a good temper doesn't mean you don't have one. Since Lu Zixuan dared to target me, I should be prepared to suffer the consequences, right? Everything has a cause and effect. No matter how bitter the fruit you sow, you have to eat it. Looking at his increasingly abnormal second sister, Lin Heng silently distanced himself from her. So, how's things going between you and him? Since he was still in school these past 2 days, and several people told him not to worry. Therefore, he still doesn't have a clear answer to the case entanglement between Lu Rumo and Lu Zixuan. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. Recalling Zhang San's description of herself, Lu Rumo rested her chin on her hand with a satisfied expression. From now on, we just need to let things take their course, that guy. She froze in place halfway through her sentence. As the old saying goes, a person's success depends not only on 1% talent, but also on 99% hard work. But without that 1% talent, no matter how much effort you put in, it's useless. With talent and hard work, all that's left is the right opportunity. To put it simply, it's a sudden realization. At this moment, Lu Rumo was also in this state. Previously, the two drugs in Sovaldi had been forcibly interfered with by themselves and others, but no matter how they experimented, they did not get satisfactory results. But what if we let nature take its course and allow it to integrate on its own? The moment this idea came to Lu Rumo, it was as if Watson had discovered a blind spot, and everything suddenly became clear to her. Hey bro, I'm going to the lab first. After throwing off the blanket, Lu Rumo rushed out of the room. The thought of being able to immediately develop a complete version of Sovaldi made her tremble uncontrollably. After removing the blanket from his head, Lin Heng twitched his lips in exasperation. It's true that people who do scientific research don't have very sharp minds. Luckily, I managed to get rid of this hot potato back then. However, I could buy some of the shower gel that my second sister is using for that girl Yu. Just as Lin Heng was accumulating energy for his tu chao, meaning to complain or criticize. A good show is also unfolding beneath the dilapidated apartment buildings on the outskirts of the city. Kid, we've been looking for you for ages. Looking at Lu Zixuan, who was surrounded at the entrance of the building, the bald man with a scar on his face grinned and said, "The principal plus interest is a total of 620,000. I'll round it down to 700,000 and pay it all in one lump sum today. No, it's only 200,000. Upon hearing the bald, burly man's words, Lu Zixuan's face also showed an angry expression. You bastard, don't think I don't know the rules. I'm a regular at entertainment venues, and it's not like I haven't borrowed money from them before. It's only been less than a week. Isn't the interest rate a bit outrageous? What happened to the promise of going out 9 times and returning 13 times? That's way beyond what you're supposed to know. Are you kidding me? Rule. Seeing Lu Zixuan's incredulous expression, Babai reached out and pulled him up from the ground. My rules are my rules. You owe 60. No, it's 700,000. So you owe 700,000. If you don't pay me, see how I'll kill you. We've finally caught a fat sheep. How can we not make a killing? Moreover, his purpose in coming to see the other party this time was not simply for money. I don't have any money right now. Give me a few days, and I'll definitely have the money ready for you. Because he was suddenly pulled up, Lu Zixuan inevitably aggravated his newly stitched wound. This almost made him lose control from the pain, causing him to perform what is called dancing with feces to the heavens. But in order to protect his dignity as a man, he forced himself to suppress the pain. Smack! After slapping Lu Zixuan hard across the face, Babai grabbed the other's hair and started roaring. You have no money, and you still come out to play? Do you think I, Bugvon, run a charity? In order to finally get what I want, I naturally have to act a bit fierce now. Brother Ba, I really don't have any money right now. Seeing Ba Bai's fierce and menacing appearance, Lu Zixuan ignored the spit on his face and the pain in his head, and hurriedly begged loudly. Please give me 2 more days. I'll have 2 days. I'll definitely raise the money to pay you back then. Okay, 2 days it is. After shoving Lu Zixuan against the wall, Ba Bai said with a wicked grin. However, in just 2 days, you'll receive 1 million, including principal and interest. And you're not getting away. Kid, I'll have someone watching you. As long as we can eat seafood, what's wrong with waiting a couple more days? He simply didn't believe that Lu Zixuan could come up with $1 million in just a few days. And it wouldn't matter even if he took it out. He only mentioned the amount of 1 million, but didn't say whether it was in US dollars or RMB. So no matter what, he's determined to have Lu Zixuan. Chapter 111. The prey got the weapon and thought it had become the hunter. Damn bastard. WQNM's million? I'll give you shit, you want to eat it. Although he had already cursed Ba Bai's ancestors to the 18th generation in his heart, Lu Zixuan still maintained a humble appearance on the surface. Brother Ba Bai, don't worry, I will definitely raise the money for you. In any case, we have to deal with the current situation first. As for what happens after that, we'll just have to figure that out later. Haha, remember what you said. After patting Lu Zixuan on the shoulder, a sinister smile appeared on Ba Bai's face. If you dare to play me, I'll make you regret ever being born. I understand, Brother Bobby. Haha, brothers, let's go. Pa, you damn bastard. Watching Ba Bai and the others disappear around the corner, Lu Zixuan staggered to his feet and limped towards the apartment. I need to figure out how to make some money in the coming days. It's said that Bobby is inhuman, and he doesn't want to experience that rumor firsthand. Time flies, and 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. The weather isn't very good today. The whole sky is gray. It was as if it were a harbinger of something bad about to happen. Meanwhile, in the small garden of the Lung family villa, at a certain hidden corner. Here's what you wanted, where's my money? A man, about 17 meters tall and dressed in a black robe, opened the briefcase in his hand and stared intently at the girl standing in front of him. Here, looking at the safe in the other person's hand, Lung Qingqiu took out a large wad of gold from her coat pocket. Thanks to her performance over the past 2 days, Lung Boating has expanded her sphere of activity to the entire Lung family villa. Otherwise, even if the items arrive, it's uncertain whether you'll have the opportunity to receive and use them. These are the timer and the start button. They can be used together or separately. After confirming that there were no problems with the gold nuggets, the man in black handed over the controller and timer to the other party, saying, "It was a pleasure working with you. I look forward to working with you again. There will be an opportunity." Looking at the small, square object in the safe, about the size of a cell phone, a morbid obsession flashed in Lung Qingqiu's eyes. As long as we can eliminate Lung Boating and completely seize control of the Lung family's discourse. Thinking about it, I should be able to use such a good thing often in the future. Looking at the girl who was clearly not quite right in the head, the black-robed man's lips curled into a cryptic smile. Lung Qingqiu, however, was so engrossed in her bright future that she didn't notice anything amiss. A few minutes later, after scaling the wall and leaving the Lung family villa, the man in black took out a cell phone and dialed an unnumbered number. "Miss, the fish has already received the bait." "Very good, let's start fishing." After saying that, Shin Yuchu hung up the phone immediately. After waiting for so many days, it's finally time to close the net. This cat and mouse game is always incredibly enjoyable, no matter how many times you play it. Miss, it's time to go downstairs and prepare. Just as Shin Yuchu was pondering the follow-up operation, Shirley reminded her. According to the surveillance footage, young Master Lu's vehicle has already entered within 3 kilometers of the Shun family villa. At the current speed, we expect to arrive here in about 5 minutes. She never imagined that the Shun family's safety net would one day be used as a dating reminder. It's true that women in love, no matter how cold they used to be, will gradually become outrageous. Is Ah-hung almost there? Upon hearing Shirley's report, Shin Yuchu subconsciously glanced at the clock on the wall. Just like the previous times, she arrived half an hour early. As they spent more and more time together, she became more and more familiar with some of his little habits. This process fascinated Shin Yuchu, as if she were raising a pet. The reason the other party responded today is because the Shun and Lu families have reached a deep cooperation agreement. As the nominal illegitimate daughter of the Shin family, she naturally received a lot of preferential treatment. Taking this opportunity, the two agreed to go out and celebrate. "Sherry, how's my look today?" With a cheerful mood, Shin Yuchu spoke as she quickly walked towards the first floor. Now that everyone knows Lin Hung is coming, they naturally have to go to the main gate to greet him. "No problem, miss, you are as beautiful as ever." Looking at the girl who was brimming with anticipation, Shirley silently thought to herself after she finished speaking, "If only you could be like this all the time." After all, Shin Yuchu, when not in a state of being love-struck, has a very dark personality and behavior. If Shirley hadn't studied abroad for a period of time years ago, she might not have been able to withstand a boss like that. That's good, that's good. Having gotten the answer she wanted, Shin Yuchu did not let her guard down, but continued. "Shirley, come over and check my hair again." "Sherry, yes, miss." A few minutes later, in front of the gate of the Shun family villa. After throwing herself into the boy's arms, Shin Yuchu playfully nuzzled her head. "Ahang, you're here. Hey, what are you doing waiting here?" After reaching out and ruffling the girl's head, Lin Hung smiled and nodded at Shirley beside him. He remembered this secretary. She seemed to be someone who specifically took care of Shun Yuchu's daily life. "Hee, because I feel you're almost there." As she spoke, Shin Yuchu gently tiptoed and placed a light kiss on the boy's cheek. "You promised to stamp it, and you can't miss it today." It's perfectly normal for a girlfriend to stamp her boyfriend's seal, isn't it? It's just a declaration of ownership, isn't it? Originally, this whole thing was actually brought up by Lin Heng in order to gain an advantage. However, it seems that Shin Yuchu got off somewhat too easily now. After doing this, the girl turned her head slightly and closed her eyes shyly. A boyfriend-girlfriend seal, as the name suggests, is a seal used by boyfriends' girlfriends. You cover me, I'll cover you. Now that Shin Yuchu has finished, the rest is naturally. This silly girl is getting bolder and bolder. Looking at the girl whose face was flushed but who looked expectant, Lin Hung gently leaned down and covered her cheek. It's still soft and chewy, just like eating glutinous rice balls. Watching the two constantly showering each other with affection, Shirley felt she shouldn't be here, but under the car. So what if I'm single? Does being single mean I deserve to be tortured? Wah! While laughter and joy filled the air on one side, the scene at the Lung family villa on the other was completely different. Chapter 112 Lung Qingxiu, preparing to take action, and the suddenly appearing beggar. "Mr. Li, this is my daughter." After warmly inviting a large, obese man, around 40 years old and weighing 250 pounds, to sit down, Lung Boding then began to introduce Lung Qingxiu, who was standing to the side dressed in formal attire. She is at the perfect age and is the most suitable match for a successful person like you. However, the tone was more like he was promoting a product than introducing his daughter. Today, Lung Qingxiu is wearing a white gauze dress. The length of the tulle skirt wasn't particularly long, just reaching a little above the knee. This way, you can show off your long legs and also add points in other aspects. Yes, it's really beautiful. Looking at the young and beautiful Lung Qingxiu, Li Zhongping also swallowed greedily. He likes girls who are gentle, weak, cute, and adorable the most, especially when he grabs them by the neck. That's right, Li Zhongping isn't a normal person either. His previous wives were all killed because of his unusual fetishes. However, because he was rich and had connections, no one had ever confronted him. After all, it's better to avoid unpleasantness with such a powerful person over an insignificant family member. Why not take this opportunity to gain more benefits? I'm glad you like it. Seeing Li Zhongping's lecherous appearance, Lung Boding quickly turned to Lung Qingxiu and winked. Qingxiu, you stay here and take good care of President Li. You damned old geezers, you damned fat pigs. I'll let you be smug for a little while longer. After forcibly suppressing the anger in her heart, Lung Qingxiu smiled and nodded at the two of them. Yes, father, I will treat President Li well. If she can just get through this morning, she'll have a chance to get rid of this disgusting guy. When that time comes, I'm definitely going to feed them to the dogs. Haha. Come here and let me take a closer look at you. Looking at Lung Qingxiu's obedient appearance, Li Zhongping patted the sofa next to him and said with a lewd look, we'll be family soon, so we need to get to know each other properly first. Even if we can't get to the final stage, collecting some interest first is fine. They're both ancient foxes, so they naturally understand what each other needs. Lung Boding just needs a new partner, so I'll just do that for him. However, further details regarding cooperation will naturally be discussed later. After all, Lung Qingxiu alone wasn't enough for him to give up too much. Damn it, that damn fat pig. Looking at Li Zhongping's features, which were almost squeezed out by fat, Lung Qingxiu felt a million mythical beasts running through her mind. However, she still had to put on a well-behaved act, saying, Okay, Uncle Li, I'm coming right now. Wow, your skin is so white and smooth, you must take good care of it. After Lung Qingxiu sat down, Li Zhongping naturally pulled her into his arms, saying, Don't worry, I will definitely treat you well in the future. Go to hell, go to hell, go to hell, go to hell. Suppressing the urge to vomit, Lung Qingxiu had to do her best to control her instinct to leave and try to please him. Thank you very much. Uncle Li, I'm really looking forward to our future life together. She vowed that if she could get through this morning, she would drag those two bastards out and feed them to the dogs. Leaving aside Lung Qingxiu's tragic experience. At this moment, on a small road not far from SC Happy Commercial Street. I'm going to speed up now. Yes, I'm ready. Hold me tight around the waist. Good. As she spoke, Xin Yuchu also reached out and hugged Lin Heng's waist, her face also beaming with a happy smile. This feeling of being pampered made her feel incredibly at ease. Feeling the support from his waist, Lin Heng controlled the speed of the car while gently saying, Hold on tight, we're going downhill. Since the other person had just glanced enviously at the boy riding a bicycle with a passenger, he also bought one from a roadside shop. It's just a bicycle. If others can do it, so can he. Moreover, compared to simply taking a car ride, this is indeed more conducive to cultivating feelings between the two. After all, if you want to make a living, you need to, I digress. To make life bearable, everyday surprises and romance are always essential. Of course, this is based on the premise that one has no worries about food and clothing. If you can't even afford to eat, what's the point of talking about romance? On the back seat of a bicycle, a gentle breeze ruffled Shun Youchu's hair, carrying away the suppressed worries in her heart. After resting her head on the boy's back, a sweet smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. I wish it could stay like this forever. After sensing Shun Youchu's small gesture, Lin Heng couldn't help but slow down a little. Enjoying the gentle breeze on your face, savoring the tenderness emanating from the young girl. But wherever there is an end, there will always be an end. A few minutes later, as the car drove to the bottom of the slope, the two arrived at their date's destination, a street near SC Happy Commercial Street. Seeing the unsatisfied look on Shun Youchu's face, Lin Heng reached out and ruffled her hair. What? Do you want to do it again? The point of going out is to have fun. If the other person wants to do it again, then let's do it again. It's just that it will be hard on Wang Dachui, who is quite old and still has to push the bicycle to the top of the hill. Wang Dachui, for Xiaomei's, Wu Ma's sake, I'll endure it. Now I want to go shopping with a Heng. After laughing and hugging the boy's arm, Xin Yuchu even rubbed her hand against his palm in a coquettish manner. How about we go riding together later? There's still plenty of time today. No need to rush this short while. Moreover, She preferred shopping and eating with Lin Heng rather than riding a bicycle. Then you take a bite and I take a bite. Wouldn't that be hilarious? Okay, then I'll do as you say. Just as Lin Heng was about to say something, a ragged beggar with a limp knelt down in front of the two men, pleading, "Kind people, please give me some alms." Upon seeing the beggar who had suddenly appeared, Shin Yuchu immediately tensed up. This tactic has been used before, where people pretend to be beggars and then attempt assassinations. Oh, it's this guy? Unlike the girl's wariness, Lin Heng calmly took out a red banknote from his pocket and said, "Here, take this." Thank you so much." Seeing how generous the other party was, the female beggar was about to express her gratitude. But when he met Lin Heng's meaningful smile, his expression instantly turned to terror. Friends, the next chapter will be even more exciting. I'm working on it at top speed. If you have time, please leave a 5-star review or a message urging me to update. We are so grateful. We're kneeling here in gratitude. Chapter 113. No matter what, I will stand by your side. Friends, we're sending some people on their way today. Please support us. It's you. Don't come any closer. I have nothing left. After letting out a terrified cry, the female beggar didn't even take the money. She turned and scrambled away. Even when she fell during her escape, she didn't get up. Instead, it continued to crawl away, using both its hands and feet. It was as if some kind of wild beast was lurking behind her, ready to devour anyone it wanted. It's her. At this moment, Shin Yuchu had already remembered the identity of the female beggar. Isn't she Bai Cheer, the eldest daughter of the Bai family, who attacked him at the Liu family banquet? But why did this guy turn out like this? She hadn't even made a move yet. But then, remembering what Bai Cheer had said to Lin Heng, Shin Yuchu subconsciously looked at the boy beside her. Could it be that Lin Heng did all of this? I did it. Meeting the girl's questioning gaze, Lin Heng's expression gradually became serious. Yuchu, I'm actually not a purely good person. To those who want to hurt me, or those I care about, I will give them the greatest revenge. Even if many people would consider such retaliation cruel. He originally planned to tell the girl about some of the unseen darker aspects after some time had passed. However, the appearance of Bai Cheer disrupted this plan. In today's society, kindness alone is not enough to stand on. Have you ever seen a powerful person care about an ordinary person? Only those who are more powerful than them can make them take things seriously. Even after the Liu family banquet ended, this Bai Cheer was still plotting against me. Then I'm sorry, but the entire Bai family will have to pay the price for your actions. After using some of Uncle Dong's limited influence, the Bai family became history in just 3 days. Bai Cheer, naturally, became a beggar. This process is somewhat convoluted and involves tomato juice, so we won't go into detail here. Otherwise, I could have written at least 30,000 words. But in my heart, you are the best person in the world. After gently cupping Lin Heng's cheeks, Shin Yuchu met the boy's eyes with intense gaze. No matter what you do, I will stand by your side. Is it too much to let people go bankrupt so easily? At least from the girl's perspective, it wasn't excessive at all. If it were her in that position, Bai Cheer would have no chance of survival. Even if she survives, the best outcome would be for her to become a beauty bottle in Southeast Asia. How could things ever be like this again, where apart from a limp and disfigurement, everything else is perfectly healthy? Silly girl, aren't you afraid of the things I've done? Looking into the girl's clear eyes, Lin Heng gently placed his hand on the back of her hand. You need to know about those things. Shoo. After gently pressing her finger against the boy's lips, Shin Yuchu smiled and shook her head slightly. Aheng, I'm not a child, and I know some things about the family. So I'm not afraid. Meeting you is the greatest luck of my life. Yuchu. Looking into the girl's sincere eyes, Lin Heng was about to express his feelings through his actions. Before he could even bend down, 2 people walked out of the gambling shop next door. Of course, if that were all, it wouldn't be anything special. But the important thing is that the boy got a big beating as soon as he came out. Park Bo-dong, you big liar. After viciously shoving a large purse into the other party's hand, Xiong Hengxiao collapsed and roared loudly. Didn't you say that meeting me used up all your luck? Then why can you win the lottery, but I can't? I think you stole my luck, you scoundrel. The people around. After saying that, Xiong Hengxiao ignored Park Budong's bewildered expression. After putting the lottery ticket that had won 300,000 yuan into his bag, he immediately turned around and started yo-yoing. "You son of a bitch, you stop right there." Seeing Xiong Hengxiao run off with the lottery ticket, Park Budong finally reacted and chased after him, yelling, "Give the lottery ticket back to me, you slut." Those around, now we understand. Because of their antics, Lin Heng and Shin Yuchu exchanged a glance and couldn't help but burst into laughter. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. Both understood what the other wanted to express. I wonder if God saw this scene and wanted to speak up for Park Bodong. After a clap of thunder, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. But within seconds, the light rain had already super-evolved into a deluge. Please stop fighting. Anyway, it means it's raining very heavily. Yuchu this way. Seeing this, Lin Heng took off his coat and covered the two of them with it, then quickly ran towards a nearby building. If you zoom out, you can vaguely see the words XX Hotel in the white sky. Meanwhile, in the other side of the Lung family villa, while the two were taking shelter from the rain. "Damn fat pig, I'll send you and that old bastard on their way later." Inside the restroom, Lung Qingqiu kept washing her arms with hand sanitizer. The thought of being touched by that fat pig Li Zhongping made her feel nauseous and want to vomit. But those who achieve great things don't concern themselves with trifles. This small setback is nothing to them. Soon, the entire Lung family will be mine. Thinking of this, Lung Qingqiu subconsciously touched the remote control hidden in the dimensional container. As soon as Lung Boding and Li Zhongping get in the car, I'll immediately make them look young again. "Qingqiu, come out quickly. Your Uncle Li is going back." "They're here." After responding to Lung Boding, Lung Qingqiu took a deep breath before leaving the restroom. "Ha. Let's discuss the specifics at the company." After patting Lung Boding on the shoulder with satisfaction, Li Zhongping looked greedily at the girl who was walking out of the restroom. "After we finish discussing this, I think." I understand. You can rest assured about that." Although the other party didn't finish speaking, Lung Boding instantly understood the meaning. "Once it's confirmed, you and Qingqiu can get your marriage certificate tomorrow. You'll be able to have a wonderful wedding night by tomorrow night at the latest." As for being the other party's father, he wisely refrained from mentioning it. After all, we're all smart people, so it's best not to bring up things that are best left unsaid. Otherwise, in the end, a good thing might turn into a bad thing. Anyway, he only cared about Li Zhongping's power and money. Whether he became Li Zhongping's father or not didn't matter to him. Chapter 114, The Person Who Suddenly Appeared. All right, it's settled then. After taking a greedy look at Lung Qingqiu, whose beauty could shame the moon and flowers, Li Zhongping stood up from the sofa. Leaning on his cane, "Let's not delay any longer. Let's set off now." "No problem. Let Qingqiu come along too." As he spoke, Lung Boding turned his head and winked at Lung Qingqiu. "Let her go to the company to experience it first, so that it will be more convenient for her to serve you, brotherly, in the future." Since he had already decided to sell his daughter, he no longer needed to consider that last shred of connection. "That's wonderful, Qingqiu. Then you can come with us." Upon hearing this, Li Zhongming nodded in satisfaction and then turned his gaze to Lung Qingqiu, who was standing to the side. He really admired her smooth skin and slender neck. Damn it, how could this happen? Upon hearing that the two were going to take her out with them, Lung Qingqiu's mind was filled with images of various mythical beasts. She was ready to send these two things to heaven. If we get on the bus together, wouldn't we be sending ourselves off too? But if I don't go, who knows what kind of trouble might arise later. So after thinking for a second, she smiled and nodded to the two of them. "Okay, father, then I'll first learn how to serve Uncle Li well." The wisdom of our ancestors is never outdated. This tactic is a classic example of advancing by retreating. Pretend to agree first, then say you forgot your things when you're about to get on the bus. After that, as long as you keep the distance right, you can still make those two damn guys young again. It can be said that Lung Qingqiu now has an almost obsessive obsession with getting the Lung Bo Ding. "Haha, let's go then." After leaning on his cane to reach Lung Qingqiu's side, Li Zhongping stretched out his chubby pig's trotters and hugged her slender waist. "Why are you calling me Uncle Li? You should call me husband, you know." You son of a bitch, you disgusting fat pig. Feeling the greasy sensation on her waist, Lung Qingxiu began to curse inwardly. Even so, she didn't lose her composure, saying, "Okay, honey. Ha ha ha, that's a good boy girl." Amidst Li Zhongping's greasy, maniacal laughter, the three of them walked out of the Lung family villa together. However, the smile on Li Zhongping's face vanished instantly upon arriving at the parking lot. "What are you doing, you fat pig? Get your hands off me right now." Looking at Lung Qingxiu being held in Li Zhongping's arms, Lu Zixuan felt as if the sky had fallen. This script shouldn't be like this. Even if the other party didn't choose her, they should still be constantly entangled with Lin Heng, right? But what's going on now? How did a greasy, fat middle-aged man suddenly appear? As for why Lu Zixuan was here, it was naturally to borrow money from Lung Qingxiu. That guy Bobby is heartless. If he can't come up with the money, he's finished. He used to be the young master of the Lu family and was once engaged to my daughter. Seeing that the atmosphere was starting to get awkward, Lung Boding hurriedly explained to Li Zhongping. However, the Lung family and the Lu family are no longer related. Therefore, this kid naturally has nothing to do with Qingxiu. This is the Lung family's biggest asset for turning the tide, and we absolutely cannot let little Calami like Lu Zixuan ruin things. Uncle Lung, what are you saying? Hearing the other party hastily distance himself from Lung Qingxiu, Lu Zixuan also tried his best to appear respectable. Qingxiu and I grew up together as childhood sweethearts even after I left the Lu family. We are still. Shut up. Before he could finish speaking, Lung Qingxiu said in a cold tone, "I have nothing to do with you anymore. Get out of here right now. Don't say anything that might cause my future husband to misunderstand." She never expected that Lu Zixuan would suddenly appear at the Lung family's house. If this caused her plans to fall through, she would drag the other person down with her, even if it meant her death. "Qingxiu, what are you saying? This must be fake, right?" Looking at the girl with a cold expression, Lu Zixuan angrily pointed at Li Zhongping beside him and said, "It must be this fat pig who forced you, right? Don't be afraid. I'll take you away from here right now." He couldn't believe that Lung Qingxiu, whom he had always considered his own, would actually throw herself into the arms of a fat pig. He would have tolerated even being chosen by Lin Heng. After all, that way, I would still have the chance to cuckold the other person. But what kind of choice is it to pick a fat pig? Could it be that Lu Zixuan is actually inferior to this fat pig? Guards, drag this idiot out of here. Seeing that Li Zhongping's face had turned extremely pale, Lung Boding hurriedly ordered his servants to drag Lu Zixuan out. He keeps talking about fat pigs. Even he couldn't stand it. "No, you can't do this to me." But no matter how much Lu Zixuan struggled, he couldn't escape being dragged out and given a good beating. It seems Miss Lung has quite a few romantic entanglements. After releasing his large hand from Lung Qingxiu's waist, Li Zhongping turned his head and looked coldly at Lung Boding beside him. "President Lung, I hope to get a satisfactory answer. For so many years, no one has dared to curse themselves like that. It seems only his first wife ever cursed him like that, and that very night she strangled him. This also led Li Zhongping to develop some bad habits, resulting in the passing away of several wives in succession. But none of this mattered to him, since everyone was getting what they wanted, right? I will give your family the power and status you need, and in return, your family will give up a woman who can be sacrificed. Brotherly, this is all a misunderstanding." After hurriedly grabbing Li Zhongping's arm, Lung Boding said with a fawning smile, "How about this? I'll have Qingxiu go over tonight. It's going to happen sooner or later anyway, so there's no difference between a day earlier or a day later. The contracts and such need to be finalized as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to get a good price. President Lung, please just call me President Li. Our relationship isn't that close yet." Li Zhongping did not show any kindness in the face of Lung Boding's submission. A qualified businessman should always be thinking about how to obtain higher profits, no matter when or where. Now is a perfect opportunity, a chance to really squeeze the Lung family dry. That damned old fox. After understanding the other party's unspoken meaning, Lung Boding gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and spoke again. "Regarding the contract, I can make a 5% concession on the overall basis. Now is not the time to worry about such things. The most important thing is to hold on tightly to the Li family. The Lung family isn't having an easy time right now. At worst, they'll just produce more counterfeit and shoddy products in the future. You have your clever strategies, and I have my own ways to get across the bridge. After calculating, it's a 50-50 split, so no one should try to undermine anyone else. Chapter 115. In those raging flames, it was someone's swan song. All right, since Brother Lung is being so kind, then I'll accept your offer. As they spoke, Li Zhongping once again put his arm around Lung Qingqiu, who was standing beside him. Let my wife go home first. How about we go straight to the company? Extortion should be done in moderation. Going too far will backfire. Sending Lung Qingqiu home first was also to prevent Lung Boding from making a fuss about it later. Who the hell is your brother? I'll kill you one of these days. Seeing Li Zhongping's attitude change 360 degrees in an instant, Lung Boding cursed inwardly while smiling and saying, No problem, let Qingqiu go to Brother Li's house first. Okay, then I'll go to my husband's house first. As they were talking, Lung Qingqiu walked up to a stretched Lincoln. Father, I'll ride in this car. This car belongs to Li Zhongping, and she did not place any surprises in it. After all, her original goal was to get rid of Lung Boding. Therefore, the surprise was prepared in advance and naturally placed in the other person's car. Although there were some discrepancies between the plan and the expectations, the final result was not much different. As long as those two are in the same car, I can send them away in one go. You can take this car back. Seeing Lung Qingqiu being so proactive, Li Zhongping said to the driver beside him with satisfaction, Xiao Wang, make sure to get Madam home safely, okay? Xiao Wang. Old Wang next door. Yes, sir. Looking at the stunning beauty of the girl beside him, Xiao Wang couldn't help but secretly swallow. Li Zhongping is getting on in years, so sometimes he is asked for help by others. If you count them, this is the third one already. The women from wealthy families are truly incomparable to those from back alleys. Damn it. I'm definitely going to gouge this guy's eyes out later. After noticing old Wang's gaze from next door, Lung Qingqiu glared at him with disgust before getting into the car. The main thing right now is to deal with the other two. It's not advisable to clash with this disgusting guy for the time being. Just after Li Zhongping and Lung Boding got into the car, Lung Qingqiu quietly placed her hand on the remote control in the dimensional container. Once the other party has driven a little further away, she can immediately carry out her plan. With just one button, you can access everything the Lung family owns. If it weren't for the fact that Li Zhongping clearly wanted to do that, she might have been able to wait a little longer. After all, the Li family is not much worse than the Lu family, so it would be good to get a share of the profits. But when she thought of his fat, pig-like appearance, Lung Qingqiu decisively gave up the idea. She'll just live out her life alone. Does she really want to be devoured by that fat pig? Before the vehicle in front could even start moving, a burst of flames suddenly erupted from the bottom of the car. Immediately afterwards, the powerful impact was like a raging beast, instantly engulfing everything inside the car. Because of the very close proximity, Lung Qingqiu's car was also affected. With a deafening explosion, scorching flames rushed out and instantly enveloped Lung Qingqiu. Ah! The heat wave surged in like a tidal wave, making my skin feel as if it were being pricked by countless needles, and making it extremely difficult to breathe. In a short time, the only remaining sign of life at the scene was the extremely shrill screams. On a small hill near the Lung family's residence, the man in black robes stared at the two cars engulfed in flames while silently putting the remote control back into his pocket. Then he sent a message on his phone. The fish is in the pot, and it's cooked just right. As professional life planners, their principle is generally to ensure a painless passing. Unfortunately, that woman offended someone she shouldn't have, so she can only experience the most extreme suffering in the world. Meanwhile, in a room of a 5-star hotel, listening to the pattering water coming from the bathroom, Shen Yuchu, dressed in a bathrobe, revealed a smile that was hard to decipher. Although things took some unexpected turns, overall they seemed to be moving in a positive direction. The only downside was that my relatives came at an inopportune time. Otherwise, perhaps some beautiful stories could have happened today. Just as Shin Yuchu was about to think of what to name her and Lin Heng's first child, The sudden ringing of his phone instantly pulled him back to reality. Well done. Upon seeing the message that had been sent, Shin Yuchu immediately sent a message back to Shirley. Traditionally, secretaries usually handle tasks when there are important matters to be done and otherwise. But right now, the boss is busy dating, so naturally, the secretary has to do the work. This time, the other party exceeded its target, affecting not only the head of the Lung family, but also the head of the Li family. If she didn't seize this opportunity to bite off a piece of fat, she wouldn't dare say her name was Shin Yuchu. Yuchu, I'll wash your clothes for you. Just as she finished sending the message, Lin Hung walked out of the bathroom while drying his hair. Although it's not very cold this time of year, it's still easy to catch a cold if you get caught in the rain and don't wash off. He originally wanted to book 2 suites, but unfortunately, the rule that men and women must share a hotel room was triggered. Since things have come to this, we can only let nature take its course. Since they're already a couple, there's nothing wrong with them resting in the same room, right? At most, it's just a little rubbing against you. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. After casually placing her phone aside, Shin Yuchu stepped forward, took the towel, and began to dry the boy's hair. Seeing the girl's gentle and considerate appearance, Lin Hung turned his head away somewhat embarrassed. There was no way around it. Shin Yuchu's charm was at its maximum in this state. If I accidentally see something I shouldn't later, the consequences would be unimaginable. He's not an ancient general. He wouldn't go to the battlefield to fight bloody battles. Ahang is unexpectedly adorable. Noticing the boy's little movements, Shin Yuchu took his hand and led him to the sofa. Let me dry your hair for you, otherwise you'll catch a cold. For some reason, she always had the feeling that she was raising a dog. A cute and heartwarming Ahuang seems quite suitable for Lin Hung. Shouldn't I be the one saying that? After pressing Shin Yuchu down onto the sofa, Lin Hung picked up the hairdryer on the table and jokingly said, "Are you trying to cosplay as the seaweed monster by not drying your hair? Seriously, does the seaweed monster really taste bad? I saw Saitama eating it with great relish, but it seems like eating seaweed really doesn't do much for hair." I forgot for a moment. Feeling the warm air flowing down her neck, Shin Yuchu comfortably squinted her eyes. At the same time, his whole body inexplicably exuded a lazy aura. She never used to blow-dry her hair. She would usually just wash it and go straight to bed. And this was the first time anyone other than his mother had ever blow-dried his hair. Therefore, this long-lost yet unfamiliar feeling immediately captivated the girl. She's such a cute, silly girl. Watching Shin Yuchu close her eyes and enjoy herself like a kitten, Lin Hung gently stroked her wet hair while adjusting the temperature and speed of the hairdryer. A warm breeze gently rustled through the girl's hair, making a soft whoosh sound. As the hot air from the hairdryer blew, the girl's expression relaxed more and more. After about 10 minutes, every strand of Shin Yuchu's hair had become dry. Even if you get close, you can smell a faint fragrance emanating from it. All right, Yuchu, go. Just as Lin Hung was about to let the girl rest for a while, he discovered that she had fallen asleep at some point. This silly girl. Looking at Shin Yuchu's serene smile, Lin Hung gently bent down, picked her up, and softly placed her on the bed. But just as he was about to get up and leave, an unexpected event suddenly occurred. Please support me. Newcomers will be appearing soon. Friends, if you like it, please leave a book review. I've discovered many accounts maliciously posting 2-star reviews. When I open them, they're all 2-star ratings. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Chapter 116. Congratulations. You are about to embark on a long period of wasted time. Just as Lin Hung was about to get up, a pair of slender, warm arms wrapped around his neck. Because the incident happened so suddenly, he lost his balance for a moment. Thump. The soft bed trembled slightly. The girl's beautiful face, so close to Lin Hang's, suddenly appeared before him. Almost instantly, his uncooperative old heart also began to beat faster. Using something like this to test cadres? Which cadre could withstand such a test? This isn't just dried sweet potatoes and peanuts. It's a genuine learning opportunity. Don't you see those high-ranking and powerful people who still insist on learning foreign languages every day? Don't go. Don't leave me. Mommy, don't leave. Just as Lin Hung was trying his best to control himself, Shin Yuchu's murmured whispers instantly calmed him down. This silly girl. Looking at the girl's slightly furrowed brow, Lin Heng gently lay down on the other side of the bed. Don't be afraid. I'll always be here. Perhaps it was the boy's words that had an effect, or perhaps it was for some other reason. A few seconds later, Shin Yochu's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. At the same time, she curled up completely into Lin Heng's arms, saying, "Hung, we'll always be together. Yes, we'll always be together." After gently patting the girl's back, Lin Heng lowered his voice and said softly, "Rest well, my silly girl." The rain was pattering outside the window, while the room was warm and comfortable. A faint smile unconsciously crept onto the lips of the girl lying in the boy's arms. I took a cautious approach. Being too direct got me a warning sigh, while the two of them were enjoying a peaceful and quiet time. Meanwhile, the First People's Hospital of the city was already in an uproar. After several hours of emergency treatment, Lung Qingxiu, who suffered burns to 90% of her body, was barely saved. He is currently lying in the intensive care unit, receiving 24-hour monitoring. It has to be said that the fiancé in the novel about the real and fake young masters has a really tough life. You should know that old Wang, who was the driver, went straight to see his 3 ex-lovers. Lung Qingxiu was barely saved by a sudden downpour when she was half burned. As for Lung Boding and Li Zhongping, who were located at the epicenter of the explosion, they were instantly rejuvenated. At this point, they'd probably already be lining up down there to face trial. Of course, Lung Qingxiu didn't die, which is partly because she was one of the female protagonists of this world. After all, the protagonist is always blessed by the world to some extent. In simpler terms, these people possess a portion of the world's fortune. This good fortune can help them do many things, and it can also help them turn bad luck into good. Lung Qingxiu used all her luck to resist the fatal damage from the explosion. In other words, although she survived, she is no different from an ordinary blank NPC. From now on, they will no longer be favored by the world, and even their brilliant minds will gradually become like those of ordinary people. At this moment, inside the intensive care unit, looking at a nurse in the intensive care unit, Lung Qingxiu's eyes flashed with an emotion called hatred. Unfortunately, because her vocal cords were destroyed in the fire, she could only stare intently at the other person with her left eye, which was still relatively intact. That's right. This nurse was the black-robed man who sold her boom. Now that the plan has been implemented, it's natural to check if any have survived. As for why the man in black robes appeared here, or rather, why he was able to appear here, that's because when you're traveling, you have to give yourself your own identity and status. As long as you're thick-skinned enough and your disguise is perfect enough. So what if you impersonate technician number 88's husband? It was so easy, so simple. He was just arrested and locked up for a dozen days. The main purpose of men dressing as women is to avoid some unnecessary trouble. You're really tough. Looking at Lung Qingxiu, whose only intact feature was her left eye, Li Jianzhuang couldn't help but marvel at her incredible luck. That's right. This young man, who is less than 17 meters tall, is named Li Jianzhuang. The original intention was to make it grow tall and strong, but the result? It's best to take naming advice with a grain of salt. The most important thing is to look at the DNA sequence. Unless there is a genetic mutation, it is really difficult to directly advance from version 10 to version 100. Wah, it's you, you bastard. How dare you show your face? Because her vocal cords were damaged, Lung Qingxiu could only make sobbing sounds even when she was angry. Those few blows almost killed her with pain. It would be so much easier to die. Why be like this, neither human nor ghost? After shaking his head with a hint of regret, Li Jianzhuang pointed a mirror from his collar at Lung Qingxiu. There was no other way. He didn't want to do it either. Unfortunately, I'm just a salaried employee, so I naturally have to do what the boss says. The boss's requirement was that if the other party was still alive, they should be allowed to continue to suffer and eke out a living. If you ask a once beautiful girl what she cares about most, it's naturally her stunning beauty. Li Jianzhuang's actions were nothing short of a direct attack on morale. Wah! No way, this can't be me. After seeing her reflection in the mirror, Lung Qingxiu let out a mournful cry, much like that of a wild beast. She couldn't believe that the ugly monster in the mirror was herself. That once beautiful face was burned beyond recognition by the fire, and some of the exposed skin was rough and twisted. Don't get excited, this is just the beginning. Looking at Lung Qingqiu, who was howling like a wild beast, a hint of pity flashed in Li Jinzhuang's eyes. He then took a syringe out of his pocket. While injecting the contents into the foredrip, he explained, "This is our latest product, which will damage the body's neurons." In other words, congratulations on being diagnosed with high-level paraplegia. A person who is disfigured but can still move is too much trouble. But a person who is disfigured, unable to move, and unable to speak poses absolutely no threat. Especially after completely annexing the Lung family, Lung Qingqiu will be transferred to a special sanatorium. Those detained there were all people who had previously targeted their own boss. And all the guys who went and shared the same thought. That is, how to end one's life quickly, so as to avoid the daily suffering. Just thinking about the scene inside the sanatorium made Li Jinzhuang shudder. I don't know where the boss found such a perverted guy. Yang Yongxin? Why not just call him the Thunder and Lightning King? Chapter 117. If I say it's fake, then it's fake. After hearing what Li Jinzhuang said, Lung Qingqiu's already fragile nerves completely collapsed. Disfigurement and high-level paraplegia were such distant terms before today. But today, right now, she actually experienced all of that firsthand. This is terrible. Little girl, you need to practice more. Seeing Lung Qingqiu's extremely devastated expression, Li Jinzhuang decided to offer another big gift. Oh, right. There's one more thing. My boss's surname is Shun. She said that from the moment you picked up the flyer, you were destined to find us, you idiot. So, everything you've meticulously prepared, in our eyes, is actually quite a good performance. It's just about killing someone by breaking their spirit, right? That's his specialty. Shin Yuchu, how cruel you are. Seeing Li Jinzhuang's amused look, Lung Qingqiu tried her best to get up from the hospital bed. But the anesthesia hadn't worn off yet, so what good would it do for her to try harder? Make the most of these 2 days and enjoy this rare moment of leisure. After putting the syringe back in its place, Li Jinzhuang turned around and pushed the trolley out of the room, saying, "In 2 days, you'll find that death is better than life." I'm not reconciled. Why did this happen? Shin Yuchu, you bastard. After Li Jinzhuang left, only Lung Qingqiu's unwilling roar remained in the ward. And just as Lung Qingqiu was facing despair alone, on the other side, in front of the door of a dilapidated apartment building on the edge of the city, with a heavy breathing sound, Lu Zixuan staggered from outside to the first-floor stairwell. However, compared to when he set off, he was now completely battered. Not only was his face swollen like a pig's head, but his clothes were also torn to make him look like a homeless person. If it weren't for the sudden explosion that drew the Lung family members over. Whether he can come out of the Lung family unharmed is another matter entirely. Damn it, why did this have to happen? Recalling the scene of Lung Qingqiu being surrounded by fire, Lu Zixuan couldn't help but shudder. He had a feeling that something was off about the whole thing, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. But no matter what, Lung Qingqiu's storyline is completely ruined. Putting aside whether the other person can survive, even if they do, he would never be with someone like that. It seems it's time to find new prey, but where to look? I can't just use the local search function. What if I encounter a pervert? Hey, are you going to beg on the street? Just as Lu Zixuan was engrossed in figuring out how to find the next sucker, an extremely arrogant and irritating voice instantly pulled him back to reality. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw a sleazy-looking man named Bobby leading a group of idle people toward them. Damn it, that damn bastard got here fast. Seeing Bobby walking towards him surrounded by his underlings, Lu Zixuan cursed inwardly while putting on a respectful demeanor. Brother Bobby, why did you come in person? I was just about to bring you the money. While the Lung family was in chaos, he managed to retrieve quite a few valuable items from inside. As for why he was able to find these good things, it's because he used to be a frequent guest at the Lung family's house. You should know that when he was still the eldest young master of the Lu family, Lung Boding was incredibly polite. Where's the money? After strutting up to Lu Zixuan, I didn't mince words and said directly, "Hurry up, I'm in a rush, 1 million including principal and interest. If this thing can actually be produced, Then we'll have to implement Plan B. Here, this is it. Seeing that he was surrounded by a group of people, Lu Zixuan could only take out a diamond necklace from his pocket. This necklace is worth at least 3 million. I'll go to the pawn shop and sell it right away. This was one of the gifts he had given to Lung Qingxiu before, designed by Lu Ruxue herself. There are only 10 of them on the market right now, and each one costs more than 10 million. But since it's no longer my own, I can only resort to some shady channels. Smack! After slapping Lu Zixuan hard across the face, Babai fiddled with the diamond necklace in his hand and said fiercely, "Do you think I'm an idiot? You dare say this cheap, low-quality stuff is worth 3 million? As a seasoned veteran of the black market, Bobby naturally knew whether the diamond necklace was real or fake. But does the truth or falsehood matter at this moment? Unimportant. Since he said it's fake, then it can only be fake. Cash might be hard to come by, but with something as small as this, he has a million excuses to destroy the other party." Ah! Suddenly slapped, Lu Zixuan lost his balance and fell to the ground. And coincidentally, there was a rather sharp object in the back pocket, so that tangy and refreshing taste can perhaps only be understood by those who have experienced it firsthand. "Hey, you little brat, you dare try to scam me?" Seeing Lu Zixuan rolling around on the ground, Babai directly called out to his underlings, "Give this little brat a break. Today I'm going to teach him a lesson. Faking an accident is a bad thing." "Yes, boss." No, brother Bobby, oh, I'm such a good person." After putting the diamond necklace into his pocket, Babai leisurely watched Lu Zixuan being lectured by a group of his underlings. "Kid, faking an accident is not a good thing. Brother Bobby is in a good mood now, so he'll help you break this habit for free." A few minutes later, "I'll give you 10,000 for this junk, but where did the rest of the money go?" Looking at Lu Zixuan, who had turned into a puddle of mud, Babai took everything out of his pockets and twisted his neck with ill intent. "If you don't have money, you can use your kidneys to pay off the debt. One kidney will cost you 500,000, and the rest can be made up with things like eyes. I'll fuck your mother, you piece of trash, and your entire fortune." At this moment, Lu Zixuan also realized that Babai was doing it on purpose. After all, who the hell would say something is fake while simultaneously stuffing it into their pocket? But to save his kidneys, he could only suppress his anger and shakily stand up from the ground. "What exactly do you want, Bobby? Let's not talk about it." Smack. Chapter 118: Babai's True Purpose, the Impending Conspiracy. After slapping Lu Zixuan to the ground again, Babai stepped on the other's head and said unhappily, "You bastard, what did you just call me? Damn it." Feeling the sudden increase in force on his head, Lu Zixuan's brain, which had been dominated by anger, instantly regained its clarity. "Brother Bobby, I was wrong, brother Bobby. Just ignore me and let me go. I really have nothing left." The good stuff that Lung family brought out hadn't even been properly enjoyed before it was all snatched away by that bastard Babai. If he had the ability to do so, he really wanted to curse the other person's entire family. No, there's one more thing I want." After slightly reducing the pressure on his foot, Babai revealed a lewd smile on his face. "I really liked that woman from your house before. If you hand her over, then we'll be even." That's right, the person Babai was thinking about was Lu Ruyan. Ever since he saw Lu Ruyan once when he came to collect a debt, he vowed to get her. However, after following him for several days, just as he was about to make a move, the other party simply vanished without a trace. Back at the Lu family home, he was naturally unwilling to accept that the duck he was about to eat had flown away. Unfortunately, since they couldn't find Lu Ruyan, Babai could only make use of Lu Zixuan's connections. After all, they lived together, so their relationship must be quite special. If we can manage to get her to come out, then the rest of the story will naturally follow. Just thinking about that scene made Bobby swallow hard. "Woman." Upon hearing Babai's slightly lewd voice, Lu Zixuan instantly understood what the other party was after. Who else but Lu Ruyan could have stayed in his apartment? It couldn't be Xiao Wanqing, who only came once, could it? That's right. Seeing Lu Zixuan's look of sudden realization, Babai took the opportunity to continue drugging him. "As long as you hand her over, then our score will be even." He's done this kind of thing many times before, and most people who are desperate will choose to compromise. As for those who refuse to compromise, he didn't say that this was all he had to offer. It is important to understand that human nature is the most vulnerable to temptation. Many people are willing to sacrifice others in order to protect themselves. Okay, I promise you. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixuan agreed without the slightest hesitation. If Bobby had said that a few days ago, he might have hesitated. But now, hesitating for even a second longer is disrespectful to oneself. In Lu Zixuan's view, Lu Ruyan, like the other two sisters in the Lu family, is now a traitor who has betrayed herself. And there's no need to show any sympathy to traitors. Therefore, betraying Lu Ruyan would not cause Lu Zixuan any psychological pressure at all. Rather, doing so actually satisfied his increasingly twisted and perverse mind. Ha ha ha, you're smart to be sensible, kid. Seeing Lu Zixuan agree so readily, Babai was overjoyed and moved his golden right leg away. Call that woman right now. I'm going to have her today. Ever since he met Lu Ruyan, he felt that all the women outside were just ordinary and vulgar. Therefore, after these past few days, Bobby's body is also very hot. No problem, brother Bobby, but could I try it out sometime? After getting up from the ground, Lu Zixuan took out his phone with the broken screen and said in a sickly tone, I like to drink dishwater the most. Smack! After slapping the other person away again, Babai spat out a mouthful of saliva with a look of disgust. Damn it! You're even more disgusting than that guy Liang Kuan. That's my woman, you piece of trash, and you dare to covet her? Brothers, teach this bastard a lesson. Yes, boss. Brother Bobby, no. At 6:30 p.m., in front of a hotel near SC Happy Street. Because of the season, it gets dark very quickly. At this moment, the streetlights on the street have been lit up one by one, and the vast twilight has quietly enveloped the entire land. Looking at the slightly flushed girl beside him, Lin Heng pointed to the street not far away. Let's go get something to eat over there first, and then we'll go back together. Because it was a rainy day, and both of them were quite relaxed. The two of them had been resting together until now. If someone's stomach hadn't growled, we probably could have slept together a little longer. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Upon hearing this, Shin Yuchu nodded obediently. Although there was a slight mishap along the way, overall it was a very enjoyable day. After all, she had been looking forward to sleeping in each other's arms for a long time. The only drawback is that it's just pure rest. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Looking at the girl with a silly grin on her face, Lin Heng led her towards the food street while gently introducing the stalls. There are takoyaki, sea worm jelly, pot-boiled chicken, and Kuan-ji's special stalls up ahead. As for some of the stalls further away, you can only see them if you get closer. After listening to the boy's introduction, Shin Yuchu said that she had never heard of any of them, but they all seemed pretty good. So she gently tugged at the other person's arm. Can I have a little of everything? As for what to do with the leftovers, Lin Heng is there to help. As certain relationships became clearer, her behavior unconsciously became a little bolder. As for those few indirect kisses, Shin Yuchu said she wasn't nervous at all. You little glutton. Meeting the girl's pitiful gaze, Lin Heng knew what he could do but satisfy her. Besides, with his appetite, he wouldn't be worried even if there were 2 more servings, let alone such a small amount. However, I definitely need to increase my exercise, since getting a girlfriend and gaining weight has become a curse. I remember a handsome young man in the village who was 183 centimeters tall and weighed 135 kilograms. With his girlfriend feeding him, he weighed 189 pounds in just 1 year. As for abs and such, it's basically a complete reversal of the rules. But in any case, their night market life officially began at this moment. Here's a preview of the next chapter. In short, it was absolutely fantastic. Chapter 119, A Major Crisis in the Alley? A dozen minutes later. After enjoying the food her boyfriend fed her with her eyes half closed, Shin Yuchu had a satisfied expression on her face. Delicious food is always found in the backstreets and alleys. Although inevitably some unscrupulous individuals will secretly use Hextech. But as for the taste, there's really nothing to complain about. Let's try this one this time. Seeing the girl's blissful expression, Lin Heng took out some takoyaki from a bag beside him. It's a little hot. Be careful. Good. Just as Shin Yuchu was about to accept the boy's feeding, her keen sixth sense made her realize that she was being watched. Almost instinctively, she turned her head to the right. However, upon seeing a suspicious figure, the girl froze on the spot and immediately started cosplaying as red light, green light. What's wrong? Noticing that something was wrong with the girl, Lin Hung turned his head to look in the direction she was staring. The next second, a big, smiling face came into his view. Oh, you don't need to worry about me. Seeing that both of them were looking in her direction, Xiao Wanqing walked out from behind the pillar in a generous manner. By the way, Xiaohong, did you bring your ID card? Even if I don't come home tonight, Mom won't say much. Looking at Xiao Wanqing's unserious expression, Lin Hung twitched his lips helplessly. Where did the aloof, elegant lady go? The more I get to know my mom, the more cunning and funny she seems to become. Hello, Auntie. Having regained her senses, Shin Yuchu quickly stood up and greeted the other person. This is my future mother-in-law. I can't afford not to be proactive. As for why she was able to recognize Xiao Wanqing so openly, it was because she had made an appearance during this collaboration between the Shun and Lu families. Otherwise, we'd have to pretend to be confused for a while. Oh, Yuchu is such a good girl. After slowly approaching the two of them, Xiao Wanqing patted Shin Yuchu's head with satisfaction. And don't call me Annie anymore, call me Mom. Shin Yuchu, huh? Lin Hung. Oh, awesome, it has to be you, Mom. A few minutes later. This guy's personality seems to be getting worse and worse. Looking at Shin Yuchu, who was hiding to the side cosplaying as a steampunk princess, Lin Hung shifted his gaze to Xiao Wanqing, who was grinning mischievously beside him. By the way, Mom, why are you here? Don't tell me you've been spying on us all day. Shaw, I'm not that free. As she spoke, Xiao Wanqing rolled her eyes at Lin Hung with disdain. It was your older sister who asked me to go shopping and told me to wait for her here for a while. This little brat is still stuck at this stage, and as someone who's been through it, she feels utterly contemptuous of him. Hey, what kind of look is that? Faced with his mother's eye rolling, Lin Hung really wanted to crack her head open. I'm not that old. Is it really okay for you to have such high expectations? If all else fails, then go bother those 3 idiots at home. What kind of job is it to just keep an eye on me? Add some oil, you brat. Ignoring Lin Hang's resentful expression, Xiao Wanqing patted his shoulder and then solemnly said, those 3 at home are completely useless. So now, the fate of our Lu family rests entirely on your shoulders. No, I think they can still be saved. Forget it. Let's just treat them as ordinary cattle and horses. Don't be like that, I think. Beep, 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 beep. Woo, woo, woo. While the two were arguing, their phones both simultaneously emitted a piercing alarm. Staring at their constantly beeping alarms, the two exchanged a glance and said simultaneously, Big sister, Rian, we're in danger. Meanwhile, in a secluded alley near SC Happy Street, Lu Zixuan, what exactly do you know about Xiaoheng's past? Seeing Lu Zixuan suddenly stop, Lu Ruyan said impatiently, you'd better not lie to me. Otherwise, I will make you pay a heavy price. She originally didn't want to talk to this guy, but he said he knew something about Lin Hang's past. This was undoubtedly the most fatal temptation for Lu Ruyan, who wanted to get closer to Lin Hang. To put it simply, it's like the feeling of suddenly smelling delicious food after being starving for 3 days. Cost. Hearing Lu Ruyan's cold voice, Lu Zixuan turned his head to look at her with a ferocious expression. My dear, big sister, whatever price I might pay is another matter, but now it's time for you to pay the price for betraying me. Lu Ruyan is just the beginning in the future, whether it is Lu Rumo, Lu Rushua, or Xiao Wanqing. He will take revenge on them severely. Presumably, for the sake of their sister's and daughter's innocence, they would obediently listen to reason. What do you mean? Seeing Lu Zixuan's sudden change in expression, Lu Ruyan subconsciously tightened her grip on the pepper spray in her bag. Since she became completely disappointed in this guy, her IQ has returned to its peak. Therefore, just in case, he not only arranged to meet Xiao Wanqing, but also brought some tools for self-defense. What do I mean? After nodding towards the alley entrance, Lu Zixuan laughed maniacally with a ferocious grin. Don't be impatient, my dear eldest sister. You'll soon find out what I mean. Accompanied by a burst of maniacal laughter, 6 or 7 shady-looking idlers appeared in the alley. The moment these people saw Lu Ruyan, they all involuntarily swallowed. At this moment, they finally understood why Bobby couldn't forget this woman. With looks and figure like that, she could easily be mistaken for a fairy descended from heaven. After all, although I, Emperor Ruyan, have been a scoundrel and poor, I have never been ugly in any world, okay? If we were to rank the Lu family members by looks, she would undoubtedly be number 1. Lu Zixuan, you scumbag. Seeing the unemployed people around her, Lu Ruyan's face showed a hint of panic. She never imagined that Lu Zixuan would be so heartless and insane. Now it seems I underestimated them. Yes, he is indeed a scumbag. After kicking Lu Zixuan to the ground, while stepping on his head, Bobby teased Lu Ruyan, saying, "Beautiful lady, look, I've gotten revenge for you too. So, shouldn't we now move on to the part about offering ourselves in marriage?" Chapter 120. Bobby. Brothers, today your big brother is treating you to dishwater. Bobby was barely able to contain his excitement over the woman he had been longing for. If the other party is sensible, he wouldn't mind dealing with Lu Zixuan first. After all, there is a very big difference between being proactive and being passive. But if the other party doesn't appreciate it, then don't blame yourself for not knowing how to cherish a woman. Damn it! As Bobby and the others slowly approached her, Lu Ruyan could only retreat further into the corner. When outnumbered by the enemy, running away is undoubtedly the best option. However, she is currently caught in a pincer movement, so she needs to find a good opportunity. As the crowd drew closer, Lu Ruyan's heart pounded faster and faster. Before long, it broke through the 100 mark. Little girl, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Seeing that Lu Ruyan was clearly determined to fight to the death, Bobby gradually lost his patience. I'll give you one more chance. If you behave well, I will still be very gentle. Go to hell, you scum. Amidst her angry outburst, Lu Ruyan directly pulled out a pepper spray and pressed it into the eyes that were about to close. Because the incident happened so suddenly, Bobby was also given a good beating with pepper spray. As is well known, capsaicin and chili peppers binds to nerve receptors in the eyes. This results in a strong burning sensation and discomfort. As for the specific experience, perhaps only those who have truly experienced it can understand. While everyone was still stunned, Lu Ruyan seized the opportunity to run out of the group's encirclement. Just as she was about to reach the exit, she was bumped back by Lu Zixuan, who had deliberately blocked the intersection. Big sister, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Looking at Lu Ruyan, who was sitting on the ground in terror, Lu Zixuan's face twisted into a ferocious grin. The show hasn't even started yet. How can you, an actress, leave prematurely? If the other party ruins him, then he will ruin the other party in return. Since the Lu family has prevented him from being a man, he will repay this pain tenfold. Grab that bitch. Having calmed down a bit, Bobby rinsed his eyes with the bottled water his underling handed him, roaring, "Everyone gets a share today. I'm going to show that bitch what I'm made of." "Yes, boss." The thought of Lu Ruyan's stunning beauty instantly energized Bobby's underlings. So what if such a stunning beauty has to wash the pots herself? Damn it, get out of my way. Seeing Bobby's group of underlings walking towards her, Lu Ruyan hurriedly stood up and grabbed Lu Zixuan's hair, trying to make him move away. Unfortunately, she overestimated the quality of the other person's hair. 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 Teacher Tom provides the voiceover. With the sound of grass being pulled up and a scream that echoed through the clouds, a tuft of hair appeared in Lu Ruyan's hand. In contrast, Lu Zixuan's forehead was blank. To put it more bluntly, he now has the hairstyle of a middle-aged math teacher, a receding hairline. My hair. Seeing the tuft of hair in the other person's hand, Lu Zixuan screamed in despair. "You wretched woman, how dare you treat me like this? Get out of here." Realizing what was happening, Lu Ruyan threw away the hair in her hand and prepared to continue running away, bypassing Lu Zixuan. The idea was ideal, but the reality was harsh. Despite Lu Zixuan's desperate attempts to stop her, she was eventually cornered by Bobby and his men. "You bitch, how dare you lay a hand on me?" Looking at Lu Ruyan, who was surrounded in a corner by his men, Bobby roared angrily. "I'll take care of you today." Not just me, my underlings are going to take you down too. Brother Bobby, then I? Smack. After slapping Lu Zishuan away, Bobby waved his hand dismissively. What the hell do you think you are? Get the hell away from me. Although he is inhumane, he has not gone so far as to betray his own family. Therefore, he had no other thoughts about Lu Zishuan except disgust. Besides, the other party isn't even my subordinate, so why should they enjoy such employee benefits? Want to join? Then you'd better pay up to them. Do you think you can get something for nothing just by talking? You're probably looking for poop in the toilet, aren't you? Help? As Ba Bai and the others approached her little by little, Lu Ruyan could only hold pepper spray in her hand and shout for help. Stop yelling. No one will come even if you yell until you're hoarse. After dodging the pepper spray attack, Bobby snatched the bottle from his hand. This stuff is pretty good, we can add some fun later. Located in a bustling downtown area, this place is busiest during the night market. Therefore, let alone Lu Ruyan's cries for help, even Lu Zishuan's screams just now didn't attract much attention. As for the question of fun, anyone who knows about the content of medicated oil should know. I'd rather die than let you beasts get away with this. Seeing that her last means of defense had been taken away, Lu Ruyan hardened her heart and prepared to bite her tongue and commit suicide. Although simply biting off one's tongue won't cause any serious injury, one can choke to death by the gushing blood. Okay, we can do it while it's hot. As he spoke, Ba Bai's face was filled with a morbid madness. You bastards, I'll haunt you even in death. Upon hearing Ba Bai's extremely perverse statement, Lu Ruyan's face was filled with deep despair. Just as she was about to end her own life, a shrill scream instantly drew everyone's attention. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw two henchmen on the outermost edge lying on the ground, cosplaying as members of the Wudong sect. Beside them stood a boy with a gloomy expression. Hey kid, saving a damsel in distress is ah. Before Ba Bai could finish speaking, a huge brick, symbolizing his virtue and persuasion, slammed into his face. As the tomato juice continued to drip, Bobby's last shred of reason snapped completely. Kill that kid. I'll take responsibility if anything happens, considering how many years he's been in this business. Apart from that time at the bathhouse, when have I ever suffered such a huge loss? Before Bobby could recover, another physical pain caused him to kneel on the ground instantly. It was Lu Ruyan who seized the moment when the other party was stunned and launched a sneak attack with a groin kick. The force and angle of that strike were so great that it was even more cunning than the kicks of the sea cucumber team. Even in the faintest of moments, one can still hear the sound of something completely broken. Chapter 121, Xia Wanqing's Invitation. You don't need to understand the trembling of your fists. My uncle has already built the house. Don't touch any of it, or I'll destroy it. Because she had just bitten her tongue, Lu Ruyan was now forced to have a lisp. Although the pronunciation is not clear, it is still able to basically express the meaning. Seeing Ba Bai rolling on the ground and Lu Ruyan kicking 100 points in front of him, Ba Bai's henchmen stopped. For some reason, they found themselves inexplicably envious of their boss. Nice sis, that was great. Upon seeing Lu Ruyan's actions, Lin Heng seized the opportunity instantly and quickly knocked down several small karyomis nearby with a few punches. As for the remaining guys who were further away, they were kindly given a few groin kicks. In an instant, only one of the 6 or 7 thugs who were standing was still standing. Damn it, you have no sportsmanship. Seeing that he was the only one left on his team, Green Hair looked at Bobby and then at the group of fallen friends beside him. Then, he decisively roared and began to charge towards Lin Heng. Just as Lin Heng was about to make a move against him, Green Hair stumbled and fell to the ground, crying, "Ouch, it hurts. I can't get up. It's only a few hundred yuan a month. Why risk your life? Didn't you see that several guys nearby are cosplaying as Wudong disciples? This guy's got balls, he's really kicking them. So to avoid getting injured, it's enough to just act out a little and go through the motions. The main point is that he'll eat meat if there's any problem, but don't come looking for him." Looking at the green-haired guy lying on the ground pretending to be dead, Lin Heng's lips twitched. But just to be on the safe side, he still dislocated his arm. After all, who knows if this guy is acting? What if he gets ambushed later? Ah! Even after I'm like this, you still? Smack. The world is finally a little quieter. After slapping the green-haired guy unconscious, Lin Heng looked up at Lu Ruyan not far away and asked, "Big sister, are you alright?" Wah, Xiaheni almost didn't get to find her nest. Wah, Xiaohong, you almost didn't get to see me again. After giving Ba Bai a hard kick, Lu Ruyan quickly ran to the boy's side and hugged him tightly. Looking at Lu Ruyan sobbing in his arms, Lin Heng subconsciously looked towards the alleyway. Two figures, one tall and one short, walked towards them with different expressions. Xiao Wanqing. It seems that Xiao Heng and Ru Yin have a good relationship. Xin Yuchu. Calm down, she's just a Heng's older sister. A few minutes later, amidst the wailing of sirens, the group of unemployed individuals, led by Ba Bai, were all escorted into a police car by officers. Although Lin Heng really wanted to cook these guys himself. Unfortunately, while the bracelet sends alerts to loved ones, it also sends its location to the police station. Therefore, not long after dealing with Bobby and the others, the whitewasher Wooey Wooey arrived. There's no other way but to hand these guys over to the ground cleaning crew for now. Later, he'll find some time to get someone to deal with these guys properly. As for now, he'd better figure out how to coax this silly girl in front of him first. Does it hurt? Seeing Lin Heng's slightly chapped hands, Xin Yuchu tenderly placed them in her bosom and gently breathed on them to warm them. It was as if they wanted to take the pain away with them through this action. It was supposed to hurt a lot, but well, meeting Xin Yuchu's misty puppy eyes, Lin Heng used his other hand to rub her little head. After being patted on the head by Fairy Yuchu, it doesn't hurt at all anymore. Hearing the boy's slightly teasing words, Xin Yuchu couldn't help but laugh. Yet, deep within those gentle eyes, a chilling aura still lurked. How dare they let the boy they like get hurt? Those people from Bobby have already committed suicide. My brother, just like that, was taken away from me. Watching Lin Heng playfully interacting with Xin Yuchu, Lu Ruyan felt a surge of resentment and tears welled up in her eyes. This is a brand new little brother. I just got him. Before I could even warm it up, it was snatched away by someone else's little cabbage. Although she really liked this cute little cabbage. Look at Xiao Heng, then look at you. Watching the two lovebirds not far away, Xiao Wanqing rolled her eyes at her eldest daughter, who was squatting to the side, and said, "Tell me, what's going on?" Faced with her mother's disdain, Lu Ruyan's fragile heart was once again dealt a heavy blow. Despite her displeasure, she still briefly described what had happened that evening. "It's like this, it's about that guy Lu Zixuan." In the next few minutes, Lu Ruyan described the cause and course of events. Originally, she didn't plan to tell anyone about it, because she was worried that it would make Lin Heng feel uncomfortable. After all, she had already decided to give up on Lu Zixuan, so why would she still meet with him? But now that things have turned out this way, it's no longer an option to keep quiet. That ungrateful wretch. I will never let him get away with this. After hearing her eldest daughter's description, Xiao Wanqing's face turned completely gloomy. Lu Zixuan was not present when the group arrived. Therefore, she thought that Lu Ruyan was simply surrounded by these thugs. But now it seems that all of this was premeditated. That bastard Lu Zixuan is here to ruin Lu Ruyan. Yes, I must kill this bastard with my own hands. Upon hearing this, a deep hatred flashed across Lu Ruyan's face. If Lin Heng hadn't arrived in time, she really would have bitten her tongue and committed suicide. I'll send someone to find that guy now, calm down. After kicking her daughter in annoyance, Xiao Wanqing turned and walked towards Lin Heng and his companion, who were not far away. When she came to the two of them, her face had already returned to its usual warm smile. "Yuchu, it's so late today, why don't you go to your mother's house to rest?" "Xin Yuchu, huh?" Chapter 122, let's just get rid of these big accounts altogether. Seeing Xin Yuchu clearly stunned, Xiao Wanqing smiled and teased. "What's wrong? Don't you want to talk to your mother a little longer?" "I have to take care of my eldest daughter's affairs, and I can't neglect my youngest son's affairs either." In order to become a grandmother as soon as possible, she felt it was necessary to do more work. Back then, it only took her a little over a month to go from truly getting to know Lu Zhigua to getting married. My youngest son has been confessing his feelings to the girl for over a week now, but there hasn't been a single other development. Xiao Wanqing saw this and was very anxious. My 3 main accounts are already ruined. So it wouldn't be good if this all account also becomes ruined if I drag this out too long. Looking at his mother, who was blatantly lying, Lin Heng didn't know whether to be moved or not. There's nothing wrong with him trying to matchmake him with Shin Yuchu. He's genuinely happy to do so. It's only 8 o'clock. It's already so late. Besides, it's not like we don't have a car to pick us up. Your excuse sounds ridiculous no matter how you look at it. Okay. Before Lin Heng could say anything, Shin Yuchu blushed and nodded in agreement. I can't possibly miss this opportunity to stay overnight at your place, right? She really misses that moment when she was resting with the boy in her arms. Okay, then it's decided then. As they spoke, Xiao Wanqing took the girl's arm and led her outside. Although this young girl is not simple, it seems she cares quite a bit about her silly son. It seems that it won't be long before I really become a grandmother. Thinking this way, Xiao Wanqing's mood became even more cheerful. Shin Yuchu blushed and lowered her head shyly, seemingly lost in thought. No. Looking at Shin Yuchu, who had been abducted by Xiao Wanqing, Lin Heng blinked in confusion. I'm clearly her boyfriend, you bastard. Why don't I get any screen time at all? At that moment, he inexplicably felt like his girlfriend was being outdone by his mother. Regardless, the group eventually traveled together to the Liu residence. On their way to the Liu residence, several small groups of strangers began to move. Although they didn't know each other, their destinations were surprisingly the same. You could say a car has 5 seats. Aside from the rather honest Wang Dachui, who is always thinking about Wu Ma, the rest of the people, without exception, were all cunning and scheming. This is precisely why it's destined that SZ will not be peaceful tonight. It was 9:15 p.m. in the living room on the first floor of the Liu family mansion. Yuchu, don't be so polite, make yourself at home. After leading Shin Yuchu into the mansion, Xiao Wanqing enthusiastically introduced the things in the house to her, while gently instructing her. If you need anything tonight, just ask Xiao Heng to take care of it. Your rooms are right next to each other, so don't be shy with that brat. I understand, Mom. Looking at the passionate Xiao Wanqing, Shin Yuchu blushed and looked at Lin Heng, who was chatting and joking with Liu Rian not far behind her, and said, I'll go find a Heng if I need anything. If possible, she would like to go see him again at midnight. However, doing this on a first-time stay seems a little too much. But if it's a sneaky infiltration, then maybe, probably, there shouldn't be any problem. Just as Shin Yuchu was still struggling with how to infiltrate, a woman with messy hair suddenly appeared. After scooping Lin Heng up in his arms, he excitedly spun around on the spot, shouting joyfully, It's done, Taoist master. Pooh! My experiment was a success. Wow! Is this really my gentle and intellectual second sister? Looking at the figure with messy hair and a dirty face, Lin Heng simply couldn't reconcile it with the clean-cut Liu Rumo. If the voices didn't match, he would have thought a madman had come to his house. Especially that phrase, Master Taoist. I don't know why, but I always have this feeling that I'm about to be refined into something in the next second. Second sister quickly put Xiao Heng down. Unlike Lin Heng, who was still in a daze, Liu Rian directly reached out and stopped the overly excited Liu Rumo. I've had similar experiences before. The other person secluded himself in his study for a week, just to tackle a single academic problem. If Aunt Wu hadn't said that the guy was still alive, they would have almost called the police and broken down the door. Oh yes, I was just too excited. As she spoke, Liu Rumo put Lin Heng down and shook her arm with some difficulty. Xiao Heng, you need to lose some weight, my arm is so sore. Because of the previous incident involving a medical dispute, the hospital gave her a week's leave. Faced with such an opportunity, Liu Rumo would naturally not give it up easily. So after returning from the hospital, he locked himself in the laboratory without saying a word. Just now, the newly released Sovaldi metrics finally met her expectations. With some further experimentation, Sovaldi will be considered truly developed. Looking at Liu Rumo complaining about him, Lin Heng really wanted to say something. I ate at your house. No, it seems like they ate it. But no matter what, it seems like you carried him up there yourself. This is ridiculous. Why am I being forced to lose weight? I'm 183 meters tall and weigh 150 pounds. Where am I fat? Cough, cough. Just then, a coughing sound suddenly came from not far away. The cough immediately drew the attention of the three of them. Xiaomo, even at home, you should pay attention to your appearance. Seeing that all three of them were looking at her, Xiao Wanqing put on a very kind smile. Although it's nothing for siblings to bicker, she's actually quite happy to see such scenes. But what kind of look are you sporting now? Is this a rural, unconventional style? What if this scares away Shin Yuchu? She didn't want to restart those 3 accounts. It would be a complete waste of time and energy. Upon hearing this, Lu Rumo subconsciously looked at the girl next to her mother. And at that moment, the air inexplicably quieted down. A few seconds later, with a scream that could terrify anyone, Lu Rumo covered her face, turned around, and ran back upstairs. She recognized Shin Yuchu. Wasn't that her younger brother's girlfriend? And most importantly, she finally realized her current image. I was so excited about the successful development of Sovaldi that I overlooked this point. Now that she'd realized what had happened, Lu Rumo was so embarrassed she could practically dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of her toes. Staying here would be too embarrassing. Watching Lu Rumo scream and leave, Xiao Wanqing almost lost control of her 40-meter-long cleaver. I just reminded you to be mindful of your image. And here you are, pulling this stunt? If she didn't still want to play the role of a good mother in front of Shin Yuchu, she would have shown Lu Rumo what maternal love really is. Before she could even calm down, a head suddenly popped out from the 3rd floor. What's wrong? Did second sister get a boyfriend? Looking at her 3rd daughter with a black mud mask on, Xiao Wanqing's fists hardened completely. Chapter 123 3 Groups of People, a nested doll within a nested doll. Damn it, something feels off. Looking at her mother's kind and smiling face, Lu Rushua decisively shrank back into her room. Yuchu, why don't you go play on the 4th floor with Xiaoheng for a while? After forcibly suppressing her anger, Xiao Wanqing turned to Shin Yuchu with a smile and said, Mom, I still have some things to do. Okay, Mom. Sensing that something was amiss, Shin Yuchu promptly jogged over to Lin Heng's side. Her keen 6th sense told her that it was best to behave and obey. 2nd and 3rd sisters, I wish you good luck. Lin Heng, who also sensed Xiao Wanqing's murderous aura, decisively took Shin Yuchu's hand and quickly walked towards the 4th floor. The target is an audio-visual room, which isolates all external sound transmission. I just hope that when I come out, the 2 warriors will still be safe and sound. Have fun, stay a little longer. As the 2 walked into the media room together, Xiao Wanqing's expression gradually changed from warm to gloomy. After a few seconds of silence, a terrifying sound wave instantly swept through the entire Lu family mansion. Lu Rumo and Lu Rushua, you 2 brats, come out here. And you, Lu Ruyan, don't run away either. You're the oldest now. Those 2 are obviously corrupted by you. You're almost 30. When are you finally going to bring me a son-in-law? Seeing her mother in a berserk mode, Lu Ruyan could only helplessly twitch her lips. Good grief, I didn't do anything, and yet I still get hit by AoE. Just as chaos erupted at the Lu family's house. On the other side, in front of the SZ Public Security Bureau, Ba Bai was clutching his groin as he was helped out of the station by a group of his underlings. As Ba Bai and the others left, a look of pity appeared in the eyes of one of the police officers on duty. It would be so much better to just stay home and not go out. After we get out of here, we'll have to prepare to clean up the mess again. But Bobby and the others were naturally unaware of the police officer's inner thoughts. At this moment, they were all immersed in the joy of not having to go to jail. It has to be Bobby who's awesome. We actually made it out like this. After eagerly lighting a fire extinguisher for Bobby, Green Hair said with a fawning expression, but that Lu Zishuan dared to trick us. We definitely can't let him get away with it. If the other party hadn't tipped them off, how could Lin Heng and the others have found that location? At least, that's what Bobby and his cronies think. Therefore, Lu Zishuan is now on their group's blacklist. If we can corner that guy, we'll definitely get a good beating. As for what will happen next, that's not something to be discussed with outsiders. Anyway, he has a rather strong palate, and he even likes to eat crowing roosters. Call. After exhaling a breath of immortal energy, Bai spat out a mouthful of saliva with a fierce expression. It's not just that bastard Lu Zishuan. And that woman, and the kid who hit us, I want them both. Before Bai could finish speaking, a speeding Jinbei van struck and sent them flying. But it's unclear whether it was intentional or deliberate. The impact wasn't fatal. It merely rendered the individuals temporarily immobile. Ah, damn it. How dare you hit my grandpa like that? Do you have a death wish? Looking at the Jinbei van that had been turned off and parked, Bobby cursed and tried to get up from the ground. For some reason, he had a bad feeling about it. Unfortunately, the impact hit his waist, leaving him with no strength to support his upper body. Swish! With the sound of a door opening, 6 or 7 burly men wearing masks stepped out of a large golden cup. What do you want to do? Upon seeing this, Bobby immediately cowered. Don't let his arrogant and domineering attitude fool you. Deep down, he's a complete bully who preys on the weak and fears the strong. The other party's aggressive demeanor didn't seem like that of a good person at all. Let's do it. Ignoring Bobby's question, the middle-aged man leading the group waved his hand at the people around him. Don't do anything yet. The boss specifically instructed that they be treated well. After he finished speaking, he glanced meaningfully at the alley not far away. Yes, boss. No, don't come any closer. Cops, help me, cops. Don't hit Kuan. After the Kuan hour. After throwing the group of people, whose limbs had been completely crippled, into the car, the group sped away. Hey, I told you not to go out. Watching the large Jinbei van gradually disappear into the distance, the remaining police officer shook his head almost imperceptibly before turning around and picking up a mop and a bucket. Now that they've finished their work, it's time for the floor cleaning. Fortunately, there's an overtime pay of 100,000 yuan per hour, so mopping the floor isn't too tiring. While the police officers were mopping the floor, in a small alley not far from here. Sister Shua, what do we do now? Seeing the group of Bobbies suddenly abducted, Shun Shursan asked Shirley beside him. Should we follow them? Or? 13. Take a group of men and quietly follow them. After glancing meaningfully at the distance, Shirley turned to the group behind her and said, 6 to 9, come with me to find Lu Zishuan. We should have news from Shun San soon. She was somewhat surprised by the sudden appearance of this group of people. Based on their recent behavior, it seems their purpose aligns with ours. After all, if it's just about catching someone, there's no way you could break all 5 limbs. No matter how you look at it, this situation seems to be driven by grudges. Therefore, the current task is to find someone to secretly follow them. If those people don't handle things properly, then they can clean up the mess themselves. Meanwhile, that green tea bitch Lu Zishuan is still hanging around outside. Therefore, finding the other person naturally became their first priority. Yes, Sister Shua Xen. The moment the words were spoken, the two groups boarded separate Jinbei vans and sped off in different directions. We've been discovered. Watching Shirley and the others leave, Lu Xen frowned almost imperceptibly. Tell Madam what happened here. They also split into 2 groups to follow them. She hadn't expected it to be so lively tonight. Besides herself, there were 2 other groups of people lying in wait. However, it seems that everyone has the same goal, so she has no intention of causing conflict with them for the time being. The most important thing now is to sneak up on them quietly. Meanwhile, Lu Xin and the others were quietly following. Inside the Lu family mansion on the other side. Chapter 124. Everyone has a Dragon King's subordinate. The arrival of a newcomer. There are 2 other groups of people. Looking at the message displayed on her phone screen, Xiao Wanqing couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Lu Xin was an elderly woman who had been by her side ever since she entered the Lu family. Therefore, the possibility of the other party deceiving you is almost zero. As a mother, she was naturally very clear about the condition of her 3 children. Despite their seemingly calm and collected demeanor when things go wrong, the 3 of them are not fooled by their outwardly composed and impulsive nature. But when it comes to such shady dealings, it's truly a case of shouting and then refusing to utter a sound. To put it simply, they're all doing quite well in the white areas, but in the gray areas, they're still pretty much beginners. Even the most outstanding Lu Ruyan was basically within the rules of that book. The 3 had absolutely no experience with this kind of unconventional approach. After eliminating the 3 major candidates, only 2 remain. One is her own beloved son, Lin Heng, and the other is her well-behaved and adorable future daughter-in-law, Shin Yuchu. After spending these days together, Xiao Wanqing had gained some understanding of her son's character. Therefore, it is highly likely that one of these groups was arranged by the other party. And the other group? Thinking of this, Xiao Wanqing couldn't help but look at Shen Yuchu, who was sitting obediently. So far, only a few of them know about what happened that night. After eliminating all the impossibilities, the remaining clues are simply pointing directly at the other party. Looking at the girl who was chatting and laughing with Lin Heng, a subtle glint flashed in Xiao Wanqing's eyes. It seems I underestimated this future daughter-in-law. Meanwhile, at a remote dock in SC. Looking at the group of masked, burly men in front of him with no expression, Babai endured the pain in his body and hurriedly said, "Heroes, as long as you let me go. So whatever you want, I can give you it all. Even my 80-year-old wife and 20-year-old mother would be fine." Looking at Bobby, whose head was already somewhat delirious, Long Outyin kicked him several meters away with disgust. "Useless thing. Even hitting your grandpa would be too much of a hassle to get your shoes dirty. As a powerful dragon king who dominates the world, would he really be interested in your wife who is over 80 years old? Isn't this a blatant insult?" If Lin Heng and Lin Yaodong hadn't joined forces to deal with him back then, he would still be ruling the Dragon King Palace right now. However, being able to return to China is not a bad option. After all, there is a tradition ingrained in the Chinese people that is to return to their roots. Even as the Dragon King, the pinnacle of mercenaries, Long Outyin still harbored such thoughts deep down. "Boss, how do we deal with these guys?" After throwing the last lump of mud on the ground, Mei Ganxin excitedly asked, "Should we just throw it away, or should we cook it first before throwing it away?" "Nonsense, didn't the young master already make it clear?" After giving the other person a slap on the back of the head, Long Outyin looked at the mud on the ground with disgust. Let them experience firsthand how the Ming dynasty punished corrupt people. Don't let them finish all at once. There's always another round after they've experienced it. I'll go do it right now." Instead of being upset after being slapped in the face, Mei Ganxin walked excitedly toward a thug who was lying on the ground. He loved doing things like punishing the wicked and eliminating evil. He had already decided to save Bobby for last. After all, physical pain is secondary. Mental pain is the most agonizing and terrifying. I imagine the other person would really enjoy watching the leather-making process firsthand. No, you monster. Please kill me. Glug. Watching the crew on the fishing boat, Shen Shursan, who was not far away, swallowed hard. He once thought that he had been cruel enough in dealing with his enemies. I never expected to encounter something even more perverted today. Compared to these guys, my methods are no different from those of a kindergarten graduate. Compared to the relatively calm Shen Shursan, some people with weaker mental fortitude couldn't help but gag. "Let's leave, we're no longer needed here." Looking at his underlings vomiting uncontrollably beside him, Shen Shursan could only shake his head helplessly. Even he almost couldn't hold back, let alone these guys with weaker mental fortitude. However, the group was in perfect unison at that moment. They all agreed that they would have to pay more money after returning home. This is insane. Watching this will give you nightmares for the rest of your life. Just as Shen Shursan and the others chose to retreat, a voice came through Long Outyin's earpiece. "Boss, shouldn't we just ignore those guys?" "No need. Those people were probably sent by the young master's new mother." As he spoke, Long Outyin looked toward the hilltop, not far away. "Put your things away, it's not as free as it is outside here." "Okay, boss." The moment the words left his mouth, a burly man carrying a huge Barrett rifle began to disassemble it. "But boss, you said these people were sent by the young master's new mother. Does the young master have a mother?" Faced with this sudden, nonsensical question, Long Outyin almost tripped and fell flat on his face. "Grizzly bear, shut your mouth." "But boss." "Shut up. Okay, I was just curious, but I can't even ask? Seriously." Looking at the somewhat sickly Mei Ganxin and the constant nagging coming from his earphones, Long Outyin helplessly covered his eyes with his hand. They said cleaners are all aloof and quiet, so why are the guys Lin Heng found for him all acting strangely? "Stop running. You stop right there." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hearing the sounds coming from behind, even though Lu Zishuan was so exhausted he was about to faint, he still listened. But he still dared not relax in the slightest. Despite the discomfort, He gasped for breath and tried to find a crowded place. Not far behind Lu Zixuan was a man dressed in a black suit, looking fierce. Seeing the man closing in step by step, he could only grit his teeth and keep running. It's obvious without even thinking that this guy is definitely from the Lu family. I did something like this today, and if I get caught, I'll be in big trouble. But human physical strength has its limits, not to mention Lu Zixuan, who was already lax in his exercise. After holding on for 2.5 minutes, he collapsed in front of a food stall. "Hey kid, why aren't you running anymore?" Looking at Lu Zixuan lying face down on the ground, Shen San's face showed a hint of amusement. Although it was a task assigned by the young lady, he became very addicted to the cat and mouse game. Otherwise, how could someone like Lu Zixuan, who is used to training, have run for so long under his command? You don't come any closer." Looking back at Shen San, who was walking quickly toward him, Lu Zixuan crawled forward using both hands and feet. If they catch them and take them back, they'll definitely not have a good ending. "Kid, you'd better stay with me." Just as Shen San was about to make a series of sarcastic remarks, a beautiful figure blocked Lu Zixuan's path. "Thank you for your support. The next section will be even more exciting." Chapter 125. Ahong. I think I can't live without you anymore. The girl had waist-length hair and delicate, yet spirited features. Adding a pure white casual outfit, she gives off a very well-behaved vibe at first glance. After standing between the two, she righteously rebuked Shen San. "How dare you force an innocent man in broad daylight?" Upon hearing this, Shen San subconsciously looked up at the sky. If incandescent light bulbs are considered part of the sun, then this should be considered broad daylight. Damn it, what kind of look is that? Noticing Shen San's gaze, which seemed to hold a hint of pity for someone mentally challenged, Lin Wanrong roared angrily. "You despicable bastard! How dare you look down on me?" Originally, she just wanted to be an ordinary heroine who would help those in need. But in this situation, if I don't teach this muscular man a lesson, I'm not Lin. After all, the elders in the family often say that we must not let others bully us when we are out there. "Little sister, I advise you to get out of the way quickly." Shen San didn't pay much attention to Lin Wanrong's remarks. After all, no matter how you look at it, the other party is just a Chinibyu girl with an overflowing sense of justice. As an outstanding but good young man, he couldn't possibly shatter other people's beautiful fantasies. Compared to bad people, there are still more good people in this era. I should be the one saying that. The moment she finished speaking, Lin Wanrong whistled towards the food stall not far away. Immediately afterwards, dozens of young people dressed in casual clothes rushed out of there. "Why?" Looking at the group of young people who had suddenly surrounded him, Shen San sighed helplessly. "Why? Why do you have to force me?" 10 minutes later. That's roughly how things are. While stuffing a tissue into his nose, Shen San said firmly, "Sister Shui, you have to believe me. If I hadn't been careless, those guys definitely wouldn't have been able to take Lu Zixuan away." Despite his bruised and swollen face, his determined gaze made it seem as if he were the one who had ultimately won. Seeing Shen San's head oozing tomato juice while he deliberately acted like an expert, Shirley could only helplessly twitch her lips. All right. You should go to the hospital to get it treated." "It's okay, Sister Shui. I'm perfectly fine." "You're practically oozing tomato juice, you bastard." After mentally complaining, Sherry waved to the others, signaling them to pull the guy away. "If I keep talking to the other person, I might just break down and lose my temper." She also has to maintain her aloof persona and absolutely cannot reveal anything amiss. "Sister Shui, you can believe me, Sister Shui. I'm really okay, Sister Shui." "Shut up." Watching Shinsen being dragged away by a group of people, Shirley composed herself. Then, she sent a message to Shin Yuchu. She needs to give the other party a detailed report on everything that happened tonight. Who are the other two groups of people besides myself? If one of the teams is from the Lu family, then the other team is ruthless. Shirley couldn't help but shudder at the thought of the message Shin Shur-san had sent back. Judging solely from the behavior of that group, they were practically the maxed-out, evolved version of our young mistress. However, unlike Shirley's fear and trepidation, at this moment, Shin Yuchu is facing a major choice in her life. At this moment, in a room on the 3rd floor of the Lu family's house, As she watched Lin Heng preparing her bed, a certain unknown light flickered in her beautiful eyes. Okay, that's about right. After laying out the sheets, Lin Heng turned to the girl standing to the side and said, "You Chu, come and take a look and see if we need to prepare anything else." Originally, this kind of work was prepared by Wu Ma, but Xiao Wanqing wanted to create an opportunity for the two little ones. He simply waved his hand and told Wu Ma to leave work early to spend time with Wang Dachui. That's good. Looking at the neatly made bed sheets and blankets, Shin Yuchu blushed and said softly, "Could we try the nightlight next to me? I'm afraid of the dark at night. After all, sometimes it's not a good time to do bad things when the light is too bright. In pitch-black conditions, stealthy actions are more discreet, aren't they? Okay, I'll give it a try." Upon hearing this, Lin Heng didn't think too much about it. After turning around and turning off all the lights, he turned on the bedside nightlight. Perhaps it was because of this original intention that the place was originally intended for female students. Therefore, a nightlight that can stay on all the time is placed at the head of the bed. How's the brightness? Looking at the night light emitting a faint glow, Lin Heng turned to look at Shun Yuchu beside him. The brightness of this thing can be adjusted automatically, and the other party, as the user, will naturally take it as the standard. I feel it could be a little brighter. As she spoke, Shin Yuchu slowly walked towards Lin Heng's direction. Just a little bit brighter than I. Ah! Snap! Before the words were finished, a girl exclaimed in surprise, and the sound of a switch being turned on and off rang out. The room was plunged into complete darkness at that moment. Thump! As the soft bed trembled, Lin Heng felt a warm embrace. In the pitch-black room, only the moonlight outside the window continued its efforts. Gulp! By the faint moonlight streaming through the window, Lin Heng could vaguely make out the girl's exquisitely beautiful face, which was so close to his. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, adding a unique touch to her usually clear eyes. The full, plump lips seemed to be telling a story. Ahang! Looking at Lin Heng's face, which was also so close to hers, Shin Yochu's beautiful eyes shone with an indescribable light. After gently taking his large hand in hers, she leaned down and kissed his soft lips. This kiss was like a drowning person finally grabbing onto a straw. Passionate and lingering. About 5 minutes later, Shin Yuchu nestled breathlessly in Lin Heng's arms. Her face was slightly flushed at that moment. Her pink cherry lips were slightly open, greedily sucking in the fresh air. Although the attack was initiated by the girls' organization, they lost control halfway through. Therefore, for half of that time, she was the one being led and guided. Call. After calming her rapidly beating heart, Shin Yuchu blushed slightly and drew circles on the boy's chest. Ahang! I can't live without you anymore. Appropriate dependence and coquetry are the best medicine for maintaining a long-lasting relationship. Although I had never been in a relationship before, Shin Yuchu went to great lengths to make Lin Heng happy. The bookshelves in the study alone contain no fewer than 100 books on the psychology of love. And at this point, she truly couldn't live without him. This applies to both the soul and the body. Chapter 126, she probably won't be pregnant, right? Lu Zixuan's manipulation. Fool, I'm not going to let you go. After gently stroking Shin Yochu's slightly flushed face, Lin Heng smiled and said softly, not only in this life, but in the next life and the life after that, you won't be able to escape either. Meeting such a lovely little girl is the greatest blessing. Therefore, letting go is absolutely impossible for him. He would rather keep her by his side 24/7. Hee, it's so good to have you here. As she spoke, Shin Yuchu gently rested her head on the boy's shoulder. Then, my dear Ahang, would you like to taste my lips again? Because of what she had just done, the girl's lips were now as red and vibrant as fire. Combined with those clear eyes, it evokes a strange sense of excitement. At that moment, Lin Heng noticed that this little girl seemed to. They have an inexplicable talent. Don't you want to? Seeing that Lin Heng did not answer her, Shin Yuchu took action on her own. She first nuzzled the other person's neck gently with her head, like a kitten, as if she were being affectionate. Then it immediately switched to feeding mode, lowered its head and bit that slender neck, and gently licked it. Not long after, a red mark appeared on Lin Heng's neck. This was a mark unique to Shin Yuchu, signifying that the other party was already hers. This little girl. Just as Lin Hung held the girl's head and was about to give her an answer through his actions. The next second, the door, which had been tightly closed, was suddenly opened from the outside. Ouch! X4. With a gasp of surprise, her furtive figures dropped to the ground. Luckily someone cushioned it, otherwise it would have hurt a lot. Looking at her 3 daughters being used as human cushions, Xiao Wanqing muttered to herself. Then, she looked up at the 2 people in front of her and said, "Well, you 2 continue." After saying that, she grabbed one person with each hand and ran quickly outside. No, what am I supposed to do? Watching her 2 younger sisters being dragged away by their mother, Lu Rian's inner monologue reached its climax. We agreed to gossip together and run away together. So, I was just abandoned like that? But in order to avoid an awkward atmosphere, she could only silently cosplay as Sadako. While quickly retreating on all 4s, he also helped the 2 close the door again. So embarrassing V, carat omega carat V. Seeing the door close again, Shun Yuchu quickly climbed out of the boy's arms. At the same time, her face instantly flushed red. Although I felt a little smug, I was mostly embarrassed. Looking at Shun Yuchu, who had fallen into steampunk mode, Lin Hung could only sigh helplessly in his heart. It seems this is the only way things can be today. These few rascals of mine, of all times, have to cause trouble now of all times. I'm so frustrated. I didn't get my revenge for being bullied by this girl. Next time, I'll definitely pay back double. Can I go out and come back in? Would that count as next time? Half an hour later. Good night. Ahang, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Get some rest. As she watched the room door gradually close, Shin Yuchu reached out and rubbed her slightly sore cheeks. At the same time, a meaningful smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. Although there were a few minor mishaps along the way, she had a very happy day overall. Whether it was Xiao Wanqing calling her mom, or Lin Heng's little actions just now. After temporarily setting aside her chaotic thoughts, Shin Yuchu reached for her phone. Looking at the message Shirley sent, her expression became a little more serious. There are 2 more groups of people. One group belonged to the Liu family, while the other group, who were skinning daylilies, are currently unknown. Also, Lu Zixuan was rescued. After quickly glancing at the message, she edited a new one. Continue investigating the other group. Also, find Lu Zixuan for me. The other party was the mastermind behind this incident. In other words, he was the one who caused Lin Heng's injury. So no matter what, Shin Yuchu had no intention of letting the other party off so easily. As for who sent the other group, there's no need to rush to investigate that for now. After all, judging from their actions, they should be in cahoots with the Liu family. After doing all this, Shin Yuchu curled up in bed again. Feeling the warmth and scent of the other person in the bed, she unconsciously touched the corner of her lips. If that's the case, it should be fine, right? The night was still as dark as ink, but the girl's heart was filled with sunshine. At this moment, in a room of a 5-star hotel in SC City. Damn it, absolutely damn it. Seeing the bald boy's sorrowful expression, Lin Wanrong's face also wore an expression of righteous indignation. Don't worry, I will definitely not let this kind of scum get away with it. As a model youth raised under the red flag, she absolutely could not tolerate such a vile bullying incident happening in front of her. Adhering to the educational philosophy of the older generation in their family, this wave of people must fight fire with fire. Let the bullies know what it's like to be bullied. Therefore, Lin Wanrong made up her mind. Tomorrow she would take some people to meet that bastard who enjoys bullying others. Wah, maybe we should just forget about it. Looking at Lin Wanrong, who had a fiercely righteous expression, Lu Zixuan suppressed his inner joy and continued to feign pitifulness, saying, "Their family has a lot of influence in the area, and I don't want to implicate you because of this. What seems like a loss may actually be a blessing in disguise, having just lost Lung Qingqiu. They have encountered an even better ox and horse. Judging from the way the other person swiped their cards so lavishly, they are clearly someone who doesn't lack money. In addition, her straightforward personality makes her much easier to handle than Lung Qingqiu. If you put in the effort to use PUA, pick-up artist, techniques, you might still have a chance to win over the other person. As for whether Lin Wanrong's plan will be exposed after she goes to see Lin Hong. In fact, this had already been within Lu Zixuan's considerations for a long time. The girl now believes in her heart that Lin Hong is a bad guy, which means that she has already formed a subjective opinion. Given Lin Wanrong's personality, the two would definitely start fighting as soon as they met. All he needs to do is fan the flames, and the two groups will definitely start fighting. So what if Lin Hong is innocent? They still have to confront Lin Wanrong. Subjective perception combined with objective guidance made him doubt that the two could sit down and have a proper conversation. Power. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanrong reacted as if she had heard a joke. If we're talking about power in this area, I've never been afraid of anyone. Chapter 127. Transport weapons for Guangdong and Guangxi have appeared. I've struck gold. I absolutely can't let her go. Seeing Lin Wanrong's confident demeanor, Lu Zixuan became even more determined to win her over. In any case, at least in terms of money and power, the other party seems to have nothing to lack. For someone who is currently penniless, this is actually a very good option. Moreover, if you successfully win her over, you might even be able to use her as a stepping stone to hook up with an even better woman. Although he thought this to himself, Lu Zixuan still wore a very troubled expression, but, no buts, this is settled. After waving to interrupt Lu Zixuan, Lin Wanrong walked out of the room and said, "Get some rest tonight, we'll set off tomorrow to seek justice for you. My two older brothers are now pretending to be drug dealers selling rock candy, and they've successfully reduced the drug use rate in a certain area by 80%. They were making money at the risk of their lives, yet they were charged with fraud. But in any case, this is a good thing for society. And today, she has finally stood up again. Combating bullies was Lin Wanrong's first step in becoming a champion of justice." Ha ha ha. Only after Lin Wanrong left the room did Lu Zixuan let out a suppressed, sickly laugh. After knowing Lin Hong for so long, I've finally encountered something good. But there's a Chinese proverb that goes, "The calm is always before the storm." The next day, at 6:15 a.m., in the hall on the first floor of the Lu family mansion. "Why didn't you sleep a little longer?" Seeing the girl arrive in the lobby on the first floor, Xiao Wanqing put down the beauty magazine in her hand and waved to her. "Come over here. Let Mom see if you've rested well." Aheng's mother is just as cheerful and enthusiastic as he is. Looking at Xiao Wanqing's warm face, Xin Yuchu slowly walked to her side and said softly, "No, Mom. It's just that I've gotten used to getting up this early." Because she has to get up at 4 o'clock every morning to prepare breakfast for Lin Hong. This indirectly led to her biological clock becoming basically fixed. "The reason I stayed up so late today was because I was worried that getting up too early would disturb other people." "That's good. That's good. I thought you weren't used to sleeping like that." After gently patting the girl's head, Xiao Wanqing stared directly into her eyes. "Yuchu, what are your plans for the future?" The eyes are a reflection of the soul. They reveal the purest aspects of a person's heart. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that some trained individuals can disguise their expressions very well. But Xiao Wanqing was confident in herself, confident that she could see through all the emptiness and pretense. After all, the Lu family has been deeply rooted in GD for so many years, so their intelligence network is naturally incredibly dense. Apart from the group suspected to be sent by Lin Hong, which is still uncertain, the remaining group can be basically confirmed to be from the Shin family. Although this group has been very careful in their actions, the power of a family that has been rooted in the local area for many years should not be underestimated. Being captured by a camera is enough to expose a lot of information. However, this also indirectly demonstrates Long Outyan's awesomeness. After all, apart from that moment at the police station entrance, the entire group wasn't captured on any cameras at all. The future. Meeting Xiao Wanqing's dark eyes, Xin Yuchu showed no fear. Instead, she smiled and said, "I want to go to the same university as Aheng, and then travel the world together." This was something she had always longed for, so there was nothing to hide. As for what to do about the company, isn't Shirley there? So much money was spent, and so many people were supported. That's exactly what she wanted to manage her existing family business, well, while she wanted to date. If you can't even do this little thing right, then you might as well find someone else to take your multi-million-dollar annual salary. However, She still has a lot to do to realize this dream. Not bad, it's passable. Seeing the longing gleam in Shun Yochu's eyes, a barely perceptible smile appeared in Xiao Wanqing's eyes as well. Although the girl is not simple, she is content as long as she is good to her son. In today's deceptive society, who doesn't wear two masks? As long as you don't play with other people's feelings, hiding yourself is not a mistake. After gathering her thoughts, Xiao Wanqing took the girl's hand with satisfaction and teased her half-jokingly. Yuchu, do you have any plans for when I'll become a grandmother? Why? Seeing Xiao Wanqing's expectant and doting smile, Shin Yuchu, the steamy beauty, was back online. 2.5 hours later. Ahem, Yuchu. Looking at Shun Yuchu, whose face was still somewhat flushed and whose eyes held a somewhat ambiguous meaning. After thinking for a moment, Lin Heng finally asked the question that had been on his mind. Did Mom say anything to you this morning? From the moment he woke up in the morning, this girl seemed a little off. Or rather, the way he looked at himself was very slick. This strange gaze made him feel like he was being teased. While it's not a big deal to be teased by a pretty girl, you should at least know why you're being teased. And nothing. Thinking of the football team that Xiao Wanqing had mentioned to her that morning, Shin Yuchu blushed and quickly shook her head. How should I put this? They couldn't very well tell Lin Heng that they had already decided on a name for their child. And even if we really had to say it, we should wait until after the lights are off at night. At least by that time, the sense of shame will decrease to a certain critical value for some reason. Goodness, there's something wrong with this no matter how you look at it. Looking at Shin Yochu's slightly evasive eyes, Lin Heng was 100% certain that Xiao Wanqing must have said something to her. Just as he was about to continue trying to get more information out of them, Wang Dachui in the front row suddenly spoke up. Young master, a car is following us. Upon hearing this, Lin Heng subconsciously looked out the car window. 2 large Jinbei vans had appeared on the previously deserted road. The 2 large Jinbei vans were now sandwiching their vehicles in the middle. Who will be in Chapter 128? Who could it be? Looking at the 2 mobile troop transport vehicles sandwiching them in the middle, Lin Heng pondered for a moment before asking Wang Dachui. Old Wang, are you confident you can drive the vehicle to the downtown area? Although he doesn't have many enemies in China, he still has quite a few. But there are very few people who dare to be so blatant. So this group of people might be the same group of guys from overseas. After all, because of me and Uncle Dong, those guys lost a lot of money. Therefore, the current task is to try to drive the car to the downtown area. In that case, the other party should not dare to act recklessly. The Dragon Kingdom is not like other countries. Here, drawing swords and guns is a very serious matter. Don't worry, young master. I'm an experienced driver with an advanced driving license. After giving Lin Heng a reassuring look, Wang Dachui cracked his neck, ready for a fast-paced adventure. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. As he spoke, Lin Heng had already shielded Shin Yuchu beneath him, saying, no matter what happens later, don't show your face, understand? No. Meeting the boy's earnest gaze, Shin Yuchu obediently nodded. But she was also wondering who these people outside were. Could it be that those guys from the capital sent them to deal with me? If that's the case, then she'll have to reveal her true identity later, right? But what would Lin Heng's state be like if his true identity were completely revealed? Young master, Miss Shun, please hold on tight. Seeing that the 2 were ready, Wang Dachui shouted and floored the accelerator, saying, I'm someone who has passed the QQ Speed Advanced Driving Test. You bunch of bastards, don't underestimate me. What did you just say? At this moment, Lin Heng had serious doubts about whether he would be able to get off the bus alive. Shin Yuchu. QQ Speed. Is it a car that can fly? 2 minutes later. Watching the large Jinbei van being sent flying by Wang Dachui, Lin Heng couldn't help but marvel at the value of the QQ Speed Advanced Driver's License. If this were a props-based race, the opponent would probably be flying high in the sky by now. However, this creates another problem. The Liu family's villa was located halfway up the mountain, and there was only one road leading up and down it. This modified Jinbei van is over 4 meters long. After this rollover, it completely blocked both the upper and lower lanes. Old Wang, make sure to protect Yuchu later, okay? Seeing that the vehicle couldn't leave in a short time, The large Jinbei van behind had already caught up. Although the car has bulletproof glass, who knows if the other side has any heavy weapons? So, just in case, he decided to get off the bus and look for an opportunity to retaliate. If the other party's target is themselves, they probably won't make things difficult for the two people remaining in the car. As long as they can hold out until Long Outyin and his group arrive. These little Karami who were knocked away by Wang Dachui will be easy to deal with. Young master, you can't. Let me go. Ahang, let me go. Both of you stay put outside. Before he finished speaking, Lin Heng saw a figure crawl out of the golden cup on the ground. Damn it, that bastard actually dared to ram our car. After crawling out of the overturned minivan, Lin Wanrong grumbled and dusted herself off, yelling, "You bully, you better get out here." After seeing clearly who had climbed out of the large golden cup, Lin Heng couldn't help but frown. "Lin Wanrong, what on earth are you doing?" Upon hearing that familiar angry shout, Lin Wanrong's displeasure instantly froze on the spot. Because the car windows of the Liu family's car were one way, she couldn't see what was inside at all. But even if she couldn't see the person, that voice was already etched into her very bones. Gulp. After swallowing hard, Lin Wanrong spoke tremulously. Second uncle. Is that you inside?" Whoosh. As the car window opened, Lin Heng's icy face appeared before the girl. Pay close attention to Secretary Dakong's expression. If the monkey hadn't rung the bell, it would have been dead long ago. Seeing the boy's expression, Lin Wanrong had only one thought in her mind. That means it's all over. It seems I've gotten myself into a huge mess. 5 or 6 minutes later. Stop hitting me. Please. I really know I was wrong. Seeing the group of people relentlessly beating him, Lu Zixuan broke down. He truly broke down. Why is this script so different from what I expected? Logically, shouldn't Lin Heng be kneeling down and begging for mercy after being beaten up? But what the hell is going on now? The rich young woman he had his eye on actually called him second uncle? Is the world too crazy, or is Lu Zixuan still asleep? So you were fooled by this idiot in just a few words? After glancing at Lu Zixuan, who was screaming and wailing incessantly, Lin Heng turned his gaze to Lin Wanrong, who was kneeling on the ground. How have I been teaching you all? Don't you have an anti-fraud app available for download? How could you not see through such a simple scam? No matter how much he planned, he never expected that the person who ambushed him would be this guy. Does this mean that you can guard against a thief within your own ranks, even if you guard against him day and night? Lin Wanrong was a junior member of the second branch of the family in Tazai. Of course, the seniority of people in the village is not based on age, but on the status of their parents' generation. Although Lin Heng and Lin Wanrong are not much different in age, the former was adopted by the older generation. If we're really going by seniority, he and Lin Yaodong are actually of the same generation. However, the other party was much older and took extra care of me. Therefore, Lin Heng usually addresses him as Uncle Dong. As for large meetings, well, they naturally address each other as brothers. I never expected him to be such a good liar. After pouted and tapped her fingers with a wronged expression, Lin Wanrong muttered softly, I just wanted to listen to you and do more good deeds. Who knew I'd run into such a shameless guy? Lin Wanrong and the rest of the younger generation all admired their second uncle from the bottom of their hearts. After all, Tazai is able to live the life it has today, thanks to the other side's leadership and reforms. Otherwise, let alone a large Jinbei van, having even a bicycle would be considered a great achievement. Looking at the aggrieved girl, Lin Heng sighed helplessly. Then, he waved to the group of people who were calling out to Lu Zixuan not far away. Come here for a moment. All of you. Go to hell, you bastard. After giving Lu Zixuan a hard kick, Lin Dong and the others scurried over to him, saying, Uncle, what are your orders? Chapter 129 Preparing to return to Tazai. Send this guy to your uncle Outyin, he's in the city center right now. As he spoke, Lin Heng pointed to the large Jinbei van that was still lying on the road. Also, move the car out of the way, it's affecting normal traffic. Now that the system girl has run away, there's no point in keeping Lu Zixuan around. It would be better to just hand it over to that guy Long Outyin and let him contribute to the country's land reclamation efforts. As for what the system girl's mentality is after she comes back, that's none of his business. If Party B slacks off and does nothing, Party A will choose to replace them. Is there something wrong with this? There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Yes, second uncle, we'll get right on it. As they were talking, Lin Dong led the group to move the large golden cup. Seeing that Lin Dong and the others could escape, Lin Wanrong, who was kneeling on the ground, weakly said, "Second uncle, then I also." You kneel down and reflect on your actions. After giving the other person a big slap on the back of the head, Lin Hung grabbed the other person's ear and said, "There's one more thing. Do you realize that what you did today was illegal? If this were an ordinary person, they would be terrified. When you get home today, immediately copy the village rules 100 times. When the younger generation in the village causes trouble, he, as an elder, can't just ignore it. It's lucky it was him today. If it had been anyone else." Ouch, ouch, ouch. I know I was wrong, uncle. Feeling a sharp pain in her ear, Lin Wanrong hurriedly said to Shun Yuchu beside her, "Second aunt, you'd better do something about second uncle. At this rate, my ears are about to fall off." As Lin Heng's niece, she knew him all too well. Although he usually talks a lot of nonsense, he is basically not very affectionate towards family or women. For a long time, they even suspected that the other was gay. Now Shin Yuchu is actually in the other party's car, and they seem to be very close. So no matter how you look at it, the other party is your future sister-in-law, okay? Thinking about this perfect analysis, Lin Wanrong immediately wanted to give herself a thumbs up. As expected, Lin Wanrong truly deserves to be called the #1 genius of Tazai. Second aunt. Seeing Lin Wanrong suddenly turn to her for help, Shin Yuchu subconsciously looked at Lin Hung beside her. At this moment, her mind was once again filled with Xia Wanqing's conversation from that morning. Therefore, almost in the blink of an eye, the girl entered the steam princess mode. Even though they had already reached a tacit understanding, Shin Yuchu still spoke softly. "Ahang, why don't we let her go for now?" She felt a strange fondness for the little girl who called her second aunt. After all, in this society, people who are good at talking will always get some preferential treatment, right? Seeing that his girlfriend had spoken, Lin Hung could only pinch Lin Wanrong's ear hard and say, "Go back and copy the clan rules 200 times. Also, your entire allowance for this year has been deducted. Although I'm prepared to let them off the hook, a small punishment is still necessary to serve as a warning. This girl dares to block other people's cars in broad daylight now. Will she dare to assemble toys on her own in a couple of years? To prevent this from happening, some punishment is still necessary." "No, uncle, 200 times my hand." So what if you copied it? Why are you being so fierce?" As she spoke, Lin Wanrong covered her ears and ran to Shun Yochu's side. "Second aunt, let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Wanrong. If you can't beat someone, find a powerful backer. That's a clever little trick." Judging from their conversation, his second aunt still wields considerable influence over his second uncle. As long as you build a good relationship with the other party, hee. Seeing Lin Wanrong's smiling face, Shin Yuchu naturally replied with a smile. "Hello Wanrong, my name is Shin Yuchu. As the saying goes, you can't hit a smiling face. What's more, the girl in front of him is a sweet-talking young lady. How about I call you Sister Yuchu? Calling you second aunt sounds a bit old-fashioned." After taking the girl's hands in a very familiar manner, Lin Wanrong chuckled and suggested, "Sister Yuchu, why don't we go for a stroll around the village? The people in the village would be so happy if they knew my second uncle had found a girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Shin Yuchu did not immediately agree, but instead looked at Lin Hung, standing to the side. This is probably the 20 version of meeting the parents. Although I really want to go and see it, I need to hear Lin Heng's opinion on this matter first. This little girl has certainly learned how to navigate social situations. It seems I'll have to ask Uncle Datsai to give me a few more sets of 3 years of college entrance examination, 5 years of simulation, when I get back. Although he thought this to himself, Lin Hung smiled and nodded to Shin Yuchu. "Then let's go together. I was originally planning to take you with me today." Strictly speaking, Tazai was his first home in this world. Therefore, bringing Shun Yuchu back to the village was part of the plan. Now that Lin Wanrong had brought it up, he naturally went along with it. After receiving the boy's approval, Shin Yuchu turned to the girl beside her and said, Let's go together, then I also want to see where a Hang has lived since he was a child. Watching the two of them interact so sweetly, Lin Wanrong suddenly felt incredibly jealous. Why? Why did my second uncle find such a lovely girl? No, that's not right. I think I've revealed something I shouldn't have. But whether they were envious or jealous, the two quickly started chatting together. Of course, Lin Wanrong did most of the talking, while Shun Yuchu listened quietly from the side. It's a shame this girl isn't in sales. After watching the two get into the large golden cup, Lin Hung waved to Wang Dachui, who was standing to the side, and said, "Old Wang, go back and tell him that I'm taking Yuchu back to the village." "Yes, young master." After glancing at the large golden cup that had been righted again, Wang Dachui thought for a moment and then asked, "Will you be coming back tonight? Do you need me to buy something?" After all, safety comes first. After kicking the other person in annoyance, Lin Hung turned and walked towards the car that Lin Dong and the others had helped up, yelling, "Get lost, you shameless old man." He's that kind of person, even if he really wanted it, cough cough. "No, I just wanted to ask if you wanted to buy some weapons for self-defense." Watching the boy turn and leave, Wang Dachui rubbed his buttocks in frustration. It's just too hard to find a job these days. All I did was worry about the safety of my master's family. How did that turn into something shameless? Alas, the world is going to the dogs and people's hearts are no longer what they used to be. Chapter 130. Uncle Dong. I already knew. Just as Wang Dachui was muttering to himself, Lin Hung slowly walked up to Lu Zixuan. Compared to when they first met, he looked extremely disheveled now. The middle-aged man has a receding hairline, and his mouth is a bit crooked because the hairpiece wasn't put on properly. In addition, his face was bruised and swollen, and his clothes were also badly damaged. Overall, they are basically no different from homeless people on the street. Lin Hung, please let me go." Seeing Lin Hung appear in front of him, Lu Zixuan disregarded the pain in his body. After staggering to his feet, he immediately knelt down, saying, "I know I was wrong. Just ignore me and let me go." He never imagined that the rich woman he had just hooked up with would actually have a relationship with Lin Hung. And the most outrageous thing is that the two are actually uncle and nephew. He knew Lin Hang's living conditions before. He was just a guy from a dilapidated village. Lin Wanrong is so wealthy now, probably because Lin Hung took money from the Lu family and gave it to her. This means that the wealthy Lin Wanrong he thought she was actually just a bloodsucker like himself, clinging to the Lu family and sucking their blood. Of course, this was just Lu Zixuan's own speculation. And now, in this desolate wilderness, dealing with someone using the Lu family's methods is really not a difficult task. Therefore, in order to continue living, he naturally disregarded any sense of dignity. It really is ugly. Looking at Lu Zixuan, who was in a terrible state, Lin Hung decisively dislocated his jaw. "Don't worry. Next I'm just sending you to expand the territory of our motherland. By the way, the water might be a bit cold, so remember to wear 2 layers. Land reclamation projects are major national undertakings. Lu Zixuan should be happy to be able to dedicate himself to his country." "Wah! No, please let me go." After understanding Lin Hang's implied meaning, Lu Zixuan screamed in terror. "Drag it away, and remember to hand it over to your uncle Outyin personally." Ignoring the devastated Lu Zixuan, Lin Hung greeted Lin Dong and the others before turning and walking towards another large Jinbei van. "Wah, Lin Hung, you bastard, you deserve to die a horrible death." Lin Dong. "Shut up, you damn green TBTCH. Wah, yeah." An hour and a half later, in front of the gate of Tazai Village, Shanwei City. "Uncles, brothers and sisters, come out and see. Uncle Lin Hung has brought his girlfriend back to the village. This is neither a scam nor a pyramid scheme. It's a real and tangible event. Don't miss it, everyone. Our Tazai's Psycat ouch." After giving Lin Wanrong a big slap on the back of the head, Lin Hung snatched the megaphone from her hand with an annoyance. "What? Do you think you're selling Jiangnan leather shoes?" "Hee hee, I just wanted to tell everyone the good news that Uncle has a girlfriend." Rubbing the back of her head where she had been hit, Lin Wanrong's lips curled into a wicked smile. With all this commotion, there's going to be some good show to watch later. Sure enough, in less than a minute, Almost everyone who was still inside the village appeared at the village gate. The sheer number of people was just like the Beijing subway at 7 a.m. It's just people packed together. You don't even have to walk before someone grabs you and pulls you along. Wow, this girl is really pretty. You're right. They really look good together standing next to Xiaohong. Sigh. Huiru has no hope. Upon hearing that name that terrified him, Lin Heng hurriedly grabbed Shin Youchu's small hand. Well, I'm taking my wife home now. Everyone can chat again sometime. As he spoke, he immediately pulled the girl into his arms and quickly broke through the crowd's encirclement. If we stay here any longer, what if a fairy stomps her foot on the ground later? A fairy weighing just over 200 pounds unleashing a crushing attack, like Mount Tai, few people could withstand that. The reason for directly defining Shin Youchu as his wife is to avoid any uncontrollable situations from arising later. You have to understand that no matter the era, the thing that villagers care about most is face. In this way, even if Lin Huiru wanted to cause trouble, her mother, Wang Boden, would not agree. After breaking through the crowd, Lin Heng quickly arrived at his residence. It was only then that he noticed the unusual behavior of the girl in his arms. Well, the ultimate evolution of the steam princess is the steam internal combustion princess. Looking at the boy in front of her, Shin Youchu blushed and poked her fingers. Ahang, you just said I'm your wife. Yes, my dear little Chu wife. After reaching out and pinching the girl's unusually flushed cheeks, Lin Heng said softly, We've already gone this far. Do you still not want to be my wife? Yes, of course I want to. Upon hearing this, Shin Youchu nodded with unusual seriousness. Although his face was still flushed, his eyes were filled with a deep determination. That's settled then, silly girl. Looking at the determined girl, Lin Heng reached out and intertwined his fingers with hers. I'll take you inside to see someone. I think he'll be very happy to see you. Good. After obediently nodding, Shin Youchu followed the boy obediently. She didn't ask who she was going to see, or rather, she didn't care who she was going to see. Because deep down, the most important person in their heart is always the other person. Uncle Dong, I'm back. After leading Shin Youchu into the inner hall, Lin Heng said to Lin Yaodong, who was sitting in the main seat drinking tea, Let me introduce you, my future wife, Shin Youchu. Since the girl doesn't mind him calling her that, there's no problem with introducing her this way. Moreover, this is already a fait accompli. You little rascal, you're back. Looking at Shin Youchu behind the boy, a subtle emotion flashed in Lin Yaodong's eyes. However, he concealed this emotion well, and no one noticed anything unusual. Shin Youchu. Is it all right if I call you Youchu? Hello, Uncle Dong. After a polite greeting, Shin Youchu said softly, It's all right, Uncle Dong. You're my elder. Yes, come and sit down. After nodding in satisfaction at the girl, Lin Yaodong turned his gaze to Lin Heng, who was standing to the side, and said, You brat, go and have the family's treasured Jinhua ham delivered to Lin Erbai's place. Tell him to prepare a feast for me tonight, okay? That Youchu and I are. Go yourself. What's wrong with letting the girl rest a little longer? Seeing Lin Yaodong's expression, as if he wanted to check Lin Heng's household registration, Lin Heng was about to say something more. But Shin Youchu, who was standing to the side, spoke first. Ahang, I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. Seeing this, Lin Heng could only whisper in the girl's ear, Silly girl, just nod and agree to whatever this old man says. I'll be right back. Don't be afraid of him. Since Shin Youchu has said so, what else can I do? But if the little girl is wronged when she comes back, then Lin Hengka, the little prince of pit blowing, will have to make a comeback. That brat, I'm not deaf yet. Seeing Lin Heng rush out in a hurry, Lin Yaodong put down his teacup and turned to the quiet girl beside him. Tell me, what is your purpose in approaching this kid? In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire living room inexplicably became tense. Thank you everyone for liking it. If you find it convenient and helpful, please give it a like or leave a comment. The humble author here kneels in gratitude to all the bosses. Omega. Chapter 131, I'm just an ordinary village party secretary. Uncle Dong, what do you mean by this? Upon hearing this, a fierce glint flashed in Shin Youchu's eyes. On the surface, however, she still maintained an innocent and harmless expression. It was as if they had no idea why the other person would suddenly ask that question. Shen Yuchu is the daughter of Shun Ritian of the Shun family in Shenzhen and Yi Kursin of the Yi family in Chongqing. At this point, Lin Yaodong slowly poured himself a cup of tea. My mother died accidentally when I was 8 years old. He was not brought back to the Yi family until he was 9 years old. For the next 8 years, all news about you was covered up. However, based on some clues, it is suspected that they are engaged in shady activities overseas. You didn't return to SC until you were 17. And within just a few months, they swiftly and decisively purged the Shin family. As the most promising person in Tazai, how could Lin Heng allow it to grow unchecked? Whether in visible or invisible places, there is always a small team secretly protecting the other party's safety. Therefore, from the moment Shin Yuchu came into contact with Lin Heng, she had already entered Lin Yaodong's field of vision. In fact, if you really think about it, the girl is actually one of their big spenders. The price of 2 small goals was just to get rid of a dozen or so old geezers. Call. After hearing what Lin Yaodong had to say, Shin Yuchu clenched her fists tightly on her skirt. Who are you? How do you know all this? Only a few members of the Yi family in the capital knew about her past. But now, Lin Yaodong has revealed these secrets in such detail. This feeling of being completely seen through made Shin Yuchu feel very uncomfortable. Although the other party didn't mention some details, it's possible they just didn't want to. Meeting Shin Yuchu's wary gaze, Lin Yaodong calmly pushed up his glasses. I'm just an ordinary village party secretary. So, Miss Shin Yuchu, what exactly is your purpose in approaching Shaohong? Or rather, I should address you as Ms. Yinyanxin. Lin Yaodong would never believe that Shin Yuchu approached Lin Heng without any ulterior motives. After all, someone with such ruthless methods wouldn't approach someone for no reason. Moreover, Shin Yuchu's indifference to life reminded him of his own days of living on the edge of a knife abroad. Call. After taking a deep breath, Shin Yuchu calmed her turbulent emotions slightly. Uncle Dong, I had no ulterior motive in approaching a Heng. I really just want to be with him. The girl naturally scoffed at Lin Yaodong's reply as well. Shin TM is just an ordinary village party secretary. How could an ordinary village party secretary know these secrets? An ordinary village party secretary could deceive his own prior investigation. If the other person hadn't been Lin Heng's relative, she would probably already be thinking about how to kill him to silence him. After all, her experience abroad was one of the memories the girl least wanted to recall. Don't be so nervous. Uncle Dong was just joking with you. Meeting the girl's clear eyes, Lin Yaodong placed a cup of tea in front of her and said, word by word, but Uncle Dong also hopes you will remember one thing. That means you shouldn't think about doing anything bad to Shaohong. Otherwise, even the Yi family can't protect you. Although in a contest of wealth, they may not be able to compete with an ancient family like the Yi family. But Lin Yaodong's actions weren't solely driven by money. He could easily employ methods that some wealthy people would look down upon. To put it simply, if Lin Yaodong wants to get rid of someone, even the Heavenly King himself can't stop him. If Lin Heng hadn't genuinely cared about Shin Yuchu, he would have already notified Long Outyin to take action. After all, the best way to deal with an unstable and dangerous factor is to remove it as soon as possible. I see. Facing the blatant warning in Lin Yaodong's eyes, Shin Yuchu said earnestly, I love a Heng. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for me to hurt him. For Shin Yuchu, Lin Heng was the light in her life. If one has never seen the light, one can also endure the darkness. But now, if this light in her life were to disappear, she wasn't sure what would happen to her. After all, a world without loved ones is nothing but a false illusion. To paraphrase a certain white-haired man, love can create everything, and it can also destroy everything. I'm back. Just as the two were looking at each other, Lin Heng pushed open the door and walked in from outside. After hearing this noise, both Shin Yuchu and Lin Yaodong wore fake smiles in perfect unison. It was as if the tense atmosphere just now was merely an illusion that never existed. You brat, have you arranged everything? After refilling himself with another cup of tea, Lin Yaodong looked up at the young man who had walked in from outside. 8 dishes and 2 soups. You're not wrong, are you? How could I be wrong? I've arranged everything perfectly. As they were talking, Lin Heng came up to the two of them, picked up the cup in front of him, and drank it all in one gulp. The warm tea instantly washed away the fatigue from running around all day. Feeling the soothing sensation in his throat, Lin Heng said with great satisfaction, "That feels good. Uncle Dong, your tea is quite good. Could you give me 2 pounds to take with me later?" Go away, go somewhere cool and stay there." After giving the boy a disapproving look, Lin Yaodong dismissed him, saying, "Take Yuchu and wander around the village. Remember to come back around mealtimes." Tch, stingy. As they spoke, Lin Heng took Shinyochu's hand and led her outside. "Now that we're back in the village, it's definitely time to take the other person around. That brat." Watching Lin Heng and his companions departing figures, Lin Yaodong chuckled and shook his head. Then he turned around and went to the bookshelf. With the activation of a mechanism, the bookshelf automatically split open to both sides. Immediately afterwards, a deep underground passage appeared here. Below is Tazai's main monitoring system, which can monitor every move in the village at any time using cameras. Taking this opportunity, he could quietly observe Shin Yuchu. As the highest-ranking person in Tazai village, he naturally couldn't possibly believe the girl's one-sided story. If the other party really has some bad intentions, then they will probably make quite a few underhanded moves during this round of visits. If it's confirmed that the other party has ulterior motives, then Lin Heng will just have to suffer a bit. After all those beautiful women and fans of Qiao are nothing more than a pile of yellow earth. Chapter 132 Lin Dong, I never expected this. Yuchu, that old geezer didn't give you any trouble, did he? While Lin Yaodong was using his telescope to spy, Lin Heng was also taking Shin Yuchu for a stroll around the village. Unlike some other villages, the roads inside Tazai are intricate and complex. If the two of them were to return to this place and settle down in the future, it would be very troublesome not knowing the way. So this wave can be seen as preparation for settling down in advance. No, Uncle Dong is a very nice person. Seeing the worried look on the boy's face beside her, Shin Yuchu simply smiled and shook her head. But speaking of which, Aheng, you really are popular everywhere. Along the way, everyone, young and old, was very enthusiastic towards Lin Heng. Moreover, this enthusiasm is not the kind of fake politeness, but a genuine enthusiasm from the bottom of one's heart. Although it's a bit outrageous that a 70-year-old man can still be so muscular and do push-ups with just one finger. Because the village used to be really poor, it was through everyone's concerted efforts that it was improved. As he spoke, Lin Heng pointed to a display case not far away. Inside is what the village used to look like. You'll see when you take a look. Is this the old village? Upon arriving at the display case, Shin Yuchu gazed at the low earthen mounds and muddy roads in the photos. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. The picture above shows Tazai 5 years ago, and it is completely different from Tazai now. The streets of Tazai are now lined with independent villas, and the roads are all paved with cement. It even has a full range of fitness equipment, green spaces, and recreational areas. The change between the two is undoubtedly like Ruhua transforming into Qiuxiang. Yes, that's precisely why everyone is so united. Looking at the items in the display case, Lin Heng couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Chinese people have a problem. That is, good things are often glossed over, while bad things are summarized and analyzed. For example, in the history books of China's 5,000 years of history, the last 100 years of history occupy 2/3 of the books. The battle with Xiao Rizi, a nickname for a person, accounts for 80% of the content. The book doesn't focus much on successful battles. It mainly covers the failed ones. Why did I fail? What were the causes of my failure? How can I avoid failing? Anyway, next time I fight with my little one, I definitely won't make the same mistake twice. The same idea is reflected in the display cases in Tazai. It contains information about why Tazai declined in the past, the causes of its decline, and how to prevent it from declining again. Simply put, it's a self-reproach edict, and a massive, self-disclosure one at that. Aheng, it must have been tough for you back then. Looking at the emotion and nostalgia in Lin Heng's eyes, Shin Yuchu reached out and gently hugged the boy's arm. No matter what happens in the future, I will always be by your side. For her, the items in the display case were simply a story. But for Lin Heng, it was something he had personally experienced. The goal is to transform a once impoverished village into its current prosperous state. I imagine he must have suffered a lot in private. Of course, this would be different if Lin Heng knew what Shin Yuchu was thinking. He would definitely put his hands on his hips and smugly declare that he didn't. After all, which of those online lending companies didn't arrive with great fanfare, carried out with fanfare? The initial funding for the development of Tazai was basically obtained through suppressing violence and maintaining order. Aside from the minor inconvenience of going abroad, everything else was handled thanks to foresight and a long-term perspective. After gently pulling the girl into his arms, Lin Heng rested his chin on her head and said, "Yuchu, it's so good to have you by my side. Life is only 35,000 days long, and having someone who understands you by your side is undoubtedly the happiest thing. I should be the one saying that." Feeling the burning passion unique to the young man, Shin Yuchu blushed and rested her face against his chest. "Meeting you is the greatest luck of my life." Silly girl. Just as Lin Heng was about to have a little interaction with the girl, a commotion from not far away broke the atmosphere between the two. "Second uncle, we're back, second uncle." Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw Lin Dong and his group rushing towards the two of them. "Hello, second aunt." After greeting Shun Yuchu sweetly, Lin Dong hesitated before speaking to Lin Heng. "Second uncle, there's something I want to tell you." To avoid getting beaten up, he had just gone to Lin Wanrong for advice. That means no matter what you do, making your second sister-in-law happy is always the right thing to do. "Speak, what have you done this time?" Seeing Lin Dong's somewhat evasive gaze, Lin Heng suddenly felt a toothache. It seems that for the safety of Tazai, it's time to have Uncle Dong buy a batch of 5-year college entrance examination, 3-year simulation materials. These brats are always causing trouble. Do they think they're enjoying peaceful days too much? No, I didn't do anything wrong. Sensing the resentment in the other person's tone, Lin Dong hurriedly waved his hand to prove his innocence. "It's just something you asked me to deliver, uncle, but I accidentally lost it along the way." Because Shin Yuchu was still there, he didn't dare to be too direct about things. Therefore, Lu Zixuan could only be replaced with something else. He never expected that even in their current state, the other party would still be able to jump out of the car and escape when they weren't paying attention. Moreover, even if someone simply jumps out of the car, it's not like they can't bring them back. But by sheer coincidence, Lu Zixuan jumped directly into the sewer. This left Lin Dong and his companions with no way to capture him, even if they wanted to. That Lu Zixuan guy actually managed to escape? Hearing Lin Dong say this, Lin Heng instantly understood what he meant. Never mind. Let it go if the things are lost. If you have nothing to do, hurry home and study instead of wandering around outside all day. The adult university entrance exams are about to begin. If you don't pass, I'll beat you up. It has to be said. As expected, Lu Zixuan, being the original protagonist of this world, didn't die so easily. Otherwise, how could it have been such a coincidence that Lin Wanrong was able to save him? No. Seeing that Lin Heng didn't blame them, Lin Dong and the others agreed and then quickly retreated. It was indeed necessary to learn a few tricks from Lin Wanrong. That little girl knew how to please her elders. Puff. Watching Lin Dong and the others gradually disappear into the distance, Shin Yuchu smiled and tugged at Lin Heng's sleeve. "Aheng, you seem like an adult." Since arriving in Tazai, she felt that the other party had entered into an elder mode. If they're from the same generation, they'll almost always feel compelled to offer a few words of advice when they meet someone like that. This experience also intrigued Shin Yuchu. After all, the old Lin Heng wouldn't have acted like this. Chapter 133. That alley, that street. Just like adults. Upon hearing this, a faint, mischievous smile appeared on Lin Heng's lips. "So, Miss Yuchu, would you like to receive my guidance?" Meeting the boy's slightly meaningful gaze, Shin Yuchu blushed and whispered, "Aheng, you bad boy. Since you call me a bad guy, then I'm going to do what a bad guy does." "No way." After playfully sticking out her tongue at Lin Heng, Shin Yuchu turned and quickly ran towards the small hill not far away. "Don't run away, wait for me." "No, you bad person." For a moment, the once peaceful village was filled with the sounds of the two playing around. It was 8:15 p.m. It's so late, it's not safe to drive home. After chasing away the villagers who had come to freeload or watch the excitement, Lin Yaodong smiled and said to Shin Yuchu, "Stay in the village tonight. I've already asked Wan Rong to prepare the room and everything else. As for the clothes to change into, they were all brand new." Lin Heng spent the afternoon playing with Shin Yuchu, and he also spent the afternoon in the monitoring room. Aside from discovering that her own son had been seduced and become a cuckold, she hasn't found anything wrong with the girl yet. However, adhering to the principle that the people of Tazai would never be sycophants, Lin Yaodong still decided to give it a little push. Being a simp is impossible if you have something to offer but refuse it. What's the difference between you and an idiot? Anyway, we still can't figure out Shin Yuchu's true thoughts. Let my brat get the better of me first. Okay, then I'll leave it to Uncle Dong. After meeting Lin Yaodong's meaningful gaze, Shin Yuchu nodded with a warm smile. After spending the whole night at the Lu residence, she had become immune to this kind of thing. However, it is clear that both she and Lin Heng overlooked one thing. That means Lin Yaodong isn't like Xiao Wanqing. He's really capable of going all out when things get tough. Half an hour later. Oh dear, Wan Rong is really something. Seeing the two bewildered people in the room, Lin Yaodong scolded Lin Wan Rong while reaching out to grab the doorknob. It seems she only cleaned one room. It's too late to clean up, so please make the effort for the two of you to squeeze in for the night. After saying that, he immediately closed the door. You brat, this is all the help Uncle Dong can give you. With that thought in mind, Lin Yaodong locked the room from the inside and left, humming a little tune. Although the cucumbers that have been forced to ripen aren't sweet, they really quench your thirst. Inside the room, Lin Heng stared blankly at the closed door. What's going on here? How come everything was fine just now, and now it's suddenly turned into a wedding night? Although his relationship with Shin Yuchu is currently only one step away from being formalized, but forcing the two of them into the same room like this, it just feels so good. Of course, whether this comfortable person refers to Lin Heng or Shin Yuchu is another matter. That's a matter of opinion. Uncle Dong isn't usually like this. After gathering his thoughts a little, Lin Heng turned to Shin Yuchu beside him and said, "You rest here. I'll squeeze into the next room." Although the plot is very appealing, these kinds of things ultimately depend on mutual consent. Uncle Dong's move was still a bit too awkward. He didn't want these things to leave any bad memories in Shin Yuchu's heart. I'm not a sea king, so I can't just mindlessly dive and surface. No need. After reaching out and grabbing the boy's sleeve, Shin Yuchu blushed and said, Let's do it here. But you can't do bad things, you know? I've heard that if you're not careful when relatives are around, it can affect your ability to have children. She didn't want her future baby, with Lin Heng, to be negatively affected by this. So this sentence was not only said to the other person, but also to herself. If Lin Heng is likened to a big bad wolf, then Shin Yuchu is a hunter in wolf's clothing. After this analysis, it becomes clear who is in greater danger. Gulp. Looking at the girl's overly flushed face, Lin Heng pursed his lips with some difficulty. Hey, is it really okay? Okay, but Heng, you have to be a good boy girl. Looking up to meet the boy's eager gaze, Shin Yuchu said with unusual seriousness. Otherwise, if it affects the baby in the future, I'll cry for you. All right. This was the most powerful threat she could think of. If the other party insists, then she will have no choice but to. Puffed, silly girl. Looking at Shin Yuchu's cute yet fierce expression, Lin Heng reached out and pinched her cheek, then said with a mischievous grin. So, you mean we can do it like yesterday? Upon hearing this, a blush crept onto Shin Yuchu's already rosy cheeks once more. You're always bullying me. There's nothing I can do, you're just so cute. As he spoke, Lin Heng gently cupped the girl's head in his hands. It's getting late. It's time to rest. Ugh, a bad guy. Although she said that, a strange light flickered in Shin Yuchu's eyes. So who exactly is the prey, and who is the hunter? The next 5,000 words were omitted and cut. And just as the article was being cut, in a small alley in SC City that strikes fear into the hearts of passers-by, as a manhole cover was flipped open, a ragged figure, reeking of foul odor, crawled out of the sewer. Wah-ugh. Lin Heng, I will never let you get away with this. That's right. This person is none other than Lu Zixuan who escaped. Because his mouth was still dislocated, he could only make muffled noises. As for why he vomited, it's not unusual for a person with a dislocated jaw to stumble through a sewer in the dark, and occasionally some unknown liquid will drip into their mouth. Staying inside for a long time might not be a problem, but once you come out and breathe in the fresh air outside, the contrast between a foul odor and a fresh one can easily make a person feel uncomfortable. Wah, I will definitely come back for revenge. After vomiting for a while, Lu Zixuan finally managed to get up from the ground, albeit shakily. He wants to leave Shenzhen first and look for opportunities elsewhere. If he can make a comeback, he will definitely take revenge on those who hurt him. Good heavens, did someone poop in their pants pocket because they were too rough? Just as Lu Zixuan was about to leave, a very greasy voice came from the alley. Immediately afterwards, a bald man who was 18 meters tall and covered in fat walked out. Upon seeing the man who had suddenly appeared, Lu Zixuan immediately lowered his head in fear. At this moment, those dead memories kept surfacing in his mind. They were kicked out of the Lu family home, thrown into a strange alley, and, friends, the next high point is coming soon. My wrist cartilage is damaged, so typing is a bit slow, but I'm trying. Chapter 134, A New Storm Has Arrived. Having subordinates who are too capable is not a good thing. Huh, this guy looks so familiar. Looking at Lu Zixuan, who was trembling all over, Director Yang Kai stroked his chin with a puzzled expression. Oh dear, my little Rose, what happened to you? Before long, his eyes lit up, and he recalled what had happened that night. As a gathering place for special enthusiasts, there are many like-minded people here. But everyone knows, everyone understands, there aren't many of those people in this group. And Lu Zixuan, with his fair complexion, is naturally one of a kind, like a scorpion pooping. Wah, I'm not Rose, you stay away. Upon hearing this name that he loathed so much, Lu Zixuan became extremely agitated. The name reminded him of that painful past. Rose, oh Rose, don't get excited. After confirming Lu Zixuan's identity, Yang Kaiju's disdain vanished. Come here, let your husband pamper you a little more. As a professional dry toilet cleaner, he was actually used to the stench. Moreover, these are his own precious roses, so how could Director Yang Kai possibly dislike them? Wah, I XXXXXXXXX. Seeing the other person approaching him, Lu Zixuan immediately began to resist fiercely. Unfortunately, Yang Kai himself weighs nearly 300 pounds. Even if he wasn't severely injured, his thin arms and legs offered absolutely no resistance. Just as Lu Zixuan was about to lose consciousness from the torture, he vaguely saw a figure running towards him from outside the alley. Half an hour later, inside a private villa in SC City. Miss, the situation has stabilized. After removing the medical gloves, a doctor frowned and said, the through-and-through laceration is a bit serious, but it should heal in a few days with rest. But what? Looking at the bald Lu Zixuan lying on the bed in the ward, Bai Linglong frowned almost imperceptibly. For some reason, starting around noon today, she didn't feel as eager to find the other person as she used to. After seeing the other person's current state, this inexplicable feeling deepened even further. If it weren't for the fact that Skynet's big data doesn't lie, she would have doubted whether the guy inside was actually the person she was looking for. After all, in her memory, the boy should have been a sunny, cheerful, and handsome figure. But now he's balding at a young age, and then he's been done that to him. This is so different from the image I remember. This gave Bai Linglong a strange sense of social dread about meeting her online boyfriend in person. I discovered his Dragon Balls were missing, and after a medical examination. At this point, the doctor hesitated for 2 seconds before continuing. He has a serious kidney problem. In Western medical terms, he suffers from erectile dysfunction. In traditional Chinese medicine, this is referred to as impotence. After hearing the doctor's words, Bai Linglong's perfect image shattered a little more. She didn't leave her fiancé to find him. She didn't do it to live a life of widowhood. But remembering that the other person had once saved her, she still sighed helplessly and said, no matter what, you have to heal him for me, understand? Anyway, the Bai family has plenty of power and money, so it's not impossible for them to give Lu Zixuan a kidney transplant or something. Yes, miss, I will do my best to treat him. As he spoke, He subconsciously turned his head to glance at Lu Zixuan in front of the hospital bed. But before that, should we find someone to give him a haircut? Looking at Lu Zixuan's somewhat glaringly bald head of hair, Bai Linglong remained silent for 2.5 seconds before nodding slightly. Go and make the arrangements. Find the best person to do it. Yes, miss. I'll take care of it right away. Why? After the doctor left, Bai Linglong turned and gazed at Lu Zixuan, who was still lying on the hospital bed, saying, Zixuan, don't worry, I won't let the person who hurt you get away with it. If a three-view perspective existed, one could see Lu Zixuan at this moment. A portion of the golden object is spreading outwards and firmly connecting with Bai Linglong. In the myriad realms, this golden object actually has another name. That is the fate of the world. It was precisely because of the existence of luck that Bai Linglong, who had initially harbored resentment, instantly reaffirmed her stance. As long as Bai Linglong doesn't fall from power, their fortunes can complement each other, achieving a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. Conversely, if Bai Linglong were to fall from grace, then all the intertwined fortunes would completely dissipate, at the same time that the two people's fates were intertwined. Meanwhile, in Tazai village, Shanwei, looking at Lin Heng sleeping soundly beside her, Xin Yuchu quietly got out of bed and typed a text message on her phone. How is the situation? After designing for so long, wouldn't I be losing a lot of money if I only sent away a few people? The most important thing is to take some of the other party's food before the two families realize what's happening. As for the specifics of how to do it, she had already instructed Sherry on it before leaving the house. Surely. Don't worry, we've exceeded our target. The moment Shun Yuchu saw the message, the corners of her mouth had just turned up in a smile. But the next second, the upturned curve fell back down again. In this operation, we sent almost all of the Lung family's top direct subordinates away for questioning. As for the Lung family's company, they've already eroded half of it. Upon seeing the message from Shirley, 3 big question marks immediately appeared on Shun Yuchu's little head. The following statement is correct. I made it myself. But what on earth was that sentence before? What do you mean by sending almost all of the Lung family's top officials down? Have I made such a plan myself? Let's rewind to noon. Sister Shui, everything is ready. As the last luxury car drove into the Lung family's old house, Shin San, with bandages on his head, cautiously asked, Are we really going to make this big? Won't that make things difficult for the young lady? Although someone helped with the planning, he still felt a little uneasy. This move was definitely a big gamble. After all, this time it wasn't just 1 or 2 people who were eliminated, but dozens. You're useless. Have you forgotten how Miss took over the Shin family? You can't even copy a template properly. After disdainfully kicking Shin San, Shirley continued to observe through binoculars while coldly saying, Miss instructed us to take over the Lung family as quickly as possible. If we don't leave them leaderless, how can we complete the task Miss assigned us? Yes, Sister Shui is right. Rubbing his kicked backside, Shin San quickly put on a fawning expression. Meanwhile, he secretly thought to himself, I wish I could get kicked again. Sister Shui's kick, with its power and angle, is as satisfying as ever. Chapter 135 The Elimination Plan in Progress. You disgusting guy, stay away from me. Seeing Shun San's infatuated look, Shirley kicked him several meters away without saying a word. Then, he turned to the group of people beside him and said, Let's get ready to make our move. We can't keep the young lady waiting too long. Upon hearing this, the group silently shifted their gaze from Shin San, whose head was buried in the sand, and answered in unison, Yes. Having such a goofy colleague is just a huge embarrassment to us. I'm so envious. To get kicked away by Sister Shui's long legs. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Lung family's old residence, that good-for-nothing Lung boating is dead, but our Lung family cannot be without a leader for even a day. Looking at the group of people around him who had ulterior motives, Lung Duandiao stood up and said righteously, Therefore, I have decided to take on the role of CEO of Lung Corporation. Who's in favor and who's opposed? I object. Smack. Wait, I've wandered onto the wrong set. The moment Lung Duandiao finished speaking, the surrounding crowd erupted in dissatisfaction. Everyone's here to share the spoils, so why should you, shameless bastard, demand the biggest slice of the pie? Lung Boding is still in the morgue, and Lung Qingxiu has become a cripple. Based on this calculation, the main branch of the family is now completely ruined. So whoever has the most power will naturally become the main force in the future. According to the rules passed down from our ancestors, the main branch is the most important, followed by the branches. Therefore, everyone wants to be the boss, and naturally no one is willing to give up the rights that are within their grasp. Shut up, all of you. Just as Lung Duandiao stood up, preparing to use his seniority to intimidate others. Boom. With a loud thud, a powerful force pushed him back and sent him flying. This sudden turn of events caused all members of the Lung family to instinctively look in the direction of the sound. The once smooth cement wall now had a huge hole punched in it. At the side of the hole, the cab of an oil tanker appeared. Oh my God, run! After being stunned for several seconds, someone finally reacted and tried to run away. After all, this situation just doesn't seem right no matter how you look at it. Seeing the chaotic scene involving the Lung family, the tanker truck driver groggily got up from the driver's seat. He thought that rushing down the hillside would cause the tanker truck to explode, thus sending these scumbags to hell with him. Surprisingly, the car didn't explode despite falling from such a height. Just as expected, it seems heaven wants me to personally avenge my enemy. He recalled the scenes of his wife being violated by these bastards, and how she spent her days in tears. Don't even think about running away. Wu Mingshi roared and pulled a lighter from his pocket. You bunch of scum, come to hell with me. The instant he finished speaking, he threw the lighter onto the gasoline that was flowing out continuously. No. Stop it. You bastard, I'll kill you. Under the glaring, furious gazes of the Lung family members, the lighter traced a graceful arc in the air before falling directly onto the gasoline beside it. Boom! The instant the kerosene came into contact with the oil, a burst of intense flames shot into the sky. Immediately following a massive explosion, the entire Lung family mansion was lifted into the air. Art is an explosion. Not far away, looking at the Lung family mansion that had been blown into the sky, Shirley turned to Shin San beside her and asked, Have you arranged things with Wu Mingshi? It's understandable that a man who has been hurt by the Lung family might do something extreme. However, although the other party was found by the unexpected design team, they still had to pay for it. Don't worry, Sister Shui, we've already made all the arrangements. Upon hearing this, Shun Sin nodded very seriously. In a few days, the money will be transferred to Wu Mingshi's family in the form of a lottery prize. Lotteries are not meant for ordinary people at all. Don't you see those 30 senior executives who won the grand prize thousands of times in a row? But for them, this model is a very good way to launder money. After all, they won the lottery by luck, so why do you suspect there's something wrong with it? Okay, that's good. After putting down the binoculars, Shirley turned and walked towards the car not far away. Now that almost all of the Lung family's direct leaders are gone. So naturally, she had to seize the time and take action. She's determined to have her hands on the Lung family's wealth. Even Jesus couldn't stop her. Sister Shui is so cool. If only Watching Shunsen being struck by the descending wooden plank and falling to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. After a helpless twitch of her lips, Shirley said to the group of people beside her, Let's go. Let Shun Yi and the others do some more things in the stock market while we have this time. Okay, Sister Shui. Before long, a poor fellow who had been hit by the wooden plank was left on the ground. As the car drove away, Shun San, who had regained his senses, shouted in a daze, Wait for me. I haven't gotten on the bus yet. Let's return to the present. After watching Shirley describe her glorious achievements, Shin Yuchu rubbed her aching head. Subordinates who can't do their jobs are infuriating, but subordinates who are too good at their jobs are even more difficult to manage. If you suggest punishing her, she's already done her job very well. But if we go along with them, who knows what kind of trouble they might cause next? However, this worry only existed in Shun Yochu's mind for a moment. After all, it wouldn't matter to her if the entire Lung family were to die. At most, it just takes a little more time and effort to handle some follow-up details. However, this amount of time and energy seems insignificant compared to that of a listed company. As a smart person, Shin Yuchu quickly analyzed the pros and cons. In conclusion, the ascension of the Lung family's direct descendants to heaven was undoubtedly more beneficial than harmful to her. Call. After taking a deep breath, Shin Yuchu sent 2 more messages to Shirley. First, we need to reinvestigate Tazai. Secondly, we need to conduct a thorough investigation into Lin Yaodong. The other person gave her a very dangerous feeling, like a wild beast that was good at disguising itself. There may be no danger on ordinary days, but no one knows when the other party will show its fangs. Therefore, for Lin Heng's safety, she needed to thoroughly investigate Lin Yaodong's background. However, Shin Yuchu, who was focused on thinking, did not notice. Someone who should have been asleep had their eyelashes tremble almost imperceptibly. Chapter 136. Your identity is so awesome. The pleasant holiday passed in the blink of an eye. After 2 carefree days and nights, Lin Heng and the others finally welcomed the long-awaited start of the new school year. At this moment, inside Class 1, Grade 12 of SC No 1 Middle School. Ma Zori, have you heard about that news? Wang Jinshui. Speak your mind, we don't welcome riddle tellers in our class. Hindsight. Right. Seeing the group of students around him who were obviously gossiping, Ma Zori ignored the barking of the 2 dogs next to him. After giving the 2 of them an annoyed look, he continued. There was an oil tanker explosion in our city yesterday. I heard from the cousin of the girlfriend of the son of my 7th aunt's niece that it seems dozens of people were blown up this time. And most importantly, the explosion occurred at the Lung family's old house. After hearing Ma Zori's words, the surrounding students were in an uproar. Because Lung Qingxiu usually did not make any special effort to hide her identity. Therefore, all the students in the class knew that the other person was the daughter of the Lung family. And isn't the Lung family's old house the property of the other family? Thinking of this, almost everyone subconsciously looked at the empty seat not far away. Lung Qingxiu, I hope she wasn't blown up too. Good people don't live long, but evil people live for 1,000 years. Listening to the discussions around him, Lin Heng ate his breakfast while muttering to himself. It would be best if this thing got blown away, then I wouldn't have to do it myself. Yes, he's still alive. After gently wiping the soup from the corner of the boy's mouth, Shin Yuchu smiled and said, Aheng, eat slowly. Why are you suddenly acting like a little kid? Lung Qingxiu is naturally still alive and well. Not only did they move into a luxurious sanatorium, but they also received meticulous treatment from the Thunder King. Shirley had just given a report this morning. Lung Qingxiu is in excellent spirits now. She can even breakdance while lying in bed. I imagine it won't be long before I'm able to get out of bed and breakdance again. Hee, I knew you would help me. After giving a shameless, silly grin, Lin Heng picked up a steamed dumpling from the side and held it to Shin Yuchu's lips. Here, huh? It didn't matter to him whether Lung Qingxiu was angry or not, since he would take action himself later anyway. Right now, feeding my girlfriend is the most important thing. Meanwhile, in a private villa in SC City, the 2 were happily feeding each other. Let me go? I'm not a rose. After letting out a deafening roar, Lu Zixuan, who was lying on the bed, widened his eyes instantly. At the same time, the person's emotions also appeared unusually agitated. Where am I? After calming down for a while, Lu Zixuan looked around in horror. The living room is warm and comfortable and equipped with a full range of medical facilities. This place is even bigger than the room I lived in when I was at the Lu family's house. Damn it! Are they planning to drag me to get kidneys? Just as Lu Zixuan was enduring the tearing pain and trying to get up and run away, the door to the room, which was originally closed, was suddenly opened from the outside. Zixuan, how are you, Zixuan? Seeing the figure trying to get out of bed, Bai Linglong quickened her pace and squatted down in front of the bed. You can't get up now, you need to rest for a while. Who are you? Upon seeing this stunningly beautiful woman who had suddenly appeared, Lu Zixuan's lecherous nature kicked in again, and he immediately abandoned any thought of escaping. If this beautiful woman is so concerned about me, then she definitely wouldn't harm me. But he really couldn't remember where he had met the other person. Let me introduce myself. My name is Bai Linglong, and I am from the Bai family in the capital. After tucking him back in, Bai Linglong continued. Do you remember when you saved someone from drowning by Westlake 4 years ago? For years ago, she accidentally fell into the West Lake while visiting the lake. The person who saved him at that time was Lu Zixuan. Bai Linglong should have come to find him long ago, but her elders made her marry another guy. She has gone through a lot of trouble over the past 4 years in order to appease the other party. A few days ago, he finally obtained the title of head of the family. It was precisely for this reason that she embarked on the journey to find her beloved. That's right. Ever since she was rescued from the water, Bai Linglong has regarded Lu Zixuan as her ideal man. And that is precisely the main reason why she is here. 4 years ago, Westlake. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixuan immediately recalled the scene from 4 years ago. It seems that he did indeed go on a trip at that time. But the main purpose of that trip was actually to eat seafood. As for the redemption Bai Linglong spoke of, Lu Zixuan did recall some of it. It seems that the person who originally rescued her is not in good health. He fainted immediately after rescuing the person. Seeing that Bai Linglong had a good figure, he decided to go over and take advantage of her. And then, just as she was about to take advantage of him, Bai Linglong slowly opened her eyes and mistook him for her savior. However, due to her physical condition, the girl was taken away by ambulance after the two had only exchanged a few words. After recalling all of this, Lu Zixuan immediately put on an act. Linglong, I haven't seen you in 4 years. Why are you in SZ? The Bai family of Beijing. That's a powerful family that spans the political, business, and military spheres. If we can make good use of it, we might be able to completely crush the Lu family. You finally remembered me. As she spoke, Bai Linglong grasped the other's hands. Of course I came to find you. I've never forgotten you since we parted years ago. Having suppressed her feelings for so long, she didn't want to keep dragging it out any longer. After the other person's kidneys were cured, she, Bai Linglong, is determined to be a happy woman. Exquisite. Meeting the girl's direct and passionate gaze, Lu Zixuan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He said, how can a person be unlucky forever? This is finally the end of their suffering. But just in case, he still put on a sorrowful expression. You've become even more beautiful in the years I haven't seen you, but Don't worry, Zixuan, I will definitely cure you. Before the other person could finish speaking, Bai Linglong declared righteously, those who bullied you in the past, I will make them pay the price. Given the Bai family's status in the capital, dealing with a small Lu family would be a piece of cake. The Lu family was originally poised for a period of immense wealth and prosperity, but now, she wants to uproot them completely and make them pay for their actions. The Lu family has already committed suicide by daring to treat their beloved Zixuan like this. Exquisite. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixuan suppressed his overwhelming joy and immediately put on a grateful expression. It's so good to have you, sob. As expected, I'm still that handsome man who's loved by everyone, makes flowers bloom, and even gives cars a flat tire when he sees me. Otherwise, how could such a stunningly beautiful woman like Bai Linglong have fallen head over heels for him after just one meeting? The Lu family, you'll regret this. Zixuan. Just as Bai Linglong was about to say something, the previously closed room door was kicked open from the outside. Immediately afterwards, a young man in his early 20s with a refined demeanor entered the room. Seeing the atmosphere suddenly become extremely oppressive, Bai Piao, a servant of the Bai family, could only purse her lips and say with difficulty, Miss, the young master. Chapter 137. Lu Zixuan, feeling smug, thought he was good again. He wanted to stop them, but they wouldn't give him a chance at all. Didn't you see that a bunch of people have already collapsed outside? With your small arms and legs, you'd be lying in bed for 10 days or half a month if you went up there. It's only a few thousand yuan a month, why risk your life? Zixuan, wait for me a moment. After giving Lu Zixuan a reassuring look, Bai Linglong stood up and looked at the man in front of her. Uncle Ji, what are you doing here? However, compared to the gentle and soft-spoken manner she used when dealing with Lu Zixuan, at this moment, Bai Linglong's expression was unusually cold, and even her tone carried a heavy sense of estrangement. What are you doing? Upon hearing this, Ji Buochang's gaze shifted back and forth between Bai Linglong and Lu Zixuan. You asked me what I'm doing here. Why don't you think about what you're doing here? Bai Linglong, what have I done to wrong you? He simply couldn't understand why the other person had become like this. Just a few years ago, the two were inseparable. But I don't know when it started, Bai Linglong began to change. Or rather, her heart has changed. What I do is none of your business. I've already proposed to the Ji family that we annul the engagement. Seeing Ji Buichang's emotional breakdown, Bai Linglong's face remained expressionless, her expression still icy. Get out of here right now. I don't want to see you again. If the other party hadn't been relentlessly pursuing her, how could she have spent 4 years to finally see Lu Zixuan again? Call. After taking a deep breath, Ji Buichang looked at Bai Linglong and Lu Zixuan again. Then he turned and left. My heart is dead, my dreams are shattered, it's time to wake up. Exquisite. Watching Ji Buichang's departing figure, Lu Zixuan pretended to be troubled and said, I'll leave as soon as my injury is better, it won't bother you, and that gentleman. In layman's terms, I understand you. Unlike that guy who made a huge scene. Retreat to advance, besiege the enemy's stronghold, and attack their reinforcements. As a manipulative woman, he naturally understood the other party's identity from just a few words. Bai Linglong's fiancé is also her greatest danger at present. If you want to cling to Bai Linglong's coattails, you have to find a way to kick her away. This strategic retreat is currently the best course of action. It's all right. Just stay here and rest and recover. After squatting back down beside the hospital bed, Bai Linglong reached out and held Lu Zixuan's hands. I have nothing to do with him, you are the only one in my heart. Exquisite. Zixuan. While the two were still enacting their romantic drama, Ji Buichang, standing outside the villa, was the beginning of another story. Time flies like a fisherman who is unwilling to accept defeat. Half a week has passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, in the classroom of Class 1, Grade 12 at SC Number 1 Middle School. Looking at the boy sleeping peacefully on the table, Shin Yuchu couldn't help but smile faintly. In the past few days, she has also successfully taken advantage of the instability in the Lung family. After shorting the stock and cashing out, they obtained a considerable sum of money. Afterwards, Shirley and others used some tricks to acquire the Lung family's company, which had been struggling in Shenzhen for many years, at an extremely low price. From this moment on, the Lung family will become a thing of the past on this land. Moreover, now that Lin Heng is here, it's time for her to find a way to compete for that position. After all, this applies to the children of large families. To gain control over one's own life and achieve freedom, one must possess a certain level of power or influence. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to obediently accept the arranged marriage by their families. Just as Shin Yuchu was quietly admiring Lin Heng's sleeping face, an annoying voice suddenly rang out at the door. Lin Heng, you didn't expect me to be back, did you? As he spoke, Lu Zixuan strode arrogantly into the classroom of Class 1, Grade 12. Moreover, he was accompanied by 2 burly bodyguards. Damn it! Upon hearing that irritating voice, a strong killing intent flashed in Shin Yuchu's eyes. On average, I can only enjoy Lin Heng's sleeping face for 52 minutes and 36 seconds each day. Now the other party actually dares to disturb this precious time. This is like turning on a light in the toilet, it's suicidal. Student Shun is here too. What a coincidence. However, Lu Zixuan was completely unaware of the murderous intent in the girl's heart. Looking at the other person's stunning profile, his pig brain couldn't help but start fantasizing again. Although she lost the Dragon Balls, Bai Linglong promised to find a way to restore them. If he can completely win over Bai Linglong later on, he might even have the right to enjoy having 3 wives and 4 concubines. For some reason, Lu Zixuan always felt that this was the kind of life he was meant to live. The surrounding students, what a joke. Hearing the commotion, Lin Heng slowly opened his eyes. After seeing Lu Zixuan's entire team undergoing cosmetic surgery, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Goodness, has this guy found another backer? Wait a minute, why did I say again? Lin Heng, you didn't expect me to be back, did you? Upon seeing Lin Heng open his eyes, Lu Zixuan arrogantly shouted, I will repay you for all the pain you inflicted on me before, bit by bit. As he spent more time with Bai Linglong, he gained a deeper understanding of the Bai family. To put it simply, if the Lu family were in the capital, they would definitely be squeezed into bankruptcy by the white market within 3 days. Ignoring Lu Zixuan's wailing, Lin Heng leisurely stretched and then jokingly asked, "What's wrong? Is the wig making you out of your mind? If I can handle this guy once, I can handle him a second time. No matter what kind of backing the other party has found, as long as they are still in Shenzhen, they won't cause much of a stir." "You?" Upon hearing the other person mention his hair, Lu Zixuan's expression instantly turned extremely ferocious. Because his hair follicles had been damaged for a long time, the hair transplant doctor gave him a death sentence. You can accept it, but you have to accept the unexpected risks. After all, other people's hair follicles just don't grow hair, while Lu Zixuan's hair follicles are completely dead. The two are not comparable, and the risks of the surgery are naturally higher. Faced with such a choice, Lu Zixuan, who valued his life, naturally chose to give up. "I finally managed to latch onto a powerful patron. What if I die because of the surgery?" This indirectly proves that Lu Zixuan is wearing a wig on his head at this moment. Although the texture is very realistic, those who know their stuff can still tell the difference at a glance. Oh my, it really is a wig. Seeing Lu Zixuan's exasperated expression, Lin Heng, while holding Shun Youchu's small hand, teased, "I know someone who sells wigs. Do you want me to introduce you?" After saying that, he glanced at Lu Zixuan's lower body. "Free eggs. After all, you are what you eat." Chapter 138. She disappeared, but she's back. Since it's not feasible to take action in broad daylight, why not just send this guy in? He'll make out Ian go again then. And he doesn't believe he can't take down this guy that way. And things turned out exactly as Lin Heng had predicted. Faced with this blatant mockery, Lu Zixuan instantly lost his temper. "Lin Heng!" After letting out an angry roar, he said to the two bodyguards behind him, "You two, get him. I'm going to teach this bastard a lesson." These two were bodyguards arranged for him by Ling Long. They were both former military personnel. When dealing with ordinary people, one of them could easily take on 10. Although you, Lin Heng, have the means to dismantle bones. But facing two experienced bodyguards, he'd have no choice but to call them daddy. And that is the main reason why he dares to be so arrogant. She really is as naive as ever. Seeing the two bodyguards striding towards him, Lin Heng reached out and ruffled Shun Youchu's hair before gently saying, "Youchu, hide a little further back." Upon hearing this, Shun Youchu nodded obediently. Being big doesn't mean anything. She could take on 10 bodyguards of this caliber by herself. Moreover, she trusted Lin Heng. He would never do something he wasn't sure of. Well then, it's time for exercise. After gently patting the girl's head, Lin Heng turned to look at the two bodyguards who were approaching step by step. 2 minutes and 30 seconds later. "Ah, shut up, okay?" After casually dislocating Lu Zixuan's jaw, Lin Heng threw it onto the two bodyguards who had already turned into a pile of mud, openly attacking students in a school. "Who gave you the guts? As a vulnerable group, I will definitely bring you to justice today." Looking at Lin Heng, who was not exactly unharmed but was basically unscathed, and the 3 unidentified objects piled together. At this moment, the students of Class 1, Grade 12, gained a completely new understanding of the term vulnerable group. Half an hour later. Ahang, it seems that guy has found a new backer. Watching Lu Zixuan and the other two being dragged away by the police, Shun Youchu tugged at Lin Heng's sleeve. "You need to be careful when I get home. I'll have someone investigate what's going on." Thanks to the cooperation between the two families, she has successfully shed the label of being the illegitimate daughter of the Shin family. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with talking about using family influence. "Yes, I will be careful." After turning his gaze away from the 3 people, Lin Heng put his phone back in his pocket. "I'm going to the restroom. By the way, Youchu, is there anything you'd like to eat? I stopped by the convenience store to buy it." "Hawthorne, I've been craving some these past couple of days." Shin Youchu didn't know why, but lately she always liked to eat sweet and sour things. "Okay, then wait for me here for a moment." After gently patting the girl's head, Lin Heng quickly turned and walked out of the classroom. After reaching the restroom cubicle, he immediately took out his phone and sent a message to Long Outyin. If nothing unexpected happens, Lu Zixuan will soon be locked up in jail. This also presents Lin Heng with the best opportunity to take action. He simply couldn't believe that, even after things had come to this point, the other party could still escape right under his nose. While Lin Heng was making arrangements, Xin Yuchu, who was in the classroom, was also typing away on her phone. Since you, Lu Zixuan, dare to bully my people, she's not so magnanimous as to simply ignore it. It was 6:15 p.m. Damn it. I'm never setting a goal again, even if you kill me. Looking at the message he received on his phone, Lin Heng rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. They originally thought Lu Zixuan was trapped, but unexpectedly, this turtle actually escaped. Before they were taken to the police station, their vehicle was stopped halfway. However, it was also for this reason that Lin Heng learned who Lu Zixuan's new backer was. The Bai family in the capital, a behemoth spanning the political, business, and military spheres. Although he might not be considered a top star in Beijing, he is already an insurmountable mountain in other parts of China. Of course, this is relative to ordinary local enterprises. Given Lin Heng's own strength, dealing with the other party is not an impossible task. Although it is a little difficult, it is only a little difficult. Young master. Just as Lin Heng was pondering how to deal with the Bai family, Wang Dachui in the front row suddenly spoke up. Miss asked me to remind you not to forget the cocktail party tonight. A cocktail party. Upon hearing this, Lin Heng immediately remembered the same thing. A few days ago, Lu Rian said that someone from Beijing came and said they wanted to invest in Shenzhen. Any company that qualifies for cooperation will receive an invitation letter from the other party. And the invitation is dated today. If Lin Heng had previously been indifferent, at this moment, he was already on high alert. After all, it's not hard to guess who planned this party, is it? Old Wang, go straight to Big Sister's place. He needed to discuss this with Lu Rian beforehand to avoid any unnecessary trouble later. Yes, young master. As he spoke, Wang Dachui used the inside corner to enter the turn, braking with his left foot and accelerating with his right. After performing a 180-degree drift, it sped towards the Lu family building. He, Wang Dachui, a QQ Speed Advanced driver's license holder, has completely let loose. My foolish host, me, this young lady. Just then, the system girl who had gone to participate in the competition also came back online. However, when she saw a bunch of gibberish on the screen, she froze on the spot. No. Why did Lu Zixuan's luck value suddenly drop so much? And what about Lung Qingqiu? How come all her luck has disappeared? I've only been gone for about 2 weeks. What have you been doing? Don't get agitated, there's nothing wrong with me targeting that guy, is there? Looking at the excited system girl, Lin Heng casually picked at his ear. Besides, I didn't do anything. I just wanted to use it to fill the sea. As for Lung Qingqiu's side, I really don't know much about it. It seems like some time ago, the Lung family was hit by a tanker truck and then staged an art performance, an explosion. I reckon it happened around that time. Chapter 139, If Only There Were Ship Girls. No, it's not a matter of whether I'm excited or not. Seeing that Lin Heng was completely unaware of the seriousness of the problem, the system girl could only dejectedly explain, "Do you even know?" With the system girl's explanation, Lin Heng finally understood why the other party reacted that way. To put it bluntly, luck is actually just like the green energy on Taobao. If it is not collected in time, it will gradually dissipate. The portion that dissipates will then reproduce and seek new hosts. In other words, Lu Zixuan is no longer the only original protagonist in this world. Those NPCs who have gained good fortune already possess the potential to become new protagonists. Moreover, before one's luck has dropped to a certain level, rashly taking action against these chosen ones could lead to unforeseen consequences. Explain using traditional methods. You can beat him up and abuse him, but you can't just kill him in one go. After all, if it were just cut off, what would be the point of watching it? Therefore, only after the luck has been almost completely worn away can it be directly eliminated. As for Lung Qingqiu's words before, they were purely her own doing. In addition, his recent series of questionable actions have caused his luck to decline considerably. Otherwise, there's a high chance that the boom won't actually explode. Furthermore, and most importantly, luck is essentially the currency that circulates between systems. Now, because of what I did, the system girl has essentially lost tens of millions. Do you really think the system is all about doing things for free? Who would bother to help if there's no benefit to be gained? If such a system really exists, it's best to take precautions to avoid being lured into mining in the future. Anyway, you should prepare yourself first. As she spoke, the system girl took out a tablet computer from the dimensional container. Who knows how many chosen ones those dissipated fortunes will give birth to? You should know that you, host, are the villain. Therefore, he and those bastards, the chosen ones, were born to be at odds. So, have I dug a huge hole for myself? Watching the system girl rapidly operating something on the screen, Lin Hung twitched his lips helplessly. Did you even graduate from the system school? Why didn't you tell me something this important sooner? This guy can slack off at work all the time, but he didn't even mention something so important beforehand. Although someone as good-looking as him, who is just as handsome as the guys on screen, is indeed not very reasonable to play a villain. But what's done is done, and there's no point in dwelling on it anymore. More importantly, we should try to extract some good stuff from this scoundrel. Who told them to be so careless at work? I work 12 hours a day, and I spend 11 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds slacking off. Hey you slacking off. How long have you been slacking off today? You're talking nonsense. I graduated early from the training program because of my outstanding grades. Don't try to slander me. Guilty version. As they were talking, the system girl finished setting things up on the tablet. There's one more thing. This is your reward for your hard work over this period of time, which our readers strongly requested. Weapon mastery. You can instantly gain the skill to control any weapon. Can't-I collection girls aren't out of the question. Localized hardening of the body. This technique can harden a portion of the body, achieving a hardness exceeding that of steel. Seeing that the system girl so readily offered the reward, Lin Hung should have been happy. After all, this round of deals can be considered a freebie. But seriously, are the skill descriptions for these two characters even normal? The former can be ignored for now, as he doesn't need that many baby ubu. And most importantly, there are no such creatures as ship girls in this world. As for the latter, it must be very difficult to grind an iron pestle into a needle. Hey, what's with that expression? Meeting Lin Hang's somewhat lewd expression, the system girl rolled her eyes at him with extreme disgust. This is clearly a normal skill. Why are you thinking so much about it? Then why don't you reflect on why you can resonate with me in the same way? Regardless, Lin Hung managed to get 2 skills for free this time. The price to pay is that many so-called chosen ones may be born in the future. However, this wasn't a big problem for him. Anyway, his current behavior doesn't exactly make him a respectable person. If those little Karami dare to come, Out Yin will teach them a lesson. After all, these days, you can't do without a Dragon King under your command. That would be a very shameful existence even within the entire villain world. An hour later, on the way to the SC Pearl Hotel. So, brother, you mean the Bai family is very likely targeting us, right? After listening to Lin Hang's analysis, Lu Rian couldn't help but frown slightly. Although he wasn't sure why his younger brother knew about this. But she also understood that the other party wouldn't joke about something like this. I can't say 100%, but I can say there's a very high chance. Seeing Lu Rian's brows furrowing, Lin Hung shook his head slightly and reminded her, we'd better make some preparations in advance. The marketplace is like a battlefield. There are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. If the Bai family were to take drastic measures against the Lu family, some surrounding businesses might well have ulterior motives. So it's always good to prepare in advance. Yes, I'll handle this when I get back. As she spoke, Lu Rian rested her chin on one hand and asked with a puzzled look, but how exactly did Lu Zixuan get involved with the Bai family? She really couldn't understand why Lu Zixuan could be connected with the Bai family in the capital. It should be noted that before this, the Lu family and the Bai family had no connection whatsoever. This also means that the other party has no way of getting to know the Bai family through this channel. Could it be that Lu Zixuan really knows witchcraft? Thinking of this, Lu Rian immediately decided to go to Longhu Mountain to invite a group of experts down. Who knows? Looking at the 2 gold embossed invitations in his hand, Lin Hung said in a half-joking tone, maybe it's the eldest daughter of the Bai family who has taken a liking to that guy. Although he said it in a joking tone, he was actually already convinced of this idea. After all, aren't all novels based on formulaic plots like this? After the protagonist is targeted by the villain in various ways, women will often appear to help the villain. These people will not only throw money and resources at the problem, but they will eventually throw themselves into it as well. The Bai family's current behavior perfectly matches the plot of the novel. Plus, Lu Zixuan is half a man. The person who likes him so much can only be a woman. After all, our book is a normal, serious novel, and there will be no BL, boys love, scenes involving joy or laughter. And being female, plus having the ability to mobilize the Bai family's resources. If this person isn't the eldest daughter of the Bai family, then it can't be her mother, right? According to the information Lin Heng gathered, that person seems to be over 50 years old this year. Although both are widowed, the difference is still quite. That's so exciting. Dear readers, the next chapter is even more exciting. Chapter 140 The Banquet Begins, by Ling Long's Little Scheme. You know what? It's actually possible. Recalling her past situation, Lu Rian subconsciously rubbed her arms. Xiaohong, I think Lu Zixuan is a bit abnormal. When is anyone free recently? Let's all go to Longhu Mountain as a family. Don't let yourself get infected with some kind of witchcraft or sorcery that can control your mind. Seeing the disgusted look on the other person's face, Lin Heng opened his mouth, but swallowed back what he wanted to say. Then I'll go when I have time anyway. The holiday is almost here. Knowing too much isn't necessarily a good thing. After all, he couldn't very well say that Lu Zixuan, that good-for-nothing, was actually the illegitimate child of the heavenly Tao. Any female creature that has a role in the original work will inevitably develop a fondness for him upon meeting him. It's worth noting that a female wild boar appeared in the original story, and that wild boar actually fell for Lu Zixuan. It can only be said that the original setting was not outrageous, but even more outrageous. Okay, it's settled then. I heard that Longhu Mountain is preparing to hold some kind of grand Taoist ritual, and we'll be there then. Seeing that her younger brother did not refute her, Lu Ruyin immediately started talking. After introducing the activities at Longhu Mountain, they began to explain various paranormal events. For example, there's the cat-faced old lady, Maoming Building, Guangdong Liwan Plaza, and SC Pearl Hotel. With the microphone handed over by Wang Dachui at the right time, the car audio had already been turned into horror music. The atmosphere. Thankfully, there weren't many people on the ring road at that moment. Otherwise, people with such high or low status would be so frightened that they would develop health problems. In this atmosphere, the group quickly drove towards the SC Pearl Hotel. Half an hour later, in the banquet hall on the top floor of the SC Pearl Hotel. Wow, that's quite a generous gesture. Looking at the various forces that had appeared in the banquet hall, Lu Rian couldn't help but frown. The mayor, various officials, and heads of major families all arrived. Although there was a reason to save face. This also proves that the Bai family's overall strength is terrifying. After all, if it were just a small, insignificant household, how could so many people possibly accept the invitation? When soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. After quickly scanning the crowd, Lin Heng turned to look at Lu Ruyan beside him. Anyway, what's meant to come will come. There's no need for us to rush things, is there? As a local power, the Shun family was naturally among the invitees today. Shin Yuchu had told me after school that she would be coming over with a representative from the Shun family tonight. Brother, I'm practically drooling. After noticing her younger brother's little trick, Lu Ruyan covered her mouth and chuckled. Overall, she was quite satisfied with Shin Yuchu. She is very cute and has a very considerate personality. In any case, Lu Ruyan had already reserved the position of her future sister-in-law for the other party. If some sly fox or any other shady character dares to jump out and cause trouble along the way, then don't blame her for being ruthless. Seeing Lu Ruyan covering her mouth and chuckling, Lin Heng pursed his lips and muttered under his breath. When we get back tonight, I'll let you experience what motherly love is all about. You single dog, how dare you laugh at me who has a girlfriend? Ahang, Sister Ruyan. Just as Lin Heng was whispering to himself, a soft, sweet voice rang out not far from the two of them. After looking in the direction of the sound, Shin Yuchu, dressed in a white princess dress, was seen walking quickly toward the two of them. The figure following behind her was none other than Shirley, the current public figurehead of the Shin family. Due to Shun Ritian's poor health, his mother, Shun's group, has been gradually handed over to the only outstanding member, Shin Yuchu. As for Shirley, she was responsible for helping and guiding the other party. That's at least how it's presented on the surface. After all, most of the disobedient old men in the Shin family have already retired. Therefore, Shin Yuchu no longer needed to hide in the shadows. Silly girl, slow down, what if you fall? After taking the girl's hand in his, Lin Hung smiled slightly. No way. After grasping the boy's large hand, Shin Yuchu sweetly said, as long as a Heng is here, I won't fall. Lu Rian and Shirley. Although the interaction between the two was quite sweet, this sudden display of affection still left them feeling overwhelmed. As they approach 30, it seems they've never experienced what love is like. While Lu Rian and Shirley were both pondering whether they should become a 3,000-watt light bulb, the previously quiet crowd in the hall suddenly became restless. Miss Bai is out. Miss Bai is so beautiful. No wonder she comes from the Bai family. After looking in the direction everyone was looking, dressed in white, like a noble white swan, Bai Linglong was leading a group of people through the city. Wait, the person next to Miss Bai? By this time, some sharp-eyed people had already recognized Lu Zixuan, who was standing next to Bai Linglong. The controversy surrounding the real and fake young masters in the Lu family was a topic of casual conversation for a period of time. And now, Lu Zixuan, the fake young master abandoned by the Lu family, is actually standing next to the eldest daughter of the Bai family. In an instant, most people had a guess in their minds. That means that after this banquet, the Lu family's good days may be coming to an end. TSK. It's just as you guessed, little brother. Looking at Bai Linglong and Lu Zixuan, who were being fawned over, Lu Rian rubbed her arms with disgust. That damned eunuch. He really managed to hook up with the eldest daughter of the Bai family. A young lady from high society who lacks nothing actually falls for a dead eunuch who isn't even a man. Normal people at least have the means to live off women. But this guy just eats with his hands, okay? Even in ancient times, this would be considered quite outrageous. It's like a princess or the daughter of a duke taking a fancy to a lowly eunuch who works in the palace. Apart from the mother of the first emperor, nothing this outrageous has ever happened. P.S. This is a fictional parallel world where companies in Beijing are far more powerful than those in first-tier or super first-tier cities. Chapter 141. Since that's the case, let Zixuan return to the Lu family. Not only is he a eunuch, but he also has bald patches on his head. Seeing Lu Rian's disgusted expression, Lin Hung chuckled and teased. This young lady of the Bai family has quite unique tastes. They're here. Seeing Bai Linglong and her group walking towards them, Shin Yuchu also spoke up to warn them. Ahang, Sister Rian, I feel like they're up to something. Judging from their aggressive demeanor, they didn't seem like they were there to chat at all. She had heard of the Bai family when she was in the capital. Although not as deeply rooted as the Yi family, they are still a long-established family. As for Bai Linglong, the eldest daughter of the Bai family, she remembered that she was betrothed to the son of the Ji family. But now, the other party's attitude clearly indicates that they have something to do with Lu Zixuan. If Bai Linglong wanted to deal with the Lu family, she could use this to her advantage. Just as the group was lost in their own thoughts, Bai Linglong arrived before them, surrounded by the crowd. I suppose you must be Lu Rian, Miss Lu. After approaching the group, Bai Linglong extended her right hand to Lu Rian and said, Our Bai family would like to explore some collaborative projects with the Lu family. I wonder if Miss Lu would be interested? Hello, Miss Bai. Faced with this sudden gesture of goodwill, Lu Rian extended her right hand. Since Miss Bai has said so, then I'm naturally very interested. Even if you don't understand the other party's purpose, you just need to respond to their moves as they come. Having served as general manager for so long, Lu Rian is not one of those pretty faces who only know how to whine. Then let's find some time to talk about it later. After glancing at Lin Hung beside her, Bai Linglong continued with a smile. However, before we cooperate, I hope Miss Lu can grant me a small request. Those Lu family members actually dared to let Zixuan suffer so much injustice. The fact that she didn't directly kill the other party is already a testament to her kindness. Especially Lin Hung, the culprit. Bai Linglong vowed to make him experience what Lu Zixuan went through. And now, This is just the first step in the experience. Damn it, that bitch was definitely up to no good. Noticing the way the other person was looking at Lin Hong, Lu Rian subtly withdrew her hand. As long as it doesn't violate my conscience or public morality, I can agree to any request, Miss Bai. Oh dear, I'm a law-abiding citizen. As she spoke, Bai Linglong reached out and took Lu Zixuan's arm. The request is very simple. Let Zixuan return to your Lu family. Big sister. Upon hearing Bai Linglong's request, Lu Zixuan immediately feigned pitifulness. However, unlike before, this time he returned to the Lu family to carry out revenge. When the time comes, the women will be locked up, and all the men will be killed. The vast Lu family empire would all belong to him alone. As for how to do it, wouldn't it be better to just use some slow-acting chemicals? Anyway, with Bai Linglong's abilities, finding some restricted chemical substances wouldn't be too difficult. Miss Bai, I'm sorry, I cannot grant this request. Before Lu Zixuan could finish speaking, Lu Rian interrupted him, saying, My father clearly stated that Xiao Heng is the only male heir in our Lu family this generation. She had naturally seen through Bai Linglong's little scheme long ago. This move by the other side is an attempt to dismantle the Lu family from within. If he agrees under these circumstances, negative news about Lin Heng will probably be flying everywhere tomorrow. She even had the title in mind. The Lu family has welcomed back Lu Zixuan. Lin Heng is about to be abandoned. That's a real pity, considering this is a multi-billion-dollar order. As she spoke, Bai Linglong turned her gaze to Shun Yuchu beside her. If Miss Shun is interested, you can contact me anytime. Since we're going to take revenge on Lin Heng, we should make him experience the consequences of being abandoned by everyone. She had also investigated Shin Yuchu. She was just an illegitimate daughter of the Shin family. Although they gained considerable influence within the Shin family by relying on the Lu family's power. But no matter what, an illegitimate daughter is an illegitimate daughter. Even if they appear very successful on the surface, there are likely many people secretly trying to trip them up behind their backs. This order should be very tempting for the other party. Moreover, even if Shin Yuchu can truly stay true to herself, the Shun family behind her may not agree. This whole thing is a blatant conspiracy, using a transaction of tens of billions as bait. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Bai. Looking at Bai Linglong's smug face, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Shin Yuchu's eyes, but I'm sorry. My Shin family can't handle such a large order. You'll have to trouble you to find someone more capable. If it weren't for the concern that turning against him now would bring unnecessary trouble to Lin Heng, she was determined to show the other party what cruelty truly meant. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Shin Yuchu's reply, Bai Linglong couldn't help but burst into laughter. But the smile on her face vanished instantly the next second. Is your Shin family unable to handle such a large order? Or do you look down on my Bai family? Adding fuel to the fire is also necessary for the plan to proceed smoothly. I figured that if I pressured them like this, the group of people behind the Shun family would make a choice more quickly. Bai Linglong's sudden outburst instantly brought the atmosphere to a freezing point. At the same time, the same thought arose in the minds of many people. That means the Shun family is finished. Having provoked such a behemoth as the Bai family, even if you don't die, you'll be forced to beg on the streets. Is the Bai family so great? After shielding Shin Yuchu with his body, Lin Heng looked coldly at Bai Linglong not far away. You're quite willing to go to such lengths for a green tea guy. You can bully yourself, but you absolutely cannot bully your girlfriend. If it weren't for what the system girl had said before, you cannot use special means to eliminate someone when their luck is at its peak. This results in viewers having nothing to watch. He even wanted Long Outyin to come over tonight, so he could just use 3 booms to send the other party away. And most importantly, the number on this thing's forehead is -100. What does this mean? It means that the other party has already done that with Lu Zixuan. It's unclear whether Lu Zixuan used his silver tongue or his azure wave palm technique. But that's just how it is. Bai Linglong has absolutely no chance of becoming a normal person again. Chapter 142. Sorry, I usually just take action directly. Do you know what you're saying? Meeting Lin Heng's calm expression, Bai Linglong spoke coldly, word by word. Now kneeled down and apologized to Zixuan. I might consider forgiving what you did before. She had originally planned to slowly torment him, but now she has changed her mind. How dare they insult her precious Zishuan? She'll make them experience what it means to lose face. Miss Bai, don't go too far. As they spoke, Lu Rian stood beside Lin Hong, saying, "There's an old saying that even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. My Lu family has been in Shenzhen for so many years. We are not pushovers to be slaughtered. Since they've already crossed the line, there's no need for her to be polite anymore. Moreover, since the other party dared to speak to her younger brother like that, Lu Ruyan would absolutely not let them get away with it. Our Shin family is the same." At this moment, Shin Yuchu also slowly walked to Lin Heng's side. Although it was just a short sentence, it showed the girl's decision. She, Shin Yuchu, would stand with Lin Heng through thick and thin. This also means that the Shun and Lu families are now completely bound together. At least that's how it appears to outsiders. Very well, the Lu family and the Shun family really have a lot of nerve. After giving the group a cold look, Bai Linglong raised her hand without saying a word. At the same time, the leg movements were also very decisive, directly using the no-one groin kick for women to fight off enemies. Both of them were naturally aiming for Lin Heng. Since neither family is giving her any face, she might as well do it herself. She simply couldn't believe that the other party would actually dare to turn against her. But ideals are often grand, while reality is often quite harsh. Would Lin Heng just let himself be beaten like that? The answer is definitely no. Just as Shin Yuchu was about to make a move, Lin Heng took the initiative and grabbed Bai Linglong's wrist. He then promptly executed an over-the-shoulder throw. While Bai Linglong was still in mid-air, he kicked her in the waist. With the help of inertia and force, Bai Linglong also flew straight out for several meters. Bang! It only stopped flying after crashing into a table not far away. However, the collision also caused many of the drinks and food on the table to be overturned and spill onto Bai Linglong. In an instant, the other party's image changed from a lofty white swan to a wretched, ugly duckling. Damn it! Feeling the excruciating pain in her abdomen, Bai Linglong was unable to straighten up for a moment. He could only endure the sticky feeling on his face and body, staring intently at Lin Heng with fierce eyes. Exquisite. And watching his backer get kicked away, Lu Zishuan quickly appeared in front of the other party in a flash, and said to Lin Heng with an angry expression, "Lin Heng, how could you do this? If Linglong wants to hit you, just let her. Are you even a man? How could you fight back like that?" The surrounding crowd. At this moment, everyone present, regardless of age or gender, was speechless. Good heavens! A living male version of T.O. actually appeared right in front of him. If the atmosphere weren't so tense right now, they would have definitely said a few things to Lu Zishuan. How? Do boys deserve to be beaten by girls? You're a dog yourself. Don't assume everyone else is a dog. Just as everyone was looking down on Lu Zishuan, the system girl in Lin Heng's mind suddenly popped up. Trigger hidden quest. Humiliate the scheming fake young master and Bai Linglong, one of the female leads. Mission reward. Localized body hardening +1. It can harden a part of the body, making it harder than steel. P.S. Now both ends can be hardened. TSK. System girl. You still say that when you cut it open, it wasn't filled. Nonsense. These are all what the readers are saying. What does it have to do with me? Stubbornly retorting. Shaw, my readers aren't that naive, are they? After mentally criticizing the system, Lin Heng turned his gaze to Lu Zishuan, who looked as if he was ignoring the facts. TSK. Has your thinking become feminized after losing the Dragon Balls? Whether I am a man or not is none of your business. But you, Lu Zishuan, a guy who lost his Dragon Balls, are definitely not a man. It has to be said, this guy is really good at hooking up with rich women. He is doing this now in order to cut off the other party's path to pursuing other wealthy women. After all, no one would want their daughter to marry a eunuch. Especially after reaching this level, the continuation and development of the family is always of paramount importance. After the fact that Lu Zishuan was a eunuch was exposed, even if someone were willing to sacrifice the women in their family, it would definitely not be from the direct line. This can be seen as a way of cutting off the possibility of Lu Zishuan relying on those families in the future. After all, they are not direct descendants, so they have very little access to anything. And things turned out exactly as Lin Heng had predicted. The moment the words were spoken, almost everyone subconsciously looked at Lu Zixuan's lower body. Although I don't know if what Lin Heng said is true or false, but that didn't stop them from watching the spectacle. After all, it's easy to find a three-legged toad these days, but men without eggs are really rare. At the same time, the way everyone looked at Bai Linglong also changed slightly. They simply couldn't understand why the other person could tolerate this kind of person. Could it be that Lu Zixuan possesses the legendary divine move? Ah, Lin Heng, you bastard. Lin Heng's ridicule and the whispers of those around him instantly shattered Lu Zixuan's fragile psychological defenses. At that moment, he overcame his inner fear and quickly got up and rushed towards the other party. The next second, Tom's voiceover. With a deafening scream, Lu Zixuan was sent flying back to a spot not far from Bai Linglong by Lin Heng's powerful brush. Incidentally, his wig was also blown off. Wow, the Mediterranean Sea. Looking at Lu Zixuan's shiny bald head, a young girl subconsciously remarked, "He's even balder than my chemistry teacher." The girl's honest words made many people subconsciously try to suppress their laughter. As we all know, the core of comedy is tragedy. Therefore, nothing could be more hilarious than the current situation. In particular, Lu Zixuan's wig happened to fly onto Bai Linglong's face at that moment. Asshole! Seeing Lu Zixuan slapped to the ground, Bai Linglong, having regained some strength, ripped off her wig and roared at the bodyguards around her. "Are you all idiots? Quickly grab this guy. If I don't break his legs today, I won't believe it was all for nothing." Chapter 143 2 against 1. This advantage is mine. In Bai Linglong's eyes, the Lu family was nothing more than a local enterprise in the countryside. If she doesn't want to play, she can be eliminated at any time. So breaking Lin Heng's 3 legs was nothing to her. "Yes, miss." Upon receiving the order, the bodyguards quickly walked towards Lin Heng. "The reason we stayed put and didn't take any action before was simply because we didn't want to cause ourselves any trouble. After all, working for a boss who is unpredictable has taught them to slack off. They will never do anything unnecessary unless it endangers the employer's life." Xiaohong. Ahang. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan and Shin Yuchu were about to step forward. But before they could act, Lin Heng stopped them with a single look. "You all heard Miss Bai's request, right?" After giving the two a reassuring look, Lin Heng turned and waved to the crowd. "Break all these people's legs and then throw them out." Since he knew this was a trap, how could he possibly not make any preparations at all? He's not some arrogant genius who likes to show off by himself. If you don't use the people under your command, what's the point of keeping them around? Is it intended to be used as a mascot? Received, boss. The moment the words were spoken, more than a dozen thugs in suits appeared in the crowd. Without saying a word after they appeared, the group rushed directly at the Bai family's 20-odd bodyguards. On average, it's 1 against 2, giving us the advantage. "Idiot, my bodyguards are." Seeing that she had the upper hand, Bai Linglong was about to make a sarcastic remark. But the next second, all her words got stuck in her throat. Because of her group of private bodyguards, whom she was so proud of. At this moment, he was just like a little lamb, being unilaterally beaten by the people Lin Heng brought. Even more outrageous, the two sides actually started arguing over who got to steal the other's prize. Doesn't this make it seem like all of Bai's bodyguards are useless? As for the surrounding guests, they naturally chose to remain on the sidelines and watch. Why can't they just sit back and watch the show while they eat sunflower seeds during this free-for-all? In any case, whether the Bai family wins or the Lu family wins, it doesn't really affect them. The person who was the most unsettled in the entire room was none other than Shirley, who was standing next to Shin Yuchu. Because among these suddenly appearing crowds, she saw the person Shen Shisan had once told her about. That's Mei Ganxin, who likes to make handicrafts. In addition, Lu Ruyan also looked surprised. So who will own this team? Thinking of this, the way she looked at Lin Heng changed slightly. It seems that compared to our young lady, the other party has also been hiding quite a bit. Just as Sherry was muttering to herself, the brawl on the field was coming to an end. In less than 2 minutes, all 20-odd members of the Bai family had their legs broken. "Miss Bai, it seems your people aren't up to par either." Looking at the Bai family bodyguards who had all been thrown out, Lin Heng slowly walked to Lu Zixuan's side. I don't usually hit women. But clearly, you, being half a woman, are not in this typical situation. The instant he finished speaking, he stomped on the other person's shin bone. Click. With a crisp sound, Lu Zixuan, who had fainted, was jolted awake by the pain. Ah! Seeing his completely twisted shin bone, he broke down and cried out, Ah! My leg, my leg. Lin Heng, you bastard. Seeing her beloved lover being hurt like this, Bai Linglong immediately shouted urgently, Release Zixuan right now. Otherwise, I will make sure your Lu family is wiped out without a burial place. What a pity, Miss Bai. I don't like what you have to say. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Heng stomped heavily on Lu Zixuan's other leg again. Besides venting his personal desires, he did this primarily to damage the Bai family's prestige. Although in this era, the prevailing attitude is that whoever provides the benefits is the mother. However, there is a fundamental difference between a mother who is capable of protecting her breast milk and one who is not. Today, Lin Heng wants to let companies like those in SC know that the Bai family is not an entity that can control everything. Too many lies can kill an elephant, and he didn't want to waste too much time on little Karami. If you can warn most people at once, you've already achieved your goal. Ah! Looking at his twisted legs, Lu Zixuan completely lost his composure. Linglong. Save me, Linglong. At this moment, he no longer had the courage to argue with Lin Heng. However, he also transferred this resentment to Bai Linglong. Doesn't this woman know the occasion? What good will come of provoking the other party at this time? Even though he harbored resentment, he didn't show any sign of anything amiss on the surface. Because neither Lin Heng nor Bai Linglong are people he can afford to offend right now. Lin Heng's ruthless actions also made many people present have ulterior motives. If the Lu family can survive this ordeal, they wouldn't mind offering a helping hand behind the scenes. After all, such a person is quick-witted, ruthless, and acts without considering the consequences. As long as he doesn't die, he will definitely achieve great things in the future. Offering help in times of need is always better than adding to someone's already good fortune. Lin Heng. Seeing Lu Zixuan's sorrowful appearance, Bai Linglong was instantly enraged, her eyes blazing with fury. Don't be so arrogant. After her outburst, she turned her gaze to the guest beside her. Who's willing to lend me someone? As long as you lend me your people, I can give you priority in sharing my Bai family's projects with them. It's no longer just a problem with Lu Zixuan. It also involves the prestige of the Bai family. If we back down now, the Bai family's future development in Shenzhen will definitely be affected to some extent. After all, the intimidating power of a lion in its prime is completely different from that of an old lion. As the saying goes, wealth can be very tempting. Faced with a project worth nearly 100 billion, most people present had a strong sense of greed in their eyes. Without much hesitation, they gave a wink to the bodyguards not far away. The people who are here tonight are basically worth billions. Therefore, they would naturally be accompanied by 2 or 3 bodyguards. Even those who are doing relatively poorly. The bodyguard and driver roles are usually combined to create a bodyguard. Chapter 144 Don't Yell at Me. Release Zixuan immediately and cripple your own legs. In that case, I might consider letting you leave. Seeing the 60 or 70 people who appeared behind her in the blink of an eye, Bai Linglong regained her composure. She simply didn't believe that Lin Heng could cause any trouble in front of so many people. The other side's people are indeed good fighters, but what good are they in this society? In the world of business, influence is essential, and the Bai family possesses that influence. As expected, the women who hang out with Lu Zixuan aren't exactly bright. Ignoring Bai Linglong's smug look, Lin Heng turned his gaze to a middle-aged bald man. Before anyone present could react, he ordered his men to drag him over. However, because the incident happened so suddenly, by the time they reacted, the middle-aged bald man had already been pulled to Lin Heng's side. What do you want to do? Don't be nervous. Mr. Li, let's just talk about something. As he spoke, Lin Heng bent down and whispered in his ear, President Li, what do you think your wife would do if she found out you were seeing someone else? Li Dalong is the CEO of the SC Li Group. However, compared to others, his family status is undoubtedly at the lowest level. The reason is quite simple. The other party is a Phoenix man, a man from a poor background who achieved success. He got to where he is today, thanks to his in-laws' connections. You're talking nonsense, Upon hearing this, Li Dalong instinctively wanted to refute it. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Hung blurted out two addresses: Thompson Riviera 1303, 1406. TSK. Mr. Li, I didn't realize you were in such good health. You? Upon hearing the two addresses, Li Dalong clenched his fists instantly. He knew he had failed today. If we want to prevent things from escalating, there's only one way left. Young Master Lu. I suddenly remembered I had something to do at home, so I went back first. After giving Lin Hung a smile, Li Dalong left with his bodyguards. He had no intention of getting involved in the mess between the Bai and Lu families any further. After all, if he lost the support of his shrewish wife, the consequences would be. Farewell, Mr. Li. I hope we'll have the opportunity to work together in the future. Watching Li Dalong's departing figure, Lin Hung had several more people dragged over. Without exception, all of these people followed Li Dalong and left. Anyone who shows up here tonight is definitely not a fool. Naturally, they realized that Lin Hung had obtained leverage over those people. After all, to have climbed to this position, one must at least have clean hands. But the situation might not be the same for the family members below. Just like Director Chi, he was ultimately killed by the villagers under his command. Therefore, when Lin Hung looked at them, almost everyone subconsciously looked away. The Bai family is someone they can't afford to offend, but Lin Hung and his group are also someone they can't afford to offend now. Therefore, the best solution is naturally to remain neutral. After receiving a look from their boss, the bodyguards all quietly withdrew. In no time, only Bai Linglong remained in the spot. Miss Bai, it seems the situation has reversed. Looking at the stunned Bai Linglong, Lin Hung smiled and stepped on Lu Zixuan's thigh bone, saying playfully, "Kneel down now and cripple your own legs. Then I might consider letting you and this green tea bitch go." His intelligence network is indeed formidable, but it's impossible to collect all the stains on these people's records. Those who just came over are among the easier ones to control. Fortunately, the desired effect was achieved. From today onwards, those who want to deal with the Lu family will have to think twice. After all, there's nothing wrong with wanting to eat mutton. But what if you don't get to eat mutton and instead get into trouble? That would be a huge loss. Damn it. Seeing that Lin Hung was returning exactly what he had just said, Bai Linglong clenched her fists in anger and roared furiously, "Impossible. I would never." Click. Ah. Before the other party could finish speaking, Lin Hung stomped heavily on Lu Zixuan's thigh bone again. After lifting his foot, he said apologetically, I'm sorry. It's all Miss Bai's fault. You were too loud and scared me." "Oh, come on, just speak properly." Zixuan. Seeing Lu Zixuan's miserable state, Bai Linglong wished she could immediately run Lin Hung over with her car. But at this moment, she could only suppress her bad emotions for the time being and said in a low voice, "Change the terms. Otherwise, we might as well all perish together." If this were in Beijing, she would have called the police immediately. But this is SZ after all, not my own territory. Therefore, choosing to call the police would waste some of the goodwill that the Bai family has accumulated over the years. Mobilizing police forces across regions is not something that can be done easily. Okay, I'm not a difficult person to talk to. After performing a chin removal procedure on Lu Zixuan, bringing some temporary peace to the world, Iju made the world a little quieter. While pressing Bai Linglong's head to the ground, Lin Hung continued to speak to her, then simply kneeled down and apologized to me. Miss Bai wouldn't be so unwilling to grant even such a simple request, would she? Besides wanting to undermine the Bai family's prestige in Shenzhen, he also wanted to cause their fortunes to collapse. He couldn't just kill them without breaking their luck. These disgusting rules make Bai Linglong and Lu Zixuan no different from flying cockroaches from the south. They are all extremely disgusting. Wah, Linglong, save me, Linglong. Because of his dislocated jaw, Lu Zixuan could only sob desperately. He only has one leg that's still intact. Who knows where Lin Hung will go after he's done with it? If we follow the order, the next goal might be a perfect score of 100. But of his 100 points, he now only has 1 point left. If he loses even the last point, then he will really have no choice but to go to Thailand. Thinking of this, Lu Zixuan couldn't help but feel resentment towards Bai Linglong. Why didn't they just kneel down from the start? Why put yourself through even more suffering? Chapter 145. The storm is brewing, and we're facing it head-on. Damn Lin Hung. I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Lu Zixuan's sobs were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. No matter how unwilling she was, Bai Linglong could only slowly kneel down on the ground and say, I'm sorry, I apologize for my previous behavior. Haha. It seems that Miss Bai and eunuch Lu are indeed truly in love. As they were talking, Lin Hung grabbed Lu Zixuan by the back of his collar and gestured to Lu Ruyan and the others to leave with him. Now that the goal has been achieved, there's no point in staying here any longer. As for Lu Zixuan, of course, we should make the most of it one last time. There's nothing wrong with him carrying a shield to prevent being ambushed or retaliated against, right? This continued until everyone had left in the elevator. Lin Hung-sai tossed Lu Zixuan toward Bai Linglong, who was not far away, as if he were throwing away trash missed by. Mountains don't move, but rivers do. Let's see how things unfold as we go. After saying that, he turned and walked into the elevator next to him. As for the follow-up pursuit, he wasn't actually worried. To avoid the traffic jam incident involving Lin Wanrong last time, the Lu family has now installed quite a few props inside the car. If the other side dares to chase after us, he can have Wang Dachui activate the item race mode. With his advanced driving skills and QQ speed, sending the other person flying shouldn't be a problem. Because of her pampered lifestyle, Bai Linglong's physical strength was completely insufficient to keep up with Lu Zixuan. The moment they made contact, he was pinned down. Damn it, damn Lin Hung. Seeing Lu Zixuan's miserable state, she immediately said to the waiter beside her, quickly, find a doctor. If anything happens to him, I'll make sure everyone in your hotel is executed. Damn it, where did this crazy old woman come from? Although I was cursing in my heart. But money is hard to earn and life is tough, so the waiter still started contacting doctors. As for when the doctor will arrive, that's none of his business. A dozen minutes later, in the back seat of the nanny van. It can be used directly as the golden cudgel. After experiencing the skills granted by the system, I noticed the cumulative effect of localized hardening of my body. Lin Hung felt that the hardened object could be used to break bricks. The partial hardening of the body +1 effect does not mean that it can only be enhanced once. Instead, they can be stacked together in a fixed manner. As for why it can be used as a weapon for the great sage, I think everyone who understands knows. Xiaohong, the next battle is going to be tough. At this moment, Lu Ruyan had finished talking to her family. After putting down her phone, she turned to Lin Hung with a serious expression and said, I've already spoken to my family. Once we get back, we'll discuss what to do next. Rationally speaking, she didn't want to confront the Bai family. But now there's no other choice. The Bai family has already put a knife to our necks. Are we just going to stand there and let them cut us open? As for abandoning Lin Hung, I'm sorry. Although her Lu family is not a century-old family, they would never abandon their own blood relatives. This is why the Lu family members get along just like ordinary families. There is no connection of interests between family members, only affection for each other. Sister Ruyan, let me go too. At this moment, Shin Yuchu, who was standing to the side, also spoke up. I have already made arrangements with the Shin family. They will stand together with the Lu family through thick and thin. If she weren't temporarily unable to utilize the resources in the capital, she would have sent the entire Bai family there the very next day. Daring to bully her future husband is practically courting death. Yes, don't worry. After exiting the skill perception state, Lin Hung reached out and grasped the girl's small hand. When soldiers come, we'll deal with them. When water comes, we'll dam it with me here. Nothing will happen. If the Bai family only uses the rules within the business world, he is confident that he has the means to stabilize the situation. But what if we resort to methods outside of the marketplace? Then don't blame yourself for lacking martial ethics. Although, because of that dam setting, he couldn't use special methods to deal with Bai Linglong. However, if it's a passive counterattack, there's no problem. And if it really comes to that point, With the power that Uncle Dong possesses, he will definitely make the other party understand what despair is. Yes, I believe you. After grasping the boy's hand in return, Shun Yuchu nodded earnestly. Ahang, just tell me if you need anything, and I will definitely support you wholeheartedly. It's just the Shin family. What's the harm in giving them all up? As long as Lin Hung is alright, then everything is worthwhile. It can only be said that having a girlfriend who is obsessed with love is indeed the greatest luck a guy can have in his life. Looking at the pink bubbles coming from the back seat, Lu Ruyan suddenly felt that she shouldn't be in the car, she should be under the car. Meanwhile, at the Bai family villa in SC. Ouch, it hurts so much, Ling Long. Lying in the hospital bed, Lu Zixuan looked at the girl beside him with tears streaming down his face. Will I never be able to stand up again? Wah. Since the jaw was only dislocated, the doctor has already put it back in place. But the remaining legs are more troublesome. All 3 injuries are fractures, requiring fixation with metal plates for recovery. At this point, the doctor is already preparing the surgical materials. Once the steel plate arrives, the surgery can begin. This means that Lu Zixuan will have to live with a steel plate for at least the next year. No, Zixuan, don't worry. After taking Lu Zixuan's hand, Bai Linglong earnestly assured him, I've already sent the best doctor over, trust me, you'll be fine. Seeing the other person like this, her heart was breaking. Wah Linglong, it's so good to have you. Although he harbored extreme resentment towards Bai Linglong. Why shouldn't the other person get hurt for me? Why can she get away with it unscathed? However, on the surface, Lu Zixuan looked very remorseful, saying, it's all my fault today. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have. Wah, it's all my fault for being useless. He will definitely not let what happened tonight go. He would repay the harm Lin Hung had caused him 1,000-fold, 100-fold. The best way to get revenge is naturally to encourage Bai Linglong to stand up for him. It seems that as long as the Bai family takes serious action against the Lu family, they can surely bankrupt them in a short time. When that time comes, he will imprison the 3 Lu sisters and Xiao Wanqing. Oh, and that bitch Shin Yuchu too. As for Lin Hung and Lu Zhigua, their limbs will be broken and they will be hung up. He wanted to torture the person they cherished 1,000 times over in front of these 2 people. Stop talking, Zixuan, this isn't your fault. After placing her finger on the other person's lips, Bai Linglong said gently, you just need to focus on recovering, leave the rest to me. Even without Lu Zixuan's instigation, she had no intention of letting the Lu and Shin families off the hook. They dared to challenge the Bai family's authority. It's impossible for them not to pay the price. Linglong, I'll do whatever you say. Noticing the hint of resentment deep in the girl's eyes, Lu Zixuan couldn't help but smile. Lin Hung, I really look forward to seeing your expression of despair. A few minutes later, as the operating room doors slowly closed, Bai Linglong took her phone out of her pocket. Next, she will begin to exact her revenge on the Lu family. Please support me. I'm working hard on writing. Thank you everyone for your hard work. Chapter 146, The Lu Family's Protective Umbrella. After being provoked by Lu Zixuan, Bai Linglong decided to take drastic measures against the Lu family as quickly as possible. She wanted to make Lin Hung, the Lu family, and the Shun family all wag their tails and beg for her like dogs. Although doing so will consume some of your personal connections. But in Bai Linglong's eyes, it was absolutely worth it. Not long after, the call was answered. Little Bai, what brings you to me so late at night? Uncle Wong, I would like to ask you for a favor. After confirming that the person she was looking for answered the phone, Bai Linglong got straight to the point. I want the Lu family in Shenzhen to go bankrupt. Uncle Wong, whose real name was Wang Chongyang. He is the head of the ZY Commercial Crime Investigation Division and can decide the life or death of many companies with just a flick of his finger. Although those particularly large leading enterprises or those with powerful backgrounds cannot be touched by the other party. However, for a small to medium-sized enterprise like the Lu family, taking action shouldn't be a problem. The common people can't fight with merchants, and merchants can't fight with officials. The saying, a higher-ranking official can crush a lower-ranking one, applies here. Don't be fooled by the seemingly glamorous lives of some entrepreneurs who casually throw around projects worth hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars. But what does wealth amount to in the face of true power? If someone wants to, they can put you back into amniotic fluid in no time. Therefore, as long as Wang Chongyang takes action, then a mere small Lu family would collapse in no time. As for evidence, sometimes it's not that important, is it? However, to Bai Linglong's surprise, Wang Chongyang did not immediately agree after hearing the news. After a long silence, he continued, "Let's change our request. By girl, I can't touch the Lu family right now." Upon hearing Wang Chongyang's answer, Bai Linglong instinctively retorted, "Why?" She really didn't understand why the other party wouldn't touch the Lu family. You should know that debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. This matter shouldn't pose a major problem for Wang Chongyang. Because of a drug that the country urgently needs. When Bai Linglong asked him a question, Wang Chongyang gave a brief hint before changing the subject, saying, "The Bai family's connections are still there. If you need anything else, you can still come to me anytime." If it had happened a week ago, he would have been happy to agree to the request. After all, it's just about ruining a local business. For him, the head of the ZY Commercial Crime Investigation Division, it was no different than crushing an ant. But now, he doesn't have the courage to go against the country. The Lu family is no longer what it used to be. They can compete using business tactics. But if he goes up there and messes things up, then his political career will be over. It was just a favor. It shouldn't have cost him such a price. After listening to Wang Chongyang's answer, even though Bai Linglong was extremely unwilling, she still maintained a good facade. Call. After taking a deep breath, she tried to speak in a calm tone. "I understand. Uncle Wang, I'm so sorry to bother you so late. It's all right, I'll go and rest now." "Yes, Uncle Wang." After hanging up the phone, Bai Linglong angrily slammed it to the ground, yelling, "Damn it! Even so, I won't let you get away with this." While unconventional methods are not allowed, there should be no problem with reporting such things, right? She simply didn't believe that, given the Bai family's current status, there was anyone in Shenzhen who wouldn't be afraid to cooperate with the Lu and Shin families. Even if it takes time and effort, she'll wear the Lu family down. Meanwhile, what happened tonight is also escalating rapidly. Almost all businesses in SC City knew about the conflict between the Bai family, the Lu family, and the Shin family. Of course, the main point of contention lies with the Lu family, while the Shin family is merely secondary. In addition, another piece of gossip is also spreading rapidly. That is, the dignified eldest daughter of the Bai family actually fell in love with the fake young master who was abandoned by the Lu family. And the most important point is that the fake young master was actually a eunuch with a receding hairline. This has left many people secretly amazed by Bai Linglong's unique flavor, while also prompting them to consider the potential for future developments. Besides trying to assign some people to the Bai family, they also wanted to take a bite out of the Lu family, this big piece of fat meat. However, after recalling Lin Heng's actions at the party tonight, many people kept this little thought to themselves. After all, nobody wants to get into trouble while eating mutton, right? Regardless, the Lu family suddenly became the talk of the town in SC's high society. Meanwhile, in the living room on the first floor of the Lu family home, with Sovaldi developed by my second sister, we don't need to worry about the Bai family using their political influence. After placing some of the Bai family's information on the table, Lin Heng said to the people in front of him, "What we need to do now is to find some backup partners." After all, given the Bai family's size and influence, many people will definitely choose to cooperate with them. Sovaldi is a highly effective treatment for chronic hepatitis C. In addition, Lu Rumo's original intention was to use it to help more people. So after discussing it, the Lu family decided to hand it over to the state. The Lu family, on the other hand, only earns a small portion of the difference. However, medicines, even with a low profit margin and high sales volume, still come at a considerable price. And it is precisely because of this reason that the Lu family gained an invisible protective umbrella. This saved Lin Heng a lot of time. After all, some things are one less he can use each time. Your older sister and I will handle this matter. As for the intelligence on the Bai family. After picking up the documents from the table, Lu Zhigua's brows furrowed slightly. The Bai family stronghold is in the capital, so the Lu family's influence might not be able to penetrate there. Even the documents on the table now were obtained by Lin Heng. Let me handle the intelligence. Seeing Lu Zhigua's predicament, Lin Heng chimed in. I have some connections in Beijing, so having them investigate shouldn't be a problem. As the saying goes, the Dragon King has enemies and friends all over the world. Now that he's the Dragon King's boss, it shouldn't be a problem for him to use the other party's friends, right? Of course, this is a proper use. Okay, then let's agree on that. As he spoke, Lu Jigua turned to look at the people sitting on the sofa. In the coming period, everyone should work together to prepare. As long as our family stays united, we have nothing to fear from these demons and monsters. If he really can't take it anymore, he can go back and beg his old leaders in the army. Although it's a bit embarrassing to do this, I'll just have to lose face for my family. They think the Mirbai family can bring down the Lu family? Do they really think they wasted those years? Chapter 147 The Bai family's actions, the Lu family's response. Yes, 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 our family must stay united. After echoing her husband's words, Lu Rushua immediately started to lighten the mood. So, Xiaohong, when are you planning to get engaged to your sister-in-law? It would be a lie to say that the Lu family wasn't moved by Shin Youchu's firm decision to take sides at this time. Therefore, they officially regarded Shin Youchu as part of their own family. What's the rush, you single dog? You'll have to wait until this whole thing is over. Lin Heng instantly understood his older sister's little scheme. By the way, why are you in such a hurry? Have you prepared the change of address fee for Youchu? Don't be embarrassed if you can't produce it later. Hey, you little rascal. After pulling Shin Youchu into her arms, Lu Rushua revealed a confident expression. Our little Youchu won't be as petty as you. Aren't you right, Youchu? Why? Seeing that the topic had inexplicably veered towards marriage, Shin Youchu blushed and whispered, I'll listen to Ahang. When in doubt, I always listen to Ahang. These are the life philosophies she summarized during her time living in the Lu family. Hearing Shin Youchu's irrelevant answer, Lu Rushua felt as if she had been hit by a ton of bombs. This world is so cruel to single people. She needs to save money. She wants to go back to the moon to play with her eyes. This damned earth, let whoever wants to stay there. Seeing Lu Rushua's dejected appearance, the Lu family members all let out in polite but immoral laughter. In such a lively atmosphere, the gloom that had just enveloped everyone's hearts dissipated considerably. It was 11 p.m., in the bedroom on the third floor of the Lu family's house. Good night, Youchu, get some rest. After covering Shin Youchu with the blanket, Lin Heng gently kissed the girl's forehead. Don't worry about the Bai family's affairs. I'm here. As the saying goes, it's hardest to resist the kindness of a beautiful woman. The girl had completely opposed the Bai family for her own sake, so he couldn't let her down no matter what. He's got the Bai family under control. Even if Jesus came, it wouldn't make a difference. I believe in your Ahang. Looking into the boy's earnest eyes, Shin Youchu reached out and grasped his arm. But if you need anything, you must tell me, okay? She didn't want to see Lin Heng bear too much pressure alone. If the Bai family is truly ungrateful, then they shouldn't blame themselves for lacking martial ethics. Even though agreeing to that request would likely cost her her freedom. However, in return, the Bai family will definitely collapse. Okay, go get some rest, you silly goose. After putting the girl's arm back under the covers, Lin Heng prepared to get up and leave. Good night. Youchu, see you tomorrow morning. He still has things to arrange. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. To deal with the Bai family, we naturally need to be fully prepared. If things were to go wrong unexpectedly, it would truly embarrass countless transmigrators. After all, he wasn't a hero with the chance to start over. Good night, Ahang, see you tomorrow. The smile on Shin Youchu's face gradually disappeared after the boy closed the door to the room. Just now, during the break from leaving the SC Pearl Hotel, Shirley had already told her about Mei Ganxin. This was also a way of telling her that Lin Heng was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. However, Shin Youchu had already anticipated this matter. After all, living around someone like Lin Yaodong, plus his impressive skills. No matter how you look at it, her future husband is definitely not an ordinary lost young master. To put it simply, Lin Heng's outward appearance is like a warm sun, while his inner self is as desolate as a black hole. But isn't the essence of Shin Youchu's heart also as lifeless as a black hole? And this may be the reason why the two of them were able to gradually come together. Who in this society doesn't have two faces? Shin Yuchu herself also has a similar look, doesn't she? As long as Lin Heng loves her, then nothing else matters. Whether the boy eventually becomes a warm and comforting son or a destructive black hole that devours everything. She, Shin Yuchu, will always be by his side. Until the end of the world, until the end of life. The Bai family. Looking at the moon partially obscured by shadows outside, a fierce killing intent flashed in Shin Yuchu's eyes. Sometimes, you just have to do things your way, right? Unsurprisingly, Bai Linglong's revenge came swiftly. On the second day of work, Lu encountered a number of minor problems. The reason it's considered a minor issue is because the people we encountered were mostly from the fire department and tax authorities who came to investigate. They said they received a report from the public and would come to verify it with the relevant personnel. The Lu family members didn't take this minor squabble seriously. After all, it's just a fine of tens of thousands of yuan at most. There's absolutely no need to worry about such a thing. It wasn't until the afternoon that Lu encountered some rather troublesome matters. That is, some business partners came to Lu's to terminate the contract. Even some ongoing collaborative projects have been abruptly halted by the partners. It's easy to guess that these people must have received benefits from the Bai family. Otherwise, how could they have put pressure on the Lu family at the same time? Brother, just as you thought. After seeing off the partners, Lu Rian returned to her office. More than 40% of our offline partners have stopped cooperating with us. As for raw materials, apart from those from Yuchu, the other suppliers have basically stopped production. Although I was mentally prepared for it. But when it actually happened, she still couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. After all, if a business is shut down, it means there will be no revenue. Employee salaries and basic benefits need to be maintained indefinitely. There are no problems in the short term, but if it goes on for a long time, some problems are bound to arise. These are just appetizers. After picking up the documents that Lu Ruyan had placed on the table, Lin Heng quickly flipped through them and continued. Make those who terminated their cooperation pay the penalty for breach of contract. In a few days, I'll find someone to take over the remaining steps. Anyway, quite a few people from the village have done quite well after leaving. Letting them take over these profitable projects would be a good choice. As for the issue of loyalty, those villages with ancestral halls don't really consider this kind of question. After all, when there are no external enemies, people might fight amongst themselves. But what if they encounter outsiders who come looking for trouble? The villagers will then show him what the power of a surname truly is. Lin Heng is the new generation leader of Tazai and the main person in charge of leading them to prosperity. In addition, all the projects that are to be allocated are profitable. Therefore, unless someone's head is in their mouth, no one will help Bai Linglong. Chapter 148: The Mysterious Person Who Can Deal with the Lu Family. Yes, I've had my secretary discuss these matters with them. After plopping down on the sofa opposite Lin Heng, Lu Ruyan propped her chin up with one hand and said, "But little brother, you really are something else. If things weren't so bad, I'd be willing to lock you up and interrogate you for days and nights. Not to mention the fact that they were admitted to university based on their special talents. They also have such strong influence behind the scenes. Thinking back to what I was doing when I was 18, it seems I was already managing a company by then. Although he's a little worse than his younger brother, he's still much better than his peers who can only babble. Madam, please refrain from making such dangerous remarks." After giving Lu Ruyan a somewhat speechless glare, Lin Heng waved the pile of reports in his hand. These fence-sitters who submitted their resignation applications today, there's no need to keep them. Just notify HR and ask them to hire another batch of people. Just as he had anticipated. While Bai Linglong was contacting suppliers and partners, she had also infiltrated many of Lu's employees. Fortunately, they were all junior staff who were not essential, and some managers in less important positions. And if this group of people wanted to leave, the Lu family would not suffer any loss, as they could always replenish their supplies from the market. After all, what's the least valuable thing in the 21st century? It's the innocent yet foolish college student. To put it bluntly, you might not be able to hire a migrant worker for 3,000 yuan a month, but you can definitely hire a college student. This is due to the current social environment, and no one can change it. After all, academic qualifications have depreciated, so college graduates are naturally worthless. Otherwise, Why would people often joke that graduating from university is equivalent to unemployment? As for the Liu family, as long as the core members they have carefully cultivated do not leave, that is all that matters. So it doesn't matter how many people Bai Linglong poaches. After all, as long as you have money, you can always find suitable cattle and horses. I understand these opportunists won't have a good ending. After nodding earnestly to Lin Heng, Lu Ruyan brought up another matter. By the way, Xiao Heng, some people are already looking to sell their shares. What happened at yesterday's party was hardly a secret. Therefore, the news that the Bai family and the Liu family were at odds was common knowledge in upper-class society. As a result, many people with connections have also heard the news. In terms of sheer apparent strength, the Liu family is certainly no match for the Bai family from the capital. Therefore, under such circumstances, it is natural that some people want to sell their shares while the Liu family shares are still valuable. After all, what if the Liu family really collapses? Then their shares in the Liu family business would truly be worthless. There's no rush. I think Bai Linglong will probably stir up some more trouble in the next few days. As he spoke, Lin Heng turned his gaze to the next document. Let things escalate a bit more, give people the impression that we are in a weak position. At that point, we'll be able to acquire these shares at minimal cost. He originally wanted to buy back the shares held by these minority shareholders, and Bai Linglong's actions were a form of indirect help. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, we can kick some people out. The future of the Liu group can only belong to the Liu family. All right, whatever you say. After handing some documents to her younger brother, Lu Ruyan picked up her phone and said, "These are the contracts for those stalled projects. Find some time to sign them with the people. I have another meeting, so I'll be leaving now." As the president of a group, she is still very busy. Especially in such turbulent times, there are always some old fogies who jump out to cause trouble. However, after this incident, she no longer had to put up with those old geezers. After all, a company is like a society, and whoever has the most say will naturally be listened to. TSK. It was definitely the right decision to find a beast of burden to do your job. Watching Lu Ruyan's movements, which were almost blurry, Lin Heng smiled and shook his head before reaching for the contract on the table. He will sign these contracts, but not now. He needed to feign weakness until he could eliminate the pests in the Liu family. It's not shameful to show weakness temporarily. Success is the only constant. The examples of Liu Bang and Xiang Yu in the past perfectly illustrate this point. History is written by the victors. The vanquished are merely tools to be manipulated at will. Just as Lin Heng was pondering how to deal with Bai Linglong. Meanwhile, at the Bai family's villa. Knock, knock, knock. "Miss, someone is looking for you outside." Roll. After pressing Lu Zixuan's head back down, Bai Linglong shouted coldly towards the door, "Don't bother me unless it's important." This was a rare opportunity for her and Lu Zixuan to spend time together. How could she let an outsider ruin it? Those damn scumbags. Hearing the rustling sounds coming from inside, a hint of disdain flashed across Bai Liuli's face. She simply couldn't understand why Bai Linglong would like a good-for-nothing. As the current steward of the Bai family, Ji Buochang naturally knew just how much he had sacrificed for Bai Linglong. If she weren't also surnamed Bai, she really would have liked to go in and teach that despicable couple inside a lesson. But as a member of the Bai family, she felt it was necessary to make things clear. "But miss," she said, "she has something that can help you deal with the Liu family." The moment the words were spoken, the surrounding air seemed to quiet down considerably. About half a minute later, the door to the room was opened from the inside. Immediately afterwards, Bai Linglong, already dressed, walked out gracefully and asked Bai Liuli, "Where is he?" Although she had used some methods against the Liu family, she knew that such methods would not be effective in the short term. Therefore, when she heard someone say that they could help deal with the Liu family, Bai Linglong naturally felt a certain interest. "I've already brought the person into the living room." As she spoke, Bai Liuli glanced at Lu Zixuan, who was wiping his face in the room, and asked, "Should I bring him to see you?" "No need, I'll just go directly there." After saying that, Bai Linglong turned to Lu Zixuan and said, "Zixuan, you should rest for a while. We'll continue later." "Damn it, I just had surgery, and I'm practically gigantic now, and they won't let me rest." Although he was cursing inwardly, Lu Zixuan still smiled and nodded. Linglong, Go ahead and do your work. I'll wait for you here. Wait for me to come back. After a gentle smile and a soft nod, Bai Linglong strode into the living room. Now, besides Lu Zixuan's matter, bringing down the Lu family has become her biggest goal. Chapter 149, That woman is Qin Huairu. Pa, you two shameless bastards. Seeing Lu Zixuan and Bai Linglong's expressions, Bai Liuli spat inwardly and followed them. She truly felt sorry for her husband. Aside from her looks, my young lady really has nothing that matches him. Hopefully, the other party can see things clearly soon and get out of this mess as soon as possible. While Bai Liuli was lost in thought, the two of them had already arrived in the living room. Are you the one who contacted me? Looking at the extravagantly dressed girl on the sofa, Bai Linglong frowned slightly and said, You have 1 minute to explain what you have that can help me. She had initially held out hope for the person who came. But after seeing what the other person was wearing, hope instantly turned into disappointment. It looks like a cheap, nouveau riche brand, and the person wearing it smells like cheap perfume. Although they don't get along with the Lu family. But she didn't think that someone like that could produce anything useful. Damn it, what is this woman acting so arrogantly about? Seeing Bai Linglong's arrogant attitude, Qin Huairu felt very resentful. However, she maintained a very good facade, appearing respectful and humble. It's like this, Miss Bai. I have an original art book on hand. As she spoke, she took out her phone, and the Lu family's clothing styles this season are completely plagiarized from my ideas. I'm just an ordinary citizen, and my voice carries no weight. I can't possibly win against them. That's why I wanted to ask you for help. As someone who frequents brothels, she naturally has many special sources of information. She learned of the discord between the Bai and Lu families from a man. Originally, when the Lu family published this season's clothing styles, she had already planned to make a profit by using the catalog she had. However, fearing the other party's power, he abruptly abandoned the idea. However, after learning that the Bai family and the Lu family were at odds, this idea was rekindled. Whether that picture book is hers or not is actually not important, is it? The first thing a good con artist has to do is fool himself. Is this really true? Looking at the two comparison pictures on Qin Huairu's phone, Bai Linglong's eyes also became serious. The picture book on my phone looked very old. It was indeed quite a few years old. The clothing styles on the drawing paper were indeed very similar to the new clothing launched by the Lu family. If this is true, then there is much more room for maneuver. The saying, "He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world," is timeless. With just a little packaging of Qin Huairu, the Lu family would instantly become the target of condemnation from all netizens. At that point, all I need to do is manipulate things in the shadows. Even if the Lu family has someone protecting them, they probably won't get any benefits. After all, public opinion can sometimes defy fate. I absolutely did not lie to you, and as an ordinary citizen, I wouldn't have the guts to do that, would I? As she spoke, Qin Huairu put on a fawning expression. I can give you this picture album, but you have to give me a satisfactory price. It's impossible for her to take the lead. She can easily make a quick buck and run away. After all, neither the Bai family nor the Lu family are people that an ordinary person like her can afford to offend. What if the two sides shake hands and make peace at that time? Then the one who sticks out will definitely be the unlucky one. I can give you any amount of money, but you have to face the consequences. Seeing Qin Huairu's ingratiating expression, Bai Linglong's lips curled into a mocking smile. So what if it's fake? When the time comes, all we need to do is distance ourselves from this guy, right? I'm not running a charity. If you want money and no service, you'll have to wait until your next life. Damn it, it really wasn't that simple. Seeing the mocking look on the other person's face, Qin Huairu subconsciously clenched her fist. If I leave like this, they probably won't give me a single penny. But if they were to go directly to the forefront, they would offend the behemoth that is the Lu family. Therefore, Qin Huairu was caught in a dilemma for a time. Seeing this, Bai Linglong didn't urge the other party, but instead said to herself, 20 million. Money can drive people mad. And this price is enough to drive most people crazy. Good. I did it. The moment Qin Huai heard the words 20 million, the scales in his mind tipped instantly. Miss Bai, whatever you wish to do, I will follow your orders. With this money, She could simply go abroad. At that time, the sky will be high enough for birds to fly freely, and the sea will be wide enough for fish to leap freely. What can a mere Lu family do to me? No rush, no rush. I need to plan this matter further. Seeing Qin Huairu's greedy look, Bai Linglong's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Go and get the picture album. I'll have someone contact you separately from now on. Let's not meet in private anymore. Yes, Miss Bai. I'll go get it right away. After nodding respectfully to Bai Linglong, Qin Huairu asked anxiously, the money. I'll give you a portion of the catalog after you bring it over. Thank you. Miss Bai, I'll go get the catalog for you right away. Watching Qin Huairu's departing figure, Bai Linglong let out a disdainful sneer. What an ignorant fool. You know, verbal agreements often end up being a complete waste of time and effort, don't you? It was 9:15 p.m. in a room on the third floor of the Lu family villa. Sure enough, this kind of brainless woman is perfect for playing the role of a woman who chases after her husband in a crematorium. Looking at the information handed over by Park Bu-sung, the intelligence captain under Long Outyin, Lin Hung couldn't help but complain. A simp, will end up with nothing. The old saying is quite true. The Dragon King's smile could mean the difference between life and death. When the green tea woman makes a scene, the original wife suffers. Bai Linglong can't really be called a piece of trash. It's more accurate to say she's practically no different from one. The reason she was able to become the head of the Bai family is entirely due to the help of her fiancé, Ji Buchang. Without the other party's help, her final destiny would be to live the life of a wealthy heiress. However, now that Bai Linglong has Lu Zixuan, Ji Buchang has naturally been abandoned by her. If it follows the traditional pattern of cremating the husband after marriage, I reckon this guy has probably already progressed to the stage of meeting his soulmate. After all, strictly speaking, the cooperation between the Bai family and the Ji family was a move up their social ladder. Don't be fooled by Bai Linglong's ability to swagger around in SC. Within the capital, the Bai family could only be considered a mid-tier power at best. Of course, this is without relying on the Ji family. If they rely on the Ji family, even first-rate families will have to give them some face. Chapter 150, The Intelligence Captain, He's Really Useful. After putting the documents back on the table, Lin Hung then turned to a man who was about 18 meters tall and had an effeminate appearance, and said, Pu Buching, find this young Master Ji for me as soon as possible. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. As long as things don't deviate from the trajectory of chasing after her husband to the crematorium. Therefore, Ji Buchang's subsequent revenge against the Bai family has become a foregone conclusion. The only question is how long this retaliation will take. But some things can only be truly controlled when they are in your own hands. So naturally, he couldn't just stand there and wait for the other party to make a move. The best defense is offense. Wouldn't it be great to find the opponent and bring down the Bai family? Don't worry, boss. I'll definitely find him within 5 days. After nodding seriously, Park Bu-sung turned and went to the balcony. By the way, Long Ao Tian said he's going abroad for a trip. If you need anything from now on, just contact me directly. Seeing this, Lin Hung was about to say something. Before he could even speak, the other person had already flipped over and jumped off the balcony. The next second, a shrill scream instantly echoed throughout the entire Lu residence. Ah, my butt! Woof, woof, woof. Damn it, this isn't a hot dog. Woof, woof, woof. Watching Park Bu-sung frantically climb over the wall and run away, Lin Hung twitched his lips helplessly. Sure enough, spending too much time with that guy Long Outyin will inevitably cause some problems with your brain. Why not just take the main road? Why do you have to climb over the wall? However, recalling what Park Bu-sung said when he left, Lin Hung couldn't help but frown slightly. Long Outyin doesn't usually go abroad easily unless there's something wrong. Could it be that there's some problem with the plumbing business? Just as Lin Hung was pondering whether or not to call Uncle Dong. On the other side, in the living room on the first floor of the Shun family villa, while playing with the small toy in her hand, Shin Yuchu asked the OL secretary beside her, Ah, Shirley, how's the matter going? Miss, everything has been arranged. After handing the skincare tools to the girl, Shirley began to report on today's progress. Up to now, we have already installed 3,600 hidden cameras within a 5-kilometer radius of Baijia. As long as someone enters this area, we can get first-hand information. Furthermore, the vehicle's brake lines had been cut, and the road from Baijia Villa to the city center is a long downhill section. The brake lines will eventually fail completely halfway through the journey, leading to brake failure. Alright, each of you who participated in this operation will receive a bonus of 200,000. After hearing the answer she wanted, Shin Yuchu quickly aimed the small toy in her hand at a target not far away. After a moment of air distortion, accelerated objects, and the sound of firecrackers exploding, the scene unfolded. The doll with Bai Linglong's picture on it was also smashed to pieces. A double-barreled shotgun, a great little toy for close-quarters combat. Since Bai Linglong dared to target Lin Heng, she naturally wouldn't let her continue to cause trouble. Although such an operation carries certain risks, Shin Yuchu believed that the designers on the accident team would find a way to handle it. After all, this is a business with a small profit margin, so after-sales service should naturally be more meticulous. Don't worry, Ahong. I won't let anyone hurt you. After handing the small toy to Shirley, Shin Yuchu prepared to get up and return to her bedroom to tidy up this place. Also, send someone to find Ji Buochang, the eldest son of the Ji family, and tell him I need to speak with him. In addition to having Sherry arrange a small surprise for Bai Linglong, she also had someone investigate information about the Bai family. Naturally, news of Ji Buochang's affairs also reached the young girl's ears. Although Shun Yochu's specific identity has never been made public in the capital. But coincidentally, the two had met before at a family gathering of the Yi family. The Yi family and the Ji family are both prominent families in the capital, and the two families are more or less related by blood. If we're really going by blood ties and seniority, Shin Yuchu should call Ji Buochang her cousin. If she could reach the other party by phone right now, she would have already asked them to come to Shenzhen. Given that his fiancée had cheated on him, he, as her cousin, would probably retaliate fiercely. Yes, miss, I'll arrange for someone to do it right away. Watching Shun Yochu's graceful departure, Shirley silently gripped the double-barreled shotgun in her hand. After struggling for a moment, she took out her phone and sent the recent news to an unknown number. The night was very quiet, like the calm before a storm. The very next morning, a conspiracy targeting the Liu family revealed its true colors. At this moment, at the foot of the Liu Group building, I'll risk everything for those 20 million. Watching the bustling office workers, Qin Huairu, who had been carefully styled by her stylist, took a deep breath and immediately entered performance mode. Someone can help me. After raising the prepared banner, she staggered to the gate of the Liu Group, crying and shouting. The Liu Group plagiarized my carefully designed clothing. I beg everyone to seek justice for me. This sudden action caused many people to stop in their tracks. Their sixth sense told them that this gossip was going to be quite interesting. As for deducting wages for being late, 2,000 yuan a month is less than what you'd earn eating melons. What are you doing blocking this spot? Meanwhile, Liu's security guards also noticed that something was wrong. Please help me, everyone. Seeing the security guard running towards her, Qin Huairu also ran sadly into the crowd. It evokes the feeling of a pitiful girl who wants to uphold justice, but is being hunted by dark forces. Because the Liu Group is located in the city center, and Qin Huairu is also wearing a pitiful makeup. Therefore, it wasn't long before the Liu Group was thrust into the spotlight by netizens with their incredible connections. Half an hour later, in the office of the Liu Group, those old guys can't sit still anymore. After hanging up the phone, Liu Ruyan looked up at the young man sitting not far away. They want to transfer their shares to me. They said they'd sell it for 90% of the current market price, otherwise they'd have to sell it to someone else. Anyone with eyes can see that this morning's farce was most likely a result of the Bai family taking action against the Liu family. In addition, the Liu family is indeed in a weakened state, which has made some minority shareholders uneasy. Who knows if Lady Liu can survive this? Therefore, cashing out one's resources while they still have value is undoubtedly the safest approach. To put it simply, these people chickened out. They didn't believe the Liu family could withstand the Bai family suppression. So he wanted to cash out and leave the market while the stocks he held were still valuable. Chapter 151, I will bring down the Liu family completely. This matter isn't urgent. We can keep those old men hanging for a few more days. As they were talking, Lin Heng's phone rang. Xiaohong, I saw the trending topic. After the call was connected, before he could even speak, Lu Ruxue, on the other end of the phone, spoke first. I didn't have time to work on this issue, so I used the sketchbooks you gave me before. So what that guy called plagiarism is complete bullshit. Who is my little brother? He's none other than Crystal Violet, the famous designer in the design world. So how could plagiarism be possible? Even if all the handsome and beautiful readers found their other half, Lu Ruxue still didn't believe that the other party would plagiarize. If she hadn't just arrived in England by plane, she would have dragged that woman into a gladiator duel. Third sister, calm down, you don't need to worry about this. After calming the other person down a bit, Lin Heng wasn't angry at all. Instead, he smiled and said, since they've run into the line of fire, why don't we take the initiative? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan and Lu Ruxue asked almost simultaneously, what do you want to do? Let's raise the profile first and elevate that guy's popularity even further. Meeting the curious gazes of his two older sisters, Lin Heng didn't hide anything and directly stated his plan. Although I don't know what the other party plans to do. But by using the name Crystal Violet, we will be able to do a lot of things. And exposing a lie isn't difficult, is it? To destroy something, you must first make it go mad. The higher you let someone climb, the more painful it will be when they fall, right? Moreover, they could use this time to gather information about the woman's relationship with the Bai family. Then all we need to do is get Ji Buochang on board. Then even if the Bai family wanted to avoid destruction, they had no choice. But when Lin Heng recalled the message Park Bu-sung had sent him, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Ji Buochang must have been provoked. Not only did they destroy all their contact information, but they also went into hiding. Finding him now is like finding a needle in a haystack. Aside from knowing that the other party is still in GD, there is zero other information. Currently, the only option is to continuously narrow down the location by using facial recognition technology from the hacked surveillance cameras. Although the method seems clumsy, it actually is quite clumsy. But it is currently the most effective method. Brother, we need to investigate the relationship between the Bai family and that woman. It will definitely come in handy later. After listening to her younger brother's explanation, Lu Ruyan instantly understood the intricacies of the situation. He's a CEO, after all. He can't just act like a fool like Lu Ruxue in the phone. Yes, I'll have someone take care of that. After nodding slightly to Lu Ruyan, Lin Heng turned his gaze to Lu Ruxue, who was still somewhat dazed on the phone, and said, Third sister, just focus on your work. My older sister and I will handle things here, so you don't need to worry too much. My own naive and innocent third sister should just stay a quiet little kid who only knows how to babble. Given her intelligence, it would be quite difficult for her to understand these things. But for some reason, Lin Heng felt like he knew that woman who caused trouble. Seeing the unspoken understanding between the two on the phone screen, Lu Ruxue immediately felt ashamed. Regardless, the group settled the matter. Under Lu Ruyan's covert manipulation, Qin Huairu's matter was once again elevated to a higher level. Following that, those who became self-media bloggers. Like a shark that has smelled blood, they quickly edited the collected footage multiple times. Their instigation will undoubtedly cement Lu's place on the pillar of shame for plagiarism. Seeing that someone was leading the charge, netizens naturally joined the ranks of those rushing forward. For a time, the entire Lu family was also plunged into a precarious situation. It was 4:15 p.m. inside the Bai family's villa. What does your Lu family have to fight me with? Looking at the data report on the computer, Bai Linglong couldn't help but shout with delight. Bai Liuli, keep buying trending topics. I want the Lu family stock to plummet to its daily limit tomorrow. Yes, miss. I'll arrange for someone to go right away. After nodding seriously, Bai Liuli thought for a moment and then reminded her. But miss, could there be a trap in this matter? Logically speaking, a company as large as the Lu family should have appropriate public relations methods. But now the other party is completely ignoring these rumors on the internet. It's not that we didn't do anything, but the effect was minimal. But no matter what, this matter is suspicious. However, Bai Linglong, who was blinded by anger, did not take it seriously at all. As the head housekeeper of the Bai family, She felt it was necessary to remind the other party. Something unusual must be going on. If the Liu family is really planning some underhanded scheme, they need to prepare accordingly. Upon hearing this, Bai Linglong's face also showed a thoughtful expression. What you said. Just as she was about to say something, Liu Zixuan, driving an electric wheelchair, pushed open the door and entered. Linglong, I heard you gave those bastards in the Liu family a good beating. Zixuan, why are you out here? Seeing Liu Zixuan appear in his wheelchair, Bai Linglong hurriedly got up and came to his side, squatting down on the ground. You're right. I've already taught those bastards a lesson. But this is just the beginning. I won't let them off so easily. Linglong, you are really amazing. After offering a small compliment, Liu Zixuan's face showed indignation. They actually dared to humiliate you like that last time. I've wanted to retaliate fiercely for a long time. We must seize this opportunity and teach them a lesson they won't forget. Using Bai Linglong to take revenge on the Liu family was his predetermined goal. The reason I brought my broken leg out is simply to stop the other party from dragging their feet any longer. In Liu Zixuan's narrow-minded view, now is the perfect time to kick a man when he's down. If we can help Liu recover, who knows how long it will take to get revenge. You're right, we absolutely cannot give these bastards a chance to breathe. Influenced by Liu Zixuan, Bai Linglong put her previous thoughts aside and said, Bai Liuli, give me more pressure. Also, Qin Huairu was instructed to proceed according to the original plan that evening. I will bring the Liu family to ruin within a week. Chapter 152 The Suffocating Effect of a Dysfunctional Family. Can. Seeing Bai Linglong's excited expression, Bai Liuli wanted to say something more. But the next second, the other person immediately turned around and continued to flirt with Liu Zixuan. Seeing this, she could only sigh helplessly in her heart. I understand, miss, I'll take care of it right away. It's all up to human effort. I've already done my best. A woman blinded by so-called love is incapable of listening to any advice. 6 o'clock in the afternoon, inside a residential building in an urban village in Shenzhen. My dear daughter, I never knew you had such amazing skills. A thin, middle-aged man in his 40s said excitedly. If we make money this time, our whole family will move to the capital to enjoy a life of luxury. Yes, your dad is right. The moment the middle-aged man finished speaking. On the other side, a short, plump middle-aged woman smiled and said, I'll buy your brother an apartment and a car in Beijing later. Then I'll find a wife from Beijing, and our family will be complete. Immediately afterwards, a young man, about 17 or 18 years old, with blonde hair, excitedly exclaimed, Haha, I want to buy a Lamborghini. Only a car like that is worthy of my status. I'll buy your mother's rotten banana board. Looking at the shameless family of 3 opposite her, Qin Huairu's emotions were on the verge of exploding. Unfortunately, I have been subjected to PUA from these people for a long time. Therefore, even though she was extremely angry, she had absolutely no courage to confront them. That's right, these people are her so-called relatives. Qin Dazhuang, Jia Cuihua, Qin Xiaoxuan. The reason she dropped out of school and started working in society was because of these people's preference for sons over daughters. To put it simply, before, she was either cursing a good-for-nothing or on her way to be cursed every day. Call. After calming herself down a bit, Qin Huairu patiently said, I'm about to start my live stream, so please be a little quieter later. After receiving instructions from Bai Linglong, she was to start her live-streamed sob story segment tonight. If she can bring down the Liu family quickly, she can get the remaining payment from them sooner. Besides the 20 million, Qin Huairu naturally wanted to make as much extra money as possible. Using live streaming to elicit sympathy is undoubtedly exactly what she wanted. After all, in the virtual world of the internet, there will always be some fools with too much money, right? Haha, we'll definitely keep quiet later. After learning that he could make money through live streaming, Qin Dazhuang readily agreed. In his mind, Qin Huairu's money was his money. What's the point of a money-losing company taking so much money? Keeping her from starving is already the greatest act of kindness one can show. Therefore, not disturbing Qin Huairu's money-making is essentially the same as not disturbing his income. Once I get the money, I'm going to stay far away from these scumbags. Seeing that the 3 of them were completely disregarding him and were already discussing what kind of house and car they wanted to buy. He was surprised. After pursing her lips, Chin Huiru got up and returned to her bedroom. There's still half an hour before the broadcast starts, so she needs to prepare properly. Half an hour later. Due to the popularity of the plagiarism incident itself, coupled with the traffic purchased by the Liu and by families together. Therefore, as soon as Chin Huiru started her live stream, her channel immediately topped the charts. With the help of glamorous filters and Asian sorcery, a pitiful yet resilient white lotus flower successfully appeared before the viewers in the live broadcast room. If we're talking about Chin Huiru's looks, she already scores over 80 points. With the support of these technologies, the score reached a level of 90. In this era where appearance is everything. Immediately, many netizens who favored good looks began to speak out in support of Chin Huiru. Damn Liu, how could she bear to bully such a cute young lady? Exactly, it breaks my heart to see this. Of course, there were also some rational onlookers who asked some important questions. For example, if Chin Huiru accuses Liu of plagiarism, what is the evidence of plagiarism? Since the incident escalated, many people have only seen what happened in front of the Liu group's gate online. As for the claim that girls wouldn't joke about their private parts, long ago, influenced by a certain wildly popular cosplay, it completely lost the trust of netizens. Therefore, a large number of netizens are actually more interested in knowing what evidence Chin Huiru has to support her accusation that Liu plagiarized. Seeing that the comments section was already getting lively, Chin Huiru finally began her performance. Hello everyone, my name is Chin Huiru. Many people are probably wondering why I said that Liu plagiarized my work. Actually, my dream used to be a designer, and I even gave myself the stage name Crystal. However, due to family reasons, I dropped out of school early to work. As she spoke, she took out a slightly worn sketchbook. These are some of my drawings from junior high school. You can compare this with Liu's work from this issue. There are many similarities in details. Although this picture book does not belong to me. But when it comes to creative works, the person who has had the work for longer will definitely win. This is why Chin Huiru specifically emphasizes the time limit. The album looked very old, with some edges and corners completely worn out. Therefore, many netizens who favored good looks began to comfort Chin Huiru. The Liu family is despicable. They actually plagiarized this young lady's work. Exactly, this is clearly something that's been around for a very long time. If you look closely at the signature on each piece, you'll see that there's a corresponding date recorded. The evil capitalists will exploit and bully us ordinary people. For a moment, the entire live broadcast room was filled with excitement. If this weren't a society governed by the rule of law, I reckon someone would have already stormed into the Liu group and started causing trouble. It can only be said that the current social environment has inadvertently saved many scumbags and degenerates. I will not give up so easily. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Chin Huiru officially revealed the purpose of this live broadcast. In the coming period, I will work and save money at the same time. Once I've saved enough money, I'll send a lawyer's letter to the Liu family. Liu wanted to make money, and she wanted to make money too. The fastest way to make money, of course, is to beg for food. To put it bluntly, live streaming is just another way of begging. What Chin Huiru needs to do now is to use her strong, innocent persona to get money from others. However, the reality was just as she had predicted. Almost the instant the words were spoken, the phone screen started flashing continuously with all sorts of fancy special effects. Those are all piles of hard-earned cash. The comments section below is filled with support from enthusiastic netizens. Without exception, they all told her not to worry. It's just money. They can easily crowdfund to support each other. Chapter 153 Under the Power of Luck, I Am Invincible. Seeing the rapidly increasing revenue from the live stream, Chin Huiru immediately squeezed out 2 tears. Thank you everyone. I will never bow down to evil. Not bowing to evil doesn't mean not bowing to money. Looking back on my experience of working hard for more than an hour and only earning 3,000 yuan. At this moment, Chin Huiru was completely immersed in the thrill of making quick money. Even the Liu family, which he once feared, was now completely forgotten. There was only one thought left in her mind. That means taking advantage of this opportunity to make tons of money. Just as Chin Huiru was so engrossed in making money that he couldn't extricate himself. Inside the Shun family villa on the other side. Call. Looking at Qin Huairu's victim-like expression on the phone, Shun Youchu's lips curled into a mocking smile. Surely, is Bai Linglong dead? If Lin Heng hadn't informed her beforehand, Qin Huairu would probably have already gone downstairs to drink soup. Of course, some necessary clarifications need to be done before going to drink the soup. Some people think they have everything under control, but little do they know that all their actions are planned by others. Let Qin Huairu be smug for a while longer, so what? After these few days, she will make the other party pay back double. How dare they bully Lin Heng? Did they even ask Shun Youchu first? In response to Shun Youchu's question, after hesitating for a second, Shirley recounted what had happened that afternoon. Let's go back to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, on a hill not far from the Bai family villa. Sister Shui, why don't you take a break? Seeing Shirley staring intently at the Bai family villa through a high-powered telescope, Shun San said with a fawning expression, I'll take care of this kind of rough work. Moreover, I've already settled things with that man in black, the accident planner, regarding the brake line. If that guy starts the vehicle, a crash and death will inevitably be her fate. Holy crap, where did this big-headed doll come from? Seeing the large head suddenly appear in the binoculars, Shirley suppressed her inner urge to complain and kicked Shun San away again. This guy is just too unpredictable. If she hadn't cultivated her mind and character for so many years, she really would have liked to draw her gun and shoot the other person. I'm so envious of Asan. I also want to be kicked by Sister Shui. Compared to the shameless Shin San, the more thin-skinned Shin Si could only mutter to himself, Sister Shui's legs are so long. It must be so wonderful to get kicked like that. Of course, the so-called muttering was relative to himself. These perverts, I'll castrate them one day. After suppressing the urge to unleash a torrent of curses, Shirley turned and coldly looked at Shin Si, who was not far away. Si, you'd better run back later. This place is at least 60 kilometers away from the Shun family villa. Therefore, letting the other party run back can be considered a minor punishment to serve as a warning. Before Shin Si could say anything, Shun San interrupted him. Sister Shui, that guy is out. If someone tries to steal your woman, then don't blame him for not showing brotherly loyalty. Shin Si, just enjoy this short training run. After hearing Shin San's words, Shirley stopped paying attention to those idiots. After calming herself down a bit, she raised the high-powered binoculars again to observe the Bai family's situation. After leaving the villa, Bai Linglong and her men got into the tampered Bentley. But before she could even enjoy her happiness for a few seconds, the two of them got out of the Bentley again. Although the distance is very far, but Shirley still managed to glean some information from their lip reading. To put it simply, the car won't start, so we need to get someone from the dealership to come and fix it. They'll be taking a different car today, so this one won't be driven. Damn it, how could this happen? After deciphering their lip movements, Shirley frowned and turned her head away. Shin San, you guys. Looking down at the empty space behind her, she subconsciously glanced down at Mount Everest. After confirming that the other person was not hiding beside her, Shirley's expression instantly turned suspicious. Wasn't that guy just next to me a moment ago? How could they disappear in the blink of an eye? Could it be that this guy has mastered the art of Earth-Dune? Earth-Dune is a type of magic that allows one to burrow underground. And has gone underground? Sister Shui. Just as Shirley was puzzled, Shin Si pointed to the slope beside them and said, Shin San seems to have slipped and rolled down the slope. Sherry, let's return to the present. Shin San suffered multiple fractures throughout his body and needs to rest for a while. Recalling the way the other person looked hanging in the tree, Shirley's lips twitched involuntarily. There's one more thing. The designer who assisted us was hit by a flower pot on his way home. He's currently in the hospital and will likely need about a week of rest. If the flower pots hadn't been placed on a lower floor, the other person would probably have had to go down there and drink the soup of oblivion. After hearing Shirley's report, Shin Yuchu rubbed her temples speechlessly. Have them change someone else tomorrow by Linglong is a must. Yes, miss. Although she found the whole thing rather strange, Shirley didn't think much of it. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Bai Linglong narrowly escaped death, but the two who attacked her. Goodness, this is something I should have thought about. After thinking about it carefully, Shirley suddenly got goosebumps all over. Of course, if Lin Heng were here. I guess I'll have to explain to her what it means to be invincible under the influence of luck. Trying to cause trouble when the other party is at the height of their power is a recipe for disaster. You're lucky if you survive. If it weren't for this reason, he would have already had Long Outyin shoot the other party. Of course, this is a serious shooting game. Those of you who are being inappropriate, please behave yourselves. Ignoring the other person's ulterior motives, Shin Yuchu rubbed her slightly aching temples. Then she asked another question. By the way, how is things going with Uncle Ji? She needs to find a way to deal with Bai Ling Long, and she also can't let the connection with Ji Buchang be severed. Anyone who is smart will not put all their eggs in one basket. After all, no matter what you do, having double insurance is always the most important thing. There's still no news. Shin Yuchu's question temporarily interrupted Shirley's idea of buying a talisman. Ji Buchang has destroyed all contact information and hidden his tracks. Not only us, but the Ji family is also looking for him right now. However, based on his last travel records, he should still be in GD and hasn't left yet. Similar to the information gathered by Park Bo-sung, Sully can only pinpoint the approximate location of the enemy at present. As for the exact location, we'll need to hire a private investigator. After all, not everyone is like Pu Buching, possessing superb hacking skills. Hidden, huh? After a barely perceptible frown, Shin Yuchu stood up from the sofa and slowly walked outside. Continue the investigation and drive me to the Liu family's house. While she still had some time, she decided to visit Xiao Wanqing. As for what to do when it gets too late, well, we'll just have to stay overnight. While Bai Linglong certainly deserved to die for the Liu family, she also indirectly helped her in some ways. Therefore, Shun Yuchu decided that when the time came, she could give the other party the right to choose the method. Yes, miss, I'll go prepare it right away. As she spoke, Shirley bowed and quickly walked outside. Taking advantage of the opportunity to see the other party off, she had to travel overnight to the surrounding area to find a talisman. Bai Linglong is just too strange. What if I get infected during the mission? Therefore, for the sake of your own life, it's safer to ask for a talisman. Chapter 154: The Purpose of the Visit. Over the next 3 days, the design team unexpectedly designed 3 different surprises in total. Without exception, Bai Linglong avoided all 3 of these unexpected events. In contrast, all of Shin Si to Shin Lu, who participated in the operation, were injured without exception. One of the designers, whose design unexpectedly exploded, was even blown apart by a suddenly crazed cow. This strange phenomenon led the group to believe that something evil was causing Bai Linglong's mischief. After all, 1 or 2 times is a coincidence, but 3 or 4 times in a row is a bit scary. All in all, Bai Linglong was fine, but everyone who participated in the activity met a bad end. Of course, besides Shirley, who else could it be but her carrying Master Fa Hai's amulet for protection? Regarding this situation, Shin Yuchu said she felt numb. She even considered making a special trip to Southeast Asia. Compared to her situation, Liu's situation was not much better. Because the Liu family has not come forward to clarify the situation in the past few days. Therefore, many netizens believe that the other party must be feeling guilty. Otherwise, how could there not have been any announcement after all this time? Due to the boycott by netizens and by Linglong's machinations. Currently, not only are stocks at Liu's company in trouble, but many employees have also chosen to leave. At this moment, in the president's office of the Liu Group, Xiaohong, those old guys are getting restless. After hanging up the phone, a faint smile appeared on Liu Rian's lips. Even under the current circumstances, no one should dare to accept Liu's shares. But just to be on the safe side, should we just eat it? Compared to the initial price, the old guy's offer this time was 70% less than the last one. It's fair to say that the current price of these Liu shares is practically no different from that of cabbages growing on the roadside. Just eat it. The online uproar has subsided enough. Upon hearing this, Lin Hung turned his laptop towards the other person, saying, "It should be around these next few days, then we can start making a move." As we all know, the internet has no memory. Unless it involves personal matters. Otherwise, eating the same melon for several days in a row would be the limit for the average person. Although Qin Huairu's daily live streams of playing the victim do attract new viewers. However, after making a scene, most people tacitly chose to stop. After all, apart from a few people who have nothing better to do, most people have to work hard to make a living every day. Eating melons for a day or two is fine. But to keep things about strangers in mind all the time is just plain ridiculous. Okay, then I'll go and sign the agreement with these old fogies in a bit. As they were talking, Lu Rian also saw the photo on Lin Heng's computer screen. Brother, Yu Chu is a good girl. I will absolutely not allow you to cheat on me. Especially when the affair partner is a man. The photo displayed on the screen showed a handsome young man with a somewhat effeminate appearance, dressed casually. From the angle of the shot, this photo was very likely taken secretly. As a good older sister of 24, she, Lu Ruyan, absolutely would not allow her younger brother to go astray. After all, the thought of unclogging dry toilets is disgusting. After giving his older sister a speechless glare, Lin Heng said irritably, "This guy is the eldest young master of the Ji family, Ji Buchang. He possesses substantial evidence of the Bai family's wrongdoings. As for the fact that he is the only normal person in the Lu family, he has no choice but to accept it, whether he wants to or not." Lu Rian, who has a fujoshi, female fan of male-male romance, Lu Rumo, who secretly enjoys anime and manga, and Lu Rushue, who is a bit dim-witted and impulsive. Xiao Wanqing, a matchmaker, and Lu Zhigua, a master of ripped clothes. There's also the concept god King Dechue, and the concept god Terminator Wu Xiaomei, Wu Ma. Whenever Lin Heng thought of his many talented children at home, he felt a throbbing pain in his temples. Cough cough. Meeting her younger brother's merciless glare, Lu Rian coughed awkwardly. Well? So, Xiaohong, have you managed to get anything out of him? I should have known better than to sneak a peek at a novel about a domineering CEO falling in love with a cute little puppy before going to bed last night. The descriptions of the characters in the book are remarkably similar to those of Lin Heng and Ji Buchang. So, she couldn't help herself and immediately put herself into the role. Not yet, but I believe it won't be long before I get it. Seeing that Lu Rian was pretending nothing had happened, Lin Heng didn't expose her ulterior motives. If you have nothing to do, big sister, why don't you go and sign the contract with those old men first? Once I'm ready, we can begin our counterattack. That photo was taken by Park Bo-sung using hacking techniques from a surveillance camera. At this moment, he had already set off to find Ji Buchang. I imagine it won't be long before they bring back good news. As for Lu Rian's recent daydreaming, she'll just have Xiao Wanqing go to the other person's room tonight. I imagine that when that time comes, my house will be very lively. Hee hee. As for why they were so certain that there was something wrong with Lu Rian's room, then we have to mention Lu Rushue, the most gossipy member of the Lu family. From the big story of Wang Dachui and Wu Ma's love-hate relationship to the small matter of the hen laying eggs at home, there was nothing she didn't know. All right, I'll go and arrange a time with these old men. Just as Lu Rian was about to make a phone call, there was a knock at the door. President Lu, young Master Lu, Bai Linglong and Lu Zixuan from the Bai group are visiting. Shall we meet them? Take them to the conference room first. Upon hearing her secretary's request, Lu Rian subconsciously frowned. Even a fool could guess that those two disgusting bastards wouldn't come here with anything good. They can't wait to see us make a fool of ourselves. As he spoke, Lin Heng stood up from his chair and said, "Big sister, go and play Tai Chi with those old guys. I happen to have nothing to do right now, so I'll go see those two idiots." With Lu Zixuan's not-so-wrinkled brain, he could figure out the other party's purpose even with a fool's eyes. As for Bai Linglong, she used to be considered a reasonably intelligent person. But without exception, everyone who gets involved with Lu Zixuan experiences a drop in IQ. Even if Zhou Shuren, Lu Sun, were here, he would have to say that the rate of decline was outrageous. You should remember Lung Qingqiu from before. She was practically the epitome of brainlessness. Those old guys will take some time to get here. I'd better go with you. Upon hearing this, Lu Rian also stood up from her chair. As for signing the contract, it's not like she's in a rush. Instead of doing it myself, it would be better to have my secretary contact a few people. This would actually make it seem like I don't really value these shares. With this layer of disguise, it will be easier to bargain later. All right then, let's go see what these two are up to. As they spoke, Lin Heng and Lu Rian walked together toward the conference room. Chapter 155. So, Miss Bai, make your choice. At this moment, in the private meeting room on the top floor of the Liu family's building, after securing Liu Zixuan's wheelchair, Bai Linglong confidently said, Zixuan, don't worry. This time when we meet, I'm making them kneel down and lick the soles of our shoes. After all, no matter how you look at it, the Liu family is like a grasshopper in autumn. They won't be able to hop around for much longer. In such situations, even if you make an unreasonable request, the other party will definitely agree in order to survive. After Bai Linglong took over the Bai family, she witnessed many such incidents. Some were even willing to sell their wives and daughters for the sake of their lives and fortunes. Yes, I definitely believe in your Linglong. Looking at Bai Linglong, who was half squatting on the ground with a confident expression, Liu Zixuan thought for a moment, and then said, how about we don't let the bodyguards come up? That lunatic Lin Hong. We just came here without any warning. Isn't that a bit too risky? If it were an ordinary person, he wouldn't have any worries. But the person I'm meeting this time is that madman Lin Hong. When trouble comes, this guy really does take direct action. And most importantly, I always end up getting hurt the most. If it weren't for the need to save face for Bai Linglong, Liu Zixuan wouldn't have chosen to meet Lin Hong without at least 30 bodyguards. His leg was still recovering, and he didn't want to get secretly beaten up again later. Don't worry, Zixuan, unless they want to see the Liu family completely collapse. As for Liu Zixuan's concerns, Bai Linglong shook her head confidently. As long as they still have reservations, they wouldn't dare to attack us even if they had 10 times the courage of a leopard. She didn't believe that anyone would personally sever that glimmer of hope after seeing it. Even ants cherish life, let alone the far more intelligent humans. Faced with the choice between having nothing and enduring humiliation to survive, those who have enjoyed high-quality material conditions tend to prefer the latter. Linglong, I thank you. Just as Liu Zixuan was about to say something, the office door was opened from the outside. Oh, your leg isn't healed yet. After glancing at the two of them, Lin Hong and Liu Rian found a chair and sat down. What? Did you come here to collect your medical expenses? Since everyone knew those two were up to no good, he naturally didn't bother with any pretense. Don't be too arrogant. After forcibly suppressing her anger, Bai Linglong stood up and looked at Liu Rian beside the young man. Miss Liu, I imagine the Liu family is not doing well right now. Creating discord among family members is undoubtedly the best form of revenge. She was going to inflict a humiliation on Lin Hong, both mentally and physically, one that he would never forget. No need for Miss Bai to worry. Our Liu family can handle it. Meeting Bai Linglong's amused gaze, Liu Rian retorted without backing down. And instead of worrying about my Liu family, you should worry more about this green tea BTCH next to you. Given his weak kidneys, he might pass away at any time. She couldn't pretend she didn't see her younger brother being bullied. Don't you care about Liu Zixuan? Then I'll deliberately rub salt into your wounds. Big sister, Seeing that the target of the attack had indeed become himself, Liu Zixuan's expression immediately switched to a wronged mode. Shut up. Who the hell is your older sister? But before he could even start trying to gain sympathy, Liu Rian interrupted him, saying, Stop trying to get close to me, I don't have a eunuch brother. Shut up. Seeing her beloved being humiliated like this, Bai Linglong simply tore off the mask of politeness and said, Liu Rian, I'll give you a chance. Now let Zixuan go home and inherit the Liu family business, and then kick this bastard, Lin Hong, out of the Liu family. Otherwise, don't blame me for bringing down the Liu family completely. If you think it's okay, then come on over. Meeting the girl's angry gaze, Liu Rian curled her lip in disdain. My Liu family members are not so low as to sell their own family members for wealth. How could she not know what the other party was thinking? But it was precisely because of this that Liu Rian felt even more disdain for Bai Linglong. These kinds of unethical either or questions are often the most agonizing. A kind-hearted entrepreneur like her usually ensures that the entire family shares in both good times and bad. Choose. It does not exist. Why don't we go out and pick up trash together? Really? Very good, very good. Miss Liu is indeed quite assertive. After hearing Liu Rian's answer, Bai Linglong was not too angry. Instead, he looked like he was watching a show, and turned his gaze to Lin Hong beside him, saying, Lin Hong, I'll give you a choice too. He knelt down, kowtowed to Zishuan to admit his mistake, and even crippled his own legs. In that case, I might consider letting the Liu family go. Miss Liu has already sacrificed so much for you. You wouldn't be unwilling to make even this small sacrifice, would you? Presenting conditions to Liu Ruyan is only the first step. Whether she agrees or not is irrelevant. This may seem like a multiple-choice question, but it's actually a life or death question. Because the most important part is this second step. They used his moral conscience to threaten Lin Hong, forcing him to kneel down, admit his mistakes, and cripple his own legs. Of course, it doesn't matter if the other party disagrees. If the other party makes this choice, it will undoubtedly alienate them from the Liu family. TSK. You really don't learn your lesson quickly. Meeting by Linglong's venomous eyes, Lin Hong did a somersault, leaping over the conference table to stand before the two of them. You? Smack. Ah. After taking a hard noseball from Lin Hong, Liu Zishuan lost control and fell sideways to the ground. This sudden fall aggravated the injury on his leg, causing him to let out a scream comparable to that of Mr. Tom. Zishuan. Seeing Liu Zishuan fall to the ground, Bai Linglong hurriedly knelt down to check his injuries. Before she could even squat down, Lin Hong kicked her several meters away. You two are trash whose combined IQ is exactly 250. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourselves in the mirror and see what kind of people you are? You dare come here and threaten me? Who gave you the courage? After giving Bai Linglong a disdainful look, who was lying on the ground groaning in pain, Lin Hong reached out and grabbed Liu Zishuan by the collar, dragging her to the balcony. So, Miss Bai, it's your turn to choose now. Is it better to lose an arm, or watch Liu Zishuan be thrown down by me? Although we can't kill these two here, but it's still okay to bully them a little. Don't you, Bai Linglong, like to threaten others? Then I'll let you experience what it's like to be threatened. Don't you care about Liu Zishuan? I'd like to see what you would choose in this situation. Chapter 156. Who is this kind-hearted person who willingly did this? Linglong, save me. Looking at the crowd of people below, who were as small as ants, Liu Zishuan's emotions completely collapsed in an instant. If he weren't afraid of angering Lin Hong, he would have already switched to Zuan mode. Damn it, I haven't done anything lately. Lin Hong, do you perhaps have some serious illness? Why don't you mess with Bai Linglong, a grown woman, but instead target me, this ostrich? Zishuan. Seeing that half of Liu Zishuan's body had been stuck out of the window by Lin Hong, Bai Linglong was instantly terrified. You bastard, stop it. If you really do that, you won't be able to escape either. I don't care, it's a good deal to make Miss Bai lose her beloved, isn't it? As he spoke, Lin Hong pushed Liu Zishuan further away, saying, I'll give you 30 seconds. If you don't make a decision in 30 seconds, you might as well say goodbye to this guy forever. Liu Ruyan, aren't you going to stop it? Seeing that she couldn't reason with Lin Hong, Bai Linglong immediately turned her gaze to Liu Ruyan beside her. You wouldn't want to see your own brother exchange his life for another's, would you? Well, everyone has their own ambitions, and I can't stop them. After shrugging helplessly, Liu Ruyan turned her gaze to the young man beside her. Don't worry, little brother. I'll definitely find you the best lawyer. At worst, we can just retire there. That way we can indirectly contribute to the country. Based on her understanding of Lin Hong, she knew he would never risk his own life for Liu Zishuan's worthless life. That's why she appears so calm at this moment. 10 seconds left. As he spoke, Lin Hong pushed Liu Zishuan a little further away. 9, 8, 7. Linglong, save me. Linglong, I don't want to die. Feeling the sensation of half his body suspended in mid-air, Liu Zishuan was truly terrified. If you're not careful, your pockets will turn a wet, poop-colored mess. Smack. After slapping the other person in disgust, Lin Hong grabbed him by the neck and hung him outside the window, saying, Can't you at least be a little hygienic? You're disgusting. A passerby below remarked, It looks like it's raining. No, I'll kneel. Seeing that Liu Zishuan was about to be thrown down, Bai Linglong's mind was already in a complete daze. After kneeling directly in front of the two people, she picked up the support next to her and smashed it against her left hand without saying a word. Click. With a crisp snapping sound, Bai Linglong's left hand drooped down. After discarding the brace aside, she clutched her severed arm and said urgently, "Now you can let Zixuan go, right?" "No, you can't." As he spoke, Lin Heng released his right hand. "That's of course impossible." After dumping Lu Zixuan in front of Bai Linglong, Lin Heng covered his nose with extreme disgust. "Take this piece of trash and get out of here. If you dare to talk nonsense to me again, I won't be able to handle you with just one hand. Damn it, I'll make you pay." Seeing the other person's extremely disgusted look, Bai Linglong was very angry. But circumstances are beyond our control. No matter how unwilling and angry she was, she could only stagger to help Lu Zixuan into a wheelchair and quickly turn around and leave. As for making harsh statements, she's not stupid. Why would she keep babbling on in this situation? What if Lin Heng doesn't uphold martial ethics and does it again? Does she have to lose her other arm too? TSK. Host, you're becoming more and more like a villain. Watching the two slink away, the system girl said while drinking papaya milk, "How about I apply for a villain system for you? I feel like it would suit you better." Upon hearing this, Lin Heng shrugged indifferently in his mind. "I've never said I'm a good person, have I? These days, who the hell still plays the lead role? Wouldn't it be great to be a villain who does whatever he wants? No morals, no pressure, no bottom line. It's not as comfortable as being the protagonist. Brother, the Bai family is definitely going to go crazy next." At this moment, Lu Rian also stood up from the stool. "I'll go and talk to those old guys about the price first. See what needs to be arranged, and then go and call Secretary Li later." As she spoke, she turned and quickly walked out of the room. Taking advantage of this opportunity to break out in conflict, they can also try to lower the price of the shares held by a few old guys. After all, when you're bargaining, you don't want to look bad. Just seconds after Lu Rian left, Lin Heng's phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID on his phone screen, Lin Heng smiled and raised an eyebrow. Perhaps the time for a counterattack is approaching. The caller ID clearly showed the name Pu Buqing. "I heard you were looking for me." The instant the call connected, a slightly magnetic male voice then drifted from the microphone. "Yes, young Master Ji, I've been looking for you for ages." Sensing the resentment in the other person's words, Lin Heng jokingly remarked, "But finding you is better than being found by a crazy woman, right? Although I don't know what Park Bo-sung did. But the art of language always requires comparison, doesn't it? Say you can't do what you can do, and say you can't eat what you can eat. In this way, others will voluntarily lower their expectations of you." Hee. Upon hearing this, Ji Buochang let out a self-deprecating sneer. "She can't possibly come back to me, can she?" He could still tell who was more important, himself or that scheming woman. Rather than believing that Bai Linglong would come looking for him, he'd be better off believing that pigs could fly. Judging from his tone, does young Master Ji intend to continue being a sycophant? "I'm not that cheap." Recalling the girl he had recently met, a faint smile appeared on Ji Buochang's lips. "I know you want what I have. However, there is a problem. That is, why should I give it to you?" Although he has temporarily distanced himself from that circle, he is not blind or deaf. He had heard some of the news about the conflict between the Bai family and the Lu family. Furthermore, it was no secret that he had been a devoted admirer of Bai Linglong during his time in the capital. After this analysis, Lin Heng's purpose in approaching him was already quite obvious. They just want to get leverage over the Bai family. Upon hearing this, Lin Heng chuckled and said, "Since you chose to call me first, doesn't that mean you've already made up your mind? What the hell are you talking about?" Feeling the icy touch on his waist, Ji Buochang really wanted to shove Lin Heng's head to the ground. Who would willingly do this? However, although he said that, he was actually thinking about whether the Bai family would turn against him. After all, he knew too much, some of which even concerned the life and death of the Bai family. It wouldn't be a big deal if Bai Linglong were tied to him. But now the two have gone their separate ways. Who knows if the Bai family will resort to desperate measures and despicable tactics. This is the main reason why he called Lin Heng. After all, why not use someone else's hands to get rid of the Bai family? Otherwise, let alone having a small toy pressing against his waist, even if it were pressing against his head, he would. "I'll consider making a phone call." Chapter 157 Bai Linglong loses her mind. A few minutes later, despite his grumbling, Ji Buchang still handed over the information about the Bai family to Lin Hong. Now that white gloves exist, then he wouldn't need to get his hands dirty. At least compared to the existence of the other party, Ji Buchang would prefer to cooperate with the Liu family. Aside from the current deadlock, the most important issue is that the Liu family is far from the capital. In the eyes of those powerful families, only profit matters. If I hand over what I have to those people, who knows what will happen? After all, he only has one goal now. That is to completely destroy the Bai family. Oh, there's one more thing. Out of consideration for Lin Heng's intervention, Ji Buchang decided to give him a piece of information for free. Besides you, there's another group looking for me. A few minutes later, after ending his call with Ji Buchang, Lin Heng looked down at the wallpaper on his phone screen. The girl in the picture has a bright smile, but no one knows the depth hidden behind it. Silly girl, what are you hiding now? At the same time, in a VIP ward of a top-tier hospital near the Liu family's residence. That damn guy, I'll never let him get away with this. Looking at her left hand, which was in a cast, Bai Linglong roared with a ferocious expression. Bai Liuli, throw money at it. I want to see the Liu family completely collapse within 2 days. For those executives who are difficult to poach, we directly use equity in our subsidiaries as a condition. Lin Heng's humiliation today has completely driven Bai Linglong to lose her mind. She completely disregarded the potential losses from doing so. Nothing is more important now than bringing down the Liu family completely. I understand, miss. After securing the girl's arm slightly, Bai Liuli pursed her lips and finally spoke. Should we ask the family for permission? After all, smack. Before she could finish speaking, Bai Linglong slapped her across the face. Shut up, I'm in charge of the Bai family now. You just need to do as I say. As for the rest, you don't need to worry about it at all. If she weren't currently short-handed, she would have kicked him out immediately. It's just a dog owned by the Bai family. And now they even dare to boss their master around. Sigh, you reap what you sow. After letting out a slight sigh, Bai Liuli lowered her head and said in a muffled voice, I understand. Miss, I'll go and have someone make the arrangements right away. Go. After sending the other party away, Bai Linglong tidied her hair a little and went into Liu Zixuan's ward next door. This incident has really angered her, so she needs to calm down and cool off. In the desolate lands of Beishan and Chushui, water soaks my nose, making it itch terribly. While the two were busy scrubbing the dishes with a steel wool pad, Bai Liuli, who had just left the hospital, also received a call from an unknown number. Looking at the unfamiliar number displayed on her phone, she originally intended to hang up immediately. After all, these days there's a shortage of everything, except for nuisance calls and scam calls. But driven by a strange inner flutter, she ultimately pressed the answer button as if possessed. Bai Liuli, is that you? The sound that came through the microphone next made Bai Liuli's eyes widen involuntarily. You know, the Ji family has been searching for the other party almost frantically lately. She really didn't expect that the other party would call her at this time. Sir, why are you calling me? Hearing that familiar yet unfamiliar voice, Bai Liuli pursed her lips and said in a pale voice, Actually, Miss Just. It was just a moment of confusion. She was so naive towards you. She couldn't keep up the fabrication any longer, no matter how hard she tried. If you say too many of these things that go against your conscience, you'll be struck by lightning. No need to say anything. I know everything. Upon hearing this, Ji Buchang chuckled dismissively before offering a reminder. While there's still time, sever ties with the Bai family. The other party was the only normal person in the Bai family, and also the only one who was kind to him. If possible, Ji Buchang still hoped that the other party could live. Once the evidence of the Bai family's crimes is exposed, a group of people will definitely be implicated and punished. Bai Liuli, being an honest person, is very likely to be used as a scapegoat. Upon hearing that the other party wanted her to leave the Bai family, Bai Liuli immediately covered her mouth in astonishment. After confirming that no one was around, she cautiously asked, Sir, are you planning to take action against the Bai family? The Bai family and the Ji family were never a good match in terms of strength. The reason why they held a relatively good position in the capital was also due to the Ji family. Who told Ji Buchang to be so infatuated with Bai Linglong? But if the Ji family really wants to take action against the Bai family, therefore, Conservatively speaking, the Bai family will definitely disappear from the annals of history within 3 days. After all, besides the Ji family's own status, what the other party possesses is also very dangerous. I guess so. Ji Buchang did not tell the other party the specific details, but continued to speak softly. If there is anything you need, you can tell me, and I will take care of it for you. His guiding principle in life is to repay even the smallest kindness with the greatest gratitude. Since you, Bai Lioli, took such good care of me before, then he would naturally try his best to help the other party. Although she did not receive a clear reply, Bai Lioli already knew Ji Buchang's thoughts. This time, the Bai family is truly doomed. But recalling the Bai family's cultivation of her over the years, Bai Lioli pursed her lips and said in a low voice, "Thank you, sir. But the Bai family has raised me for so many years, I can't just leave like this. Although I have witnessed many of the dark sides of the Bai family. But that is, after all, a means of sustaining oneself." She could be dissatisfied with Bai Linglong, but she couldn't be dissatisfied with the Bai family. After all, she doesn't have the surname Tang, so she wouldn't do the kind of thing where she eats the food and then curses the cook. Is that so? Upon hearing Bai Lioli's response, Ji Buchang paused for a few seconds before continuing. "Take care of yourself." After saying that, he hung up the phone. In any case, I have already reminded the other party. But everyone has their own ambitions. Everyone has their own ideas. He doesn't intend to force the other party to change. Letting things take their natural course is probably the best choice. Sigh, it's come to this after all. Hearing the busy tone from her phone, Bai Lioli slightly raised her eyes and peered through the layers of branches, trying to see the light within reach. If things really come to that point, she will have no choice but to preserve the Bai family's last hope in her own way. Although that method seems very foolish. But I think it shouldn't be too much of a problem to cover up some things. Chapter 158. Should Mom call you Yinyanshin? It was 5:30 p.m. in the living room on the first floor of the Liu family mansion. "Thank you. And you can leave the things here." After greeting Wu Ma with a smile, Shin Yuchu picked up a cup from the coffee table while pondering what she should do next. Although I know Lin Heng definitely has his own plans. But the repeated setbacks still made her somewhat impatient. Besides the lack of progress in Bai Linglong's elimination plan, the lack of cooperation from Ji Buchang's side was also a contributing factor. They clearly agreed to hand over the items, but then they turned around and ran away to pee. This incident caused Sully to become withdrawn for quite some time. The reason why Ji Buchang did not want to cooperate with Shin Yuchu was explained at the beginning of the previous chapter. After all, this was important to the Yi family in the capital. Owning a living, loyal dog is far more worthwhile than owning a dead one. "Yuchu, you're here?" Just as Shin Yuchu was pondering what to do next, Xiao Wanqing, who had just finished dealing with the locked door, walked into the living room at that moment. Recently, whenever she has free time, Shin Yuchu comes over to connect with everyone. So without realizing it, she had already integrated into the Liu family. To put it simply, aside from not having obtained a marriage certificate yet, the girl's overall treatment is basically no different from that of the Liu family's daughter-in-law. "Mom, you're back." As she spoke, Shin Yuchu hurriedly stood up and said, "Yes, I came over as soon as I finished dealing with things at home." The Shun family now publicly states that all affairs, big and small, are under the control of Shin Yuchu. In other words, Shin Yuchu is currently the person in charge of the Shin family. Therefore, recently, she, like Lin Heng, also chose to suspend her studies to handle company affairs. In any case, with the awards they've won, they've already secured guaranteed admission to several schools. The reason I went to school before was simply to cover up some things and to enjoy the sweet campus romance. Sit down, why are you being so distant?" After handing the coat to Aunt Wu, Xiao Wanqing smiled and led the girl back to sit on the sofa. "You don't need to be so polite with your mother. Just be like those brats." As they spent more time together, she became increasingly satisfied with the girl's impression. She has a gentle and lovely appearance and a very considerate personality. Comparing her own group of monsters and freaks, Xiao Wanqing almost couldn't resist cleaning house several times. "Okay, Mom." Upon hearing this, Shin Yuchu nodded obediently. She also felt that long-lost maternal love in Xiao Wanqing. This emotional satisfaction, like some kind of magical power, makes one sink into a quagmire from which there is no way to extricate oneself. That's good, isn't it? After gently patting the girl's head, Xiao Wanqing took the tea from Wu Ma and said softly, "By the way, Yu Chu, were you thinking about Xiaoheng just now?" As she spoke, Xin Yuchu unlocked the laptop on the table. "This is the current situation of the buy group that I had someone investigate. To poach people from our company, they even offered shares in a subsidiary. Although in the later stages, the buy family could use the tactic of equity dilution. But given the current situation, both the Liu and Xin families had a number of people poached by the other side in this way. Some people even submitted their resignation applications that evening after talking with the Bai family at noon today. Xiaoheng, don't worry, that child is very smart, isn't he?" After taking a sip of tea, Xiao Wanqing turned to the girl beside her and said, "In addition to worrying about Xiaoheng, shouldn't you be thinking about your own affairs? Yu Chu, or perhaps I should call you Yin Yanxin. Since her child is very perceptive, she, as the mother, naturally had to do some investigation. Although no useful information was found during the investigation. But unexpectedly, I received an email from Shanwei. As for the contents of the email, it can only be said that it completely overwhelmed the information she had previously gathered. In addition to some basic information about Xin Yuchu, there is also the reason why she came to SC. The text even briefly mentions the threats that exist in the capital. Uncle Dong. I didn't post it, it was just a slip of the hand. Mother." Upon hearing Xiao Wanqing's sudden remark, Xin Yuchu's expression stiffened slightly. She never expected that the other party would know the name she had hidden. At that moment, the image of a middle-aged man wearing glasses involuntarily surfaced in the girl's mind. It must have been the other party who told Xiao Wanqing. After all, so far, only the other party knows his identity. But what is their purpose in doing this? Is she still doubting that she will harm Linheng? For a moment, Xin Yuchu's mind was in turmoil. I didn't mean anything by it. Seeing the girl standing there in a daze, Xiao Wanqing reached out and rubbed her head. "I've seen your attitude towards Xiaoheng. But have you considered how Xiaoheng would feel if he knew everything? It's true that everyone has a hidden side, but Xin Yuchu's two sides are just too contrasting. It's like a rich woman pretending to be penniless and living with a real penniless man. However, after the matter is exposed, neither side usually ends up with a good outcome. I quite like Xin Yuchu. That's why she wanted to nip any bad signs in the bud. The threat from the capital is something my son can handle." After all, Xiao Wanqing was the first to disbelieve that this suddenly received email had nothing to do with Linheng. However, judging from the other party's wording, his own foolish son probably hasn't realized that something is wrong with Xin Yuchu. Or rather, he was aware of it but pretended not to see it. But regardless, she decided to mitigate the risk of the two of them breaking up later. "Mother." Meeting Xiao Wanqing's concerned gaze, Xin Yuchu pursed her lips and decided to tell her what was going on. Anyway, the other party already knows. Instead of trying to cover things up, it's better to be open and honest about it. After taking a deep breath, she sincerely grasped Xiao Wanqing's hands and said, "Mom, I am indeed from the Yi family in the capital. But before returning to the Yi family, In the following time, Xin Yuchu talked to the other party about many things. Xiao Wanqing also took this opportunity to learn a lot of things that were not in that letter. For example, why does the girl have the surname Xin? The days before returning to the Yi family, etc. Chapter 158. The counterattack begins. Child, this will be your home from now on. After listening to Xin Yuchu's story, Xiao Wanqing felt nothing but heartache. If it weren't for a series of coincidences, the girl might have died at the age of 10. Thank you, Mom. Feeling the gentleness in the other person's words, Xin Yuchu's eyes were also filled with sincere feelings. I will never let it hang down. Even if death comes, I will stand in front of him. Not arguing about some things doesn't mean others will let you off the hook. Moreover, the situation has changed now, so even if she doesn't want to fight, she has to. Yuchu, Mom, what are you two doing? And just as the two were feeling melancholy and sentimental, after finishing his preparations, Linheng carried his laptop into the living room from outside. However, after seeing Xin Yuchu's slightly red eyes, his expression instantly changed from happy to concerned. Did something happen? If I hadn't known that Xiao Wanqing was straight, he was starting to wonder if the other person had just said that really offensive line. Yuchu, you don't want Xiaohing to. Nothing. Seeing her son's nervous expression, Xiao Wanqing changed the subject at the right time. It's just that the golden retriever next door had puppies, and Yuchu cried with joy when she saw them. Looking at the other person's, you believe me, expression, Lin Heng really wanted to complain. I'm not that stupid, Luzi Xuan. Is it really okay for you to treat me like this? It's all right, Aheng. At this moment, Shin Yuchu, who was standing to the side, had also calmed down and asked softly, how are things on your end? Have you found out what you need? Although the two work in different places. However, in terms of information, it is basically all shared. As for the remaining small portion that wasn't shared, it consisted of some less than clean content. After all, neither Shin Yuchu nor Lin Heng wanted the other to be exposed to anything too dark. Never mind, he seems to be all right. Seeing that both of them had selectively changed the subject, Lin Heng did not pursue the matter further. Instead, he quickly began to talk about the current situation, saying, the overall direction is fine now. I have obtained evidence of the Bai family's crimes, and it is currently in the verification stage. Besides this matter, I'm also looking for the connection between Qin Huairu and the Bai family. However, their connection is rather secretive. It will probably take another day or two to find out anything from this investigation. It is true that there was a conflict between Ji Buochang and Bai Linglong, but the other party is, after all, a well-known simp. Therefore, Lin Heng naturally needed to check the authenticity of anything he had in hand. If we use it directly like this, what if someone tries to take advantage of us? You should have the intention to harm others, but you should also have the intention to guard against others. Why? Upon hearing Lin Heng's words, Shin Yuchu was visibly stunned for a moment. It seems that the only person with evidence of the Bai family's crimes is that guy, Ji Buochang. And most importantly, she has evidence of a relationship between the Bai family and Qin Huairu. What's wrong, Yuchu? Seeing the girl clearly lost in thought, Lin Heng chuckled and teased. Are you worried that the evidence I have is problematic? No, that's not it. After regaining her senses, Shin Yuchu suppressed her thoughts and said softly, it seems that I have what you want in my hands, Aheng. It was 9:35 p.m. in a small room in a village in SC City. Thank you all for your support. I will not give up easily. Seeing the screen filled with flying gifts and tips, Qin Huairu's mouth almost stretched to her ears in a wide grin. By using live streaming to play the victim, she earned over 10 million yuan in just a few days. If she had known that this would be a quick way to make money, why would she have worked herself to the bone to earn that kind of manual labor that pays her 3,000 yuan an hour? Just as Qin Huairu wanted to continue building her image as a resilient and innocent girl, the live stream chat, which was originally filled with encouraging comments, suddenly took an unexpected turn. You're a complete liar. How can you be so shameless? That's right. That's right. The person in question has already spoken. I must be so blind. I'm going to have my nephew apply for a refund for a minor. You filthy bitch, how dare you mess with me? How can you be so shameless? You've really ruined my life this time. As more and more of these subtitles appeared, the rhythm of the live stream completely collapsed. Watching the comments section completely reverse in less than 2.5 minutes, Qin Huairu felt her head buzzing. She really didn't understand what had happened. It's amazing that this group of people could undergo such a significant transformation in such a short period of time. But at least he has experience in the service industry. Qin Huairu quickly regained her senses and obtained the information she wanted from a few scattered comments. That was just now at 9:30. Internationally renowned designer Crystal Violet has made her personal account public. The picture album that Qin Huairu presented to play the victim was entirely composed of the other party's works from their student days. Even within a few months, Crystal Violet designed 2 more sets of the same style. Furthermore, and most importantly, Crystal Violet's early signature was crystal. All the evidence combined proves that Qin Huairu is nothing more than a sensationalist fraudster. Using a picture book she somehow obtained, she staged a coup in front of everyone. Of course, if that were all, it wouldn't have broken the defenses of so many keyboard warriors. The main reason they were on the verge of a breakdown was that the Liu family was about to settle scores with these rumor mongers. Some of these influential figures, who reside in Shenzhen, have even received court summonses delivered to their doorsteps. The losses suffered by the Liu family in the past few days have been considerable, and all of these people who spread rumors online need to be held accountable for this matter. That's why so many people in the live stream were so emotional. After all, some people only realize they should be worried when the fire is burning them. Damn it, why did that guy do this to me? Doesn't she really care about our past friendship at all? Seeing the screen filled with vulgar language, Qin Huai decisively ended the live stream. Continuing to stream will only bring more criticism and obviously won't bring any benefits. What she needs to do now is to withdraw the money as soon as possible and contact the Bai family. Before the court summons arrives, I need to prepare to flee as soon as possible. But ideals are lofty, while reality is exceptionally harsh. Just as Qin Huairu was preparing to transfer all of today's live stream earnings to her bank card, my phone suddenly received several notification messages. Without exception, the text messages all contained information about various payment accounts and bank cards being frozen. Chapter 159 Qin Huairu. May you fall into hell. You good for nothing. Just as Qin Huai felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, Qin Dazhuang burst through the door. After slapping the other person hard across the face, he roared with a ferocious expression. Transfer all the money to me now. Then, get out of here right now. The moment she finished speaking, Jia Tsuhua followed her into the room. Yes, you good for nothing. Hurry up and transfer the money over. Seeing Qin Huairu fall to the ground, clutching her face, Jia Tsuhua not only didn't go to help her, but instead glared at her with resentment, saying, You've disgraced the Qin family, you shameless good for nothing. They were downstairs bragging to their neighbors. But halfway through the installation, he was suddenly ridiculed. After learning what had happened, the two of them immediately returned from the village square, even if neither of them is well educated. But they also knew that Qin Huairu would definitely face a lawsuit next. Being sued is equivalent to committing a crime, and committing a crime is equivalent to losing face. This is a typical family that favors sons over daughters. Neither Qin Dazhuang nor Jia Tsuehua would bother with a criminal who was losing money. Therefore, taking all the money from Qin Huairu and kicking her out became a joint decision for the two of them. As the saying goes, either we perish in silence, or we erupt completely in silence. Qin Dazhuang and Jia Tsuehua's ruthlessness also crushed the last shred of reason in Qin Huairu's heart. After shoving Qin Dazhuang aside, she staggered to her feet and grabbed a fruit knife from the table, yelling, Get out! All of you, get out of here! Even if her card were frozen, she wouldn't give it to those two scumbags. The reason I've ended up like this is all thanks to them. You good for nothing, just wait and see. Seeing that the other party still dared to threaten him, Qin Dazhuang, enraged, immediately wanted to continue his assault. Before he could even get close, Qin Huairu began to brandish the fruit knife in her hand in an agitated manner. With a splatter of blood, Qin Dazhuang covered his neck in disbelief. The air rushing in due to the ruptured trachea caused him to collapse to the ground in agony. He never imagined that Qin Huairu would actually dare to use a knife against him. But no matter how much you regret it now, having no medical knowledge whatsoever, he could only wait in agony for the arrival of the underworld messengers. How are you, my dear husband? Seeing Qin Dazhuang struggling in pain on the ground, Jia Tsuehua squatted down in terror. Due to ignorance, instead of stopping the bleeding, she kept shaking Qin Dazhuang in an attempt to keep him conscious. Little did they know that this very action would make the other party's journey even more painful. I've killed someone. Looking at the two people only half a meter away from her, Qin Huairu felt a throbbing in her head. Looking at the fruit knife in her hand, stained with tomato juice, her stomach began to churn. She only picked up the knife in self-defense. She didn't actually intend to harm Qin Dazhuang. Although several lives have ended on the operating table. But unless you're a naturally abnormal person, you'd instinctively feel nauseous in this situation. P.S. I'm not very good at this, but I actually threw up the first time I saw a pig being slaughtered for the new year. Honey, wake up! Seeing Qin Dazhuang's increasingly unfocused gaze, Jia Tsuehua roared at Qin Huairu behind her. You good for nothing, I'll. Before she could finish speaking, Qin Huairu glared fiercely and swung the fruit knife in her hand again. One is still a GA, two are still a GA. Now that there's no turning back, she naturally wants to clean up her mess. Especially when recalling the past, the scene of those two scumbags selling themselves for 3,000 yuan. Qin Huairu's once complex eyes were now filled only with deep resentment and malice. Since you are so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. You have ruined my life. I should have gotten into a good high school, and then a good university. Meeting Jia Tsuehua's incredulous gaze, Qin Huairu said with a ferocious expression, "But don't worry, I'll send that good-for-nothing down to keep you company soon." Although they are siblings, but Qin Xiaoxuan is a true disciple of Qin Dazhuang and Jia Tsuehua. Not only did they not treat Qin Huairu as a human being, they even harassed him more than once. Since things have already come to this point, then naturally, one should do good deeds to the end and see things through to the end. Aren't you a loving family? Then let the whole family go down there together, loving and caring for each other. You gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Upon hearing this, Jia Tsuehua clutched her neck and glared at the other person with a face full of resentment. May you die while gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The moment she finished speaking, she collapsed, her eyes filled with resentment. They'll die a horrible death, huh? Seeing the two dead men with their eyes wide open, Qin Huai dragged them into the kitchen and then dialed Qin Xiaoxuan's number, who was out fooling around. After luring the other party back under the pretense of transferring money, she dialed an unsigned contact number. "Miss Bai, where is my money?" The moment the call connected, Qin Huairu went straight to the point. "I want the remaining 10 million in cash, right now." The other party had already given 10 million, but now the card has been frozen by the bank. Given Lu's methods, this card is probably no longer usable. Therefore, this is my only way out at present. The plan is to get the remaining balance from Bai Linglong, and then find an opportunity to run away with the money. Money? What money? Hearing the other person's slightly hoarse voice, Bai Linglong spread her legs and leaned lazily against the sofa. While pressing down on Lu Zixuan's head, she said in a flippant tone, "And who are you? Why did you get my phone number?" She was already aware of what was happening online. Bai Linglong naturally had no intention of continuing to associate with someone who had lost his usefulness. She played the discard the millstone after it has served its purpose trick brilliantly. "Miss Bai, do you really think I didn't leave anything on my hands?" After realizing the other party intended to discard him after using him, Qin Huai decisively pressed the recorder button, saying, "You help me deal with." Chapter 160 Their Plan. As someone who frequents brothels, how could Qin Huairu possibly be a simple, naive girl? From the moment she met Bai Linglong, she was prepared to be betrayed by her. Damn it! How could I be so careless? Upon hearing the voice coming from the phone, Bai Linglong's previously nonchalant expression vanished instantly. Although recordings cannot be used as evidence in court, they can still influence the Bai family business. As you can see, in less than a week, the stock price of the Lu Group has already plummeted. If Lin Heng hadn't used money to forcefully buy her, Lu Shi probably wouldn't have lasted this long. Conversely, what if this recording were leaked? This would also have an immeasurable impact on the Bai family. So, Miss Bai, is there anything to discuss now? After pausing the recording, Qin Huairu continued, $20 million, I need to see it by tomorrow. Otherwise, this recording would be leaked. Since the other party is unjust, then don't blame yourself for being unjust. It just so happens that 10 million is frozen in my account, so you, Bai Linglong, can make up for it. As for the situation with US dollars. Sorry, is it okay that the price has gone up now? $20 million is no problem, I can prepare it for you. After gesturing for Lu Zixuan to rest, Bai Linglong said in a cold voice, but I need you to do one last thing, as long as you. Impossible, I will never help you deal with the Lu family again. Before Bai Linglong could finish speaking, Qin Huairu interrupted her. What is the current situation? Miss Bai, haven't you seen it clearly yet? Putting aside the 2 meat buns lying in the kitchen, there's the fact that she's currently being universally criticized online. Let alone dealing with the Lu family, it would be good enough if we didn't get arrested. Do you even have the right to negotiate now? Hungary, Bai Linglong paid little attention to the hysterical shouts. Instead, While gesturing for Lu Zixuan to continue, she said to herself, "Your bank card should be frozen by now, right? Without my support, you can't go anywhere, can you? If you want to post the recording online, I don't mind." How many people would believe the words of a woman who is full of lies? Even if some people believe me, it's just a matter of spending a little more money. You? Under Bai Linglong's continuous attacks, Qin Huairu clenched her fists instantly. At that moment, she knew she had no other choice. The Bai family is an even more terrifying force than the Lu family, so it's true that releasing the audio will have an impact on them. However, in return, one cannot gain any benefit. However, given Bai Linglong's recent behavior of discarding her after she had served her purpose, Qin Huairu still gritted her teeth and said, "Give me the money first, so we can continue our discussion. Only money that you have in your hands truly belongs to you." "No problem, I'll have someone put it somewhere for you in a bit." As she spoke, Bai Linglong opened a dark web page on the computer next to her, saying, "And don't even think about running away with the money. Believe me, you wouldn't want to know the consequences of doing this." Damn it, running away directly didn't work after all. Faced with Bai Linglong's blatant threat, Qin Huairu couldn't help but curse inwardly. "Fine. What do you want me to do? It's very simple. Just do this, then do it again." After briefly explaining her plan, Bai Linglong continued while browsing the website. "You can take the money first. And after you've done all that, you can leave whenever you want. As for the recording you have, I shouldn't need to tell you what to do with it, right? Didn't you say you'd give me money? Why are you still sitting there?" Just as Qin Huairu was about to say something, Qin Xiaoshuan's shouts came from the gate. Those who don't know the situation might think that Qin Huairu really owed him money. "Understood, I will follow your plan." Seeing Qin Xiaoshuan walk in from the door, Qin Huairu hid the fruit knife behind her back. "Give me the address where you put the money, I'll pick it up within 6 hours. Because Qin Dazhuang had little education, he worked as a sledgehammer operator on construction sites. Therefore, with the tools readily available at home, she only needs about 2.5 hours to get things done. Once I've mostly taken care of things at home, it'll be time to get the money. Okay, I'll have someone arrange it." After saying that, Bai Linglong hung up the phone. The money of the Bai family is not so easy to take. After clamping Lu Zixuan's head tightly, she enjoyed the pleasure of having her lover by her side while continuing to browse the web on her computer. But deep within Bai Linglong's eyes lurked a fierce killing intent. The next day, on a bridge near the Lu group, I was busy all night. At this moment, Qin Huairu, looking haggard, was standing on the edge of the bridge, holding her phone and looking sorrowful, and started a live broadcast. She wore a pure white dress stained with a few specks of dust, which gave it an inexplicable sense of tattering. Those who don't know the situation might subconsciously think that this girl must have been wronged. Qin Huairu, who was also there at that moment, had almost reached the outermost edge of the railing. With so many favorable conditions, it naturally attracted the attention of passers-by. Holy crap, isn't that Qin Huairu, the disgraceful swindler from Shenzhen? Is she going to jump into the river? Is it that dangerous? This isn't some small stream mouth. It's more like a river mouth that's over 10 meters long. How dare a liar like her? Is this to threaten the Lu family and Crystal Violet? As more and more people gathered, many recognized Qin Huairu, the internet celebrity. As a result, the scene was filled with all sorts of discussions. As time passed, firefighters, police, reporters, and bloggers received the news and arrived at the scene one after another. The former was to maintain order and save lives, while the latter was to profit from human suffering. After all, in this era of abundant entertainment information, there will always be people who enjoy some more exciting news. That's about enough. After seeing that the actors were basically in place, Qin Huairu also began her performance. After calming herself down a bit, she grabbed her hair and screamed hysterically. "I really didn't plagiarize. That really is my previous work. Jumping into the river is of course impossible. Her current task is to steer public opinion toward Lu. If things go smoothly, Bai Linglong will give her an extra 5 million. With those 25 million, she could go wherever she wanted." Chapter 161. The theory that the weak are innocent is utterly despicable. The Bai family then only needed to hype things up and link Qin Huairu's disappearance to the Lu family. At that time, Lu's fate will likely be even worse than it was a few days ago. It's important to understand that conspiracy theories are most effective when fueled by constant, unfounded worries and overthinking, even if no one specifically mentions it at the time. However, the impact of conspiracy theories could completely crush the Lu family. After all, no one wants to be a lamb to the slaughter by capital. You, Lu, dare to lay a hand on Qin Huairu today. Does that mean that at some point in the future, they might dare to attack us? Therefore, for their own safety, bringing down the Lu family became an inevitable task. Seriously? Something seems off about her. Could it be that we've really misunderstood her? Is she really a victim? Actually, I don't know Crystal Violet. Do you guys think that Crystal Violet might also be a thief? Although Crystal Violet is an internationally renowned designer. However, it follows the route of a high-end luxury brand. Therefore, most ordinary people who are busy with life are not particularly familiar with this name. In addition, most people believe in the principle that the weak are innocent. Therefore, the direction of the fallacy actually began to shift for a time. Let's contact the person in charge at the Lu family. As things escalated, Qin Huairu refused to come down from the bridge. Left with no other option, the firefighters had to contact the person in charge of the Lu group. Such a matter, which receives attention across the entire internet, could easily lead to trouble if one is not careful. Therefore, the best solution at present is to let the two parties negotiate. In this way, no matter what the final outcome is, the fire won't reach them. I understand. I'll be there in a bit. After receiving a call from the fire department, Lin Heng looked down at the farce from his office with great interest, thinking, playing the death to prove one's innocence trick, huh? But that's perfect. I was just looking for an opportunity to make a fuss about it. Hey bro, wanna come with me? At this moment, Lu Ruyan, who had finished tidying up the contracts, also got up and came to the boys' side, saying, there are so many cameras and microphones ready down there. It seems the other side isn't planning to let this go easily this time. No need. Sister, you should deal with those old men who just sold their shares. After taking out his phone and sending a text message to someone, Lin Heng turned around and started walking outside. Oh, by the way, big sister, get ready for the manipulators to take action against the Bai family. After working so hard for so long, it's time to reap the rewards. Destroy the Bai family and annex them. If they weren't going to annex it, why go through all that trouble to destroy it? I'm not the Leshan giant Buddha, who likes to give away benefits to others. Take it easy, and remember to contact me if you need anything. After watching Lin Heng leave, Lu Rian was about to start her work. The next second, the office door was opened again. President Lu, those old former shareholders protested in the office. After swallowing back the swear word she was about to utter, Secretary Wang Xiaoyu said indignantly, they actually said they want to buy back the shares they sold to you at yesterday's price. Even she, an outsider, finds this kind of thing outrageous. For example, if your watermelons aren't selling well today, you might sell them all at a low price. The next day, the price of watermelons skyrocketed, and you wanted to buy back the watermelons you had sold at the clearance price. So you get all the benefits, but you're not willing to take any risks at all? You said yourself that you were a former shareholder, didn't you? After calmly sitting down in the executive chair, Lu Ruyan casually asked while operating the computer, since you're not one of Lu's people, why are you in the company? Respecting the elderly and caring for the young? That's impossible. Since you didn't cause the accident, the question of why you should help was never even considered. She can donate money and supplies when the country is in trouble. But there's absolutely no way to be polite to such a shameless old man. Yes, Mr. Lu, I'll take care of it right away. After understanding the other party's implied meaning, Wang Xiaoyu turned around and walked out of the office with great interest. Today, she's going to be a champion of justice and crush those bastards under her feet. Sigh, how long will it take to train this girl? Watching Wang Xiaoyu's departing figure, Lu Rian rubbed her temples with a slightly melancholy expression. Although there's an old saying that goes, when there's nothing to do, the secretary does it. When there's something to do, the secretary does it. But she's not a lily, so the role of secretary naturally needs to be changed. And Lu Rian's ultimate goal is to cultivate a hard-working and dutiful servant. Recalling her younger brother's decisive and efficient way of handling things, A malicious smile appeared on her lips. Little brother, please come back soon. Your older sister misses you. At the same time, Lin Heng also arrived at the place where Qin Huairu wanted to prove her innocence by dying. Achoo. For some reason, I have a strange feeling that I'm being watched. After sneezing, Lin Heng quickly glanced around. However, apart from the onlookers, there was nothing wrong with what I saw. Are you part of the Lu Group's management? Just as he was looking around, a firefighter in uniform walked over. That's right, take me there now. After withdrawing his gaze, Lin Heng nodded and followed the other person through the crowded throng. Because firefighter suits are already very conspicuous. Add to that Lin Heng's unique aura and the menacing bodyguards in suits beside him. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to it. Holy crap, how can there be someone as handsome as the reader? Isn't this guy the youngest son of the CEO of the Lu Group? Can he really handle things? No way. I'm pregnant. You have to take responsibility. Checking for pregnancy? Even the Zimu River isn't as outrageous as you. You little man, don't you know about the legendary fertile weight? While netizens were having a heated discussion, a group of reporters had already gathered around Lin Heng. Compared to netizens who are less informed, these reporters, privy to inside information, had already dug up the entire history of the Lu family, spanning 3 generations. Therefore, they naturally knew Lin Heng's true identity. Young Master Lu, are you here representing the Lu Group? Young Master Lu, what is your opinion on the plagiarism issue that Ms. Qin Huairu mentioned? Young Master Lu, quiet down, or don't blame me for kicking you all out. Seeing Qin Huairu left standing there, Arthur, who was in charge of the operation, snapped. Grandma's a piece of cake. If we drag this out, what if the other person decides to jump? Then it will be their fault for failing to maintain order at the scene. As the commander-in-chief, he himself is also highly likely to be punished. The moment Arthur finished speaking, a group of police officers maintaining order stepped forward. It seemed as if they would kick someone out at the slightest disagreement. Faced with this situation, the reporters naturally backed down. If you get kicked out, it means you'll lose access to first-hand information. Young Master Lu, could you please go and try to persuade Ms. Qin? After intimidating the group of reporters, Yinzu said with a troubled expression, no matter how we try to persuade him, it's no use. Moreover, the wind seems to be intensifying. I'm afraid that if the wind gets strong later, it might blow Ms. Qin into the river. Falling into the water from a height of over 30 meters is actually no different from falling directly onto the ground. From this height, the opponent will most likely turn from one into a lump. Chapter 162 Qin Huairu, do you still remember me? I'm not Shaju. Officer, you should let a professional negotiator handle this kind of thing. Faced with Yinzu's request, Lin Heng could only shrug helplessly. I can only say that I will try to communicate with him, but I can't guarantee what the final outcome will be. At this moment, the female reporter Bo Gang, standing to the side, reacted like a dog that had smelled poop. Isn't your Lu family planning to sue Ms. Qin Huairu? Ignoring her colleague who was blinking frantically beside her, she shoved the microphone directly in front of Lin Heng, saying, at a time like this, when lives are at stake, have you considered dropping the lawsuit against Ms. Qin Huairu? Perhaps this way, the other person will give up their suicidal thoughts. The saying, if you're in the right, go to the police. If you're in the wrong, go to reporters. And mediators are the ones who most support thuggish behavior, perfectly describes the current situation. Bo Gang has completely blocked Lin Heng's path. If he doesn't agree, it would make him seem very cold-blooded. They still relentlessly pressured us when a human life was at stake. As for agreeing, someone might use that as a pretext to make trouble later. Perhaps by then, the plagiarist will once again be the Lu family. Bo Gang, who raised this question, will undoubtedly gain considerable fame regardless of the circumstances. The thought of being able to outmaneuver the company's veterans as a new reporter is intriguing. Bo Gang's chubby sausage lips couldn't help but stretch out behind his ears. Which newspaper are you a reporter from? Looking at the plump female reporter, a playful smile flashed across Lin Heng's eyes. As you wish. Does Ms. Lu need to drop the charges against Qin Huairu and admit that she did indeed plagiarize her work? Upon hearing Lin Heng's words, the group of reporters all fell silent. If I answered that, losing my job would be a small matter. It's not like I caused this mess. Only a fool would wade into this muddy water. Stop talking. The intern photographer, realizing something was wrong, quickly tugged at Bo Gang's clothes. This guy's got a screw loose, he's had enough. If it weren't for the fact that the other party's sister was the director's mistress, Bo Gang would have been kicked off the news station long ago with his IQ. That's right, after all, it involves a human life. Bo Gang subconsciously chose to ignore the reactions of those around him. In her little mind, the expressions on these people's faces were all expressions of regret for not asking that question. Personally, I think you should be more generous to women as well. I will remember what you said. As he spoke, Lin Heng's expression gradually turned cold. This incident has caused the Liu family to lose nearly 3 billion yuan. As long as you can cover this loss, I won't mind being generous this once. You? Upon hearing the figure of 3 billion, Bo Gang turned pale. But with everyone watching her, she could only grit her teeth and say, putting aside the facts, isn't it wrong for you to pressure a girl like this? It's over. Upon hearing this mindless answer, the cameraman silently turned around and left. This is being broadcast live. Lady, can't you think before you speak? Putting aside the facts, let me talk about your mother. After curling his lip in disdain, Lin Heng said with a playful expression, didn't you just say that one should be magnanimous? Why can't you be magnanimous when it comes to things that happen to you? If you're going to get a beating, you have to stand up straight. Making a mistake isn't something you can just get over by shedding a couple of tears. If that's the case for everything, then what's the point of having laws? This exchange between the two completely ignited the live stream chat room of everyone present. Aside from the group that criticized Bo Gang, many more people became fans of Lin Heng. Yes, putting aside the facts, I'm talking about your mother. Young Master Liu speaks well. He's truly a role model for us all. That's right. You think shedding a few tears will make everything go away? They're all spoiled. Women used to hold up half the sky, but now these little fairies can tear the sky apart. Bo Gang, right? You're better suited to be a mediator than a journalist. After subtly mocking the other party, Lin Heng pushed through the crowd and arrived near the bridge structure. After this exchange of blows, the atmosphere on the field clearly changed. At least those who were just pitying Qin Huairu had their expressions change without them even realizing it. After all, that statement is about setting aside the facts. It's incredibly offensive language, whether directed at boys or girls. Consequently, people's perception of Qin Huairu naturally declined. Damn fat pig. Can't you just shut your mouth if you can't talk? Sensing the change in the crowd around him, Qin Huairu felt as if tens of thousands of divine beasts were galloping through his heart. She originally intended to threaten the other party with suicide in order to bring trouble upon the Liu family. But now that Bo Gang has made such a fuss, she basically has no chance if she follows the normal script. Human nature is inherently greedy. For the 5 million that was within her grasp, Qin Huairu decided to take a gamble. After getting up and going to the outermost edge of the bridge, she looked at Lin Heng with a sorrowful expression and said, why? I'm just an ordinary citizen. Why did you, the Liu family, treat me like this? I didn't do anything, did I? Wah! At this moment, half of Qin Huairu's foot was already dangling in the air. Coupled with the sense of fragility surrounding him, many people felt a sudden tightness in their chests. It has to be said, some people are just actors from heaven. With every move they make, they can influence the emotions of those around them. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Heng didn't mention Liu's matter. Instead, he asked, Qin Huairu, don't you recognize me? Who are you? Qin Huairu was clearly taken aback when she heard the other party ask that question. When did I meet the heir of the Liu group? Could it be? Could the other person also be my friend? It's normal that you don't remember. Seeing Qin Huairu's puzzled expression, Lin Heng slowly stepped forward and continued. Dashu Junior High School, Class 1, Grade 9, your deskmate. This was the junior high school he attended before his memories were awakened. When he first saw Qin Huairu, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. After having someone investigate the other party's background, Lin Heng finally understood where this sense of familiarity came from. The other person turned out to be my junior high school classmate, and we were even deskmates. Isn't that a coincidence? You are Lin Heng? Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu's dead memories gradually resurfaced. especially when she met the boy's bright and piercing eyes. She was completely stunned and stood there dumbfounded. Chapter 163, The Great Golden Cup, a Mobile Weapon. It's no wonder Qin Huairu didn't recognize him. After all, Lin Heng used to be dark-skinned and thin, but now he looks completely different. Regardless of how their appearance changes, those eyes, brimming with hope and determination, are something Qin Huairu will never forget. It seems you've remembered. Looking at Qin Huairu, who was standing there in a daze, Lin Heng said in an extremely calm tone, "Now that you remember, you should also remember that the picture book was mine, right?" "That's right." The picture book in Qin Huairu's hand was the one Lin Heng lost during junior high school. "I thought it was long gone, but I never expected it to be in their hands." Lin Heng's words caused a great stir. At this moment, everyone turned their cameras on Lin Heng. Just yesterday, Crystal Violet announced that this was her own work. At this point, Lin Heng still dared to say that this picture book was from his past. If we connect the dots, then Lin Heng is none other than Crystal Violet. Crystal Violet may not be that well known to the average person. However, it wields unparalleled influence within the design and wealthy circles. The bloggers and journalists felt it was all worthwhile to expose Crystal Violet's true colors. Faced with Lin Heng's calm questioning, Qin Huairu was momentarily speechless. Those deliberately forgotten memories are constantly attacking the soul that has not yet completely decayed. When she was under extreme pressure from life and even contemplated suicide, it was Lin Heng's kindness and warmth that gave her renewed hope for life. But all of this was ruined on that ordinary evening. She was sold by her scumbag parents to a street hustler in the city for 3,000 yuan. That night, she cried until her throat was dry and her tears ran dry. "But now that I am so corrupted, I can no longer stand beside that shining boy." So, after secretly taking one of the other person's picture albums, Qin Huairu sadly left the only warm place in her life. At first, she did want to change. But what can a girl who knows nothing do in this unfamiliar place? Gradually, under the heavy pressure of life and family, she still couldn't avoid becoming the kind of person she hated most. You still have a chance to turn back. After sensing the girl's inner turmoil, Lin Heng said earnestly, "Just answer me. What is your purpose in slandering the Liu family? Or, is it possible that someone instructed you to do this? If you can provide a satisfactory answer, I can help you mediate." Perhaps Qin Huairu's experience was indeed very pitiful. But he is neither a good person nor the compassionate Leshan giant Buddha. Everyone has to pay the price for their choices. Whatever they do, they must pay the corresponding cost. Therefore, Lin Heng could only express sympathy for his plight. What he wants to do now is to induce Qin Huairu to implicate the Bai family. If we can get the Bai family exposed, things will undoubtedly become much easier later on. As for what will happen to the girl afterward, that will be left to the law to decide. Of course, if Qin Huairu didn't say anything, there were still ways for him to find a solution. However, compared to the former, this method is undoubtedly more cruel. Just as Qin Huairu was about to be led astray by Lin Heng, she suddenly remembered her promise to Bai Linglong. If anyone dares to reveal their relationship with the Bai family, the other party will stop at nothing to send them to Southeast Asia. There is a local specialty there called beauty bottle. Recalling the scenes she had witnessed, she immediately changed her story, saying, "My younger brother needed money for his wedding, and my parents forced me to do this. But now they've run away with the money. I really have nothing left." This last-minute change of heart was also an attempt to shift all the blame onto others. As for Qin Dazhuang, Jia Zuohua, and Qin Xiaoxuan, they are currently dancing with the fish and shrimp in the river. Even if we were to investigate, it would probably take a very long time. During this time, she could have easily run away and left the country. What a pity, Qin Huairu, this was the wrong choice. Even at this critical moment, the other party still refused to reveal the Bai family's involvement. Lin Heng's last bit of patience was completely exhausted. "You can come down now." After reciting it to himself, he extended his right hand to Qin Huairu, saying, "We'll talk about your matter later. But at least I like you, so don't think too much about it." Seeing that Lin Heng didn't press her further, Qin Huairu's resolve wavered once again. But when she thought of the beauty bottle, she suppressed that slight wavering. If a person doesn't look out for themselves, they'll be punished by heaven and earth. She is no longer the Qin Huairu she once was. Society has painted too many colors on her. Okay, I'll come down first. After calming her complicated emotions, Qin Huairu began to walk inside the railing. Since we've already achieved our goal, there's no need to stay here any longer. Moreover, it's quite windy here. If I really fell, I'd be doomed. But just then, a piercing horn sounded, drawing everyone's attention. A large golden van, honking its horn, sped toward the direction where Qin Huairu and Lin Heng were. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd hurriedly pushed and shoved to both sides to disperse. Quick, let me through. As the large Jinbei van drew ever closer, Bo Gang exerted all his strength. But this time, no boy would give way to her at all. She was even kicked back several meters by an older man because of her shoving. You lowly man, how could you kick such a beautiful woman like me? I'll definitely. Ah! With a piercing scream, Bo Gang made direct contact with the large golden cup. Under the influence of impact force, she first did 2.5 somersaults in the air before falling straight into the rushing river below. Oh no! Get out of the way! Seeing the large Jinbei van speeding towards him, Lin Heng narrowly avoided its impact. Even though he moved quickly, he was still inevitably knocked to the ground by the car's rearview mirror. In contrast, Qin Huairu was not so lucky. I was already feeling a bit dizzy from being in the wind all day, and my legs were still a little numb after I stood up. Therefore, when faced with the large golden cup that came charging straight at her, she unsurprisingly swallowed a whole one. Looking at Qin Huairu, who was knocked away and fell into the river. After exchanging glances, the police officers nearby quickly moved closer to apprehend the person inside the large metal cup. In broad daylight, the other party dared to commit violence right in front of us. This is blatant disregard for their judicial system. If they don't take down the other side now, their entire team will definitely be on the front page tomorrow. Chapter 164 Victims can also be perpetrators. Meanwhile, in the driver's seat of the large Jinbei van, target achieved, plus a buy one get one free offer. Looking at Qin Huairu, who had been knocked away by him, a masked person muttered a few words. He then calmly took out 2 pre-prepared flashbangs and tear gas canisters from his pocket. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. The moment he finished speaking, he threw 2 objects out of the half-open window. Stare, flashbang. Hiss, smoke grenade. 2 voices rang out. A sudden, intense flash of light caused almost everyone on the bridge to lose their sight at the same time. By the time the police officers recovered, the inside of the large van was already deserted. Damn it, a team of men. Hurry up and search along the river. Looking at the noisy crowd around him, Yinzu immediately began to give instructions. Send the wounded to the hospital first, and tell the colleagues below to hurry up and rescue people. To prevent Qin Huai from actually jumping into the river, they arranged for rescue personnel to be stationed downstream in advance. This time, by some strange twist of fate, it actually came in handy. But if he could, he would rather not have to use these arrangements at all. A dozen minutes later, Yinzu's face had turned extremely pale. The good news is that Qin Huairu has been rescued and has been sent to a nearby hospital along with Lin Heng. The bad news is that Qin Huairu was hit by a car, and her entry into the water was also due to an incorrect posture. This resulted in a severe concussion injury to his brain. The best outcome would probably be for him to become a vegetable. As for Bo Gang, he was reborn on the spot due to his weight. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was afternoon. The events that occurred on the bridge, after escalating over the course of an afternoon, reached their climax. This was amplified by numerous journalists and self-media workers. This incident has also been shrouded in a slightly gloomy filter. Inside the Bai family's villa at this moment, looking at Qin Huairu, who was thrown into the air by the car in the news, Bai Linglong's face was full of blankness. I just found the right person. How come they've already been taken advantage of? Something's not right here. It's 9 out of 10 things that's wrong. Miss, is someone doing this on purpose? Noticing the other party's constantly changing expression, Bai Liuli reminded him from the side. Deal with Qin Huairu and implicate our Bai family in this fallacy. The news of the Liu family's hostility towards the Bai family had long been circulating in the circles above. Especially recently, they've been desperately poaching people. This kind of operation can basically be considered as revealing the cards at the lower levels. Given the connection between Qin Huairu and the Bai family, it's really hard not to suspect their motives. What you said makes sense. After listening to Bai Liuli's analysis, Bai Linglong was just about to ponder the intricacies of the matter. But the next second, a slightly excited voice came from outside the door. Linglong, have you seen the news? That bastard Lin Heng actually got hit by a car. After maneuvering the electric wheelchair to the girl, Lu Zixuan said excitedly, that guy must have done a lot of bad things in his life. Otherwise, how could a car have hit him? Yes, it must be because that bastard has done too many despicable things. Recalling that the large golden cup did indeed hit Lin Heng first, Bai Linglong dismissed the thoughts that had just arisen in her mind. What a pity, it didn't kill him. For Bai Linglong, Lu Zixuan was her everything. As long as it's what the other person says. Even the outrageous statement that feces can be eaten seems to be true. After all, the legendary 9-turned intestines are exactly the original flavor. Therefore, thinking about it this way, there is absolutely no reason why anyone would want to target me. The fact that something like this happened today is purely because Lin Heng is so immoral. Why? Seeing Bai Linglong being led astray again by Lu Zixuan's few words, Bai Liuli sighed helplessly in her heart. Then she turned and left. She really couldn't understand it. Why does my young lady seem to have lost her brainstem lately? Such a significant point of doubt was simply glossed over. Even if the master doesn't intervene, the Bai family will be finished sooner or later if things continue like this. After glancing back at the two who had already entered battle mode, Bai Liuli made a decision in her heart. A decision that, if necessary, can sacrifice Bai Linglong. Midnight, 12 o'clock. Inside the VIP ward of the First People's Hospital of Shenzhen. After covering Shen Yuchu, who was lying on another bed, with a blanket, Lin Heng tiptoed to the window. Since he was only knocked down by the rearview mirror, he only had abrasions on his body. If it weren't for creating the impression that he was also a victim. He went home a long time ago, okay? This isn't the night shift ward, it's really not fun at all. However, Lin Heng's actions at noon today undoubtedly brought a significant amount of attention to the Liu group. Besides her identity as Crystal Violet, she also has incredibly positive values. And even while injured, he didn't forget to remind the sinners who slandered the Liu family, and Qin Huairu quickly avoided the big golden cup. Furthermore, when he came to the hospital, he said he would cover all of Qin Huairu's subsequent treatment costs. This spirit of repaying evil with good also adds a lot to his reputation. In short, all these events have led to a rapid recovery in the stock price of the Liu group. It shouldn't be long before Liu is able to recover and surpass her initial state. This guy is definitely settling a personal score. After activating the hidden signal jammer in his watch, Lin Heng muttered to himself as he dialed a number using his satellite phone. Boss, I helped you get revenge, so how about giving me a raise? As soon as the call connected, a voice brimming with arrogance came through the receiver. If it weren't for my superior skills and the use of the dragon tail swing. Otherwise, facing that 200-plus pound guy directly would have absolutely totaled the car on the spot. Your salary? You used all your salary to pay my medical expenses. As he spoke, Lin Heng subconsciously glanced at the bed not far away. After confirming that the girl was still soundly asleep, he lowered his voice and asked, have you swept away all the tails? Is there anything I can help you with? Hey, you're underestimating me. Who am I? I'm the Dragon King of the Temple of War, okay? After delivering a sophisticated retort, Long Outyan's attitude underwent a complete 360-degree reversal in an instant. But boss, could you help me get an ID? I brought back the daughter of one of my comrades. Now that she's studying here, many things are inconvenient without identification. As the country with the most security measures in the world, it's really not easy for him to get a legitimate identity ID. Even their current identification documents were obtained with Lin Yaodong's help. A comrade's daughter? You did the same thing last time, and then it turned out to be. Ahem, just tell me if you'll help or not. Seeing the bewildered blonde girl beside him, Long Outyan coughed and hurriedly interrupted Lin Heng's spellcasting. That was clearly an accident, okay? I didn't drink too much on purpose. Besides, isn't it normal that I, the Dragon King, am more handsome than the readers and attract girls? This guy is definitely looking for a wife again. Sensing something amiss in Long Out-yin's tone, Lin Heng didn't bother to expose him. Everyone has their own way of living. I just hope that as the other person gets older, they won't be unable to straighten their back. Send me the information, and the item will be in your hands in 3 days at the latest. That's all for now, I have things to do. After saying that, Long Out-yin hurriedly hung up the phone. Long, who called? Watching Long Out-yin hang up the phone, Jessica drew circles on his chest with her hand while softly saying, "Speaking of which, Dad asked you to take care of me, and this is how you take care of me? Hee hee. I feel like I can take care of you again now." Chapter 165, The Girl's Little Confession. While Long Out-yin was busy, in the VIP ward of the First People's Hospital of SC City. Aren't you afraid of getting your legs broken? This is already the 8th 1-inch. After placing the phone down, Lin Heng looked up at the full moon in the sky. That's right, Long Out-yin is the second method mentioned earlier. If Qin Huairu hadn't concealed it at the time, but instead chose to expose the Bai family, then naturally, there would be no subsequent play. But whatever the reason, the other party chose to conceal their relationship with the Bai family. Qin Huairu was indeed a pitiful person, but she stood on the opposite side of the Liu family. Therefore, for Lin Heng, the other party is his enemy. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. This is an eternal truth. Given the passage of time, the police should have already uncovered the clues that Long Out-yin deliberately left behind. Now he only needs to wait for the sun to rise before he can proceed with the next step of his plan. He also uses conspiracy theories. Never mind, I'd better go to sleep first. After bringing his wandering thoughts back, Lin Heng was about to turn around and go back to bed. But the next second, he froze on the spot. As for why he stood there frozen in place, naturally, it was because Shun Yuchu, who should have been asleep, was currently staring at her with a resentful expression. Meeting the girl's resentful look, Lin Heng forced himself to calm down and asked softly, "Why are you awake? Are you not used to resting here?" He wasn't sure how much the other person had heard. Therefore, changing the subject is undoubtedly the best option at present. After all, if possible, he didn't want Shin Yuchu to know too much about the dark side of the world. No. After gently shaking her head, Shin Yuchu still looked intently at the boy not far away. Ahang, don't change the subject. Is it really worth getting involved in something like this? Actually, she had already woken up when Lin Heng covered her with a blanket. The original plan was to launch a surprise attack when the other person was in bed with her. Before they could even begin, they heard Lin Heng making a phone call, although the boy deliberately lowered his voice. However, compared to Shin Yuchu, who had received professional training, they were still somewhat inferior. In addition, he is already exceptionally intelligent. In just a few words, Shin Yuchu also figured out what happened at noon. That car was sent out by Lin Heng. Even the possibility of the other party getting injured is probably within their calculations. Isn't getting involved the fastest and safest way? Meeting the girl's beautiful eyes, which were filled with worry, Lin Heng slowly walked up to her. "I thought you were going to question me. After all, this kind of thing. When two hostile people are walking down the street, one is suddenly attacked, while the other is not. Many people will subconsciously have doubts. Was this attack carried out by someone who is not injured? When two people are attacked, most people assume they are both victims. This is survivor blaming. The injured person or their relatives will shift the blame and suspicion onto the luckiest person. Some people even choose to end their hard-won lives because they cannot bear the pressure. Didn't we agree that I would always stand by your side?" After placing her slender fingers on the boy's lips, Shin Yuchu looked up at him and said earnestly, "Ahang, that's not what I'm angry about. You shouldn't have hurt yourself." Regardless of Lin Heng's true nature, to her, they were all people she cherished. Living in the big melting pot of society, it's actually quite understandable that a person can be multifaceted, isn't it? In addition, Shirley had investigated Lin Yaodong during this period. Therefore, Shin Yuchu also learned more or less about the hidden aspects of Tazai. In addition, it was somewhat plausible that Lin Heng did not want to share the same purpose as him. Therefore, she naturally wouldn't question the other party. Shin Yuchu isn't some saint who likes to pity others for no reason. Just like a cute bunny. Of course it should be braised or stir-fried. I'm sorry, I'll be more careful next time. After pulling the girl into his arms, Lin Heng rested his chin on her head and said, no matter what kind of person I am in the outside world, my feelings for you will always be genuine. I wish to find one heart to share with you, and stay together until our hair turns white. He had certainly seen Shin Yuchu's efforts for him. Therefore, as long as the other party does not choose to betray, so, in Lin Heng's heart, her image will forever remain. Aheng. Feeling the gentleness and determination in the boy's words, Shin Yuchu unconsciously hugged his waist tightly. If one day, you see a completely different me, then will you still want me? The situation there is still very complicated, and she doesn't want to involve the other party. Shin Yuchu kept in mind the things Xiao Wanqing had said to her earlier. Therefore, asking such a question can be seen as giving Lin Heng a heads up. After all, the true face hidden beneath the mask is filled with a bloody and brutal horror. Sensing the tension and unease in the girl's words, Lin Heng reached out and gently stroked her back. Silly girl, what did you think of me this afternoon? A hang is a hang, and that will never change. See, you've already given the correct answer yourself. After gently lifting the girl's head in his hands, Lin Heng met her fluttering eyes with a tender expression. You will always be my silly girl, and only my silly girl, won't you? He had more or less sensed something about Shin Yuchu's extraordinary nature. After all, she was one of the original female protagonists, and she was the original female protagonist who carried a tragic fate. She must also carry some burdens that are hard for ordinary people to imagine. But none of this mattered to Lin Heng. The only thing he cared about from beginning to end was Shin Yuchu herself, regardless of the truth behind the mask. In her heart, the other person will always be that silly, goofy girl. Aheng. Meeting the boy's clear and pure eyes, Shin Yuchu raised her hand and placed it on the back of his hand. Meeting you is the greatest luck of my life. Once everything has settled down, she will choose to be honest with the other party about everything. However, Shin Yuchu doesn't want the other person to bear too much pressure right now. After all, some things are better left unresolved by just gritting your teeth and bearing them. Fool, meeting you is the greatest luck of my life. As he spoke, Lin Heng slowly lowered his head, etc. Just as their lips were about to meet, Shin Yuchu pressed her finger against the boy's warm lips, saying, Aheng, your behavior today has made me very angry. Therefore, I'm going to punish you severely. Why? More than an hour later, Lin Heng only had one sentence to say. If all future punishments are like this, I'd be willing to endure it no matter how many times. Chapter 166 The Online Turmoil, Lin Heng's Second Move. The next day, at 6:15 a.m., as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, Lin Heng slowly opened his eyes, guided by his biological clock. Looks like I'll have to exercise more in the future. Looking at Shin Yuchu, who was still fast asleep beside him, he gently pulled his arm out. After simply using it as a pillow for one night, my arm started to feel slightly numb. This is a bad situation, as it means there is still room for improvement in the physical body. Let's prepare something softer and more tender for this silly girl today. After chuckling softly as he looked at the girl's cherry-like lips, Lin Heng picked up the laptop that was placed to the side. I suppose that Guy Park Busung has already carried out his plan. And things turned out exactly as Lin Heng had predicted. At this moment, a wave of conspiracy theories has already swept across the internet. What exactly is the relationship between Qin Huairu, who slandered the Liu family, and the Bai family? Shocking. In the 21st century, someone actually dared to commit violence in the street. The items left at the crime scene turned out to be badges from the uniforms of employees of the Bai group. The heir of the Liu family and Qin Huairu, the slanderer, are attacked in retaliation by a mysterious figure. Titles and keywords like these have already completely dominated the entire online platform. Its power was so great that even intelligence organizations in rural areas that didn't use the internet had heard of it. Qin Huairu was already very popular recently, and the timing of the appearance of the Dajin Bei was too coincidental. Based on the items left at the scene, as well as revelations from certain insiders. Therefore, the Bai family was suddenly thrust into the spotlight. After all, Qin Huairu only suddenly appeared after the Bai family and the Liu family declared war. Most people felt this way at that moment. That suddenly appearing large Jinbei then must have been used by the Bai family to kill and silence witnesses. As for why we don't suspect that it was the Liu group that did it, didn't you see that the heir almost got hit by a car? Which company would risk the life of its next leader for a mere karami? Not bad, not bad. Park Bo-sung is indeed a master at stirring up trouble. Looking at the almost uniform comments online, Lin Heng's lips curled into a faint smile. This is just the first step. The next series of schemes will depend on when that idiot Bai Linglong will finally give in. Meanwhile, inside the Bai family villa. Damn it, how did things turn out like this? Looking at the trending topics on her iPad, Bai Linglong's expression was as if she had just eaten excrement. Because she chose to blindly trust Lu Zixuan. So she hadn't made any preparations beforehand. In other words, the current trend of this public opinion is beyond her control with money. 1 or 2 platforms might be able to be bought with money. However, if you use dozens of platforms together, the cost will not be a small amount. Furthermore, withdrawing these topics would also have a very strong negative impact. Therefore, for a moment, Bai Linglong felt a little breathless. Sigh, if I had known it would turn out like this, why did I even bother? Watching Bai Linglong angrily smash the iPad on the ground, Bai Liuli sighed helplessly in her heart. After she left yesterday, she actually wanted to take some precautions. However, while they were doing this, Lu Zixuan, who came out to get the popping candy, discovered them. This led to her being slapped by Bai Linglong, who said she didn't believe the other person's judgment. Now look what you've done. Just go ahead and believe that idiot's judgment. Let's find someone to suppress the news first. After venting for a while, Bai Linglong turned to Bai Liuli and instructed her, issue another announcement. Let's just say that we have no connection with Qin Huairu. We will prosecute anyone who spreads rumors. Qin Huairu is now in a vegetative state. She also found the voice recorder in the other person's cupboard. Therefore, directly issuing a public statement to clear one's name naturally becomes the best option. With a little money spent on guidance, this fallacy might just be able to be reversed. Yes, miss, I'll arrange it right away. As she spoke, Bai Liuli turned around and left. She has given up on communicating with Bai Linglong. This guy's brain is completely out of control right now. He should handle some things himself. The idea was nice, but the reality was incredibly cruel. A dozen minutes later, upon seeing the announcement on the company's official website, Bai Liuli's eyes widened in surprise. This thing isn't just different from what we just discussed. It's completely different. After a brief moment of shock, she immediately said to the person next to her, quickly go find someone in the technical department and ask them what's going on. While Bai Liuli and the others were in a flurry of activity, Lin Heng, back in the hospital, was beaming with satisfaction. No matter what, I am, after all, a time traveler. Although it wasn't delivered by a dump truck, it was actually hit precisely on the head by a meteor. However, the transmigrator's innate talent for learning allowed him to develop considerable hacking skills under Park Bo-sung's tutelage. And Bai's security network was naturally breached by him. When the front-end and back-end data were interacting, he intercepted and decrypted the cook. When Lin Heng saw the announcement, his first thought was that Bai Linglong had finally grown up. The contents made no mention whatsoever of Qin Huairu. This actually demonstrates that there was indeed a competitive relationship between them and the Liu family. However, these are all normal business competitions, and there is absolutely nothing illegal or disorderly about them. This announcement, once released, will at least clear up 60% of what happened yesterday. However, with Lin Heng's drastic modifications, the content of the announcement changed. That's the general idea. The spokesperson's apology letter was expensive. That's really wanting both. It perfectly embodies the feeling of wanting to have your cake and eat it too. As for why they didn't say that the Bai family was responsible, no normal person would do something so outrageous. The former could very well be interpreted as by trying to cover something up. The latter would most likely be considered as a hacker attack. If the Bai family were to make a move against him later, they could very well extricate themselves from this matter. Lin Heng isn't an idiot. How could he possibly give the other party such an opportunity? After locking the permission to modify the announcement, Lin Heng took out his phone and dialed a number. Hey Xiaoheng, what's wrong? The moment the call connected, Lu Rian's slightly sleepy voice came through. As the saying goes, to deceive the enemy, you must first deceive your own people. It's like the famous story of Zhou Yu beating Huang Gai. One was willing to hit, and the other was willing to be hit. In addition, I didn't want to listen to those people chanting scriptures. Therefore, he did not tell the Lu family the truth about the Golden Cup incident. This indirectly led to Lu Rian spending the entire night stirring up trouble online. Sis, you can have them release the stuff now. Seeing the netizens who were in an uproar because of the Bai family's announcement, Lin Heng's lips curled into a cruel smile. Also, get your knives and forks ready, it'll be our turn to eat meat soon. The power of netizens is indeed great. However, it will be difficult to bring down the Bai family with this. However, he never said that he had no other trump cards left, did he? Chapter 167 Ji Buchang's New Love. Perhaps because of her resentment, Lu Rian acted very quickly this time. Within minutes, all the prepared pushers had sprung into action. In no time, many enthusiastic netizens emerged on the internet. Among the videos posted by these netizens are not only photos of Qin Huairu's first meeting with Bai Linglong, but also photos of her. There are also scenes of Bai Linglong in the banquet hall on the top floor of the SC Pearl Hotel, and the Lu group's wanton provocation of Lin Heng and his group. Of course, some parts were carefully edited, and Lin Heng and others were transformed into victims. Even the actions taken later became, in a sense, within the bounds of legitimacy. In addition to these videos, some people have also reported illegal activities by members of the Bai group. This includes, but is not limited to, those included in the above. Using their position to threaten female employees, forcibly demolishing properties, and so on. After witnessing so many real name accusations, netizens were instantly outraged. What era are we living in? How can anyone still talk about breaking someone's arms and legs? And they even hired so many people to gang up on those young men and women. Do they really think there are no laws in this country? If the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be crooked too. There are no good people in the companies under the Bai family either. Where are the relevant departments? Aren't you going to do anything about this? Damn it, the Lu family is so rich and they're still being treated like this. If it were an ordinary person like us, wouldn't we just be instantly killed? In short, the Bai family's reputation among the people has completely plummeted. Meanwhile, at the Bai family's villa. Damn it, how could this happen? Seeing the unified sentiment online, Bai Linglong broke down and smashed the newly delivered tablet on the ground. Although this wave of events will not lead to the downfall of the Bai family. However, it will definitely be severely affected in the short term. This can lead to many chain reactions. At the very least, she can forget about sitting in the position of head of the Bai family. Those guys in Beijing will definitely use this excuse to bring themselves down. Power is the best corrosive agent. Once you're tainted by it, it's hard to let go. Bai Linglong was unwilling to accept losing her power. In particular, once she loses her rights, she will once again lose the right to control her own life. TSK, what a piece of trash. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Zixuan, who was hiding around the corner, promptly pretended to be a coward. After all, he had been stopping Bai Linglong from taking countermeasures yesterday. Now that we've been caught off guard like this, isn't the fault mostly on our own? However, while pretending to be a coward, Lu Zixuan also began to have his own ulterior motives. After this incident, Bai Linglong will definitely be greatly affected. What if the other party can no longer protect me then? Then he'll have to find another backer, or just run away. Anyway, the money I made while serving the other party was enough to live a carefree life for quite some time. As for whether his conscience hurts, his face has gotten quite pale from being soaked in water all this time. If you really want to calculate it, this money can definitely be considered as earned income. Useless. All of you are useless. After smashing the last intact vase, Bai Linglong collapsed onto the sofa, panting, "No, I can't just sit here and wait to die." As she murmured to herself, a figure instantly flashed into her mind. That's it. I can ask him for help. Do it if you want to. After picking up the phone with its shattered screen, Bai Linglong dialed an unnumbered number. However, as soon as the call was dialed, a busy signal came through. Damn it, damn it. Ji Buchang, you piece of trash. How dare you not answer my call immediately? Hearing the notification sound from the receiver, Bai Linglong opened the communication software while cursing. Just as she was writing a long, rambling post, trying to order the other party to help her bring down the Liu family and stabilize the situation. On the broken phone screen, a small exclamation mark appeared instantly. The other party is not your friend, yet please send a friend request. Upon seeing this notification, Bai Linglong felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She never expected that the sycophant who used to fawn over her would actually block her. The phone notification sound you just heard was probably because you were blocked by the other party. After figuring this out, an unnamed rage instantly engulfed her. Why? Why does a spineless sycophant like you dare to treat me like this? Ji Buchang, you're finished. After letting out a venting roar, Bai Linglong got up and went to the landline, then dialed the number again. About 2 seconds later, the call was successfully connected on the other end. Just as Bai Linglong was about to speak, the voice coming from the receiver made her freeze in place once again. Hello, who is this? After tapping the phone's earpiece in confusion, Lin Yue frowned. That's strange. Why is there no sound? What's wrong, Yue? Who's looking for me? At this moment, Ji Buchang also poked his head out of the kitchen. However, compared to his initial self-pity, his current state is 1,000 times better. If his previous mood was like the dead of winter. So, my current mood is like springtime with flowers in bloom. Since meeting Lin Yue, Ji Buchang has once again experienced that long-lost feeling of warmth. I don't know, I don't have my phone. Ji Buchang. Before Lin Yue could finish speaking, an angry shout suddenly came from the phone receiver. Didn't you say you like me the most? You actually went out and saw other women. You're a complete scumbag and a disgrace. The roar coming from the phone stunned Lin Yue and Ji Buchang for several seconds. You're the scumbag woman who's already married to Buchang but still cheats on him with other women, aren't you? Before Ji Buchang could say anything, Lin Yue, who had recovered first, launched an attack. I really don't know where you got the nerve to call me. Although she hadn't known Ji Buchang for long, she could guess the reason for his previous dejection. So the most important thing right now is to deal with this shameless woman. As for what will happen later, that depends on how I feel. Shut up, Ji Buchang, you better. You're the one who should shut up. Before Bai Linglong could continue her madness, Ji Buchang directly rebuked her. Bai Linglong, I have nothing to do with you anymore. If you dare bark at Yue again, I won't hesitate to wipe your entire Bai family off the face of the earth. Uncle Ji, you. Beep, beep, beep. Oops, I accidentally hung up. After skillfully blocking the number, Lin Yu smiled and approached Uncle Ji. Uncle, you did a great job just now, but shouldn't you tell me what's going on with this guy? Glug. Looking at Lin Yue's kind face, Ji Buchang felt as if he saw a huge, danger character on his forehead. Chapter 168 by Linglong is about to be abandoned. The number you dialed is currently switched off. Please try again later. Sorry. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Ji Buchang, you bastard. Hearing the voice message coming from her phone, Bai Linglong angrily slammed the landline to the ground. Immediately afterwards, he forcefully overturned the coffee table in front of him. Bai Linglong collapsed onto the sofa, panting heavily. That's why she was so angry. It wasn't that I suddenly had a change of heart and realized I loved Ji Buchang or anything like that. She was simply furious that some lowly sycophant dared to talk to her like that. To put it simply, it's like a dispensable toy that was suddenly stolen by a stranger one day. Moreover, after being stolen, this originally dispensable toy became priceless. In the end, it even turned around and betrayed its former master. This is why Bai Linglong was angry. A sycophant whom I looked down on actually turned against me for the sake of another woman. In addition, Ji Buchang is currently the only one with the ability to turn the tide. If the other party doesn't help, I'll lose my position as the head of the Bai family. Once she loses this identity, all that awaits her is a marriage arranged by her family. In addition, the losses he caused this time will seriously affect the foundation of the Bai family. It's not hard to guess what kind of marriage partners the family will choose. Young talents shouldn't even think about it. At the very least, they are some perverted old men over 50 years old. After all, the latter can certainly offer more than the former. This indirectly caused Bai Linglong's already broken emotions to become even more extreme. While she was frantically thinking about how to make Ji Buochang continue to fawn over her, Bai Lili walked in from outside with her phone in hand, and after going around the obstacles, she came to her side. "Miss, they said they can't get through to your phone at home. So let me give you my phone so you can call back immediately." "Damn it." Upon seeing the phone handed to her, Bai Linglong's face flashed with a mixture of fear and resentment. Although I had already guessed that my family would definitely call after such a big incident. But she didn't expect the other party to be so fast. Ji Buozhang is now unwilling to help him. This also means that she has lost the opportunity to negotiate with this group of people. Call. Although my mind was filled with countless thoughts, but after taking a deep breath, Bai Linglong dialed the first number in her call log. "Bai Linglong, you good for nothing. How did things turn out like this?" As soon as the call connected, a slightly hoarse voice echoed throughout the living room. "Grandpa, I'll handle this." Upon hearing this clearly angry voice, Bai Linglong's body trembled almost imperceptibly. If you had to pick the person in the Bai family that she feared the most, it would definitely be this great-grandfather. The other party was not only the previous head of the Bai family, but also an old man with a very strong and ruthless approach. If it weren't for Uncle Ji's help, she wouldn't have even been worthy of his attention. Solve. Hearing Bai Linglong's slightly trembling voice, Bai Yuliang, the previous patriarch of the Bai family, scoffed disdainfully. "What do you plan to do to solve this?" He had never really thought highly of his granddaughter, who wasn't very bright. "If it weren't for wanting to take this opportunity to curry favor with the Ji family, I would have." How could he possibly choose the unremarkable Bai Linglong from among a group of outstanding successors? Faced with Bai Yuliang's question, Bai Linglong was speechless for a moment. Based on the current situation, let's analyze it. The situation is now beyond my control. But if she were to admit it like that, she would definitely be kicked out of the Bai family's power center. So, after gritting her teeth, she decided to lie to the other party first, saying, "I will get Uncle Ji to help me." With the Ji family's influence, handling this matter shouldn't be difficult. However, to Bai Linglong's surprise, after listening to this conversation, Bai Yuliang let out a disdainful sneer. "Bai Linglong, do you think I'm a fool?" Looking at the message relayed by his subordinates, Bai Yuliang said with a gloomy expression, "ZY has already made a move against the Bai family. It seems that the Ji family brat has completely given up on you. If Ji Buochang really still cares about Bai Linglong and is willing to support her, it's simply impossible for the group above to strike so precisely at the network of influence they've cultivated. After all, besides him, only Ji Buochang and the entire Bai family knows these things accurately. The reason why Bai Linglong, a good-for-nothing, was chosen to be the head of the Bai family in this generation was, besides wanting to curry favor with the Ji family, a large part of the reason these incriminating facts were seized upon was also due to this. However, knowing that others had leverage over him, Bai Yuliang naturally couldn't just sit idly by and wait for his doom all these years. Building upon his existing network of influence, he secretly supported and replaced many people. Therefore, based solely on the evidence currently in the hands of the other party, although the Bai family will be significantly affected, it will not be completely destroyed. As long as the core bloodline of the family remains intact, what does it matter if some minor members are lost? No, that's not it. Hearing Bai Yuliang's cold words, Bai Linglong felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. She never expected that Ji Buochang would actually dare to take action against the Bai family. He was just a lowly sycophant. How dare the other party do this? From this moment on, you are no longer the head of the Bai family. Ignoring the other person's broken murmurs, Bai Yuliang gave the final order. I will be in Shenzhen this afternoon. From now on, you'd better stay put. There's also a 50-year-old member of the main branch of the Zhang family who recently lost his wife. Once things have calmed down a bit, you should prepare to meet with them. He believed that dealing with a minor figure like the Liu family would be very easy with his own methods. As for Bai Linglong's future arrangements, the natural course of action is to have her make up for the family's losses. In this world, everything comes at a price. Bai Linglong caused the Bai family so much loss, they must try to make up for it elsewhere. It just so happens that the Zhang family is also a large family, and the head of the main branch is very generous. Therefore, using Bai Linglong as a bargaining chip is undoubtedly the best thing to do. Chapter 169. Lu Zixuan wanted to make one last big profit. Grandpa I. Beep, beep, beep. Upon hearing the other party's arrangements, Bai Linglong was about to say something. But Bai Yuliang hung up the phone without any hesitation. Damn it! Why did things have to turn out like this? Hearing the busy tone coming from the receiver, Bai Linglong angrily slammed her phone to the ground. Clearly, for Bai Yuliang, selling himself was already a fait accompli. Unless you can offer enough chips. Otherwise, marrying that old man would be her ultimate fate. Ugh, I have to buy a new phone again. Looking at the phone with its screen shattered into pieces on the ground, Bai Liuli felt a little helpless, but also a strange sense of tension. If Bai Yuliang were to come, then sir, could you? Since ancient times, loyalty and righteousness have been difficult to reconcile. Although the Bai family raised her from childhood, Ji Buochang was one of the few bright spots in her life. Therefore, being caught in the middle, she naturally felt extremely uncomfortable. However, if Bai Liuli knew that, as of now, this matter had absolutely no direct connection to Ji Buochang. This girl is probably going to have a mental breakdown. What are you still doing here? Are you here to laugh at me? At this moment, Bai Linglong, who was standing nearby, also noticed Bai Liuli. He immediately turned his anger on the other person and roared in a fit of rage. Get out! Get out of here right now! She couldn't accept that she was about to lose her rights, and she couldn't accept marrying an old man. Yes, miss. Faced with the already deranged Bai Linglong, Bai Liuli did not argue with her and turned to leave. Bai Yuliang will arrive in Shenzhen around 3 p.m. Before that, she still had a lot of preparations to make. Wait a moment. Watching Bai Liuli's departing figure, Bai Linglong suddenly thought of something. Go find Ji Buochang's address for me, and go right now. She remembered that the two had a good relationship, and thought that she could find Ji Buochang through Bai Liuli. If she could find him, she had a million ways to make him turn back into a simp. Even if it requires making certain sacrifices. Sigh, it's still the same as always. Upon hearing that, Bai Linglong wanted to go find Ji Buochang herself. Bai Liuli sighed helplessly in her heart. Then, she said calmly, I understand. Miss, I will find the gentleman as soon as possible. Anyway, agreeing won't cost me anything. As for how quickly is as soon as possible, that remains to be seen. If she could, she hoped the two of them would never meet again in this lifetime. After all, from any perspective, Bai Linglong is not a good match for a man as outstanding as Ji Buochang. Damn Ji Buochang. Damn Lin Hung. Damn Lu family. Damn bitch. I will never let you off so easily. Watching Bai Liuli's departing figure, Bai Linglong clenched her fists tightly. This feeling of powerlessness over her fate caused her resentment towards Lin Hung and the others to escalate rapidly. In her opinion, it would be better if Lin Hung and the others obediently had their legs broken. Then the current situation wouldn't have occurred. If Ji Buochang had continued to be a sycophant, he wouldn't have been forced to step down by Bai Yuliang. All of this is the fault of these people. Sooner or later, Bai Linglong. We must repay today's humiliation 1,000-fold, 100-fold. Of course, the premise is that we have to find a way to get through this hurdle. Linglong, what happened? While Bai Linglong was pondering how to continue using Ji Buochang, pretending to have just woken up, Lu Zixuan also drove his electric wheelchair into the living room. He had overheard Bai Linglong and Bai Yuliang's conversation perfectly. Therefore, staying here is definitely not a good choice. What if that old bastard Bai Yuliang just kills me? However, before leaving, he still wanted to find an opportunity to make a fortune again. Zixuan, why are you out here? Upon seeing Lu Zixuan appear, Bai Linglong quickly composed herself and said, It's nothing. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Ultimately, it is all because of the other party that the Bai family is now in a passive situation. However, her intelligence, already clouded by her romantic obsession, caused Bai Linglong to completely overlook this point. Damn it, you're still pretending to be my mother at a time like this. Listening to the other person's self-righteous consolation, Lu Zixuan almost rolled his eyes to the heavens in his heart. However, considering his current public image, he did not directly address the issue. Instead, she put on a distressed look and pursed her lips, saying, Linglong, Don't lie to me. What exactly happened? Tell me, and we can solve it together, okay? Or perhaps you don't consider me one of your own yet. If he didn't bring up the issue, how could he so easily coax the other party to continue? Zixuan I. Meeting Lu Zixuan's pitiful gaze, Bai Linglong opened her mouth slightly, then sighed with a hint of helplessness. Actually, the thing is this, because... Over the next few minutes, she gave the other party a general description of the current situation. But don't worry, Zixuan, I will definitely protect you. Influenced by the will of the world, and further influenced by those who are both sincere and verbally manipulative. Even at this moment, Bai Linglong still placed Lu Zixuan in the top priority. Perhaps in her current worldview, even the destruction of the Bai clan is not as important as a single hair on the other party's head. Linglong, it's all my fault for dragging you into this. After naturally squeezing out 2 tears, Lu Zixuan held the other person's hands tenderly, saying, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't be like this now. When it comes to fishing, there's no reason not to wait a little longer. Unless you're using a lure, you'll have to wait a while for the fish to bite. No, Zixuan, this is not your problem. Seeing the other person's remorseful expression, Bai Linglong said with deep emotion, it's all the fault of the Lu family and that bastard Lin Hong. But don't worry, I will definitely find a way to get back to that position. Whether for Lu Zixuan's sake or for her own, she could not give up the position of head of the Bai family. Human desires are like a boulder rolling down a mountain. Once they start, it's hard to stop them. Power, like the One Ring, always ignites the deepest desires within humanity. After experiencing the thrill of power, almost no one can extricate themselves from such a vortex. Linglong, it's so good to have you. After gripping the other person's hands tightly with deep affection, Lu Zixuan finally voiced the thought he had been holding back for so long. I think we can't just sit here and wait to die, we should make some preparations in advance. Chapter 170 Deception and the Ubiquitous Lin Family. Prepare. Upon hearing this, Bai Linglong looked at Lu Zixuan with a puzzled expression. Given the current situation, is there anything else we need to prepare? If she doesn't win over Ji Buochang, all that awaits her is the tragic end of being married off to an old man. Linglong, I will not let you marry that kind of old man. Meeting the girl's questioning gaze, Lu Zixuan continued with a righteous expression. Let's elope. Let's run away to a place where no one can find us. Elopement. Upon hearing what the other party said, Bai Linglong was slightly stunned for a moment. Then, a different kind of light suddenly appeared in her eyes. Yes, how come I didn't think of that? The Bai family has considerable influence. But the earth is so big, there are always places that the other side cannot reach. As long as one can find a chance to escape from the Dragon Kingdom, then the sky's the limit and the sea's vastness is the limit. Moreover, in some places, having money can even allow you to enjoy many things that are not available in China. In this way, it can be considered as having power in a roundabout way. Yes, let's elope together to a place where no one can find us. Seeing that Bai Linglong had been persuaded, Lu Zixuan pressed on, saying, to ensure our future livelihood, we can transfer some of our assets first. I'm not a member of the Bai family, so you can transfer the money to my overseas account first. This will not only ensure our livelihood. Even if they realize what's happening later, we'll have already cleaned up the traces. That's right, all that groundwork he laid was for making money. Given the current situation, Bai Linglong is destined to lose her current power and status. Without that easy target, making money in the future will likely be much more difficult. So, while there's still money to be made, naturally you'll want to find ways to make as much as possible. Zixuan, you're right, let's elope to a place where no one is around. Bai Linglong, who had been brainwashed by the promise of a bright future, chose to believe this obviously flawed lie. This kind of blind faith is like the kind that's popular online. There will always be a small group of people who believe it. Sooner or later, the domineering 20-year-old CEO will fall in love with the 38-year-old woman who has cut off the water supply. Yes, let's do it together. Seeing that the plan had reached its final stage, Lu Zixuan continued to coax. Linglong, you need to hurry up. I'm afraid things might change if we're too late. Delay could lead to unforeseen circumstances. This is all his money. If the other party doesn't receive it, he really might slap them. Don't worry, Zixuan, I'll handle things properly. Looking at Lu Zixuan, who seemed to be doing this for her own good, Bai Linglong pressed her finger to his lips. Before leaving, I wanted to reward my clever little cutie. Lu Zixuan. Just as Lu Zixuan was about to have a good drink. On the other side, in a farmhouse courtyard in SC. After explaining his complicated love-hate relationship with Bai Linglong, Ji Buochang earnestly assured Lin Yue, so, you see, I really have nothing to do with her anymore. He really liked this lively and cheerful girl. It was the other person who helped me out of the lowest point in my life and gave me the motivation to keep living. Therefore, at this point, there's naturally nothing to hide. It's absolutely not because of the 2-meter-long saber the other side is carrying, absolutely not. Oh, I see. After tossing the family harmony device he was holding back onto the weapon rack, Lin Yue slowly stepped forward and put her arms around Ji Boda's waist. It's all in the past. That disgusting guy doesn't deserve your sacrifices. She genuinely liked this somewhat dazed boy, although the two did not spend a very long time together. But she had already decided in her heart that he was the one she could spend her life with. What if it turns out later that the wrong person was chosen? This kind of thing is actually quite simple to handle. After all, the Lin family has always only had the term widowed, never divorced. Yes, it's all in the past. Feeling the tenderness unique to a young girl, Ji Boda also reached out and hugged her. By the way, Yue, do you know that scumbag Bai Linglong? Although Lin Yue had been listening the whole time, some subtle actions still showed that. Ji Boda was, after all, the heir of the Ji family, and he was quite adept at reading people's expressions. I wouldn't say we know each other. As she spoke, Lin Yue lifted her head from the other person's embrace and waved her little fist indignantly. That guy actually dared to lay a hand on my second uncle. If it weren't for the uncles and elders in the village stopping me, I and the others would have already dealt with her. Uncle Dong. That's right, it's me again. Xiao Hung is grinding away at the monsters. How dare you kids jump out and steal his experience? That's right, Lin Yue is from Tazai. However, compared to some of her other siblings, she simply opened a flower shop on the outskirts of the city. My biggest pursuit right now is to practice swordplay and grow flowers when I have free time. However, if it weren't for this flower shop, she wouldn't have found Ji Boda, who was distraught and collapsed at the door. Second uncle? Upon hearing the girl's words, Ji Buochang blinked in confusion. Among those who had a grudge against the Bai family, there were quite a few with the surname Lin. Could it be that my girlfriend is from one of these small families? If that's the case, he wouldn't mind adding fuel to the fire for the already precarious Bai family. Even if it's not for your own sake, standing up for your girlfriend is a good choice, isn't it? Yes, my second uncle is really amazing. Even this house was provided for me by them. Meeting the other person's slightly puzzled eyes, Lin Yue winked playfully and then pointed to the computer screen not far away. Look, that's my second uncle. After looking in the direction the girl pointed, Ji Boda said he was completely numb. Because the screen clearly showed the scene of Lin Hung persuading Qin Huairu on the bridge that day. As for Ji Buochang's unusual behavior, Lin Yue simply assumed that he didn't understand why she called him second uncle. So, they began explaining the generational order of the Lin clan to him. Faced with this, Ji Buochang could only pretend to listen attentively while frantically searching for a solution in his mind. She had just used the other party as a front, only to find out that it was actually her own family member. And most importantly, this guy is his girlfriend's elder. What do you do when you ask your girlfriend's elders to do the dirty work? I need help urgently. Chapter 171, An Unexpected Accident. Meanwhile, in the living room on the first floor of the Liu family villa. Big sister, please prepare these edible foods first. After handing the compiled documents to Liu Ruyan, Lin Hung rubbed his slightly sore neck. I estimate that in another 2 days, we can start preparing to take over. That's right. This is the information sent by Ji Buochang. He had already secretly submitted most of it. The remaining portion, of course, must be consumed by oneself. Just like the great Jimmy said, you can love your country, and you can talk about it. It's a good deal to exchange some gray industries that can't generate normal profits for a protective umbrella that can safeguard the family, isn't it? As for the legitimate channels that can be used to purchase such items, then of course we'll have to purchase them ourselves. After all, he's been working so hard for so long. We can't let him work for nothing. Why? Looking at the things Lin Heng handed her, Lu Rian's eyes widened involuntarily. Any one of these items would be enough to make many companies in Shenzhen fight tooth and nail for them. Then my younger brother suddenly said he was going to take over, which seems surreal no matter how you look at it. Although the Lu family is very powerful in Shenzhen, they're not this powerful, are they? Don't worry, would I lie to you? Seeing his eldest sister's naive and unworldly demeanor, Lin Heng calmly handed her another document. The higher-ups have already started sending people to clean up the Bai family this time. Even if they don't die, they'll lose half their lives. Although, after verification, the Bai family discarded many of the white gloves used to do bad things. However, once something is done, it will inevitably leave behind some evidence, more or less. Meanwhile, Park Bu-sung and his group are already collecting these items one by one. All we need to do is hand this over to higher authorities, and the Bai family will be doomed, no matter what. He didn't want to wait until decades later for someone to suddenly appear claiming to be the other person's enemy. This kind of cliched plot should be left to the guy next door. Moreover, as the saying goes, if you don't cut the weeds at the root, they will grow back in the spring breeze. As a rare and philanthropist, I naturally have to give the Bai family a complete and generous meal. Wow, bro, you're awesome. After quickly glancing through the documents in her hand, Lu Rian excitedly hugged Lin Heng's neck. We have these things. We can legally and legitimately take over the Bai family's assets in Shenzhen. If you borrow and repay, it's easy to borrow again. Lin Heng has given the higher-ups an excuse to take back their power. In addition to Lu Rumo's performance recently, the higher-ups naturally gave the Lu family an opportunity. In other words, the Bai family's apparent capital in Shenzhen is precisely the reward given to the Lu family by higher authorities. So, they develop according to seniority. After muttering something to himself, Lin Heng grabbed Lu Rian's head and pushed her away. By the way, why hasn't second sister gotten off work yet today? She's still hiding in the lab right now? Recalling her second sister's madness, Lu Rian subconsciously shuddered. Next time you have any prescriptions, you shouldn't give them to her yet. I'm afraid she might actually become an immortal. Upon hearing this, Lin Heng subconsciously recalled someone's words about being a Taoist priest. Based on Lu Rumo's medical history. Don't tell me. You really shouldn't tell me. If this isn't controlled, something like this might actually happen. But what the two didn't know was, at this moment, Lu Rumo, who should have been engrossed in the experiment, would occasionally glance at the phone placed to the side. And that smile on his lips. It has a sense of déjà vu, like everything is coming back to life. However, the current situation is developing in a direction that is favorable to the Lu family. The next morning, at 8:15, something unexpected happened suddenly. Several police cars pulled up in a hurry at the Lu Group building. Is Mr. Lu Linheng here? We need to get some information from him. Upon arriving at the reception desk of the Lu Group, the lead officer took out a summons document from his bag and said, "Please tell him to come down." The receptionist was stunned for several seconds as she looked at the summons in the police officer's hand. Then, she hurriedly picked up the computer on the table and said, "Please wait a moment. I'll contact Mr. Lu right away." "Okay, I understand." "Okay, I'm coming down now." Meanwhile, inside the CEO's office on the top floor. After listening to the call from the front desk, Lin Heng frowned and hung up the phone. He didn't expect that even at this point, Bai Linglong would still have the strength to fight back. After all, even a fool could guess that these people were up to no good. Noticing the change in Lin Heng's expression, Lu Rian stood up and asked anxiously, "Xiao Heng, what happened?" "The police came downstairs and said they wanted to summon me." As he spoke, Lin Heng put his glasses back on, saying, "Big sister, find lawyer Zhang San and go to the police station with me. We also need to be wary of rumors and gossip that may appear online. This was due to my carelessness. I didn't expect the other side to still have the strength to fight back. It seems that even a camel that's almost starving is still bigger than a horse." He also made many friends at the police station. But this time, he was not notified at all when the attack came suddenly. It must be the result of the Bai family's behind-the-scenes maneuvering. Otherwise, there's no reason why he wouldn't receive any messages at all. How can they arrest people without evidence? I'm going to. Calm down, big sister. Seeing Lu Ruyan's obvious panic, Lin Heng reached out and patted her on the shoulder. If you make a scene at a time like this, you might just be playing right into their hands. When soldiers come, we'll block them. When water comes, we'll dam it with attorney Zhang San by my side. Nothing will happen to me. In that short time, he roughly guessed the purpose of the Bai family's actions. The Bai family is now infamous and is universally reviled online. In contrast, the Lu family's reputation was at its zenith. And all of this was achieved by stepping on the Bai family. In other words, the quickest way to restore the Bai family's reputation is to tarnish Lu's image. In that case, people will naturally start to think about it. The speculation about the Bai family that circulated online may have originated from the Lu family. In this way, the waters have been completely muddied. The Bai family was also able to take this opportunity to gain a brief respite. This is what real business battles, or rather, family feuds, are like. If this had happened decades ago, it might have involved two villages contributing thousands of timbers and cannons. But right now, the invisible smoke of battle is the most dangerous. Chapter 172 Monkey Xia. Damn it, those damn bastards from the Bai family. After listening to her younger brother's analysis, Lu Ruyan immediately realized how foolish her actions had been. There was no other way. He was my only younger brother, so of course I had to spoil him. Don't worry, Xiaohong. I'll tell Zhang San to go with you right away. After calming her chaotic mind, Lu Ruyan immediately made the wisest move at the moment. Also, I will let those people downstairs come up. This should prevent some unnecessary video dissemination. The area beneath the Lu family building is, after all, crowded and conspicuous. Among these thousands of people, there might be some bad apples. Bringing the police upstairs can effectively prevent the spread of rumors. This way, even if any strange comments appear online later, it will undoubtedly be much easier for them to handle. All right, let them come up then. As he spoke, Lin Heng took out his phone from his pocket. I need to make a call first. There are some things I need to arrange. With so many informants in the police station disappearing, he needed to inform Uncle Dong about it. Although they are doing legitimate business in the country. But what about overseas? In Uncle Dong's words, this isn't our territory, so why should I care about protecting them? Why not use spare money to spout nonsense and pretend to be charitable in a foreign country, and then use that money to help people back home? So after saying all that, I think everyone should understand now. A dozen minutes later, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Heng and Zhang San got into the police car parked at the foot of the Lu's building. Seeing this, some of the police officers who received the news originally wanted to say something. But when they recalled Zhang San's warm smile, they suppressed the idea. Since it's all big shots fighting each other anyway, these little karami guys should just keep quiet. It's only a few thousand yuan a month, why work so hard? At this moment, on the top floor of the Lu's building, with Zhang San here, Xiaohong should be fine. Gazing at the police cars receding into the distance below, a strange murderous intent welled up in Lu Ruyan's heart. It's one thing to mess with that idiot Lu Ruxua, but now she actually dares to mess with her own brother. It seems Mom was right. Kind people are often bullied, and good horses are often ridden. It seems I have to pick up those things I didn't want to deal with before. Half an hour later. Interrogation room number 1, SC City Public Security Bureau. Mr. Lu, I don't know if you've seen this person before. As they were talking, an obese police officer handed the photo in his hand to Lin Heng. The woman in the photo was a woman whose appearance was barely an 80 out of 100, and who was slender. Never seen it before. After glancing at the photo briefly, Lin Heng shook his head slightly. His relaxed and carefree demeanor made it seem as if he were interrogating the people opposite him. How could I not have seen it before? Seeing the other person's nonchalant demeanor, the obese police officer angrily rebuked. She is Su Ro, a nurse from SC First People's Hospital who serves the VIP wards. Just yesterday, she cleaned your room. Officer, please don't speak to my client in the tone you would use when speaking to a criminal suspect. After taking a leisurely sip of his coffee, Zhang San frowned in disdain. My client manages a large company with several thousand employees. With so many people to meet every day, how could I possibly remember such an insignificant person? Also, your coffee is awful. Go get me a new cup. He's just a deputy director of a police station. He has powerful backers now. So what's there to be afraid of? He, Zhang San, the outlaw, has never been a liar. You? Looking at Zhang San's disdainful expression and Lin Heng's completely indifferent expression, Ho Lixia almost fainted from anger. For so many years, no one has dared to speak to me like that. But when he thought about what the person behind him had told him, he suppressed his anger. Now is not the time to argue with the other party. The most important thing is to find a way to detain them. After calming down, Ho Lixia continued, "Then may I ask, Mr. Liu, where were you last night?" Although society is progressing, some places remain unchanged. There are quite a few cases of people being tortured into confessing in order to make their resumes look better. Monkey Xie is also well versed in this. Once Lin Heng is detained, he has 100 ways to make him change his story. At home. What evidence do you have to prove you were at home at the time? If you have any doubts, you can check the surveillance footage. My home surveillance footage can prove this. Looking at the short, stout middle-aged policeman in front of him, Lin Heng placed his hands on the table and jokingly said, "By the way, the Liu family's surveillance footage has dozens of backups on cloud drives. So I don't think the possibility of the surveillance system suddenly malfunctioning will happen to me. It's obvious without even thinking that this fat guy on the other side must have been sent by the Bai family. Although the higher-ups have already started taking action, but even a centipede that has died does not stiffen. Given the Bai family's current capabilities, remotely controlling a deputy director of the SC City JCJ Police Bureau shouldn't be a problem." He had already learned on his way here that the director of the JCJ Bureau in SC City had been suddenly transferred away from the city 3 days ago. Not wanting to affect Lin Heng, Lin Yaodong did not inform him of this matter. This must be the deal the Bai family offered, a position as a police chief. For a local city, this is quite a significant undertaking. "You damn brat. I'll let you be arrogant for a little while longer." Meeting Lin Heng's amused gaze, Ho Lixia closed his notebook and said in a cold voice, "We will send someone to verify what Mr. Liu said later. But before that, we'll have to trouble you to stay here for a while." This is a standard procedure, and even someone like Zhang San couldn't change it. In those 48 hours, he refused to believe that he couldn't handle a mere kid. "You?" Just as Zhang San was about to say something, his expression froze for a moment. But he's still a top-notch lawyer. He quickly composed himself and turned to Lin Heng, saying, "Young Master Liu, I'll go and apply for your bail." Given his abilities, it wouldn't have been impossible for him to shorten the 48 hours further. But it seems that our boss has a different idea. As an employee, he only needs to do what his boss wants. After all, the more you do, the more mistakes you make. The less you do, the fewer mistakes you make. If you don't do anything, then you won't go wrong. Chapter 173 Liu Rian's first time. A few minutes later, on the way to the detention cell. Recalling Ho Lixia's smug look in the interrogation room, a faint smile flickered in Lin Heng's eyes. Not everyone is Director Qi. In this world, idiots still make up the majority. The other person's expression was so obvious, as if they wanted to write my bad intentions all over their face, as if they were afraid I wouldn't know I was being targeted. But this is good. It allows us to find a way to get rid of the Bai family quickly. And just as we were passing a corner, the police officer escorting Lin Heng secretly slipped something into his hand and whispered, "Be careful, he's going to target you next." After glancing at the small black toy in his hand, Lin Heng put it in his pocket and asked, "Who are you?" There are indeed some informants placed by Uncle Dong at the police station, but most of the people he interacts with are from the group mentioned above. He naturally didn't bother to keep a special record of the little Karami under his command. "Young Master Liu, my name is Liu Suolong, and I was the captain of the first team of the Criminal Investigation Detachment under Director Liu Nan." As he spoke, Liu Suolong glanced around out of the corner of his eye. "If anything happens later, just use what you have to defend yourself." Liu Ning is the one who has connections with Uncle Dong. As one of his top detectives, Liu Suolong naturally knew about Uncle Dong's existence to some extent. Consequently, he also remembered Lin Heng's information. The Prince of Tazai is also the financial backer who provides these frontline police officers with a lot of life-saving equipment. If it weren't for the funding they provided privately, people like them who occasionally need to conceal their identities might have died long ago. However, as the saying goes, a new ruler brings a new court. These cronies left behind by the former director were naturally disliked by the current deputy director, Holicia, although Lu Suolong's position has not changed much at present. However, in terms of the content of the work, it has gradually become similar to that of a clerk. It seems that all it takes is the right opportunity for Holicia to completely relegate him to an administrative position. As for Lu Suolong's current position, Monkey Xian naturally wants to support one of his lackeys to take it. Lu Suolong, I'll remember you. After etching the other person's resolute face into his mind, Lin Heng glanced at the detention cell not far away and said half-jokingly, "By the way, Lu Suolong, don't you have a brother named Wang Lufei?" Huh. Upon hearing this, Lu Suolong was slightly stunned for a moment. But he quickly realized what was happening and immediately shook his head quietly, saying, "No, but I have a brother named Jiao Shanji." A modern urban version of One Piece, tisk tisk tsk. Meeting Lu Suolong's somewhat naive appearance, Lin Heng reached out and patted him on the shoulder. "Next time I'll introduce you to Wang Luffy. You two will definitely have some good things to talk about." "Yes, young Master Lu, what are you all dawdling for? Bring the person over here right now." Just as Lu Suolong was about to say something, Holicia, who had already prepared everything in the detention room, interrupted them. Every second he delays, the position of Director JC moves further away from him. If it weren't inconvenient for him to do it himself, he would have done it the moment he left the interrogation room. Seeing Holicia's impatient look, Lu Suolong could only whisper a reminder. "Young Master Lu, be careful in everything." The saying, "a higher-ranking official can crush you," is not just a saying. A few minutes later, after going through a series of procedures, Lin Heng was detained in a cell with 3 other people in it. The gazes of these people toward Lin Heng were filled with intense malice. But for some reason, the group did not choose to take action immediately. Instead, they huddled together in a corner, all staring intently at Lin Heng. It looked like a hyena waiting for an order to be given before it immediately attacks and devours its prey. Psychological warfare, huh? We're waiting for someone else to take the bait. After glancing at the 3 people in the corner out of the corner of his eye, Lin Heng leaned against the inner part of the gate railing. This position not only protects you from being suddenly grabbed by the neck by someone outside, but also allows you to react immediately when the group moves. Suddenly, the entire detention cell fell into an inexplicable silence. The 3 men were probably waiting for orders, while Lin Heng was waiting for them to make their move, just as the 2 groups were facing off. Meanwhile, inside a private pig farm in Shenzhen, a woman with her hands and feet tied behind her back to a stool is looking at the scene in front of her with a terrified expression. She saw pigs being brutally beheaded, some of which were sprayed with warm tomato juice in her face. "Who are you? Let me go." "Where's she?" Just as the woman was on the verge of a complete mental breakdown, a cold female voice came from the gate of the pig farm. Miss Shen, she's in the pork cutting area." "Okay, take us there right away." "Yes, miss, this way please." Accompanied by the sound of high heels echoing on the ground, several figures stepped into the pork cutting area one after another. Upon seeing the newcomers, the woman screamed in terror, "Who are you? Hurry up." Smack! Before the other person could finish speaking, Lu Ruyan slapped him hard across the face, yelling, "Why are you slandering my brother? Who ordered you to do this?" Based on the photos and clues provided by Zhang San, using the strength in Xiao Wanqing's hand, Lu Ruyan found the other party without much effort. Although I am not used to the environment here. However, her outward appearance did not reveal many flaws. To be honest, this was the first time she had ever faced such a scene, so it will probably take quite some time for them to get used to it. Slapping someone across the face is the most vicious threat Lu Ruyan can think of right now. As for Xin Yuchu, she originally didn't want her to get involved. Unfortunately, the girl insisted on coming along. There was nothing she could do but go along with the other party's wishes. Anyway, experiencing these kinds of things more often isn't necessarily a bad thing. Damn it, it's those Lu family guys. After receiving a hard slap, Suro immediately realized what had happened. Because of the lighting, she didn't see the person clearly at first glance. This will allow us to see it up close. The other party is none other than the eldest daughter of the Lu family, and the young lady of the Shen family who appeared in the ward. Given the current situation, Su-ro knew that revealing the truth would definitely not end well. So she gritted her teeth, stomped her foot, and pretended to know nothing. "I don't know you are." Before the words were even finished, a shrill scream instantly echoed throughout the entire pig slaughterhouse. "Think carefully before you answer. My patience is very limited." After releasing Su-ro's little finger, which was twisted to the extreme, Shin Yuchu said coldly, "I'll give you 10 seconds to think. If I don't get the answer I want after 10 seconds. So, you can forget about getting your other fingers too." Chapter 174, A Different Kind of Girl. "Ah, my little finger. Glug." Looking at Su-ro's completely twisted little finger, Lu Ruyan subconsciously swallowed. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. She simply couldn't believe that the seemingly cute Shin Yuchu could be so ruthless. Unlike Lu Ruyan, the other members of the Lu family all had their eyes light up when they saw this scene, because they inexplicably saw a resemblance to Xiao Wanqing and Shin Yuchu. They are always this ruthless and merciless when dealing with enemies. "Big sister, you can close your eyes if you're not used to it." After giving Lu Ruyan a comforting look, Shin Yuchu reached out and grasped Su-ro's ring finger. Unfortunately, 10 seconds have already passed. Snap! "Ah!" With a crisp snapping sound, Su-ro let out another pig-like scream. "Phew, I need to get used to all of this." Facing the girl's calm yet suppressed madness and impatience, Lu Ruyan took a deep breath and reached out to grasp Su-ro's middle finger. However, she was a beginner after all, and the techniques she used were not professional. Therefore, the desired effect achieved is only about 1/10 of Shin Yuchu's pain. Fortunately, the 10 fingers are connected to the heart, so even so, it is still an excruciating pain that is difficult for ordinary people to endure. Seeing her middle finger folded in half, Su-ro screamed in despair. "Holy crap, it hasn't even been 10 seconds. It was supposed to be 10 seconds, but the countdown has only just begun. Shut up." After forcefully twisting the other person's middle finger, Lu Ruyan whispered frantically, "Now, immediately, reveal the mastermind behind this. Otherwise, I'll make you experience what it means to wish you were dead." That moment seemed to have flipped some kind of switch in her body. At this moment, dopamine takes over the brain, and the fear and discomfort are rapidly subsiding. Instead, a kind of inexplicable obsession and madness has taken its place. "Ah, stop it. I'll tell you everything." Seeing Shin Yuchu reach out and grasp her index finger, Su-ro quickly said, "It's a man who claimed to be from the Bai family gave me 3 million. She told me to slander young Master Lu and then go into hiding and pretend to have disappeared. Money is the most potent poison, capable of driving many people to do incredibly crazy things." Su-ro originally didn't want to get involved, but the fragrance of the banknotes fascinated her. Furthermore, the other party assured her that the Lu family would soon fall, which led her to impulsively participate in the game and become cannon fodder. In fact, if the Bai family had followed their original plan, it would have been very difficult for Lu Ruyan and the others to find Su-ro. After all, the safe house they prepared for Su-ro was the Bai family villa. Unfortunately, Su-ro got carried away after she got money and couldn't resist going to the mall to shop. And it was precisely for this reason that she was found by the Lu family and brought here. "Very good, I want you to record this." As she spoke, Shin Yuchu took out a phone with a smile on her face. "You know what you should say and what you shouldn't say, right?" "I understand." Looking at the girl's bright eyes and white teeth in a smile, Su-ro felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Her sixth sense told her that the girl in front of her was dangerous. She's 100 times more dangerous than Lu Ruyan, who's standing to the side with a strange smile on her lips. "If I refuse them or say anything more, I'll absolutely die." And they died a horrible death. A few minutes later, Su-ro was taken away to record a clarification video. Lu Ruyan and Shin Yuchu remained in their previous positions. However, not long after Su-ro left, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but squat on the ground and dry heave. Once the dopamine subsided, the discomfort overwhelmed him again. "Big sister, I'm fine, I just need to get used to it." Before Shin Yuchu could finish speaking, Lu Ruyan waved her hand to interrupt her and stood up again, leaning against the wall. "Yuchu, on the other hand, you've somewhat broadened my understanding of things. if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Who would have thought that such a cute and adorable girl could twist someone's fingers into a pretzel while chatting and laughing? Big sister, Meeting the other person's slightly complicated gaze, Shin Yuchu opened her mouth slightly, but for a moment, she didn't know what to say. After all, because of Lin Heng, she had just completely revealed her true nature. No need to say anything more. I didn't mean anything by it. Seeing the girl's hesitant and aggrieved expression, Lu Ruyan smiled and reached out to rub her head. You must have suffered a lot in the past. Human nature is inherently evil. The cultivation of a kind person benefits from guidance after birth. Evil, however, is something that a person is born with. Recalling Shun Yochu's status as an illegitimate daughter, Lu Ruyan did not feel uncomfortable with her behavior. After all, when you're being bullied, isn't learning to protect yourself the most important thing? Considering Shun Yochu's attitude towards Lin Heng, what could she, as the older sister, possibly say? I guess my younger brother will have to suffer. I just hope that his married life won't involve frequent trips to the hospital. Thank you, big sister. As a smart person, Shin Yuchu naturally understood Lu Ruyan's meaning immediately, although there are some differences in their understanding. But the general meaning is pretty much there. Why thank me? You should thank this silly girl. As she spoke, Lu Ruyan turned to look at Su Ro, who was recording a video not far away, and said, Yuchu, what do you think we should do with that guy? Based on her past practices, she would definitely choose to let the other party off the hook. But after what she just did, her mindset had actually changed subtly. The reason he asked Shin Yuchu for advice was simply to find a suitable excuse for himself. Let's keep it for a few days, just in case something else happens. After noticing the changes in Lu Ruyan, a strange emotion flashed in Shun Yochu's eyes. Pigs are omnivores. In short, it encapsulates a lot of information, doesn't it? I see. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan slowly tightened her grip on the girl's hands. At the same time, a strange smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. It seems like it is indeed a good way to handle this. Deep within everyone lies a wild beast, which begins the moment people unlock the cage with a key. This beast will also lose all its restraints and be completely immersed in that unforgettable pleasure. Chapter 175 Changes inside the police station. Meanwhile, the situation within the police station also underwent some changes. Stop dawdling. All of you go in. After sending the three menacing-looking men into the detention cell, a weasel-faced police officer knocked on the iron door with his baton and said, I'm going to get something to eat. You all better behave yourselves, understand? Yes, officer, we will definitely behave ourselves. That's right. We will definitely do as instructed. As they spoke, their gazes all turned in unison to Lin Heng in the corner, and those eyes were filled with undisguised malice. After the police officers left the detention cell, the three people who had just entered the detention room headed towards Lin Heng's location. Pretty boy, what did you do to get here? This skin is so delicate and tender, it looks delicious. Kid, let your old man with foreskin come and have some fun with you. I guarantee you'll live a life of unbridled pleasure. Has anyone ever told you that your acting is really terrible? After glancing up at the three people whose faces all screamed ill intent, he realized that they were being targeted. Lin Heng pushed up his glasses and looked back at the three people who had started earlier. Now that you're all here, shouldn't you start the performance? Ever since these three came in, the three guys in the corner have also started to get restless. If he still can't tell that the two of them are in cahoots, then all those days he spent abroad were for nothing. Kid, you're really smart. Seeing that Lin Heng had brought things to light, the group decided to stop pretending and said, let's choose one. The choice is to admit that Su Ro was kidnapped by you, or to let us beat her to death here. But with your delicate skin, we brothers certainly won't waste it before you die. No matter how smart they are, this is their territory. Furthermore, since the surveillance had been cut off, they had no need to worry about the matter being leaked. After all, the fear of suicide has been quite popular in recent years, hasn't it? I have another question I'd like to know. Looking at the 6 people surrounding him, a hint of panic flashed across Lin Heng's face. The Bai family sent you, right? Haha. Kid, you are indeed very smart. Since the surveillance had been cut off, Sushma Swarik said with a mocking expression, the Bai family is not someone you can afford to offend. So, You brat, you'd better just accept your fate. I see well. Thank you so much for clearing up my doubts. Looking at the burly man with a gay look, Lin Heng's panic gradually disappeared, and he said with a mocking expression, "By the way, you smell like curry. Are you from the country of curry? Or should I find you a lizard? I've heard that men over there seem to have a particular fondness for this kind of unique flavor. Now that you've gotten what you wanted, there's no need to keep arguing with the other party. After all, what they need to obtain in the next stage is the key to completely defeating the Bai family. Compared to a simple threat, taking action undoubtedly has a greater impact. You're asking for it. Do it." The instant Sushma Swaraka finished speaking, the 6 men each pulled out silver needles they had prepared beforehand from their pockets. If he were to stab Lin Heng in the temple or another vital area, the man would die instantly. All the 2 groups need to do is pretend to accidentally get involved in the fight. As for what happened next, someone will naturally take care of it for them. After all, this isn't the first time they've done this. Seeing the 6 people rushing towards him all at once, Lin Heng dodged their attack with a big leap. Before the others could turn around, he quickly took out a stun gun from his pocket and pressed it against one of their kidneys. Ah! The sudden surge of electric current caused the man to tremble uncontrollably. It's important to know that the large stun guns issued to police stations can really kill a person if used for too long. Seeing their companion lose control of his bladder and bowels from the electric shock, the others hesitated for a moment. Just thinking about getting an electric shock like that is enough to make your skin tingle. Even Sushma Swaraka, the curry man who owns the electric monkey in this country, didn't dare to approach rashly for a moment. In the instant the group hesitated, Lin Heng seized the opportunity to move the stun gun away and turn the burly man, who was now completely paralyzed, towards them. Seeing their companion fall towards them, the group instinctively reached out to catch him. But the next second, Lin Heng seized another opportunity and used a stun gun to steal a person's kidney. Ah! Hearing the piercing screams, many people in the detention cells poked their heads out. Even so, not a single police officer appeared. It's obvious. They will absolutely not let this go until they have completely destroyed Lin Heng. Tisk, looks like I'll have to ask Uncle Dong to improve the battery next time. Seeing that the stun gun's power had clearly weakened, Lin Heng quickly dislocated the hands and jaw of the burly man who had already been electrocuted. Who knows if these people have been trained in electric shocks? So just in case, let's remove both hands and the jaw that can hold the weapon first. His stun gun is almost out of power. Let's all use it together. Seeing that Lin Heng had taken down another person, Sushma Swaraka angrily said, "If the mission isn't completed, the Bai family won't let us off the hook." Upon hearing the name Bai family, the group, who had initially been hesitant, gritted their teeth and charged forward once more. Compared to being electrocuted, the punishment from the Bai family was what they were unwilling to face. If you're going to be a white glove, you have to be prepared for the consequences, right? A crow flies an airplane. With a furious roar, one of the men, who had a small mustache, leaped to his feet. At the same time, he thrust the silver needle in his hand fiercely toward Lin Heng's temple. All show and no substance. Do you think you're off, Fu? Seeing the bearded man lunging at him, Lin Heng ducked to dodge the attack and swiftly grabbed the man's wrist. Click! With a crisp sound, the other person's wrist drooped limply. The remaining power in the stun gun is enough to deal with an ordinary person. However, it's estimated that it won't be very effective against these hardy creatures. After all, the second guy did not experience incontinence despite the continuous treatment with weak electricity. So instead of using a stun gun with uncertain effectiveness, it's faster to just use it directly. The remaining 3 were slightly taken aback when they saw the bearded man whose arm had been dislocated in one move. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lin Heng quickly flew up and kicked another person in the chin. The tip of the chin is directly connected to the main nerves of the brainstem, and a severe blow to it can cause loss of consciousness. Then Lin Heng turned around and struck another person in the temple with his elbow. We succeeded. Looking at Lin Heng, who had his back to him, Sushma Swaraka viciously stabbed him in the temple with a silver needle. At this distance and angle, the opponent has absolutely no chance of dodging this attack. And things turned out exactly as he had predicted. These silver needles struck Lin Heng's temples precisely. Chapter 176, A Backhand Slash. Ha ha, finally got this sorted out. Ah. Before Sushma Swaraka could even celebrate for 2 seconds, Lin Hung delivered a beautiful uppercut, sending his opponent to a peaceful sleep. Idiot, do you really think I'm unprepared? Looking at the group of guys lying on the ground, some asleep, some groaning, Lin Hung sat down on a chair nearby with little interest. As the main character, it's normal for me to have some advantages. Intentionally create an opening, and take advantage of the moment the opponent makes a move to use the +2 hardening of the body skull. Let alone a few silver needles, even a tortoise shell wouldn't be able to break through that defense. Of course, forget about the Barrett. With its current hardness, it probably wouldn't be able to stop it. Not long after Lin Hung sat down, a group of JYs rushed in, pretending to be serious. Put down your weapons, everyone. No. Gulp. However, upon seeing the several burly men on the ground, they all instinctively froze on the spot. Because this is different from the script given by the higher-ups. They hadn't rehearsed how to perform the next act at all. You guys are pretty fast. Looking at the stunned police officers, Lin Hung smiled and said, I'd like to see my lawyer. You don't have any objections, do you? Damn it, we can't let him out. Seeing that Lin Hung was completely unharmed, Holy-shia, who was hiding behind the crowd, immediately ordered through his earpiece, find a way to kill this kid. Otherwise, you can expect to be dismissed. Upon hearing the voice coming through the earpiece, the group of JYs exchanged glances, a fierce glint flashing in their eyes. A dozen minutes later, in the interrogation room of the SC City JC Bureau. Good. Deputy Director Monkey is quite the showman. A middle-aged man with a crew cut and a resolute face stared coldly at Holy-shia, who was sitting on the judge's chair, trembling like a leaf. If you confess everything now, the party and the people can still give you leniency. I'll confess everything. Under the intense pressure from the middle-aged man, Holy-shia simply quit. He obtained his position through improper means, and it cannot withstand careful investigation. So rather than having nothing to talk about in the end, it's better to be honest now and accept the consequences. At least this way, my punishment will be slightly lighter. As for what will happen to the Bai family, that's none of his business. Let alone the fact that he hasn't even boarded the Bai family's big ship yet. Even if he had, what difference would it make? He'd sell anything to survive. Looking at Holy-shia, who was beginning to confess in the interrogation room, Wang Baolu, the director of the ZYFD General Bureau's Investigation Department, said with a serious expression, Young Liu, we will give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. This person provided the evidence of the Bai family's corruption. If something goes wrong, it would be tantamount to slapping them in the face. Therefore, after receiving the notification from their superiors, they rushed here without stopping. Just as they arrived, they witnessed a group of police officers attacking Lin Hung. Thank you, Director Wang. Meeting the other party's serious expression, Lin Hung smiled and nodded. However, I also want to use some of my own methods to handle this matter. I imagine you wouldn't have any objections to doing this. As long as you don't tarnish the organization's reputation, you can do whatever you want. As he spoke, Wang Baolu reached out and gently patted Lin Hung's shoulder. If you need anything in the future, you can contact me directly by phone. There's also an error in one part of the Bai family's materials in SC. You can go back and carefully correct it. Since the Bai family was doomed anyway, it didn't matter if the other party wanted to use their own methods. However, some things that are detrimental to unity are things that Wang Baolu and many people behind him do not want to see circulating among the people. After all, once public trust is lost, it's really hard to rebuild. I understand. I'll go back and get ready then. Upon hearing this, Lin Hung naturally understood the meaning behind Wang Baolu's words. This is nothing more than using some price and compensation to keep the events of the following period a secret. That phone call was less directed at Wang Baolu and more directed at the person behind him. As he turned and was about to reach the room door, he casually remarked, the police officer here, Lu Solong, is quite good. He was the only one who reminded me and gave me a weapon to defend myself. Admittedly, using Uncle Don's connections could help the other party improve, but there are readily available options right here. Don't worry, we won't let good officers down. After waving goodbye to Lin Hung, Wang Balu's warm smile turned completely cold. It's very pleasant to talk to smart people. But this guy, holy shit, made him very unhappy. This guy is a disgrace to our group. However, when he thought of the JC Chief Inspector's promise, he couldn't help but feel a little envious of Lin Hong. With this promise, if those people who are related to the Bai family in the future try to use abnormal means to harm the Liu family, you have to consider whether you can withstand the other party's retaliation. In other words, as long as the other party remains alive, the Liu family will have a long-term protective umbrella. This is something that so many people, or families, dream of. While Wang Baolu was still feeling envious and jealous, Lin Hong had already arrived at the police station. Hong, are you alright? Upon seeing the boy walk out of the police station, Shin Yuchu, who had just gotten out of the car, rushed over to him. Upon receiving Zhang San's contact, she immediately rushed over. As for Liu Ruyan, she is currently undergoing the most important transformation of her life. To put it simply, it's something like 1007 equals what? I'm fine. After catching Shin Yuchu as she lunged at him, Lin Hong gently stroked her head and asked, "How's the situation outside?" He immediately went to argue with Wang Baolu after he was released from the detention cell. Therefore, given the current situation outside, it's really hard to know how far things have developed. The Bai family hired some writers behind the scenes to exaggerate the incident of you being taken away by the police. After a preliminary check, it was determined that there were no problems with the boy. Shin Yuchu breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "But don't worry, my older sister and I found that so-called missing nurse. As long as you want it, Hong, we can resolve this matter any time." As for Su Ro, everything was already taken care of when she arrived. There are two main reasons why a clarification was not issued immediately. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the harder you fall. Only by letting this matter ferment a bit more can the Bai family suffer a severe setback. Secondly, they also wanted to ask Lin Hong what he thought. Su Ro is a good card to play. Perhaps, combined with the items Lin Hong has, it could produce even better results. The person has been found. As he spoke, Lin Hong took off his glasses. Then it's time for this game of power to end. Chapter 177. The Bai family is about to collapse. Inside the Bai family villa in SC City. After slowly walking to the sofa, Bai Yuliang played with the ancient jade in his hand and asked, "Where did Bai Linglong go?" He had such a calm and collected demeanor, as if he had everything under control. Because of Liu Ruyan's actions, many people in the Liu family were unaware of why Lin Hong was taken away. Seeing that things were not developing as expected, Bai Yuliang also activated backup measures. There are rumors circulating online that Lin Hong did something to Su Ro. Where is Su Ro now? The Bai family also took this opportunity to quietly fade out of the spotlight of online fallacies. All that's needed is to wait for the right opportunity, and the situation between the Liu family and the Bai family will be completely reversed. As for JJ, I estimate that good news will be coming back soon. He still had high hopes for the abilities of those white gloves. "Sir, please have some tea." After respectfully offering the tea to the other person, Bai Liuli stood quietly beside them. "Miss, she sent the man she was keeping away early this morning. She's probably settling him in now." She had absolutely no liking for either Bai Linglong or Lu Zixuan. Therefore, keeping it secret is naturally impossible. That idiot. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuliang paused slightly in his right hand, which was playing with the ancient jade. He had already arranged the marriage between Bai Linglong and the other party. The girl's actions are a slap in the face to the Zhang family. Find someone to get rid of that man. Then give Bai Linglong a checkup if. Halfway through his sentence, Bai Yuliang paused for a moment. If it's already not clean, then find a place to repair it. In this rapidly changing era, people often discard things as soon as they become old. However, some things have emerged in response to people's needs. As for what exactly it is, I think everyone who knows understands, right? "Yes, sir. I'll arrange it right away." Faced with such a satisfying situation, Bai Liuli naturally responded very positively. She disliked Lu Zixuan, that green tea bitch, for a long time. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, she was determined to make the other party understand what it meant to wish they were dead. "Master, something terrible has happened." Just as Bai Liuli was preparing to take action, A figure rushed in looking somewhat flustered. What kind of behavior is this, all flustered and disorganized? Seeing Bai Baoshan's flustered expression, Bai Yuliang frowned almost imperceptibly. Have your men been investigated again? Recently, the Bai family's wings have been almost completely clipped. The remaining individuals are mostly in high positions. If all these people are investigated one by one, that would indeed cause a lot of trouble for the Bai family. No, that's not how it is. Staggering into the living room, Bai Baoshan hurriedly handed his phone to Bai Yuliang. It's Su Ro who betrayed us. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Bai Yuliang instinctively snatched the other person's phone. The phone screen displayed a video that Su Ro had filmed. The video details the evidence that the Bai family bribed him to slander Lin Hong. The appearance of this video instantly sparked widespread discussion among netizens. Wow, the reversal happened so fast. I haven't even finished eating this melon yet, and a new one has already appeared? The Bai family is utterly shameless. They actually did something like this. No. What if it was all orchestrated by the Liu family? Sir, I've already had someone clear my name and suppress the trending topics. Seeing the occasional whitewashing comments in the comments section, Bai Baoshan, looking pale, said, but this time it seems like it was someone from above who made the move. Therefore, our efforts to whitewash the situation have been minimal. Logically, with so much money invested, the comments should be mixed. But up to this point, most of the comments were still directed at the Bai family. Moreover, this online buzz extends beyond just the Bai family's companies on the surface. Even many members of the Bai family who work within the system have been exposed by netizens. It was as if an invisible hand was manipulating all of this, especially after seeing many officials with ties to the Bai family arrested recently. Netizens' anger has once again reached a new level. Now in everyone's eyes, the Bai family has become a malignant tumor, a breeding ground for corruption, ideologies, and abuse of power. Damn it, didn't I tell you to keep an eye on that woman? After slamming his phone to the ground, Bai Yuliang, panting heavily, said, keep throwing money at it. We also need to find 2 more top celebrities to take the blame and make sure this matter is resolved quickly. At the same time, have your family members prepare to evacuate immediately if things go wrong. Over the years, the Bai family has amassed a considerable fortune by leveraging their privileges. If things are truly beyond repair, the only option left is to try and transfer the funds overseas. As long as the core members of the Bai family are still around, and with the money they have, they might be able to make a comeback. At their level, how much capital they possess is no longer important. The most important thing is having power. After all, only after gaining power can one possess more things, right? I understand. Sir, I'll have someone arrange it right away. Faced with the furious Bai Yuliang, Bai Baoshan dared not show the slightest negligence. After saying that, he turned around and left. Now that his phone has been smashed, he needs to find a new one first. Useless, they're all a bunch of useless trash. After angrily jabbing the floor twice with his cane, Bai Yuliang turned to Bai Liuli beside him and said, arrange for someone to take care of Bai Linglong and her gigolo. The Bai family is undoubtedly walking a tightrope right now. Therefore, at this moment, he cannot overlook any possibility of danger. Bai Linglong is such a brainless woman. In addition, during his tenure as the head of the Bai family, he also learned many of the Bai family's secrets. In order for Plan B to be implemented safely, this hidden danger must be eliminated first. Yes, sir, I'll arrange it right away. Not long after Bai Liuli turned and left, Bai Baoshan, who had left earlier, rushed back in. Master, hurry, let's go? Where do you think you're going to run off to? Before Bai Baoshan could finish speaking, a large group of people walked in. After taking out an arrest warrant from his pocket, Wang Baolu said with a smile, Bai Yuliang, you are suspected of corruption, bribery, and a series of other crimes. This is an arrest warrant, please come with us. Although some of the Bai family's roots have not been completely eradicated, if we follow the existing clues, it's only a matter of time before we uncover the whole story. When Bai Yuliang was greeted by Wang Baolu's smiling face, his pupils dilated in shock. At the same time, the ancient jade in his hand slipped uncontrollably and fell to the ground. Jade is like a person, and a person is like jade. With a crisp sound, The ancient jade shattered into several pieces. Chapter 178 The Fall of the Bai Family, by Linglong's Predicament. Big sister, Yuchu, it's time to send someone to make a move. Looking at the message Park Busung sent him, Lin Heng couldn't help but smile with pleasure before everyone reacts. We should try to take all the big stuff. First, they use Su Ro's video to spread fallacies, putting the Bai family in the eye of the storm. Then, the conversation between Sushma Swarik and himself in the detention cell will be released. This intricately linked situation led to a decisive victory. In fact, according to the normal investigation process, Wang Baolu and others should not have been able to take action until tomorrow morning at the earliest. However, Lin Heng doesn't have the habit of holding grudges overnight. He usually takes revenge as soon as he can, although using video as a tactic has a slightly coercive element to it. But Wang Baolu had already tacitly approved of it while they were at the police station, hadn't he? I understand, Xiaoheng, don't worry. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan, whose mental state had already calmed down, also revealed a confident smile. I dare not say anything else, but there is a 99% chance that Yuchu and I can definitely finish it. Thanks to the preparations made previously, they could easily seize all of the Bai family's resources in SC City before anyone else could react. Combined with the benefits promised by Wang Baolu, the Lu family will instantly become the true leader of the entire SC City. Ahang, then I'll go with my older sister to get ready. As they were talking, Xin Yuchu took out her phone and called Shirley. With the Bai family as a sacrifice, she will have more bargaining chips at her disposal. This way, we'll have more room to maneuver when facing those troublesome things later. What kind of pressure is this girl carrying? Watching Xin Yuchu's departing figure, Lin Heng frowned almost imperceptibly. He had seen the other party's little tricks very clearly. They swallowed up such a big piece of fat meat from the Bai family. Although there was joy on the girl's face, there was still more worry than joy. But since the other party didn't mention it, he wouldn't ask. After all, some things will become clear in time. What I need to do now is to strengthen my own capabilities as much as possible. Uncle Dong's influence is mainly overseas. As for the domestic market, he still wants to develop some formal channels as much as possible. After all, you can't expect Long Outyin to kill everyone in the dark in the middle of the night, no matter who they encounter. In that case, let alone helping Xin Yuchu. Whether they can even stay in the country is probably a question. Only after Xin Yuchu's figure disappeared around the corner did Lin Heng take out his phone and make a call. Outyin, those overseas forces can be taken over now. Also, go find Bai Linglong and Lu Zixuan from the Bai family. Don't rush to act after you find it. Just let me know. In some overseas locations, the Bai family still operates in a gray area, managing to make a decent living. But it's a legal business under the laws of those countries. These things are off limits in the country, but you can always touch them abroad, right? There's an old saying that goes something like this. Money isn't everything, but you can't do anything without it. If we can use these channels to make money faster, then dealing with certain things will be much easier, right? As for Lu Zixuan and the other two, Lin Heng certainly didn't intend to let them off so easily. With the downfall of the Bai family, the protagonist aura surrounding Bai Linglong should also be gone. You think you can just show off and run away? Do you think this is a public toilet? Just then, the Thunder King said that he was currently lacking patience. After conducting my own experiments, I can then send myself to dedicate myself to medicine. Looking at Lin Heng, who was inexplicably emanating black energy, the system girl opened her mouth but then selectively picked up the PS5. Never mind. Let's see if we can find it. Because of Lin Heng's previous shady dealings, the world is quietly changing. What the future will hold is still unknown. Rather than forcibly interfering with the other side, it's better to let the world develop naturally. While Lin Heng and his group were busy dividing up the Bai family's inheritance. On the other side, not far from the SC City Public Security Bureau. Sigh, it's come to this in the end. Looking up at the blinding sun in the sky, Bai Liuli felt a strange sense of relief. Perhaps this outcome is a good result for me. Having served as the Bai family's front man for so many years, she was shrouded in exhaustion, both inside and out. Let this final act be a way of repaying the Bai family for their kindness in raising me. Thinking about this, after taking a deep breath, Bai Liuli strode into the police station. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. As time went on, many people began to get restless. There are no secrets in the world, and the Bai family has been attracting a lot of attention lately. If the situation weren't still unclear, those people probably would have already taken action. Meanwhile, inside a private residence in the suburbs of SC. Damn it! How could things have turned out like this? Looking at the family group chat on her phone that had been quietly disbanded, Bai Linglong angrily slammed her phone onto the sofa. The news of Bai Yuliang's arrest was received by members of the Bai family immediately, and this naturally includes Bai Linglong. Their original plan was to take a plane and flee abroad immediately after receiving the money. But now, Bai Linglong is burdened with the identity of a wanted criminal. Therefore, this path is clearly no longer viable. However, the main reason Bai Linglong was angry was not because of the downfall of the Bai family. Rather, it's because they didn't transfer out enough assets. After working so hard all day, I've only managed to raise 30 million US dollars. If this is all the money she has, how will she and Lu Zixuan live a carefree and comfortable life in the future? I need to figure out a way to get rid of this woman. Seeing Bai Linglong's obvious emotional breakdown, Lu Zixuan moved his wheelchair forward to comfort her, saying, "Linglong, don't be angry. Our main priority now is to find a way to go abroad. I know a friend who works in freight transportation. I'll try to find a way to bribe someone to smooth things over. The first step in a scumbag's tactics. I have a friend who's in business. The second step in this scumbag's tactic. I don't have enough money right now. The third step in a scumbag's tactics. Discarding after he gets tired of playing with you. The fourth step in a scumbag's tactics. A blind spot in your knowledge. All the money we made today is still in Bai Linglong's anonymous overseas account. So he had to find a way to get them all into his own hands. After getting all the money, the next step, naturally, is to find a way to get rid of Bai Linglong. A powerless and vulnerable wanted criminal is no longer worthy of Lu Zixuan. After all, without power, it's impossible to take revenge on Lin Hong. Chapter 179 Cleaning Work. Zixuan, you're right, we still need to find a way to go abroad. After taking Lu Zixuan's hands in hers, Bai Linglong said apologetically, I'm sorry, Zixuan, I only managed to get 30 million US dollars. It's 10 times less than the projected 300 million. It's all my fault for being useless. Linglong, this isn't your fault. It's all Lin Heng's doing. After continuously shifting his hatred onto Lin Hong, Lu Zixuan continued with a deeply affectionate expression. I'll go and talk to that friend who works in freight first. Although it may cost a lot of money. But the most important thing is that the two of us can go out together. I have some money here. You can take it and use it first. Upon hearing this, Bai Linglong immediately took out her phone and started operating it, saying, you don't need to worry about the money. Over the next few days, I'll try to get some more from other places. This idiot is as gullible as ever. They saw that the other party had started transferring funds from the account. Although Lu Zixuan was very disdainful in his heart, he still maintained a loving expression on the surface. Linglong, don't worry. We will definitely be able to leave together. If it were in the past, I might have kept Bai Linglong. But after drinking seawater for a while, he simply lost all interest in it. Zixuan, it's so good to have you. Looking at Lu Zixuan's affectionate expression, Bai Linglong gently cupped his head in her hands. I want tonight. Lu Zixuan. And just as the two were locked in their entanglement, inside a secluded seaside cabin in SC City, a dozen or so dejected young people were eating their boxed lunches with blank expressions. Damn it, it's all that idiot Bai Linglong's fault. After angrily smashing the lunchbox in his hand on the ground, Bai Huahao forcefully snapped the chopsticks in his hand. I'm so unwilling to let her go before I leave. Bai Huahao received an elite education from a young age under the care of Bai Yuliang. If it weren't for Ji Buchang's interference, he would have been the head of the Bai family in this generation. He originally thought that with the downfall of that idiot Bai Linglong, he would have a chance to take the stage again. But now everything is ruined. Not only did the Bai family perish, but they were also forced to flee overseas. Don't worry, we'll have a chance to deal with her. Seeing Bai Huahao's resentful expression, Bai Dong handed him another boxed lunch, saying, while Bai Liuli is diverting her attention, take advantage of this time. Let's get ready and move out as soon as possible. When Bai Liuli went to the police station to turn herself in this afternoon, she brought with her quite a few people from the Bai family whose identities could be publicly identified. That's right, they played a tactic of sacrificing a pawn to save the king. Over the years, the Bai family has committed quite a few misdeeds, piecemeal and real. And the same was true for them. If we follow the normal procedures, it's only a matter of time before they are thoroughly investigated. In order to prolong this time, the group sold off some of their collateral relatives. Even if the police have gathered a lot of information, they still need to verify such a large amount of evidence. During this time, they must have already run away. After all, the cargo ship that will pick them up should arrive at the shore by tomorrow night at the latest. Damn it, I must get my revenge. Whether it's the Lu family or by Linglong, squeak, bump, just as Bai Huahao was about to say something. The wooden cabin door let out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground. Immediately afterwards, without saying a word, a group of muscular men in suits rushed into the house and began punching and kicking everyone. Stop it, you bastard. Who are you? Why are you doing this? Amidst a series of piercing screams, the dozen or so people inside the room collapsed to the ground in no time. Damn it. Despite the excruciating pain from his 5 broken limbs, Bai Huahao spoke in a trembling voice. Was it Bai Linglong who told you to come here and tell that bitch to come out and see me? This address was personally selected by Bai Yuliang. Only a few outstanding direct descendants of the Bai family know about this location. Therefore, the only remaining possibility is that Bai Linglong betrayed them. She was the one who sold the address of this safe house to the Bai family's former rivals. What a pity, I really want to find that guy too. Just as Bai Huahao was looking around, 2 figures, one tall and one short, walked in through the door. It's you guys. The moment Bai Huahao saw the person who had arrived, his eyes widened instantly. He never expected that these people would actually be sent by them. Who gave you permission to look up at us? After stomping Bai Huahao's head back to the ground, Lu Rian spun her heel and said in a slightly sickly tone, I'll give you a chance to hand over that Bai Linglong. Since what happened this morning, the genetic factors inherited from Xiao Wanqing's bloodline have begun to awaken in her. In layman's terms, the beast that had been dormant within Lu Rian for many years had awakened. To protect your family, you must be ruthless and resourceful. To prepare for this process, she spent several hours studying at the pig farm. From constant vomiting at the beginning to being as calm as still water now. The experiences during that period are not something that can be explained to outsiders. Because his hair was being pulled, Bai Huahao couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. I don't know. I thought she sent someone here. It's a pity, that's not the right answer. As she spoke, Lu Rian also took out a small dagger from her bag. Then let's begin. Where exactly is Bai Linglong? I don't know. Incorrect answer. After tossing her thumb aside, Lu Rian continued with a smile. So, where exactly is Bai Linglong? Never mind. Things will ease up after this phase. Seeing that Lu Rian was clearly acting strangely, Shin Yuchu, who was standing to the side, did not take any action to stop her. Aside from not being as talkative or abnormal, her initial training experience was similar to the other person's. Moreover, their purpose was to eliminate any remaining criminals. Therefore, there's nothing wrong with this approach. Shirley. After pulling her thoughts away from her distant memories, Shin Yuchu turned to Shirley, who was not far behind her, and said, Leave 2 of them here, and take the rest out and get rid of them. Yes, miss. As she spoke, Shirley nodded toward the large truck parked not far away. Not long after, a dozen men in black came over carrying gasoline cans. Compared to traditional exorbitantly priced urns, these gasoline drums are not only inexpensive, but they can also make a significant contribution to the country's land reclamation efforts. While Shirley and the others were busy at work, on a small hill a few kilometers away, a group of equally well-equipped people stared at the figure standing at the front with strange expressions. Chapter 180. A new character appears. I didn't believe she was your biological sister before, but now I do. After putting down his binoculars, Long Outyin turned to look at the boy beside him. That expression and those movements are exactly the same as yours before. You need to be taught a lesson, don't you? Seeing Long Outyan's smug look, Lin Hung adjusted the magnification of his binoculars and threatened, "Believe it or not, I'll get someone to write a book. The book is titled Dragon Outyan and Him at 30. No, it's the untold story between Long Outyan and his 31 girlfriends. This guy said a few days ago that he was taking care of his old friend's daughter, but then he ended up sleeping with her. This behavior is simply too enviable, yet outrageous." As for Shin Yuchu and Lu Ruyan, he sensed something was wrong while eating dinner. Unexpectedly, the other party had the same goal as him, to clean up the mess. If we hadn't noticed something was wrong beforehand, the two groups would probably have already bumped into each other. "TCH, you're awesome, okay?" Upon hearing this, Long Outyan gave a mocking smirk. If this book actually comes out, how will he ever pick up girls? However, looking at Shin Yuchu standing in front of the wooden house, he still reminded her, "Brother Dong said that when you find something is wrong, he should tell me to tell you the information I have collected. That girl is actually..." Over the next few minutes, Long Outyan recounted Shin Yuchu's general experiences. Because the Yi family kept their information very confidential, they haven't uncovered anything deeper than some surface-level information. However, what is certain for now is that some people in the capital do not want the other party to return alive. Therefore, if Lin Hung wants to continue being with the other party, he has to prepare in advance to face the pressure from the capital. I see. After listening to Long Outyan's description, Lin Hung carefully observed Shin Yuchu's cold and beautiful face through binoculars. This was the first time I had ever seen a girl like this. It is like a blooming red spider lily. It is both alluring and deadly. "So, what do you want to do?" Looking at the boy's profile hidden in the shadows, Long Outyan's face also became serious for once. Looking through the binoculars at the girl's cold profile in the darkness, Lin Heng's lips curled into a faint smile. "Outyan, do you think I'm a coward?" Some things don't need to be said outright, do they? The night was as dark as ink, yet everyone knew the direction they would take from here. A few days later, in the banquet hall on the top floor of the Pearl Hotel in SC City, there's an old saying that goes something like that. Fortunes will turns, and today it's my turn. Compared to being besieged by everyone a few days ago, today Lu and Shun have become the only two main characters here. As for the Bai family, who were once all the rage, they became the target of everyone's division. While watching Lu Ruyan engaging in insincere pleasantries with a group of CEOs, Lin Hung leaned against the balcony, receiving food from Shin Yuchu. The Bai family had previously invested a lot of money in SC City. Now all these benefits have been divided up by the Lu and Shin families, and now everyone wants a piece of the pie. However, one cannot become fat in one bite after the three groups of Lu, Shun, and Tazai finished eating the big cake. Some of the leftover scraps can be used to feed these fish. After all, there's no guarantee that one day I won't need to use these guys. Besides, no one has ever said that these scraps are all non-toxic and harmless, right? Aheng, what are your plans for the future? After feeding the boy a small cake, Shin Yuchu asked softly, "Are you planning to help your older sister manage the company or go back to school?" If she could choose, she would prefer the other person to choose the latter. After all, what if Lin Hung chose to help manage the company? Then the time the two of them spend together will definitely be shorter. By choosing to return to school, they can continue to be inseparable like before. Although I'm tired from going to school during the day and dealing with company affairs at night. But as long as she could be with Lin Hung, she could persevere no matter how hard or tiring it was. Silly girl. Noticing the longing hidden in the girl's eyes, Lin Hung smiled and ruffled her hair. "Let your older sister handle everything by herself. We're not at the age where we're busy doing all the work yet." Aside from Shin Yuchu wanting to return to school, the Lu family's current situation also means they don't really need him anymore. Based on the methods Lu Ruyan has demonstrated so far, dealing with these families shouldn't be too much of a problem. Great, then we'll. Upon hearing this, Shin Yuchu was about to say something. "Excuse me for bothering you." But the next second, a somewhat cold voice broke the harmonious atmosphere between the two. After looking in the direction of the sound, standing at the balcony door was a young woman dressed in a black evening gown, whose temperament and appearance could be rated at least 90 points. Tisk, where did this come from? Looking at the bright 100 deviation value above the girl's head, Lin Heng knew without a doubt that this girl was definitely not normal. But there was one thing he was very curious about. When exactly did this guy hook up with Lu Zixuan? Let me introduce myself. I am Li Jiro from the Li family. As she spoke, Li Jiro waved to the bodyguards behind her. This is a small gift to mark our meeting. I hope you too will accept it. Let's not beat around the bush. Tell me your terms. Looking at the share transfer agreements and real estate documents handed over by the other party, a barely perceptible smile flashed in Lin Heng's eyes. At this moment, he also recognized the true identity of the person who came, the only daughter of Li Biao, the underground emperor of SC. The Li family controls 60% of Shenzhen's underground business. The remaining 40% was secretly controlled by Lin Yaodong. Therefore, the two groups had met a few times. He had originally thought the other party would be a naive young girl. Judging from his smiling tiger-like appearance, he seems to have inherited the true skills of that old fox, Li Biao. However, according to the survey data, Li Jiro should be studying in the United States at this time. He must have heard rumors about the situation back home and made a special trip back from abroad. Young Master Lu, let's not beat around the bush. I want to know where Zixuan is right now. As she spoke, Li Jiro gestured to the bodyguard to hand all the items to Lin Heng, saying, "This is my sincerity. I wonder what young Master Lu thinks." Li Jiro's tone was very polite, but hidden within those smiling eyes was a barely perceptible hint of murderous intent. Friends, please support me. I'm working hard on writing. Thank you, everyone. We've really made the most of green tea. Chapter 181, The Still Narcissistic by Ling Long. Once Lu Zixuan is rescued, Li Jiro will make the entire Lu family pay the price. Back then, when she was drugged by a local thug, it was Lu Zixuan who saved her without hesitation. And it was this experience that led the two of them to naturally end up together. Although it only took 5 breaths each time, Li Jiro still enjoyed it. According to her original plan, she intended to return and marry him after completing her studies abroad. But yesterday, she overheard her bodyguards gossiping and learned about what had happened in China. Lu Zixuan was not only kicked out of the Lu family, but was even. He was turned into 0-5 men. The thought of her beloved man turning into that state filled Li Jiro with a burning rage. She wanted nothing more than to tear the entire Lu family to shreds. But before that, there was one more very important thing she needed to confirm. That means we need to confirm whether Lu Zixuan is in Lin Heng's hands. You're quite generous. Looking at the shares and real estate transfer documents handed over by the other party. After Lin Heng reached out and took it, he said in a half-joking tone, "But Miss Li, you're looking for Lu Zixuan? Is it because your family needs a housekeeper?" However, in the 21st century, it's indeed quite difficult to find such a secure butler. Sometimes it's not that Lin Heng wants to complain, but that Lu Zixuan really is like a male succubus. The news that the other party has become a father-in-law is common knowledge, even if it's not explicitly stated. But at least in the entire SC region, almost everyone knows about it. Even after all this, there are still some brainless guys who keep coming back for more. One has to marvel at how terrifying the chosen ones are. Damn it, I'll cut your tongue out one day. Hearing Lin Heng's undisguised mockery, the killing intent in Li Jiro's eyes surged dramatically in an instant. But in order to find out where Lu Zixuan was, she had no choice but to suppress her murderous intent. So, young Master Lu, does that mean you agree to the deal? Of course I agree. Why would I refuse something that's offered to me? After closing the briefcase and placing it on the ground, Lin Heng pointed to the brightly lit night market behind him. That damned eunuch is still in SC. But the exact location will require Ms. Li to find it herself. When it comes to hide and seek, Lu Zixuan is indeed quite skilled. But perhaps it's because fate is still upon them. So far, Long Outyin and his group still haven't found the other party's hiding place. But this situation is only temporary. The system girl mentioned that Lu Zixuan would be completely ruined after playing it again. After all, even a biological son will be disliked if he is too useless. You bastard, don't. Smack. Get out of here, it's not your place to speak. After slapping her subordinate away, Li Jiro turned to Lin Heng and asked, "Young Master Lu, you mean you don't know where Zixuan is either, right?" Lu Zixuan's safety was still uncertain, so she did not want to have a direct conflict with Lin Heng. Yes, Miss Li. Meeting the girl's seemingly calm expression, Lin Heng raised an eyebrow with a half-smile. If I had found him beforehand, I would have definitely told you. Then thank you very much, young Master Lu. After saying this, Li Jiro turned around and left with her entourage. Although Lu Zixuan's exact location is still unknown, but at least we know that the other party is most likely not in Lin Heng's hands. Therefore, the next question is who can find the other faster. Whoever is faster will have more initiative. Ahang, this person is not simple. Watching Li Jiro lead her people away, Xin Yuchu couldn't help but frown slightly. In this short exchange, it's not hard to see one thing. That is, Li Jiro is much better than Bai Linglong, who is outwardly impressive but inwardly a good-for-nothing. Such people don't wear their emotions on their sleeves. Like a venomous snake in a ditch, it waits at any moment to deliver a fatal blow to its enemy. Yes, but it's not a big problem. After smoothing the girl's slightly furrowed brow, Lin Heng chuckled and said, I'm here for you, you don't need to worry too much. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. Moreover, he already knew Li Jiro's background. Therefore, it's perfectly normal to make some preparations in advance, isn't it? It's important to know that the moment a venomous snake launches its fatal attack is also the moment a snake catcher makes their move. Ultimately, the winner depends on the strengths and weaknesses of each side. Ahang, don't take on everything. As she spoke, Xin Yuchu reached out and hugged the boy's waist. I will face these things with you, we are family, aren't we? She also knew a little about Li Jiro's specific situation. Conventional methods are definitely insufficient to deal with these underworld forces. Although with his own group of brilliant and talented subordinates, it would be extremely difficult to defeat the other party. But besides these guys, she also has the power of money, doesn't she? If you offer enough, someone will always be tempted. Silly girl, it's so good to have you here. Feeling the warmth of the girl in his arms, Lin Heng gently rested his chin on her head. This is why Xin Yuchu is so infatuated with him. The world remains forever, but devoted beauties are rare. Ahang, it's so good to have you here. Inside the hall, singing and dancing filled the air. In the long corridor, lovers expressed their affections. The night was as dark as ink, and the moonlight shone down like a light veil. It was as if a pure white wedding dress had been draped over the two of them. At this moment, in the underground parking lot of a commercial plaza in SC City, Ji Buchong, you betrayed me for this woman. Looking at Ji Buchong and Lin Yue, who were chatting and laughing and practically glued together, Bai Linglong angrily questioned them loudly. Although I already knew that the two of them were together. But after seeing it with her own eyes, she still found it hard to accept. I haven't even agreed yet. Why should I, Uncle Ji? Just say I won't lick anymore. Bai Linglong's purpose in coming here this time was very simple. She wanted Ji Buchong to transfer money to her and help her get things done for going abroad. Yue, you'd better hide. Upon seeing Bai Linglong suddenly appear, Ji Buchong instinctively blocked Lin Yue behind him and prepared to take out his phone to call the police. Although I don't know what's wrong with the other party, daring to run away when they're already wanted. Regardless, Ji Buchong did not want to get too involved with him. Besides the fact that he had finally escaped that suffocating hell, he also didn't want Lin Yue to feel uncomfortable. You bastard, Ji Buchong. Seeing this series of actions from the other party, Bai Linglong roared with a ferocious expression. I'll give you a chance. Transfer me $300 million now, and then sort out my and Zixuan's trip abroad. Otherwise, don't expect me to ever speak to you again for the rest of your life. Under Lu Zixuan's influence, Bai Linglong can no longer be considered a normal person. She has a stubborn and extreme way of thinking, believing that the whole world should revolve around her and Lu Zixuan. And Ji Buchong, standing before him, could only ever be a lowly sycophant. How could you be so shameless? As she spoke, Lin Yue slowly walked to Ji Buchong's side. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? You dare to come out and show off with what kind of 13 skills you have. Chapter 182 Lu Zixuan's disappearance. Was it Lin Heng's doing? Lin Yue's undisguised sarcasm caused Bai Linglong, who was in a state of rage, to briefly freeze. Previously, it was because Ji Buchong protected them. So in the capital city, no one dared to speak to her like that. Lin Heng was the first, and Lin Yue was the second. Most importantly, both of them share the surname Lin. You shameless woman, how dare you insult me? Therefore, after regaining her composure, Bai Linglong launched an angry attack on her opponent. If I can't deal with Lin Heng now, surely I can deal with you, you little bitch? He at least possesses the strength of a second-stage leukorrhea. If it's just about easily defeating an ordinary person, then there's no problem at all. The idea was nice, but the reality was extremely cruel. Before Bai Linglong could even get close to Lin Yue, a powerful slap sent her flying. Ah! Accompanied by a piercing scream and a white object flying through the air. After spinning 2.5 times in the air, Bai Linglong crashed heavily to the ground. Ah! My teeth. Looking at the tooth lying to the side, Bai Linglong roared venomously. Ji Buchang, you actually hit me for this woman. In her opinion, no matter how much Ji Buchang pretended to be affectionate, but in essence, he'll always be a sycophant who'll come running at a mere wave of the hand. But now this sycophant is actually hitting himself for someone else's sake. This was something Bai Linglong simply couldn't accept. Upon hearing this, Ji Buchang looked at the other party expressionlessly. Didn't I tell you not to have any bad thoughts about Yue? You? Just as Bai Linglong was about to say something, Lin Yue took out a wet wipe at the right moment. After pulling Ji Buchang's right hand in front of her, she wiped his palm while saying with a look of disgust, "You need to disinfect it quickly. Otherwise, what if I get infected by idiotic cells?" Since her boyfriend was in charge of the physical punishment, she was naturally responsible for destroying his spirit. Yes, I'll do whatever my wife says. After noticing the girl's little scheme, Ji Buchang readily agreed, saying, "When the police arrive, I will definitely go back and get my whole body disinfected. Bastard, I want you. I'll hit you." Just as Bai Linglong staggered to her feet and opened her mouth to say something, Lin Yue used a backflip to gain momentum and kicked the other person hard in the stomach. Ah! The force of the kick was so great that it sent Bai Linglong flying 3 or 4 meters. That's it. Seeing the other person's helpless expression, Lin Yue curled her lips in disdain. Then, he turned to Ji Buchang beside him and said earnestly, "Buchang will remember this. Next time, don't use your hands to deal with this kind of person, okay? Aren't you worried about getting dirty?" He met Lin Yue's innocent-looking baby face, then glanced at Bai Linglong, who was lying on the ground, unable to get up. At that moment, Ji Boda seemed to have already seen his future position in the family. "But that's what I really thought." But on the surface, he nodded solemnly and assured her, "I remember. I will definitely keep my wife in mind. Be careful." As he spoke, Ji Buchang quickly tackled Lin Yue to the side. A small knife, about 5 centimeters long, fell to the ground not far away after slicing through his clothes on his arm. "Ji Buchang, you vile woman, you just wait." Before the two could react, Bai Linglong staggered and got into a green Honda parked next to her. With the roar of an engine, she drove away quickly from the scene. She needed to leave before the police found the place. Otherwise, if they get caught, it's not just a matter of whether they'll ever get out. It's not about when to eat peanuts. Back when they were competing for the position of family head. Although Ji Boda did most of the work. But in private, she also did a lot of bad things. "Yue, are you alright?" Ignoring Bai Linglong's escape, Ji Buchang quickly checked the condition of the girl in his arms. "I'm fine, how are you?" As they spoke, Lin Yue began to examine the other person's body. After confirming that both sides were alright, they both breathed a sigh of relief. "Yue, you go back first, I'm going to make that guy pay the price." Seeing the small knife lying on the ground, Ji Buchang decided to let Bai Linglong experience what it felt like to be cut into 1,000 pieces. "If I hadn't reacted quickly, the girl would probably be injured by now. Let's do it together, I'm angry too." Looking at the torn sleeve on the other person's arm, Lin Yue felt equally furious. She swore that if she didn't beat Bai Linglong until she shit herself, she would change her name. "Okay, let's do it together then." Sensing the suppressed anger in the girl's tone, Ji Buchang readily nodded in agreement. After all, what good would it do to refuse? Who knows, the moment I leave, the other party might secretly take action. Instead of doing that, why not act together? At least compared to acting alone, It's safer to have more people, right? Just as the two were about to make their move. Meanwhile, Bai Linglong was already driving her green Honda at breakneck speed towards the outskirts of the city. After parking her car in the bushes, she continued walking along the path for another 10 minutes or so. They gradually stopped their rapid pace only after seeing a somewhat dilapidated wooden house. This somewhat dilapidated wooden cabin was her and Lu Zixuan's temporary hiding place. Damn Jibuchang, damn bitch. Looking at the swollen right cheek on her phone screen, Bai Linglong's eyes were filled with deep resentment. It seems I can only ask Zixuan to urge him on. After this incident, the idea of getting money from Ji Buochang and smuggling himself out of the country was finally put to rest. In addition, to avoid further retaliation from the other party, they need to expedite their departure abroad. Thinking this way, after putting away her phone, Bai Linglong quickly walked towards the cabin. Zixuan I. But the moment she opened the wooden cabin door, Bai Linglong froze on the spot. The once tidy wooden house was now a complete mess. Besides the signs of vandalism everywhere, there were large patches of red tomato juice on the ground and walls. No, Zixuan, where are you? After being stunned for several seconds, Bai Linglong then rushed into the house like a madwoman, trying to find Lu Zixuan inside. After a frantic search, she actually found a clue under a chair seat. Seeing the name written in red tomato juice under the chair, Bai Linglong angrily slammed it to the ground. Lin Hung, I will never let you get away with this. The night was quiet, with only the girls' piercing screams echoing incessantly. Chapter 183, A Sudden Attack, Lin Heng's Intended Experiment. The next day, on SC Food Street. Heng, look at this. After picking up a skewer of rock sugar king crab, Shin Yuchu blinked her eyes with curiosity. Wow, there's such a way to cook it. I'll try it next time. Due to Li Jiro's sudden appearance, the two temporarily abandoned their idea of returning to school. After all, they all have things to arrange in private. Therefore, naturally, there was no time left to go back to being a good student. However, to make up for the slight regret of not being able to go back, the two decided to go out for a stroll together. Looking at the king crab that was almost turned into a specimen, Lin Heng's sixth sense was screaming in alarm. I'll try it next time. Live king crabs are quite ferocious. If you eat this, you'll probably avoid taking half a lifetime of detours. Anyway, I'll give it to Lu Rushue to test the poison first. If she can't kill it, then I'll decide what to do next. Lu Rushue, are you being polite? Okay, let's go take a look over there. As she spoke, Shin Yuchu put the rock sugar king crab back and took Lin Heng's wrist, walking towards the outer edge of the food street. Compared to the monotonous shops inside the mall, the unusual and exotic snacks outside were undoubtedly more appealing to the two of them. Sigh, it still hasn't sold. Shortly after the two walked away, the old man selling candied hawthorns sighed helplessly. It's been 2.5 years, and this thing still hasn't sold. If it weren't for his really bad teeth, he would have preferred to eat it himself. None of them noticed. On a street not far away, a pair of resentful eyes were looking this way. Zixuan, I will definitely avenge you. Seeing Lin Hung and Shun Yuchu chatting and laughing, Bai Linglong, who hadn't slept all night, immediately kicked the floor. Just like the chaotic scene in the cabin yesterday. It's obvious without even thinking that Lu Zixuan is in grave danger. With Lin Heng's name written on the chair, the completely deranged Bai Linglong naturally chose the most extreme path. That is, to make Lin Hung be buried with Lu Zixuan. Even if she had crashed into Lin Hung while he was still in the car, she might not have been seriously injured. But in this situation, if you step on the gas and hit the other side, it will definitely screech. Ah, WQNM, are you crazy? Get out of the way. Amidst screams from the crowd, the green Honda sped towards Lin Hung like a wild horse. If you were to crash into someone at that speed, you would be crippled even if you didn't die. Are you trying to run me over? Amidst the gasps of the surrounding crowd, Lin Hung immediately noticed that something was amiss. Seeing that the vehicle was about 5 meters away from him, he immediately grabbed Shin Yuchu and rolled to the side. The green Honda whizzed past them, almost grazing their bodies. Looking at the crazed figure in the driver's seat, countless thoughts flashed through Lin Heng's mind. Although everyone is like gods fighting on ordinary days. But as long as they want to survive, they will all basically follow one principle. That means no matter how big the conflict is, too many ordinary people should not be involved. If you violate this principle, then be prepared to face a purge from above. After all, no matter how powerful a family may be, it is nothing compared to the immense concept of a nation. However, now that Bai Linglong's family is gone, it seems there's nothing wrong with doing this. Therefore, never try to restrict someone who has already lost everything. They have nothing left to lose, so naturally they can disregard the so-called rules. Yuchu, go hide over there first. Taking advantage of the moment the vehicle was about to turn around, Lin Heng quickly rushed towards the vehicle after giving the girl his instructions. Ahang! Seeing this, Shin Yuchu wanted to step forward, but her arm was pulled back by a pair of slender little hands. Just then, Bai Linglong noticed Lin Heng running quickly toward them. After considering Lin Heng's combat capabilities, she decisively abandoned her plan to turn around. After switching back to reverse gear, it accelerated again and rushed towards the other vehicle. The wheels screeched against the ground, sounding like the roar of a demon. At this speed, it should be achievable. Seeing the vehicle rapidly reversing towards him, Lin Heng did not choose to dodge directly. Although he doesn't have 100 lives like Uncle Jackie. But under Uncle Dong's tutelage, he wasn't immune to being chased by jeeps during training. Therefore, without Shin Yuchu holding them back, they could replicate a leg technique that descended from the sky. Just as the vehicle was about 3 meters away from him, Lin Heng was about to take a running start and jump onto the roof. The next second, bump, a metallic clanging sound rang out. The green Honda that was speeding towards it was hit and sent flying by a refrigerated truck that came out from around the corner. The sound of metal colliding was deafening. After tumbling several times in the air, the green Honda crashed heavily to the ground, emitting plumes of smoke. In an instant, the scene was filled with screams and thick smoke. Who is this? Upon seeing the suddenly appearing refrigerated truck, Lin Heng subtly took 2 steps back. Who knows if this thing is friend or foe? It's best to be careful. Second uncle, are you all right? Ahang, how are you? Just as Lin Heng was on guard, 2 tense voices came from not far away. After looking in the direction of the sound, Shin Yuchu and Lin Yue were seen running towards them quickly, looking very nervous. The moment Lin Heng saw Lin Yue, he subconsciously looked towards the driver's seat of the refrigerated truck. Perhaps sensing something, the driver's side window of the refrigerated truck slowly rolled down. A few seconds later, Ji Bochang's somewhat irritating profile was then fully exposed to Lin Heng. Recalling the time when Park Bu-sung pressed something against his kidneys, Ji Bochang said with a playful expression, Lin Heng, this time you owe me a favor. They drove over as soon as they found Bai Linglong's trail. The original plan was to transport it to a secluded place and then carefully prepare it piece by piece. Unexpectedly, by sheer coincidence, this actually helped Lin Heng. Upon hearing this, Lin Heng revealed a meaningful expression, Uncle Ji. Since you've slept with my niece, shouldn't you call me second uncle? He had also heard about this guy dating his niece from Park Bu-sung. However, Lin Heng himself was not too surprised by this matter. After all, that's how the plot unfolds. After experiencing setbacks in his love life, Ji Bochang, this devoted admirer, is bound to meet a sweet, innocent, and naive female lead, isn't he? And her own niece, Lin Yue, perfectly fits this requirement in some ways. Looking at the boy's extremely irritating expression, Ji Bochang felt that he could wait until the boy was hit before coming out. A few minutes later, with a series of whimpering sounds, the professional floor cleaners finally arrived at the scene. The good news is that only a few people suffered minor injuries in this accident. As for the bad news, it's that Bai Linglong didn't actually get it, although he was trapped inside the car by the severely deformed driver's seat. But apart from his face being covered in tomato juice, he still looked remarkably energetic. However, this gave Lin Heng a new idea, or rather, the idea of conducting a series of experiments. Chapter 184 The experiment begins. A dozen minutes later, in the interrogation room of the SC City Public Security Bureau. You bastard, I'll kill you to avenge Zishuan. Seeing Lin Heng so close at hand, Bai Linglong struggled frantically with a ferocious expression. However, because her limbs were all restrained, she could only let out mournful cries. Smack! after slapping Bai Linglong's head onto the table, causing her to briefly lose consciousness. Lin Heng then picked at his ear and said to Lu Suolong beside him, "Suolong, please step out for a moment. I need to talk to her alone about something." "Yes, young Master Lu." Upon hearing this, Lu Suolong wisely withdrew from the interrogation room. Within JJ, every position is always filled by a specific person. After the former deputy director, Ho Lixia, was taken away for investigation, he successfully took over the position. It's obvious that Lin Heng was behind all of this. After all, he had neither a background nor connections. If no one helps, it's likely he'll never get that position. Therefore, Lu Suolong treated Lin Heng with exceptional respect. This guy, he's actually pretty good at getting things done. Seeing that all the cameras in the interrogation room had been turned off, Lin Heng couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Perhaps it won't be long before this guy can take another step forward. Anyway, the position of director is still vacant, so if someone makes a contribution, he can let them take over. Swish. Just as Lin Heng was pondering how to help Lu Suolong continue to improve, with the sound of handcuffs being pulled, Bai Linglong, who had briefly lost consciousness, swayed and lifted her head off the table. "Lin Heng, you bastard, I'm going to." Smack. After slapping Bai Linglong's head to the side, Lin Heng pulled up a chair and sat down in front of her. "Stop. Stop. Stop yelling at me here. You keep accusing me of doing something to that scheming woman, but where's the evidence?" Although it's not hard to guess why Bai Linglong would do this. But fishing, you know, always has to start somewhere. "Bastard, ah. Answer my question properly." After releasing the other person's twisted little finger, Lin Heng said softly with a smile, "If you continue to give irrelevant answers, it won't just be a matter of one finger." "Damn it, ah." A little over a minute later, "I'll tell you everything." Looking at the completely twisted fingers of her left hand, Bai Lingling burst into tears and said, "I can tell you anything I know." The girl was no longer as delicate as before. Her face was covered with a mixture of snot and tears. In addition, his face was already covered in dirt when he was first rescued. This look doesn't even need makeup. Just by sitting down on the ground, one could probably receive donations from many kind-hearted people. Wouldn't it have been better if you had said so earlier? After releasing Bai Linglong's thumb, Lin Heng plopped back into his chair. "Tell me, why do you think I did something to that green tea Lu Zixuan?" Uncle Dong was right after all. It's necessary to demonstrate one's martial prowess appropriately before taming the beast. Don't pretend. It was you who kidnapped Zixuan. Because of the constant, excruciating pain in my hand. No matter how angry she was inside, Bai Linglong dared not show any extra expression on her face. "You don't think you've done something flawless, do you?" Zixuan had already left clues under the stool. If she hadn't been wanted by the police, she would have called the police long ago. However, based on Lu Suolong's attitude towards Lin Heng just now, even if the police are called, it's unlikely to get any response. At this moment, Bai Linglong finally understood the despair of those oppressed people at the bottom of society. The murderer was right in front of her, but she couldn't punish him. As expected, you're the kind of guy whose brain is still in the placenta. He met Bai Linglong's eyes, which were trying their best to hide their hatred. As Lin Heng slowly took his phone out of his pocket, he chuckled and said, "Do you think that guy would have any chance of leaving any clues if I had someone else take action?" It's obvious without even thinking that Lu Zixuan probably absconded with the money. In order to cover up the truth, he shifted the blame onto himself. It has to be said that he is truly ruthless. Bai Linglong sacrificed the entire Bai family for him. No way. Upon hearing this, Bai Linglong's eyes widened instantly. At the same time, her expression instantly turned ferocious. "Don't even think about trying to sow discord between me and Zixuan, he wouldn't." Smack. After slapping the other person to silence them, Lin Heng placed his phone on the table. "Stop yelling here. It's really annoying, you know?" If it weren't for the fact that he needed to test something, he would have sent the other person away long ago. After all, Bai Linglong has now reached the point where she can be eliminated directly. "You?" Looking at the few white objects that had fallen onto the table, Bai Linglong said in a trembling voice, "You're lying to me. Zixuan wouldn't do that." As a fairly intelligent person, she naturally understood the meaning behind Lin Heng's words. That so-called disappearance or murder was nothing more than a lie orchestrated by Lu Zixuan. The other party's purpose in doing this was nothing more than to embezzle the money. But this outcome was unacceptable to Bai Linglong. How pathetic. Seeing that Bai Linglong was on the verge of emotional collapse, Lin Heng grabbed her hair. The reason you chose to be with Lu Zixuan is simply because of that drowning accident 4 years ago, right? Having played house with Bai Linglong for so long, he had managed to gather some basic information. However, it was precisely because of this that Lin Heng felt the original trajectory of this world was far too melodramatic. You, Bai Linglong, a dignified young lady of the Bai family, couldn't you at least do a little research and evidence gathering? What do you want to say? Meeting Lin Heng's amused gaze, Bai Linglong's eyes flashed with panic. Don't try to deceive me, Zixuan would never do that. Because we... Smack! Don't discuss me here. Open your dog eyes and look at this. After slapping Bai Linglong's disgusting remarks, Lin Heng shoved his phone directly into her face. You? Seeing this, Bai Linglong was about to say something. But the next second, her pupils dilated instantly. The images shown in the video caused her worldview to quietly collapse at that moment. Chapter 185 Bai Linglong. Do you want to take revenge yourself? Impossible. No, that can't be. Watching the video of that figure who bravely jumped into the lake and struggled to save himself, Bai Linglong, ignoring the fact that Lin Heng was still pulling her hair, began to struggle violently, shouting, "This must be fake. It must be fake." She couldn't believe it and didn't want to believe what was in the picture. Because if that really happened, then wouldn't she be? Thinking about the things she had done, Bai Linglong's breathing became slightly heavier. That's why I said you're pitiful. Being completely fooled by a green tea BTCH. Seeing that the effect was almost there, Lin Heng kindly dragged the video progress bar for him. As the progress bar moved, Lu Zixuan's figure appeared on the screen. And what happened next is, of course, what everyone already knows. Lu Zixuan impersonated the rescuer and completely outsmarted Bai Linglong. No, this can't be real. As the progress bar neared its end, Bai Linglong's emotions became increasingly agitated. No, that's certainly true. After putting his phone back in his pocket, Lin Heng sat back down in his chair with a playful expression. I just found this video myself. If things had happened a little earlier, perhaps the Bai family wouldn't be in this state now. It's like killing someone by destroying their spirit. This is not difficult. It can be done in just a few simple words. No, you must be lying to me. Meeting the other person's amused gaze, Bai Linglong roared emotionally. How is this possible? How could it be that Uncle Ji saved me? It was clearly Zixuan who saved me. Humans are creatures that subconsciously avoid things they don't want to face. For Lu Zixuan, she not only abandoned Ji Buochang, but also caused the Bai family to disappear into the annals of history. If it were Lu Zixuan who saved her, she could comfort herself that it was for love that she had given everything. But what if all of this was a lie from the very beginning? So what exactly did she do? She abandoned the man who loved her deeply, causing her family to collapse completely. Just for a false lie? She was unwilling, or rather, unwilling to face such an answer. Didn't you ever have any doubts? Why did Ji Buochang, who had gone on the trip with me, disappear for half a day afterward? Seeing Bai Linglong's near collapse, Lin Heng calmly took out a report from his pocket. For years ago, he choked on too much water while saving you. So he was taken to the ambulance before you were. No, that's not how it is. With trembling right hand, Bai Linglong picked up the hospital report and quickly scanned its contents, word by word. Especially when you see the address of that hospital. That already fragile spirit completely collapsed at this moment. Lu Zixuan, you bastard. I'm going to kill you. I'm determined to kill you. The connection between my luck and Lu Zixuan's has been severed, and my own luck is beginning to dissipate. Wait, what's going on? Seeing Bai Linglong screaming in despair, the system girl jumped up from the sofa, exclaiming, this is illogical. Why did it go from 100 to positive again? In the blink of an eye, Bai Linglong's negative 100 deviation value turned into a positive 100. Didn't you say they are normal human beings too? Humans are, by nature, the most complex creatures on Earth. Seeing the incredulous expression on the system girl's face, Lin Heng revealed an expression of I knew it. In fact, ever since the other person mentioned this world, everyone has the potential to awaken their own consciousness. He had been wanting to find someone to try it out. Human cognition is extremely complex. Therefore, people's perceptions of good and evil naturally differ. You might think that not saying thank you is bad. It's also possible that others might think it's nothing. Bai Linglong's worldview is easier to understand. It's based on the guy Lu Zixuan. All you need to do is completely shatter the girl's perception of him, or rather, her perfect impression of him. This is equivalent to breaking down one's worldview and undergoing a personality reconstruction. That's impossible, me too. After swallowing back what she was about to say, the system girl asked with a puzzled look. All right, so what are you planning to do next? The host of this house isn't so bored as to do meaningless things. Since the other party went to such lengths to reconstruct Bai Linglong's worldview, they must have some kind of plan. How long can her luck last? Ignoring the loopholes in the system girl's words, Lin Heng instead asked a question. She'll be back to normal in 3 days, at most 3 days. 3 days is more than enough time. After getting the answer he wanted, Lin Heng couldn't help but smile slightly. Bai Linglong, do you want to take revenge yourself? Next, the fun experiment is about to begin. What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Bai Linglong immediately raised her head. Literally, I'm giving you a chance to get rid of Lu Zixuan yourself. As he spoke, Lin Heng took out his phone and waved it gently. If you want, I can find the other party's address for you. As the connection between Bai Linglong and Lu Zixuan broke, the protection she received also dissipated significantly. If the goal is simply to find the other person, it shouldn't be too difficult. Do you want me to be the knife in your hand? Meeting the boy's calm, unwavering eyes, Bai Linglong's expression gradually turned frantic. But I don't mind, as long as you let me out. The best outcome for someone who stays here is probably to spend their whole life working on a sewing machine. If I could go out and kill that bastard myself, what would it matter if he was disposed of afterwards? That bastard ruined her life, and she absolutely wouldn't allow him to continue living such a carefree life. Very good, I will send someone to contact you when the time comes. Seeing the undisguised killing intent in Bai Linglong's eyes, Lin Heng's lips curled into a faint smile. There's one more thing, don't disturb my niece and the others. Otherwise, you can forget about getting revenge in this lifetime. I understand, I won't bother uncle. After gripping the hospital report tightly in her hand, Bai Linglong said, word by word, right now, all I want to do is kill that bastard with my own hands. Ji Bochang's sacrifices and the harm he caused himself. Adding to the incident in the underground parking lot, Bai Linglong realized that she would never have a chance. Moreover, she was already filthy, and it was a eunuch who filthed her. Recalling those past events, she felt an urge to chop off the other person's tongue and hands. Great, I'll let you know when they find them. As he spoke, Lin Heng got up and walked out of the interrogation room. Let's take a look. Can a woman with a waning life force, destined for greatness, eliminate a man with a waning life force, destined for greatness? Chapter 186, So let's begin our revenge, Bai Linglong. I take back my previous assessment. You probably wouldn't do badly if you went into the male-oriented online novel genre. Looking at Bai Linglong, who had been completely fooled in the interrogation room, the system girl silently took out the luck collector from the dimensional container. With Lin Heng's quick wit, he wouldn't do too badly even in the treacherous world of male-oriented fiction. After all, the 3 laws of male-oriented life are strong strength, powerful background, and cunning. If any one of these 3 things is missing, the protagonist who falls from the sky might just kill it. I've been nagged, so please share some of your luck with me. Seeing the buzzing vacuum cleaner in the system girl's hand, Lin Heng reached out and said, I've worked so hard for so long. I should at least get some reward. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. This guy wants to claim he's a person. The same principle applies here as well. After giving Lin Heng, who was reaching out for luck, a somewhat helpless glare, the system girl tossed a small ball of light at him, saying, Get lost, get lost. Just looking at you annoys me. They said during training that the system was supreme. Why is it that now I feel like I'm working for the other party? Damn it. Tell me how to use it. Seeing that the other party had unilaterally cut off contact, Lin Heng had no choice but to give up for the time being. After a moment's thought, he put the ball of light into his mouth. This thing feels warm to the touch, so it should be fine to eat it. And at the very moment the light entered the portal, something happened to Lin Heng. Nothing happened. There are no special effects. It's just like any other day. However, Lin Heng, the person involved, felt a warm current flowing rapidly through his limbs and bones. At the same time, I also felt an extremely abundant sense of power. To put it simply, he feels like he could kill a cow right now. Not bad. I'll find someone to give it a try later. After experiencing the changes in his body, Lin Heng's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Old dang. I hope you won't hide next time. Sob sob sob. One force can overcome all methods. Next time Lu Jigua uses the Foshan Shadowless Kick, I can just charge indirectly. Just as Lin Heng was fantasizing about Lu Jigua being punched and crying, then hiding in Xiao Wanqing's arms and whimpering. A clear, crisp voice pulled him back to reality. Aheng, how's the matter going? As he finished speaking, a pair of slender, soft hands wrapped around the boy's waist. It's all right. It's all been taken care of. After wrapping his arms around Xin Yuchu, Lin Heng glanced around the hall again. Where are the other two? Ji Buchang and Lin Yue were just here with them. As soon as Lin Heng got out of the car, he went straight to the interrogation room. The other three people were given a brief statement. But now, only Xin Yuchu is in the hall. They said they had something to do and left first. Meeting Lin Heng's slightly puzzled gaze, Xin Yuchu smiled and said softly, Let's go back too. I'll brew you a cup of herbal tea later. Although meeting Ji Buchang was somewhat unexpected, but the two of them were very tacit and didn't say much. Xin Yuchu didn't want Lin Heng to overthink things. Ji Buchang's words, however, were meant to prevent Lin Yue from overthinking. Therefore, the two did not communicate. But they all pretended that they were meeting each other for the first time. Then let's go too. Upon hearing this, Lin Heng didn't dwell on it too much. After taking the girl's soft, boneless hand, he led her out of the police station. Anyway, the main purpose of coming here today is just to conduct a small experiment. Now that the preliminary preparations for the experiment have been completed, it's time to see what the results of the subsequent experiments will be. 2.5 hours later. Inside a hotel without proper registration, license, or insurance on a street in SC City. Useless. Such a good opportunity, and you didn't even kill Lin Heng. Looking at the news playing on his phone, Lu Zixuan sneered, but she really is a stupid woman, actually daring to make a move like that. That's right, the events that happened in the cabin were all staged by him. The claim that Lin Heng kidnapped him is complete nonsense. The truth is that Lu Zixuan wanted to use Bai Linglong to get rid of Lin Heng, a person he deeply hated. This way, he could not only get rid of Bai Linglong, a wanted criminal, but also use her to kill his biggest enemy, Lin Heng. This can be described as killing two birds with one stone. However, Lin Heng was just one step behind, and surprisingly, he was completely unharmed. Useless. All that thinking was for nothing. After turning off his phone, Lu Zixuan put on his wig and got up to walk out with a limp. He has already arranged a ferry to Thailand. After tonight, he will no longer have to live this life of hiding and running. Lin Heng, you just wait one day. Zixuan, I'm so glad you're all right. Just as Lu Zixuan stepped out of the inn, a mournful cry instantly echoed throughout the entire street. Wasn't this guy arrested and taken to the police station? Upon hearing that familiar voice again, Lu Zixuan froze on the spot. Could it be that the person who attacked Lin Heng by car was someone else? Wait a minute, how did she find my location? For some well-known reasons. Therefore, the specific details of the incident were not mentioned in tonight's news. The story goes that a driver, seeking revenge on society, drove recklessly through a bustling food street. But Lu Zixuan wasn't given much time to think. At this moment, Bai Lingling, looking slightly disheveled, had already run up to the other party. Zixuan, it's so good that you're all right. Ling Ling Long, how did you find me? Looking at the girl's pretty face so close to his own, Lu Zixuan felt a strange sense of unease. How did I find you? Of course, Lin Heng told me. The instant she finished speaking, Bai Linglong swiftly pulled out a fruit knife hidden on her person and stabbed it viciously into Lu Zixuan's abdomen. The expression on her face instantly shifted from worry to ferocity. I killed you. You scum. Why did you lie to me? Damn it. Having sensed something was wrong with Bai Linglong beforehand, Lu Zixuan had been on guard against her. Therefore, when faced with the fruit knife coming at him, he immediately dodged to the right. However, the girl was very fast, and his legs were not very mobile. Therefore, although the knife did not penetrate the abdomen, it stabbed hard in the kidney. Chapter 187 The Last Eunuch of the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing the fruit knife stuck in his right hip, Lu Zixuan let out a blood-curdling scream. Linglong, what are you doing? Pull the knife out right now. As you wish. Amidst her wild laughter, Bai Linglong swiftly pulled out the fruit knife, shouting, Lu Zixuan, you ruined everything I had. I want you to pay with your life. The moment she finished speaking, she waved her right hand again. Accompanied by a deafening scream, a creature called a eunuch reappeared within the Dragon Kingdom. You crazy woman! After pushing away Bai Linglong, whose face was contorted with madness, with all his might, Lu Zixuan covered his wound and tried to pick up the only thing he had. If it can be taken to the hospital, there is still a possibility of reconnecting it. But things didn't go as planned. Just as Lu Zixuan was about to pick up the item from the ground, a stray dog darted away and snatched it away. You damn dog! Put it down right now. Seeing his dog snatch his food away, Lu Zixuan was devastated. This feeling is no less than finding a gold brick that you dropped yourself. But just as he was about to pick up the gold brick, someone else snatched it away. Crackling, gurgling. Perhaps it was because she sensed that Lu Zixuan wanted to take the food from her. After chewing a few times, the stray dog swallowed what was in its mouth. No. Watching his only meal being swallowed by the dog, Lu Zixuan was on the verge of going crazy. But before he could do anything, the dizziness from blood loss caused him to collapse to the ground. Ha, Lu Zixuan, you scumbag! Seeing Lu Zixuan lying on the ground with a sorrowful expression, Bai Linglong grinned maliciously and quickly approached him with her knife. Bai Linglong, you're insane. Yes, I really am a madman. Amidst that maniacal, ferocious laughter, Bai Linglong raised the fruit knife high in her hand. This time, her target was Lu Zixuan's heart. She's going to drag this scumbag who ruined her down with her to hell. Drop your weapons. Just as the knife was about to fall, patrol officers who had received a report from concerned citizens arrived at the scene. But Bai Linglong, who was already determined to die, naturally ignored the police officer's warning. Let's die together. Accompanied by that heart-wrenching, sinister laugh, the girl plunged the knife in her hand fiercely into Lu Zixuan's heart. Bang! Chaos erupted in the already narrow alley, with people's chatter and police sirens gradually mingling together. 2.5 hours later. Lin Heng's room on the 3rd floor of the Lu family villa. Okay, I understand. Listening to Park's description on the phone, Lin Heng gently tapped the table. Old Park. Hurry up and finish what we agreed on at noon. Okay, boss. I'll get back to work now. Go on, hurry up. After hanging up the phone, Lin Heng turned to look at the full moon hidden in the shadows outside the window. I guess I was oversimplifying things. There is still a big difference between an ADC with low health and a tank with low health. AD carries with low health are often left with only a few dozen HP, while tanks can have hundreds or even thousands of HP left. If Bai Linglong is like an ADC with low health, then Lu Zixuan is like a tank with low health, although it can cause some damage from scraping. However, killing the other party is still a considerable challenge. Just as Bai Linglong was about to pierce Lu Zixuan's heart, she was shot in the spine by the Wanchai gun god. Even if they can be saved, lifelong paralysis would be the best possible outcome. In contrast, Lu Zixuan only paid the price of losing Brother Kuan. How about we have Uncle Dong find a Deadpool to try, and see if we can take this opportunity to send Lu Zixuan away? Just as Lin Heng was pondering whether to use the Blue Flame Gatling gun or the Desert Eagle to send Lu Zixuan away, a cold system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Hidden quest triggered. As the ultimate villain, how can you not exploit the protagonist? Mission objective: completely defeat Lu Zixuan, the original protagonist of the world. Task reward: mind suggestion. Skill description: when the mind is most vulnerable, it can exert suggestion through words. 100. 1 is an indication of success. The number 100 has become a fact in the other person's mind. I don't recommend you take action now. He still has a bit of luck left. After issuing the task, the system girl crossed her legs and said, of course, the most important thing is that you can also make a profit. Although it wouldn't be a big deal to kill Lu Zixuan now. However, if you do that, the remaining luck on the other person will also disappear. As a diligent and frugal system, it only spends 20 WA a day. She absolutely cannot tolerate such wasteful behavior. Mind suggestion, that's a pretty good skill. Looking at the skill descriptions on the system panel, Lin Heng couldn't help but think of certain famous scenes. Of course, those of you who are into those famous scenes, I'm sure you veteran drivers already know what I mean, right? Looking at her host's slightly lewd smile, the system girl twitched her lips helplessly. I mean, can you be a little more serious? Shouldn't you reflect on why you were matched with me in the first place? Get out of here. Look at you, always in such a hurry. After dodging the pillow thrown by the system girl, Lin Heng decisively exited his consciousness space. It has to be said that this reward tempted him. Of course, the real reason I was moved wasn't the entertaining anime segments. Rather, it is its ability to completely rewrite a person's thoughts from the depths of their heart. Although it's not as convenient as others who can rewrite their thoughts with just a glare. But in any case, having this kind of cheat device can indirectly solve a lot of troublesome things. Lu Zixuan, it seems I can't let you get away with this so easily. Recalling the system's task requirements, a hint of mockery flashed across Lin Heng's eyes. The best way to wear down the protagonist's luck has already been answered by the experienced transmigrators. That is to constantly suppress their mentality and, during this period, try every means to torment them. Thanks to Uncle Dong's teachings, Lin Heng has gained a lot of experience in this area. Just as Lin Heng was pondering how to deal with Lu Zixuan, the door to the room was opened from the outside. Immediately afterward, Shin Yuchu, dressed in pajamas, slowly walked in. I have something I want to talk to you about. The night was as dark as ink, and the cool moonlight shone through the window onto the girl. It also reflected the girl's extremely complex eyes. Chapter 188. That night, he did what he had always wanted to do. 10 minutes later, at the window of Lin Heng's room. I'm sorry, Aheng. I didn't mean to hide it from you. Shin Yuchu sat quietly in the chair by the window, her hands clasped tightly in front of her, and her head slightly lowered. Bai Linglong's sudden attack today made her feel a strange sense of crisis. Furthermore, the appearance of Ji Buchang solidified her resolve. She decided to be honest with Lin Heng about some things. After all, there are two completely different things that she tells the boy and that Ji Buchang tells the boy. Humans are creatures that develop weaknesses once they are bound by bonds. Shin Yuchu's only weakness is Lin Heng. Yuchu, lift your head. Looking at the girl in front of him, her head bowed, as if awaiting judgment. After gently cupping her cheeks in his hands, Lin Heng smiled and said softly, no matter what the future holds, I will face it with you. He could more or less guess the reason for the girl's sudden confession. However, this incident didn't really have much impact on him. Let's not even mention that we already knew Shun Yuchu's background from Long Outyin. Even if you don't know these things, as long as the other person loves you deeply, isn't that enough? Life is not always smooth sailing. Some hardships will always come to us. And being able to face these difficulties together with someone you like is a rare life experience. Aheng. Meeting the boy's still clear and gentle eyes, Shin Yuchu finally felt relieved. After wrapping her arms around the boy's waist, she rested her head on his shoulder. Although they didn't say much, they both knew how the other felt. Do you remember our promise? Feeling the girl trembling in his arms, Lin Heng gently stroked her hair and said softly, no matter what happens, Lin Heng will always be with Shun Yuchu. No matter what happens, we will always be together. As she murmured, Shin Yuchu lifted her head from Lin Heng's embrace and gently wrapped her arms around the boy's neck. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, Lin Heng's lips were sealed by a soft and supple touch. After looking down into the girl's bright, watery eyes, he reached out and touched the back of her head. A sweet voice echoed in the quiet room. That night, Lin Heng finally did what he had always wanted to do. 30,000 words omitted here. I've been overwhelmed by the mythical beast. At the same time, inside the First People's Hospital of SC City, however, lies a completely different scene. Ah! Oh my kidneys! Oh my precious baby! Feeling excruciating pain in his lower back and hips, Lu Zixuan broke down and screamed, "Why? Why did it turn out like this?" He could barely accept the loss of the Dragon Balls. But the fact that she didn't have her baby and kidneys was something she absolutely couldn't accept. The former turned him into a complete eunuch, while the latter rendered him no longer a whole person. Oh, what a poor fellow. Just as Lu Zixuan was breaking down emotionally, Lu Haizhu, standing in front of the glass outside the ward, shook his head with pity. I wonder if this guy was one of those guys who always kept a middle-parted, slicked-back hairstyle in his past lives. Otherwise, how could he experience things that an ordinary man might never experience in his entire life in such a short time? Senior brother, I'll head back now. After glancing at the two police officers standing guard in front of the ward door, Lu Rumo turned to Lu Haizhu beside her and said, "There are some things I hope you will keep secret, senior brother." "What's wrong?" "I don't know." Upon hearing this, Lu Haizhu immediately pretended to be confused. He would never admit that Lu Zixuan's kidneys could have been saved. "That's right. Nothing happened, and I know nothing about it." After giving Lu Haizhu a meaningful smile, Lu Rumo turned around and walked back to her office with a happy expression. "I have another surgery to perform in half an hour, so I need to go back and prepare properly." "Why?" Watching Lu Rumo's leisurely departing figure, Lu Haizhu sighed helplessly. "You can only blame your own bad luck. Of all people to mess with, why did you have to provoke this girl who's inhuman when she goes crazy? Let's set aside the little things the other person knows about me and my first love. Just considering the incident with the wrong egg last time, he had no choice but to obey. Given the extent of the kidney injury, there was only a 90% chance of saving it anyway. With a failure rate as high as 10%, it's safer to cut it off permanently." After hypnotizing himself like this, Lu Haizhu leisurely left the place. After all, there's no need to think about so many things. Living a good life with loved ones is more important than anything else, isn't it? By Linglong, I will definitely kill you. Meanwhile, inside the ward, looking at his empty crotch, Lu Zixuan became somewhat delirious. Only his mouth kept repeating that he wanted to personally kill Bai Linglong. It's easy to imagine how severe this blow must have been for him. The patient in bed 2B250. But before Lu Zixuan could grieve for long, the door to the ward was opened from the outside. "Please contact your family and have them come and pay for the surgery." As they were talking, a nurse pushed a small cart in. If you look closely, you'll find that she's actually the same person as those from dozens of chapters ago. Damn it, I've already done this much. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixuan was about to explode. But after seeing the oversized syringe in the nurse's hand, he swallowed the rest of his words. "Hurry up and pay the fee. Otherwise, this time it wouldn't just be a simple matter of being thrown out." As she spoke, the nurse reached under the trolley and took out a POS machine. She had made thorough preparations for dealing with this deadbeat, who owed medical bills. The reason Lu Zixuan was only kicked out last time, instead of being locked up by the police station. We also owe a great deal to Lu Haizhu's secret help. Of course, it was precisely this secret help that allowed Lu Rumo to find fault with him. This indirectly resulted in Lu Zixuan losing one of his kidneys. Therefore, everything has a cause and effect. The cause that Lu Zixuan had sown earlier has now been repaid. Damn it, I'll make you regret this decision later. Although I was extremely angry, I had no choice but to accept the situation. In addition, I also know that Bai Linglong is completely broke right now. Therefore, no matter how unwilling he was, Lu Zixuan could only tremblingly take the wallet from beside his pillow. But the next second, as the line of text appeared on the POS machine, Lu Zixuan's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. Chapter 189, A New Storm Has Appeared. Beep, your bank card has been frozen. No, how could this happen? Looking at the text on the POS machine screen, Lu Zixuan hurriedly picked up his phone from the side. After a series of ferocious actions, he collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted. Because whether it's a domestic bank or a foreign bank, the information displayed at this moment, without exception, all indicated that there was a problem with the account. The reasons given were consistent. There was a suspected large-scale transfer of assets involved. You must pay the money by noon tomorrow at the latest. Seeing Lu Zixuan's utterly hopeless expression, the nurse put the 4-drip back on the trolley. Otherwise, you can expect to be arrested this time. In places like hospitals, most people don't have feelings. If you have money, get treatment. If you don't, don't. Although it sounds cruel, it is its truest form. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. How could this happen? Only after the nurse left the ward did Lu Zixuan smash the water bottle next to him on the ground with a ferocious expression, yelling, "My money! My kidneys! My baby!" Just as Lu Zixuan was wailing and howling, the door to the room that had just been closed was opened again. "Keep your voice down, don't disturb the other patients." As she spoke, the nurse glanced at the broken pieces of the kettle on the ground again. "There's still 250 yuan for the kettle, I've written it down for you. Lu Zixuan. But in any case, many people are destined to have trouble sleeping tonight. As for why it's hard to fall asleep, I think everyone already knows the answer, right? In the future." Looking at the blushing girl beside him, Lin Heng reached out to help her up and asked softly, "Are you sure you don't need to rest for a day?" "No need." After getting out of the car, Shin Yuchu shook her head with a slightly flushed face. "Although it feels a little sore and numb, I can still move around normally. How can I describe this feeling? It's like doing 100 squats in one go, followed by 100 frog jumps." However, in contrast, they also possess a certain degree of autonomy in their actions. Looking at the girl's slightly trembling legs, a hint of pleasure flashed in Lin Heng's eyes. "Let me do it." "Huh." Before Shin Yuchu could react, a strange feeling of weightlessness enveloped her. A gust of wind rushed into my ears. Lin Heng's warm and strong arms had already passed through her shoulders and knees. The next second she was picked up and nestled in Lin Heng's arms. "Yuchu, hold me tight." Looking at the girl's still somewhat bewildered face, Lin Heng jokingly said, "If you fall, I won't be responsible. Special times call for special measures." Given the current situation, letting Shin Yuchu rest more is undoubtedly the best decision. Okay. After wrapping her arms around the boy's neck, Shin Yuchu blushed and whispered, "I'm already holding on tight. Walking on my own and being carried in a princess carry by someone I like. It's pretty obvious which of these two is more attractive." Seeing the girl's blushing face, Lin Heng didn't continue teasing her. After adjusting his position slightly to make the other person more comfortable, he strode towards the sanatorium in front of him. "Boss, sir." As soon as the two stepped into the sanatorium, a middle-aged man wearing glasses greeted them. "The person has been settled and you can check on them at any time." After nodding to Yang Yongxin, Shin Yuchu said in a slightly cheerful tone, "Dean Yang, please lead the way, let's go to room number 3 first." Having an employee who is both articulate and capable is always a source of joy. "Okay, boss." As he spoke, Dean Yang turned and led the two of them toward the path on the right. After advancing about 300 meters and turning at more than a dozen intersections, the three of them arrived at a room with the number 3 hanging on the door. Looking through the glass outside the room. Inside the room, an emaciated humanoid creature, its body wrapped in bandages, was curled up. As for why it's described as a humanoid creature, that's because the other party's behavior was very strange, much like the abnormal species in Titans that crawl on all fours. "Eat. I won't fight you for it anymore, I won't. Ha. I am the daughter of the Lung family, you bunch of good-for-nothings. Don't even think about threatening me." Although the humanoid creature's exact appearance was no longer discernible, its voice was unusually hoarse and grating. Lin Heng still managed to glean some useful information from the few words he spoke. "That's right, she is Lung Qingxiu. She tried to harm you before, so I took direct action and dealt with her." After gently stroking the boy's cheek, Shin Yuchu spoke softly. "Aheng, do you think I'm being too cruel? Because a lot of things have already been laid bare. Therefore, there was no need to continue concealing the existence of this sanatorium." However, when it really came down to this, Shin Yuchu was actually a little nervous. After all, it would be difficult for a normal person to accept such a thing. No, this is the right way to deal with the enemy. Meeting the girl's gentle yet slightly nervous eyes, Lin Heng gently rested his chin on her head. "Besides, you're doing this to protect me, aren't you?" Although he didn't know how Lung Qingxiu planned to deal with him. But since Shin Yuchu said so, then there must be something to it. There's absolutely nothing wrong with getting rid of someone who's hostile to you. You can't expect everyone to be waiting for you to come and get you. Hee hee. As expected, Ahang, you're the best. After gently nuzzling the boy's chin with her head, Shin Yuchu turned to Dean Yang beside her and said, Let's go. Let's go straight to ward number 1. As things stand, Lung Qingxiu has already been fully exploited by the other party. So the next target to be modified is naturally Bai Linglong, who was just delivered this morning. That's right, Bai Linglong didn't die. Despite suffering paralysis from the waist down, she survived with remarkable tenacity. However, if she had a choice, she might choose to just kick the bucket. As for why I had this idea, just look at Lung Qingxiu, who has completely transformed from a human into an aberrant species, and you'll understand why. Before the powerful electric king, all perseverance will be in vain. While the two were admiring the scenery inside the sanatorium, an unseen crisis is sweeping towards the two of them. Chapter 190, A Song of Ice and Fire. 2.5 hours later, in front of the gate of Qingshan Sanatorium. Dean Yang, I'm leaving the rest to you. Looking at Yang Yongxin, who still maintained his kind smile, Lin Heng couldn't help but smile slightly as well. Evil people need to be tormented by other evil people. This statement may sound a bit provocative, but it is the most accurate one. Don't you see how, under the other party's tutelage, some people willingly learn to bark like dogs? Don't worry, boss, I won't let you down. Upon meeting the boy's meaningful gaze, a hint of joy flashed across Yang Yongxin's face. The feeling of meeting like-minded people is simply wonderful. If his boss hadn't been staring at him with murderous eyes, he would have wanted to have a long talk with Lin Heng all night. Of course, it's just the kind of sleeping with Boss Liu. I look forward to your results. As they spoke, Lin Heng took Shin Yuchu's small hand and left. He felt that if he said a few more words, his jealous friend would be thrown into a rage. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, Yang Yongxin subconsciously clenched his fist and said to the nurse beside him, Nursely, prepare the electrotherapy bed number 3. I have a new idea that needs to be tested. He, the thunder and lightning Dharma king, Yang Yongxin, always maintains a spirit of striving for excellence. I finally got some inspiration from Lin Heng. If I don't give it a try, I'm afraid I'll have insomnia tonight. While Yang Yongxin was engrossed in his experiments. On the other side, Lin Heng and his group encountered a big problem. Young master, madam, they're here for us. After dodging a dump truck with a daring drift, Wang Dachui looked through the rearview mirror and warned, There are still 2 dump trucks behind us. I'll try my best to shake them off. In his more than 30 years in the industry, this was the first time he had encountered something so exciting. So you couldn't resist making a move after all. After shielding Shin Yuchu with his body, Lin Heng also began to observe the situation behind him. 2 green dump trucks were rapidly approaching them, like monsters ready to devour their prey. Because the Qingshan Sanatorium is built on a hillside. Unless there are special circumstances, this road is rarely used by people. This indirectly gave the other group a perfect opportunity to make their move. After all, getting rid of someone in this desolate wilderness is quite simple, isn't it? Ahang, what do we do now? Hearing the approaching roar of engines behind her, Shin Yuchu couldn't help but show a hint of worry on her face. In this situation, the only way to avoid this is with heavy weapons. Otherwise, with a dump truck of that size, they really wouldn't have a good time handling it. Moreover, the other party's dump truck was clearly modified, and its speed was already faster than that of a regular family car. No rush, it's about time. Looking through the glass at the light reflected from the distant mountain peaks, Lin Heng quickly took out some small parts from the back seat. Now that he had guessed that the other party might take action, how could he not prepare anything at all? If we just stand there like idiots and wait for the other party to come to us, wouldn't that be no different from being a fool? Ahang this. Watching the small toy being quickly assembled in Lin Heng's hands, Shin Yuchu was momentarily speechless. She never expected that she had underestimated her boyfriend's abilities. This one's for you. As he spoke, Lin Heng handed the assembled toy to the girl and began to explain. After opening this, just aim at them and pull the trigger. Since the other party has already chosen to take action, so it's definitely not just a simple dump truck. Giving Shun Yuchu small toys was also a way of hoping that she could better protect herself. As for what he uses, to paraphrase Master Simu, it's whatever. Glug. Looking at what was happening in the back row, Wang Dachui was just about to ask if he should take a hit himself. The next second, bang! With the sound of tires exploding, the two dump trucks in the back row went out of control and crashed together. Due to the high speed of the vehicle, plus the weight of the vehicle itself. After colliding, both cars plunged off a nearby cliff. Is it a sniper rifle? As she watched the dump truck veer off the cliff, countless thoughts flashed through Shun Yuchu's mind. After all, he received so many years of training abroad. Therefore, she can perceive things that are difficult for ordinary people to notice. Young master, something terrible has happened. With Wang Dachui's exclamation, the vehicle came to a complete stop after a side drift. Ahead, rows of spikes suddenly appeared on the road. If the brakes hadn't been applied in time, and the signal had been transmitted directly through the air, there is a high possibility that a tire blowout could cause the vehicle to lose control. The cliff face, coupled with the vehicle losing control at high speed, created a precarious situation. It's easy to imagine that the only outcome for them was to fall off the cliff and die. After all, the minimum drop here is over 80 meters. Even if an Su-7 came, it would probably have to kneel down at that height. It's not that simple after all. Seeing the dozens of axe-wielders appear on the road, Lin Heng quickly got out of the car. As for why Wang Dachui wasn't allowed to retreat, it was naturally because the same situation occurred later. Young master, you and madam should find a chance to escape quickly. Watching the group of axe-wielders rapidly approaching him, Wang Dachui resolutely rolled up his sleeves. Tell Xiaomei for me. I love her. Shin Yuchu has a maximum of 7 toys. But there are at least 30 axemen here now. Therefore, the only chance for survival right now is for him to take charge of holding back the excess people. Having fought in Southeast Asia in the past, I figured I could hold out for a while without much trouble. Old Wang, don't be so pessimistic. Seeing Wang Dachui's heroic sacrifice, Lin Heng opened the trunk of the car and took out a big treasure. Rules are meant to be broken. The other party dared not use the small toys, fearing they would be punished by their superiors. But that doesn't mean Lin Heng is afraid. If the floor is swept clean enough, who would know what it looked like before? The remote location was advantageous not only to the group lying in ambush, but also to him. Glug. Wang Dachui's jaw dropped to the ground in shock when he saw the huge treasure Lin Heng pulled out from his back. Good heavens, how come I didn't know there was such a thing in the car? Shin Yuchu glanced at the small toy in her hand, then at the big treasure in Lin Heng's hand. The meaning behind it is self-evident. Young King Chu, plug your ears. After giving the two bewildered people a couple of pointers, Lin Heng pointed his precious treasure at the approaching group of people. The next second, blue flames and red tomato juice bloom wildly on this secluded hillside. Chapter 191 Counterattack and Retaliation. Half an hour later. Ahang, is there anything I can do to help? Looking at the boy leaning back in his seat, seemingly lost in thought, Shin Yuchu reached out and took his arm. I'm not just a pretty face. There are some things I can do too. From the remaining tongues, the group confirmed that these were all men sent by the Li family. Since the other party dared to send people to attack Lin Heng, then she would naturally retaliate in kind. Of course, this is definitely not just a pretty vase. Listening to the noise coming from the back seat, Wang Dachui recalled the scene just now while driving the car. The Li family members don't use it, but that doesn't mean they don't have it. After a round of firepower, just as a few people with small toys were about to retaliate. Before they could even make a move, Shin Yuchu had already accurately hit the location of their third eye. Such a ruthless person is just a pretty face. Then there probably isn't anyone in this world who isn't just a pretty face. Well, sensing the determination in the girl's words, Lin Heng pondered for a moment and then said with a serious expression, Yuchu, please take care of yourself these next few days. You and your eldest sister should work together to keep the Li family's public businesses running. He has already arranged for Long Outyin and others to handle some of the shady dealings overseas. Therefore, what remains to be done now is naturally some domestic matters. Although the Li family is a family with a history of illegal activities, they have also had a number of businesses that have been laundered in recent years. This part is perfect for Liu Ruyan and Shun Yuchu to handle. Given their business acumen and intelligence, it shouldn't be long before they squeeze them all out. As for some businesses that aren't quite so transparent, they naturally have to be handed over to the hard-working and dedicated police officers. You helped Liu Suolong get to this position. It's time for you to do your part for me. Of course, everything done here is good for society. After all, Lin Hung, a model citizen, is the most law-abiding citizen. Okay, I'll go find my older sister when I get back. Upon hearing this, Shin Yuchu nodded obediently. However, a deep killing intent was hidden in those beautiful eyes. She will do what Lin Hung asked her to do, but she would also do things that weren't specifically asked to her. Meanwhile, inside a gold mine within Wayan territory, the roar of machines and the shouts of workers. This once quiet, secluded place has become as noisy as a vegetable market. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the mine, a group of armed men wielding AKs were constantly patrolling. This small gold mine is considered an important industry under the Li family. Before Tazai appeared, the Li family was undoubtedly the number one in the SC underworld. This small gold mine was acquired by the other side at that time, although it can't compare to those large gold mines. However, the annual output here can also bring back billions of yuan to the Li family's small goal. The addition of other industries has allowed the Li family to maintain its leading position in Shenzhen. Of course, the main reason for this is that Lin Yaodong doesn't want to compete. After all, no matter what action is taken, the one who is the biggest is always the most unfortunate. Being a perennial runner-up having power without having to live in fear, isn't that wonderful? At this time, about 1 kilometer away from the gold mine, on a small hillside surrounded by dense trees, the Dragon King ordered that none of them be spared. After using a telescope to record the number of armed personnel and their weapons and equipment in the gold mine, a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner turned to the group behind him and said seriously, in other words, even if there were only one egg in this mine, you'd shake it until the yolk was completely broken. Received, XN. Looking at the gold mine where the machines kept roaring, a young man with a buzz cut asked, "Boss, how much reward did the Dragon King promise us this time?" To lead a team well, besides sharing the same core concepts, money is also indispensable. After all, no matter how delicious a flatbread is, you'll eventually get tired of it. Only the real money in one's own hands is the most sincere and powerful answer. Leo, you brat, all you care about is money, isn't it? After laughing and kicking the young man, Tom, the foreigner from before, laughed and said, "Gold, all the gold that has been mined from the gold mine. As long as we complete this mission, then all the gold currently being extracted from the gold mine will belong to us. What if there isn't enough stuff? Then let's find a few more to continue mining for a while. Anyway, as long as it's not too outrageous, Long Outyin generally won't care too much. That's why they're so devoted to each other. After all, there aren't many bosses in today's society who can get as much return as they put in. Wow, kill those Wayan monkeys. Gold, I love gold. Let's get started. I can't wait. Alright, let's get started according to plan." Looking at his excited crew, Tom picked up an M4A1 from the side and ordered, "Leo and Astra, you two take care of the guys in front. Rebecca, you're in charge of long-range sniping. And Alma." With each order issued, everyone grabbed their equipment and began to move about. As a senior mission executor of the Dragon King's palace, he never takes any mission lightly. Even if the opponent is just a bunch of poorly equipped Wayan monkeys wielding AKs. Let's begin. After everyone was in position, Tom gave the order to begin the operation. Bang, bang, bang. As the bullet pierced the air, a security guard, clearly the leader, had his head blown off. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Eliminating those with decision-making power would undoubtedly reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Quickly find cover. Seeing their squad leader get blown off in the head, the remaining armed men immediately sought cover. Although they moved very quickly, but compared to Tom and others who had received professional training, they still seemed inadequate, especially those vulnerable bunkers. Under the attack of the Vulcan Gatling gun, it was completely useless. One by one, armed personnel fell into pools of blood under the cover of fire. If this is the case for those who possess weapons, one can only imagine the plight of those unarmed within the ranks. Soon, the entire mine was filled with screams, explosions, and other sounds. Almost at the same time, any overseas businesses related to the Lee family have suffered varying degrees of damage. Besides their overseas businesses, the Lee family's domestic businesses are also suffering setbacks. Chapter 192: The Turmoil in the Lee Family. Lin Hung prepares to add firewood. Put your pants on and get to the side and line up properly. After handcuffing a young man and woman who were about to shoot, Lu Suolong said to the young man beside him, "Notify the other squads that we must clear out all these places tonight." Compared to the chaotic shooting outside, this is the only safe place to shoot. As for the specific locations of these foot massage parlors, Lin Hung naturally provided them. And this foot massage parlor is the very one that led to Lin Heng's arrest. So if you really want to count, Lin Heng's feud with the Lee family started from the very first chapter. Okay, Director Lu, I'll go and arrange things with the men right away. After receiving the order, the young officer quickly walked outside. Fortunately, number 88 is not here today. Otherwise, it would be a bit awkward if the two of them met. The Lee family. Watching the young police officer's departing figure, Lu Suolong's eyes revealed a yearning for advancement. Don't let me down, my stepping stone. With all police forces deployed, dozens of KTVs and nightclubs of all sizes in Shenzhen have all suspended operations for maintenance. The number of people involved who were detained inside the police station was so large that it couldn't be accommodated all of them. For the Lee family, this night was destined to be a sleepless one. The next day, in the lobby on the first floor of the Lee family villa. Look at what you've done. After bombarding Li Juro with the information he had gathered, Li Biao sat down on a chair nearby, panting heavily. One night, just one night. Nearly 60% of the local gray industries have been lost. Meanwhile, the losses on overseas assets also reached nearly 40%. Even the hidden safe houses were destroyed. In addition to these losses, he also lost several of his capable lieutenants. These people are the backbone of the Li family. If it weren't for his strong mental fortitude, Li Biao would probably have been so angry he would have passed out. Father, I will find a way to resolve this matter. Looking at the report in her hand, Li Juro said with a gloomy expression, "This time I won't fail again. I will definitely kill Lin Hung." She received news last night that Lu Zixuan was in the hospital. However, when she arrived at the hospital, she found that she was too late. Lu Zixuan had already stolen an electric wheelchair and disappeared under the cover of night. But this also indirectly revealed a piece of information to Li Juro. That is Lu Zixuan, who is not currently in Lin Heng's hands. Now that they had confirmed the other party's safety, the next step was naturally to carry out their revenge against Lin Heng. The previous wave was aimed at capturing the opponent alive in order to find out Lu Zixuan's whereabouts. This time, she plans to send it away directly. What Li Juro didn't expect was that Lin Heng's counterattack would be so swift. Although I don't know Lin Heng's current situation, I imagine he's probably all right. After all, those dozens of people we sent yesterday haven't uttered a single word. Shut up. Solve it. Solve my ass. After slamming the teacup down hard at the girl's feet, Li Biao roared, panting, "Don't you think things have gotten bigger enough?" If an ordinary person had made such a huge mistake, he would have killed the other person without saying a word. But Li Juro is his only bloodline, so no matter how angry Li Biao is, he can't bring himself to harm her. But father, are we just going to let this go like this? Meeting her father's angry gaze, Li Juro clenched her fists in resentment. Didn't you teach me that I should never let any enemy go? Could it be that all of these are wrong? I did teach you these things. But have you forgotten the most important point? After standing up from the sofa with his cane, Li Biao stared directly into the girl's eyes. That means you shouldn't provoke people you can't afford to offend. Especially for someone who isn't worth it. Have you forgotten all of this? I'm just getting old. Not that I can't lift a knife anymore. Li Biao was perfectly aware of Li Juro's reasons for attacking Lin Heng. If it were just the Lu family, he could still afford to offend them. But he really didn't want to provoke the guy surnamed Lin for no reason. Life is like a gamble, but the other party has the power to overturn the table. In this situation, unless Li Biao's head got caught in a door, Otherwise, he would never turn against someone because of a scheming woman. Father. Looking into the other person's calm, still eyes, Li Jiro's face immediately filled with anxiety. This matter isn't about you. Shut up. Let's not even talk about the fact that he's a eunuch. Even if he isn't, what makes him worthy of the Li family? After waving to interrupt the girl's explanation, Li Biao took the phone handed to him by a servant and said, I'll handle this, don't cause me any more trouble. If they want to maintain the existing balance, the other side probably won't go so far as to completely destroy them. Of course, if they can't reach an agreement, then they'll have to risk their lives. After all, Li Jiro was his only bloodline. If I were to die because of this, I would truly be childless and without descendants. Why? Why can't you understand me? But Li Jiro's inner thoughts were quite different as she watched Li Biao making a phone call. She couldn't understand why her once decisive and ruthless father had become so timid and hesitant. Furthermore, what does this matter have to do with Lu Zixuan? Why drag an innocent person into this? In short, it can be summed up in one sentence. At this moment, Li Jiro felt that Li Biao was acting strangely in every way. In most cases, we would describe it using the term organism. That's an ingrate. They eat your food, use your things, and then they still have to say you're no good. Leaving aside Li Jiro's inner thoughts, Li Biao had already dialed a number. Young Master Lu, let's just leave this matter at that. After dialing Lin Heng's number, Li Biao went straight to the point. My daughter was ignorant before, but you killed so many of my people. Continuing like this will only lead to unnecessary casualties. Thanks to his previous encounters with Tazai, he had managed to gather a considerable amount of useful information. For Lin Heng, who was still a student, obtaining the other party's phone number was not difficult. What makes you think those people's lives are worth more than mine? Watching the live broadcast of the Li family's situation on the screen, which was being streamed by Park Bu-sung, Lin Heng couldn't help but smile with amusement. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, we can continue playing this game. I remember you have quite a bit of business in Cambodia too. Since we've decided to play, we should naturally go for the big ones. He also wanted to see what choice Li Jiro would make between so-called love and family. Chapter 193 this time, I will be the one making the moves. Call. Upon hearing Lin Heng's words, Li Biao felt a sense of relief. After all, the fact that they didn't directly reject him meant that there was still room for negotiation between the two sides. That's just how people are. The older they get, the more afraid they are of dying. He's getting old. Therefore, I naturally have a more open-minded view of many things. As long as it doesn't cross any lines, who wouldn't want to live a few more years? Young Master Lu, let's speak frankly. After mentally calculating the available resources, Li Biao directly stated his expected value. Those resources from abroad. In addition to the gold mines you've acquired, I can give you an extra jade mine. As for domestic compensation, I will transfer ownership of 6 or 7 high-end KTVs and bars, including Buckingham and Shanghai Bund, as well as Grand Lotto, to your name. At his age, the allure of money has gradually diminished. After all, you can't take anything with you when you're born or when you die. If I don't use it now, am I going to wait until I die to let someone else use it? What's more, this matter also involves his only bloodline, Li Jiro. So if possible, he was willing to give up more benefits in order to ensure his daughter's safety. It seems you are indeed very sincere. Seeing the starkly different expressions on the faces of the Li father and daughter in the video, Lin Heng couldn't help but smirk. But I have one more condition. You have to hand Lu Zixuan over to me. I think this request shouldn't be too difficult for you. If you want to watch a show, you naturally need to get the actors involved motivated. The key to Li Jiro's excitement was none other than Lu Zixuan. And things turned out exactly as Lin Heng had predicted. Almost at the same time, Li Biao and Li Jiro spoke simultaneously. Good. Impossible. Father, I will not agree to this. After quickly walking to her father's side, Li Jiro said emotionally, Lin Heng, I will never hand Zixuan over to you. You just wait, next time I'll definitely. Smack. Before Li Jiro could finish speaking, Li Biao slapped her across the face with a large brush, saying, Shut up. It's not your place to speak here. As he spoke, he also took out some nitroglycerin pills from his pocket. If I don't take the drug right away, I'm afraid I'll be driven to my death by this rebellious daughter. Lin Heng's statement that he wanted Lu Zixuan, this green tea bitch, was clearly an attempt to save face for himself. But now, this stepping stone has been forcibly removed by this rebellious daughter. In a fit of rage, Li Biao did not hold back his slap. As the blow landed on Li Jiro's face, it also knocked her to the ground. Father, you hit me? Seeing her elderly father swallowing nitroglycerin pills, Li Jiro's first reaction wasn't to worry about his health. Instead, he covered his right cheek and shouted with a sorrowful expression, "What did you forget about what you promised your mother? How dare you hit me?" Because of her mother's dying instructions. So no matter what happened over the years, Li Biao always took good care of himself. This slap is the first slap she's ever received in her life. Guards, drag the young lady away. He ignored his daughter, who was clearly on the verge of a breakdown. After swallowing the nitroglycerin pills, Li Biao continued speaking into the phone. "That's settled then. I will bring Lu Zixuan to you as soon as possible. So, what do you think about our situation? Isn't it?" Lu Zixuan was just an insignificant outsider. For Li Biao, it was fine if it was cancelled, since it had nothing to do with him anyway. Moreover, ultimately, this whole affair was caused by the other party. The fact that Li Jiro still couldn't forget him made him even angrier. Therefore, handing Lu Zixuan over to Lin Heng was exactly what Li Biao wanted. "My men won't stop until they capture Lu Zixuan and hand him over to me." Looking at the crazed emotions in Li Jiro's eyes on the screen, Lin Heng said with a half-joking smile, "However, my request is not complicated. Life or death is irrelevant. It's not over until you're alive and in my hands. If it breaks, you can just send it back to me via video call. I understand, but I have one request." As he spoke, Li Biao glanced at Li Jiro, who was being held back by the maid, and said, "Don't touch my daughter during this time." If it were 2 years ago, he might have chosen to have a real fight with Lin Heng. But now, neither he nor Tazai is the same as they used to be. Li Biao is getting old and has started to value his life more. This applies to both his own life and his daughter's life. As for Tazai, it already has the right to overturn the table. If the other party wants to play, they will naturally abide by the rules of balance. But if the other party doesn't want to play anymore, they can completely disrupt the existing order. "No problem, then I look forward to your good news." After saying that, Lin Heng hung up the call. As he watched Li Jiro being dragged away in the surveillance video, a slight smile appeared on his lips. The seeds have now been planted. So all that's left to do is wait for a good show to unfold. In this game, I am the one who plays the game. He looks more and more like a villain. Looking at Lin Heng, who was emanating black energy, the system girl silently picked up the vacuum cleaner in her hand. If things really develop as Lin Heng predicted in the later stages, then perhaps it won't be long before I'm able to make a small profit again. Just as everyone, including the system, was anticipating the show to begin. At this moment, in Li Jiro's room at the Li family residence. Damn it! Why did things have to turn out like this? Looking at the door that was tightly shut by the servants, Li Jiro covered her right cheek and slumped to the ground in a daze. She never imagined that her father would turn out like this. Lin Heng had already bullied them so openly, yet they didn't even have the courage to fight back. The way it wagged its tail and begged for mercy deeply pierced Li Jiro's heart. When has the Li family, the underground tycoons of SC City, ever suffered such humiliation? Especially after thinking that Li Biao actually wanted to use Lu Zixuan to get Lin Heng's forgiveness. A thought suddenly popped into Li Jiro's mind. After staggering to her feet, Li Jiro turned and went to the desk. Looking at the pile of complicated bottles and jars on the table, a hint of madness flashed in her eyes. "Father, you're getting old after all." In order to inherit the family business, she is currently studying chemistry. As is well known, many chemicals can kill people silently. Chapter 194 Blooming flowers bring wealth and prosperity. It was 11:15 p.m. in a small wooden cabin in the suburbs of SC. That's right, this is where Lu Zixuan and Bai Linglong used to hide. Meanwhile, inside the wooden house, Lu Zixuan was struggling to change his drip. Because they had no money to pay the fees, and the nurse kept saying that they would be locked up if they didn't have money. In this situation, he had no choice but to steal an electric wheelchair in the middle of the night and escape from the hospital. As for these anti-inflammatory 4 drips, they were bought with the last bit of cash I had hidden away. It's fair to say that Lu Zixuan was completely broke at this point, with not a single coin left on his person. If you don't have any money, your dream of going abroad will naturally be shattered. Damn Lin Heng, damn Bai Ling Long, I will never let you get away with this. After hanging up the 4 drip with trembling body, Lu Zixuan collapsed back onto the bed with a venomous look on his face. Although he was cursing and swearing. But he also understood that the most important thing right now was to find a way to make money. Therefore, since leaving the hospital, he has been casting a wide net through various mobile apps. Having been the young master of the Lu family for so long, he still has quite a few photos of himself flaunting his wealth. However, because he no longer had a perfect score, he had to keep lowering his own requirements. No ugly or deformed people, no poor people, no pretentious people. I like the unique and eccentric Devimon and Digimon. Only under such conditions, combined with his mastered silver tongue and azure wave palm, could he have a chance to control his opponent. And in the ongoing search, a person with the online name also successfully came into Lu Zixuan's sight. Divorced at 30, from a wealthy family, and enjoys watching Digimon. And most importantly, the other person is beautiful. As if by divine intervention, every description of flowers bloom in wealth and prosperity resonated deeply with Lu Zixuan. You're the one. After confirming the news of his good fortune, Lu Zixuan began his journey of flirting with girls. This time, Lu Zixuan will absolutely not fail. TSK, it's really damn greasy. Looking at the chat content on the computer screen, Long Outyin glanced at Pu Buching beside him with a look of disgust. Seriously, you're not actually interested in men, are you? How could that be? I'm straight, okay? Moreover, as a man, I naturally understand men best. Although, strictly speaking, Lu Zixuan can no longer be considered a man. After giving a curt retort about Long Outyin, Park Bu-sung typed on the keyboard and asked, "But I'm curious, why doesn't the boss just kill that guy?" That's right, Park Buching is indeed the Huakai Fugawei who was chatting with Lu Zixuan. As Lu Zixuan's luck diminished, he was no longer the most favored child of heaven. Although it's still not possible to take direct action. However, situations like those in the past, where the other party could hide and remain undetected by anyone, are no longer likely to occur. The boss said, "There's no fishing trip without bait." Meeting Park Bu-sung's questioning gaze, Long Outyin's lips curled into a playful smile, but he also said, "Before the fish bites, we can play with the bait for a while. After all, cats always like to play with mice before they eat them, don't they?" At this moment, they are the cats, and Lu Zixuan is the mouse. TSK, you and your boss are still as perverted as ever. Seeing Long Outyin's grin that almost reached his ears, Park Buching also revealed a sly smile. "But I like it. It's absolutely fantastic. Hee hee. Hee hee." For a moment, eerie laughter echoed through the empty room. Time flies like an arrow, and several days have passed in the blink of an eye. In the past few days, the Li family has been frantically searching for Lu Zixuan throughout S. However, due to the obstruction of Long Outyin and others, the other side did not obtain any useful clues. However, Lin Heng did not push too hard for the time being. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. He wanted to see a big show, so naturally he couldn't possibly drive the other party to their death. Moreover, compared to watching the play, he has a much bigger thing to do today. At this moment, in the living room on the first floor of the Lu family home, apart from Xiao Wanqing and Lu Zhigua, all 3 Lu sisters changed into solemn and dignified black women's suits. Those who don't know the situation might think this is some kind of gangster or police movie being filmed. "Xiaoheng, is it okay for us to dress like this?" After checking her outfit several times, Lu Rushu nervously tugged at Lin Heng's sleeve. "Doesn't it look a little strange?" "No, you're fine as you are." Seeing Lu Rushu's nervous expression, Lin Heng, unusually, didn't tease her but instead asked, "But do you really want to come with me? I remember you all seemed pretty busy today." Lu Rian was in charge of the general direction of the Lu family business, and she was busy as a dog every day. Although Lu Rumo has been relatively free lately, it seems she still has quite a few surgeries to perform. As for Lu Rushue, she still owes several design drafts. As for Lu Jigua and Xiao Wanqing, okay, these two lazy bums are fine for now. The former would often go fishing with Li Gang and He Chong, while the latter would often go to beauty salons. No matter how busy you are, you have to make time today, okay? After explaining the situation to her secretary, Lu Ruyan put down her phone and said seriously, "This is the anniversary of your adoptive parents' death. We have to go and pay our respects, don't we?" The family was very grateful to the two elderly people they had never met. After all, if it weren't for them, his younger brother, son, might not be here anymore. So no matter how busy or unavailable they are, they have to go and pay their respects together today. Yes, Xiaoheng, don't worry. At this moment, Lu Rumo, who had been quietly standing to the side, stepped forward and said with a smile, "It's about time we set off." Yu Chu said, "We're almost there." If you really think about it, this was their first time visiting Tazai. Previously, when they were preparing to bring Lin Heng back, because of Lu Zixuan, no one went over. The only one who could be considered to have been there was Wang Dachui, who even went through the village gate. Therefore, in addition to paying respects to Lin Heng's adoptive parents, they also wanted to visit the place where their younger brother grew up. Okay, as long as you're okay with it. Meeting the concerned eyes of the Lu family members, Lin Heng didn't say anything more. That's how it is among family members. No words are needed. They can understand each other's feelings. "Master, madam, miss, young master, Miss Shin's car has arrived." Just then, Wang Dachui, dressed in Taoist robes, walked in from outside. "The things needed for the worship have all been packed, and we can set off at any time." Before becoming a top-notch butler, he also worked as a Taoist priest for a period of time. Therefore, there is absolutely nothing wrong with performing a ritual to pray for the young master's adoptive parents. Seeing Wang Dachui's trendy outfit, the Lu family members fell silent. "We're going to offer sacrifices, not to catch ghosts, you bastards." But no matter what, with Shun Youchu's arrival, everyone boarded the vehicle back to Tazai together. Chapter 195, Lilies in Bloom, a beautiful spiderweb trap. 2.5 hours later, in front of a tombstone on the back mountain of Tazai. "Dang, Mom, I'm doing great, you don't need to worry." After placing the prepared paper money into the brazier, Lin Heng stood in front of the tombstone and talked for a long time about the events that had happened this year. If it weren't for Lin Shuixing and Lin Xiong, he might not be alive today. "The tree desires stillness, but the wind never ceases," Confucius said, but my parents are no longer there. Lin Heng always had so much to say to these two elderly people who genuinely cared for him. To put it simply, a house can only be called a home when both parents are there. But with Mom and Dad gone, that house is just a house now. "Mom and Dad, don't worry, I will always be there for a hang." Looking at the sadness in the boy's eyes, Shin Yuchu gently wrapped her arms around his. "As long as I'm here, you'll never be alone. Death is not the most despairing thing in the world. The loneliness of being forgotten is the most terrifying. Yes, old Deng, look how beautiful your daughter-in-law is." Turning to look at the girl beside him with a warm expression, Lin Heng's eyes were also filled with tenderness. "With the looks of the two of us, the baby born in the future will definitely be the kind that everyone loves, flowers bloom for, and cars get flat tires just by looking at." Hearing this sudden change of topic, Shin Youchu's originally fair cheeks quickly turned red. "So, Aheng, do you prefer boys or girls?" "I love any child that's ours. Aheng, I'm so full, I don't think I need to eat lunch." Just as the two were getting along well, Lu Ruxue, who was not far away, touched her belly and complained, "My brother's PDA always catches me off guard." After the Lu family members paid their respects, they left the space to Lin Heng and his companion. As for Wang Dachui, they're performing a shamanic ritual right now, and I have to say, their backs are really strong. They can perform moves like the Thomas Flare and the Spiral Crown dance anytime they want. "Second uncle is always like this, Sister Ruxue, you'll get used to it." As she spoke, Lin Wanrong clenched her fists, her cheeks flushed. "How about I show everyone around the village first? That way, I can also tell you about my second uncle's past." With so many beautiful goddesses around, it would be a shame if she didn't seize the opportunity to apply some beauty treatments. At this moment, Lin Wanrong inexplicably felt envious of Lin Heng. It's one thing for my girlfriend to be beautiful, but even her older sister is ridiculously beautiful. Why do I feel like this girl is looking at me strangely? Upon meeting Lin Wanrong, who was clearly agitated, Lu Ruxua tilted her head in confusion. But then she thought, this is Lin Heng's territory, and the other person is also a girl. So she put her doubts aside and turned to the Lu family members beside her, asking, Mom and Dad, eldest sister and second sister, shall we go for a walk first? Upon hearing this, the members of the Lu family pondered for a moment and then nodded in unison. Judging from my younger brother's, son's, condition, it'll probably take another hour or so. Besides, it was indeed a bit awkward for the two of them to be enjoying their time together, while we, a group of people, were standing there. Instead of doing this, why not take this time to visit where the other person lives? Although I glanced at it briefly when I entered the village. However, since we haven't seen the whole picture, some things are difficult to evaluate. Okay, everyone, let's walk this way together. Seeing that the Lu family members had all agreed, Lin Wanrong reached out and put her arms around Lu Ruxue and Lu Rumo on either side. As for Lu Ruyan, we'll just have to wait and see. After all, compared to the latter two, which look rather dull, Lu Ruyan, with her eyes and appearance, seemed like someone who couldn't be fooled. This girl, could she be? Seeing Lin Wanner excitedly embracing her two younger sisters, a hint of suspicion flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes. If things really turn out as she thinks, then that would be fantastic. But no matter what, despite their own hidden agendas, the group of people, led by Lin Wanrong, began to tour the interior of Tazai, while everyone was busy with their own things. On the other side, in the suburbs of SC City, inside that dilapidated little wooden house. My dearest baby, I can't wait to see your beautiful face. After sending out a string of cheesy and greasy messages, Lu Zishuan looked up at himself in the broken mirror. Although he has a receding hairline, his chin is a bit crooked, and his nose is somewhat flat. But regardless, you can tell from his appearance that he is a man. Since you'll be wearing a mask anyway, as long as your skills are good enough, it shouldn't be a problem. So what if the photos are misleading? These days, which guy dating online doesn't use fake photos? Some mobile phone cameras even have built-in automatic beautification functions. Just as Lu Zishuan was warming up his tongue, he received a text message on his phone. Darling, I'm waiting for you at Heaven on Earth 999. Hurry up and come over. My dearest baby, I'm coming right away. Looking at the text message displayed on his phone screen, Lu Zishuan's face immediately filled with excitement. Even if the Lu family abandons me, even if I lose my perfect score, so what? He, Lu Zishuan, remains a beloved figure. Once he has made enough money from the other party this time, he will immediately find a way to transfer it overseas. Since I have already lost the opportunity to become a man, then just give up this identity, go to Thailand, and come back. He'll use this new identity to outdo Lin Heng, outdo Lu Zhigua, and he'll take all three of the Lu sisters. Lin Heng, oh Lin Heng, I really look forward to that day. The thought of Lin Heng's heartbroken expression filled Lu Zishuan's face with a sense of vengeful pleasure. Hurry up, baby, I can't wait any longer. Just as Lu Zishuan was still daydreaming, a text message notification on his phone brought him back to reality. Okay, my darling, I'm on my way. Pa, that old woman is so cheap. After spitting disdainfully, Lu Zishuan left the cabin with a bag of equipment. Thanks to Bai Linglong's previous generous sponsorship, he saved a considerable amount of money. Although most of the tools in the bag were second-hand. But as long as we don't say anything, no one will know that these are second-hand, right? But Lu Zishuan, who was full of hope, never expected this. What kind of surprise awaits him next? Chapter 196 Attention from the Capital. At this moment, on an open space in the Tazai Cemetery. Tell me, what do you want from me? Looking at Shin Yuchu and Lin Yue chatting not far away, Lin Heng turned to Ji Buochang beside him and said, if you want to marry Yue, your second uncle won't ask for much more dowry. Given the size of your Ji family, just give me a few small goals. Looking at the unruly young man, Ji Buochang twitched his lips helplessly. I came to remind you. People in the capital already know about your situation. Although the Bai family is not a top family in the capital, even among second-rate families, they are considered quite powerful. Its sudden collapse naturally attracted a lot of attention. At the same time, with the downfall of the Bai family, the Liu family also came into the sights of some people in the capital. A local enterprise was able to bring down the Bai family, which spanned 3 realms. It's hard not to suspect that there might be someone behind the Liu family. Their attack on the Bai family was just a small demonstration of their abilities. I know, I thought of that when we went against the Bai family. Looking at the 2 girls chatting not far away, Lin Heng's lips curled into a faint smile. So, does the Yi family already know about this? Compared to other things, he was more concerned about the Yi family. Or rather, the attitude of the old lady from the Yi family. Shen Yuchu talked to me a lot that night. This also included her grandmother, Lu Chuman, as the only bloodline left by the other party's daughter, Yi Kursen. In fact, Shen Yuchu was often well taken care of by the elderly. However, due to family tradition, there are some things that Lu Chuman cannot do herself. Otherwise, given the old man's affection for Shen Yuchu, she would probably have taken over the Yi family business long ago. You knew all along? Upon hearing Lin Heng mention the Yi family, Ji Buochang showed a moment of surprise. Miss Shen told you, didn't she? The fact that Shen Yuchu is a member of the Yi family. To date, only a few people know about it. Therefore, Ji Buochang naturally and subconsciously thought that it was Shen Yuchu who told Lin Heng his true identity. Just assume that's how it is. As he spoke, Lin Heng turned his head and met Ji Buochang's slightly complicated gaze. So? What was the result? Grandma Yi must have noticed you. After glancing at the 2 girls chatting not far away, Ji Buochang said meaningfully, besides her, some members of the Yi family must also know about this news. So start preparing early. The Yi family is not comparable to the Bai family if they really want to do something. Although he didn't finish his sentence. But Lin Heng understood what it meant. Given the current size and strength of the Liu family, the Yi family might not need to exert much effort to crush them. However, the entity he relied on had never been the Liu family, had it? Ahang, what are you talking about? Just as Lin Heng was about to continue inquiring about some information, Shen Yuchu brought Lin Yue to their side. Then, the 2 of them each put their arms around their boyfriend's arms. Yes, you 2 seem to be having a good chat. After hugging Uncle Ji's arm, Lin Yue blinked her eyes with a gossipy look on her face. Second uncle, tell me quickly, what little secrets are you talking about? Whether it's really gossip or not, perhaps only the girl herself knows. After all, the younger generation has been exposed to a lot of things in order to develop Tazai in recent years. It's nothing. We were just discussing with this kid how much dowry we should give you if we marry him. After grasping Shen Yuchu's soft, boneless hand, Lin Heng jokingly remarked, and this kid actually dared to bargain with me. Yue, your boyfriend still needs some training. I see. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue turned to look at Ji Buochang beside her and said with a warm smile, Buochang, come here, I think we might need to have a good talk. Looking at Lin Heng's smirking face, Ji Buochang was so angry he almost ground his teeth to powder. So, I kindly provided you with information, and you just ripped me off like this? The thought of the mountain of keyboards piled up at home sent a chill down his spine. Thankfully, it's not durian season now, otherwise. Watching Ji Buochang being led away with an emo look on his face, Shen Yuchu covered her mouth and chuckled. Ahang, you're so naughty. No one really cares about the truth of the matter. Because sometimes pretending to be confused is a rare kind of happiness, isn't it? Hee, so do you like it? Seeing the girl covering her mouth and giggling, Lin Heng bent down slightly and rested his head on her forehead. Yuchu, I will do my best to marry you. These words were not only spoken to himself, but also to Shen Yuchu. No matter what happens in the future, he will not give up on the other person. So what about the Yi family? If things really don't work out in the future, then we can just all go down together. The things stockpiled under Tazai, let alone the Yi family, even the worst place Trump lives in could be blown to smithereens. Ahang. Sensing the determination in the young man's words, Shen Yuchu's beautiful eyes shone with intense emotion. In this life, I will only ever be your wife. Yuchu. Ahang. Damn it. Lin Heng. You just wait till this happens. Watching the 2 of them being all lovey-dovey, Ji Buochang, who was receiving a lesson in love from his wife, could only secretly make a mental note of it. What are you looking at? Stand still. After twisting the other person's ear with her hand, Lin Yue also showed a displeased look on her face. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, you can forget about eating dinner tonight. To entertain the Liu family and Shin Yuchu, Lin Yaodong brought out quite a few good items. Of course, this is a genuine, high-quality product, the kind that can be cooked, stir-fried, or deep-fried. I see. Upon meeting the girl's somewhat nervous eyes, Ji Buchong quickly stood up and pulled her into his arms. The day after tomorrow, shall we go back to the capital together? I'll introduce you to my parents then. They'll definitely like you. Humans, without exception, are afraid of comparison. Shin Yuchu, as the second sister-in-law, has met the parents and received their approval. But Lin Yue has yet to see what the Ji family members look like. Therefore, it's perfectly reasonable to have some minor emotional issues, right? Who wants to go with you, you shameless bastard? Savoring the unique scent of Ji Buchong, Lin Yue blushed and murmured softly. But if you look closely, you'll notice that the corners of the girl's mouth have quietly turned up at some point. Yes, I am a shameless bad guy. I hate it so much. And just as the atmosphere here was beautiful and harmonious. On the other side, in the heaven on earth in SC City, a completely different scene unfolded. Chapter 197 Heaven and Earth, Kunlun Inn. At this moment, at the front desk of the Heaven on Earth Hotel. It's already booked, room 999 at your hotel. After showing the check-in information on his phone to the front desk, Lu Zixuan noticed the slightly strange look in the other person's eyes. Then, he said with a serious expression, "Don't look at me. I'm destined to be the man you can't have. This kind of penniless and unattractive pauper is not Lu the handsome guy's type. Even if I were blind, I would never fall for you." After hearing Lu Zixuan's obviously overconfident statement, the receptionist was about to start criticizing him. However, adhering to the principle of service first, he swallowed back the trash talk that was about to burst out. "Your room key." After quickly getting her room key, she sat back down in her seat. Out of sight, out of mind. Let's just avoid looking at those disgusting flies. And when she thought of guest number 999 who had just checked in at the front desk, she couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. You're smart to know what's good for you. Seeing the receptionist's hurt and barely suppressing disgust expression, Lu Zixuan smugly took the room key and slowly made his way towards the elevator. All you need to do next is appease this person, and you'll receive a substantial reward. As for why they moved so slowly, besides the steel plate, the main reason is that the wound has not healed properly. Moving at a normal speed is fine now, but if I do any strenuous exercise, just thinking about that scene is thrilling. Damn it, I've never seen such a disgusting guy. It wasn't until Lu Zixuan stepped into the elevator. The receptionist was disinfecting herself with alcohol while complaining to her colleague on her phone. "Sister, let me tell you, I met a jerk. Not only is he narcissistic, but even XQX is." An anonymous sister exclaimed, "Oh my God, this is absolutely amazing." Just as the receptionist was complaining, Lu Zixuan arrived at the door of room 999. Phew, my tongue is now flexible enough, and my fingers are now flexible enough. After confirming that the preparations were in order, Lu Zixuan used the room key to open the door to the room. "Darling, Just as he was about to launch into a cheesy confession, he was stunned into silence by the sight in the room. Because there wasn't a single sexy woman in the room. As far as the eye could see in the entire room, there were only two obese black men. After briefly surveying the room, Lu Zixuan subconsciously glanced at the hair clip in her hand. After confirming that he hadn't gone to the wrong room, he confronted the two of them, asking, "Who are you? Why did it appear here? Who are you? Why are you here? Didn't you ask me to come?" Hearing Lu Zixuan's slightly broken English, one of the black men stood up and grinned mischievously. "Didn't you just call me baby, surfing little boy?" "No, this is impossible." Upon hearing his online name, Lu Zixuan's eyes widened instantly. "The person I was chatting with was. There aren't many people as stupid as you these days." Before Lu Zixuan could finish speaking, another black man had already quietly gone around to the back and closed the door. "Isn't it normal to use fake photos in online dating? What do you want to do?" Seeing the closed door, Lu Zixuan quickly shielded the bag in front of him. This is fraud. Let me out of here right now. Otherwise, I'll report you all. Before Lu Zixuan could finish speaking, he was slapped across the left cheek. The slap was so powerful that it sent him flying onto the bed. As a result, the contents of the bag also fell to the ground. Upon seeing the scattered items on the ground, the two black men exchanged a smile. Those chubby, disgusting sausage lips also formed a very obvious curve. You've committed a crime, ah. You beast, I wouldn't know. Cough, cough, cough. Just as Lu Zixuan was experiencing triple torment. On the other side, in the old house of Lin Heng's family in Tazai. Everyone, just relax and make yourselves at home. Looking at the Lu family members sitting at the table, Lin Yaodong said with a smile. Xiaoheng is a bit naughty, so please take good care of him. He had naturally done some investigation into the Lu family members. The original plan was that if these people didn't know what was good for them, they would make things difficult for Lin Heng because of a fake young master. Then I will use some means to make the Lu family a thing of the past in Shenzhen. However, judging from the current situation, this family treats Lin Heng quite well. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Yaodong was so polite to the Lu family. Why are you saying this? Aren't we all family? Meeting Lin Yaodong's smiling face, Lu Zhigua also raised his glass and said, Instead, we should thank you. If it weren't for you all, Xiaoheng would be. For some reason, the more he looked at the other person, the more he felt that he looked a lot like a guy from abroad named Scorpion. But when he thought about how that guy's head had been smashed back then, Lu Zhigua quickly suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Let's not talk about that anymore. The words are all in the wine. As he spoke, he raised his glass to Lin Yaodong, and then downed all the wine in it. That's right. We're all family. No need to talk about such nonsense. Seeing Lu Zhigua's rather generous gesture, Lin Yaodong also picked up his glass and drank it all in one gulp, saying, The words are all in the wine tonight. Let's drink until we drop. It's just a 60-degree liquor. He can drink 10 jin, 5 kilograms, of it, okay? Yes, we won't leave until we're drunk. Fine, let him be today. Looking at her husband, whose face was already slightly flushed, Xiao Wanqing shook her head with a light laugh before turning her gaze to the group of children below. After ruling out the strange atmosphere between the three Lu sisters and Lin Wanrong. As for the remaining two, Lin Heng and Xin Yuchu, she found them pleasing to the eye no matter how she looked at them. What should I do? I'm starting to really want to be a grandma soon. Watching her son lovingly feeding the girl, she rested her chin on her hand and murmured, Perhaps I should lend a hand to my silly son tonight. While everyone was enjoying themselves. Meanwhile, in room 999 of the Heaven on Earth Hotel in SC City. Chapter 198 Overnight Stay, The Untold Story from the Clinic. Damn it, you beast. After taking the items out and slamming them heavily onto the floor, Lu Zixuan shakily got out of bed. After all that, many of his wounds have reopened. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why did things have to turn out like this? Looking at the chaotic surroundings, Lu Zixuan clenched his fists, his face contorted with rage. You just wait. I will definitely get my revenge, ah? Because the movement was a bit too large, he almost fainted from the pain. But in order to prevent tomorrow's front-page headline from becoming, a male eunuch died tragically in a hotel. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? Even though he felt extremely uncomfortable, Lu Zixuan could only force himself to move outwards. He urgently needs to find a hospital to get checked out. It's not just because the wound reopens, there is a reason for uncontrollable flatulence. Xiaoheng, I'm entrusting Yuchu to you now. After speaking to Lin Heng and the other person, Xiao Wanqing raised her eyebrows meaningfully. I was just wondering whether I should make a move, and then the opportunity presented itself. This old house hasn't been renovated much. This indirectly leads to a problem. There aren't many rooms. Therefore, the Lu family members will have to stay at another residence for the time being tonight. Fortunately, there are quite a few empty houses in Tazai, enough for a family to stay for one night. Don't be silly, my progress will scare you to death. Meeting his mother's meaningful gaze, Lin Heng muttered to himself before asking, Are you sure you don't need my help? As the saying goes, the faster you drink, the faster you get drunk. At this moment, Lu Zhigua was barely able to stand, let alone maintain basic consciousness. It's okay, don't underestimate me. As she spoke, Xiao Wanqing grabbed her husband by the collar with one hand. I could take on 10 men like your dad. Looking at Lu Zhigua, who was almost dead, Lin Heng twitched his lips helplessly. All right then, call me if you need anything. Okay, we'll head over there now. After leaving Lu Zhigua with her 3 daughters, Xiao Wanqing turned and slowly walked out of the courtyard. She didn't say she would definitely do it herself. Raising so many daughters is all for my own convenience. The 3 Lu sisters, thank you so much. But no matter what, the group carried the already exhausted Lu Zhigua and left with Xiao Wanqing. They also take their younger brother's marriage very seriously. Therefore, none of them intended to stay and be a third wheel at this time. I'll go wash up first. Xin Yuchu wasn't stupid. She naturally noticed the little schemes of the Lu family. However, I spent the whole day walking around outside. At this moment, you may feel some discomfort. Okay, then I'll tidy up the dishes first. Meeting the girl's slightly shy yet expectant eyes, Lin Heng reached out and gently patted her head. The bath towel is in the second cabinet in the bathroom. You can just grab it later. In order to avoid attracting the most terrifying creatures in the south, we still need to keep the sanitation up. Besides, even if you want to write something, the mythical beast won't easily agree, right? Okay, then I'll go first. After nuzzling the boy's palm with her head, Xin Yuchu jogged towards the bathroom. Having stayed here before, she was quite familiar with the place. As for what to do with pajamas and such, even if you don't prepare new clothes, a bath towel will suffice. Watching the girl skip away, Lin Heng subconsciously rubbed his lower back and muttered softly, when I go back tomorrow, I should take Uncle Dong's century-old ginseng with me. Anyway, he's getting old, and taking too many of these tonics isn't good for him. Lin Yaodong. Meanwhile, inside a community hospital, your condition is a bit serious. After frowning as he removed the tissues stuffed inside, Dr. Li Erniu said with a serious expression, if possible, you'd better go to a major hospital to get it checked out. In all my years of medical practice, this is the first time I've ever seen such an outrageous patient. It's one thing that the back is disgusting, but the empty space at the front is just as creepy. Even the eel incident from back then was more palatable than what happened tonight. If he hadn't received professional and systematic training, he almost wouldn't have been able to ejaculate directly. Doctor, could you please help me with this? Although Lu Zixuan sensed the disdain in the doctor's words, he also understood that the situation was beyond his control. If he were to go to a major hospital for treatment now, he might end up in jail the next second. After all, he still hasn't settled the medical bills from last time. Dr. Li, my son's stomach doesn't feel very. Just as Li Erniu was about to say something, the door to the clinic was opened from the outside. Don't look. Looking at the somewhat shocking scene inside, Xie Yumei immediately pressed her son's head back down. Say, excuse me, Dr. Li, my son's stomach doesn't hurt anymore. At that moment, the sound of the ward door closing was deafening. Doctor, please help me, doctor. Seeing Li Erniu's face grow increasingly gloomy, Lu Zixuan said in a sorrowful voice, you wouldn't want to see a patient just die in front of you like this, would you? He was genuinely afraid that the other party would refuse to treat him. So at this point, they couldn't care less about anything else and directly resorted to moral blackmail. Go to hell with you. What do I care if you live or die? Looking at the mat that had turned a yellowish-brown color, and the calendar that kept swaying on the door. At this moment, Li Erniu really wanted to slap Lu Zixuan across the face. But the thought of being evaluated soon made him suppress the idea. I can only help you with some basic treatments for more detailed procedures. You should go to a major hospital. As they spoke, Li Erniu put on gloves to help clean the other person's wound. The next second, bang! With a loud bang, the previously closed door was opened again from the outside. However, this time it wasn't a gradual process. Instead, it was kicked away very roughly. Chapter 199. Is the conspiracy against Lin Heng about to begin? The sudden loud noise startled Li Erniu, who was about to take action. It is well known that when people are frightened, their bodies will have a certain stress response. Therefore, the tweezers that were originally intended to clean the wound became the most deadly weapon at this moment. Ah! Along with the screams, several streams of yellowish-brown water gushed out. Upon hearing the screams coming from inside the room, a woman dressed in a black business suit quickly stepped into the examination room. Damn it! What have you done to Zixuan? Upon witnessing the horrific scene inside the house, she broke down in tears and roared, "Get out of my way, or I'll kill you right now." Damn it! Where did this crazy woman come from? Looking at the woman whose emotions were clearly off, and the several men in suits behind her who looked like they were not to be trifled with, Li Erniu believed in the principle of a wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. So he casually pulled out the tweezers and walked to the side. Lu Zixuan, Looking at Lu Zixuan, who was groaning incessantly, Li Erniu subconsciously dropped the not-so-clean tweezers in his hand. Well, I just got used to it. Everyone present. A dozen minutes later, at the First People's Hospital of SC City. Damn, isn't this green tea eunuch's love life a little too good? Looking at the spirited girl in front of me, dressed in a professional office lady outfit. While muttering to himself, Lu Haizhu told the other party about the current situation. The patient's wound has been treated. The tear in that area is severe and may affect normal contraction. If the recovery is not going well, it may be necessary to keep diapers on hand as a precaution. Damn it! How did it turn out like this? After listening to Lu Haizhu's description, Li Zhiruo's expression darkened even more. Although there had long been rumors that Lu Zixuan had become a friend of women, but until she saw it with her own eyes, she still clung to a last sliver of hope. But what I just saw at the small clinic undoubtedly confirmed this rumor. In addition, there's this report from Lu Haizhu. Lu Zixuan is now practically a portable toilet, open at both ends. And what's most serious is that this reaction is uncontrollable. In other words, it's possible that while walking along, the other person might suddenly have several kilograms of unidentified objects in their pocket. Call. After taking a deep breath to calm herself down a bit, Li Zhiruo turned to Lu Haizhu and continued, "Doctor, please treat all the following patients to the highest standard. As for Zixuan's previous debts, I have already arranged for someone to pay them off." When I first arrived at the hospital, when the nurse at the front desk saw Lu Zixuan, she almost didn't immediately call the police. The fact that the other party had defaulted on medical bills and absconded in the middle of the night had already become widely known in the hospital. The nurses and security guards on duty that day were particularly affected, and their bonuses were significantly reduced due to the incident. I understand. I'll have someone arrange it. Seeing Li Zhiruo's bitter and resentful expression, Lu Haizhu turned and left decisively after saying those words. He finally sees it now. This Lu Zixuan is a real problem, an incredibly huge problem. Anyone who gets infected is definitely going to be in trouble. Rather than getting involved in this unseen trouble, he'd be better off sticking to being an ordinary doctor. It has been associated with the ceiling wrench for many years. He, Lu Haizhu, no longer concerned himself with matters of the martial arts world. And watching Lu Haizhu's departing figure, after calming her complicated emotions, Li Zhiruo slowly walked into the ward. "Zixuan, how are you now?" Looking at the boy lying flat on the hospital bed, a look of heartache crept onto her face. "I'm sorry. I came back late." "That's right. It's that outrageous." Even though Lu Zixuan has become like this, Li Zhiruo still has no intention of giving up on him. Or rather, her thoughts at this moment are highly consistent with those of someone from the past. Even if you don't get 100 points, you can still get other scores, right? As long as you are willing to work hard to learn, you will eventually surpass 100 points. You still realize you're late. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Why didn't you come back sooner? Looking at the worried girl, Lu Zixuan was already cursing her under his breath. Why? Why are these people always like this? They only reappear in your life after you've suffered so much. Even though he was cursing in his heart, Lu Zixuan's outward demeanor remained perfectly composed. After adopting a heartbroken expression, he sobbed sadly at the girl. "Zhiruo, I've already been." Compared to Bai Linglong, whom he met halfway through their relationship, he knew Li Zhiruo inside and out. Yes, literally. Therefore, Lu Zixuan was naturally well aware of the girl's family background. She is the only daughter of Li Biao, the underground emperor of SC City, and also the future heir of the Li family. He couldn't let go of such a big, thick leg no matter what. "It's okay, Zixuan, I'll always be with you. Looking at Lu Zixuan's sorrowful face, Li Jiro held his hands with heartache. I promise you, I will make those who hurt you pay the price. Even without Lu Zixuan's involvement, the Li family would have no chance of reconciling with Lin Heng now. After all, the previous head of the Li family, Li Biao, died at the hands of Lin Heng. If I don't avenge my father, it's neither morally nor logically justifiable. They're as gullible as ever. Looking at Li Jiro, who had already given up on him without him even having to persuade her, Lu Zixuan was overjoyed inside, but on the surface he still maintained a deeply moved expression. Jiro, it's so good to have you. As long as you can hold on tight to this powerful figure, you can live a very comfortable life. Zixuan, just relax and get some rest. After covering Lu Zixuan with the blanket, Li Jiro said earnestly, those who hurt you, I will make them feel 1,000 times, 100 times, more pain. Jiro, you have to be careful. Lin Heng is not someone you can easily deal with. Seeing the girl's confident demeanor, Lu Zixuan hurriedly reminded her, a gentleman takes revenge even after 10 years. I don't want anything to happen to you. Therefore, regarding Lin Heng's matter, let's plan for the long term. Revenge against Lin Heng is a must, and the Lu and Shun families cannot be overlooked either. And by Ling Long, the one who caused him to become a eunuch, is also someone he absolutely cannot let go of. As for how to retaliate specifically, that requires careful consideration. After all these encounters, Lin Heng has never had any problems getting the goods. Looking back, I realized that not only had I become a friend of women, but I couldn't even go to the toilet as I pleased anymore. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Hearing that Lu Zixuan was still concerned about her even in this situation, Li Jiro immediately fell into love-struck mode. Let's plan it out properly and try to strike a fatal blow. Jiro, it's so good to have you. Zixuan. Sizzle, sizzle, a little salty. But what neither of them noticed was, in a corner of the ward, a small oval object was quietly operating. To thank everyone for their support, here's a 4-part post today. Chapter 200, An Unexpected Development. I see. Hearing the constant rustling of water coming from the bathroom, Lin Heng got up and went to the window. Let's get ready. Now that the fish has taken the bait, it's time to put our effort into it. He already knew everything that happened tonight from Park Bu-sung. In other words, at this moment, Lu Zixuan and Li Jiro's every move was under the surveillance of Lin Heng and the others. Understood. I'll arrange for people to prepare right away. Looking at the somewhat cringe-worthy scene on the screen, Park Bu-sung curled his lips in envy, jealousy, and hatred. You can know a person's face but not their heart. This woman is really ruthless. She actually killed her own father, who had raised her for so many years, for a dead eunuch. That's right, Li Biao was indeed killed by Li Jiro. Perhaps even he didn't expect that his final fate would be to die at the hands of his most beloved daughter. Isn't it true that the most poisonous heart is that of a woman? Just as there was Pan Jilian's medicine in ancient times, there is Yin Dongping's laughter now. Never underestimate the twisted mind of a vicious woman. As he spoke, Lin Heng turned to look at the gradually diminishing sound of the flowing water. Let's do it the way we agreed before. I have something to do, so I'll hang up now. Work is work, and life is life. The two are not related. Now that we've finished our work, so, the rest of the time is naturally for enjoying life. Beep, beep, beep. Sigh, they all have to experience the bitterness of love. Looking at the call that was ruthlessly ended, and at Long Out Yin chatting on 40 phones simultaneously beside him. After shaking his head helplessly, Park Bu-sung began contacting the people he needed to use. What's so great about women? Work is what makes him happy. And why gamble half a lifetime for happiness that can be bought for 800 yuan? But neither group expected this. A student named Wang Huchin is currently sharing his experiences and observations from the evening on the school's online forum. For many, this night was destined to be one filled with gossip and controversy. The following day, in a VIP ward at the First People's Hospital of Shenzhen. Damn it! Why did things have to turn out like this? Seeing the numerous search terms flying across his phone screen, Lu Zixuan angrily slammed his phone to the ground. On the phone screen, which was shattered into 8 pieces and flickering, was a headline that was quite sensational. Following the eel girl, The Explosive Life of the Modern-Day Dry Toilet Man. The content below the title shows footage of Liu Zixuan and Li Erniu at the clinic last night. All I can say is that the actions of the two at that time were truly a bit too explosive. As for the cell phone. Anyway, this phone belongs to Li Jiro, so what if it's smashed? The other party won't say anything. Zixuan, don't be angry, this is not good for the healing of your wound. After gesturing to her subordinate to hand her the phone, Li Jiro clicked on the headline on the front page and said to her, I'll arrange for someone to suppress the hype right away. Don't be angry, okay? It's Lin Heng. It must be that guy Lin Heng. Looking at the content on his phone, Liu Zixuan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He must have deliberately spread such rumors. That damned bastard. How could he do something so shameless? Who else besides Lin Heng has the ability to do such a thing? Add to that the grudges and grievances between them. Therefore, almost immediately, Liu Zixuan identified the other party as the suspect. Zixuan, don't worry, I'll take care of him for you right away. As she spoke, Li Jiro placed her phone beside the bed. Once you're feeling better, I'll let you personally repay those wounds, okay? In a few days, it will be the 7th day after Li Biao's death. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she could use the greater good to launch her revenge. By gathering the strength of the entire Li family, and by launching a surprise attack on the opponent. She refused to believe that Lin Heng could escape this time. Jiro, it's so good to have you, sob. Before he could even muster the courage, the girl was already about to attack Lin Heng. Liu Zixuan immediately grasped the other person's wrist and said sincerely, from now on, I will try my best to make you happy. Look, that's what you call true love conquering all, okay? What kind of trash was by Ling Long before? She still needs me to keep pushing her to get revenge. After Lin Heng was finished cooking, he was about to take revenge on the Liu family, the Shen family, and Bai Linglong. Anyone who has ever hurt him, Liu Zixuan will repay them 1,000-fold or 100-fold. I believe in you, Zixuan. Recalling what happened last night, Li Jiro blushed slightly and said, then I'll go deal with the things on the internet. First you just stay here and rest, okay? In conclusion, to sum up, that's the image, isn't it? Everyone who's eaten popping candy knows it. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. After the girl got up and left, Liu Zixuan prepared to lie down and rest again. But the moment I lay down, the same headline popped up on my phone again. Lin Heng, I will never let him get away with this. After a roar, he slammed the phone off the bed onto the floor again. I work from 8 a.m. Looking at the phone smashed on the ground, Li's private bodyguard silently added another mark to Liu Zixuan's forehead. When the time is right, he will settle accounts with them all. He actually dared to smash his own phone. Did he really think that being the Northwest Hammer King was just a figurehead? At the same time, in contrast to the chaotic scene on this side, the atmosphere in Tazai was inexplicably joyful. The headline was somewhat sensational, and the photo was blurred out. All of this demonstrates the level of shock and excitement surrounding this incident. Aside from the Liu family members gossiping and disdain, the atmosphere in Lin Heng's room was similar. Inside the room at this moment, Shun Yuchu rested her head on the boy's shoulder, drawing circles on his chest with her hand as she asked curiously, Aheng, did you send someone to do this? It really wasn't me. After placing his phone face down on the bed with a hint of disdain, Lin Heng reached out and hugged the girl in his arms. And you little girl, do you want to do morning exercises with me again? The early bird catches the worm. Appropriate physical exercise has a very good effect on maintaining physical and mental health. Meeting the boy's meaningful look, Shin Yuchu blushed and gently punched his shoulder. You bad boy, stop fooling around. However, we still need to be careful. Didn't they say that Liu Zixuan is hooking up with that woman from the Li family again? While exercise is beneficial to physical and mental health, excessive exercise can still lead to fatigue. Perhaps the roles will be reversed after we turn 30. But at least at this moment, Shin Yuchu felt that raising a small white flag was not shameful. Moreover, she had never forgotten the time when Li Jiro attacked them. Now that these two brilliant minds are together, who knows what kind of outrageous things they're going to come up with. Don't worry, I've arranged everything. Meeting Shin Yuchu's slightly shy and nervous eyes, Lin Heng slowly leaned closer to her ear. Such a beautiful Miss Yuchu. Shouldn't you encourage me for my hard work? Although it deviated somewhat from the plan. But it's just a matter of a little earlier. If the other party dares to make a move, then a huge surprise will unfold. Feeling the slightly hot breath on her ear, Shin Yuchu blushed and gently punched the boy's shoulder. You bad guy. You just bully me. Chapter 2, A One Bullet by Yubiubiu.